A sharp pain struck, and the man collapsed to the ground, his body covered in wounds, clutching 2 packets of biscuits in his hands. Qin Moyu, the woman he deeply loved, actually joined forces with Su Jiang to end Su Wei's life. Su Wei, don't blame me. They forced me to, Qin Moyu said, holding a knife in her hand. The knife plunged into her heart. Su Wei gradually lost consciousness, and the biscuits in her hand fell to the ground. Su Wei. The noise downstairs startled Su Wei awake. He opened his eyes abruptly and sat up. He looked around and realized that this was his home, and the voice coming from downstairs was clearly Qin Moyu. He stood up and walked to the window, where he saw Qin Moyu downstairs wearing a white dress. It was she who opened the door for Su Jiang at the crucial moment, bringing in people to rob his home. Have I been reborn? Su Wei looked at the clock, which showed July 11th, 2030, while the day he was betrayed was September 11th. His thoughts drifted back to the coming ice age. Global temperatures plummeted, and the food chain collapsed as a supernova collided with Star D. Billions of people died, countless others were turned into zombies, and social order completely collapsed. 2 months later, Qin Moyu ended his life with her own hands, all for that bag of biscuits. This time, I won't be fooled by you again. Su Wei picked up her coat and went downstairs. I thought you were angry. Qin Moyu hooked her arm around his. You're such a hypocrite, Su Wei thought sarcastically. In his past life, he deeply loved this woman, and even though she lied repeatedly, he chose to forgive her. Moyu, Su Wei asked gently, do you love me? Of course I do, Qin Moyu answered without hesitation. Then can you lend me some money? Qin Moyu was stunned, clearly not expecting him to ask such a question. Is your company short of money? She was initially attracted by his company's wealth and status, but now that the company is in trouble, she naturally won't give him any money. Su Wei felt a wave of disappointment. I originally wanted to transfer this house to your name, but now property transfers cannot be lower than 20% of the market price. I had no choice but to solve it by borrowing money. You mean transfer the house to my name? Qin Moyu's eyes lit up. Su Wei's house is worth over 30 million, so exchanging 6 million for 30 million is clearly a surefire way to make a profit. Her expression quickly changed, and she smiled. Darling, don't worry, it's not because of the house, but because I don't want anything to happen to your company. Su Wei looked at her, feeling a complex mix of emotions, and hugged her. Thank you. Moyu, I know you love me. Qin Moyu gave a few brief words of response, and then hurriedly left to prepare for fundraising. Su Wei watched her retreating figure. Those who had killed him would not escape. The 3 million or so yuan he had was enough to support his life under normal circumstances, but after the apocalypse, wealth was just a string of numbers. Su drove to the Weidu Commercial Center in the city center, which sells global luxury brands. A waiter approached. Sir, please show your membership card. After topping up his membership card with 10 million, Su Wei confidently said. Just then, his phone displayed a transfer record. 6 million yuan had been deposited into a bank card ending in 9527. Then came Qin Moyu's voice message. This is the money my dad got by mortgaging the house. We need to expedite the property transfer, since they'll have nowhere to live. Su Wei looked at the waiter. 10 million. The waiter was stunned. Even if someone had the money, he had never seen anyone deposit 10 million into a supermarket card. The manager quickly processed the top-up, fearing that Su might change her mind. Su Wei's bank card transaction was successful. The balance notification showed. The bank card ending in 9527 just had 10 million yuan spent, leaving a balance of 65,730 yuan. He went to the food section and started packing everything on the shelves. Suddenly, he realized that there were too many supplies. If delivered to a villa, preservation would be a problem, and there simply wouldn't be enough space for large items. Suddenly, a white space flashed in his mind, and a voice echoed in his heart, save. He glanced down at the shelf beside him and noticed a pack of wet wipes was missing from a stack. Could he possibly store items in his mind? Shocked, he suppressed his surprise and said to the waiter, You can go ahead and do your work. I'll just browse around by myself. Yes, sir, please call me anytime. The waiter muttered as he left. All the shelves are being packed up. Is he here to buy more stock? Su Wei was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened, and her mind was still processing the stored abilities. Chapter 3, Su Wei's gaze swept over a bag of cookies on the shelf, and she silently chanted store in her mind. The cookies vanished into thin air and appeared in Su Wei's mind. After half an hour of trying, Su Wei finally mastered how to issue commands through mental concentration to store items in her mind space. He tried again, silently saying, extract, and the wet wipes and cookies fell from the air one after another. Su Wei began to realize that he might have gained this ability because he was affected by radiation during the Ice Age in his previous life. Yuntai City, Hohai District. Su Wei drove to a huge warehousing and logistics park, the largest logistics center in South China. The goods here are diverse, even including military supplies. Mr. Su, you've arrived. Zhuang Chong and the security captain greeted him at the entrance. Zhuang Chong led Su Weilai to the office. As soon as they entered, Su Weilai saw a young woman, Lin Shan. She is the general manager of South China Logistics, comes from a powerful family, and has made a name for herself in the business world at a young age. President Lin, President Su, is here. Zhuang Chong left the office. I heard you want to rent warehouse number 12 in Area A. Lin Shan asked casually. Yes, Su Wei nodded. May I ask why? Lin Shan asked calmly. The grain futures market has been doing well recently, but our country's grain output this year is not good, Su Wei replied succinctly. Lin Shan nodded. Futures trading is risky, but since President Su has made the decision, let's sign the contract. Lin Shan watched him leave. It's just soybeans in the warehouse. Who knows what will happen after the market opens? Su Wei didn't care about that. What he was really concerned about was storing these supplies. But moving all the supplies out of the place wouldn't be easy. Chapter 4. After leaving the logistics park, Su Wei arrived at the gate. Seeing Zhuang Chong, she greeted him with a smile. Brother Chong. Zhuang Chong quickly came forward. How did it go, President Su? Did you close the deal? Su Wei smiled and said, It's done. From now on, call me Su Wei. Zhuang Chong nodded repeatedly. Okay, then I'll call you Su Wei from now on. The two drove together to a 5-star hotel in the city center. As soon as Zhuang Chong entered the hotel, he exclaimed, Brother Su, this place is too expensive. He works as a security guard, earning at most 7 or 8,000 yuan a month, but this meal will cost him several thousand yuan. Su Wei noticed Zhuang Chong's embarrassment and said with a smile, It's on me today. Order whatever you want. The Ice Age is almost here. Money is just paper. If you don't spend it today, you'll only have regrets a month from now. The two found a large private room, and Su Wei ordered all of the hotel's signature dishes without any hesitation. Zhuang Chong saw the pile of food on the table and couldn't help but swallow hard. That's enough. At the end of the meal, Su Wei poured Zhuang Chong a full glass of wine and said, Brother Chong, isn't the security in our park top-notch? Slightly tipsy, Zhuang Chong replied. Don't worry, the security in our park is absolutely reliable. They can even find soybeans. Is it that powerful? Su Wei asked with a smile. Then where is the monitoring room? Zhuang Chong said smugly. The monitoring room is on the basement level, and only our security manager and captain can go in. He pulled an access card out of his pocket. This is an access card. Only captains have it. Su Wei smiled slightly. There are so many warehouses in the park. What if someone wants to pick up goods unexpectedly? Zhuang Chong said generously. Our access card is a universal card. One card can handle the entire park. The two ate until late at night. Su Wei invited Zhuang Chong to stay at her home. She called a designated driver and helped Zhuang Chong into the guest room after they arrived home. Su Wei took the opportunity to take the access card from Zhuang Chong's pocket. Hey, Shaoli, bring the equipment over. My access card is broken. Can you make a copy for me? Su Wei called the technician. The technician agreed quickly, and Su Wei even had him make a few more copies. With the task finished, Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and went back to her room to rest. The next morning, Su Wei had just woken up when there was a knock on the door. Only Qin Moyu was allowed into his house. She walked in with a smile, holding breakfast in her hand. You said you went drinking yesterday, so I specially brought you your favorite food. That's nice. Su Wei smiled and pulled her hand to sit down. Keep your voice down. Brother Chong is still sleeping. Brother Chong. Qin Moyu's face showed a hint of disgust. That security guard friend? Su Wei nodded, took a sip of porridge, and asked, Did you bring the contracts? Qin Moyu hurriedly took out a stack of contracts from her bag and said, Here. Su Wei glanced at the document and signed it without hesitation. By the way, there's a meeting today. The house was bought in the company's name, so the paperwork needs to be sorted out. Qin Moyu was a little dissatisfied, but it's okay. It'll be ours anyway. You go ahead with your work. We'll talk about the house next month. Chapter 5. Su Wei arrived at the company alone. Zhang Jingjing handed him a document. President Su, this is yesterday's document. Please sign it. Su Wei signed the contract casually. This woman had been bribed by competitors when the company was founded and had leaked a lot of company secrets. Fortunately, the apocalypse occurred, allowing Su Wei to learn the truth. Jingjing, contact a buyer immediately, Su Wei suddenly said. Huh? Zhang Jingjing was stunned. Why is the company suddenly going to be sold? She was also somewhat pleased, as her mission this time was to help the other party acquire the company and defeat Su Wei. Go quickly. Su Wei sat down and covered her head. I lost a lot of money gambling recently, and I have to sell the company to cover the losses. Zhang Jingjing dispelled her doubts and quickly got to work. The contract was drafted, and the acquiring party was confirmed to be Su Jia of Wanxiang Company. President Su, our company is currently estimated to be worth around 30 million, Zhang Jingjing said with some difficulty. For such an urgent sale, the price might be a bit lower. Don't even think about lowering the price. 30 million, not a penny less. Su Wei said coldly. Zhang Jingjing knew it was impossible to lower the price. Soon, Su Jia's general manager arrived with the contract. Both parties signed it directly, and the payment was immediately deposited into her account. With 30 million yuan in cash in hand, plus 10 million yuan in membership cards from Weidu Commerce, Su Wei felt more confident. Even if he can't get the supplies from South China Logistics, those tens of millions of yuan are enough to allow him to live a good life for decades. After finishing the contract, Su Wei prepared to leave the company. Walking into the underground parking garage, she saw her Mercedes E600 and thought, "You're still worth some money." So Su Wei immediately mortgaged the car for 300,000 yuan for 1 month. If he didn't repay the money after 1 month, the car would belong to the used car dealership. Immediately afterwards, Su Wei cashed out all the stocks, bonds, and funds under his name, and also borrowed the maximum amount of loans from various lending platforms and private high-interest lenders. Next, Su Wei had a new plan. He mortgaged the villa that had already been transferred to Qin Moyu. Although the two signed a contract, it was not notarized, and the information at the Housing Bureau was not updated. Qin Moyu was unaware of this and still believed that Su Wei had transferred the house to her because of her. Seeing the nearly 100 million yuan balance in her bank card, Su Wei was stunned. She hadn't expected that she had accumulated so many assets. Then, he went to Weidu Commerce again, spent all the remaining 10 million, and recharged more than 10 million. The entire mall was almost emptied by Su Wei within a day, and even had to close down. All employees were reassigned to moving goods. Several young, beautiful waitresses were infatuated with him. They wanted to hook up with such a rich and crazy tycoon. In Chapter 6, Qin Moyu appeared, her face displeased. Clearly, the news that Su Wei owed high-interest loans due to gambling had begun to spread. "How much money do you owe?" Qin Moyu asked coldly, her tone clearly showing disdain. Qin Moyu's attitude at this moment was completely different from her previous obedient and sensible demeanor. Her eyes were full of disgust. Now she understood that Su Wei was trying to cover her own losses. "Listen to me. It's not what you think," Su Wei hurriedly explained. "Huh?" Qin Moyu coldly flung her hand away. "The day before yesterday, you even sold the company and mortgaged the house to a loan company." Qin Moyu sneered. "You're nothing but a penniless pauper now. Hurry up and give me back my 6 million. "The money's all gone," Su Wei said in a low voice. "What?" Qin Moyu screamed loudly. "Stop shouting. That money has already been used to pay off high-interest loans, and we still owe over 1 million, Su Wei explained helplessly. "You bastard. You son of a bitch," Qin Mo said angrily, even throwing her Chanel bag at Su Wei. Bang! Su Wei slapped the bag away without hesitation. "There's only one way now," Qin Moyu said calmly. "What way?" "I applied for a personal credit loan, and I estimate I can get 20 million. I can give you the remaining 10 million and consider 4 million as compensation." Su Wei said affectionately, "Moyu, I truly love you. Although I hurt you this time, I still love you deeply." Qin Moyu felt nauseous. She almost wanted to vomit. "If you loved me, why did you lie to me for 6 million? But now she knows she can't give up this money easily, so she asked coldly, "When will the loan be approved?" Su Wei replied in a low voice, "The bank needs to pay off the 3 million high-interest loan first. Otherwise, the bank can easily find out my background, and the loan will be impossible." Qin Moyu was stunned. Not only did she have to find a way to get her 6 million back, she also had to help Su Wei pay off the remaining 3 million in high-interest loans. "Where am I supposed to find that 3 million? Qin Moyu's voice trembled slightly. "If you can help me find a private lending company, getting a 3 million loan won't be difficult," Su Wei pleaded. Qin Moyu could no longer hold back and angrily cursed. "Su Wei, you idiot! How could I possibly believe you?" She knew in her heart that if she borrowed money from private lenders, those people would not show any mercy. "This is the only way. I've done my best," Su Wei said with a frustrated expression, as if she had given up on life. Qin Moyu was silent for a moment, then her tone softened. "Su Wei, we don't have any grudge against each other, right? Why did you do this to me?" Seeing that Su Wei didn't answer, Qin Moyu pleaded again. "Please, give me back the 6 million. That's my parents' life savings." "Savings?" Su Wei burst out. You know perfectly well where that 6 million came from. Your family's savings? Your brother's tuition fees, dad's medical expenses? I've given your family a lot of money over the years. How can you call it savings? Qin Moyu was stunned, her face showing some shame, but she still didn't respond, her eyes filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Su Wei sincerely took Qin Moyu's hand and whispered, Moyu, look how much I've helped your family over the years. Please help me this once. Qin Moyu felt a heavy weight in her heart, knowing she couldn't avoid this issue. She could only go back and discuss it with her family. Later, Qin's father and mother came to Su Wei's house together. The family glared at each other, their eyes filled with indifference. After a barrage of sarcastic remarks, Su Wei was forced to sign a compensation contract worth tens of millions of yuan and received a loan of 3 million yuan from the Qin family. Before leaving, Qin's father didn't forget to threaten Su Wei. Su, if you don't pay back this money, you can expect to be sued. Chapter 7. Next, Su Wei has one more thing to do. Build a super shelter that can withstand any disaster. Su used his connections to find a company specializing in special buildings, Huiwang Jianya. If they have the money, they can even provide the strongest bulletproof glass and security measures. Upon entering the brilliant company building, Su Wei was led to the general manager's office. A middle-aged man in a suit stood up and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wu Yuan. Hello. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Yuan went straight to the point. I heard that Mr. Su wants to commission our company to renovate your villa? Yes. Then, what is the budget? Wu Yuan asked, because money is the most important thing in business. About 30 million, Su Wei estimated. Money is not a problem. If needed, I can add more, no limit. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan immediately became serious. 30 million was a considerable sum, especially for renovating a house, rather than buying one. The average price of a house in Yuntai City is about 80,000 yuan per square meter, but Su Wei was willing to spend 30 million yuan to renovate a house, which surprised Wu Yuan. You're planning to spend 30 million to renovate the house? Wu Yuan continued to ask, where is the house located? The city in the clouds, Su Wei replied. Oh, that neighborhood is very nice. Wu Yuan continued, Cloud City is a villa area, divided into sections A through D. Which section is your house in? District D. Cloud City is a typical wealthy area, and houses in District D are not cheap either, with a unit price of around 200,000. However, Su Wei wanted to spend 30 million on the renovation, which puzzled Wu Yuan. Mr. Su, if I may be frank, is a 30 million renovation cost-effective? Su Wei understood what he wanted to ask and said directly, I want to build a super shelter that can withstand disasters and can block weapon attacks and natural disasters. Wu Yuan quickly provided a rough renovation plan. The entire house, including the 2 basement levels, needed to be replaced with the most robust synthetic metal materials, costing around 100 million yuan. Sure, Su Wei agreed without hesitation. According to your rules, I can pay a 10% deposit first, as long as it's fast. Wu Yuan was shocked. Su Wei's generosity surprised him, but he still promised, Mr. Su, rest assured, we will complete it as soon as possible. Su Wei smiled and said, don't worry, money is not a problem. I'll pay you a 20% deposit right now. 20 million. Wu Yuan was momentarily stunned, but then became excited. He immediately assured him, we will definitely finish on time. Su Wei immediately transferred 20 million yuan as a deposit via bank transfer. With the apocalypse approaching, only these physical items could guarantee their future survival. Chapter 8. The next morning, Su Wei had just gotten up when she received a detailed plan from the design department of Brilliant Construction. The plan details that a 20 centimeters synthetic metal panel will be added outside the concrete wall, covering the entire area from the ground floor to the second basement level. The metal is much harder than stainless steel, and even grenades and bombs cannot cause it any damage. In addition, the gate uses a security door of bank vault grade, which cannot be moved by ordinary weapons. The windows are also made of thickened bulletproof glass, so even a Barrett sniper rifle at close range cannot break them. In addition to these, there is an air filtration system, a backup power generation unit, and a temperature control system. All configurations meet the highest standards. After seeing the plan, Su Wei was completely relieved. He then drove out of the city to buy weapons. The Ice Age is coming. All resources will be depleted, and weapons and survival resources will become humanity's most important means of survival. In contrast, China has extremely strict weapons control, and ordinary people have absolutely no chance to come into contact with firearms. Su Wei walked into the town and went to the town center square. He raised his hands and closed his eyes as required. Soon, he heard footsteps, his eyes were blindfolded, and he was led away. A few minutes later, the blindfold was removed, revealing a dimly lit underground factory. Su Wei arrived at a stall where the vendor had displayed over a dozen almost brand-new handguns. "Brother, what's the deal?" Su Wei asked. The stall owner's voice was hoarse. "1 handgun per stack." Su Wei picked out 5 handguns. "I need a lot of bullets." "How many do you have?" The stall owner replied coldly. "Around 2,000 rounds. A whole stack if you want." Each bullet costs 50 yuan, which is more expensive than the normal market price, but in China, this price is considered cheap. Su Wei frowned. "Not enough. I need more. Money is not a problem as long as you have it." The man turned and left, soon returning with a man whose face was covered in scars. He exuded a powerful aura and appeared to be a force to be reckoned with. "How many do you want?" the scarred man asked. "At least 10,000 rounds," Su Wei replied. 10 stacks, the man said coldly. Su Wei didn't hesitate any longer and said with a smile, "Okay, but you have to guarantee that I can get back to the city safely." The man was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, but I'll add another stack." After the deal was made, Su Wei left quickly. Not far away, he heard 2 gunshots and knew that the extra money he had given had worked. Su Wei sped along without daring to stop, managing to cover the 300-kilometer journey in just 1 hour. After entering the city viaduct, he breathed a sigh of relief and found a place where no one would notice him to stop the car. He opened the trunk, silently said "store," and the 5 pistols and 5 boxes of bullets instantly disappeared, appearing in his mind space. Leaning against the car, Su Wei took a deep breath and finally relaxed. Now, he was completely safe and didn't have to worry about anyone finding the weapons. Chapter 9. With 5 guns, Su Wei felt much more at ease. In his previous life, he had witnessed a zombie bite through the neck of a large, fat woman. A few days later, the staff from Brilliant Jianye began renovating Su Wei's villa. Large quantities of building materials and equipment arrived, causing much discussion among the neighbors. Is the Su family planning to demolish their house? They probably want to renovate now that they have money. They can afford it. Some neighbors expressed their understanding. A few days later, Qin Moyu also heard about this. She wondered, wasn't Su Wei supposed to be bankrupt? How does he still have money to renovate a villa? Qin's mother sneered. This kid must be faking it. He doesn't have any money at all. Qin's father, however, was somewhat doubtful. What if he didn't actually go bankrupt? Qin Moyu's eyes lit up. His company went bankrupt, and his house was mortgaged. Isn't that bankruptcy? But how does he still have money? Su Wei was busy analyzing the floor plan of the South China Logistics Park and designing the fastest route. At the same time, he also secretly put Weidu Commerce's goods into his space and gradually learned about the details of the South China Logistics Park. This logistics park stores almost all kinds of goods, including pharmaceuticals, food, machinery, drones, and rare metals. Su Wei decided not to miss any opportunity. Demand would only increase after the apocalypse, and now was the best time to stockpile supplies. One day, when Su Wei and Zhuang Chang were completely drunk, they suddenly received a phone call. "Hello. Hello, is this Su Wei?" A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, and who are you?" Su Wei asked. "I'm Su Xiaoding, Moyu's best friend. You haven't even forgotten me, have you?" Su Xiaoding. Su Wei thought for a moment and finally remembered her. Qin Moyu and the others were best friends on the surface, but in reality, they were jealous of each other and plotting against one another. "Oh, I remember now," Su Wei replied casually. "Moyu borrowed 2 million from me a while ago for emergency use. It's been half a year, and I urgently need the money." 2 million, Su Wei sneered. Qin Moyu and her girlfriends relied on spending money to hook up rich men. Shouting, "Is it a convenient time for you to talk now?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. "Huh? No problem. I'll hang up now." Su Wei hung up the phone. Seeing Su Wei's expression, Zhuang Chang asked in confusion, "Brother Su, why is your smile a little strange?" Su Wei smiled, raised her glass and said, "It's nothing. I just drank too much. My face is all messed up. Come on, let's drink." Moyu had been listening in when Su Xiaoding made the call. That question, shouting, "Is it a convenient time for you to talk now?" This was enough to arouse Qin Moyu's suspicion, making her think that he and Su Xiaoding had some kind of relationship. People are most afraid of suspicion, and this move was enough to throw Qin Moyu into a state of utter confusion. Chapter 10. The next day at noon, Su Wei finally answered Su Xiaoding's call. "Hey Su, what do you mean? Why are you messing with me like this?" Su Wei's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, Qin Moyu and Su Xiaoding's argument from yesterday hadn't ended. He chuckled inwardly, but still responded softly, shouting, Although we've only met a few times, your pure and innocent charm has already captivated me, Su Wei continued. Hee. Su Xiaoting was clearly unconvinced by these words. I deliberately created the bankruptcy scenario, partly to teach Qin Moyu a lesson, and partly to completely sever ties with her, Su Wei said frankly. You mean, your bankruptcy claim is fake? Su Xiaoting's tone suddenly softened considerably. Of course it's fake. Su Wei smiled. Think about it. My company has been on the rise all these years. How could I suddenly sell it? Besides, as Qin Moyu's best friend, haven't you heard that I have any bad habits? Even if I did gamble, how could I possibly lose everything overnight? After hearing Su Wei's explanation, Su Xiaoting finally believed it. It was all just an act for Qin Moyu, to teach her a lesson. Then now, Su Xiaoting's tone softened noticeably. Since you like me, you should be more sincere. Su Wei nodded. Of course, how could I lie to you? Here, I'll prove it to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Su Wei quickly transferred 200,000 yuan to Su Xiaoting. A few seconds later, Su Xiaoting saw the transfer notification and was overjoyed. Next, she accepted Su Wei's WeChat friend request and saw a screenshot of Su Wei's bank balance, which showed 20.37 million. As expected, Su Xiaoting was thrilled. It turned out that all of this was Su Wei's plan. She stared at the transfer record of 200,000 yuan, her excitement overwhelming her. Why did you transfer so much money to me? Su Xiaoting's voice carried a hint of reproach and coquettishness. Do you really think I'm just a money-grubbing girl? Su Wei hurriedly denied it, shouting, I was just afraid you wouldn't believe me. 200,000 is nothing to me. If you need anything, I can give you anything. You're so annoying. Su Xiaoting said coquettishly. I'm not after your money. I just think you're very honest and quite handsome. But Xiaoting sighed. She paused, understanding the meaning behind Su Wei's words. Su Wei also responded with a disappointed tone. It's a pity I don't have any evidence of her cheating. If only I had solid proof. At worst, I'll just pay her back the 6 million. I don't need the money. I just can't swallow this insult. You want solid evidence? Su Xiaoting's eyes lit up. You don't have it, but I do. Su Xiaoting immediately thought of a reason to steal the man and said angrily, How could Moyu do this? You're so outstanding, yet she still cheated on me. Sigh. Su Wei sighed. There's nothing I can do. Who told me to be so blind back then? Now I've met a girl I like, but I'm still being dragged down by her. The girl she liked was naturally Su Xiaoting. She had already begun to imagine a wonderful future together. Don't worry, Su Wei. Even if you don't like me, I will still help you. I can't let good people suffer. Su Xiaoting said firmly. You'll help me? How? Su Wei feigned ignorance. Don't ask about girls' affairs. Let me handle this first, Su Xiaoting said, her voice carrying a hint of fighting spirit. Can you pick me up for work tomorrow? It's been so long, I've forgotten what you look like. Su Xiaoting said in a coquettish tone. Chapter 11. The next morning, Su Wei had just gotten up when she received a WeChat message from Su Xiaoting. The message was simple and clear. Dongfeng District, XX Street, no. XXX. Su Wei's lips curled slightly as she prepared for this ultimate battle, secretly chuckling to herself. Let's see whether that gentle, innocent girl will prevail, or that ruthless, manipulative woman will win. He quickly drove his Mercedes-Benz E600 to his destination. Although the Mercedes-Benz E600 is not a top-of-the-line luxury car, it is eye-catching enough in the eyes of ordinary people, enough to show Su Wei's extraordinary taste. After parking his car, he saw Su Xiaoting standing at the intersection, wearing a floral dress, looking fresh and lovely. Her ponytail was casually tied up, exuding a touch of laziness and playfulness. Coupled with her delicate natural makeup, she gave off a girl-next-door vibe. Su Wei stared at her for a while and had to admit that, whether she was a pure white lotus or a green tea bitch, it was indeed hard not to be attracted to such a girl. After getting out of the car, Su Wei walked gentlemanly towards Su Xiaoting and opened the passenger door for her. Then, he gently bent down to fasten her seatbelt, a slightly ambiguous gesture that made Su Xiaoting blush. All of this was witnessed by ordinary people around her, which greatly satisfied Su Xiaoting's vanity. Soon, they arrived at the company building. Su Xiaoting had just gotten out of the car when she bumped into Qin Moyu, who was also going to work. Before Su Wei even got out of the car, she heard Qin Moyu shout angrily, "Bitch!" She walked quickly towards them in high heels, her black-fitted business suit showing off her perfect figure. Qin Moyu walked up to Su Xiaoting and, without saying a word, swung her hand at her. However, Su Xiaoting was agile and dodged Qin Moyu's slap in a flash. Instead, Qin Moyu made a mistake and slapped the car's rearview mirror with a loud bang, which was deafening. The loud noise made Su Wei hiss involuntarily, thinking, If that force had hit someone else, they probably would have broken a bone. Qin Moyu, with tears in her eyes, shouted angrily. You bitch, you dare to dodge? She switched hands and tried to pull back, but Su Shouting grabbed her wrist tightly. Su Shouting said coldly, Moyu, haven't you made enough of a scene? If you hadn't cheated on me first, how could Su Wei have left you? Qin Moyu naturally refused to admit it and immediately retorted, You're talking nonsense. You bitch, you seduced someone else's husband, and you still have the nerve to talk about me. Su Shouting remained calm and nonchalantly replied, Su Wei and I are just friends. I couldn't stand your insulting behavior, so I helped him out. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Moyu sneered, Friends, you two have been sleeping together for a long time. Haven't you? You're really going too far with your act of innocence. The surrounding office workers stopped in their tracks and gathered to watch the farce. Su Shouting didn't hesitate any longer and quickly slapped back, the loud applause making everyone around hold their breath. She sneered, grabbed Qin Moyu's left hand as she tried to retaliate, and said, Qin Moyu, if you don't want your shameful secrets exposed, then shut up. A flicker of panic crossed Qin Moyu's eyes, but she quickly stopped herself, clearly because Su Shouting had something on her. Seeing her reaction, Su Shouting smiled smugly and said, Am I right? You secretly went to hotels with rich second-generation guys behind your boyfriend's back, and not just one. I didn't wrong you about this. Qin Moyu's eyes widened in panic, though she remained defiant. You're talking nonsense. I'm going to sue you for defamation. Su Shouting took out her phone, pointed it at the LED screen outside the company building, and sneered. Have you forgotten how you barked like a dog in the Hanjiang Hotel? Should I show it to everyone? Upon hearing this, the men around him lit up and shouted, Show it. Let us see too. Their eyes were full of anticipation, and although Su Wei was already filled with resentment, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he heard these words. He thought to himself, this scene is really exciting. Su Shouting put her phone away and said coldly, You'd better behave yourself and stop bothering Su Wei. As for the 6 million you owe, consider it me paying it back for you. Her words caused an uproar among those around her. Everyone was deeply moved by her spirit of true love, and Su Shouting's actions were undoubtedly a model for everyone. The men around Su Shouting looked on with admiration, some even wishing they could trade 20 years of their lives for such a girlfriend. Su Wei sat quietly in the car, witnessing all this, and sighed inwardly, thinking Su Shouting's acting skills were truly superb. Su Shouting ignored the angry Qin Moyu and simply smiled faintly at the car. I'm going to work. Don't worry, I won't let her bully you again. She walked towards the company with a triumphant stride, turning back with a slight smile, leaving behind a sea of envious and admiring glances. Qin Moyu stared at Su Shouting's retreating figure, seething with hatred, yet utterly helpless. She stomped her foot angrily and stormed off. Chapter 12. Empty it. At the gate of the South China Warehousing and Logistics Park, as soon as Su Wei got out of the car, Zhuang Chong greeted her with a smile. Su Wei, you're here. In the past few days, Su Wei has been coming here almost every day, and each time she treats Zhuang Chong to meals and drinks. The two have quickly become close friends, as if they can talk about anything. Su Wei opened the trunk and said with a smile, Brother Chong, a friend gave me 2 cases of mitai and some cooked meat from the north today. I'm here to help out. A case of mitai costs at least 20,000 yuan, so Zhuang Chong quickly stepped forward to help him carry it, saying somewhat awkwardly, Brother, you always bring me good wine and meat every time you come. I feel unworthy of it. Zhuang Chong is honest and kind-hearted, and he knows the meaning of not accepting rewards without merit. Although the two are friends, it's truly wonderful to have a friend who constantly does so for him. Su Wei laughed generously. Hey, what's the big deal? Drinking alone is so boring. It's just a little food and drink among friends. Zhuang Chong was still a little embarrassed. But this wine is too good. Wouldn't it be a waste for me to drink it? Look at what you're saying. Su Wei pretended to be angry and laughed. My warehouse of soybeans still needs you to take care of it, Brother Chong. You haven't complained about the hard work, have you? How can you say it's a waste? Zhuang Chong was taken aback, wondering if soybeans were really that valuable this year. But he didn't dwell on it. Su Wei had already sat down in the duty room with a smile. Why is it so quiet today? Where are the brothers on duty? Zhuang Chong was naturally unaware that Su Wei already had a plan. Oh, today is fire safety training day, and most of them went to the city for training. Besides the staff, there were only about 20 security personnel left in the park. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and then said, It's too bland for just the 2 of us to drink. Why don't we call the brothers on duty over and have some fun together? Zhuang Chong hesitated, looking at the darkening sky and the empty park. Working hours, isn't this inappropriate? Su Wei whispered, Brother, I'm trying to help you. Help me, Zhuang Chang asked him, looking at him with a puzzled expression. You haven't been here long, have you? You've risen to the position of security captain so quickly. You must have offended quite a few people. Su Wei deliberately emphasized. If the food and drinks are good today, and there are few park leaders around, why don't you take this opportunity to win over more of these people? Zhuang Chang immediately understood and nodded, saying, You're right. There will be struggles in any workplace, especially for someone as straightforward as me. I've long been the target of jealousy. He sighed. This way, I can also avoid people being dissatisfied with me. Seeing this, Su Wei continued. Moreover, eating and drinking are the best ways for men to get closer. Take this opportunity to make friends with these brothers. Zhuang Chang felt slightly embarrassed. But you brought these wines, Brother Chang, don't you consider me a brother? Su Wei pretended to be disappointed. Zhuang Chang quickly waved his hand. Don't mention it. How can we not be brothers? Under Su Wei's repeated insistence, Zhuang Chang finally agreed and called in about 20 security personnel. Everyone drank until they were completely drunk. After the effects of the alcohol wore off, the people in the duty room were lying sprawled on the ground, none of them sober. Su Wei glanced at the sleeping security personnel inside, touched the bottle of sleeping pills in his pocket, took a sip of wine, and relaxed a little. He knew that the Ice Age was coming soon, and the disaster 2 days later was just a moment away. Even if he was investigated afterward, it didn't matter. After glancing at the sleeping Zhuang Chang, Su Wei quietly left the duty room and headed towards the underground monitoring room. It was deserted. Only the machines were running automatically. Without hesitation, Su Wei pressed the main switch, shutting down the entire park's monitoring system. As planned, he found a car and headed straight for Warehouse A. This warehouse belonged to the Wanhe Group and had 12 shelves filled with bottled water and beverages, enough to last him 100 years. Su Wei took out her universal access card, scanned it, and quickly entered the warehouse. In less than 2 minutes, it was completely empty. Next, he went to the next food storage area. This warehouse stored food from most of South China, including all kinds of products, which could meet almost everyone's food needs. Although the park's security personnel were all absent, there were still quite a few staff members present. If someone were to suddenly wake up, the plan could be disrupted. Su Wei quickened her pace, rapidly scanning each warehouse. Upon arriving at the energy zone, he quickly acquired the fuel oil, smokeless carbon, battery reserves, and dozens of large diesel generators. All of this equipment, especially the new generators, would provide him with a continuous source of energy. When he finally arrived at the last 2 warehouses, a smile appeared in Su Wei's eyes. These warehouses stored cold-resistant materials, radiation-proof materials, and even many research-grade protective suits. When the Ice Age came, these supplies would be crucial for his survival in the extreme environment. Half an hour later, Su Wei walked out of the last warehouse. Instead of leaving immediately, she went to the security room, helped Zhuang Chang into the car, and drove away. 2 hours later, the car stopped in the villa area. Su Wei helped Zhuang Chang into the house, settled him in the storage room in the yard, and locked the door. This villa was equipped with a top-of-the-line security system. No door could be opened without Su Wei's permission. He glanced one last time at Zhuang Chang, who was fast asleep, and said softly, Brother Chang, this is all I can do to help you. Su Wei wasn't a cold-blooded person, but he was well aware of the ugliness of humanity in extreme environments. Zhuang Chang had helped him obtain supplies from the South China Logistics Park, and Su Wei had given Zhuang Chang a chance to survive. They owed each other no more debts of gratitude. Chapter 13. The Shocking Theft Case. The next morning, as the South China Logistics Park welcomed the first rays of sunlight, a shocking piece of news exploded throughout the park like a bomb. A panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. President Lin, something terrible has happened. The shrill voice on the phone made Lin Shan frown. She said coldly and unhappily, What's the panic? Keep your voice down. Mr. Lin, there's been a theft at the park. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded even more urgent. Lin Shan gripped the steering wheel, still nonchalant, and said, If there's a theft, just report it. Claim compensation from the insurance company for the loss. Do I have to teach you how to do something so simple? She clearly thought it was just a routine theft. However, the voice on the other end of the phone grew increasingly urgent. It wasn't just one warehouse that was robbed. It's every single warehouse in the entire park has been emptied. Lin Shan was startled and slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to the side of the road. She finally realized the seriousness of the situation, her face darkening as she gripped her phone tightly. What? Every single warehouse in the park has been emptied. Filled with disbelief, she immediately canceled the car's Bluetooth call and gripped her phone tightly. Notify security immediately and have all staff members detained. A sense of unease rose within her, as if this were all impossible. Lin Shan quickly arrived at the park's office building and saw hundreds of staff members standing in the lobby. They looked terrified, clearly waiting for answers. Park manager Sang Yuqing rushed forward, his face pale. "President Lin, something's happened. The park is haunted." Lin Shan frowned and said angrily, "Calm down and answer my questions." Sang Yuqing finally calmed down a little and stammered. Everything was normal during the inventory last night. But this morning the people in the monitoring room said that the monitoring facilities in the park had been cut off, and it was found that 132 warehouses were emptied overnight. This is impossible. Lin Shan still couldn't believe what she was hearing. The park was so big, guarded by hundreds of people. How could it have completely spiraled out of control overnight? Especially some of the large facilities, there simply weren't the right tools to move them. Sang Yuqing kept repeating, "It's gone. Everything is gone. This wasn't done by a human. It must be a ghost. Yes, it's definitely a ghost." His expression was as if he had lost his mind from fright. Lin Shan checked the warehouses in the park again, and her face instantly turned pale. The scene before her was exactly as Sang Yuqing had described. All the warehouses had been emptied. She couldn't help but wonder if this was really the work of humans, or if ghosts were at work. Just then, another park manager rushed over. "President Lin, the defense supplies in Zone S are also gone." Hearing this, Lin Shan's heart sank, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. The Ministry of National Defense's supplies involve top-secret projects. If these were stolen, the consequences would be unimaginable. She quickly dialed the number, her voice trembling. "Grandpa." At this moment, she had completely lost control of her emotions. As a strong woman, usually calm and composed, she was now unable to remain calm. She knew that these supplies were not only extremely valuable, but also concerned national security. Meanwhile, Su Wei was comfortably lying in bed, clutching his electronic alarm clock, his eyes glued to the ticking time. He opened his phone and saw the news about the theft at the South China Logistics Park, a slight smile playing on his lips. His plan had succeeded. Everything that followed was now under his control. The news report stated that the theft at the South China Logistics Park shocked the entire country. High-ranking officials from the military, government, business, and police immediately rushed to the scene, including leaders from the South China military region. Traffic in the entire city was blocked, and strict inspections were carried out on more than 20 ports along the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Billions of dollars worth of supplies vanished overnight, leaving the police with no leads and plunging everyone into deep panic. However, as the investigation deepened, the police discovered the disappearance of security captain Zhuang Chang. Although only one person was missing, this still complicated the case further. Immediately afterwards, the police received another important clue. "Chief, we have important intelligence." The criminal investigation captain rushed into the office and reported. Someone saw a man named Su Wei enter the park and have dinner with security personnel. The next day, he and Zhuang Chang disappeared together. When the name reached Lin Shan's ears, a cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said coldly, "Su Wei. He rented a warehouse half a month ago to trade futures. Could it be him?" She knew that this person's background was unusual, and Su Wei had always been mysterious, but she still refused to believe that he could do all this. Commander Lin Yinping of the South China Military Region slammed his hand on the table and coldly ordered, regardless of whether it's him or not, find these two people immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the Special Forces team set off to begin tracking down Su Wei and Zhuang Chang. Just then, Lin Yinping's phone rang urgently. He answered the phone, his expression instantly turning cold and serious. "Yes, please rest assured. Leader, I will get back to the military region as soon as possible." He hung up the phone, quickly stood up, and said as he walked, "Everyone, we just received a notification that the satellite system has detected a deorbited planet heading towards Star D at an alarming speed." Everyone in the office was stunned. Lin Yinping knew all too well what a planetary impact meant. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, can we intercept it?" Lin Yinping frowned, and as he quickly left, he said, "The chances are slim. That planet is too fast. At most, 3 hours." He had already boarded the bus, and his final words of advice deeply shocked everyone. The nation will soon issue a Level 1 alert. All air defense bases in South China will be fully activated, and the evacuation of citizens will begin. Everyone, take care. Chapter 14, The Ice Age arrives. At that moment, everyone in the world panicked. In a life-or-death situation, all worries and confusion became insignificant. By now, everyone had long forgotten about the theft in the park and rushed out of the building in a frantic panic, scattering in all directions. Su Wei remained in bed, deep in thought. He knew perfectly well that, based on his previous life, in half an hour, monitoring satellites from major countries around the world would receive a warning. At that time, Planet GH would collide head-on with Planet D with devastating force within 2 hours. In response to this catastrophe, major global powers, especially the United States, China, and Saudi Arabia, hastily united and paid a heavy price to slightly slow the impact. Ultimately, they had no choice but to use their most powerful weapon, the H-weapon, to detonate it in space, blasting away Planet GH and completely destroying it, thus preventing a direct collision with Earth. Following this, the world entered the so-called Ice Age. This change happened so quickly that many people didn't even have a chance to react, and many were even trapped in their homes, unable to prepare and stockpile supplies. Su Wei stared silently at the alarm clock, watching the second hand spin round and round, and muttered to herself, "There's still half an hour. I wonder if the space agency has detected any anomalies in space. I'm afraid those people don't even have the mind to look for me now." He picked up his phone, opened the villa's control system, and carefully checked the home's security facilities. After confirming that everything was normal, he sighed. "Every man for himself. I hope a few of you survive." Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Su Wei got up and walked to the window, looking at the storage room, and dialed the phone. "Brother Chong, I know you have a lot of questions to ask right now, but please believe me, wait another half hour, and everything will be clear." On the other end of the phone, Zhuang Chong's voice was urgent. "Su Wei, what's wrong? I just checked my phone. There's been a theft at the logistics park. Let me out quickly. I need to go back." "Can we get back?" Su Wei sighed. "Brother Chong, trust me, just wait another half hour." He ignored Zhuang Chong's shouts and hung up the phone. Time ticked by, and finally, the electronic alarm clock rang, displaying the time as midnight, September 11th. The day had finally arrived. This starry night, predicted by the weather station, failed to materialize as expected, and the sky was pitch black, without a single ray of light. In this darkness, a blinding red light suddenly flashed on the distant horizon, and the light instantly approached, piercing people's eyes within seconds. Su Wei stared silently at the red light through the thick radiation-proof glass, feeling a chill run through her heart. Boom! A violent explosion resounded through the sky, as if the entire planet D trembled in that instant. Everyone in the world felt the shock of the destructive aftershocks at that moment. Suddenly, an ancient lyric popped into Su Wei's mind. "You and I, heart to heart, live together in D-Star Village." Perhaps, only at this moment would all of humanity truly understand the meaning of these lyrics. The red light gradually faded, and the world returned to tranquility. However, a cold wind, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, quickly swept across the area, causing the temperature to drop instantly. Even Su Wei, inside the shelter, could clearly feel the loss of warmth. He calmly turned on his phone, started the 2 enormous generators in the basement, and then adjusted the air circulation system throughout the house, setting the temperature to 25 degrees Celsius. Next, he opened a can of ice-cold cola and took a large gulp. He knew perfectly well that in the instant the red light flashed, hundreds of millions of people around the world had already died as a result. 20 minutes later, the city lights gradually dimmed. Although the explosion did not directly affect Planet D, its aftershocks were still devastating. Yuntai City's power system was instantly paralyzed by 80%, and passenger planes in flight instantly lost control due to radiation effects. Fortunately, Su Wei murmured to herself, finding it hard to imagine what the world would have become if that collision had actually happened. Half an hour later, snowflakes began to fall. At first, it was just a few scattered snowflakes, but then, like a vast white net, it gradually covered the entire city. Within minutes, the whole city was swallowed up by the snow. The north wind howled past the window, carrying endless desolation. Nature displayed its unprecedented and terrifying power, freezing the entire planet at a visible speed. Su Wei gripped the cola in his hand tightly, a growing sense of tension rising within him. Although he already knew what was about to happen, the sheer horror of the scene before him still left him utterly shocked. Fortunately, this multi-million-dollar steel villa offered him some comfort. The air system activated, and warm air blew on his face, finally calming Su Wei down. In the storage room, Zhuang Chong's previous anger had vanished. He looked out the window at Su Wei on the second floor, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Zhuang Chong was unaware that the apocalypse was approaching, but the disaster he witnessed left him with lingering fear. In particular, the red light and the falling snowflakes. If it weren't for the special glass protecting the room, he would have been affected by the radiation and even lost his life long ago. Within just 20 minutes, a blizzard blanketed the entire city. News updates flooded mobile phones, and the National Meteorological Administration quickly issued a statement saying that this sudden weather change was caused by atmospheric compression. The local news channel actively reassured the public, stating that this weather change was merely accidental, the government was actively responding, and things would return to normal soon. Power supply repairs were also initiated immediately. Although news reports repeatedly conveyed the message of restored sight, the fear in the hearts of the people did not subside. In particular, the radiation from that red light had already caused numerous casualties among civilians exposed to the elements. If this were truly an ordinary natural disaster, how could there be such intense cosmic radiation? Su Wei scrolled through a few news articles and then opened the WeChat group chat on her phone. The company group was in an uproar. The newly appointed executive director, Su Jia, was reassuring the employees and repeatedly emphasized, no one is allowed to be absent from work tomorrow. Among the many messages marked with red dots, Su Wei saw one from Su shouting, "Su Wei, are you home? It was terrifying just now. My friend went to pick up his takeout, and suddenly a red light flashed, and he died. Be careful. If it's convenient for you tomorrow, could you pick me up and let me stay at your place for a few days?" Even in this critical moment, Su shouting didn't forget her phishing tactics. Even though Su Wei knew she was being taken advantage of, he still felt a warmth in his heart. A moment later, he replied to Su shouting, "It's not convenient for me here. It's best to stay at home and not go anywhere." Chapter 15. On the eve of doomsday, the power of the blizzard grows stronger day by day, and the entire Earth is gradually swallowed by the cold. The Ice Age has finally officially arrived. The reassuring news reports on the local news channel will one day become a joke. Those important figures in Yuntai City have already moved to a nearby air raid shelter, while these foolish citizens still hope the disaster will one day pass. Unfortunately, endless cold and despair await them. At this moment, the residents' WeChat group for Cloud City also became lively. After all, this is a high-end residential area, and the property management services are naturally quite comprehensive. The manager immediately reassured the residents, assuring them that everyone's safety would be guaranteed and that people would be sent to clear the snow. However, these words were meaningless. With the complete onset of the Ice Age, these property management staff were the first to start looting supplies. They even led security guards to plunder the food reserves of many residents. The large, fat woman next door was the first target. Overweight people tend to accumulate more food reserves, which might be an advantage under normal circumstances, but in the face of disaster, it becomes a fatal flaw. Just as in this case, this woman's food reserves were quickly plundered, and she herself was not spared. Just then, the fat woman also sent a message in the group. "What kind of bullshit guarantee is this? My air conditioner can't heat anymore. You guys need to get someone to fix it right away." The property manager quickly replied, "I'm sorry, Ms. Nyo, the snow is too heavy right now, and the repair crew can't go out." "Bullshit. I don't care if you can go out or not. The temperature in my house is already below zero. If you don't turn on the heating soon, do you want me to freeze to death?" Another homeowner chimed in. "It may not be pleasant to hear, but the weather is really too cold. We live in a southern city, so air conditioning isn't used very often. Mine can't even heat up." The large, fat woman continued her tirade. "Did you hear that? What are you property management staff good for? I pay so much money to support you, and you can't even do this simple thing right. Just wait to get complaints." The argument in the group chat escalated. The usually mild-mannered homeowners had all dropped their pretenses, complaining about their current predicament. However, Su Wei could clearly see that these people were completely unaware of the severity of the disaster. They were merely complaining about their current predicament, completely oblivious to the impending doom they faced. After glancing at the messages in the group chat, Su Wei turned off his phone, picked up his PSP from the table, and started playing. Compared to these agitated homeowners, he wasn't in a hurry at all. The outcome was already decided. He just needed to stay home and wait for time to pass. In his mind, the hundreds of billions of resources stored up were enough for him to survive this disaster, and even until the end of the world. Ding! The phone rang, and Su Wei groggily got out of bed. She glanced at the continuous blizzard outside before calmly answering the call. "Su Wei, are you awake?" It was Su Shouting's voice on the other end of the phone. Su Wei paused for a moment, recognized her voice, glanced at the time, yawned and said, "It's only 6:30. How could I possibly wake up? Is there something you need? If not, I'll hang up now." Confused by Su Wei's impatient tone, Su Wei repeated impatiently, "I said, if you have something to say, just say it. Hurry up." Su Shouting was silent for a moment, clearly somewhat angry, but quickly adjusted her tone and continued. "Su Wei, it's so cold outside today, and it's been snowing heavily. My air conditioner is broken, and I don't have much food left. Could you bring me some? Clearly, the changes at night alerted many people, and even Su Xiaoting, who usually didn't care about food and vegetables, felt the crisis of food shortage. I didn't know it would snow today. Even the richest family doesn't have enough food to spare. Su Wei lay lazily on the bed, the soft Simmons mattress making him unwilling to move an inch. His tone was weak and listless. Besides, do you think I'm not cold just because you're cold? With this much snow, you want me to bring you food? Are you out of your mind? The room was warm as spring, and Su Wei didn't feel cold at all, nor did she bother to pretend. You? Su Xiaoting's angry voice came from the other end of the phone, her voice trembling. Didn't you say you liked me? You chickened out just because I asked you to bring me some food? I was thinking of going to the movies with you after the snow stopped. Su Wei sneered upon hearing these words. In the past, he might have felt a sliver of warmth, but now he only felt disgusted. TCH, let me tell you the truth. This snow won't fall for at least another month. Going out now, you'll either freeze to death or be buried by the snow. Su Wei. Su Xiaoting finally couldn't hold back her anger, but she swallowed the words back down her throat. Su Wei's words made her realize the severity of the blizzard, and a hint of anxiety appeared on her face. She quickly reverted to her sweet, coquettish tone. Su Wei, are you serious? A whole month. But I only have a few packs of instant noodles and some fruit and drinks at home. What am I going to do? A soft sob came from the other end of the phone. The sound was faint, but Su Wei could hear it clearly. He sneered inwardly. Then eat sparingly. I have plenty of food at home, but I can't send it over. Is your home in Cloud City? Su Wei responded subconsciously, her heart filled with alarm. Damn, would this woman really dare to come? But soon, he smiled and thought, come find me? Come on then. I'm afraid you'll be buried by the snowstorm before you even get halfway there. Su Xiaoting was overjoyed. That's great. I just moved to Block F of Cloud City yesterday, to Building 2, Room 203. We live very close to each other. F District is an ordinary residential area, and the monthly rent is no less than 20,000 yuan. Su Xiaoting is actually willing to spend so much money in order to hook up with a rich guy. Oh, Su Wei responded indifferently. If I had known we lived so close, we might as well have shared an apartment, hee hee. Su Xiaoting joked, then quickly added, don't get me wrong, I'm not that kind of woman, I was just joking. Her words were laced with provocation, and Su Wei sneered inwardly, saying bluntly, I knew it. How could a villa possibly be shared with a high-rise apartment? Su Xiaoting on the other end of the phone paused, her tone hardening. What do you mean by that? Idiot. Su Wei was too lazy to talk to her anymore and hung up the phone. Beep, beep. On the other end of the phone, Su Xiaoting's face turned from red to green. She gripped the phone tightly and muttered, Su Wei, you bastard. How dare you hang up on me? Just you wait. In Chapter 16, after hanging up with Su Xiaoting, Su Wei dialed Zhuang Chang's number again. Brother Chang, there's food in the hidden compartment in the basement of the storage room. If you want to leave, there's a key behind the mural on the wall. He bluntly stated his point. Zhuang Chang was momentarily stunned, then said somewhat awkwardly, Su Wei, you knew all along that disaster was coming? Yes, Su Wei admitted without hesitation, which surprised Zhuang Chang even more. He then asked, did you build those warehouses in the park? What do you think? Su Wei didn't answer directly, but asked a question in return, wanting to see Zhuang Chang's reaction. Zhuang Chang held the phone, looked at Su Wei through the glass, pondered for a moment, and then said, I think so, but so many warehouses being emptied overnight is something no one person could do. Su Wei didn't speak, but just listened quietly. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Chang suddenly asked, do you really have some unknown ability? Otherwise, you couldn't have done all this. Brother Chang. Su Wei's tone became more serious than ever before. Since you've asked, I won't hide it anymore. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. As for the choice, it's up to you. At this point, he felt there was nothing left to hide. Even if Zhuang Chang leaked these secrets, Su Wei wasn't afraid without special weapons. Right now, everyone is probably busy escaping for their lives, so who has time to pay attention to these things? Besides, by the time they come to their senses, who knows how many people will still be left in the world? Su Wei composed herself and said calmly, Brother Chang, this disaster will not stop, and the future world may cease to exist. I must plan ahead and do everything I can to ensure my survival. He paused for a moment, then continued, the reason I brought you here is because you helped me before, and I gave you some compensation. Look, I've transformed this house into a shelter. There's probably no safer place in the entire Yuntai city. Zhuang Chang fell silent on the other end of the phone. He subconsciously touched the cold wall. Having served in the military, he knew the hardness of this material, and considering the entire building's energy system, It was something that ordinary materials could not achieve. Zhuang Chang was filled with complex emotions. He was initially furious, feeling deceived by Su Wei and turned into a thief. But now he felt fortunate for Su Wei's foresight. If it weren't for Su Wei's foresight, Zhuang Chang would probably be trapped in that icy park now, and no amount of supplies could have saved him. Brother Chang, Su Wei said sincerely, if you trust me, please stay here for now. After all, living alone is too lonely. I believe in your character, so I'd like you to stay. These words, if spoken to a woman, would surely have moved her deeply. But at this moment, Zhuang Chang felt a profound warmth and a sense of luck for having such an opportunity. 3 days have passed, and the snow and ice have not stopped as expected. On the contrary, they have intensified. There is no sign of them abating. Many low-quality buildings had already collapsed, and countless people had perished in the ruins. They were not defeated by nature, but died because of the greed of their fellow human beings. On the television station's local news channel, the host, wearing thick thermal clothing and shivering, stood in front of the anchor desk, still tirelessly repeating those innocuous words. But at this point, all attempts at reassurance seemed futile. The people already knew that this catastrophic snowstorm wouldn't stop anytime soon. All they could do was wait to die, or desperately struggle on the brink of death. Some people risked their lives to go out and frantically buy supplies in supermarkets, their only concern being that they could get home safely. Others, including Su Xiaoding, tried every possible way to contact the authorities, hoping to receive aid and supplies. At this moment, she was curled up in a thick quilt. Although the air conditioner had never been turned off, the heating system seemed to be completely malfunctioning, and the air blowing out was still cold. But she had no mind to feel the cold at that moment. Her eyes were fixed on her phone screen, focused on the residents' group chat of Cloud City, where everyone was discussing supplies. Are you kidding me? Your property management always keeps some spare supplies on hand for charitable donations. Where are those things? Why don't you take them out? After being bombarded by the residents, the property manager finally appeared. Dear residents, those supplies ran out last time, and we haven't had time to replenish them yet. Bullshit. A fat woman reappeared, spitting fire as she said, I saw you guys hauling 2 truckloads of milk and biscuits last week, right there in the underground garage. How can you say you didn't have any? Really, there isn't any. Go check if you don't believe me. The property manager seemed a little flustered. Investigate my ass. You moved those things a long time ago. I don't care. Your property management company isn't going to keep those things for yourself. Hand them over. Yes, take it out. Take it out. Yes. Even Su Xiaoding, who had just moved in, joined the shouting. She was starving. The food she had at home was almost gone, and she felt she would starve to death within 3 days if she didn't get some more. By the way, suddenly, someone said in the group voice message, have you heard the news about Weidu Commerce? It is said that a tycoon spent 20 million yuan and emptied all the goods in Weidu supermarket in one day. Is that so? That person must have inside information from the authorities, so they stockpiled supplies in advance. Who is it? What a sneaky person. If only that person were from our neighborhood. 20 million worth of supplies. Even if each person only gets 3 or 5,000, that would be enough for us to live on for a year. Yes, who is that person, can you find out? Before the words were finished, a business manager working at Weidu Commerce spoke up. That person's name is Su Wei, but I don't know where he lives. Because Su Wei usually keeps a low profile and leaves early and returns late, and given how large Cloud City is, many people are unaware of his background. Su Wei. Su Xiaoding stared intently at the name on her phone screen, her expression changing rapidly. Without hesitation, she dialed Su Wei's number. You keep calling me, isn't it annoying? Su Wei cursed impatiently after the call connected. On the other end of the phone, Su Xiaoding's face turned cold, but her voice was extremely gentle. Su Wei, I miss you. How about I come to see you? No good, Su Wei replied coldly. Su Xiaoding took a deep breath in anger. I bought a lace dress a few days ago. Why don't you come to my house, and I'll wear it for you? Then, she sent a photo of a black lace dress, her figure alluring, which instantly aroused Su Wei's desire. However, Su Wei only replied with one word, get lost. He was no longer the Su Wei who easily trusted people, especially when facing a woman like Su Xiaoding. He had become much more vigilant. Now, reason had to prevail over everything. Otherwise, the fate of his past life could very well repeat itself. Chapter 17. Ignore them. Let them smash it. Su Xiaoding could hardly believe her ears. Su Wei actually told her to get lost? She initially thought Su Wei's change in attitude towards her was because the impending apocalypse had given him enough confidence to handle anything. So, she had already decided that, at worst, she'd just have to satisfy him once in a while. Men are all the same, right? But she never expected Su Wei to turn into such a virtuous man. Since you're being so ungrateful, then I won't hold back. Su Xiaoting's tone suddenly turned icy, with a hint of sarcasm. Su Wei, don't think I don't know that you stockpiled 20 million worth of supplies at home half a month ago. Su Wei gave a soft "oh." Everyone expected him to panic upon hearing this, since at a time like this, the slightest disturbance could make him the target of everyone's anger. If those hungry homeowners knew there was such an incredibly wealthy man living nearby, they'd probably go crazy. Su Xiaoting chuckled. Right now, only I know your secrets. If you're willing to share half of those supplies with me, I'll keep this secret forever, and I might even live with you. She spoke casually, clearly indicating that this rented apartment was far inferior to Su Wei's villa. She wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Since things are already like this, even if I follow you, I won't lose out. Besides, even if you don't share half of the supplies with me, how could I possibly protect those things with my abilities? Moreover, I heard that you just renovated your house, which must be in preparation for a disaster. If I can stay with you, I will not only be safe, but I can also enjoy the resources you have. Su Xiaoting's plan was very clear. She wanted to use this disaster to capture Su Wei and reach the pinnacle of her life. However, Su Wei's reply shocked her. His tone was unusually harsh. I don't care. Get out of here right now, or I'll kill you if you keep talking. Su Xiaoting finally couldn't hold back anymore and burst out in anger. Su Wei, do you have no respect for me? Oh, not pretending anymore. Su Wei sneered on the other end of the phone. I thought you, this white lotus, could turn into a saintly white lotus. You're really not up to par. Go home and practice some more. You bastard. Su Xiaoting cursed angrily. You wait. I'll tell everyone about you right now, and see if those people will kill you. TCH, idiot. Su Wei hung up the phone dismissively, instantly extinguishing Su Xiaoting's last hope. However, Su Xiaoting was unwilling to give up and decided to take immediate action. She typed a message in the residents' group chat. Are you talking about Su Wei? The male residents in the group chat got excited when they saw the beautiful woman's comment. Yes. Does this beautiful woman know this Su Wei? Could this Su Wei really live in our community? Su Xiaoting sent a message with a cold laugh. I know Su Wei. She lives in Villa number 104 in Section D. But what? Someone in the group asked impatiently. Get ready quickly, Su Xiaoting said with a meaningful tone. The group chat exploded with excitement, with some exclaiming, thank goodness we're safe. We never expected Su Weijian to be in Cloud City. Seeing that things had gone on for a while, Su Xiaoting sent a voice message with a slightly sad tone. I just contacted Su Wei and begged him to share some supplies with everyone. We were willing to pay for them ourselves, but he not only refused outright, but also said that our lives or deaths were none of his business. What? Upon hearing her gentle, aggrieved, and coquettish voice, the men in the group immediately erupted in an uproar. Where the hell did this little fish come from? It's just a villa in District D. Right now I'm going to go and take care of it. The speaker was a homeowner in Villa Area A. Everyone living here is either extremely wealthy or powerful. At the very least, they are CEOs of listed companies. Let's go. Let's see who's so arrogant as to dare talk like that. Yeah, let's go get him. Seeing the hatred being quickly aroused, Su Xiaoting couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. We used to be friends. If my family hadn't really run out of food, I would never have betrayed Su Wei. Under these circumstances, Su Xiaoting no longer cared about her image. The homeowners in the group, especially those who are usually conservative, chose to protect themselves in the face of this natural disaster. Some even spoke up to comfort her. Ms. Su, this is not your fault. It's Su Wei who went too far. We are all neighbors. He has so many supplies in his hands. What's wrong with sharing some? That's right, we can't blame you entirely for this. Besides, if it weren't for the information you gave us, we would have starved to death without even knowing that there was such a person right next to us. Little sister, you're not a bad person. It's that Su Wei who's really bad. Yes, once we get those supplies, you'll be the first one we distribute them to. As the topic gained traction, people in the group gradually made their choices. Although they might still have a sliver of conscience left, in this life or death situation, the decision to abandon morality clearly took precedence. A group of men carrying sticks appeared in the villa complex of Zone D in Cloud City. Wrapped in thick cotton coats, completely covered, they grumbled as they walked towards Su Wei's villa, number 104. Although it was only a short distance, it took them a full half hour. The cold prevented them from quickening their pace. The man in the lead arrived at the villa's door and knocked on it a few times with the stick he was holding. Su Wei, come out. We have something to ask you. Su Wei has not come out. However, Su did not respond to them. Whether it was the heavy snow or Su Wei already being asleep in his warm bed, the shouts outside had no effect on him. Zhuang Chong, who was in the storage room, was awakened by the commotion. Seeing the situation outside, he immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly dialed Su Wei's number. Brother Chong, what's wrong? Su Wei was a little groggy, and his morning grumpiness made him reluctant to answer the phone. Zhuang Chong said urgently, Su Wei, something bad has happened. There are several strangers knocking on the door. Su Wei finally came to her senses a bit and smiled. Ignore them. Let them knock. They're trying to climb over the door and come in. Su Wei got up, took a sip of water, and quickly washed her face. It's okay, let them search. They're coming in. Zhuang Chong sounded anxious on the phone, followed by his urgent shout. What are you doing? Get out of here right now. This is a private residence. The men who had climbed over the wall paused for a moment when they saw Zhuang Chong. You're Su Wei? Don't worry about who I am. This is a private residence. Get out. Zhuang Chong shouted and made a move to open the door and go out to stop him. Brother Chong, don't open the door. Let them smash it. If they can get in, I'll change my surname to theirs. Su Wei's calm voice came from behind the second-floor window. Zhuang Chong then remembered what Su Wei had said earlier. This house was a shelter he had built with over 100 million yuan, so sturdy that it could withstand even artillery shells, and he was not afraid of a few broken fire sticks. Chapter 18. What does 100 million mean? Zhuang Chong thought for a moment, not quite understanding, but his anxiety finally subsided. Then, like Su Wei, he poured himself a beer, sat quietly by the window, and watched several men bundled up like bears banging on the door. Damn, he's still drinking beer. Get him. The homeowners, who had been banging on the door, immediately turned their attention to the storage room where Zhuang Chong was. If we can't get into the villa, this storage room is a piece of cake. Hearing the banging on the door outside, Zhuang Chong panicked for only a moment, but Su Wei still smiled and said, Don't worry, Brother Chong. This storage room is a free gift from Brilliant Jianya. Don't be fooled by its small size of only 30 square meters. It's fully equipped and made of the same materials as the villa. Let them smash it. Su Wei spoke casually, but she also felt a sense of anticipation, wanting to see how much of a blow this shelter could withstand. Now, finally, there was a ready-made example. Several homeowners smashed things for a long time in the cold wind, but finally couldn't stand the cold anymore, and some even sat weakly on the ground. It seemed that forcibly taking the property was out of the question, at least not for them. However, they were not discouraged. Instead, they sneered. We may not be able to break it down, but there are over 30,000 people in this community. Su Wei has angered everyone this time. Just wait. We'll smash this grave to the ground sooner or later. After they returned, the group began to launch a vicious attack on Su Wei in the residents' group chat. Meanwhile, Su Wei, inside the villa, smiled slightly as she looked at the messages. Su Wei had anticipated that we would come to his house. His house was reinforced. There wasn't even a mark when you hit it with a hammer. That bastard. He's hiding inside and not coming out, drinking and eating meat. What? He also drinks alcohol and eats meat. This sentence ignited an uproar in the group chat. Currently, 50% of the homeowners are completely out of food and resources, some even resorting to scavenging for food in the trash. Meanwhile, Su Wei is drinking and eating meat. This is intolerable. Countless homeowners began shouting wildly, deciding to go to Building 104 together, drag Su Wei out, and kill her. The more they talked, the more agitated they became, and some even picked up tools from their homes, preparing to go and beg for food. But some people seemed more rational and began to wonder, is a house that can't even be broken with a sledgehammer really that easy to open? At this moment, someone spoke in the group and tagged Su Wei. Mr. Su, I am Qi Wensheng, the owner of Baiyenshan Hotel. I heard that you have some surplus supplies. I wonder if I could borrow some from you. You can name your price. These are true businessmen. They won't easily bare their fangs unless it's a matter of life and death. Unfortunately, Su Wei didn't reply to him. Then, someone tagged Su Wei. President Su, I am Lu Zhan, chairman of Haiwang Real Estate. May I have a chat? Mr. Su, this is Feng Yifan from Hongpeng Communications. Ms. Su, I am Zhang Miaoyu, the general manager of Future Beauty Clinic. President Su. Hundreds of people quickly tagged Su Wei in the group chat. Almost all of them were industry bigwigs. These people were influential figures in Yuntai City, no matter where they were. Now, in order to survive, they had no choice but to humbly beg Su Wei for help. President Su, I am Su Jiang from Buckingham Palace. You should have heard of me in Yuntai City. As long as you come out and talk, I guarantee that no one will bother you again. Upon seeing this message, Su Wei's lips curled slightly, but the smile gradually faded. You're finally out. In his past life, the culprit who killed him was Su Jiang. It was he who, together with Qin Moyu, broke into his home when he was completely unprepared and forced Qin Moyu to end her own life despite his desperate pleas for mercy. Su Wei stared at the cold profile picture, her eyes gradually turning bloodshot. Su Jiang, in this life, I will make you wish you were dead. He quickly typed a message. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to live here too. What a coincidence. Su Jiang, on the other end of the phone, sneered when he saw Su Wei being so polite. I'm telling you, in Yuntai City, who dares to offend me, Su Jiang. He sent a message with a sneer. Brother Su, I heard you have a lot of supplies. Could you spare some for me? Su Wei immediately replied. No problem. Brother Su is being so kind, I wouldn't dare refuse. How about this? I still have enough for 6 months, and the two of us don't need much to eat or drink, so I'll give you half. No problem. Su Jiang smiled and replied. Brother, if you ever need anything in Yuntai City, just let me know. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly for you. Okay, I've put the things in the yard. You can send someone to pick them up. In the central villa of Zone A, Su Jiang leaned back on the sofa, with 2 braziers beside him, the roaring flames inside warming the room slightly. What kind of bullshit shelter is this? I'll make him get out of here right away. As for Su Wei's claim of a 6-month supply, Su Jiang didn't believe it. He was joking. That was 20 million units of supplies. Even if half of it was food, it would be enough to feed 100 people for 10 years. However, since Su Wei was so sensible, Su Jiang didn't want to force him to his death immediately. He would take it slow and steady, and fleece him little by little. The underlings around him chimed in with flattery. Boss is awesome. We're sure to have plenty to eat and drink now. Su Jiang is a notorious gangster in Yuntai City. His men are ruthless, and some of his underlings were even prepared for the blizzard, thinking that the food would be in their hands soon. But he didn't expect the blizzard to continue relentlessly. Although he wasn't starving now, he had a dozen or so people to support, and he wouldn't last more than a few days. Damn, this weather is frigid. Su Jiang spat and frowned, saying, You guys go and chop up a few cabinets downstairs to make a fire, and you guys go to building 104 to move some things. All right, boss. After his underlings left, Su Jiang picked up his phone and opened the group chat, only to find it filled with complaints. What kind of thing is this? We can't even buy it with our own money, but he's eager to give it to people. Hey, let's not say too much. The atmosphere in the group chat suddenly became somewhat resentful. Although no one dared to directly offend Su Jiang, these voices of discontent grew louder. More and more homeowners began discussing going to Building 104 to demand food. Even if our boss is a gang leader, he can't make enemies of the entire neighborhood, right? We may not be as ruthless as Su Jiang, but we have more people and our strength is not insignificant. Even a good dog can't withstand a pack of wolves. Some angry homeowners began plotting to go to Su Wei to demand food. When Su Jiang's underlings arrived at Building 104, they immediately saw the huge pile of food in the yard. Instant noodles, frozen food, and even cigarettes, alcohol, and fresh meat. The underlings were overjoyed. Haha, this guy surnamed Su is quite sensible. Now we won't have to worry about food and drink. Hey, Mr. Su. One of the underlings called into the house. Mr. Su sent us to move some things. Could you please open the door for us? Their tone was full of disdain and contempt. Su Wei pretended not to hear, smiled at them from the second-floor window, and then remotely opened the door. Chapter 19. Come and kill me if you dare. Before the underlings could even begin moving the goods, another group of people suddenly appeared through the wind and snow. The dense snowstorm couldn't conceal their figures. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that they were all homeowners of Cloud City, numbering over 300. Among the 3 people in the group, one was a middle-aged man, one was a mature woman with an average appearance but a lot of charm, and the other was an elderly man. Where the hell did all these things come from? The leader of the henchmen subconsciously swallowed. Although these people don't seem to have much fighting ability, there are just too many of them. They were a dark mass, like a large group of bears rushing out of a primeval forest. Every pair of eyes was filled with dissatisfaction and anger, which blocked the villa's gate. What do you want to do? The leader instinctively protected the food, brandishing his machete and glaring fiercely at the group of bears. The elderly man at the head of the group stepped forward and said calmly, I am Lu Zhan. Go back and tell Su Jiang that he can only take 1/10 of this batch of supplies, and the rest will be divided equally among everyone. Bullshit, this is our stuff. Why should we give it to you? Lu Zhan ignored him and said indifferently, just because we outnumber you. At times like these, polite words are useless. Force is the best answer. Although Lu Zhan was old and somewhat hunched over, his aura was still very imposing. Point. He raised his hand and waved. The 300 or 400 homeowners behind them immediately stepped forward. The pressure from hundreds of people was overwhelming, and the henchmen subconsciously made way for the doorway. In just a few minutes, they had devoured all the food in the yard. Su Jiang is a gangster boss, while Lu Zhan is a business tycoon. He was naturally not afraid of a few small fry, and he wouldn't be afraid even if Su Jiang came in person. He glanced indifferently at the second-floor window, then at Zhuang Chang in the storage room, and took out his phone to dial a number. The signal was very poor in the wind and snow. Fortunately, China's communication network is relatively advanced, so even in the face of such a disaster, people still have a basic means of contact. Su Wei's phone rang. He glanced subconsciously at Lu Zhan in the yard, who nodded back at him. President Su. Not knowing where Lu Zhan got his phone number, Su Wei replied casually. Chairman Lu, I've heard so much about you. What can I do for you? In the past, someone of Su Wei's status wouldn't even be worthy of Lu Xinjing's attention. In particular, Su Wei's actions this time clearly demonstrate that he bullies the weak and fears the strong. Therefore, his attitude was very cold. He said, President Su, let's not beat around the bush. I'm willing to use 200 million to buy half of your supplies. I believe that 20 million worth of supplies is enough for the two of you to eat for 100 years. Moreover, this snowstorm won't last long. I've already received information that the disaster will be over in 3 months at most. Then your 20 million worth of supplies will become garbage. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Su Wei's supplies were all in his spatial storage, and they wouldn't expire even in 30 years, let alone 3 months, and would be absolutely fresh. Su Wei naturally wouldn't agree, because his goal was to incite infighting among the residents of Cloud City. After they've finished fighting each other, he'll come out and clean up the mess. Only in this way can Su Wei achieve lasting peace. As for morality and compassion, at the moment he was killed in his previous life, all these things had already vanished into the Yellow Springs. He knew that no matter how much food he offered, no one would be grateful to him. On the contrary, as they gradually lose their humanity, these people will only become more insane. By then, killing would be the most common thing, and they would even resort to cannibalism for a bite of food. If it was like this in my past life, will it change this time? After listening to him remain silent for a long time, Lu Zhan's expression grew cold. He said, President Su, let me give you a piece of advice. Su Jiang can kill people, and I, Lu Zhan, am not someone to be trifled with. I advise you to know when to stop. Then let's go. What? Come and kill me if you dare. I'm waiting for you. Su Wei smiled as she looked down at Lu Zhan, who was trembling, not knowing whether he was angry or understood. Great. Excellent. Lu Zhan gritted his teeth and sneered, then turned to the homeowners and shouted, Friends, Su Wei has 20 million worth of supplies, but we don't know how much longer we can live. Rather than starve to death, why not get Su Wei out of here? Yes, get Su Wei out. Kill him and seize his supplies. Some people are already starting to become delirious from hunger. At this moment, these homeowners had long since lost their conscience and rushed in like wild beasts. Jingle bells. They took out the weapons they had prepared beforehand and began to attack the villa relentlessly, not even sparing Zhuang Chang in the storage room. However, these tickling attacks couldn't even scratch the villa. Zhuang Chang was no longer worried. He was comfortably reclining in his chair with a beer mug in his hand, watching with a smile as the cold wind and snow knocked on the doors of the homeowners outside. At some point, Zhuang Chang gradually realized that he had become cold-blooded. In the past, when he encountered this situation, he would either be afraid or overwhelmed with sympathy. But Su told him not to be a pushover and not to look at his ridiculous sympathy. Wait until a month later. When all available food is consumed, you'll find that those weaklings you pitted at the beginning have instantly turned into a bunch of devils, devouring you until there's not even a bone left. Witnessing Su Wei's almost miraculous foresight, Zhuang Chang believed these words without a doubt. Half an hour later, the knocking gradually stopped. Hundreds of people huddled together in the courtyard, shivering. The homeowners, who had been starving for several meals, finally lost their enthusiasm and collapsed to the ground one by one. Oh no, someone's dead. One of the homeowners, unable to withstand the cold, collapsed and never got up again. Even the usually composed and steady Lu Zhan was stunned. He had seen dead people and even killed people, but he had never seen a person freeze to death right in front of him. The most direct sense of impact was one that not only affected him, but also made everyone else show fear. Because they were both in the midst of a cold wind and snowstorm, they could better understand the feeling of being so cold that one was on the verge of death. Slowly, some people began to retreat and then disappeared into the snowstorm. Rather than freeze to death here, they would rather go back and continue to eke out a living inside the house. Even for a day, even for a minute or a second. Lu Xun couldn't take it anymore, and he exchanged a glance with the other two leaders. They all led their men and began to retreat. Su Wei watched the farce unfolding in the courtyard with a smile and took a leisurely sip of beer. Come on, if you can break down this house, then I'll consider my 20 million a waste. At this point, he suddenly laughed again. 20 million was exchanged for 100 million. I wonder what Wu Yuan of Brilliant Jianya is looking at right now. That remaining 80 million is probably all gone. Chapter 20. This isn't home, it's paradise. By the evening of the second day, the snow had subsided considerably. In order to be able to go out and search for supplies, the property management encouraged many residents to go out and shovel snow. This time, no one made excuses, and no one said anything about minding one's own business. Because at this point, 90% of the homeowners had run out of money and supplies, and if they didn't want to be trapped at home and starve to death, they needed to contribute. This is not a collective spirit, but simply an instinctive reaction under threat of death. Of course, Su Wei definitely wouldn't go. One reason was that he didn't need to go out to find supplies, and the other was that he was worried that he would be ambushed if he went out. After all, the residents of Cloud City were at the peak of their hatred for Su Wei. If he dared to show his face, his fate would be absolutely tragic. Besides Su Wei, there was one other person who didn't go either. Su Jiang squatted in the villa, with two braziers beside him, but he was clearly running out of fuel, and the flames in the braziers were much weaker. He sent his underlings out to shovel snow. Damn it! Su Jiang, munching on a fast food chicken leg, cursed viciously. Lu Xun, you old bastard, you just wait. If it weren't for Lu Xun, he would have already gotten Su Wei's half of the food, and he wouldn't be so reluctant to even take a big bite of a chicken leg now. 1/10 of the food may seem like a lot, but his family has even more mouths to feed. With a dozen or so mouths to feed, if we don't conserve our food, who knows if the underlings will rebel once the food is gone. And Su Wei too. Su Jiang stared coldly at his phone, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Let him be smug for a couple of days. Sooner or later, all those supplies of yours will be mine. Yesterday, 300 people besieged Qin Wei, but ultimately failed. One person died, and dozens suffered frostbite. In such extreme weather conditions with limited medical resources, those who fall ill are essentially already dead. At this time, Su Wei was at the height of his power, and if you asked him for supplies now, you would definitely be refused. Even if Su Wei was usually a coward, she now had some confidence. Thinking of this, Su Jiang became even angrier. Damn it, that idiot Lu Xun. What was with this siege? Now look what happened. Not only did we fail to break through, but that kid has become arrogant. He's more trouble than he's worth. Suddenly a message popped up in the group chat. Su Wei, everyone else is shoveling snow. Why aren't you coming out? The one speaking was the big, fat woman next door. The homeowners laughed when they saw this. Wasn't that obvious? Everyone knows that Su Wei definitely wouldn't dare to come out right now. Otherwise, they wouldn't mind ganging up on him and killing him completely. Since people have already started dying, it doesn't make much difference whether 1 or 2 people die. Just when everyone thought Su Wei wouldn't pay any attention to the fat woman, a voice message suddenly rang out. Mind your own business, you idiot. Even Pigsy's second aunt isn't as fat as you. Did you grow up eating shit in your past life? Su Wei does not discriminate against fat people. On the contrary, he thinks that fat people are mostly easy to get along with. But the very fat women are an exception. When he first moved here, that big fat woman complained that the renovation was disturbing the peace and refused to let him do it. In the end, he had to find someone he knew to persuade her. Later, Qin Moyu frequently visited his home. That fat woman was gossiping behind his back again, saying he was a complete idiot and that the woman was obviously no good. Su Wei naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony with her. Upon hearing Su Wei's voice message, the fat woman trembled with rage and cursed. Damn it! How dare you brat insult me? Do you know who my father is? Anyway, it's not me. If I were your father, I'd lose 20 years of my life. Haha. Most of the homeowners in the group didn't like the fat woman, and they all laughed when they heard this. The fat woman, who had never suffered such humiliation, immediately retorted, You bastard, my father is Hao Jianzhong of Yinshan Mining. Once the snowstorm stops, you can just wait to die. Su Weixiao listened to the voice message and replied indifferently, What a bastard. What a fine name. No wonder you were born. Su Wei, you son of a bitch. The fat woman was furious and started yelling and cursing in the group chat. Su Wei suddenly replied, Are your parents still alive? If they live for more than a month, bring them here, and I'll reward them with a roast duck each. The fat woman suddenly stopped cursing. After a long silence in the group, someone said quietly, This Su Wei is too harsh. At a time like this, she jokes about the life and death of someone's family. Yes, the thing I can't stand the most right now is hearing about dead people. Me too. The atmosphere in the group suddenly turned somber. Bite. After a long silence, the fat woman suddenly sent another message. Su-wei, my phone's dead. You just wait, I'll kill you. Puff. Su-wei suddenly spat out the beer he had just drunk. A cold smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and he sent a message. Isn't there only 2 hours of power supply per day? Do you have a backup charging device? After the blizzard began, 80% of the city's power supply was paralyzed. Even with the power company's efforts to repair the damage, they can only provide the city's residents with 2 hours of electricity per day, and high-power appliances cannot be used. The large woman fell silent again upon hearing this, before finally replying, I have a power bank. Is it a generator or a power bank? This is a question that no one would have ever considered before, but now it has caught the attention of all the homeowners. The villas in Cloud City are mostly owned by the super rich. These people typically consume a lot of electricity, and some of them do indeed have backup generators stored at home. As a result, everyone's attention was focused on the big fat woman. Although she quickly denied it, the homeowners didn't believe her. You need to know, at that time, if anyone had a generator, it would undoubtedly be a lifeline. Even if the energy reserves are not large, they can still be used for daily cooking and even heating. Su-wei pressed on, saying, I remember now. I kept hearing a buzzing sound from next door a while ago. Turns out you have a generator. You're talking nonsense. The chubby woman replied quickly, but the group chat fell silent. The eerie silence sent a chill down the woman's spine. She quickly replied, I only have a few power banks at home. Besides, I don't believe you don't have a generator. Yes, I have. Su-wei replied straightforwardly, and attached a photo of a brightly lit room. The group chat exploded again. His house actually has electricity. How much diesel fuel must they have stored up to dare to use electricity like this? Oh my god, look at that thermometer on his wall. In the photo, Su-wei, whether intentionally or unintentionally, also captured the thermometer on the wall, which displayed a maddening temperature. 25 degrees. In this kind of weather, the outdoor temperature is already close to minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the indoor temperature is also approaching minus 30 degrees Celsius. The temperature in Su-wei's house actually reached 25 degrees Celsius. This isn't home, this is paradise. Chapter 21. Brother Chong, wanna have some fun? Su Shouting, curled up in thick bedding, also saw this photo. At that moment, her eyes were red with jealousy. She imagined that Su-wei's life at this moment was very comfortable, with no worries about food, clothing, or supplies. But she never expected Su-wei to be so arrogant. Now, all she feels is endless regret, besides envy and jealousy. What a miscalculation. They should have kept pretending back then. No matter how despicable Su-wei is, I shouldn't turn against him. I should try my best to please him. Maybe that paradise-like house will belong to me now. Thinking back on what she had done, Su Shouting was filled with remorse. After struggling for a while, Su Shouting gritted her teeth and started a video call, ignoring the battery drain. Beep beep. Beep beep beep. Su-wei looked at the call request on her phone with interest and laughed. That's what you call being flexible and adaptable. He casually tapped the call button. What first came into view was a gray and dark scene, and then a fair-skinned body was revealed from within the grayness. In the video, Su Shouting was wearing a thin lace nightgown. Even though she was freezing and her skin was turning purple, she still forced a smile. Su-wei, it's all my fault. Please forgive me. I wore this nightgown especially for you. If you're willing, I'll come find you right away. Want to play poker with me? To be honest, Su-wei was tempted. That graceful and alluring figure was simply maddening. That coy and alluring posture, that hazy and delicate skin, every part of it sent adrenaline soaring. But in just a second, reason triumphed over lust. Su-wei withdrew her gaze and said calmly, Aren't you cold? Thump. Wearing such clothes in temperatures as low as minus 30 degrees Celsius, Su Shouting would have been frozen solid long ago. She buried herself directly in the blankets, and after a long while, she finally managed to stammer, Su-wei, I'm so cold. Please come and warm me up. I want you to hold me. Her words, spoken intermittently in the cold, coupled with that alluring yet coquettish voice, were enough to melt one's bones. I'd like to go, but I'm afraid of the cold. Su Shouting's eyes instantly filled with hope, and she said, Then I'll come find you. All right. Su-wei hesitated for a moment and said, But there are people watching my door right now. They probably won't let you in easily, and I don't dare to let you in either. Su Shouting, still unwilling to give up, said, I'll be careful and not let anyone find out. Then you come on over. It's none of my business if you freeze to death. With Su Wei's permission, Su Shouting felt full of energy and even forgot about the cold. She got up shivering and put on her heavy cotton-padded coat, even taking out a few new sexy outfits from the closet. Just as she reached the door, Su Shouting suddenly stopped. After gritting her teeth, she went back and took out a leather whip and a few other trinkets from the drawer. Since we've decided to feed the tiger with our own bodies, we must do it thoroughly. A woman of Su Shouting's caliber naturally understands the saying, "You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub." To her now, Su Wei is the savior of the world. The thought of soon enjoying delicious food and living in a warm and comfortable villa makes this small sacrifice seem insignificant. She was confident that once Su Wei let her in, he would never let her leave. Having navigated the dating scene for so many years, Su Shouting certainly has this much confidence. Su Wei couldn't even handle a scheming woman like Qin Moyu back then, let alone a top-tier innocent girl like her. Soon, Su Shouting came downstairs. Unfortunately, she lived in an ordinary high-rise building in Zone H, a full 2 kilometers away from Su Wei's villa in Zone D. But the thought of living in paradise immediately reignited Su Shouting's fighting spirit. I walked for 3 hours through wind and snow. Just when Su Shouting was about to freeze to death in the snowstorm, she finally arrived at the door of Building 104. Bang! Bang bang! The weak knocking didn't disturb Su Wei, who was singing karaoke, but Zhuang Chong, who was in the storage room, heard it. The phone rang, and Su Wei pressed pause to answer it. "What's wrong, Chong? Have you finished your food?" "Su Wei, I see a woman at the door who is about to freeze to death." Holy crap! Su Wei hurried to the window and looked down at Su Shouting in shock. Even he had to admit, wow, that's awesome. In a snowstorm with temperatures dropping to minus 50 degrees Celsius, even strong men might not be able to walk that far, but Su Shouting actually did it. That takes incredible perseverance. After her initial shock, Su Wei said, "Ignore her." Oh. Zhuang Chong looked at the beautiful, pitiful-looking woman outside and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Why don't we let her come in and warm up first? It would be a shame if she froze to death." Unfortunately, this word made Su Wei laugh. He chuckled knowingly. "What's up, Brother Chong? Got your eye on something? Want to have some fun?" No. Zhuang Chong hurriedly and stammered in denial. Although he had endured it for many years, he knew that he was now under someone else's roof, and if it weren't for Su Wei's shelter, he would have frozen and starved to death long ago. Zhuang Chong is grateful and an honest man. Now, in this villa, Su Wei's words are absolute commands to him. Without Su Wei's permission, he would never dare to act recklessly. "Just say you like it." Su Wei joked, "But this woman is too skilled. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle her. If you get bewitched by her again, I'll be in danger." These words were specifically said to Zhuang Chong. Although Zhuang Chong was honest, he wasn't stupid. He quickly said, "How could that be? If you hadn't taken me in beforehand, I'd probably be dead. Don't worry, from now on, my life is yours." Su Wei never believed in such verbal promises. Even though he knew Zhuang Chong was honest and simple, he still maintained a strong sense of vigilance in the apocalypse. "Really don't want it," Su Wei said half-jokingly. "This is the apocalypse. The law has long been abolished. You can kill her, and no one will care. If you want her, hurry up and say so, or that woman will get hard." Perhaps it was out of compassion, or perhaps Su Shouting's skill was simply too high. Zhuang Chong, a single man who had been single for over 40 years, couldn't bear it. "Why don't you let her stay here with me? Anyway, the facilities here are all complete, and you don't have to worry about her barging into the villa." Su Wei smiled, but didn't say anything. Zhuang Chong quickly added, "Don't worry, if she has any disloyal intentions, I'll strangle her right now." "Then bring it in." Su Wei then spoke up, "She's just a scheming woman. You can play around with her, but don't get emotionally involved. At times like this, emotions can be deadly." "Yes. Besides," Su Wei suddenly smiled wickedly, "there are plenty of high-quality beauties in this neighborhood. In a few days, you can throw out a piece of meat and hundreds or thousands of women will flock over. As long as you don't get carried away, you can do whatever you want with them." On the other end of the phone, Zhuang Chong's breathing became increasingly rapid. Su Wei's words seemed to light up a beacon on his path in life. Chapter 22. I only read the gist of it. Yes, the end of the world has come, and the Ice Age has begun. All order and rules will be reshuffled. In this era where the winner takes all, whoever has resources is the supreme being. As long as he follows Su Wei wholeheartedly, he can find any woman he wants. Thinking back on his more than 40 years of being a bachelor, Zhuang Chong felt that he had wasted the first half of his life, and that he was now truly reborn from the ashes. The reason Su Wei spoke so bluntly was to make Zhuang Chong understand a certain principle. Follow Brother Su, and you'll have plenty of food, drink, and women. To gain someone's loyalty, simply offering incentives and making empty promises won't work. You also need to make them clearly recognize reality. Everything Zhuang Chang has now is thanks to Su Wei. It's fair to say that if Su Wei were to cut off his source of income one day, Zhuang Chang would definitely not survive more than 7 days. Furthermore, this house is so tough that even artillery shells can't break it. Even if Zhuang Chang wanted to have ulterior motives, he wouldn't have the power to do so. More importantly, all of Su Wei's supplies are currently stored in his mind space, so even if he kills him, Zhuang Chang won't get a single grain of rice. Everyone here has a brain. Unless it's a matter of life and death, who would willingly give up a good life to go and die? Meanwhile, Su Wei was still thinking about how to control Zhuang Chang. Zhuang Chang, on the other hand, couldn't wait any longer. He quietly opened the door and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching him outside, hurriedly carried Su Shouting into the storage room. Suddenly feeling warmth, Su Shouting slowly woke up. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes, but what came into view was not Su Wei's handsome and sunny face, but a dark and wrinkled old man who was staring at her with shining eyes. "Ah!" Su Shouting instinctively screamed. You stay away." This is a person's instinctive reaction after being frightened. Zhuang Chang didn't say much, but simply filled a glass with warm water from the water dispenser and placed it by the bedside. Seeing the slightly steaming water, Su Shouting instinctively crawled over and drank it all in a few gulps. After gradually regaining consciousness, she looked at Zhuang Chang with timid eyes and said pitifully, "Big brother, I want to drink more." High caliber are indeed different. She was practically freezing to death, yet she still couldn't resist seducing the old man in front of her. Her pitiful appearance, coupled with her delicate and beautiful face, yet as pale as snow, made her utterly endearing and pitiful. Who the hell could withstand this? Zhuang Chang was instantly captivated. He stood up somewhat awkwardly, poured another glass of water, and handed it to Su Shouting. But this time, she didn't reach out to take it. She lay weakly on the bed, tears welling in her eyes, and whispered, I have no strength left. If Zhuang Chang doesn't understand what this means, then he deserves to be single forever. After picking up the delicate woman and slowly feeding her water, Zhuang Chang thoughtfully opened a packet of self-heating rice, added half a bowl of boiling water, and stirred it well. He gently held the woman in his arms. You haven't eaten for a long time. Have some thin porridge first. More than half an hour later, Su Shouting finally came back to life. She immediately felt an unbearable heat and subconsciously squinted to get a feel for her surroundings. It's so warm. The temperature here is definitely above 20 degrees Celsius. Then she glanced at the villa outside the window and immediately understood. But she wisely didn't say a word and just lay quietly in Zhuang Chang's arms. The storage room was filled with warmth. But this greatly worried Su Wei, who was hiding upstairs spying. He hid behind the curtains, pulled out a top-of-the-line military binocular from his pocket, and looked downstairs with a wicked grin. Fortunately, they didn't install reflective glass in the storage room at the time. Why haven't we started yet? This Lao Zhuang is no good. Why are they feeding him? Are they trying to stage a romantic drama like Romance in the Rain? Just as Su Wei was getting impatient, Su Shouting, her face flushed, finished the last mouthful of porridge in Zhuang Chang's arms and whispered, I'm so hot. For such an exceptional woman to say something like that is undoubtedly the same as saying, come on, baby. Zhuang Chang finally couldn't hold back any longer and shakily unbuttoned the heavy cotton coat. Then came thick sweaters, thick sweatshirts, thick thermal underwear. Zhuang Chang finally finished taking off the last coat, until Su Wei was so sleepy from watching. Wow. Oh my God. A profound shock to the hearts of two men. At this moment, Su Shouting was only wearing a black lace nightgown, the same one she had worn when she video chatted with Su Wei. The lighting was poor just now, so Su Wei only got a general idea of what was happening. Looking at it now, for a moment, Su Wei regretted it. With this kind of quality, if it were in normal times, let alone Zhuang Chang, even he might not be able to win it. I recalled Qin Moyu's equally alluring and graceful figure. All Su Wei wanted to say to her right now was, you're so weak. Soon the main event began. Zhuang Chang suddenly rolled over and threw Su Shouting onto the bed, then casually tossed the clothes onto the floor. But this act of throwing things had a serious impact. A whole bunch of things fell to the ground, leaving both of them completely stunned. What is that? The rest is up to your imagination. By the way, this is pretty much the limit for this kind of content from now on. Otherwise, it'll be like being summoned for questioning in a dark room. Happy moments are always fleeting. At least Zhuang Chang's presence was brief. Su Shouting had already fallen into a deep sleep. Zhuang Chang got out of bed, sat down on the sofa, and picked up the phone to make a call. Upstairs, Su Wei smiled and said, "Happy now?" Zhuang Chang let out a sigh of lingering satisfaction and joked, "This is the first time in my life I've ever played with this kind of quality. You know what? Compared to those 150s outside, it's like heaven and earth." Upon hearing this, Su Shouting, who was pretending to be asleep on the bed, twitched at the corner of her mouth. She thought she had everything under control, but she never expected that Su Wei could see everything clearly through her binoculars. Su Wei, holding binoculars behind the curtains, said with a smile, "Let's get down to business. Su Jiang called me again yesterday, saying that Lu Zhen and his men robbed the previous batch of supplies, and he wants me to get him some more." Zhuang Chang didn't understand what he meant and said directly, "Those supplies are all yours. You can make the decision. I definitely have no objection." "That's settled then." Su Wei's voice was quite loud, and Zhuang Chang could hear it clearly in the quiet night. "Okay, I'll put the things behind the electrical box next door in advance tomorrow, and they can pick them up from there later." On the other end of the phone, Su Wei sighed and said, "I'm afraid those people will find out, otherwise they will definitely fight with Su Jiang again, and then Su Jiang will definitely come to extort me again." Night falls. Zhuang Chang was sleeping soundly, but Su Shouting, who seemed to be sleeping beside him, quietly opened her eyes. She first looked at the man lying in front of her with disgust. Then, hiding under the covers, she quietly turned on her phone and found Lu Zhen's WeChat account in the group chat. Chapter 23. Why me? A week has passed in just 1 week. The wind and snow continued to ravage the land. The official power supply has been reduced from 2 hours a day to 1 hour, and even then, the power is sometimes intermittent. Strangely, the residents' group chat was quiet today. No one tagged Su Wei asking for food, and no one complained about the damn weather. As night fell, a cold wind and snowstorm swept through. Zhuang Chang quietly opened the door to the storage room. A gust of cold wind swept into the room, and interestingly, the biting cold did not wake the sleeping Su Shouting. She was still fast asleep in bed, a happy smile on her lips. Only after Zhuang Chang disappeared outside the door did Su Shouting slowly open her eyes, pick up her phone, and make a call. "Chairman Lu, Zhuang Chang has gone out. Please come quickly. That little girl is pretty ruthless." On the other end of the phone, Lu Zhen's cold laugh came through. "Don't worry, my men are ready. As long as that Zhuang Chang dares to come out, he won't leave alive. And Su Wei, we must kill her." Su Shouting's delicate face was full of resentment, her beautiful eyes flashing with cold light. She said viciously, "Chairman Lu, that villa is not an ordinary house at all. Su Wei has already converted it into a shelter. As long as we force him out, that house will be yours." Haha. Lu Zhen laughed loudly a few times and said, "I knew he wasn't that simple. I'm determined to get this house. I hope Chairman Lu will not forget our agreement." Lu Zhen immediately laughed and said, "Little bitch, I haven't tried your kung fu yet. Wait for me." Su Shouting glanced coldly at the bedroom on the second floor. "How dare you let such an old man insult me? I'll kill you later." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the resentment in her eyes deepened. In the darkness, Zhuang Chang, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, arrived at the back wall of the villa. "Hey, Su Wei." Zhuang Chang was breathing heavily from the cold and said, "I've arrived." Just as you predicted, they were already lying in ambush next door. Su Wei turned on the TV and brought up the surveillance system, where she saw a group of people timidly approaching the villa. However, another group of people came over from the other side. The dog-eat-dog drama is about to begin. Su Wei lay comfortably on the sofa, took a sip of red wine, and laughed. "Brother Chang, just find a good place to hide. If you are discovered, you must kill him." "Yes." Zhuang Chang, a former soldier, suddenly became sharp-eyed. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, force is king. Zhuang Chang knows very well that if he wants to survive in this world, he has to rely on his fists. Soon, Lu Zhen led a group of people to the villa next door. The large, fat woman inside heard the commotion and was about to come out to check when a dark gun barrel was pressed against her face. "If you don't want to die, get back home." The fat woman was so frightened that she shrank back. Lu Zhen put away his pistol and ordered, "Find a place to hide. When Zhuang Chang arrives, swarm him and capture him." Upon hearing this, more than a dozen strong and healthy homeowners quickly sought places to hide. The person keeping watch at the door whispered, "Chairman Lu, they've arrived. Prepare." In the darkness, everyone raised their weapons. "Wait a minute, Mr. Lu. It seems like there's more than one person here." Just outside the villa, 7 or 8 men carrying machetes walked over. The leader's face was obscured, but his voice sounded like Su Jiang's. "Boss, we're here. This is building number 105. Su Jiang nodded and smiled. This Su Wei is quite cautious. He knows to hide the supplies first. The thing is behind the electrical box. Go look for it. Okay. 7 or 8 henchmen rushed into the villa, but before they could find the supplies, they were startled by the people in the darkness. Oh no, boss, there's an ambush. Damn it, Su Wei tricked me. Lu Zhan, who was waiting in the dark, was also startled, and his first reaction was that he had been tricked. Damn it, Su Wei deliberately lured us into a fight with Su Jiang. In the pitch black, cold wind, 2 groups of strangers met, and their first reaction was to attack. It's unclear who made the first move, but one of Su Jiang's henchmen suddenly let out a wail. Damn it, they really did have an ambush planned. Get them. This ignited a fire, and dozens of people in the courtyard immediately started fighting. Although Lu Zhan brought more homeowners than Su Jiang, they were all ordinary homeowners. On the other hand, although Su Jiang's side had fewer people, his underlings were all ruthless characters. Within minutes, 7 or 8 people were lying on the ground, and even Lu Zhan was injured. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Lu Zhan stood up, clutching his head, shouting, "Stop! Anyone who dares to move again, I'll shoot them dead." Lu Zhan. Su Jiang stepped out of the crowd, holding a gun in his hand as well. He pointed it at him and yelled, "You think you can scare a widow with a big bird? You think you're the only one with a gun?" Lu Zhan was intimidated by Su Jiang's imposing manner. He swallowed hard and said, "Su Jiang, calm down. We've clearly been tricked by that bastard Su Wei. You son of a bitch." Su Jiang's eyes flashed with malice as he cursed. "If you hadn't robbed me of those supplies last time, would I even have bothered coming out? I didn't take those things, we all took them together. Besides, there are so many homeowners in Cloud City. Everyone has to survive, right?" Lu Zhan understood people's hearts. With just one sentence, he brought everyone to his side. But Su Jiang wouldn't have it, and cursed, "Go to hell. Don't think I don't know. You pocketed half of that batch of supplies. How much did you give to those idiots?" The homeowners behind Lu Zhan were now in an uproar. Previously, it was said that the distribution would be unified, and since Lu Zhan had the highest status, no one could say anything about it. But now that Su Jiang has revealed the inside story, everyone's gaze towards him has immediately changed. Lu Zhan's eyes flickered a few times, and he cursed, "Stop trying to sow discord here. Who knows how long this blizzard will last? I'm doing this for the sake of long-term stability. I don't believe you for a second." Su Jiang sneered. "Hey Lu, I'll give you 2 choices. Either go back and bring me the supplies, or you leave your life here." Impossible. In the end times, food is the guarantee of life. Lu Zhan naturally wouldn't agree. "Then you should just die." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a resident inexplicably fell to the ground. He died with a look of confusion on his face. "Why me? Su Jiang, how dare you commit murder in public?" Lu Zhan was also enraged and suddenly pulled the trigger. With a thud, one of Su Jiang's henchmen fell to the ground. His face also showed confusion. Bang! 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 Before they could even assess the situation, gunfire erupted continuously. Many people were hit and cried out in pain, and a few unlucky ones were hit in vital areas and died instantly. Chaos erupted in the courtyard, with cries of agony echoing throughout the entire neighborhood. Chapter 24. The most poisonous thing is the human heart. At this moment, Building 104. Su Wei was holding a Type 54 pistol, leaning over the skylight on the 2nd floor, and said with a smirk, "So this is what it feels like to shoot a pistol. It's just that my accuracy is too bad. I still need to practice." He was the one who fired the first shot. His technique was just too poor, and he missed Lu Zhan. The second shot was fired by Lu Zhan, whose skills were even worse. He couldn't hit Su Jiang even at such close range. However, Su Wei was not disappointed, because he never intended for Su Jiang to die so quickly. He wanted to torture Su Jiang so badly that he would wish for death, but not be able to live. With the introduction of firearms, many people died quickly in the chaotic battle. Su Jiang and Lu Zhan were out of bullets, so the two began hand-to-hand combat. However, compared to a gangster boss like Su Jiang, Lu Zhan was utterly inferior. He was knocked out by Su Jiang with a single punch, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks. "Su Jiang, I was wrong. Forgive me, please forgive me." Lu Zhan screamed in agony as he was beaten, and finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Su Jiang's leg and begged for mercy. "Pooh!" Su Jiang spat hard in Lu Zhan's face and cursed, "You idiot! What kind of class do you have to dare to fight me? Do you still dare? I won't do it again, I won't do it again." Lu Zhan was beaten black and blue, with 3 of his 4 front teeth missing. He mumbled, "Brother Su, spare my life. I'll bring you the supplies right away." "Send it over?" Su Jiang spat again and laughed. "You're trying to run away, aren't you?" No, I won't do it again." Su Jiang ignored Lu Zhan's pleas for mercy and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go. Go to his house and move his things. As for that Su Wei, humph, I'll settle this score with him later." This time, he and Lu Zhan were really screwed over by Su Wei. Although Su Jiang's side was capable of fighting, they also suffered significant losses in the icy and snowy environment. However, Su Wei's villa was too sturdy. Last time, more than 300 homeowners spent half a day smashing things, but they couldn't even break a single pane of glass. Su Jiang is even less likely to waste his energy on that. His idea was the same as Lu Zhan's, to find a way to force Su Wei out. But the most important thing right now is what matters. Lu Zhan should still have a lot of supplies. Once he gets them, he'll be financially well off for a while. Meanwhile, the homeowners also suffered heavy casualties, with only 5 or 6 remaining standing. The others were either shot to death or crippled by Su Jiang's henchmen. In such extreme environments, everyone lacks medical care and medicine, and getting injured at this time is tantamount to losing one's life. Seeing Su Jiang take Lu Zhan away, the injured homeowners hurriedly begged for mercy. "Boss Su, please take us with you too, please." They are already unable to move. If they are left here, they will freeze to death within half an hour. "Fuck you." Su Jiang kicked aside a resident and asked, "Do you have any food? If you do, I'll take you away." "Yes, I have it." Another homeowner who was hit in the calf cried out, "I still have 5 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water at home. I have cookies and bread." "I have one too. Boss Su, I have a girlfriend who's absolutely gorgeous. If you save me, I'll give her to you." Su Jiang almost laughed out of anger, cursing, "You people are supposed to be social elites? Damn it, a bunch of animals. Come on, I want to see how amazing that woman is." A group of people left the villa. The remaining homeowners, lying on the ground, screamed and wailed. The large, fat woman in the villa was terrified. Looking at the dead and injured, she curled up in a corner like a ball of flesh, covering her mouth tightly. Of course, don't expect her to save anyone. Even the most virtuous saint wouldn't do something so foolish at a time like this. Su Wei raised his binoculars and watched those people walk away, his cold smile growing even stronger. He Su Jiang. At this moment, Zhuang Chang also returned. Upon entering the storage room, I saw Su shouting, wolfing down a bowl of instant noodles. "Damn it!" Enraged, Zhuang Chang rushed forward and kicked Su shouting against the wall. "Ouch! Brother Chang, what happened to you? Why did you hit me?" Was stunned by the sudden kick and trembled in pain. "Why?" Snap, 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 snap. Zhuang Chang's anger intensified. He grabbed the whip from the bed and lashed out, striking Su shouting so hard that her eyes rolled back and she nearly fainted. He sat up on the bed, panting heavily, and cursed, "You filthy bitch. I feed you and house you, and you actually try to harm me? You have no conscience." At this moment, Zhuang Chang was no longer the honest and simple man he used to be. He was like a furious lion. Su Wei had previously told him to be careful of Su shouting. At the time, he was still not quite convinced. He thought that such a pitiful woman could have any bad intentions, and that as long as he treated her well, she would definitely be grateful to him. After all, in this environment, Zhuang Chang was practically giving her paradise. But he never expected this. Last night, she was desperately trying to please me in bed and kept saying she would be grateful to me for the rest of her life. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a venomous scorpion. She actually colluded with outsiders to attack me and even tried to use me to coerce Su Wei. Fortunately, Su Wei's vigilance saved her life. Otherwise, it wouldn't be those homeowners who died tonight, but him. Thinking of this, Zhuang Chang became even angrier. He grabbed Su Shouting's head and slapped her hard across the face dozens of times. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, Brother Chang. I promise I'll listen to you from now on. I'll do whatever you asked me to do." Listening to the screams and wails downstairs, Su Wei took a leisurely sip of red wine. He looked thoughtfully at the enraged Zhuang Chang, wanting to see what Zhuang Chang would do this time. If he still softens and keeps Su Shouting, or if he's blinded by lust and believes Su Shouting's lies again, then Su Wei will have to seriously consider whether to kick him out. Compared to the harsh environment of the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is the human heart. He did this to make Zhuang Chang face reality and understand that this is the end of the world. If he still can't adapt to this environment, no matter how much he helps him, it will be in vain. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. You can leave now. After calming down, Zhuang Chang glanced at Su Shouting with disgust and said indifferently, "Get out now, immediately." "Brother Chang, I was wrong, Brother Chang." Upon hearing this, Su Shouting frantically grabbed Zhuang Chang's leg and begged him, "Please don't send me away. I'll die if I go out." Zhuangchang kicked her away and said coldly, "What do I care if you live or die? If you don't get out of here, I'll really kill you." "I won't leave. I'd rather die than leave." Su Shouting scrambled to the bedside, clinging tightly to the foot of the bed, and said somewhat frantically, "I'll die if I go out. I'm not going out." Damn it. Although Zhuangchang was so angry he wanted to kill someone, he couldn't get over his conscience. After all, it was a human life. He could ignore Su Shouting and let her fend for herself, but he still didn't dare to kill her, nor could he bear to. Chapter 25. A box of instant noodles costs 200,000. Zhuangchang ultimately couldn't bring himself to kill Su Shouting. After opening the door and throwing her out, he gave her a cotton coat and 2 packs of biscuits. Su Weixiao watched this scene and felt much more satisfied with Zhuangchang. If he keeps Su Shouting, he's unqualified. If he drives Su Shouting away, that's good enough. The fact that he gave Su Shouting a glimmer of hope after driving her away shows that he still has a shred of humanity in his heart. At least he hasn't become a cold-blooded animal. Human nature is difficult to fathom in the apocalypse. Su Wei dared not relax his guard even slightly when it came to those around him. Unless they were completely trusted, he would not allow anyone to threaten him. Having watched 2 spectacular shows, Su Wei was in high spirits and returned to the living room to play games. This time he tricked Su Jiang, and given the gangster's temperament, he would definitely not let him off the hook. However, he probably wouldn't dare to break ties with him right now. Besides, I'm not afraid of a complete breakdown in relations. If you've got the guts, come on over. You're amazing if you can even get in. As for voluntarily going out, it's impossible for him to do so, unless there's no one else in the neighborhood who poses a threat to him, or the apocalypse has ended. After playing games for most of the night, Su Wei slept until noon. After getting up and washing up, he took out a steaming hot sandwich from his storage space and poured himself a glass of milk. Now he is increasingly grateful for this rebirth. Not only was he given a chance to return, but he also gained such powerful spatial abilities. What's even more absurd is that time seems to stand still within this space. The Jianbing Guozi he stored away half a month ago is still fresh and piping hot when he takes it out now. In the apocalypse, such an ability is practically a bug. Su Wei hummed a little tune as she walked to the window. The blizzard that had been falling for 7 or 8 days finally showed signs of abating, but the cold wind was still howling. There were actually people outside shoveling snow, trying to clear a path to find food. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the outside world was also covered in ice and snow at the same time. Even if they could find places like supermarkets and convenience stores that had food, it was still uncertain whether they could get in. And what's even more terrifying is that the zombies are coming. Based on the timeline from the previous life, on the 20th day after the apocalypse, some long-dead humans underwent a horrific transformation into zombies. Although only a very small fraction of them turned into zombies, their attack power was terrifying. Those zombies, who had long lost their minds, could not only break through iron gates, but also bite anyone they saw. Initially, many unsuspecting citizens were bitten, and over the next 24 hours, their bodies gradually mutated, eventually turning them into zombies. Just then, the chubby woman in the group suddenly sent a message. "We'll buy food at high prices. Those willing to sell, please speak up." Haha, they've run out of food. However, the fact that she was able to last a week before running out of food shows that the big fat woman had stockpiled a lot of food at home beforehand. "I have 2 cases of instant noodles at home. How much are you willing to pay?" Upon seeing this message, Su Wei laughed in exasperation. Wow, there really are people who would rather die than keep their money. This person probably thought the wind and snow outside had subsided and that the environment would gradually change, which is why he got greedy. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Although the blizzards are no longer raging, the environment will become increasingly harsh. Putting aside the impending zombies, the minus 50 degrees Celsius weather alone is enough to make people despair. And who knows if the temperature will drop again in the future? How about 2,000? The fat woman then sent another message. Soon, the group chat erupted in laughter. Do you think this was 10 days ago? Idiot. You think you can buy a case for 2,000? I'll offer 20,000. Don't you even know what time it is? I'll offer 25,000. This is a city in the clouds, where 90% of the residents are elites from the upper and middle classes. Even someone like Su Shouting, who is essentially a foreign aid woman, has economic power that ordinary people cannot match. Soon someone else made an offer. I'll offer 30,000. Sell it to me. Brother, I'll add more if that's not enough. For wealthy people, money is just a tool. They are well aware of the value of money, which is to exchange it for resources. 80% of the residents still alive in the community are now out of food. Some of them had been starving for days, and they would be willing to pay any amount of money, let alone 2,000. I'll offer 100,000. Sure enough, someone offered an exorbitant price. A box of instant noodles costs 100,000 yuan. No one would have dared to dream of that before, but now it's a reality. Damn it, all of you shut up. Su Jiang, who had just fought a big battle last night, appeared. I'm offering 200,000. Anyone who dares to raise the price again will suffer the same fate as Lu Zhan. Mentioning Lu Zhan, the homeowners suddenly remembered the gunfight from last night. Although they didn't know what had happened, Su Jiang's words meant that Lu Zhan was probably in grave danger, especially since Lu Zhan hadn't said a word until now. Could it be? The fat woman fell silent instantly. The shootout that happened right before her eyes last night still sends chills down her spine when she thinks about it. And those who died are still lying in her yard. Soon, the transaction worth 200,000 was completed. As for whether Su Jiang will kill the man and steal all his food after getting the instant noodles, that depends on Su Jiang's character. Su Wei gave a cold laugh. It seems Su Jiang didn't find much food at Lu Zhan's house yesterday, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry today. Come to think of it, someone as shrewd as Lu Zhan would never put all his eggs in one basket. As for whether Su Jiang killed him or not, Su Wei said he didn't care at all. In such an environment, is it surprising that 1 or 2 people die? After a disaster, at least 50% to 90% of the world's population is lost, followed by a sudden drop in temperature due to strong winds and snow. At this point, at most 5% of the population will still be alive. Of that 5%, if only 1% remains when the zombies arrive, that would be considered good. Having experienced all of this in her previous life, Su Wei naturally became indifferent to life and death. Right now, all he can do is ensure his own survival. As for others, in his past life, he had also been overflowing with compassion. But what did he get in return? Qin Moyu conspired with Su Jiang to kill himself, and his so-called neighbors began to kill each other, with no one saying a word in his defense. Thinking of this, Su Wei suddenly paused for a moment. By the way, what about that bitch Qin Moyu? In her previous life, she moved into her own home after the apocalypse. But in this life, because Su shouting exposed her disguise, she was abandoned by Su Wei early on. Damn it, that bitch got off easy. If Su Wei could find Qin Moyu, he would definitely torture her to death in the most cruel way. After just over 10 days of blizzard, the old and dilapidated neighborhood where the Qin family lived had probably already lost all its energy reserves, and its chances of survival were slim. Even in the apocalypse, the advantages of the wealthy remained so obvious. Take, for example, the homeowners in the Cloud City Villa area. Although they also lack food and clothing, at least they can keep their lives for now. The city's energy supply will also prioritize them. In addition, these villas are built with much better materials than high-rise buildings, so they naturally have a greater chance of survival than ordinary homeowners. Chapter 26. They really did resist. Su Wei lay in the 25 degrees room, wearing only a nightgown. He turned on the local news channel on the TV, and surprisingly, there was still content being broadcast. Several hosts, wrapped up like zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, were constantly reassuring the public. However, now only these official personnel can still have basic protection. As for those grassroots groups, things have long been in chaos. In the video, the female host, speaking fluent Mandarin, loudly proclaims, "Fellow citizens of the nation, please rest assured, the country has mobilized all its resources to actively prepare for this battle, and the Chinese people will surely overcome this disaster." The country mobilized all its manpower and resources, and the first priority was to actively repair the energy supply in major cities. The government has already distributed a large amount of supplies. Su Wei suddenly laughed upon hearing this. Because right while the female host was speaking, in the background footage, several production staff stopped working and were scrambling for a bag of compressed biscuits. Clearly, this disaster has long been beyond human control. Despite the government's continued efforts to appease the public, in the face of reality, such reassurances have not only failed to work, but have also made people feel deceived. The power of the universe is transcendent. Once it unleashes its power, everything else is illusory. Even though the 3 major powers had implemented the fastest possible response and prevented the impact of the new planet GH, they still could not stop the lingering effects of its impact. The ecosystem of Planet D had already been destroyed by the explosion, and various unpredictable dangers followed. Solving these problems will take a long time. Maybe it will take decades, maybe centuries, maybe. Bite. Just as Su Wei was lamenting the uncertainty of the future, she suddenly received a long-awaited message on her phone. "Su Wei, I'm sorry." A phrase that sounds familiar. This message was actually sent by Qin Moyu, who had disappeared for a long time. Su Wei subconsciously replied, "Wow, you're still alive." Qin Moyu, on the other hand, had long lost her former glamour. Like many others, she was huddled under a thick quilt, shivering and starving. Upon seeing Su Wei's reply, Qin Moyu was initially delighted, but then suddenly coughed twice. That bastard Su Wei, he actually cursed me. She cursed, but her voice was full of pitifulness. I'm sorry, Su Wei. I was wrong about what I did before. Let's make up, okay? Qin Moyu's neighborhood has been without power since the first day of the blizzard. At first, she didn't think much of it. A few days later, even the water supply system collapsed, and Qin Moyu finally became anxious, but it was too late. If the power hadn't suddenly come back on for half an hour, she wouldn't even have been able to turn on her phone. The first thing she did after turning on her phone was to try to contact Su Wei. After all, the villa area where Su Wei lived was much better than her home, and Qin Moyu had just seen an important piece of news on the news. Before the apocalypse, a man named Su Wei bought out the entire Weidu supermarket. Qin Moyu immediately lost her composure and cursed Su Wei for being shameless. It turns out that his efforts to cash out weren't due to any gambling, but because he knew the apocalypse was coming and wanted to stockpile supplies in advance. What's even more hateful is, at least 9 million worth of supplies in Su Wei's possession were obtained from her. However, after being exposed by Su shouting, Qin Moyu learned her lesson and no longer dared to confront Su Wei directly, instead resorting to emotional manipulation. You old man, do you think the hat on my head isn't straight enough? Su Wei spat out a curse, then an idea popped into her mind. If I couldn't see you, that would be fine. But now that you've come to me of your own accord, if I don't settle my score from my past life, then I've lived this life in vain. Then he replied casually, how can we make up? Do you want me to keep lying to you? No. Qin Moyu felt hopeful when she heard that Su Wei's tone wasn't as bad as she had imagined. She explained, I was forced that time. Several men came at me at once, and I was drunk. I resisted, really. Upon hearing this, Su Wei burst into laughter and anger. Damn it, that bitch. Then, feigning anger, he said, if you hadn't gone out and fooled around, would they have taken you away? Now you want me to forgive you? Dream on. The most important thing in acting is authenticity. If I forgive Qin Moyu too easily, it would seem fake. Qin Mo seemed to have anticipated Su Wei's words. She said with a slight sob in her voice, I didn't cheat on anyone. I was drugged by those people. It was really an accident. I really resisted. How can you expect me to forgive you for something like this? Su Wei's tone was full of helplessness and conflict. Qin Moyu gave a disdainful sneer, then said, I was wrong, Su Wei. Please forgive me this time. Have you forgotten how much we loved each other before? Have you forgotten that you once said you would only love me in this lifetime? Have you forgotten our happy times together? Su Wei, I miss you so much. I want to be by your side right now. With your protection, I won't be fooled anymore. Su Wei, I'm so cold. Can you hug me? After listening to these voice messages, Su Wei almost vomited up her dinner from the night before. But I'm not cold. After saying that, Su Wei sent a photo of the room, along with a large pile of high-end food on the table. Beer, wine, steak, caviar, sushi, ham, you name it, they have it. Qin Moyu's eyes widened when she saw these things. And she could clearly see the thermometer on the wall behind her, 25 degrees. How much stuff has he hoarded? It even has its own power source, and it's so luxurious. Then she couldn't wait to send a message. Su Wei, I miss you so much. Let's get back together, okay? What about the money I owe you? Qin Moyu hesitated on the other end of the phone. That's 9 million. Their whole family probably wouldn't be worth that much in their entire lives. But given the current harsh environment, Qin Moyu steeled her resolve. What do you mean yours and mine? Aren't they all ours? I know you borrowed money to stockpile supplies, and now we're using them. This wretched woman isn't stupid. She knows that life is more important than money. Moreover, judging from Qin Moyu's words, she was telling Su Wei that half of those supplies belong to her. Hehe. Even if half of it is yours, you still need to be alive to take it. Su Wei sent a voice message. Since you've put it that way, let's do it. Qin Moyu was overjoyed and said coquettishly, then will you come and pick me up? It's too cold outside. I'll freeze to death if I go out like this. It's not convenient for me to go out right now. But, what a load of rubbish. If you don't want to come, fine. Su Wei feigned impatience and then stopped replying. After sending many messages without receiving a reply, Qin Moyu finally couldn't take it anymore. Looking at the 5% battery on her phone, she gritted her teeth and crawled out of bed. I'll go. Rather than staying here and freezing or starving to death, I might as well take a chance. Judging from Su Wei's tone, he definitely still had feelings for her. She was confident that as long as she went to Su Wei, she could definitely win him back. Once we can stay with Su Wei, everything will be much easier. We'll figure out a way to take her house, then bring her parents and brother over, and then her whole family will never have to worry again. Chapter 27. Am I a kid? Why would I guess? Su Wei stared at her phone screen, a cold smile playing on her lips. She wondered if Qin Moyu could withstand the wind and snow and make it here. If she freezes to death on the way, that would be too good for her. Then he switched to the owner's group chat. The property manager was still patiently trying to appease her, but every time he opened his mouth, he was drowned out by a barrage of insults. Especially the big, fat woman next door. She saw with her own eyes that the property management had stored a batch of supplies, but unfortunately, the residents couldn't find them even after searching for a long time. It's fortunate that the property management office is some distance from the community, otherwise the property manager would have been killed by these homeowners long ago. However, none of this has anything to do with Su Wei. He looked at the messages indifferently, without the slightest ripple in his heart. Even if all these people starve to death, he will not feel any pity for them, because in his previous life, no one pitied him either. Su Jiang, who was in a villa in Area A, was also watching the group chat. After that last major battle, he and his underlings were also having a hard time. 2 of the injured underlings returned that day and were already dead in their beds the next day. Although he was not injured, the food at home was running out. If he didn't find a way to get something to eat, even if he didn't starve to death, his men would fight each other because of infighting. Boss, give me something to eat. I really can't take it anymore. The underlings hadn't eaten for 2 days, and now they were all begging Su Jiang. Su Jiang glanced at the locked safe next to him, hesitated for a few seconds, and then picked up his phone. Hello, Brother Su? Su Wei smiled and said, Brother Su? What's up? Is something the matter? Damn it, you're asking a question you already know the answer to. Su Jiang smiled coldly. Brother Su, I'm really struggling to make ends meet right now. You have plenty of food. Why don't you share some with me? Since Su Wei tricked him last time, Su Jiang didn't dare to be too forceful this time. Oh. Su Weigu feigned difficulty. I don't have much food left either. Fart. 20 million worth of supplies were only produced in a few days. Are you a pig that can turn things upside down? Su Jiang was immediately enraged, but he still smiled and said, Brother Su, everyone knows how much you have. Although your house is sturdy, you can't stay hidden forever, can you? This is a threat. Then Su Jiang added, as long as you share some of the food with me, don't worry, you can go out with confidence from now on. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll shoot them dead. You think you're the only one with a gun who doesn't? Su cursed under his breath and said, Okay then, Brother Su, I'll give you half again. This is my limit. After this, there really won't be any more. A coward. Su Jiang smiled disdainfully and said, Sure, we'll do it the same way as before. You throw the stuff out, and I'll take some people to get it. Good. This time, Su Jiang dared not send his men again. The residents in the community are already starving, and if they are discovered, someone will definitely come and rob them. He opened the safe, took out a pistol and 2 magazines, and led his henchmen towards Su Wei in a flurry of activity. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Su Wei estimated that Su Jiang had already left. He picked up his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Everyone, it's not good for you to keep tagging me in the group chat all the time. I'm also running out of supplies. He suddenly said that. The residents in the group immediately erupted in anger. Could it be that Su Wei has had a change of heart and wants to help us out? Dozens of messages popped up in an instant. President Su, we don't need much. Once the disaster is over, we will definitely repay you double. Yes, President Su, we only need a little bit. Once the disaster is over, we will definitely make it up to you properly. President Su, please help me. Su Wei waited a few minutes before saying in a voice message, Okay, Mr. Su just contacted me too. Rather than being drained dry by him, we might as well share the spoils. Yeah, Su Jiang is a scoundrel. Don't worry, Mr. Su. As long as you help us this once, we'll fight him to the death. Yeah, we'll be in the same boat whether we starve to death or not. If Su Jiang dares to cause you trouble, we'll kill him. After a series of deaths, people's hearts underwent a tremendous change. Everyone knows that this disaster will not end anytime soon. Even if the catastrophe ends one day, no one can say for sure what the world will be like then. Anyway, everyone is dead, so who will care how they died? Moreover, they also knew that besieging Su Wei was impossible. That house was ridiculously sturdy. So now their only option is to curry favor with Su Wei. Even if it means groveling, it's better than starving to death. More than an hour later, there was a knock on the villa's door. Su Weilai went to the second-floor window, turned off the one-way lighting function on the glass, waved to Su Jiang below, and called out loudly, Brother Su, everything's in the yard. Su Jiang had already spotted the pile of food in the yard, and without saying a word, he led his men in and rushed in. But before they could even start moving things, they heard a commotion outside. A large, Dark mass of people slowly surged forward. Boss, boss this. Looking at the endless crowd outside, the younger brother instinctively shuddered. There are at least 1,000 people outside, which is probably all the current residents of Cloud City. They've mobilized the entire force. Even Su Wei was a little stunned. It seemed that he was really starving. The scene in a little while was sure to be quite explosive. He was starting to feel a little expectant. Su Jiang also subconsciously took a step back, but he immediately recovered and without hesitation pulled out a pistol from his waist and fired a shot into the air. Bang! This shot was quite effective. The more than 1,000 homeowners paused in their tracks, their frenzy largely dispelled by the fear in their hearts. But after only a brief pause, they pressed forward again. Su Jiang frowned and fired another shot. The homeowners paused again. This time, they stopped. Su Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, raised his gun and pointed it at them, saying viciously, "Anyone who doesn't want to die, get back here. All this food is mine." "You're talking nonsense." Next door, the fat woman poked her head out and yelled. Su Wei clearly said in the group that these things belong to all of us, and everyone has a share. "Damn it, Su Wei. They tricked me again." Enraged, Su Jiang looked up and shouted, "Su Wei, what do you mean?" Su Wei looked at him with a smile. "Guess." "I'm just a kid. Why would I guess?" Su Jiang was furious, but Su Wei remained calm. "You can't possibly eat all this food, so why can't we share some?" "Brother Su, you can't be so selfish." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone chimed in. "Exactly. One shouldn't be so selfish. You've already taken so many supplies before, and now you want to keep them all for yourself? No way." "Yes. We won't agree. Divide it equally." "Well said. We'll fight him to the death, if necessary." Chapter 28. Heaven and Hell. Su Jiang had been a notorious figure in Yuntai City for many years, and his men had taken countless lives. But no matter how ruthless he was, he couldn't help but be afraid when faced with more than 1,000 homeowners. These people are no longer the social elites and upper-class individuals they once were. Having been tormented by disaster for so long, many people have long lost their so-called qualities and manners, and at this moment they are no different from wild beasts. This is also why Su Jiang hesitated to shoot and kill. He knew that these already crazed homeowners would instantly turn into vicious wolves once they saw blood, and then pounce on him in droves to tear him apart. But the food looked too tempting. Su Jiang even saw 2 king hibiscus flowers inside. During the more than 10 days of hardship, this old smoker had long since run out of cigarettes, and he felt closer to cigarettes than to his own father. After struggling for a while, Su Jiangxin steeled his heart, raised his gun, and pointed it at the leading homeowner. "I'll say it again, get the hell out of here, or I'll be the first to kill you." Having spent many years in the underworld, Su Jiang understood that to catch the thief, one must first catch the kingpin. Once the leader is intimidated, the others won't dare to bare their teeth. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. The man was also extremely hungry and shouted, "Stop trying to scare me. You only have 1 gun. How many people can you kill? If you have the guts, then shoot." Bang! Su Jiang didn't hesitate to shoot him in the head, cursing, "Damn it! How dare you make such a request of me?" No one expected that Su Jiang would still dare to fire a gun under these circumstances. Many people were frightened, and chaos erupted in the crowd. Some people started to back away, but most remained still, and their anger had reached its peak. Who else? Bang! Another shot to the head. Su Jiang knew that he had no choice but to fight back with ruthlessness. 2 people died in quick succession. The residents had never seen anything like it before, and many began to back away. Seeing that these people had backed down, Su Wei had no choice but to add fuel to the fire. "Just so you know, I don't have much food left. This is the only time I'll share it." Wow! Immediately, nearly 1,000 people surged forward again. "Su Wei, you bastard!" Su Jiang cursed Su Wei in his heart. He realized that Su Wei was doing this on purpose. He had no intention of giving him food, but rather wanted him and the other homeowners to fight each other. "Rob it!" someone shouted out. Finally, nearly 1,000 people rushed forward in a dark mass, and countless people began to scramble for the loot. Su Jiang and his henchmen were swallowed up by the crowd in the blink of an eye. The shouts soared into the sky, drowning out even the gunshots. People pushing, shoving, trampling, hitting, even killing each other. Zhuangchang was closest to the storage room, and therefore felt the impact most directly. Only then did he realize the truth of Su Wei's words. A person who is starving is a beast. It's the truth. Look at these people. They had lost all sense of reason. They were like a pack of starving wild dogs. Su Wei was also deeply shocked. In his previous life, he didn't have these inexhaustible resources, nor did he have the chance to witness this breathtaking scene. The madness of those homeowners is terrifying. Su Wei was incredibly grateful for his foresight back then. Luckily, this super shelter existed. Otherwise, his fate today would have been far worse than Su Zhang's. The looting lasted for several hours. The snow receded slowly, like a tide, only when the residents could no longer bear the cold. It left behind a scene of devastation and agonizing screams that echoed through the sky. Su Jiang was among these people. His legs had been broken by someone, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. But he still gripped the pistol tightly in his hand, and then was carried away from there by his 3 surviving henchmen. You're really lucky, but I'll see just how lucky you are. Su Wei sneered and returned to her room. As for the hundreds of homeowners who were killed or injured outside, he didn't even bother to glance at them. He took out a fragrant roast duck from his spatial storage, poured himself a glass of ice-cold beer, and prepared a plate of fried peanuts, then began to leisurely enjoy himself. These were all things he had hoarded before the apocalypse. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, Su Wei was like a glutton. He wandered frantically through every corner of the city, and whenever he came across a food shop, he would buy up everything without hesitation. What happened? At that very moment, a bulky woman, bundled up tightly, limped to the entrance of Su Wei's villa, leaning on a mop. Qin Moyu was completely dumbfounded by the scene before her. The ground was littered with dead bodies and dying wounded, along with crushed food scraps mixed with red and white blood, frozen solid in puddles. She couldn't help but scream and frantically pounded on the villa's door. Su Wei! Su Wei! Qin Moyu cried out in terror. Open the door! It's me, Qin Moyu. Open the door! Inside the room, Su Wei heard the shouts and paused for a moment while gnawing on a duck leg. He laughed incredulously. Wow, what are these 2 women made of? They're both so tough. It's at least 5 kilometers away, and she actually came. In the surveillance footage, Qin Moyu was frantically banging on the door. Su Wei calmly stood up, munching on a duck leg, and looked out the window. Qin Moyu also saw him, and her eyes immediately fell on the duck leg. She swallowed unconsciously. Really? He had indeed prepared everything in advance. There was even roast duck. This place is truly paradise. Qin Moyu looked excitedly at the bright lights inside, then subconsciously glanced at the devastation outside. Heaven. Hell. Separated only by a wall, they are completely 2 different worlds. Qin Moyu finally lost her temper and shouted, Su Wei, I'm here. Let me in. But Su Wei inside shook her head at him. Qin Moyu was stunned. What do you mean? Su Wei calmly picked up the intercom on the wall and said lightly, Moyu, you saw the dead people outside. Those people were trampled to death while trying to grab food. You didn't see the scene. It was too horrifying. Su Wei patted his chest with lingering fear and continued, There are quite a few people watching me outside right now. If I dare to open the door, they will definitely rush in. He's right. At this moment, figures were moving about inside the surrounding villas. They were all watching Su Wei's house, and they would swarm over at the slightest opportunity. But you promised me. You can't lie to me. Qin Moyu broke down and collapsed to the ground. God knows how she got here. It took her 4 hours to walk through snow that was taller than a person. If she doesn't get warmth soon, she will freeze to death. Su Wei ignored her pleas and said indifferently, Why don't you go look somewhere else? There are plenty of people here. Someone should be able to take you in. I have 2 packs of biscuits here that I can't finish. You can have them. After saying that, Su Wei threw 2 packets of cookies through the crack in the window, and then pressed the remote control to close all the curtains. He wants to slowly torture this bitch to death. Qin Moyu picked up the 2 bags of biscuits from the ground and left, her eyes filled with deep resentment. Chapter 29, The Disaster Won't Stop. The sky is the color of rain, waiting for the misty rain. Su Wei was in a good mood, humming a little tune as she turned on the TV. Today is the 12th day since the end of the world. The local news channel on TV disappeared, replaced by a white, static-filled screen, and other national channels also stopped working. Then he turned on his phone. With television stations no longer a channel for disseminating news, government departments have been forced to continue posting online, trying their best to reassure the public. But the intermittent network connection was incredibly frustrating. At this point, even the network infrastructure in these major cities is probably starting to break down. After all, even the most advanced technology still needs to be maintained by people. Based on Su Wei's assessment of his past life, the number of people still alive in the entire Yuntai city is at most no more than 1 million. This number sounds like a lot, but you should know that Yuntai is one of the top-tier cities in China, with a population density second only to Shanghai and Beijing. A city with a population of over 30 million now has fewer than 1 million people left. 1/10 of the remaining million people will survive. Before Su could open her hand, the group chat was already in chaos. were exhausted after the fierce battle, and those who remained were not much better off, complaining about being hungry. Property management. Why was the water suddenly cut off? Yeah, what exactly happened? We've run out of food and are surviving on water. What are we going to do if the water is cut off? Even the local news channel has stopped broadcasting. If this continues, we'll just have to wait to die. Where are the authorities? Where's the government? How can they abandon us? Su Wei smiled wryly and lit a cigarette, the smoke rising before his eyes. At this time in his previous life, he was also anxiously holding his phone, complaining about the incompetence of the authorities, just like those homeowners. But now he already knew the ending. At this point, the authorities no longer have the energy to care about them. If they want to survive in the future, they can only rely on their own tenacious will. Because in 3 days, zombies will descend. This apocalyptic catastrophe truly begins today. Without the protection of modern facilities, the challenges they will face in the future will only become more severe. Su Wei felt incredibly fortunate at that moment. With this shelter costing nearly 100 million, he no longer needed to worry about safety issues. The nearly 100 billion stored resources in his mind space also made him feel extremely at ease. Before the D-ball is destroyed, Su Wei has no need to worry about making a living. Even if the world really does end, at worst everyone will just lie there and wait to die. Anyway, he's already enjoyed everything he was supposed to before that happens. At this point, someone else spoke up in the group, and the criticism was directed at the property manager. Old Qian, didn't you say the snowstorm wouldn't last more than a few days? What do you say now? Property manager Qian Su replied irritably. What's it to me? The officials said it was fine, but now that the officials are gone, what can I do? Then you'd better figure something out. Exactly, we spend so much money supporting you every year, and this is your attitude? That damn property management company. They're like lapdogs when it comes to money, but completely unreliable when something goes wrong. At this moment, Qian Su was hiding in the basement of the property management office, where a lot of food such as milk and biscuits were stored. Compared to the indoor temperature, which is approaching minus 30 degrees Celsius, the basement has become a good place to hide. In the completely enclosed environment, the temperature here is much better than upstairs. Hearing the cursing and swearing in the group chat, Qian Su was also a bit scratching his head. Moreover, he was even more apprehensive than the homeowners, because just a few hours earlier, he had learned some information through internal municipal channels. This disaster may never end. It is even possible that this will be the beginning of a new era of mass extinction. Just like in those science fiction novels, every few 100,000 years, Planet D will experience a long ice age, and the resulting harsh climate will freeze or destroy all life on it. Perhaps in hundreds of thousands of years, a new human species will emerge. Perhaps archaeologists will be able to discover traces they left behind. Really, some of the more resourceful homeowners in the group gradually learned of this news. An atmosphere of panic spread instantly. This is definitely not an ordinary disaster. I have just received news that this is a once-in-a-millennium global storm, and other regions are also in turmoil. Several major cities in China have been paralyzed for a long time, and our Yuntai city is no exception. Moreover, the high-ranking officials in Kyoto had already begun their escape plan, and the air defense bases had long been on high alert. We must save ourselves, or death will be all that awaits us. The tense and fearful homeowners finally erupted. The plump woman, who hadn't shown her face for a while, suddenly said, Qian Su, do you still have the milk you stocked up on last month? I can buy some. Damn it, that stupid woman. The message in the group chat, Qian Su felt an urge to devour the fat woman alive. Even if you want supplies, you should at least send a private message, right? With so many people in the group, everyone has seen it now. How could I possibly admit it? He gritted his teeth and sent a voice message, saying, Stop talking nonsense. There is no such batch of supplies. The food stored in our property management department has long been eaten up. You're talking nonsense. The large, fat woman persisted. I saw those things with my own eyes. She had mentioned those supplies in the group chat before. But at that time, the homeowners did not realize the severity of the disaster, nor did they take this advice seriously. Things are different now. Regardless of whether the supplies are real or fake, they won't let this opportunity slip by. Qian Su sensed a strong sense of danger and quickly said, Stop talking nonsense. The property management department has no supplies at all. Besides, the higher authorities just notified us that they will actively repair the facilities and send people to clear the snow. The disaster is only temporary. Don't listen to those people's alarmist talk. Most of the homeowners in the group are prominent figures, so they naturally wouldn't be intimidated by such words. How is this alarmist? Can you guarantee we'll survive the disaster? If you really have food, hurry up and share it. Otherwise, we won't be polite. That's right. Hundreds of people died yesterday anyway, so one more death won't matter. If you don't hand it over, you're going to die. Qin Su stared intently at the group chat, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Even though he was in a basement where the temperature was below -10 degrees Celsius, he could still feel a strong aura of death. How could he not know about yesterday's big battle? Su Wei used Su Jiang and the homeowners to kill each other, leaving the ground littered with dead bodies and thousands of homeowners injured or disabled. Chapter 30. President Su, it's me, Xiao Su. But the fear is only temporary. Qian Su hesitated for only a moment before coldly saying, "There is no food like you mentioned. I'm out of food too, and I can't even get water." Compared to death, starving to death is obviously more unacceptable. Since things are already like this, what difference does it make whether I starve to death or get beaten to death? Besides, he's in the basement right now, without even a window, just a ventilation opening that only a child could squeeze through. What's there to be afraid of? To open that thick iron door first. Thinking of this, Qin Su felt much more at ease, because he remembered the two major battles from before. Even with thousands of homeowners, they couldn't conquer Su Wei's villa. Although his place was simple, it was surrounded by reinforced concrete, and the passageways were narrow, making it difficult for them to get in. Haha, come on, you bunch of idiots. Su Wei smiled as she looked at the messages in the group chat. Don't be fooled by Qian Su's arrogance now. He won't be laughing tomorrow. In his previous life, Qian Su relied on his position in the basement and thought no one could threaten him. Not only did he refuse to share food with the residents, but he also arrogantly provoked them. Unfortunately, he underestimated the resilience of the homeowners in the face of the apocalypse. The seemingly sturdy iron gate only lasted a day after the residents joined forces to ram it. However, Su Wei did not intend to warn Qian Su to be careful. The life or death of other people is none of his business, and even if they all die, it won't affect him in the slightest. Everyone looks out for themselves. Otherwise, they'll be condemned by heaven and earth. This statement is perfectly illustrated at this moment. In his past life, he was also one of the attackers who stormed the basement, and he was the one who contributed the most. However, he only got 2 packs of milk and biscuits out of half a warehouse of them. It was because of those 2 packs of biscuits that he lost his life. Thinking of this, Su Wei chuckled self-deprecatingly, then continued playing her PSP, not forgetting to call Zhuang Chang to remind him to pay attention to the area around the villa. As for water and power outages, they pose no threat to me whatsoever. His mind contained the entire South China warehousing and logistics zone S supplies, including not only food and drinking water worth tens of billions of yuan, but also hundreds of thousands of tons of gasoline and diesel. Therefore, both water and energy resources are sufficient for Su to squander for hundreds of years. The scene changes. Unlike Su Wei's warm and happy environment, Su Jiang and his 3 remaining underlings were huddled under the covers, shivering. In yesterday's big fight, his left leg was completely broken and his right leg was also fractured. If he doesn't receive emergency treatment, he'll most likely be crippled. The reason the remaining 3 henchmen risked their lives to save Su Jiang wasn't out of brotherhood, but because Su Jiang's safe contained dozens of bullets and a lot of food. At this moment, they are plotting how to get Su Jiang's safe combination. As for Su Wei, they dared not think about it anymore. It wasn't just because they couldn't open that ridiculously sturdy villa. They were even more afraid of Su Wei himself. The first time, he incited Lu Zhen and the other homeowners to rob the food. The second time was even more ruthless. He incited a chaotic battle involving thousands of people, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Now they would rather starve to death than dare to cause trouble for Su Wei again. This is also why Su Wei didn't shoot Su Jiang when he clearly had the opportunity. He wanted Su Jiang to die in the most painful way, to die in despair from betrayal by his own people. Su Wei sat on a wool rug worth tens of thousands of yuan, leaning against the sofa. She took out a projector from her spatial storage, which contained tens of thousands of movies and TV series. It was pitch black outside, but the house was brightly lit, with the heating system working smoothly thanks to the power of 5 large generators. There were various drinks and beverages on the coffee table, and the fine tomahawk steak was still steaming hot. Such a life would be enviable even before the end of the world, let alone now. There's no shortage of food and drink, and all kinds of entertainment options are readily available. The space spans 4 floors and includes a gym, a large bathroom, and a small swimming pool. If another woman comes along. When people are well fed and clothed, they think of lustful desires, and Su Wei was no exception. However, he has long since transformed himself. The lessons of Qin Moyu from his previous life are still vivid in his mind. Unless he is absolutely certain, he will not allow anyone to enter this villa. This is why, even though he knew Zhuang Chang was a good person, he still dared not let him in. In the current environment, there is no absolute trust. Even if Zhuang Chang is grateful, there is no guarantee that he will do something under such a tempting offer. In his past life, he witnessed the fat woman next door kill her husband with a vase while he wasn't looking, all for a bite to eat. Just then, Su Wei's phone lit up again. It was a voice call from Su Jiang. Su answered the call with interest, and a polite greeting came from the other end. Is this President Su? This is Xiao Su. Xiao Su. Su Jiang is truly flexible and adaptable. Su Wei almost laughed and said lightly, Little Su? I don't know any Little Su. I only know President Su of Buckingham Palace in Yuntai City. Su Jiang, on the other end, had a cold expression, but smiled and said, Yes, that's me, Little Su. Oh, is there something you need, Xiao Su? It's like this, Mr. Su. The market is turbulent right now. Even though you're safe in the villa, you still need to go out for some fresh air, right? I have 2 handguns here. Maybe I can trade them for some food. Send a gun. Su Wei sneered. You're planning to kill me while you're delivering the gun, aren't you? How could that be? I experienced President Su's methods firsthand last time. Even if you gave me the guts, I wouldn't do it again. Su Wei naturally didn't believe his nonsense and hung up the phone immediately. Damn it. Su Jiang was so angry after being rejected that he smashed his phone. Meanwhile, the henchmen beside them fell silent. They exchanged a knowing glance and then suddenly moved. Before Su Jiang could react, his 2 henchmen pinned him to the bed. The other man rummaged around on him for a while, pulled out a pistol, cocked it, and pressed it against Su Jiang's forehead. Boss, please don't blame us. We were just too hungry. If you open the safe, we promise we won't kill you, and we'll even give you some food. Held down tightly, cursing, Damn it. Are you guys trying to rebel? I'll kill you all. No matter how hard he struggled, he was helpless. After all, at this point he was no longer the fearsome tiger, but a sick cat with a broken leg. Damn it. I'm giving you face by calling you boss. If you don't, I'll send you to your grave, you believe me? The younger brother spat out a mouthful of saliva. Su Jiang stared in disbelief and cursed. Damn it, you crazy donkey. Who gave you the guts to talk like that? You dare to lay a hand on me. Bang. The henchman nicknamed Crazy Donkey smashed Su Jiang's mouth with the butt of his rifle. Damn it, you think you're still the boss? I'll ask you one last question. Are you in or not? Chapter 31, The Mad Donkey. Over the next 2 days, the group chat became much quieter. Su Wei thought these people had all starved to death, but later learned that they had gone to Qian Su to steal food, and they actually succeeded. Su Wei discovered through the surveillance cameras outside the villa that Qian Su was being held down by several people and taken to Unit 2 of Zone E, which was not far away. But none of this mattered to him. He continued to eat and drink as usual, and when he got really bored, he would call Zhuang Chang, and the 2 grown men would chat away on the phone. Today marks the 14th day since the start of the Ice Age. Su Wei knew this clearly. The blizzard will stop early tomorrow morning, but the temperature will not improve, and the zombies will arrive soon. The food that the homeowners managed to grab didn't become a lifeline. Instead, it became the trigger for the outbreak of a major battle. Humans are selfish. With all the food nearly exhausted, the food they had snatched from Qian Su became everyone's last hope. Only 70 or 80 homeowners participated in the battle that day, but more than 700 homeowners remained in the entire Cloud City, waiting to die. 700 against 80, the result is obvious. They would never stand by and watch those people devour this last vestige of hope for life. Sure enough, someone in the group raised a question. Chenji, be honest, how much food did you manage to grab? Someone tagged a homeowner, who quickly replied, Got what? Just a bag of milk, and it even broke my arm. Didn't they say Qian Su stockpiled at least a truckload of supplies? He's all alone, and it's only been a few days. He must still have a lot left. At this point, the homeowner named Chenji cursed. There are quite a few left, but they couldn't withstand the looting. I was the most seriously injured, but I got the least. Those homeowners who had taken more food remained silent in a tacit agreement. Wang, don't fucking stay silent. You stole a lot after I opened the door just now. Don't think I didn't see it. You're talking nonsense. I only took 2 pieces of bread. Impossible. Damn it. Everyone who sees it gets a share. You can't keep it all to yourself. Soon the group chat was in chaos again. The world has lost its ability to function independently. Only those with resources can survive. The homeowner's mindset is also slowly changing. Meanwhile, at this moment, in Su Jiang's villa, Mad Donkey wiped the blood off his face, didn't even glance at Su Jiang who was already dead, and directly opened the safe, taking out all the pistols, ammunition, and food inside. He tore open a bag of Oreos and wolfed them down before turning to the other two men with a menacing look, saying, "Now that Su Jiang is dead, as long as you listen to me, you'll share the good fortune in the future." The two underlings received their share of food and were naturally very grateful to him, saying, "Don't worry, Brother Donkey, we'll do whatever you ask us to do from now on." In fact, Su Jiang didn't have much food left to begin with. In order not to follow in Su Jiang's footsteps, Mad Donkey knew that only by feeding his two underlings would they be willing to work for him wholeheartedly. Then he took Su Jiang's phone and saw the message in the owner's group chat. A cruel glint appeared on the Mad Donkey's dark, thin face as he sneered. "Here comes the food, doesn't it?" Soon, Mad Donkey left with two henchmen. Our first stop was the house of that big, fat woman next door to Su Wei. Without saying a word, the three rushed in. "What do you want to do?" The fat woman had already hidden herself in fear. Her husband, however, was a skinny guy, and seeing the Mad Donkey and his men looking so fierce, he couldn't help but tremble. "Hand over the food, or I'll kill you." The skinny guy had no choice but to hand over the few packets of biscuits and milk that were left in his house, with the dark muzzle of a gun pressed against him. "Hee, now we have something to eat. Let's go next place." Mad Donkey smugly stuffed the food into a large sack and rode off with his henchmen. And so, the three of them looted the villa area and quickly obtained a lot of food. "Brother Donkey, where should we go next?" The two underlings were extremely excited and overjoyed to have killed Su Jiang. Now it seems that Mad Donkey is a leader who can be trusted. "Take it, let's go home." Mad Donkey did not blindly sweep through, but chose to stop while he was ahead. Firstly, those ordinary residential areas are too far from here, and secondly, the population there is too dense. They might not be able to get food, but instead be robbed by others. Besides, although the food they managed to snatch from the villa area wasn't much, it was enough for the three of them to eat for a few days. Mad Donkey has followed Su Jiang for so many years and is a smart man. He said seriously, "At a time like this, we must not provoke the wrath of the masses. We must defeat them one by one to be safe. Besides, many of these villas are empty houses. There might be food inside. Take it slow and don't be impatient." After he said that, his underlings felt even more strongly that hanging out with Crazy Donkey was a wise choice. Su Wei also saw all of this on the surveillance footage and said with a smile, "I didn't expect this Crazy Donkey to be so smart. We can make good use of him in the future. The zombies are coming soon." Although Su Wei is not afraid, he can't stay in this villa forever. Therefore, he needs to find a way to use the resources at his disposal to clear away those external obstacles. Meanwhile, Crazy Donkey returned to Su Jiang's house. Unlike Su Jiang, who hid the food, he generously shared it with his two underlings and offered to live and eat with them. After the three of them had a hearty meal, they fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time passed. In his sleep, Mad Donkey suddenly felt something wet on his face. In this freezing weather, any bit of moisture would turn into ice. He was quickly awakened by the coldness on his face, and then he saw a pale human face. "Oh." The Mad Donkey instinctively raised his foot and kicked. Despite his thin frame, he was surprisingly strong, kicking the thing a long way away. Then, with the faint light from the phone, he was able to see what was in front of him clearly, and he immediately shuddered in fright. Su Jiang. The person in front of him was none other than Su Jiang, whom he had killed during the day. At this moment, the two henchmen were also awakened. They were equally frightened and stared at the person in front of them, trembling. Mad Donkey stared at Su Jiang in disbelief. "This is impossible. You were clearly dead, long since frozen. How could you possibly come back to life?" Su Jiang did not answer, but stared intently at the three people in front of him with his 100-eyed eyes. "Boss, one of the underlings discovered the scene, and, trembling, pointed at Su Jiang, unable to speak. Mad Donkey then noticed that Su Jiang in front of him was like a walking corpse. His face was completely bloodless, and his skin was covered with black veins. A terrifying thought arose in my mind. Chapter 32, Zombies. Lying on the soft Simmons bed, Su Wei let out a lazy breath. I slept so well. After getting up and washing up, he called Zhuang Chang to confirm that he still had food. Then Su Wei hung up the phone and took out a Jianbing Guozi, Chinese crepe, and soy milk from his spatial storage. His space contained a great many kinds of food, but he didn't intend to share it with Zhuang Chang, not because he was stingy, but because he knew that people shouldn't eat too much. In such an extremely harsh environment, being alive is already a great blessing. He wanted Zhuang Chang to understand that he should always have a sense of awe towards himself. Otherwise, he would be raising a tiger that would eventually cause him harm. After finishing breakfast, he turned on the TV as usual, accessed the monitoring system, and observed the changes throughout the villa area. Su Wei couldn't observe the homeowners in the ordinary residential areas, but he couldn't be bothered with them anyway. Since everyone was far apart, he could just let fate decide. Moreover, even if they wanted to launch another attack, Su Wei wasn't afraid of them. Let them come at her. Just as he was about to switch the view, a figure appeared faintly in the direction of the villa in Area A. The figure moved very slowly, with each step rhythmic, like an old man taking a morning stroll in the park. In this awful weather, who would actually come out for a walk or exercise? Su Wei stared at the screen in confusion until the figure walked over, and he was surprised to find that the person was actually Su Jiang. That can't be right, can it? Su Jiang's leg was broken, so how could he have walked out on his own? And judging from his gait, there was no sign of a broken leg at all. Could it be that it's cured? That's even more impossible. Right now, people are lacking medical care and medicine. Even if they have the means to receive treatment, they still need doctors who know how to treat the disease. Su Wei stared at the screen with a puzzled look. As Su Jiang slowly walked past the front of his villa, Su Wei suddenly noticed a thumb-sized hole between his eyebrows, clearly a mark from being shot in the head. He also had numerous gunshot wounds on his body. A normal person would be dead long ago after being shot so many times. How could they possibly survive? Su Wei stood up abruptly, suddenly realizing the reason. Su Jiang has mutated. On the 15th day, zombies really appeared, and the first zombie Su Wei saw in this life was none other than Su Jiang, who had killed her in her previous life. This truly is the cycle of karma. Su Wei felt a surge of relief, as if she had finally let go of a long-standing worry. Now that Su Jiang has become a zombie, will the other residents who died in the community also turn into zombies? Unfortunately, Zhuang Chang had already cleaned up the corpses in the yard and buried them in the green belt across the street while the snow was still there, making it difficult for them to mutate. In his previous life, he had experienced zombie mutation and knew that the conditions for such mutation were extremely strict. First, the body must be a fresh corpse that has been dead for no more than 24 hours, and second, there must be a great deal of luck, provided that the body is not completely frozen, for even a very small chance of this happening. Unexpectedly, Su Jiang was so lucky that he became one of the first mutated zombies. It's important to know that these first batch of mutated corpses were all, to varying degrees, affected by cosmic radiation before they mutated into zombies. As for the zombies that appeared in the following days, most of them were infected and turned into zombies after being bitten by Su Jiang, who was a zombie mother. Although they are both zombies, they are fundamentally different. Su Jiang and others are considered source-infected individuals. After their mutation, their bodies become exceptionally strong, making them very difficult to kill unless they are dismembered or pulverized. The infected zombies are just ordinary genetic mutations. Most of them still retain some of their sanity, and their physical structure is the same as that of ordinary people. Su Wei gradually became serious. It seems he needs to find a way to resist these things, otherwise the whole neighborhood will become a zombie apocalypse. And even if no one tries to take his food anymore, he won't be able to get out. Then Su Wei turned on her phone. He wanted to see if there were any news reports about zombies. Unfortunately, things are in chaos outside right now. Official news has long since disappeared, and those random posts are just people venting their frustrations. In his previous life, he was only concerned with hiding and saving his life and did not delve into these matters. It seems that the authorities are unaware of this matter at the moment, or perhaps there are no longer any so-called officials around. With that in mind, Su Wei dialed Zhuang Chang's number. "Brother Chang, what's wrong? Feeling bored again and want to talk to me?" These past 2 days, the two of them have been talking on the phone whenever they have time, even more so than couples deeply in love. It was so boring. Right now, besides him and Zhuang Chang, Su Wei could hardly find a third person to chat with. "Brother Chang, we need to get ready to get to work." Without saying a word, Zhuang Chang said, "What? Just give the order, and I'll carry it out without hesitation. Do you remember what I told you about the mutated zombies?" Zhuang Chang's mouth dropped open in shock. "No way. I thought you were just talking nonsense. Is it really possible for someone to mutate?" Su Wei was reborn, but Zhuang Chang wasn't. He naturally didn't believe in such a ridiculous plot that only exists in movies. Don't disbelieve me, look outside. Had mutated into a zombie, hadn't gone far. Zhuang Chang peered through the window and was immediately terrified. Su Wei, is that really Su Jiang? Wasn't he already dead? And the bullet hole in his face, could it be? Did you believe me this time? Su Wei sighed and said, "Brother Chang, although we're safe in the villa, we can't stay here forever, can we? We have to get out eventually, but zombies have appeared outside. They are far more terrifying than the starving homeowners. If they don't find a way to get rid of these things, they might really be trapped here." Su Wei, what do you suggest? I'm all for you. This time, Zhuangchang was completely convinced by Su Wei and was even more grateful that he had followed a good boss. Otherwise, even if he could withstand hunger, he definitely wouldn't have been able to endure this kind of thing. My plan is for you to lead those property owners to clear out the corpses around us to prevent them from mutating again, and also to find a way to completely kill the zombies that have already mutated. This is an extremely dangerous task. One wrong move, and you could get infected. Moreover, there are hundreds of starving homeowners outside, and this risk should not be underestimated. Zhuangchang fell silent for the first time. After all, no one wanted to risk their life, even if Su Wei had been incredibly kind to him. This was a life-or-death situation. Su Wei noticed his hesitation and said seriously, "Brother Chang, I won't force you on this, but there's something I still want to say. If we do nothing now, we might really be trapped here to die in the future." Chapter 33. How did he do it? Many people are still unaware of the fear of zombies. Many people don't even know that such a thing exists. If they wait until they belatedly realize it and start trying to resist it, it will be too late. There are still over 700 residents left in the community. What if all of them get infected? The thought of over 700 zombies appearing around his villa still made Su Wei break out in a cold sweat, even though he knew he was safe. Zhuangchang had the same thought, so he hesitated for only a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Su Wei, to be honest, anyone would be scared in this situation, but you have helped me so much after all. I, Zhuangchang, am entrusting my life to you. Tell me, what do you want to do? Rather than being trapped here and die, we might as well give it a shot." This is what Zhuangchang is thinking at this moment. Su Wei said seriously, "I plan to recruit a group of homeowners in the group and have them organize themselves to fight against the zombies. You will lead these people." Zhuangchang said somewhat helplessly, "But they are all elites. Do you think they will listen to me? The residents of Cloud City are at least high-level corporate executives. How can a security guard who didn't even finish elementary school be in charge of so many elite people? What a load of bull elites." Su Wei laughed in anger and said irritably, "Those people have been starving for days and are already at their last gasp. As long as you can give them a bite to eat, you can make them work like dogs. Yes, these days, having food is what makes you elite. Being able to eat is the ultimate goal." Zhuangchang was immediately relieved and said, "Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of this." With these homeowners involved, the task of eliminating zombies became less dangerous. Although Zhuangchang didn't understand management, he knew the principle of letting others take the lead when danger arose. Su Wei understood this principle even more clearly. That's why he had Zhuangchang step in. One reason was to ensure his own safety, and the other was that he had raised Zhuangchang for so long, so it was time for him to do his part. Besides, even if he wanted to, it wouldn't be possible. Which of those property owners wasn't eyeing the goods in his possession? If he dared to show his face, he'd be in deep trouble. Then, Su Wei opened her phone and sent a photo to the owner's group chat. Su hasn't sent a message. Many people were stunned after seeing this photo. What a paradise on earth this is. In the photo, Su Wei is sitting on a sofa wearing shorts, and the thermometer on the wall behind her shows a terrifying temperature, 30 degrees Celsius. Note that it's 30 degrees Celsius, not below zero. Oh my God. After the Ice Age began, the surface temperature never reached more than minus 20 degrees Celsius. Now, indoor temperatures are approaching minus 30 degrees Celsius. But Su Wei's house is so warm. Nothing is more desirable to the homeowners than a touch of warmth that soothes the soul and a bite of food. How did he do it? Before the homeowners could raise their questions, a second photo appeared. It was a table laden with food: lobster, steak, ham, pork knuckle, chicken, duck, fish, and even 2 glistening, red turkeys. How could he have so much food? And the food looks freshly made. If I could have a meal like that, I'd die happy. If someone gave me a meal like this, I'd do anything for them. Many female homeowners have started tagging Su Wei relentlessly, their blatant and explicit seduction practically a prelude to her visiting him. Even many male homeowners couldn't help but send messages like, "Mr. Su, do you like men? I'll do anything as long as you give me a bite to eat." The residents of Cloud City are not naive. It's just that the stark contrast in this environment has shattered their reason. It's important to know that quite a few people have already starved to death at home in the past few days. For the living, bloodshed often occurs over a moldy steamed bun. Not to mention such a lavish meal. It's simply heaven. Su Wei could hear the sound of the homeowners swallowing even through the phone. Then he spoke. "There's too much food at home. It's a waste to throw it away. It's really worrying." What? The homeowners were outraged. How could he possibly want to throw these things away? "President Su, hurry up and throw it away. I'll wait at the door." "President Su, throw it in my mouth. I'd even take a bone." And me? I only need a sip of the soup. Seeing that the time was right, Su Wei said in a voice message, giving you some food isn't out of the question, but with so many mouths to feed, aren't you worried about not having enough to go around? Just then, Su Jiang's message suddenly appeared. President Su, I'm Crazy Donkey, Su Jiang's former underling. I've already killed Su Jiang. As long as you can give me some food, I, Crazy Donkey, will follow you from now on. Although Su Wei has enough to eat, he cannot go out. The Mad Donkey's meaning couldn't be clearer. He wanted to surrender. Su Wei sneered. So, you knew all along that Su Jiang had mutated? Since Su Jiang was killed by the Mad Donkey, he must have known about Su Jiang's mutation, which saves him the trouble of explaining to the homeowners. On the other end of the phone, Mad Donkey hurriedly replied, Yes, Su Jiang suddenly came back to life this morning, like a zombie, and we can't kill him no matter what we do. Even now, Crazy Donkey still feels lingering fear when he talks about it. Fortunately, he had two henchmen who, together, subdued Su Jiang and drove him out. Otherwise, the situation might have been very different. But the homeowners in the group were bewildered. Had Su Jiang mutated? What has it turned into? Su Wei and the others were definitely bewildered. He explained, Everyone, this morning, Su Jiang, who died, mutated, and this mutation will turn him into a zombie with extremely high attack power. It's not just Su Jiang. I believe that many people in Yuntai City have mutated at this moment, either turning into zombies or being attacked and infected by zombies. These zombies are extremely ferocious. They will not only attack living creatures, but if you are bitten by them, you will either die or mutate into a zombie. For the sake of our home, we must join hands now to eliminate these monsters. Otherwise, we will one day be infected and even killed. Then a photo of Su Jiang after his mutation was released. In the video, Su Jiang is covered in bullet holes, his pupils are only white, and his body is covered with dense black veins, which looks very creepy. Now the homeowners finally believed it. Su Jiang in the picture doesn't look like a normal person to anyone. His pale skin proves it. Someone exclaimed in horror. How is this possible? Aren't zombies just something that only exists in movies? Su Wei said in a voice message, Why is it impossible? This disaster was caused by the aftershocks and radiation from a planetary explosion. I don't need to elaborate on how strong cosmic radiation is, do I? Most of these homeowners were highly educated, and they quickly understood. Chapter 34. The corpse extermination team is established. Then, Su Wei sent a private message to Mad Donkey. If you want food, do as I say and find a way to get these people out to eliminate the zombies. Upon receiving the message, Mad Donkey replied without hesitation. Don't worry, President Su. Please go ahead and do your thing. Actually, he didn't care about the zombies. Like many of the homeowners, their biggest problem now wasn't infection, but food. Without food, even if you are not infected, you will starve to death. For Mad Donkey, Su Wei's words were a glimmer of hope. Let's stick to the same idea. Eliminate the zombies and protect our home. Su Wei continued in the group. As long as everyone is willing, I can provide you with 30 meals a day, and anyone who catches a zombie will get an extra roast chicken as a reward. If you hadn't personally experienced this disaster, you couldn't imagine that for these homeowners, the value of a roast chicken was equivalent to 10 lives. At this moment, Crazy Donkey also spoke up in the group. Really, President Su? Of course it's true. If I catch Su Jiang, will you really reward me with a roast chicken? Su Wei directly posted a picture of a roast chicken, and then said, As long as you can catch Su Jiang, or eliminate him, the roast chicken is yours. Damn it, let's get this done. Crazy Donkey excitedly said in the group, Since we're all going to starve to death anyway, we might as well take a gamble. Either we get to eat roast chicken, or we mutate into zombies. It's all the same anyway. Yeah, that's how it is anyway. It's no longer a choice between life and death, but rather how to live and how to die. As soon as Mad Donkey finished speaking, a male homeowner said, Mr. Su, I'm willing to work for you, as long as you can give me a meal. Then many people started to speak. Even the big fat woman expressed her agreement. I'd love to. Me too. I'll go too. Su Wei looked at the messages in the group chat, smiled with satisfaction, and said, Don't worry, I will keep my word on the 30 portions of food. As for how you distribute them, that's your business, but... He abruptly changed the subject, his tone turning icy. Anyone who tries to take advantage of the situation and just eat without contributing anything, don't blame me for being rude. Then he added Zhuang Chong to the group. He continued, His name is Zhuang Chong. He will be your supervisor from now on. Anyone who wants to join can come and sign up with him. I'm warning you up front. Anyone who has any other ideas will be killed on sight. Before Zhuang Chong could even speak, His WeChat account was flooded with friend requests. Fortunately, there was plenty of power in his storage room. Otherwise, those 99+ messages would have drained his phone's battery. But his phone seemed to be too powerful. After adding a few friends, it started lagging terribly. Zhuang Chang had no choice but to tell Su Wei about it. The latter suddenly laughed and said, "Is this a big deal? Open the window, and I'll throw a few Fruit 24s over for you." Although Apple phones are an American brand, their quality is indeed excellent. If it weren't for this disaster, Zhuang Chang probably would never have been willing to buy such a phone in his entire life. He was excitedly playing with his new phone, but the constant stream of WeChat messages was severely impacting his experience, which annoyed Zhuang Chang. So he cursed in the group, "If anyone bombards me with messages again, they won't get a single feather." Suddenly, the world fell silent. Zhuang Chang played around for a while before calmly adding the homeowners one by one and then dragging them into a new group chat. The Morgue Extermination Squad. Su Wei was amused by the group name as soon as she joined. This Zhuang Chang is a real talent. In the group chat, Zhuang Chang had already started issuing tasks. Everyone in the group, gather at the entrance of Building 104 in 1 hour. I will lead you to conduct a carpet search of the community. If you encounter any suspicious persons or zombies, report them immediately. Then someone in the group said something. "Isn't President Su going?" Zhuang Chang immediately retorted, "Are you an idiot? President Su is our leader now. If he's in danger, you're all going to be eating roast chicken." Although the homeowners were very dissatisfied with this statement, they had no choice but to accept it. They also knew that Su Wei would absolutely not appear at this time. Otherwise, his fate would be even more tragic than that of a zombie. After all, those two extremely tempting photos had now fueled the hatred in the hearts of all the homeowners. An hour later, Zhuang Chang emerged wearing a space protective suit. This was specially prepared for him by Su Wei. This protective suit is the one that astronauts wear during their daily training. It can not only withstand extremely cold weather, but also has a very strong radiation protection function. Moreover, the materials used are very lightweight, allowing people to move freely without any restrictions. Before long, the registered homeowners arrived, including Crazy Donkey and his 3 henchmen, making a large group of 400 or 500 people. There were so many people, but only 30 servings of food. It seems another major battle is about to break out. But Su Wei wouldn't increase the food allowance, not because he couldn't afford it, but because he clearly understood the wolf effect. A sheep is thrown into a pack of wolves. This is how you bring out their greatest potential, making them constantly compete with each other, and slowly they will develop a domestication response. Over time, they will adapt to this competitive environment and become more subservient to Su Wei, who provides them with food, even to the point of recognizing him as their master. As for whether they would fight amongst themselves and cause casualties, that was not something Su Wei had considered. Can people in the apocalypse still be called human? In this situation, the number of deaths is just a number. All Su wanted was a result. Soon, the extermination team was dispatched. More than 400 people were divided into 4 directions, with each team led by a squad leader, and then they began a carpet search of Cloud City. Mad Donkey was one of the squad leaders. This kind of appointment doesn't require personnel elections. It's all about who has the strongest fist and who strikes the hardest. The leader of the second squad was a woman named Zhang Miaoyu. This person, Su Wei, had no influence. In the very beginning, it was she and Lu Zhen and their group who led the homeowners to besiege the villa. However, Su Wei wasn't among them. In the end, they didn't even get a hair out of the bag, and instead suffered heavy losses themselves. The captain of the third team is named Feng Yifan. He used to be the CEO of a telecommunications company. Like Crazy Donkey, he probably had a group of followers. The captain of the fourth team was the most interesting. He was actually an old man in his 70s. Despite his advanced age and frail appearance, Su Wei witnessed this old man knock out a burly man weighing over 200 pounds with a single punch during the election. The fact that these 4 individuals were able to lead these homeowners in the apocalypse shows that they are quite capable. Chapter 35. The most poisonous thing is the human heart. Su Wei suddenly smiled as she stood by the second-floor window. It seems I was ignorant before. The residents of this Cloud City are truly full of hidden talents. But that's normal. After all, anyone who has survived half a month of torment must have some skill. The only exception is that big fat woman. She simply has a lot of fat reserves. Zhuang Chang led the 100 or so people under the command of Crazy Donkey to the villa in Area A. There weren't many people left, and after the Mad Donkey had just burned, killed, and looted them, they were all terrified. This situation is not unique to Area A. The other villa areas are experiencing similar difficulties. They have long since run out of food, and can only survive by collecting snow water. Fortunately, there is enough snow, so their drinking water situation has improved. But without food, they would still have to wait to die. So they all searched desperately, each wanting the roast chicken that Su Wei had rewarded them with. Based on current information, all they knew was that Su Jiang had mutated. As for whether anyone else had mutated, that was entirely unknown. After searching for a while, Mad Donkey and his men found nothing unusual. Then he glanced at Zhuang Chong, who was smoking in front of him, and shamelessly approached him. Brother Chong, I think your relationship with President Su is quite special. What's wrong? Zhuang Chong took a drag of his cigarette, and a gust of cold air entered his stomach. This damn weather. He reluctantly threw away the cigarette. It was too cold that even taking a puff of smoke was torture. He never expected that his casual act of tossing away a cigarette would suddenly cause chaos, with more than a dozen old smokers rushing over like madmen. Mad Donkey was closest to Zhuang Chong, and he rushed forward and picked up the half-smoked cigarette. Get the hell out of here. Mad Donkey glared fiercely at those people and cursed. You think you can smoke? You don't deserve it. Zhuang Chong frowned as he looked at them, a strange expression on his face. Have these people become so thirsty? Previously, Su Wei said that people in the apocalypse were like livestock. He originally thought it was a bit of an exaggeration. After all, humans are thinking animals. How could they become beasts? But now he believes it. They were already like this after just half a cigarette. What would they be like after a bite of food? Thinking of this, Zhuang Chong took a chocolate bar out of his pocket and threw it into the crowd. Cokes. The 100 or so people immediately panicked, scrambling and fighting like madmen. Mad Donkey also wanted to grab it, but Zhuang Chong threw it too far, so he had no choice but to give up and then advised, Brother Chong, it's best not to flaunt your wealth at a time like this. Is owning a chocolate bar considered showing off wealth? It seems these people are truly at their wits' end. If they knew that Su Wei held the resources of the entire South China warehousing zone in his hands, no wonder Su Wei dared not come out. Make them stop immediately. Finding the zombies is the priority. Zhuang Chong was clearly not used to the identity of savior yet, and his words were weak and lacked any deterrent power. However, Mad Donkey was quite shrewd, chuckling maliciously. Don't worry, Brother Chong, just you wait and see. Bang, bang. Mad Donkey pulled out his pistol and fired 2 shots into the air. The chaotic crowd fell silent instantly. The homeowners stared at him in fear, standing timidly in place. The Mad Donkey then cursed with satisfaction. All of you, get to work. If you cause any more trouble, you'll lose your heads. Meanwhile, Zhang Miaoyu and her 100 or so people were also conducting a thorough search of Zoni. This woman was of average appearance, but she exuded the charm of a mature woman, especially her sparkling eyes, which clearly showed her to be a shrewd and capable woman. After searching for a while without success, a burly man stepped forward and said, Sister Yu, we've been searching for 2 hours, and those people are about to give up. This burly man was clearly one of her confidants. Zhang Miaoyu took 2 steps forward, separating herself from the other residents, and whispered, We still need to find them. If we don't help, Su Wei definitely won't give us food. The exterminator team had over 400 people, but only 30 portions of food. This meant that whoever got the food would live a few more days. The burly man nodded, then asked with difficulty, What if these people rebel? There are over 100 homeowners here. If they were to riot, it would be difficult to control the situation. Zhang Miaoyu's face was ruthless as she sneered. What's that gun in your hand for? Kill anyone who dares to cause trouble. Anyway, not many of these people will survive in the end. But what if they turn into zombies? Su Wei had already mentioned in the group that there are 2 conditions for zombie mutation. One is radiation mutation, and the other is infection. People instinctively feel fear when faced with unknown creatures. The photos vividly depicted Su Jiang's mutated appearance. How could they not be terrified? But Zhang Miaoyu showed no concern whatsoever. Instead, she revealed a sinister smile. I'm just afraid they won't mutate. What? Her confidant looked at her incredulously. Zhang Miaoyu glanced at the homeowners without leaving a trace and said softly, Have you forgotten what Su Wei said? He'll reward you with a roast chicken if you catch a zombie. This? Only then did the confidant understand Zhang Miaoyu's meaning. She actually wanted to deliberately create zombies and then use them to ask Su Wei for a reward. Indeed, the most poisonous thing is the human heart. Zhang Miaoyu said calmly. There are at least 800 people left in Cloud City, but how many of them will survive? Even if they are not infected, they will starve to death. Damn it. One of the confidants couldn't help but curse, saying, That beast Su Wei wants us to kill each other. Zhang Miaoyu nodded and added, What he thinks isn't important. What's important is how we're going to survive. If only we could get Su Wei out. The confidant's tone was full of jealousy. The environment in the photo is not only warm, but also has all kinds of living facilities. He is living in paradise. Zhang Miaoyu also showed an envious look, but she quickly calmed down and said, Su Wei's house is too sturdy. We can't open it at all. Moreover, he is very vigilant and has never come out. So if we want to survive, we have to listen to him. There's no other way. We must not provoke him unless absolutely necessary. If possible, Zhang Miaoyu would certainly like to control Su Wei. However, Su Wei was clearly very vigilant, and they had no chance. Since we cannot eliminate the opponent, we must be prepared to submit. Zhang Miaoyu, this middle-aged woman, is no ordinary person. She has built such a vast beauty empire on her own. She smiled and reassured her confidant. Go get to work. Once we encounter zombies, our good days will begin. At this moment, in her eyes, these homeowners were no longer people, but rather roast chickens that were so fragrant they were dripping with oil. Chapter 36, Barbecue. The search is ongoing. Su Wei leaned against the windowsill, watching the residents coming and going in the community. The zombies weren't as dense as expected, perhaps because the mutation had just begun. The more than 400 residents searched for a long time, but couldn't find even a trace of a zombie, or even Su Jiang, who had already mutated. Su Wei felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, things weren't as serious as I had imagined. He casually took out a glass of Remy Martin from his spatial storage and took a leisurely sip. These days he has gradually gotten used to this stay-at-home life. Every day, besides eating, drinking, and using the restroom, he plays various games or watches TV series and reads novels. However, not everyone can enjoy the life of a shut-in. He felt that if he didn't go out soon, he might develop social anxiety disorder. Just as he was engrossed in the game, the alarm system on his phone suddenly went off. When this house was built, Brilliant Jianya not only used the most advanced materials, but also equipped it with the highest level of security system. Su Wei turned on the TV and brought up the surveillance footage. The infrared monitor was flashing. It turned out to be a few suspicious homeowners who were bypassing the main gate of the villa and climbing over the back wall. Su Wei sneered, still haven't given up your wicked intentions. In the surveillance footage, a middle-aged man led several homeowners to the back door of the villa without anyone noticing. He was Feng Yifan, the captain of the third team. Instead of searching for zombies like Zhang Miaoyu and the others, they set their sights on Su Wei. One of them pulled a small toolbox from his pocket. Hurry up, don't alert Su Wei. The man chuckled softly. Don't worry, Brother Feng. This kind of villa door is trash in my eyes. I can open it in 2 minutes at most. Once this door is opened, everything inside will be ours. Feng Yifan said viciously. That idiot Su Wei actually wanted to use us to kill each other. I have to teach him a lesson and let him know what wisdom is. That's right. If it weren't for Brother Feng coming up with this way of picking the lock, we would still be like those idiots, searching for zombies in the snow. Feng Yifan enjoyed the compliment and sneered. Those two idiots, Su Jiang and Lu Zhan, have no brains at all. All they know is how to fight head-on. I don't know how they amassed their fortunes. At this moment, Feng Yifan felt like a genius, but little did he know that Su Wei was watching them with eyes full of mockery and pity. He raised an eyebrow slightly and gave a cold laugh. Trying to sneak in and pick the lock. This house isn't just sturdy. Brilliant Jianya spent 100 million to build it. How could we let you in so easily? Today, all the doors in this villa are high-security doors, even more secure than top-tier safes, and they also have automatic defense functions. As soon as the system detects that someone has deliberately damaged the door lock structure, the electronic lock inside will automatically sound an alarm and lock immediately. Moreover, even if they could open the keyhole, there were 2 gates made of synthetic metal behind it. If you're so capable, then try to pry it open. As he expected, Feng Yifan and the others were dumbfounded a few minutes later. How is this possible? It's a super combination lock with 13 bearings inside. The locksmith sat on the ground with a look of despair, muttering, Bank vaults only have 12 combination locks. This Su Wei is simply a monster. Feng Yifan frowned and asked, what's going on? He originally thought that even if the front door of Su Wei's villa was reinforced, the back door couldn't possibly be that sturdy, right? Moreover, they didn't resort to force, but instead chose to pick the lock. But the younger brother said dejectedly, Brother Feng, forget about unlocking it. Even if you get the best locksmith, it will take several days to open this door. Besides, how could Su Wei possibly give them a few days to break down the door? Bang! Feng Yifan slammed his fist on the door in anger. Damn it! I underestimated Su Wei. At this moment, Su Wei looked at the footage on the monitor and sneered. Giving up already? Since you're not going to pry it open, then I'm coming. As he spoke, he opened his phone, brought up the security software, and pressed a button. Oh. Outside the back door, a powerful electric current instantly swept over Feng Yifan's entire body, and within just a few seconds, a smell like burning emanated from the room. Quick, help me! Feng Yifan cried out for help in terror. Only then did the others react, hitting him hard on the arm with a wooden stick to free him. Fortunately, they acted in time, and Feng Yifan only lost his left hand. If it had been a few seconds later, he would have been electrocuted. The people next to them also looked shaken. Brother Feng, let's go, this Su Wei is a freak. It's not that they're crazy. Who would install such a powerful electric current shield on their own door at home? Wouldn't they be afraid of accidentally getting hurt? No, my arm is burned. I need to find a way to treat it quickly, or I'll be crippled. Feng Yifan screamed with all his might. Su Wei, President Su, please save me. Now he can only hope that Su Wei will intervene. Otherwise, even if he survives, he will become a cripple. Su Weilai reached the back door, looked out the window, and said with a mocking expression, "Isn't this President Feng? Did he come to my door for a barbecue?" Feng Yifan endured the pain and said, "I was wrong, President Su. Please, for the sake of us living in the same community, save me. I'm not a doctor. How can I save you?" Feng Yifan hurriedly said, "You have so many supplies. There must be emergency medicine among them. Please give me some. I'll go find a doctor." Doctor? This reminded Su Wei. Although I have everything I need right now, this is the end times after all. Who can guarantee that I won't have a doctor when I have a headache or fever? It would be really hard to manage. Do you know a doctor? I know him. Mr. Sun Xuanda from Zone C is a legendary doctor in South China. He can definitely cure my arm. Then why don't you just go to him directly? Why beg me? How could a legendary doctor not have spare emergency medicine at home? Feng Yifan said with a mournful face. President Su, you don't know. Even if old Master Sun can come back to life, what time is it now? I'm afraid he can't cook without rice. He has no rice, but I do? Su Wei sneered and cursed. You brought people to my house to break in, and you got injured and I have to treat you? How big of a brain do you have to be to hold so much shit? Feng Yifan quickly explained. President Su, we meant no harm. We were just worried that someone might cause trouble, so we came to watch the door for you. Su Wei almost laughed out of anger. No need. I'm perfectly safe here. A wall separates heaven and hell. Feng Yifan was in despair. He knew Su Wei wouldn't save him, so he had no choice but to leave in a sorry state with his men. Chapter 37. Feng Yifan's plea for help. In the end times, humanity has long been lost. They'll do anything for a bite to eat. Su Wei knew very well that Feng Yifan wouldn't be the last one to break into the house, so he wanted to teach these people a lesson so they wouldn't cause him any trouble in the future. Then he took out a pistol from his storage space and went to the second floor to open a small hole in the window. Snap! The shot missed Feng Yifan, but instead accidentally injured the locksmith next to him. Seeing their underling fall into a pool of blood, the group let out a cry of terror and scattered in all directions. Su Wei stared blankly at the henchman, muttering to himself, "This is called making an example of someone to scare others. That's right, this is the guy I'm targeting." Feng Yifan and the others fled back in a sorry state. When they got home, they were all covered in cold sweat and panting heavily, still shaken. Feng Yifan, in particular, collapsed onto the sofa in agony, wailing incessantly. It was too cold outside, so Feng Yifan didn't feel much pain. But after returning home and the temperature improved slightly, the excruciating pain became unbearable. He had to grit his teeth and unbutton his shirt, and when he saw the swollen arm, his face finally showed horror. He originally thought that at worst he would just lose an arm. But now it seems that if he doesn't receive effective treatment in this situation, he will be dragged down to death by this arm. His palms were likely charred, and without timely medical attention, amputation was the only option. How can it be removed? This isn't a TV drama where you can just chop it up with a knife. How so? Feng Yifan's pupils contracted, and the fear of death sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, Feng Yifan became excited again. Quick, go find old Sun. Only he can save me now. Then he picked up the phone and made the call. Who? A girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Feng Yifan was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, Excuse me, is this Mr. Sun? I am Feng Yifan from Villa B. Feng Yifan? Never heard of him. The girl on the other end of the phone snorted and hung up. Damn it, you bitch. Feng Yifan cursed angrily, but still had no choice but to hit back. Before the other party could speak, he hurriedly said, Old Sun, help. My arm was burned by that Su Wei's electric shock. If I don't get treatment soon, I'll die. On the other end of the phone, the girl said coldly, Aren't you annoying? What does your death have to do with us? Don't you know what time it is? Clearly, The girl was not interested in Feng Yifun's request for help and was even quite disgusted by it. Cough, cough. Just as Feng Yifun was about to continue pleading, a cough suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Warner, who is it? On the phone, the girl hurriedly said, Grandpa, why are you up? You still have a fever, go back and lie down. On the phone, the old man's voice was deep. Has someone asked for help? No, he's just a salesman, he's so annoying. Depend on. Feng Yifun nearly fainted from anger. Who the hell would call and try to sell something at this hour? How big of a nerve do they have? Then he hurriedly shouted into the phone, Mr. Sun, it's me. I'm Feng Yifun. I think I voted for you during the city's outstanding individuals selection last year. These upper-class people are generally surrounded by a web of relationships and favors. Feng Yifun is someone who knows almost everyone in Yuntai City, big and small. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such success. The old man was silent for a moment, then said, Oh, it's General Manager Feng from Hongpeng Communications. I remember now. Cough, cough. You just said. Hearing Sun Chuanda's weak and feeble voice, Feng Yifun was afraid that he would die from his breath. So he hurriedly said, Old Sun, it's me, Xiao Feng. Please save my life. My arm was burned by that devil Su Wei's electric shock. If I don't get treatment soon, I'm afraid I'll die. Knowing Sun Dequan's righteous and kind nature, he remained silent about what had happened. Humph, why would he shock you for no reason? You must have gone to his door to provoke him. Serves you right. On the other end of the phone, the girl's voice was somewhat angry. She said, Grandpa, these past few days, many people in the neighborhood have attacked Su Wei, all trying to steal his supplies. Why should we save someone like that? Immediately, Feng Yifun panicked. Old Sun, that's not how it is. We were starving. That's why we went to beg Su Wei, but we didn't expect him to not only refuse us, but also deliberately use electric shocks. One of my friends was even shot and killed by him. Cough, cough. Sun Chuanda said with some sorrow over the phone. What a moral decay. At a time like this, when everyone should be working together to fight the disaster, we can't be killing each other. Sun Chuanda dedicated his entire life to one thing, saving lives and healing the wounded. Therefore, in his mind, human life is more important than anything else, and even the life of a bad person should not be taken away so easily. Grandpa, he's lying to you. These days, people like him will do anything for a bite to eat. The girl said angrily. Yesterday, Su Wei said in the group that he could provide 30 meals a day to help everyone eliminate zombies. But what about him? He's thinking about taking other people's food on one hand and trying to seize their things on the other. Such a person deserves to die. After saying that, the girl hung up the phone. Feng Yifun listened to the voice on the phone, his teeth grinding with hatred. If the girl were in front of him right now, he would definitely rush up and kill her. At this moment, in a villa, looking haggard, Sun Chuanda lay on his bed. He had worked himself to the bone to help those homeowners these past few days. As a doctor, he naturally understood that in such an environment, illness and death were already synonymous. But he still chose to save as many people as possible. This is the benevolence of a doctor. Sun Chuanda sat up abruptly and said, Fine, it's still a human life. As doctors, we can't just stand by and watch someone die. Cough, cough. Help me over there. Standing next to him was a girl in her early 20s, her fair and clean face full of worry. Grandpa, you can't go on like this. This is the end of the world, and everyone is only thinking about themselves. You've saved them, but who will save you? What kind of talk is that? Sun Chuanda said tremblingly. Warner, we are doctors, born to serve the people. Even if we die, we should die in a worthy way. No. Sun Warner cried out in anguish, hugged Sun Chuanda, and choked out. Grandpa, you can't go out anymore. You'll die in this weather. Sun Chuanda has had a persistent high fever for the past few days, and the family has almost run out of medicine. Going out at this time of day, let alone him, even a strong young man would freeze to death. Holy crap. Sun Warner hurriedly said. Grandpa, can't I go save him? You stay home and rest well. I'll go save him. Chapter 38. Talking to Su Wei. Sun Warner left home with her medicine box on her back, tears in her eyes. If it weren't for her grandfather's compassionate heart as a doctor, she would never have saved Feng Yifun. In such an environment, let alone a stranger, even if the other party is your own relative or friend, you would hesitate. In recent days, she and her grandfather have treated many homeowners suffering from frostbite, and their homemade medicine is almost used up. Especially after the last stampede involving thousands of people, the number of injured was countless. Sun Chuanda collapsed from exhaustion during that incident, and the grandfather and grandson persevered for 3 days without sleep. Instead of receiving the respect they deserved, they were verbally abused by the families of the deceased homeowners. Therefore, in Sun Wanner's mind at this moment, those homeowners did not deserve any sympathy. On the contrary, it would be better for them to fend for themselves. Even in times like these, it's only because there are good people like Grandpa who are so kind. Soon after, Sun Wanner arrived at Feng Yifun's villa. Feng Yifun was taken aback when he saw that it wasn't Sun Chuanda. He then walked over enthusiastically and said, "Dr. Sun, my life depends on you." Although Sun Wanner's medical skills are not as superb as her grandfather's, she is still a well-known young doctor in Yuntai City and has even won the honor of being an outstanding doctor in the country. Sun Wanner was wearing a black down jacket that went past her knees, with 2 thermal underwear underneath, covering herself up completely. But it still couldn't hide her tall figure and fair, delicate face. Looking at that pure and lovely face, Feng Yifun subconsciously swallowed. If it weren't for the fact that the circumstances didn't allow it, he really wanted to experience the taste of this young doctor, and if only he could also have some kind of uniform temptation. Sun Wanner was unaware of his thoughts, and simply said, "Let me make it clear beforehand. This time I'm not providing free treatment. You'll have to exchange it for food." "What?" Feng Yifun subconsciously glanced at the cabinet next to him. He didn't have much food left, enough to last him for at most 3 days, and that was what he had previously stolen from Qian Sui's basement. All right. But he had no choice at the moment, so he gritted his teeth and gave 2 loaves of bread to Sun Wanner. Sun Wanner carefully hid the bread inside her body before starting to examine Feng Yifun's wounds. At this moment, Feng Yifun's palms had been electrocuted and turned black, covered with charred, dead flesh, and his arms were swollen and thick, covered with blood vessels that were about to burst. Where did this electricity come from? How did it get so serious? Feng Yifun said with a gloomy expression, "Dr. Sun, you should ask fewer questions. Saving lives is the priority." Upon hearing this, Sun Wanner stopped asking questions, since she was providing paid treatment anyway. Moreover, judging from Feng Yifun's condition, it will take at least 7 or 8 days for her to recover, which means she won't have to worry about food for at least 7 or 8 days. That's the advantage of having a skill. At this moment, Sun Wanner was extremely grateful that she had fallen in love with medicine back then. Otherwise, she would have long since become one of those homeowners who starved to death. She first quickly anesthetized Feng Yifun's arm, then took out forceps and a scalpel, and slowly cut off the electrocuted hand. After half an hour of treatment, Sun Wanner was covered in cold sweat. All right. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Now it's all up to fate. If we don't get infected in the next 2 days, we still have a chance to survive. But if we do, then there's nothing we can do." "Thank you." Feng Yifun collapsed weakly onto the bed. Sun Wanner glanced at him indifferently and said, "No need to thank me. I am providing treatment for a fee. We are simply getting what we want." Then she added, "Just a friendly reminder, I don't have much medicine left. If you can't find antibiotics to prevent infection, I can't save you." "But where am I supposed to find antibiotics now?" Feng Yifun sighed in despair, then said, "That's right. Su Wei must have the medicine." Su Wei emptied Weidu Commerce of 20 million yuan worth of goods. Weidu Commerce is no ordinary supermarket. It carries all kinds of pharmaceuticals. "Then hurry up and go find it. Otherwise I can't guarantee how many days you'll live." Sun Wanner replied casually, then packed her medicine box and prepared to leave, etc. Feng Yifun weakly got off the bed, took out a bag of bread and handed it to Sun Wanner, saying, "Dr. Sun, please help me find Su Wei and ask him for some medicine." "Why should I go?" Although Sun Wanner was very tempted by the bag of bread, she still cautiously refrained from reaching out to take it. Feng Yifun said with a wry smile, "I just offended Su Wei, so he definitely won't give me the medicine if I go now. I'll have to trouble you to go." Then he hurriedly added, "Don't worry, whether it works out or not, these foods are for you. I will do my best to provide them whenever you need food in the future." Sun Wanner was somewhat tempted. She already lived alone, and now her grandfather is sick, and the family has long since run out of food. Feng Yifun is a smart man, and he has several thugs around him. He definitely has more food than I do. Besides, he needs my help now, so he certainly wouldn't dare to use underhanded tactics. Thinking of this person, Sun Wanner hesitated again. "Even if I go, I might not be able to get it." Feng Yifun shook his head and said, "Although Su Wei has a lot of supplies, he doesn't know how to treat illnesses. If you go to his place and talk to him, I believe he won't refuse." "That's true. Then I'll give it a try." Despite his anger, Feng Yifun still thanked Sun Wanner profusely as she left. After she left, one of the henchmen said, "Brother Feng, why did you give that woman food? We don't have much food left." Feng Yifun said irritably, "Do you know how important a doctor is in a situation like this? Can you guarantee you won't get sick in the future?" "That's true. In the end times, environmental disasters are the main concern, but the threat of disease cannot be ignored. Moreover, the outside temperature has already dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius, so getting sick is only a matter of time. A dozen minutes later, Sun Wanner arrived at the entrance of Building 104 carrying her medicine kit. But she was instantly stunned by what she saw. The villa was brightly lit, and the air conditioner unit on the roof was running at high speed, indicating that the heating system in his house was not broken. Even the storage room was equally bright and warm. These past few days, Sun Wanner has been busy taking care of her grandfather and keeping an eye on things in the group chat, so she hasn't seen the photos Su Wei posted. At that moment, she suddenly understood. This environment is simply paradise. No wonder those homeowners went crazy and wanted to attack Su Wei. If it were me, I'd probably fight tooth and nail for such a huge temptation, wouldn't I? However, Sun Wanner also knew that if so many people had failed to win over Su Wei, then she, as a woman, had even less reason to think about it. Otherwise, Feng Yifan would have been a lesson to her. Then she rang the villa's doorbell. Chapter 39, Sun Wanner. Su Wei was currently dozing off in an oversized bathtub. His days of living off others without working have gradually made him lazy. He spends all day lying down or sprawled out, too lazy to even get up and take a few steps. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Su Wei casually put on a pair of shorts and went to the door. When you turn on the video intercom above, you are greeted by a beautiful yet disheveled face. Who are you? Su Wei was stunned for a moment, and Sun Wanner was also stunned. She stared blankly at Su Wei, who was shirtless and muscular, utterly shocked. He was shirtless inside in the freezing winter when it was minus 50 degrees Celsius outside, which shows how warm it was inside. If you don't say anything, I'm hanging up. Su Wei frowned and glanced at Sun Wanner. If it weren't for the medicine box slung over her shoulder, she would have ignored her long ago. She is indeed a beauty, but Su Wei is not so desperate as to be indiscriminate in her pursuit of women. These days, as long as he has food, he can get his hands on any beautiful woman. Sun Wanner stammered. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Sun Wanner. I'm from the C-section next door. I'm here to borrow some penicillin from you. Borrow medicine? Su Wei chuckled and said, How did you know I had medicine? Besides, why should I lend it to you? In other words, everyone is just waiting to die, so why should you be an exception? Sun Wanner said seriously, I am treating a seriously injured patient, and you know this person. He is Feng Yifan, whom you electrocuted. Don't you think you should take responsibility, Mr. Su? Su Wei laughed, then said irritably, They broke into my house, trying to kill me. Now that I'm injured, they want me to take responsibility? Girl, are you out of your mind? Sun Wanner's face flushed red instantly. She knew that saying this sounded like she was being a saint, but since she had taken the food, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Mr. Su, saving lives is a doctor's duty. Unfortunately, I am not a doctor and have no obligation to have such a duty. Su Wei gave a cold laugh and prepared to hang up the call. But can you guarantee you won't get sick in the future? Sun Wanner quickly said something to stop Su Wei from hanging up. Are you threatening me? No, I'm just telling you a fact. Sun Wanner said calmly. I believe you know how bad things are outside right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made such thorough preparations in advance. I must say, she is a very smart girl. Su Wei smiled faintly and said, So, you need me. After saying this, Sun Wanner's face turned red, and she quickly added, If, by any chance I'm only saying by any chance, I'm not cursing you. Su Wei laughed. You didn't curse me, but you threatened me, and what I hate most is being threatened. Actually, Sun Wanner wasn't wrong. In the apocalypse, human resistance is extremely weak, so having a doctor by your side at such times is indeed a very tempting thing. But Su Wei resolutely refused. Mr. Su, can you guarantee you'll never get sick again? Sun Wanner was getting anxious. She hadn't expected Su Wei's attitude to be so resolute. Can you guarantee that you're the only doctor still alive in this huge community? After saying that, Su Wei hung up the call without hesitation. He sneered inwardly. You think you can threaten me? You're still too green. Outside the villa, Sun Wanner angrily shuffled her small feet and suddenly shouted, But you will never meet a doctor as excellent as me again. Inside the room, Su Wei paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. I really don't know where she gets this confidence from, Fish Liang. Then, jokingly, he made a video call and laughed. So you're saying you're very outstanding? Certainly. Sun Wanner was overjoyed and quickly said, I am the youngest chief physician in Yuntai City and a representative of outstanding doctors nationwide. My grandfather is a renowned medical academician in South China. Isn't that outstanding enough? Sun Wanner raised her proud little face. From childhood to adulthood, Her proudest achievement was her medical skills. Although she cannot match her grandfather's medical skills, she is still one of the top rising stars in South China, and she naturally has reason to be proud. Even in this harsh apocalyptic world, she still managed to fill her stomach with her medical skills. Then how will you prove your medical skills? Su Wei looked at Sun Wanner with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He was starting to take an interest in this young girl. Sun Wanner remained silent for a moment, a sly glint in her eyes. I can keep Feng Yifan alive. As long as I'm here, he definitely won't die. What does it matter to me whether he lives or dies? Su Wei scoffed. Sun Wanner laughed and said, Didn't you want me to prove my medical skills? Feng Yifan is my patient now. If I can cure him, then you should understand that with my help, you can definitely live longer in this apocalypse. What if Feng Yifan dies? Su Weixiao asked, and Sun Wanner laughed as well, saying, Isn't it good that he's dead? Anyway, you're the one who electrocuted him like this, so you didn't lose anything. Haha, this girl really has a sharp tongue. Su Wei smiled and said, All right, let's make a bet then. What are we betting on? Let's gamble with human lives. Su Wei smiled and said, I can give you the medicine, and even provide medical equipment, but the premise is that you can cure Feng Yifan. Of course, by cured, I mean completely healed, not by cutting off an arm to save him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to demonstrate Dr. Sun's superb medical skills, would it? Sun Wanner felt that Su Wei was deliberately making things difficult for her. But his hands are already burned, and without a lot of medicine, it will be difficult for them to heal. If you don't have the skills, why are you taking on such a difficult task? Su Wei laughed jokingly. Besides, I've already provided you with all the medicine. How about we make a bet? Sun Wanner hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Let's gamble. But I need. Then she listed out all the medicines and equipment she needed. Su Wei's mind space contains 2 warehouses of advanced medical equipment and tons of various medicines, which are naturally no challenge for him. You even have adrenaline? Sun Wanner was somewhat incredulous. She had originally intended for Su Wei to back down and withdraw his bet, but now she herself was shocked by Su Wei's response. Su Wei pretended not to see through her little trick and laughed. You can have whatever you want, but these things are only for treating Feng Yifan. If you try to keep them for yourself, don't blame me for turning against you. Now, the more than 400 zombie removal teams outside are all under his command. If Sun Wanner dares to lie to him, Su Wei wouldn't mind adding another zombie to the world. Great. I'm sure I'll win this bet. Sun Wanner clenched her fists angrily. Don't rush. There's still the stake to be revealed. Bet. Sun Wanner glanced at Su Wei warily. Of course, who doesn't place bets when gambling? When you play Do Diju, you have to pay for happy beans. Sun Wanner asked warily, What's the stake? Chapter 40, Civil Strife. Since we're gambling with our lives, the stake is naturally life. Su Wei said calmly. If you win, I'll give you 6 months' worth of food, enough for you to use for a year if you're careful. Half a year's worth of food. Sun Wanner subconsciously sighed. Just how much stuff has Su Wei hoarded? If he could really give her 6 months' worth of food, then she and her grandfather could survive. If they were more frugal, they could live even longer. What if I lose? Sun Wanner was about to agree, but quickly calmed down. Su Wei has paid such a high price, so his demands must be quite demanding. If you lose, you'll belong to me. You'll have to do whatever I tell you to do. My orders are law, and you must obey them absolutely. Upon hearing this, Sun Wanner's eyes instantly reddened, and she glared angrily at Su Wei. Judging from his teasing manner, he was clearly making fun of me. Sun Wanner wanted to leave, but her feet seemed to be rooted to the spot. That's half a year's worth of food. With these things, she and her grandfather would be saved. Compared to that, her own life was insignificant. In the apocalypse, human life is worthless. Since we're going to starve to death anyway, we might as well take a chance. Okay, I promise you. Su Wei's smile remained unchanged, clearly indicating that he had anticipated Sun Wanner would not refuse. Then he turned off the call, went to the second-floor window, picked out the medical supplies Sun Wanner needed from his memory, and threw them out the window. You? Sun Wanner glared at him, annoyed, and said, You really are cautious. Su Wei didn't care and laughed. I can't be careless. Those people outside have been wanting to kill me and take over my villa for a long time. If I die, who will be your master? Pooh. Shameless. Sun Wanner blushed with anger and left as if fleeing with a large pile of things in her arms. She never imagined that her departure would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. The body removal team outside is still conducting a thorough search. Although they had no success for 2 consecutive days, they did receive 30 portions of food from Su Wei, since failing to catch any zombies was not their fault. Zhuangchang brought over a large bag of biscuits and instant noodles. Mad Donkey, Zhang Miaoyu, and the 70-year-old man hurriedly came forward, and then each took more than 10 portions of food. Upon seeing this, the homeowners swarmed over in a chaotic rush. Even if Zhuangchang knew all this, he wouldn't dare to harm himself, because if he died, Su Wei would definitely stop providing them with food. But the sight of 300 or 400 people swarming around the food still made his scalp tingle. The noise was quickly brought under control. Bang! Mad Donkey fired a shot into the air and cursed, "Quiet down, all of you. If anyone dares to try and steal it again, I'll kill him." The crowd indeed quieted down. Then Crazy Donkey took out half of the food and handed it to his henchman. He then opened the other half of the food and said, 2 biscuits and a quarter pack of instant noodles for each person. Get in line. But some people in the crowd immediately objected. This is not fair. Why should you get half of it, while we only get such a small amount? Fair. Mad Donkey grinned maliciously, raised his hand, and shot the howling homeowner dead. Who cares about fairness? The Mad Donkey stared at the homeowners with a ferocious expression, and everyone was terrified. Zhang Miaoyu and the other residents on the old man's side also witnessed this scene and turned their attention to the 2 team leaders. Zhang Miaoyu's expression changed for a moment. Then she laughed and said, "You've all seen it. Nobody's having an easy time these days. People are even risking their lives for a bite to eat. But I'm not that crazy donkey. There are 8 portions of food here. I'll only take 2. You can divide the rest equally. After all, someone among us will have to negotiate with Su Wei in the future, right?" Su Wei is a cold-blooded man. Thousands of people couldn't move him, so these homeowners naturally have no right to talk to him. Furthermore, compared to the crazy donkey, Zhang Miaoyu's gentle and mild manner made the homeowners feel much better. Something is better than nothing. On the other hand, the old man didn't say much. Instead, he took out all the food and distributed it equally among the more than 100 homeowners. In the end, he only got half a bag of cookies. As for the team led by Feng Yifan, they had long since fallen into chaos without a leader. 100 or so people were fighting, their cries and screams rising and falling. Zhuangchang frowned at them and shouted, "Quiet down." Unfortunately, words were useless. The homeowners were already blinded by the food and were only thinking about getting as much as possible. "Brother Chong, no one's words matter now. Those people have lost their minds." Mad Donkey laughed and said from the side, "Anyway, we don't lack men. Let them fight it out. The more one dies, the less food we have to eat." Zhuangchang frowned. He didn't really care whether those homeowners lived or died. He was just worried that this would delay the task Su Wei had given him. However, he didn't have any better ideas at the moment, so he could only worry and say, "How about we incorporate those people into the remaining 3 teams?" The Mad Donkey chuckled twice, but didn't say anything. How could he possibly want these people to share his team's food? Besides, these people are insane and would become a potential threat if they joined them. At that moment, Zhang Miaoling suddenly walked over. She swayed her not-so-flexible waist, smiling as she moved closer to Zhuangchang, almost pressing her entire body against him. Brother Chong's idea is not bad. By dividing these people into groups, we can also get a quarter of the food, right? There are advantages and disadvantages. Zhuangchang, who hadn't been with a woman in a long time, felt his blood boil at the slightest touch. After all, in this icy and snowy environment, he was the only person besides Su Wei who could still use his male functions. Of course, this is all thanks to the protective suit Su Wei gave him. As for the others, they probably can't muster any strength now. "You filthy bitch." Mad Donkey muttered a curse under his breath and got up to leave. "Brother Chong, look at all these people. It will take us a lot of effort to recruit them. Could you give us a bigger share of the food?" "Certainly." Zhuangchang was somewhat unable to resist the seductive charm of this strong woman and almost lost his footing. Fortunately, a gust of cold wind blew by, which sobered him up a bit. He took a step back and said coldly, "No way. I said there would be 30 portions, and there will only be 30 portions. As for how many you can grab, that's up to you." Seeing that her attempt to entice Zhang Miaoyu failed, she had no choice but to leave in disappointment. However, she wanted to recruit Feng Yifan's people not because she was interested in the food, but because she was interested in the people themselves. Yesterday, they discovered Su Jiang's whereabouts in District F, but the mutated Su Jiang was exceptionally terrifying, escaping the pursuit with just a few leaps. Subsequently, Zhang Miaoyu forcefully suppressed the matter. The reason she didn't report it was that she wanted to use Su Jiang to infect these homeowners so that she could exchange him for supplies. Chapter 41. Dr. Sun, you don't want anything to happen to your grandfather, do you? Sun Wanner first took the food she got from Feng Yifan back to her grandfather before returning to Feng Yifan's villa. Now she has only one thought. That is to do everything possible to cure Feng Yifan and then win back the food Su Wei promised for the next 6 months. But when she thought of the warm environment at Su Wei's home, Sun Wanner suddenly felt dazed again. Actually, losing is fine too. This way, she becomes Su Wei's servant and will naturally live in that warm villa, never having to worry about warmth or food again. It's important to understand that countless lives have already been lost in pursuit of this dream by the homeowners. Now the opportunity is right in front of her. If she wants, she can immediately realize what others dream of. Moreover, what Su Wei said was not wrong. There was more than one doctor in Cloud City. What if he chose someone else and didn't want him anymore? Sun Wanner was startled by her own shameful thought. Impossible. I would never sell my body and soul for a bite to eat. Never. She kept encouraging herself as she thought this way. But when she saw the lewd look in Feng Yifan's eyes, Sun Wanner's eyes were filled with disgust, and she wished he would die sooner. When Feng Yifan saw Sun Wanner return with a pile of medical supplies, he was overjoyed. Haha, I knew our doctor's son was capable, but I didn't expect you to get this. As he spoke, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. One day I'll kill that Su Wei and take everything from him. Those things, and that house will all be mine. Upon hearing this, Sun Wanner sneered with disgust. Save your breath. Let's talk about it when you're fully recovered. Completely cured? Feng Yifan exclaimed excitedly. Really? I thought I'd be lucky to survive. This arm was definitely going to be ruined. Impossible. Sun Wanner, seemingly lost in thought, gritted her teeth and said, I can definitely cure you and make you just like a normal person. Feng Yifan was stunned when he heard this. Holy crap, what does this girl mean? Judging from her tone, could it be that she's taken a liking to me? That would be great. Not only could I get such a beautiful and talented medical elite for free, but my life would also be guaranteed from now on. Thank you so much, Miss Sunday. Thinking of this, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Sun Wanner's hand. That soft, boneless little hand. The moment you touch it, it evokes all sorts of fantasies. Sun Wanner was startled and quickly pulled her hand back forcefully, glaring at him with disgust. What do you want to do? Feng Yifan chuckled, his gaze lingering on Sun Wanner, and said, as long as Miss Sun stays with me, I'll make sure you have something to eat in the future. Sun Wanner rubbed her hands on her clothes in disgust and said coldly, no need. Once you're healed, we'll be even. If it weren't for the bet with Su Wei, Sun Wanner would have liked to leave immediately. Feng Yifan grinned maliciously and said, what time is it now? Dr. Sun, do you still want to act high and mighty? Do you know that nowadays, as long as I give a shout in the group, for just a piece of bread, countless women will come to my door, vying to serve me? This is not a joke, it's the truth. Although Sun Wanner loathed Feng Yifan's attitude, she had to admit that nowadays, let alone a piece of bread, even a moldy steamed bun could drive people crazy. In a state of absolute hunger, does shame still matter? If that's the case, I'd rather die. At this point, Sun Wanner recalled Su Wei's naked upper body, his muscles making him look handsome, sunny, and full of youthful energy. If it came down to selling her body, she would rather give herself to Su Wei. Die. Feng Yifan exclaimed in admiration. Don't worry, anyone can die now, but you can't. I'm still waiting for you, Dr. Sun, to save my life. You'll be safe until I recover. What do you mean? Sun Wanner's expression changed. It's nothing. I just hope Dr. Sun can do his best to treat me. You don't need to leave until I recover. Feng Yifan said calmly. Don't worry, I won't be stingy with the reward I promised you. Anyone can starve to death now, but you can't. You're going to put me under house arrest. A hint of panic flashed in Sun Wanner's eyes. How can you call it house arrest? I'm just worried about Dr. Sun's safety alone. After all, things are chaotic outside right now. Let's get the surgery done quickly. Feng Yifan stared at Sun Wanner, a burning glint in his eyes. If he weren't seriously injured, he would have already brought this delicate little doctor to justice. Sun Wanner stopped talking and began to concentrate on performing surgery on Feng Yifan. Gradually, sweat began to appear on her face. The fact that she was sweating in this weather shows how nervous she was. On one hand, she was afraid that if she couldn't cure Feng Yifan, he would turn on her. On the other hand, she had to win the bet with Su Wei. Until 2 hours later, Sun Wanner finally finished the last procedure and sat on the ground, completely exhausted. She said, panting, all right, as long as you get through today, your arm will be saved. At this moment, Feng Yifan's heart finally settled down, and he said with some admiration, I have to say, Dr. Sun's medical skills are truly admirable. This is the truth. The medical skill to save an arm that had been electrocuted is truly astonishing. Sun Wanner didn't speak, but silently finished bandaging her arm, then coldly said, can I leave now? After saying that, Sun Wanner packed up her medicine box and prepared to leave. Walk. With a bang, the door slammed shut, and the thugs looked at her with mocking smiles. How could they possibly let such a beautiful young woman go so easily? You broke your promise. Sun Wanner glared at Feng Yifan with resentment. Feng Yifan smiled and said, Dr. Sun, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to ask you to stay and take care of my injuries, since I'll need you to change my dressings later. Then I'll come again tomorrow. As she was speaking, Sun Wanner was about to open the door, but the thug blocked her way. Dr. Sun, you don't want anything to happen to your grandfather, do you? Behind him came Feng Yifan's cold threat. Sun Wanner, who was originally furious, suddenly froze on the spot, her face full of panic. Only then did she realize that Feng Yifan's other henchman was missing. As for where he went, the answer is self-evident. As long as you obediently treat my illness, I promise I won't touch your grandfather and will even give him food so he can live well. Feng Yifan sneered. Of course, if you don't obey, I don't mind throwing that old man out to freeze to death, and then you will still be under house arrest by me. Shameless. I just saved you. Sun Wanner was filled with regret at this moment. She shouldn't have come to be with Feng Yifan in the first place. Now she's not walking into the lion's den. Even if she wins against Su Wei now, the bet can't be fulfilled. Chapter 42. This is not something I forced you to do. Feng Yifan remained unconcerned about Sun Wanner's insults. Moreover, in his view, Sun Wanner simply hasn't come to terms with reality yet. In a few more days, she won't be able to bear the hunger anymore and will naturally beg me. At that time, she won't care about her grandfather or even her grandson. Helpless, Sun Wanner had no choice but to temporarily back down in the face of Feng Yifan's threats. She looked at Feng Yifan warily and said, I hope you keep your word and let me leave once you've fully recovered. If you dare to cause trouble during this time, I won't hesitate to fight you to the death. Don't worry, I'm not one to mess around with women. Although Feng Yifan had long coveted Sun Wanner's beauty, in this situation, fighting to the death with the doctor who was treating him was clearly suicidal. Haha, there's still a long way to go. When Sun Wanner is so hungry that she can't stand it anymore, she will obediently crawl between his legs without him having to lift a finger. At that moment, another underling returned. It's bad, Brother Feng. Our team is in chaos. I heard several people died fighting over food, and the rest have been recruited by that bitch Zhang Miaoyu. Would that bitch be so kind? Feng Yifan had long since given up his identity as the squad leader of the corpse removal team. After all, he and Su Wei had already formed a grudge, and even if he took the initiative to apologize, Su Wei would not let him off the hook. Another henchman said, This can't go on. There are only 3 of us left now, and those people have teamed up again. It will be even harder for us to steal food in the future. Humans are social animals, and when faced with danger, they will instinctively unite with their fellow humans. Now most of the homeowners have joined the body removal team, forming a temporary unity in exchange for the meager daily food. Even if it's a pitifully small amount, at least it guarantees a barely surviving existence. No, we still need to find a way to kill that Su Wei guy. Only by getting the supplies from him can we truly live in peace. But his house is like a bunker. We can't get in at all. Feng Yifan said coldly. We can't go in, but we can make him come out. But that bastard is very cunning. Everyone is watching him now, so he definitely won't come out. Feng Yifan sneered. Don't worry, there will be a way. A short while later, Sun Wanner came in to change the dressing. Feng Yifan suddenly laughed and said, Dr. Sun hasn't eaten all day, has he? Here, I have some milk here, Dr. Sun. Have something to eat first. Sun Wanner frowned at him and did not take the half-pack of milk. It's like this. Seeing her wary expression, Feng Yifan smiled and said, Miss Sun, to be honest, I have an idea. If it succeeds, I guarantee you'll never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of your life. What idea? Sun Wanner gave him a look of disgust. Feng Yifan pretended not to see and continued. I need you to go to Su Wei's house. Whether you coax him or seduce him, lure him out. Then we'll take advantage of the situation and kill him together. Everything he owns will be ours, including that safe villa. Hee. Su Wei isn't stupid. How could she possibly fall for that? Sun Wanner looked at Feng Yifan as if he were mentally challenged. He'll fall for it. Feng Yifan sneered. Since he's willing to give you so many medicines, it means he must understand the importance of you as a doctor at this time. As long as you take the initiative to seduce him, he will definitely fall for it. As he spoke, Feng Yifan glanced flirtatiously at the pride that Sun Wanner couldn't hide even with her cotton-padded coat, and laughed. Besides, Miss Sun, you've got plenty of assets. Taking down Su Wei is a piece of cake, isn't it? Will Su Wei be fooled? Although Sun Wanner never relies on her looks for a living, She is still very confident in her figure. But the question is, would she be better off if she killed Su Wei? Feng Yifan's hungry eyes could no longer be concealed. If she didn't still have some value to him, she might not know what would have happened to her now. Moreover, from the bottom of her heart, she was more willing to believe Su Wei than Feng Yifan. Miss Sun, don't hesitate any longer at a time like this. Your grandfather is still waiting for you at home. This is a blatant threat. Sun Wana knew that if she didn't agree to Feng Yifan's request, her grandfather would definitely not escape his clutches. Just as she was hesitating, her gaze suddenly became unfocused. On Feng Yifan's returning underling, there were a few barely noticeable traces of blood, and his chest was bulging, making a creaking sound with every movement. That was clearly the sound of a bread bag. Could it be? Sun Wanner's nose tingled, and tears almost welled up in her eyes. But she quickly suppressed her grief and indignation and said calmly, "Then you'd better plan well and make sure there's no danger. I'll be relying on you from now on." Humph, I knew this woman was faking it. What kind of pure and virtuous medical elites are they? They're all bastards, and I easily got my hands on them. Feng Yifan was secretly pleased, but said gently, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I'll make sure you have enough to eat and drink, and I'll take care of your grandfather until the end." Feng Yifan's way of saying, attending to the deceased, was quite meaningful. He thought Sun Wanner knew nothing, but little did he know that his careless underling had already betrayed them all. Sun Wanner suppressed her grief and went to the restroom, then dialed her grandfather's number. Sure enough, there was no response from the other end of the phone. Instantly, tears welled up in Sun Wanner's eyes. She bit her lip tightly to keep herself from making a sound, and then sent a message to Su Wei. Su Wei wasn't particularly surprised when she learned about Sun Wanner's situation. On the contrary, he had expected this outcome. A stunningly beautiful woman is treating a ravenous man. It's no surprise that something could happen. Su Wei, as long as you help me kill Feng Yifan, you'll be mine. Welled up in Sun Wanner's eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "It is my master." Upon seeing this message, Su Wei suddenly laughed. "First of all, don't be so sentimental. There are countless people outside who want to be my servants. Also, I didn't force you to do this." Emotionless language sounds especially cold. He wanted to make Sun Wanner face reality. Now it's not that I want you. It's that you're begging me to have you. Not to mention any transactions. You're not qualified to do anything with me. Although Sun Wanner is indeed quite beautiful. Plenty of attractive women out there who are starving, and he could easily form a reinforced platoon if he wanted to. Upon seeing this sentence, Sun Wanner was initially saddened, but then silently accepted the reality. Just as Su Wei said, she was no longer in a position to negotiate with Su Wei. Chapter 43, Zombies Appear. The body removal team was established only 2 days ago, and its size has been reduced from 400 to 300. Although Su Wei didn't witness the outcome of the looting by those homeowners, she could guess what would happen. A group of starving people go mad. The outcome is obvious. So Zhuang Chang suggested to Su Wei that they should just let these people fend for themselves, since they hadn't found any zombies except for Su Jiang. However, Su Wei insisted, zombies will definitely appear, and they will actively attack humans. If we let it go, the situation will only get worse. But those people might be hard to control. Zhuang Chang used to be just a small security captain. He had never managed so many people before. Especially the way these people looked at him, clearly mocking him, obviously looking down on him as a lackey who rose to power through Su Wei. Su Wei smiled and said, "Managing these people is actually very simple. You just need to win over those squad leaders and make them wholeheartedly serve you. These people are nothing to worry about. To strike a snake, strike its vital spot. To capture a thief, first capture the king." With so many residents in the community, it's impossible for Zhuang Chang to subdue them one by one. Even if he had the ability, he wouldn't have the experience. So the next day, Zhuang Chang deliberately left half an hour late. Outside the villa, it was freezing cold. Crazy Donkey, Zhang Miaoyu, and several other squad leaders were standing together talking, each of them pacing back and forth. "Damn, this weather is really weird." Wearing thick gloves, Zhang Miaoyu covered her mouth and said, "Weren't we supposed to meet at 9 o'clock? How long has it been? Why hasn't Zhuang Chang come out yet?" Her henchman also cursed, "Damn it, he's just a lackey. What's he pretending for? If he pisses us off, I'll kill him." At this moment, Zhuang Chang suddenly came out of the house, glanced at the man indifferently, and said, "Who do you want to kill?" The thug was stunned for a moment, and was about to speak when Zhang Miaoyu stopped him. "My men are a bit clueless, Brother Chang, don't mind them." Zhuang Chang ignored her and beckoned to the Mad Donkey beside him. "Come here." Although Mad Donkey also looked down on Zhuang Chang, he was much smarter and showed no sign of discomfort, running over with a fawning smile. What's wrong, Brother Chong? Just let me know if you need anything. Zhuang Chong glanced at the thug indifferently, then casually pulled out a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to the mad donkey. Kill him. The thug's expression changed, and he became rude, cursing. Zhuang Chong, are you trying to pull this black market act on me? Try touching me. Bang. Without warning, the mad donkey glanced at the dead thug with a sinister grin, then calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. Anyone who dares to act tough with Brother Chong again will suffer the consequences. Compared to those intellectuals, Mad Donkey understood the power of fists all too well. He had done the same when he was under Su Zhang's command. Those who disobey their leader have only one word: death. Moreover, he is the type who will follow whoever feeds him. Zhuang Chong now represents Su Wei, and Su Wei has become a godlike figure. If he wants to have even a bite to eat, he must be absolutely obedient. All right, let's assign the areas. Zhuang Chong's lips twitched slightly, but he quickly calmed down and said, Crazy Donkey, you guys come with me to District F this time. Zhang Miaoyu, you guys go to District H. Yes, Brother Chong. This time, Zhang Miaoyu dared not utter another word. She realized that Zhuang Chong had come to establish his authority today, and if she dared to show her face again, she would be the next one to die. H District is in the far north, and it's all high-rise buildings. That'll be exhausting. Exactly. Why should we go to such a far place? The homeowners behind him grumbled a few times. Shut up, Zhang Miaoyu, her face ashen, cursed. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get to work. Otherwise, nobody's getting any food today. Although her only henchman was dead, Zhang Miaoyu was not worried. With her abilities, she could easily find another loyal follower. Area F is also high-rise buildings, but it's next to a villa area, so the journey is very short. Zhuang Chong led more than 100 people to begin the search. Just as it was getting dark, they suddenly heard a heart-wrenching scream coming from the direction of District H. Then, a number of people rushed out of an apartment building. They yelled, "A ghost!" Zhuang Chong's brow twitched. It must be zombies appearing. He quickly called to Mad Donkey. Everyone come with me to Sector H. Be careful, don't get too close, or you'll get bitten by a zombie. Soon, both teams noticed something amiss and rushed towards Sector H simultaneously. Before they even got close, they saw a group of people running back in a panic, shouting that there was a ghost. Damn it! Mad Donkey cursed under his breath, then gripped the gun tightly. He wasn't afraid of killing, but zombies, nobody knew what they were. Su Jiang was killed by his own hands, and then mutated right before his eyes. That's something that even bullets can't kill. As everyone cautiously approached, they saw Zhang Miaoyu on the open ground downstairs, shouting in terror, "Surround him! Don't let him escape!" So the remaining people tacitly formed a circle and used the sticks in their hands to drive the person back and forth. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his face was covered with secret red spots, and the meridians in his body were slowly becoming visible. Many homeowners were shocked by the scene. Just half an hour ago, they thought Su Wei was just trying to coax them, that she wanted to walk them around like dogs. But now everyone believes it. Zombies have really appeared. That's not Su Jiang. Mad Donkey asked in alarm. Could it be that someone has already been infected? The zombie surrounded by the crowd was a woman in life. At this moment, she was being beaten with sticks by dozens of homeowners. She wanted to attack, but had no chance, and she couldn't escape either. Quick, subdue her. Zhuang Chong gave the stern command. But the residents hesitated to go forward, fearing they would be bitten by the zombies. At this moment, Zhang Miaoyu spoke up, saying loudly, Su Wei already said that whoever catches a zombie will be rewarded with a roast chicken. What are we waiting for? The allure of food is immense. Without further hesitation, the homeowners mustered their courage and charged towards the zombies. Having more people makes things easier. Before long, the female zombie was subdued, her hands were tied behind her back, and she was led over with a gag in her mouth. It's like walking a dog. No one spoke at that moment. Everyone stared at the female zombie, as if facing a formidable enemy. Only the few homeowners holding the ropes had happy expressions on their faces. They caught the zombie, which meant that the three of them could share a delicious roast chicken. Chapter 44. Holy crap, it's her? That's meat. Since the apocalypse began, these people haven't had a hot meal in a long time, let alone meat. But when they got to Zhang Miaoyu's side, she stopped them. Give me the rope. Why should we? We're the ones who caught them. One of the homeowners was gripping the rope tightly, looking ready to fight at any moment. Zhang Miaoyu sneered. We all found this zombie together, and we drove it out together, but you managed to capture it. Bullshit. I was the one who grabbed its hand just now. I grabbed its foot. I tied it with the rope. All right, then go and collect your reward, but The three men's indignant looks didn't frighten Zhang Miaoyu. Instead, she laughed and said, "Whether they let you go or not is none of my business." The three of them then suddenly woke up and looked around. At this moment, more than 300 people stood on both sides, each pair of eyes fixed on the zombie. As soon as one person stepped forward, the rest would swarm in. The three of them were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. "Sister Yui, did you see that?" Zhang Miaoyu then earnestly advised. "We are a group, so any benefits naturally belong to the group. If you try to embezzle, I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be, do I?" When faced with a group of equally vicious people, the best approach is to stick together. The three of them then understood what Zhang Miaoyu meant. If they choose to keep the zombie for themselves, they will not only offend their own team members, but also be targeted by other teams. Their own team members will definitely not help them, and may even join forces with others to steal it. The three exchanged glances and quickly reached a consensus. The homeowner with the rope reluctantly handed it to Zhang Miaoyu, saying, "We were wrong, Sister Yu. This zombie belongs to everyone. Let's go claim the reward together." "That's right." Zhang Miaoyu smiled and comforted them, "But you guys really put in a lot of effort this time. Once we get the roast chicken, I'll definitely give you some more. Besides, there are definitely other zombies in this neighborhood, so everyone will have a chance to eat roast chicken. Brothers, don't you agree? If we all work together, we can definitely have a bright future." These highly inflammatory words gave many homeowners hope, and they loudly echoed them. "Right. Sister Yu is right. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to eat roast chicken. No problem. If we can catch more zombies next time, will we still have to worry about not having meat to eat? That's human nature. If you give them a little hope, they can imagine a bright tomorrow. Let's go get some roast chicken." Zhang Miaoyu waved her hand, and all the 100 or so homeowners followed behind her, marching in a grand procession toward the villas in Zone D. The other two teams, who had originally wanted to seize the opportunity to grab something, were intimidated by the overwhelming momentum of these people. An army that has won a great victory is invincible. No one is more excited than these people right now. If anyone dares to come up and try to take it, these 100+ people will definitely attack together and tear them to pieces. Mad Donkey coldly watched those people walk by. "Pa, this bitch is actually quite something." Zhuangchang nodded in agreement and sighed. "She's too good at inciting people. Look at the way those people look at each other. If Zhang Miaoyu told them to die right now, they probably would have done it." Mad Donkey sneered with a hint of envy and jealousy. "No wonder they can run such a big company. You can't argue with that." Soon, Zhang Miaoyu arrived at the villa entrance with a group of homeowners. Su Wei had already learned of the situation through Zhuangchang's walkie-talkie and was now standing at the window watching. "President Su." Zhang Miaoyu stepped forward, holding the rope, and respectfully called out, "We've caught a zombie, and it's time to fulfill your promise." Su Wei took out her binoculars and carefully observed the zombie, then suddenly froze. "Holy crap, it's her." The person Zhang Miaoyu was holding hands with was none other than Qin Moyu, whom he had driven away back then. However, Qin Moyu's mutation was completely different from Su Zhang's. Her eyes were not the white without pupils, but blood red. Moreover, although the meridians on her body were obvious, they did not bulge. Could it be that she wasn't directly mutated, but rather infected by someone? Su Wei recalled the scene when zombies appeared in her previous life, which was similar to Qin Moyu's appearance, and most of them were like that. It seems that mutated zombies are not common. Most zombies are formed from infection. Moreover, it seems that these infected zombies are not very powerful, otherwise they wouldn't have been caught so easily. So far, he has only seen two zombies, Su Jiang and Qin Moyu. However, he firmly believed that there must be many mutated, living, or already mutated zombies in this vast city in the clouds. These things will become obstacles for him to go out in the future, so they must be completely removed. As for the roast chicken, Su Wei smiled, casually took out a freshly roasted chicken from her spatial storage, and then took out 2 packets of instant noodles and threw them down. He laughed and shouted to Zhang Miaoyu, "Well done. These 2 packs of instant noodles are an extra reward. From now on, whoever catches the most zombies will get a reward from me. 1 roast chicken and 2 packs of instant noodles can be exchanged for 1 zombie. This is definitely a violent industry. Besides, Su Wei isn't short of food. Even if they captured tens of thousands of zombies, he could still afford it." Zhang Miaoyu didn't expect Su Wei to give her a reward, since he had never given her a penny before. It seems these zombies are very important to him. "Thank you, Mr. Su. We will definitely continue our efforts." Although she didn't know what Su Wei was planning, she was in a difficult situation and had no choice but to obey. Su then threw out 30 portions of food as usual, and then ignored the people. The residents who received the food left with happy expressions. After returning to the storage room, Zhuang Chang called, Su Wei, what should we do with that zombie? In the courtyard, the mutated Qin Moyu was tied to the railing, looking just like a watchdog. What's even more incredible is that Qin Moyu, after the mutation, seems to be immune to the cold. She is only wearing 2 thin sweaters, and most of her still hot body is exposed to the air. Does being infected mean the body can withstand the cold? Su Wei looked out the window, her eyes indifferent, and said, I think the reason these zombies have mutated is probably due to genetic mutation. If we can study it properly, we might gain something. Anything is possible in the end times. Since these dead people can turn into zombies, their bodies must have undergone changes different from those of normal people. Others may not believe these things, but Su Wei absolutely does. Because he himself is the biggest change in this apocalypse, he still cannot explain why he possesses a mental space. Therefore, if this change can be controlled, it may alter the course of this apocalyptic world. At this time, the remaining scientists from the government are likely studying these zombies, trying to find more information from them. Chapter 45, I'll take my clothes off. The news of the zombies quickly spread in the residents' group chat. Those homeowners who witnessed the zombies immediately stopped repairing their doors and windows, fearing they might be killed by a zombie while they were sleeping. The residents who hadn't seen any zombies before were also excited, because they learned from the people around them that Su Wei really did give them a roast chicken. Although 1 chicken is only enough for 100 people, what time is it now? Let alone eating meat. Even picking up a bone to make soup would be a blessing for them. As a result, more homeowners sent friend requests to Zhuang Chang. However, Zhuang Chang did not add them this time, because Su Wei didn't say it. In this world, if some people eat meat, others must be eaten. This is an immutable truth. If everyone could eat meat, they would become lazy and might even lose themselves in this comfortable life, thinking they were capable again. Therefore, ensuring that everyone is well-fed is the best way to maintain a consistent approach. Sun Wanner also learned about the zombies. But she didn't have time to worry about those things right now. Instead, she was plotting how to escape from Feng Yifun's villa. She had to act quickly, otherwise, once Feng Yifun recovered, he might kill her or humiliate her at any time. Although it was extremely dangerous, there was nothing that could be done about it. She knew this was not only her chance to escape, but also a test from Su Wei. If she couldn't even do this one thing well, Su Wei would definitely be disappointed in her. That evening, while Feng Yifun was drowsy after changing his dressing, Sun Wanner tiptoed into the kitchen and threw all the sleeping pills she had prepared into the bucket. This bucket of water is the last bucket of clean drinking water that Feng Yifun and his team have, so they are bound to get infected. After finishing these tasks, Sun Wanner quickly stuffed the medicine bottle back into her pocket and then tiptoed towards her room. It was only a few meters away, but at that moment she felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest, and her legs were shaking uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth and stared intently at her 2 sleeping younger brothers in the living room until she went inside and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she quickly took out her phone and sent a message to Su Wei. I'm done. Su Wei had just fallen asleep when she was woken up by the message. You killed them? No, I put sleeping pills in them. As long as you drink them, I can escape. Still a coward. At this time, Su Wei did not know that Sun Wanner's grandfather had been killed by Feng Yifun's underlings. She thought that Sun Wanner had let them go because she was soft-hearted. What he didn't know was that Sun Wanner had added a dose of sleeping pills, enough for 100 people, to Feng Yifun and the others drinking water. Anyone who drank that water would die, let alone a human, even a bear. Then she fell into a deep sleep, awaiting the results the next day. The next day, after applying the medicine to Feng Yifun, Sun Wanner didn't go back to her room. Instead, she proactively asked, Brother Feng, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Haha, I thought you were some kind of chaste and virtuous woman. Feng Yifun laughed contemptuously, then took 2 hard steamed buns from the cabinet and threw them at her. Go to the kitchen, add water, and boil them. Boil them for a longer time so they'll keep you full. Sun Wanner was still thinking about how to get Feng Yifun and the others to drink that bucket of water, and now it seems like even God is helping them. Without hesitation, she went to the kitchen, placed the water filled with sleeping pills on the firewood, and soon a pot of steaming hot steamed bun soup was ready. It doesn't have any flavor, it's just a warm bite. But most people can no longer enjoy this hot dish. So not long after, Feng Yifun and the others who had drunk the steamed bun soup all fell into a deep sleep. Sun Wanner cautiously probed around Feng Yifun a few times, and seeing that they showed no signs of waking up, she took out the key, opened the door, and ran out as if fleeing. Without stopping, she ran to Su Wei's door and pounded on it. A woo, a woo. Perhaps the sound startled the zombies in the courtyard. Qin Moyu, because she immediately woke up and made two noises towards Sun Wanner outside the door. The zombie in disbelief. Is this what a zombie is? She was not afraid of the cold and had lost her mind. But as a top medical doctor in China, Sun Wanner always felt that there was something inexplicable about this zombie. However, she quickly snapped out of her thoughts. This is not the time to study zombies. She glanced around, then quickened her knocking. At this moment, Su Wei's villa is the focus of everyone's attention. If it is discovered and attracts a swarm of people, Su Wei may no longer take him in. Because from her 2 encounters with Su Wei, she discovered that this guy was a complete idiot. The tortoise's personality, the ostrich's temperament. He would immediately stop his actions at the slightest sign of danger, and besides, he wasn't a necessity to him. Fortunately, Su Wei got up early and opened the video call on the door after hearing the knock. He glanced indifferently at Sun Wanner outside and said, "Take off your clothes before you come in." "What?" Sun Wanner stared in shock at Su Wei in the video. "You've heard me clearly, and I don't want to say it a second time." Su Wei simply replied with a curt answer, then made a move to walk inside. "I'll take it off." Without further hesitation, Sun Wanner immediately took off her cotton-padded coat. She shivered in the cold wind. "If you don't want to freeze to death, I advise you to take your clothes off quickly." Su Wei watched Sun Wanner with great interest through the video, and then said, "Those people will be back soon. If you want to be watched by everyone, that's fine with you." Upon hearing this, Sun Wanner no longer hesitated and quickly stripped down to only her underwear. "All right, come in." Su Wei opened the security door. With a creak, the door opened a small crack. Sun Wanner struggled to open the door and rushed in as fast as she could. She was so cold that she felt her blood would freeze if she had been a second later. Then, a strong warm current instantly swept over my whole body. It was a feeling so blissful it made her faint. She felt her legs go weak and she collapsed onto the soft wool carpet with a thud. At that moment, she felt as if she had entered paradise. It's hard to believe that this place is actually warm in temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius. Soon, Sun Wanner's complexion began to glow, her hands and feet became more agile, and even a light sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. It took her a long time to come to her senses from that warm environment. Then, she saw a smiling face appear in the sky. It was a handsome face with a warm smile. Chapter 46. Only grace between us. Sun Wanner blushed and quickly got up from the ground. She lowered her head shyly. "I'm sorry, you must have found this amusing." Since the apocalypse and the arrival of the Ice Age, Sun Wanner has never taken off her clothes, and the current temperature has made her feel instantly disoriented. "You haven't finished yet." Su Wei sat back down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and said, "Take off your clothes." Sun Wanner, who was originally immersed in the warm environment, instantly woke up. At that moment, she suddenly remembered her situation. This is indeed paradise, but to live in paradise, you have to pay a much higher price. Although she had struggled for a long time before coming, she still felt a great struggle when asked to take off her clothes. No woman would easily expose her deepest secrets to a strange man. Of course, those who are workers are an exception. They are just trying to make a living. But now, am I any different from those people? Sun Wanner understood that she had long since lost the right to bargain, and if she displeased Su Wei, she might be kicked out. If that's the case, she'd rather die right now. After enjoying the heavenly environment here, she could no longer bear the cold outside. Sun Wanner stood there, her eyes tightly shut. Then the bra slowly fell down with the movement, followed by the pants, and then Su Wei stared intently at the expanse of white, her expression somewhat frozen. He coughed lightly, his voice low and unnatural, and said, "Continue." Under the pale yellow light, black lace wrapped around her prominent breasts, and her snow-white skin flowed down her lower abdomen. Sun Wanner bent down gently, her hands slowly moving to her waist, and the thin fabric was slowly removed. That closed valley was like a shy child, refusing to open its eyes. After doing all this, Sun Wanner carefully placed the clothes in a place a little further away. She hadn't showered for over half a month, and as soon as she sweated, her clothes immediately smelled fishy and foul. She was worried that Su Wei would find her unclean. "Are you all undressed?" Su Wei spoke in a hoarse voice, then unconsciously moved her body, and an indescribable heat instantly surged into her chest, etc. Sun Wanner was startled by his action and subconsciously took a step back. "What's wrong?" Su Wei looked at her, completely unaware of what was going on. "Could I take a shower first?" After saying this, Sun Wanner swayed as if all the energy had been drained from her body, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Of course, Su Wei subconsciously pointed to the bathroom in the next bedroom. There are actually bathrooms in the lobby, but they aren't made of transparent glass. Sun Wanner rushed into the bathroom as if fleeing, then closed the door tightly. More than half an hour later, the sound of running water still hadn't stopped. Suwei had no choice but to go in and knock on the door. The sound of running water inside stopped abruptly, followed by a scream. "Don't come in. I'm not done washing yet." After a brief silence, an apology came from inside. "I'm sorry, I was so wasteful. Don't worry, I'll be done soon." Sun Wanner seemed to realize that she had gone too far. In an era of scarcity, every little bit of supplies is extremely precious, yet she just used so much water. Will he be angry? Sun Wanner felt uneasy. But Suwei's laughter came from outside. "I just wanted to tell you that your clothes were too dirty, so I threw them away. I left some new clothes by the door." "Oh." A sigh of relief came from the bathroom. Suwei shook her head and smiled, then whispered, "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that petty?" Perhaps in Sun Wanner's eyes, water resources are precious now, and energy is even more of a luxury, but Suwei really doesn't care. Has a lot of water stored up, and the villa even has a water purification system. The wastewater that is used can be turned into usable drinking water in just a few days. Besides, with such thick snow outside, as long as he has enough energy, he will never lack hot water. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and the bathroom door was quietly opened. A section of snow-white lotus roots swiftly stretched out, grabbed the clothes from the doorway, and then quickly retracted. A few minutes later, Sun Wanner came out wearing a loose and comfortable nightgown and a pair of transparent low-heeled slippers, her long, slender, and snow-white legs subtly reflecting the light. That kind of beauty is breathtaking. Unlike Qin Moyu's flirtatiousness or Su Xiaoting's feigned innocence, it was a kind of beauty that left people speechless with amazement. In a brief moment, Su Wei was lost in thought. A moment later, he suddenly realized what had happened and felt a pang of annoyance. Damn it, they really don't learn their lesson. Thinking of her tragic fate in her past life, Su Wei immediately regained her composure. Seeing that he was looking at her warily, Sun Wanner subconsciously turned around and glanced back. Su Wei then smiled and said, "Come and sit down." Sun Wanner sat on the sofa with a blush on her pretty face, facing Su Wei directly in front of her. Two long legs, with nowhere to go, were stuck together tightly, as if afraid that something would fly away if they were opened. Su Weixiao looked at the reserved and uneasy girl in front of her, and then said seriously, "I hope you remember what I said before. There is no transaction between us, only charity, or rather, a favor." A barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed across Su Wanner's fair face, then she nodded gently. "Therefore, from now on, my words are commands. You must obey my orders unconditionally, or you will lose this blessing. Do you understand?" "Clear," Sun Wanner replied softly. "Don't put on this pitiful act in front of me. To you, I've given you hope to live. To me, so far, I haven't gained anything. So, stop being so pathetic, it will only annoy me. Furthermore, you are probably aware of why I kept you here. Therefore, from today onwards, you are not allowed to leave the room even for a moment without my permission, nor are you allowed to move around at will." Su Wei pointed to the top of her head as she spoke. "To tell you the truth, this house is a super safe house that I spent 100 million to build. The surveillance inside is 360 degrees without blind spots, and I know everything you do. If you can do what I'm telling you, I don't mind letting you stay for a long time. But if you have any other intentions, that zombie outside will be your fate." Chapter 47, Superpowered Individuals. Su Wei suddenly stared at Sun Wanner and grinned maliciously. "If you ever betray me, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll lock you up with that crazed zombie at the door. That would be quite an interesting thing." The previously quiet Sun Wanner suddenly shivered. She looked up at Su Wei, her eyes filled with deep fear. Although she knew that Su Wei's words were nothing more than a warning to her to obey. But the cold-bloodedness in his words was terrifying. "Did you hear me clearly?" Su Wei ignored her reaction and asked with a cold face. Sun Wanner nodded subconsciously. "I want to hear you speak, not just nod." With a shout, Sun Wanner was so frightened that she stood up, and her pajamas were ripped off. The smooth, bare body reappeared before Su Wei. She picked up her clothes shakily and put them on, then said, I heard it." If Su Wei is God at this moment, then Sun Wanner is a believer enslaved by God, and whether she likes it or not, she can only obey. Unless she wants to die? Your room is on the basement level. That's your area of activity. You are not allowed to come up there without my permission. "Yes, master." Su Wei spoke indifferently, as if she were training a puppy she had just caught. "We don't keep idle people in this house. You'll be in charge of cleaning the whole house. If you don't know how to cook or do laundry, you can learn. I'm very patient." "Yes, master." Su Wei was very satisfied with this compliant attitude, and for a moment, He even felt a perverse thrill. No wonder so many wealthy people enjoy nurturing relationships. The fun in it is truly indescribable to outsiders. It's clear that Sun Wanner is an extremely intelligent woman, very pragmatic, and understands exactly where she should stand in this situation. If it were someone like Su Xiaoding, a seemingly innocent but actually manipulative woman, she probably would have started scheming against me the moment she walked in the door. But her scheming only works when it's not outwardly apparent, while someone like Sun Wanner is truly intelligent. Su Wei was too lazy to keep probing, so she said directly, "I know you have a lot of resentment in your heart." Sun Wanner didn't speak, but just quietly looked at Su Wei. If she were to say no at this moment, it would certainly be a lie, but her silence represents her resignation to her situation despite knowing it. If you're upset, then so be it. You have no other choice now, do you? Su Wei stared at Sun Wanner with a slightly teasing look. He continued, "Don't even think about resisting, because you have no idea what kind of man you're facing right now." Su Wei raised his hand and waved it. Sun Wanner felt a blur before her eyes, and the next second she was frozen in place. He conjured up a bag of cookies out of thin air. Could he also be an excellent magician? But then Sun Wanner froze. A piano weighing nearly a ton appeared out of thin air in the living room. This thing, which even several grown men might not be able to lift together, appeared out of thin air as Su Wei simply waved his hand. Then all sorts of things appeared one after another, but Su Weiming had only moved his hand. There are even some things he doesn't need to lift a finger to do. He just lets them appear out of thin air. You're a superhuman? You also know about superpowers? Su Wei originally intended to use his formidable strength to dispel Sun Wanner's rebellious intentions. But I was surprised by what she said. Sun Wanner nodded without hesitation and said, 5 days ago, my grandfather received an official document from the National Academy of Medical Sciences. After the apocalypse, humans will be affected by cosmic radiation, and some people will awaken superpowers. However, the probability of this is almost 1 in 10 million. Many people will not even be able to awaken their superpowers before being killed by the environment, or they will become like those things outside. Sun Wanner pointed to Qin Moyu outside, who had turned into a zombie. Anything else? Now it was Su Wei's turn to be shocked. Because even now, he still doesn't understand where his abilities come from, and he only just learned about the term superpower. I desperately want to know these things right now, because this concerns his future survival, even his life. Sun Wanner looked at him in shock and sighed. I thought that people with superpowers were only a very small minority, but I didn't expect that you were one too. My grandfather told me that people with superpowers are rare in the world. Their numbers may increase over time, but as cosmic radiation gradually weakens, the abilities of people with superpowers will decrease, and they may only be slightly stronger than ordinary people. But your ability is clearly top tier, capable of making so many things appear out of thin air. No wonder you squander it so recklessly. When Sun Wanner looked at Su Wei again at this moment, a hint of inexplicable admiration flashed in her eyes. Women are creatures who idolize heroes, and at this moment, Su Wei was, in her eyes, an absolute hero. Su Wei had no time to worry about that and quickly asked, will there be any side effects? He had seen many similar scenes in movies before, such as the Hulk who turns green at the drop of a hat, or Parker who is a hybrid of a spider and a human. What about me? Su Wei felt a deep sense of worry. Before this, he had never thought about what would happen to his superpowers. He simply enjoyed this gift from heaven with a clear conscience. But now that he knows this news, how can he remain calm? Sun Wanner shook her head bitterly. I don't know about that. My grandfather might know, but he... At this point, 2 clear tears streamed down her face, and she choked out. He was probably killed by Feng Yifun's men a long time ago, or even infected by zombies. Don't worry, I'll bring your grandfather over right now. Even though Su Weiming knew that Sun Wanner was trying to lure him into saving people, he had no other choice at the moment, because that information was too important to him. Hey, Brother Chong. Su Wei grabbed the walkie-talkie she used to contact Zhuang Chong and said quickly, don't worry about anything else right now, just go. Before he could ask, Sun Wanner immediately said from the side, Villa in Block B, number 017. Su Wei glanced at her and continued, did you hear that? There's an old gentleman in room 107 of Block B. You must bring him here unharmed. Over the intercom, Su Wei's tone was more serious than ever before. Zhuang Chong, who was searching for zombies, suddenly became serious and then excused himself to go to the toilet to get away from the crowd. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the mission. Zhuang Chong knew very well that if anything happened to Su Wei, he would definitely not have a good ending either. Just look at the protective suit he was wearing. If Su Wei hadn't been luring the residents with food, they would have already rushed up and stripped him naked. Therefore, he can only live if Su Wei is alive, and he can only live well if Su Wei lives well. Chapter 48. Even prettier than the one outside. Be careful, don't let anyone find out. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and told Zhuang Chang to be careful. Zhuang Chang then added meaningfully, "You should also be careful, you can't trust people these days." He heard the soprano voice on the walkie-talkie very clearly. Zhuang Chang knew that an outsider had entered Su Wei's villa. Even he wasn't qualified to enter this place. This woman must be extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Su Wei glanced at Sun Wanner subconsciously and smiled. "Don't worry about me. Quickly invite Mr. Sun back. In this environment, even if he survives, he probably won't last much longer." Zhuang Chang dared not delay and soon arrived at the Sun family villa. But when he went inside, he found that Sun Xuanda was already dead on the bed, and there were obvious ligature marks on his neck. It was clear that he had not frozen to death, but had been murdered. Helpless, he had no choice but to turn on the walkie-talkie. "Su Wei, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I won't be able to complete the task you assigned me." Thud. Inside the villa, the bowl in Sun Wanner's hand fell to the ground. Su Wei frowned and asked, "How did he die?" Zhuang Chang sighed helplessly. "He was strangled to death, and it looks like he's been dead for at least 2 days. His body is already stiff." Meanwhile, Sun Wanner couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She bit her lip hard to stop herself from crying out, but her body couldn't take it and trembled slightly. Su Wei glanced at her and sighed. "Find a place to bury him by the door, and remember to dig deep. Time flies. Don't let Mr. Sun leave in too much of a mess." Zhuang Chang said solemnly. "Don't worry, I will definitely handle it well." Zhuang Chang didn't know why Su Wei cared so much about this old man, but he could sense the disappointment in Su Wei's tone. No one is happier than Su Wei now, so why is he sad? Inside the villa, Su Wei silently poured Sun Wanner a glass of water. "The deceased is gone. Please accept our deepest condolences, Dr. Sunday." He originally had no need to be polite to a woman like Sun Wanner who was living under someone else's roof, but the information he had just received was very important to him. "In this way, I can consider it my way of repaying her." Sun Wanner looked up at him, her miserable face full of sorrow. "Thank you." In fact, Su Wei had no need to help her bury her grandfather, since she was just a servant now. But he did it anyway. In today's environment, dead people are everywhere. Forget about burial. In a few days, they might become food for their kind. At this moment, Sun Wanner felt less nervous and more grateful. Su Wei waved her hand somewhat listlessly. "No need for thanks. We're just getting what we need. Now that you know my abilities, I hope you'll behave yourself in the future." "Yes, master." Sun Wanner was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This person always has that sour face. People finally have a little bit of goodwill towards you, and you squander it all in one go. Su Wei had no time to care about any of that and suddenly asked, "How are your medical skills?" Sun Wanner suppressed her sadness and said calmly, "Top 10 in the country, I guess." Su Wei was taken aback. This girl really wasn't modest at all. "So what do you think of that zombie outside?" He said seriously, "The emergence of zombies and superpowers has seriously disrupted humanity's original living space. Unfortunately, we still don't know how they mutated." Su Wei wasn't being overly pessimistic. He was simply trying to secure multiple layers of protection for his future survival. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Sun Wanner went to the window and carefully observed Qin Moyu, forgetting all about eating, even though she was really hungry. After a long pause, she said seriously, "If conditions allowed, I might be able to understand the anatomy of these zombies through dissection, but given the current situation." Before she could finish speaking, a microscope and several sophisticated medical instruments suddenly appeared in the living room. "Is this enough?" Su Wei, acting as if it were a matter of course, added, "Or you can just tell me what you need. As long as it's not state secret material, I have everything here." Sun Wanner looked at those things in disbelief, then mechanically turned her head to look at Su Wei. "You?" A look of fear flashed in her eyes as she said, "I heard that the day before the apocalypse, the largest warehousing and logistics park in South China was emptied overnight. Could it have been you who did it?" "Oh my God. That place stores almost half of the daily necessities for South China." Su Wei's expression changed, and she said coldly, "How do you know everything?" Sun Wanner proudly raised her small face and said, "If you don't want people to know, then don't do it in the first place." But it was just a coincidence. Around that time, our hospital had a batch of medical equipment that needed to be transported to the north, and the storage location was this South China Logistics Park. It seems these things will probably never reach the north in their next life. Su Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although many systems no longer exist after the apocalypse, the secrets he holds are too great. It's fine for ordinary people, but what about government forces? With ice engulfing the globe, the availability of supplies has become a major concern for everyone. Once a powerful force finds out about this, who knows what methods they will use to deal with me? The shelter was very sturdy, but it couldn't withstand missiles. I used to hear people joke, "What crime did I commit that warrants being bombarded?" But these words are no joke to Su Wei now. Because it's too much. Su Wei was engrossed in speculating about the future. My reverie was broken by a gurgling sound. After her grief subsided, Sun Wanner became hungry again. She looked regretfully at the puddle of white rice porridge on the ground, seemingly hesitating whether to kneel down and lick it clean. This is not an insult. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even hesitate. Su Wei found it somewhat amusing and pointed to the kitchen. "There's food in there, all prepared for you." Sun Wanner could no longer maintain her composure. She entered the kitchen in her pajamas, not caring whether she was exposing herself or not, and then the sound of her wolfing down her food could be heard. Not long after, Sun Wanner came out of the kitchen. Su Wei smiled faintly and said, "Are you full already? Don't worry, don't hold back. You can eat as much as you want. Even slaves need to be fed first so they have the energy to work. Besides, Sun Wanner is different from those outsiders. She was given a master with her own skills." Sun Wanner shook her head. "I haven't eaten properly for several days. I can't eat too much the first time, otherwise my stomach will be upset. Doctors really do know how to maintain health." Su Wei joked, "It seems you're a pretty good doctor." After Sun Wanner finished eating, her complexion became even rosier. She deliberately feigned composure and laughed. "Besides, I'm a very beautiful woman, even more beautiful than that other one." Chapter 49, The Ruthless Man. She pointed at Qin Moyu outside with her slender fingers. Although Qin Moyu is now infected and turned into a zombie, it is not hard to tell from her figure and face that she used to be a beauty. This beautiful zombie was chained up outside the door by Su Wei like a dog. Moreover, Sun Wanner is a meticulous woman. In just 1 hour, she had seen the intense hatred and coldness in Su Wei's eyes when she looked at Qin Moyu more than once. His relationship with this female zombie is definitely not ordinary. Su didn't understand what she meant, but still smiled and said, "You're very smart, but smart women should often have more self-awareness, so?" Before Su Wei could finish speaking, Sun Wanner slowly stood up and, in front of Su Wei, unbuttoned her pajamas. The light shone brightly again under the lamplight, its proud figure making one's blood boil. So Su Wei gave up suppressing her emotions and released them fiercely. This night was long yet fulfilling. Even in the dead of night, the early morning was still dark, with not a single star in sight, and even the once bright moon seemed to be covered with a thick layer of dust. Sun Wanner lay lazily beside Su Wei, wrapped her arms around his arm, and placed her breasts inside her proud, full breasts. Su Wei didn't wake her. She gently pulled her arm away, got up, and locked the bedroom door after coming out. After all, this is the first time, so it's best to take things slowly and not sleep together. Although everyone has been honest with each other, no one can guarantee how much trust will be earned from last night's honesty. Then he went to the bedroom on the second floor, found a blanket, and went to sleep. When I woke up, it was still dark outside. Call. Su Wei glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. He had actually slept for 12 hours. Upon entering the bedroom downstairs and opening the door, Sun Wanner was still fast asleep, clutching a pillow with her snow-white legs propped up on it, revealing a large expanse of virgin forest. There was still a large patch of blood beneath him. This was her first time? Last night, Su Wei was so focused on rushing forward that she didn't even consider this issue. I never knew that in today's society, a woman who is 23 years old and still hasn't had sex is rarer than a giant panda. A smile crept onto his lips. No wonder Sun Wanner reacted so strongly last night. Her heart-wrenching screams were even heard by Zhuang Chong outside. However, at that time Su Wei was only focused on charging forward and did not pay attention to Zhuang Chong's message. He took out a serving of morning tea from his mental space, and then took out 2 baskets of small soup dumplings. Su Wei knocked on the door. "Come out and get something to eat." A rustling sound came from inside, and then Sun Wanner came out in her pajamas. The warm environment allowed her to minimize the amount of fabric on her body. Since things have already turned out that way yesterday, wearing more clothes now is just burying your head in the sand. Furthermore, Su Wei already made it very clear yesterday. He was the only owner in this villa. Therefore, as a servant, Sun Wanner was very clear about her position and the role she was now playing. She sat down at the table and waited for Su Wei to nod in acknowledgement before carefully beginning to eat. Su ignored her, picked up a glass of milk, and went to the window. Snowflakes were still falling from the sky, but much less than at the beginning, and the snow that had accumulated over 10 days had long since melted into a hard layer of ice. This is the real Ice Age. Su Wei sighed and looked at Qin Moyu, who was chained outside the door. Qin Moyu's condition had worsened considerably since being infected, and her clothes were torn to shreds. Strangely, she didn't seem to feel cold at all. Can mutations really change the structure of the human body? He turned to Sun Wanner and ordered, "Start working after you finish eating. The medical equipment is in the basement. Do a good job. I don't keep idle people here." A hint of melancholy flashed in Sun Wanner's eyes. "Yes, master." He had thought that after last night's fierce battle, even if Su Wei didn't love him, he should still be gentle with her. But this man was utterly heartless. That was her first time. Did he think it was so worthless? Women often subconsciously regard their first man as the one they rely on for life. But the man in front of me is an exception. He doesn't love himself, and conversely, he doesn't love himself. This is a union based purely on the exchange of interests, without even a trace of emotion involved. But seeing Su Wei's strong physique and angular face, she felt that it wasn't a bad choice to entrust herself to him. At least he gave her the greatest sense of security and the happiest environment. The same applies to Su Wei. A slight feeling arose after the release. He nipped it in the bud at the first sign of it. This is not a past life, nor is it bound by any laws. Trying to maintain trust in the apocalypse through emotions is something only a fool would do. A few minutes later, Sun Wanner, who had eaten and drunk her fill, leaned back in her chair and let out a burp. But when she saw Su Wei's indifferent face, she sat up straight in a panic. "Come and get to work." Ignoring Sun Wanner's reaction, he went to the door and entered several strings of passwords in one go, then took out an intricately crafted key from his spatial storage. As soon as Su opened the door, a gust of cold wind swept in, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He then quickly took out 2 sets of top-grade protective suits from his spatial storage. At this moment, he was even more aware of his original foresight. If it weren't for this villa, which is comparable to a fortress, Su Wei would have been tortured to death by this damned weather, even with inexhaustible supplies. Then he took out a set of scalpels from his spatial storage and instructed, "You do it." This was to allow Sun Wanner to collect samples from Qin Moyu. Sun Wanner, who was putting on protective clothing, showed fear in her eyes. "Do you expect me to do it?" Su Wei coldly looked at her. "You need to understand, if it were just to solve a need, I could have just found a female celebrity. Why would I need you?" Cloud City is a typical affluent area, home to many celebrities and heiresses. If Su Wei needed it, finding a few high-quality beauties to warm his bed wouldn't be a big deal. Upon hearing this, Sun Wanner's face showed humiliation and fear. She gritted her teeth and went out, holding a scalpel, and shakily approached Qin Moyu. Sure enough, as soon as someone approached, Qin Moyu immediately became agitated, frantically grabbing at Sun Wanner with both hands, the iron chain around her neck creaking loudly. Su Wei stood at the door without saying a word. There was no hesitation in his eyes, only coldness and indifference. If Sun Wanner can't even do a few things, then there's no need for her to stay. Sun Wanner was so frightened that she took a few steps back. But when she saw Su Wei's eyes, she closed her eyes, steeled herself, and stabbed Qin Moyu in the abdomen with the scalpel. The injured Qin Moyu let out a chilling scream, but her movements also paused noticeably. Without further hesitation, Sun Wanner twirled the sharp scalpel in her hand, slicing off a piece of flesh, then quickly put it into a box and fled the scene. They say the most venomous heart is that of a woman, and Su Wei has witnessed it firsthand today. That seemingly delicate young doctor was anything but polite when it came to surgery. Chapter 50. A hurricane of zombies is approaching you. After successfully collecting the sample, Sun Wanner immediately got to work. Looking at the high-precision medical equipment in front of her, she suddenly had a feeling of being in another world. It was as if none of this had happened, as if she had returned to the job she loved. As one of the top medical doctors in the country, Sun Wanner is even more outstanding than the average biologist, and this is not the first time she has done something like gene extraction. After studying it carefully for several hours, Sun Wanner wiped the sweat from her forehead. Then, carrying a test report, he went downstairs. Master's guess was right. The genes of these zombies are indeed very different from those of ordinary people. I found a kind of strange cell tissue in that sample. The survival rate of this cell is very low, but it is unusually active and its fission speed is very fast. In just a few minutes, it can fission into hundreds of millions of cells. Su Wei didn't look at the report and said, "Just tell me directly, I believe you." "Shaw, I don't believe you." "Believe me, you still want me to live in a basement?" Sun Wanner pursed her lips, secretly chuckling to herself. It's probably true that she can't understand it. However, she dared not say it aloud, and smiled, saying, Master, I have a bold hypothesis. If we can master the law of cell division, we can even transplant these cells into normal people to change the human body structure and turn them into strongmen. Everyone has witnessed the horror of zombies. If an infected zombie can have such power, what if it could capture the mother zombie? If we could capture Su Jiang and transplant his cells into a normal person? Su Wei was somewhat tempted, but then frowned and said, if that's the case, then what's the difference between cell transplantation and zombie infection? What's the difference between a mindless human and a zombie? Sun Wanner was somewhat embarrassed. Theoretically, cell transplantation should not affect the central nervous system, but this is the first time I've encountered this situation, so I'm not sure. Then let's postpone it. Su no longer cared about these things. Anyway, he now has a basic understanding of zombies, and he is in a safe situation. As for changing human anatomy, it doesn't seem necessary at the moment. At that moment, Su Wei's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. Zhuang Chang's serious voice came from inside. Su Wei, we have just discovered a large group of zombies, at least 10 or more, and Su Jiang is among them. Since the establishment of the corpse removal team, Zhuang Chang has been very busy. Now, the first thing he does every day is to sweep the buildings and report his daily activities to Su Wei. Su Wei wasn't particularly surprised. He said, I expected that one person's mutation would lead to the infection of countless others. But the sudden appearance of a group of zombies, do these zombies possess a collective consciousness? In his previous life, he only knew about the existence of zombies. Now it seems he still knows too little about the Tao. If, as Zhuang Chang said, the zombies are indeed appearing in groups, then the situation in the future is not looking good. Imagine how terrifying it would be if a group of zombies that could be led appeared together. Then, Su Wei said, Brother Chang, tell those homeowners that the number of zombies has increased. In order to protect our common home, I have decided to hold a zombie challenge competition. Challenge. Zhuang Chang chuckled and said, You intellectuals really know how to have fun. Su Wei laughed, then said seriously, The number of zombies is increasing, and their ability to spread is even more terrifying. One person can infect 10, and 10 can infect 100. Hiss. Zhuang Chang then realized the seriousness of the situation and said with lingering fear, If this is the case, in a few days, there might not be anyone left alive in this neighborhood, right? Su Wei nodded. Therefore, we must control the spread of zombies, especially those powerful mother zombies. We have no idea how many there are right now, and these zombies are even more terrifying. Okay, don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. Then, an explosive piece of news spread among the homeowners. Zombie Challenge. The challenge rules are as follows. Based on the original 3 100-person zombie eliminating teams, several 10-person squads will be further divided. For each zombie captured, in addition to a roast chicken reward, the number of zombies captured will accumulate. After 1 week, the squad with the most zombies will receive a half-month's worth of food. The second-place squad will receive 3 days' worth. As for the last-place team, not only will they not receive a reward, but their team's food allowance will also be deducted. Sun Wanner laughed and said, You've really figured out this tiered system. Are you trying to use zombies to turn all these people into your slaves? Su Wei didn't try to hide it. To those homeowners, he was God. This world operates on a hierarchical system, and it will remain so even in the apocalypse. Unless all of humanity on Earth is wiped out, rules will eventually be in place. So what do you want to control them for? Turbulent times produce heroes, and beautiful women are most fond of heroes. At this moment, Sun Wanner suddenly imagined a scene. Under the frozen world of the apocalypse, Su Wei held 2 Gatling guns and stood on the tallest building, with his densely packed followers standing below, shouting Su Wei, Su Wei. A month ago, this idea would have been a joke. But now, anything is possible. Su Wei holds the resources of most of South China. Probably no one in the world has more resources than him. With such an incredible advantage, he could easily gather a group of believers with just a little effort. As for those rules and regulations, throughout China's 2,000 years of history, countless ancestors have already mastered this system to an extreme degree. Su Wei only needs to copy and paste it to create his own kingdom. And Sun Wanner was fortunate enough to witness all of this. This woman really has a vivid imagination. Su Wei smiled and interrupted her reverie, saying, Let's deal with the immediate problem first. Those zombies are difficult to handle. If they all get infected, where will I recruit followers? In the entire city of Yuntai, there are currently about 300,000 to 400,000 surviving humans. These 300,000 to 400,000 people are about to face a zombie attack. If they can actually survive, half of them will be lucky, or even worse. Su Wei seemed to see a large wave of zombies walking towards him. However, the homeowners aren't stupid. Although they desperately needed the food Su Wei offered, they were even more aware of the danger posed by the zombies. Especially those homeowners who had seen zombies in person had already reinforced all the doors and windows of their homes as soon as possible to prevent infection by zombies. However, he was tempted by Su Wei's roast chicken. Coupled with the uncompromising reward and punishment system, many people became emboldened and began searching frantically. Chapter 51: Raising Zombies. The 20th day after the apocalypse. Catching zombies became the only job for the surviving homeowners. Firstly, they needed Su Wei's rewards to make a living, and secondly, they wanted to receive tempting rewards. Mad Donkey and his 3 henchmen were also searching. They arrived at the foot of a high-rise building, where they could faintly hear roars. Damn, finally found one. 10 zombies sound scary, but in such a vast city in the clouds, who knows where they might end up. Although the blizzard has stopped, the freezing temperatures are still distressing. Without hesitation, Mad Donkey grabbed his pistol and charged in first. You all better watch out, don't scare it away, or I'll kill you all. Don't worry, Brother Donkey, we can definitely catch it. Nowadays, in their eyes, zombies and roast chicken are synonymous. Although a chicken has to be shared among 10 people, and there's a lot of food involved, at times like this, just being able to eat a bite of meat is a blessing. Besides, this is much better than having 100 people share one chicken. Before Crazy Donkey and his men could even celebrate for a few minutes, they heard a woman's cursing coming from upstairs. Third brother, you damn well better keep an eye on it. Don't let it jump out the window and run away. Don't worry, sister you. Today it's either it or me who dies. Prolonged hunger has driven many people mad. Hearing the shouts from upstairs, Mad Donkey cursed. Damn it, that bitch beat me to it. Brother Donkey, she's just a woman. Let's go up and take care of her, then snatch the zombies back. Mad Donkey knew that Zhang Miaoyu was no simple woman, but he had no reason to back down when faced with interests. Go, get her. The group quietly arrived at the 16th floor and saw an open door with figures moving inside. Suddenly a scream rang out, and a figure darted out of the doorway, arriving at the stairwell in the blink of an eye. Haha, Mad Donkey, who happened to be waiting at the stairwell, laughed loudly. It came to me without any effort. I was just thinking about how to rob him, but he delivered himself right to my door. Without saying a word, he picked up the iron rod in his hand and smashed it down on the zombie's head. The zombie was very agile and dodged the attack with a quick movement. But the 9 men brought by Mad Donkey also rushed up, each with a stick, surrounding the zombie in the middle and constantly hitting it with the sticks. Crazy Donkey. At this moment, the people inside came out, and the one leading them was Zhang Miaoyu. What the hell do you mean? She glared at Mad Donkey and the others, and said coldly, We were the ones who found this zombie first. A mud horse has been spotted. Attacking the zombies, Mad Donkey sneered. President Su said long ago, whoever catches it keeps it. What good is finding it? You found so many zombies outside. Does that mean they're all yours? Mad Donkey, a former gangster, was naturally not afraid of Zhang Miaoyu, a woman. Damn it. But Zhang Miaoyu's teammates got angry, cursed, and rushed forward, and Crazy Donkey and his henchmen quickly stepped aside to block them. The surrounded zombie had lost its mind. Its attack power was reduced. With less pressure, it suddenly pounced on a person, who instinctively stepped back. Oh no, it's trying to escape. Mad Donkey didn't have time to pay attention to Zhang Miaoyu. He rushed up and knocked the zombie back to the stairwell. The group circled the zombie, probing it repeatedly, but none of them could gain the upper hand in the short term. Zhang Miaoyu frowned and said coldly, If this continues, none of us will benefit, and we might even get bitten by zombies. Mad Donkey, let's talk. Talk about shit. The Mad Donkey laughed wildly, constantly looking for an opportunity to jump up and smash the zombie's head. Although the zombie was stronger than the human, it could only take the beating when surrounded by more than a dozen people. However, it seemed to feel no pain at all and kept tearing at the zombie. After a stalemate, although there were no casualties on Mad Donkey's side, they were exhausted. Moreover, with Zhang Miaoyu watching them intently from the side, they became even more panicked, and several times the zombies almost escaped. Crazy Donkey. Zhang Miaoyu sneered from the side. Even if you can catch this zombie now, can you stop my men from taking it? They were already exhausted, and Zhang Miaoyu could come over at any time and take control of the zombies. You bitch, what do you suggest we do? Mad Donkey gritted his teeth, his face full of embarrassment. We'll split this zombie. Mad Donkey hesitated. This means that if one roast chicken has to be shared among 20 people, then there's no point in eating any chicken at all. You think I'm going to fight you for that roast chicken? Zhang Niayu scoffed. Mad Donkey immediately retorted, isn't that right? You don't want to bring a zombie back to warm your bed, do you? Huh. Idiot. Zhang Niayu coldly cursed, saying, even if you can catch it, you can only exchange it for a roast chicken at most. But what if you can control it? Mad Donkey paused for a moment, then asked, what do you mean? At that moment, a bold idea vaguely formed in his mind. Zhang Niayu revealed a ruthless smile and said, we can cooperate to control this zombie. And then, will you still be worried about not having roast chicken to eat in the future? Yes. The Mad Donkey immediately realized. Killing a chicken is less cost-effective than raising a hen that will place orders. This is the zombie version of give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Mad Donkey glanced at Zhang Niayu warily. As expected, you upper-class people are really smart. How come I didn't think of that? Zhang Niayu sneered disdainfully. You think you're the boss just because you killed Su Jiang? Compared to him, you're still far inferior. Su Jiang's dominance of Yuntai City within a few years was not solely due to his fists. If it comes to ruthlessness, Mad Donkey does have some tricks up his sleeve. But when it comes to intellect, he is far inferior to these people in high society. You'll never know how dark the world is until you get involved with that circle. Zhang Niayu was too lazy to waste words with this kind of person and said indifferently, there are still a few living people in this building. If you agree, let's take down this zombie together first. How about it? Hee, Mr. Zhang wouldn't take this opportunity to turn me into a zombie too, would he? Keep zombies in captivity and use living people to create even more zombies. The fact that this woman could come up with such a heinous method shows just how ruthless she is. Zhang Niayu sneered. That depends on whether Brother Donkey gives me the chance. But I believe Brother Donkey will be careful, otherwise I don't mind exchanging you for roast chicken. Haha, I definitely won't give you that chance. The cooperation was quickly reached. With the addition of Zhang Niayu's 10 people, the infected zombie was quickly subdued. Mad Donkey breathed a sigh of relief and asked, what do we do now? Zhang Niayu ignored him and instead said to the person beside her, third brother, there's a mother and child still alive on the 13th floor. Go and bring them up. Chapter 52. You should be being dramatic. The man called Lao San was big and burly. But even though Zhang Niayu looked like a delicate woman, he couldn't help but shiver. Soon after, the mother and child were brought in. Zhang Niayu simply waved her hand, her expression remaining completely unchanged. The two living people in front of her seemed to her like two pigs and dogs at the mercy of others. The mother and child were clearly starving and had no strength to resist, so they were carried to the zombies. A hint of pity flashed in Mad Donkey's eyes, but it was only a hint. He ripped the rag out of the zombie's mouth and took a few steps back. The released zombies roared and pounced on the mother and child. In an instant, the mother and child were bitten beyond recognition by the zombies. All right, Mad Donkey stunned the zombie with a blow from his stick, then took the opportunity to tie it up. Although Zhang Niayu had thought of using zombies to raise more zombies, she was not sure to what extent a person would mutate after being infected. Everyone is watching with their own eyes right now. The mother and child lay on the ground, barely alive. After a few minutes, the mother was the first to react. Her body, which was on the verge of death, suddenly began to struggle violently. The woman's eyes turned blood red, her skin gradually turned grayish-brown, and the veins on her face became more and more prominent. Tie her up quickly. People around rushed forward. Next up was that little boy who was only 7 or 8 years old. But they had no chance to attack before they were tied up and gagged. One for each person. Zhang Niayu gestured to her men to lead the little zombie away, then magnanimously left the woman with the Mad Donkey. Mad Donkey sneered, "Don't try to fool me. How would I know if this newly infected zombie can infect others? If you don't believe me, why don't you just have someone try it?" Zhang Niayu glanced at the people behind the Mad Donkey with a cold smile. Brother Donkey. The group of people were startled and took a few steps back. Mad Donkey glanced at them and ordered, "Go find a living person, but be careful not to get discovered." His men breathed a sigh of relief and ran off in a flash. In front of Villa number 104, Zhuang Chong stared blankly at the 6 or 7 zombies in front of him, somewhat dazed, and said, "When the hell did so many of these appear? Yesterday they found more than 10 zombies in Area F, but they caught 7 of them in just one day. There's something fishy going on here." Mad Donkey hurriedly smiled ingratiatingly. "Brother Chong, you don't know, we suffered heavy losses in order to catch these 6 zombies. Out of 10 of us, only 7 are left." Zhuangchang glanced at the people behind the mad donkey, their eyes filled with deep fear. There are indeed 3 missing. Meanwhile, Zhang Miaoyu, standing to the side, was inwardly cursing. You idiot. Don't you know the value of slow and steady wins the race? With so many zombies suddenly appearing, anyone would know there's something wrong here. At this moment, Zhang Miaoyu suddenly regretted cooperating with the crazy donkey. If she had known he was an idiot, she should have killed him back then. Zhuangchang then reported today's situation to Su Wei. Su Wei was naked from the waist down, half lying on the sofa, while Sun Wanner was kneeling between his legs, working diligently with her head down. 7. Su Wei subconsciously straightened her body. Sun Wanner gagged and tilted her head back, giving him a coquettish glare. Sorry, please continue. Su Wei chuckled awkwardly, then said into the phone, Didn't they say the zombies appeared in clusters? Mad Donkey and his group only have 10 people. How could that be? On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Zhuangchang said with a wry smile, Who says otherwise? But they brought in 6 zombies, exactly the same as the one in your yard, and Zhang Miaoyu's team also caught one. 7 zombies were captured in one day. Su Wei subconsciously thought that a zombie outbreak had occurred. But then he shook his head. If that were the case, the corpse-eliminating team would have suffered heavy losses and wouldn't have been able to return so easily. Could it be? Su Wei's gaze slowly turned cold as he gently stroked Sun Wanner's head with his right hand. This is human nature. It's utterly ugly and despicable. Without much thought, he understood the hidden meaning behind the matter. Someone must be deliberately raising zombies to infect living people in order to obtain food. Sun Wanner sensed Su Wei's change and subconsciously looked up to ask, What's wrong? Su Wei stared at that blushing face, then suddenly gently pinched her chin, leaned down, and said softly, Do you think people's hearts are made of flesh and blood? Despite Su Wei's repeated reminders to herself that she must be ruthless in the apocalypse. But he was not a beast after all. Living in a happy environment, the ugliness of human nature has not affected him too much. So at this moment he is more normal and more sensitive than most people. But those people have become numb. Tormented by the environment and hunger, they had long forgotten what humanity was. From a medical perspective, the heart of any living organism is made up of cells, which is what you mean by flesh. Sun Wanna knew that Su Wei must have encountered something. But she didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she answered the question half-jokingly. I forgot you're a doctor. Su Wei was amused, then said calmly, It's a pity you can cure diseases, but you can't cure human nature. Sun Wanner spat out what was in her mouth and said with a smile, Didn't you always say that there are no feelings in the apocalypse? Unlike Su Wei, she experienced the blizzard, the torment of hunger, and even had her loved ones murdered. Therefore, she can better understand the feelings of those people outside at this moment. She slowly got up and went to the window. Upon seeing the zombies bound by ropes outside, Sun Wanner immediately understood Su Wei's meaning. Su Wei followed and said calmly, It seems they have already figured out a way to survive. Trading human lives for roast chicken? Sun Wanner gave a self-deprecating laugh. If it weren't for Su Wei taking her in, she would have become one of those people, or even been forcibly infected and turned into a zombie long ago. No, it's using zombies. But those zombies were once human too. Su Wei shook her head and said, At a time like this, are people still human? I was just being dramatic. You should be being dramatic. Sun Wanner nestled tenderly against Su Wei, gently stroking the muscles on his chest, and whispered, If one day you become one of those people, what's the point of living? Yes, he lacks nothing now and can even control the fate of most people. But such a life will eventually become boring. To survive, we need more than just food. We also need human thought. Otherwise, we are just walking corpses. Su Wei was momentarily dazed, then suddenly reached for Sun Wanner's pert buttocks and said meaningfully, That's why I said you're a smart woman. No, I am just my master's servant. I do whatever my master tells me to do. As she spoke, she slowly knelt down. Chapter 53, A Startling Guess. In fact, Su Wei was fully capable of nipping this ugliness in the bud. At that moment, he was their god. God can control anything, including changing people's nature. But God is just God. He could change things this time, but he couldn't do it every time. Human nature will eventually change, and no one can stop this change, not even God. Then he said to Zhuangchang, Don't worry about what's happening outside. As long as they can bring the zombies here, let the rest take its course. Since Su Wei had spoken, Zhuangchang naturally dared not question her. He had the zombies taken to the villa next door and locked up, ignoring the frantic screams of the fat woman inside. Living with a large group of zombies would probably scare you to death, even if you didn't get infected. Sure enough, The fat woman and her skinny husband quickly escaped, and now they would rather freeze to death than go back. Zhuang Chang said into the walkie-talkie, "Su Wei, it's time to serve the roast chicken." But there was no response from the other end, only the sound of panting. "Su Wei, are you listening, Su Wei?" Tisk. Su Wei was annoyed by the voice on the intercom and said in a low, hoarse voice, "What's the panic? Will we starve to death if we wait a little longer? Let them wait." Zhuang Chang was stunned by the scolding. Su Wei rarely got angry before. The sound of playing cards coming from the walkie-talkie. He immediately chuckled mischievously. You're busy. About half an hour later, Su Wei's weak breathing could be heard over the intercom. Then a large bag of food was thrown out of the second-floor window. Mad Donkey and the others happily took the roast chicken and left, but Zhang Miaoyu looked at the villa with a puzzled expression. She firmly believed that Su Wei must have figured out something after what the crazy donkey had done. But why didn't he point it out? Knowing this, Su Wei was undoubtedly tricked. What's the difference between this and exploiting a bug? Even if Su Wei has millions of supplies in stock, he can't withstand this kind of turmoil, right? Ordinary people simply can't afford to go through all that trouble. Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. Su Wei had far more than 10 million in supplies. Sister Yu, today is the 7th day. At Zhang Miaoyu's villa, a handsome young man was massaging her shoulders, his face adorned with dark circles under his eyes. Zhang Miaoyu closed her eyes slightly, enjoying the warm and youthful aroma emanating from a roaring brazier in front of her. She is now in her 40s, but her mindset is not old at all, and she looks just as charming as those women in their early 30s. She stroked the hand on her shoulder and said calmly, 7 days? So, Su Wei has taken out at least 1,000 portions of food by now. The young man exclaimed in surprise, so much? Just how much stuff has he hoarded? And that's not all. Zhang Miaoyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, the lights in his villa have never gone out, and even the air conditioning has been running the whole time. The country's infrastructure is now completely paralyzed, and there is no electricity or water supply anymore. Even if those large-scale infrastructure projects can withstand the erosion of the cold winter, they are all controlled by the government, and ordinary people have no way to use them. She continued to mutter to herself. Even if he can generate his own power, how much energy would it take to keep up with his consumption in this cold weather? For example, a fully equipped villa like that would use at least 20 barrels of diesel fuel every day. This doesn't even include other expenses. Didn't they say he had 20 million worth of supplies? Before the young man could finish speaking, Zhang Miaoyu scoffed. With such a huge expenditure, let alone 20 million, even if he had 200 million, he wouldn't last 2 years. And what about after 2 years? Just wait to die. Since Su Wei had made preparations in advance, she would not put herself in danger. In conclusion, the supplies he possesses are definitely worth more than 20 million. Thinking of this, Zhang Miaoyu suddenly remembered something and asked, I remember the day before the blizzard, news of a theft suddenly came from South China Logistics. That's right. The young man quickly said, our company had a batch of beauty products in South China at the time, so I called to inquire about it. They said it was covered by insurance, so I didn't think much of it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miaoyu suddenly stood up. You're saying, the theft at Huanan Logistics, could it be Su Wei's doing? The young man was startled and quickly said, now that I think about it, it's very possible. Everyone knows that Su Wei emptied out Weidu Commerce and Trade Center. Can Weidu Trade Center have that much energy reserves? Where did Su Wei get those reserve energy supplies? Zhang Miaoyu's eyes gradually reddened. So, Su Wei must have some earth-shattering secret. He may have already moved that batch of supplies and hidden it somewhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so extravagant. Sister Yu, if that's the case, if we could get those supplies. A look of madness flashed in Zhang Miaoyu's eyes, but it quickly dissipated. She shook her head and said, don't make a fuss yet. Since Su Wei is so confident, this batch of supplies definitely won't be easy to obtain. Rather than breaking ties with him, we should talk to him first. The next morning, the body removal team began their day's work as usual. As the number of zombies increased, many people tasted the deliciousness of roast chicken. This drove the residents even crazier, with some even searching for zombies day and night just to get a roast chicken. Zhuang Chang also led a team to search, but his main role was to keep an eye on these people. At this moment, Zhang Miaoyu came over with 2 people. Brother Chang, could I use your walkie-talkie? I have something to report to President Su. Zhang Miaoyu smiled charmingly, and Zhuang Chang, who had been thirsty for a long time, was secretly getting restless. What do you want with President Su? Here's the thing. I just received some amazing news that I think President Su will be interested in. What news? Zhuang Chang looked at her warily. Although the alluring woman was very attractive, Zhuangchang's brain ultimately prevailed over his groin. It seems that Su Xiaoding's incident did indeed make him quite wary. It's news about the South China Logistics Zone. Zhang Miaoyu lowered her voice, her eyes seemingly glancing at Zhuangchang's expression. South China Logistics? Zhuangchang was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes became unfocused. Zhang Miaoyu saw panic in Zhuangchang's eyes and made up her mind. Su Wei is indeed suspicious. She subtly withdrew her gaze and said with a smile, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to talk to President Su, and I hope Brother Chang will give me a chance. Su Wei won't talk to you. Zhuangchang rejected her without even thinking. But the more he acted this way, the more it confirmed Zhang Miaoyu's suspicions. I don't think so. She chuckled softly, her tone somewhat cold. President Su doesn't want this news to get out, does she? Chapter 54. Kill her, and the reward will be a roasted lamb. A logistics zone worth hundreds of billions of yuan was completely emptied. Then came the apocalypse, with widespread human death and rapid depletion of food and energy. Now everything is clear. It must have been Su Wei gone. He must have known all along that the apocalypse was coming, which is why he made these preparations in advance. Regardless of how he managed to empty the South China Logistics Company without anyone noticing, as long as it can be proven that those supplies are in his possession, the entire country will be thrown into turmoil. Zhuangchang was also frightened and went to a secluded spot to report the matter to Su Wei. Tell him the answer. Su Wei's voice was calm, without the slightest hint of panic. Zhang Miaoyu confidently took the walkie-talkie and laughed. To be able to empty out the entire South China Logistics Company, President Su is indeed generous. Tell me, what do you want? In business, it's always a matter of who gets a share. I only want 30% of the supplies that President Su has. Is that too much to ask? Su Wei chuckled lightly. Aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself to death? What are you saying? President Su knows the current situation. Who would complain about having too many supplies? Zhang Miaoyu continued. As long as you agree, we'll be in the same boat from now on, and I promise to keep this to myself. Actually, 30% of the supplies is not much. Su Wei has nearly 100 billion worth of supplies, enough to last for hundreds of years. Even if he gives away 30%, his life will not be affected in the slightest. But he doesn't like being threatened. Over the intercom, Su Wei's voice gradually turned cold. Let's not even talk about whether I have it or not. Even if I did, once I gave it to you, I would be forever controlled by you, wouldn't I? President Su. Zhang Miaoyu wanted to say something more, but Su Wei didn't want to listen anymore. Get lost, you idiot. Zhang Miaoyu grew anxious and threatened. Aren't you afraid I'll leak this information to those high-ranking officials? Su Wei's shelter was indeed very sturdy. Even thousands of people couldn't break into it. However, the power of the authorities is far beyond what human power can match. If they wanted, they could reduce Su Wei to ashes with just one missile. Do whatever you want. After saying that, Su Wei hung up the walkie-talkie. Zhang Miaoyu's cold smile froze instantly. At this moment, Zhuangchang came over and snatched the walkie-talkie from her hand, sneering, I told you Su Wei wouldn't talk to you. Watching Zhuangchang's departing figure, Zhang Miaoyu's face contorted with rage. If you won't let me live, then nobody should live. Zhang Miaoyu turned to leave, but before she could take 2 steps, Zhuangchang suddenly commanded from behind. Listen up, everyone. Whoever catches that woman will be rewarded with a roasted lamb. Wipe. Roast chicken turned into roast lamb. This is practically an invitation to commit a crime. Before Zhang Miaoyu could react, the surrounding residents pounced on her. Zhang Miaoyu screamed in surprise and ran away. But she couldn't outrun those men, and she was caught before she got very far. Zhuangchang stepped forward, grabbed her chin, and sneered. I was originally looking for an opportunity to test your skills, but it seems I won't have that chance now. Why did you have to go against Su Wei of all people? That pitying look sent Zhang Miaoyu plummeting into an icy abyss. But she quickly struggled to her feet and shouted, Friends, Su Wei is going to attack us. He has so many supplies, enough to last several lifetimes. Don't you want to? Even at this point, she still hasn't given up on making a last-ditch effort. This woman is indeed extraordinary. But Zhuangchang had already been reminded by Su Wei, and he interrupted Zhang Miaoyu with a cold laugh. Do you think those little tricks can fool everyone? Everyone. The residents around Zhuangqianchang said, Do you know why there have been so many zombies in the neighborhood these past few days? It's her. She's using zombies to infect living people. I see, no wonder. Actually, many people have noticed something was wrong these past 2 days. At first, they didn't encounter a single zombie for 2 days, but then suddenly the zombie outbreak occurred. They initially thought it was caused by cosmic radiation, but now they understand. What a ruthless woman. Thinking of their companions who had mysteriously disappeared, the residents' eyes instantly turned red. They glared at Zhang Miaoyu, wishing they could tear her to pieces immediately. Of course, only they themselves know whether their anger stemmed from sympathy or from feeling deceived. Zhang Miaoyu finally panicked. She struggled desperately and cried out, "You can't kill me, or Su Wei's secret will be revealed." Bang! Before she could finish speaking, Zhuang Chang kicked her. His face instantly collapsed. "What are you waiting for? Kill her, and the roasted lamb is yours." Wow! In an instant, Zhang Miaoyu was swallowed up by the crowd. A few minutes later, a pile of mud and bits of flesh lay scattered on the ground. Zhuang Chang gagged instinctively. But when he looked up at the homeowners, they didn't even blink. It was clear that humanity had long been extinguished. Everyone was only concerned with two words: survival. Inside the villa, Su Wei said with a gloomy face, "Dare to threaten me? Killing you would be too lenient." Sun Wanner was cooking in the kitchen when she heard this and came out wearing an apron. "I've heard of this Zhang Miaoyu. I used to be a member of their Demarin Beauty Company. I'm sorry, but you'll probably never get your membership fee back in this lifetime." Su Wei shrugged, half jokingly. Sun Wanner covered her mouth and chuckled. "I mean, that woman is very shrewd. I heard she used to have ambiguous relationships with several high-ranking government officials. What if she reveals your secrets?" To reiterate, individuals can never challenge the official authorities unless they themselves are the official authorities. Let alone whether she can even get the message out now. Even if she does, how many people will believe it? Su Wei strolled into the kitchen, tasted the beef in the pot, and casually remarked, "This beef is harder than a shoe insole." They've never cooked before. Sun Wanner gave her a coquettish look. "I'll get you a cookbook later so you can learn properly. If you cook like this, my life is over." Does he want to spend his whole life with me? Women's thought processes are so unique. They can conjure up countless versions from a simple joke. If Su Wei hadn't spoken up in time, Sun Wanner would probably have already thought of a name for her child by now. Not many people know that I emptied out South China Logistics, so even if rumors spread, I'm not afraid. Sun Wanner smiled and nodded. Because they simply don't believe you can empty so many warehouses overnight, unless a superhuman with the same abilities as you appears. If such a person really existed, do you think he would be foolish enough to expose himself? But this is still a hidden danger. After all, quite a few people know about this, Sun Wanner said with some concern. When new superhumans appear, the secret will no longer be a secret after a long time. Chapter 55, Methods to Enhance Superpowers. As time goes by, many secrets about the post-apocalyptic world will be revealed. For example, the zombies that suddenly appear, or the superhumans who are about to appear. The secrets of these people will one day be revealed, and when that day comes, a new order will be established. Su Wei's abilities are indeed impressive, but he has a fatal flaw. So far, he has no offensive abilities, which means that if he encounters an offensive superhuman, he will be defenseless. It's time to take a closer look. Su Wei sat at the dining table, deep in thought. He suddenly looked at the plate of steaming beef on the table and tried to put it into his spatial storage. After waiting a few minutes, I took it out again, and it was still emitting heat, showing no signs of cooling down. Indeed, time is invalid in space. What if it's a person? Su Wei glanced at Sun Wanner beside him, who was startled. "You?" She stood up, blushing. "Didn't I just ask for it this morning? Can I eat first? I really don't have the energy." During the week she moved in, Sun Wanner was almost constantly busy. She was not spared in the kitchen, bathtub, sofa, basement, or even when she was doing research. Was this man a teddy bear in his past life? You can't use a donkey like that in a production team. Su Wei ignored Sun Wanner's protest and kept her eyes fixed on her. Despite her efforts, Sun Wanner remained standing in the same spot, perfectly fine. It seems that the mental space is ineffective for living people. Su Wei muttered to himself. But how can those live chickens and ducks be stored? Does this supernatural space also have different levels? If that's the case, then I can only store relatively small living creatures right now. I can't store larger creatures like humans yet. But if that's the case, that means the superpower space in his mind can be continuously upgraded as his level increases. But how can I improve? Su Wei had never thought about this before, until Zhang Miaoyu made him feel a sense of crisis, and Sun Wanner reminded him, and then he suddenly realized. He is far less safe than he thought. Thinking of this, Su Wei put down her chopsticks, then took out a protective suit from her spatial storage and put it on. "Where are you going?" Sun Wanner immediately tensed up. She thought Su Wei thought her cooking was too bad, so she was going to go out and find a woman who could cook. An inexplicable sense of crisis welled up in my heart. Although she was just a servant in Su Wei's eyes, there are unique servants and non-unique servants. What if that woman was prettier than her and could cook? In this villa where Su Wei is the only man, having too many women would mean his energy would be diverted. Su Wei had no idea that her small action would spark so many thoughts in Sun Wanner's mind. He opened the complicated security door and casually said, "I want to try and see if I can absorb zombies." As he spoke, he went into the courtyard. Qin Moyu, who had been tied up for a long time, still struggled from time to time, especially when Su Wei approached. Her reaction became noticeably stronger. Whoosh, whoosh. The iron chains creaked and groaned from being worn down. Qin Moyu brandished her long, slender fingernails, tearing at Su Wei relentlessly. Su Wei ignored her reaction, stood at a safe distance, and kept her eyes fixed on her. Call out. The moment he concentrated his mental energy, he felt a strange warm current surge into his mind. It's a very strange feeling. A refreshing sip of cola on an unbearably hot day. Qin Moyu, who had been baring her teeth and brandishing her claws, suddenly sat down on the ground, as if all her strength had been instantly drained away. You should know that during the day she was imprisoned by Su Wei, she was in a state of frenzy every single moment, as if becoming a zombie would give her inexhaustible strength. But now, in just a moment, Qin Moyu collapsed. Su Wei quickly stepped forward to observe carefully. Her bloodshot eyes gradually returned to normal, and the red spots and veins on her skin slowly disappeared. But just as things were changing, Qin Moyu's breathing gradually stopped. In less than 2 minutes, a lively zombie turned into a dead man. Su Wei's face showed shock, followed by ecstasy. At this moment, he clearly felt that after absorbing the energy from Qin Moyu's body, some changes also occurred in his mind. How should I put it? It was as if the sky, which had been covered by heavy snow, had suddenly revealed some clarity. The white, misty space in front of me seemed to become clearer. What are you doing? Sun Wanner stood at the doorway, suddenly looked at Qin Moyu on the ground, and asked in surprise, "Is she dead?" Maybe. Su Wei stood up and glanced indifferently at Qin Moyu. Back in his room, Su Wei remained silent until night fell. He glanced at the sleeping Sun Wanner on the monitor and then left the villa. I heard a slight sound of the door opening outside. While she was fast asleep, Su Wanner suddenly pursed her lips. She knew that Su Wei must have some secret that he didn't want to tell her, so the clever girl went back to sleep early. But after all this time, why doesn't he still believe them? They've given you their most precious thing. Shouldn't that make you lower your guard? Su Wei had already left the villa by then. This was the first time he had left the villa since the apocalypse began. After checking that there was no danger around, Su Wei drew the pistol from his waist, cocked it, and silently arrived at the villa next door. This used to be the fat woman's home, but now it's where he keeps the zombies. After 7 or 8 days of continuous capture, plus the mischief caused by Zhang Miaoyu and her gang, there are now no fewer than 40 zombies here. Their howls at midnight could drive a normal person to depression. If it weren't for the excellent soundproofing of Su Wei's villa, he probably wouldn't have been able to stay there for even a day. Upon opening the bedroom door, the 3 zombies inside went berserk, their chains nearly coming out of control. Without hesitation, Su Wei focused her gaze on the 3 zombies. 3 warm currents instantly swept over my body, and the space around me became increasingly clear. Although Su Wei had no idea what would happen after the white mist dissipated. But he had a premonition. As he continues to absorb the energy of zombies, his superhuman abilities will also increase. Then, without any hesitation, he went into another room. After just half an hour, Su Wei finally emerged from the villa, still feeling quite exhilarated, and her legs felt much lighter. He subconsciously looked at a trash can in the snow. Brush. The trash can was stored instantly, even faster than before. He didn't even need to consciously concentrate his mental energy. A mere glance was enough to complete the task. My abilities have indeed improved. Su Wei smiled happily. Looks like it's time to get more zombies. Because he clearly felt that as the number of zombies he absorbed increased, the white mist in his mind dissipated much more slowly. Just like the experience bar for leveling up in a game, the higher the level, the slower the leveling process. Chapter 56, The Righteous Old Man. Unknown risks will eventually come. What Su Wei needs to do now is to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Grappling hooks and other melee weapons from his storage space, and turned on the walkie-talkie. Brother Chong, distribute these weapons to the property owners and tell them to capture as many zombies as possible. Don't worry, there's plenty of food. No problem. Zhuang Chong didn't ask why, and left with a bunch of weapons. The only things that can make people willingly risk their lives for you are profit and basic necessities. In the apocalypse, the interests between people are no longer so obvious. What they crave most now is food and clothing. They would give anything to survive, as long as they have food to eat. Su Wei, I feel like something's not right. At noon, Zhuang Chong suddenly opened the call and said, There were clearly 400 or 500 people in the community yesterday, but today, there are zombies everywhere, and many people have been infected. Zhang Miaoyu is dead, but the advanced experience she left behind is quietly spreading among the homeowners. At this moment, under Sui's rule, zombies are equated with food, so the more zombies there are, the more food they can get. These inhumane homeowners have long since stopped caring about the lives of those around them. In their eyes, anyone could become a bargaining chip for food. Su Wei said calmly, "Brother Chong, I need a large number of zombies to provide strength right now. I'll tell you the details later." Zhuang Chong was well aware of Su Wei's abilities. The clearer he understood her, the more unfathomable Su Wei seemed, making him afraid to harbor even the slightest thought of betrayal. He remained silent for a moment. Although he felt that using zombies to infect living people was cruel, he also knew in his heart that even if Su Wei did not do it, those people would still kill each other. Don't worry, those people don't care if they're friends or family, as long as they can get something to eat. Su Wei said calmly, "Don't think I'm cruel. You have to be ruthless to survive. If you don't kill them today, they will turn around and kill you when they become powerful one day." The emergence of superhumans has disrupted the existing balance. No one can guarantee that a new superhuman will emerge among these people, and once a new superhuman appears, will he turn against his own kind? Therefore, rapidly improving one's strength is the key. Nothing else matters. Zhuang Chong's choice was correct. He was tricked by Su Wei without realizing it, but he also turned misfortune into a blessing and has the life he has now. Therefore, improving one's strength is no longer just Su Wei's responsibility, but something that he and even Sun Wanner need to work hard on. The greater Su Wei's abilities, the more they can thrive under this powerful tree. Brother Chong. Just then, Mad Donkey returned with several zombies bound by iron chains. After a period of training, they had already figured out the details of those zombies. These things may seem ferocious, but they lack human intelligence. As long as you are careful and set up a few traps, catching zombies is not a difficult task. Zhuang Chong glanced at him and said casually, "How was your harvest today?" "Don't worry, Brother Chong. We've already set traps at the entrance of every apartment building. As soon as those zombies step outside, they'll be captured without resistance." Mad Donkey laughed and asked Zhuang Chong for a cigarette, then immediately started puffing away. He chuckled as he smoked. "I never thought that a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes costing 25 yuan was so good. Now, let alone Furong Wang, even a 3 yuan pack of Sanhua cigarettes tastes like Zhonghua cigarettes. Things are valued because they are rare." Zhuang Chong gave him a forced smile and said, "As long as you're willing to put in the effort, I'll talk to Su Wei and get you a few packs of cigarettes. It's nothing." "That's great. Don't worry, none of these people, no, none of these zombies will escape." The Mad Donkey made a solemn promise. Of the surviving homeowners, only he and the old man remain of the original 14 leaders. The number of people has also decreased sharply from 400 or 500 at the beginning to just over 200 now. Everyone knows perfectly well where the other half of the people went. What intrigued Zhuang Chong was that almost no one in the old man's team had suffered any losses. He asked in confusion, "What is the old man's background?" Mad Donkey glanced at the old man with some apprehension and whispered, "I heard he used to be a martial arts instructor. Don't let his age fool you. His fist and foot skills are incredibly good. Usually, 5 or 6 people can't even get close to him. With things so chaotic outside these past few days, there shouldn't be many people left on his side. But to my eyes, the number of people hasn't decreased at all. In fact, it seems to have increased." Mad Donkey sneered and said in a sinister tone, "Trying to be a pushover, huh? It's been almost a month since the blizzard started. Those people eat and work together, and the food is distributed equally, so they can naturally live longer." Zhuang Chong gave a wry smile, somewhat sarcastically saying, "There's only so much food each day. He's a very kind person, but how long can he protect these people?" "Who says otherwise?" Mad Donkey spat and said, "The day before yesterday, we were thinking of bringing a few people, but that old man took down 5 or 6 of my brothers with a single move." With the increasing number of zombies, using zombies to infect living people in exchange for supplies has become an open secret. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. Those who are weak deserve to be devoured. This applies not only to the apocalypse, but also to the past. It's just that everyone used to hide behind a facade of civility and humanity, but now it's all too blatant. "We've got him." Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the old man's group, and then several people, led by the old man, came over carrying a zombie. "Mr. Zhuang, we've come to change our food." The old man nodded to Zhuang Chong regarding the iron chain. Zhuang Chong gestured for the Mad Donkey to take the zombies back, then asked the old man, How long do you think they can live? What? The old man was stunned for a moment. Zhuang Chang said calmly, 30 portions of food a day, but more than 100 people have to share them. Even if one zombie can keep roasting chickens, how many people can that feed? This world is full of heroes who are destined for greatness, who, for the sake of justice, save the collapsing edifice and turn the tide. But being a hero comes at a price. Take Zhuang Chang himself, for example. He used to be a passionate and righteous man, but what happened to him later? Life did not reward him accordingly. Instead, it treated him with many injustices. The old man understood Zhuang Chang's meaning. His wrinkled face showed some fatigue as he sighed. As long as everyone works together, we can survive, or at least fewer people will die. But they won't be grateful to you. A laugh suddenly came from the walkie-talkie on Zhuang Chang's chest. The old man's eyes brightened slightly, and he said, "But President Su clearly has the ability to save the world, yet he chooses to use their lives to gain his own benefits." Chapter 57. Even Buddha couldn't save the poor, let alone me? Salvation? Laughter came from the walkie-talkie. Su Wei said calmly, "I am not a saint, much less a savior. Even if I were, if I don't save myself first, how can I save others? They say saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. But no one has ever seen a 7-story pagoda. Aren't there enough examples of Mr. Dongwu these days? I'm not a saint either." Yu Wei chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, "I'm afraid I'll go to hell after I die if I can trade someone else's life for my own. This is hell now." Su Wei's voice was icy on the intercom. He already knew Yu Wei's background. What you did. He was once the top martial arts master in Yuntai City, with countless disciples. After observing him for the past few days, he became convinced that Yu Wei was a trustworthy person. At least he still retained some rationality and humanity. Otherwise, he would have traded those 100-plus people for roast chicken long ago. If possible, Su Wei wanted to recruit him. Of zombies in Cloud City has already been fixed. Even if all these people are eventually infected, it will only amount to a few hundred. If Su Weiruo wants to improve her strength quickly, a few hundred people are clearly not enough. He needs to win over a group of people and then use that to expand outwards and conquer other residential areas in the surrounding area. As for whether it will be even more cruel, Su Wei doesn't have time to think about that right now. It's the same old story. At most, no more than 5% of the world's population has survived the zombie apocalypse. After the zombie outbreak, it would be considered quite good if 1/3 of these people survived. Therefore, even if Su Wei didn't take action, they would still be overrun by zombies. It was only a matter of time. He paused, then said calmly, "If you're willing, I can offer you some good terms, so you won't have to suffer this damn weather anymore." His space not only contained a lot of energy reserves, but also an abundance of charcoal and alcohol. He wouldn't mind giving some as long as Yu Wei agreed. And what about them? Yu Wei hesitated for a moment. "You must understand, even if I were God, I couldn't send everyone to heaven. Even Buddha couldn't save the poor, let alone me. So you want me to turn them all into zombies?" Yu Wei's tone was somewhat stiff. "Sorry, I can't do it." Zhuang Chang was somewhat angry. Since being gradually won over by Su Wei, he now cannot tolerate anyone disrespecting Su Wei, not even himself. "You old man, you don't know what's good for you. If there are no more zombies in the City of Clouds, those people will naturally run out of food. Even if you don't want them to, they will kill each other and won't be grateful to you in the slightest." After a month of erosion, Zhuang Chang's heart gradually hardened. Su Wei has no obligation to support them for free. Upon hearing this, Yu Wei finally showed a hint of struggle on his face. Indeed, if Su Wei were to stop giving alms one day, those people would not only not be grateful for saving them, but would also complain and even hate him. Everyone looks out for themselves. Otherwise, they'll be condemned by heaven and earth. When they are threatened by hunger again, all humanity will vanish in an instant. By then, zombies will also infect people, but they will have no chance of survival. Just as Yu Wei was hesitating, a commotion suddenly broke out in his ranks. "Oh no, someone's been infected." Ignoring Su Wei, Yu Wei jogged back. In the crowd, people holding weapons surrounded a homeowner who had just been infected. Instead of sympathy, the eyes of those around him were filled with excitement. The group quickly subdued the zombies and then began to discuss the matter amongst themselves. "Another roast chicken, great. What a load of rubbish. All we got was a roasted chicken, but we have over 100 people and we can't even get a few chicken feathers. I heard that Mad Donkey's team caught more than 30 zombies last week. That's 30 roast chickens. Just thinking about it makes me envious." In a post-apocalyptic world where food is severely scarce, some people are able to eat 3 roast chickens a week. What kind of happy life is this? It's important to know that before the zombies arrived, many homeowners succumbed to the cold and hunger and died in their homes. If they had had a roast chicken back then, how many people would have survived? Or, suddenly, someone in the crowd suggested, let's split up too, 10 people per team, and earn our living based on our own abilities. That would be better than the current situation, wouldn't it? However, some of the surviving female residents were unhappy and objected, saying, what about us? We're women, we can't possibly defeat those zombies. Capable people naturally want to work independently, but incapable people are unwilling to starve to death. And so an argument broke out. Yusuawe looked at them with a gloomy face, a chill creeping into his heart. At this moment, several strong male homeowners stepped forward. Old Yu, it's not that we want to disband. It's just that given the current situation, why should we, who have contributed the most, have to share the profits with those who haven't contributed at all? That's right. What if the zombies disappear one day, or Suwei stops providing us with food? Wouldn't we still just be waiting to die? With father dead and mother remarried, everyone has to look after themselves. Well said. We clearly have the ability to live a better life, so why should we let those people hold us back? At the beginning of the apocalypse, people still fantasized that the natural disasters would pass, so at that time, Yusuawe's appearance became the backbone of these people. But now everyone knows. The end times will not pass, and may never even disappear. If they want to survive, they naturally have to get rid of those useless burdens, otherwise they will only be dragged to their deaths by those people. Listening to everyone's words, Yusuawe said sadly, but we're all on the same team. Do you have to be so heartless? We don't have much food, but we won't starve. He still didn't want to disband, and sighed somewhat uncertainly. If we save a little, we can always survive. Because once the women, children, and the elderly lose these strong laborers, even if they manage to catch zombies, they will suffer heavy losses. This is something he doesn't want to see. What if Suwei stops giving us food? What if there are no zombies? Everyone knows where Mad Donkey and his gang got those zombies from. We didn't want to do this inhumane thing before, but we have to live now. A barrage of questions left Yusuawe speechless. He can control the behavior of these people, but he can't control the changes in people's hearts. Just as they said, what if one day all the zombies are caught? Will they turn on their own people? Moreover, some people have already done it. Let's go it alone. Before Yusuawe could object, several male homeowners spontaneously formed a group and then broke away from the group and left. Brother Nyo, take me with you. One of the attractive female homeowners quickly stepped forward, grabbed a man's arm, and smiled ingratiatingly. You? The man looked at the woman, desire gradually rising in his eyes. You can come with me, but you know what you're supposed to do after that, right? The woman playfully hooked her arm around the man's. Brother Nyo, you're so annoying. I've never given myself to any other man besides my husband. Chapter 58. The snowmobile that shocked me to death. Once someone sets an example, others will follow suit. Several attractive female homeowners in the crowd gathered around, throwing flirtatious glances at the men in an extremely ingratiating manner. Some people even disregarded the stares of those around them and grabbed a man's hand, forcefully shoving it into their breasts. They also knew that once those men left, it would be even more difficult for the team to catch zombies in the future. In order to survive, they had long since abandoned any sense of shame. These days, women who have affairs are sold by the ton. Besides, in times like these, what does it matter if they sell their bodies as long as they can survive? When they really reach the end of their rope, even if they want to sell themselves, they won't have the chance anymore. After the men left with several women, the remaining women panicked even more. They were all middle-aged women who had long lost their competitiveness, but they also did not want to die. Elder Yu. At this moment, a woman in her 40s, still charming, came over with a smile and grabbed Yusuawe. You looked at her in disbelief. He recognized the woman in front of him. She used to be a teacher at an elite high school and had been a widow ever since, raising her 7-year-old son alone. But now even she has fallen for it. The woman's gaze was resolute as she smiled and said, I still have a son to raise. I don't want to die, and I don't want him to die either. Didn't old master you always say that I'm a good woman? As long as you can protect me and my son, I'll be your woman from now on. A 40-year-old widow and a martial arts master nearing 70. Zhuangchang watched from the side, a rather, smile on his face. I wonder if he still has the strength to fight? It's clear that Yusuawe admires this woman. Admiring someone and living together are two different things. In this situation, no one wants to have an extra burden by their side, especially something like a buy one get one free deal. Don't be so plain. Don't worry, I'll take better care of you from now on. Yusuawe awkwardly pushed the woman away. Having lived most of his life, he ultimately didn't want to turn into a beast in his old age, as that would completely violate his martial arts spirit. The woman shook her head, gripping her hand even tighter. Old you, I know you're a good person, but the better you are, the harder it is to be one. Please, let me follow you. With tears welling in her eyes, Suwon slowly knelt down. Beside her was a trembling little boy who, seeing this, also knelt down like his mother. Yu Suawe looked at the mother and son and sighed. Why did you do this? Suwon knelt on the ground, head bowed, and said, Elder Yu, you can't control everyone. They will all die one day, but I don't want to die. Looking at the plain silk on the ground, Zhuangchang suddenly felt a sense of admiration. She is a smart woman. Yu Suawe is indeed a good person, but good people often have bad intentions. If she can't secure a place for herself by Yu Sue's side, those people will eventually break down, and then Yu Sue will no longer take care of her and her child. I want to talk to Su Wei. Yu Suawe looked up, took a deep breath, and looked at Zhuangchang. Zhuangchang seemed to have expected this, and handed him the walkie-talkie with a smile. I can grant your request, but I won't kill anyone on my own initiative, you understand. Yu Suawe silently looked at the people around him, a pain on his face. Can. Over the intercom, Su Wei said calmly, You should know that I am not a beast either. It's just that the world has changed. I need some heating supplies, and I also need you to provide food for 10 people every day. And the cost? Su Wei did not refuse, but simply smiled and said, My efforts will be rewarded. The reason he wanted to win over Yu Sue was twofold. He valued Yu's character, but most importantly, he recognized Yu's abilities. A renowned martial arts master would be far more capable than Zhuangchang in leading those property owners. In this way, he could begin to implement his expansion plan, using these people as his reserve force to sweep across the surrounding areas. Yu Suawe nodded. I will follow your orders and train these people as much as possible on how to capture zombies. If you are in any danger, I will fight to the death. Such a promise has no real value. Su Wei smiled and said, Let's talk about risking our lives later. I can provide you with a better environment, but the food, 3 servings a day. 3 servings of food sounds like a lot, but it's only enough for one person to be full. I still have 2 people to take care of, 3 portions aren't enough. Yu Suawe glanced at the mother and child beside him, sighed, and said, Don't worry, I won't waste your food. 6 portions at most. You have no right to bargain with me. Feed a person for 4 or 5 days nowadays, but the idea of being able to eat your fill at every meal is impossible. To reiterate, he is not a savior. Okay, I promise you. With Yu Suawe's addition, the strength of the corpse removal team has increased significantly. Especially after Su Wei gave him explicit authorization, Yu Suawe's prestige in the team was second only to Zhuangchang, and coupled with his powerful martial arts, his deterrent effect was even stronger. The team of 200 people was divided into 20 small teams as usual. Zhuangchang, as the captain and chief supervisor, distributed the food. As the deputy captain, Yu Suawe was mainly responsible for some areas on the edge of the community, as well as the residential areas surrounding the community. Another deputy captain was snatched by Crazy Donkey, but it's unknown how many of his more than 100 men will be left in a few days. Old Yu, I've prepared something nice for you outside the villa tomorrow. I hope you won't disappoint me. Su Wei smiled and turned off the intercom. The next morning, Yu Suawe and his men arrived at Building 104 early. The things in the courtyard almost made his jaw drop. Snowmobiles. Surprisingly, there was a heavily modified snowmobile parked here, with its 4 tires encased in tracks. With just a light touch of the accelerator, it could move freely through the several-meter-thick layer of ice and snow. The car wasn't the worst part. What shocked him even more was the oil. How incredibly wealthy must a family be to dare use such high-powered diesel machinery in this kind of environment? Does Su Wei have an oil depot at home? It is important to understand that all types of energy are currently extremely scarce and non-renewable. Let alone such a large snowmobile. Even an ordinary snowmobile would be a magical artifact at this time. Yu Suawe's eyes revealed a deep shock. He had long forgotten all principles at that moment. He opened the door, took a step, and jumped into the car. He subconsciously turned on the air conditioner, and the gentle warm air made him feel a little dizzy. So many days have passed, he has long forgotten what warmth is. In temperatures tens of degrees below zero, even if a person is alive, they would long have become a walking corpse, unwilling to think even a little bit. Chapter 59. Holy crap, Su Jiang? And now, feeling the spring-like warmth inside the car, Yu Sue felt that if he could live in such an environment in the future, he could live to be 90 years old. Then the image of Su Wan slowly appeared in his mind, so clear and captivating. His initial grievances vanished instantly, and in a daze, he seemed to forget his former teammates and the justice he believed in. And all of this was given to me by Su Wei. How is it? Is this gift all right? Suddenly came through the walkie-talkie in the car. This? Yu Suawei exclaimed in surprise. Su Wei? No, President Su. Just how much stuff have you stored up? You even have something this big? Aren't you afraid of wasting energy? Judging from the change in address, Yu Suawei has now been completely convinced by Su Wei's methods. Those who refuse to submit to a master will perish. Yu Suawei was already a master before, and now that Su Wei has become a master, he quickly adapted to this role, which was similar to that of a servant, and felt fortunate. After all, at a time like this, not many people are qualified to be Su Wei's servants. Su Wei likes intelligent people, and coincidentally, the people around him are all intelligent. Upon hearing this, he laughed into the walkie-talkie. Don't worry, Lao Yu. As long as you can bring the zombies back, you can use this stuff as much as you want. Just let me know when you run out of fuel. Haha. Yu Suawei seemed to have shed a burden from his heart and laughed heartily. Don't worry, President Su. As long as I can find those things, I'll risk my life to bring them back to you. Okay, remember to obey traffic rules. Su Wei made a joke. Yu Suawei couldn't wait to start the snowmobile, and it slowly drove away with the roar of the engine. Sun Wanner, dressed in a black maid outfit, moved around the room carrying a mop. I didn't expect you to have even one over elder Yu. Su Wei sat on the sofa, at a perfect angle to appreciate that shapely curve. He smiled and said, he's a smart man, but he's blinded by his obsession. So once he gets those irresistible temptations, he'll naturally let go of his obsession. What's the point of talking about justice and mercy? When I was killed, did anyone show me any mercy? Su Wei sneered. The only thing that matters now is being alive. Being able to live well is a blessing. Whoever bestows that blessing upon you will naturally fight to the death for you. Sun Wanner nodded in agreement and smiled. That's why we're all working hard for you now, hoping that the good days ahead can continue. Yes, it will. Su Wei smiled as she looked at her. There aren't many zombies left in Cloud City. If you want to improve your strength quickly, you need to find other ways to improve. Over time, Sun Wanner also figured out Su Wei's temperament. This person just has a sharp tongue, but a good heart. Of course, the premise is that she cannot have any thoughts of betrayal. Otherwise, Su Wei would not mind replacing the maid. But I have no clue what to do right now. Su Wei said with some helplessness. Does this kind of mental power only work against zombies? President Su, we've caught a different kind of zombie. It looks like the one you described before. Yu Suawei's voice sounded tired over the intercom. What kind? Su Wei suddenly realized. Could it be that you captured the zombie mother? The zombies mutated by radiation are incredibly powerful, far surpassing those that are infected. Let's tentatively classify these zombies as super zombies. However, in the past 10 days or so, apart from Su Jiang, no one else in Cloud City has seen a second super zombie. Moreover, after Su Jiang mutated, he only appeared once, and after that, no trace of him could be found. Yu Suawei, panting heavily, said, it should be. This beast is incredibly strong, stronger than 5 of those zombies combined. And it's very clever. It even knows how to hide and run away. Ordinary zombies only attack. Even if they are maimed, they will still bite. Are they pure white pupils, and the veins on their bodies aren't black, but rather a dark green? That's right. And it's huge, unlike its original size. It's more like it's been injected with some kind of catalyst. Yu Suawei said with lingering fear. If there hadn't been more of us, it would have almost escaped. Even so, 2 of us were still infected. It really is a super zombie. Since ordinary zombies can enhance their abilities, then super zombies certainly can too, and they will also store more energy. Alright, don't worry about anything else. Just bring him back first. Good. About an hour later, the roaring snowmobile stopped in the villa's yard. Su Wei couldn't wait to come out, but he didn't forget his security awareness. Holding a pistol, he smiled at Yu Suawei and said, Old Yu, you go out first and lock the gate. No one is allowed to approach the villa without my order. What a cautious person. Yu Suawei shook his head with a wry smile, then left without hesitation. He understood Su Wei's caution, but he felt a little uncomfortable. However, he quickly let it go. If Su Wei hadn't been so cautious, the properties would probably have been snatched up by the homeowners long ago. After confirming that there were no threats around, Su Wei then went to the car. Right on the rear bumper latch, a large iron chain was attached to the other end of which was a burly zombie, as big as 2 adult strong men. Its entire body is covered with raised veins, dark green veins attached to the surface of its skin, and its pair of white pupils are frighteningly bright. Holy crap! Su Wei cautiously approached, then exclaimed in surprise, Su Jiang? What happened to this guy after just a few days? It should be noted that when Su Jiang first mutated, his physique was clearly normal, and the meridians on his body were not as dense. But now it's at least 2 sizes bigger than before. I thought Su Jiang had disappeared or gone somewhere else, but I never expected to have the chance to meet him again. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me. Let's settle our old and new scores today. Su Wei's gaze swept over Su Jiang, and a powerful force instantly filled his mind, causing half of the white mist in the space to dissipate. Su Wei looked at Su Jiang in shock. Such powerful strength. You have to understand, he absorbed over 100 zombies before, and in the end, he only managed to dispel 10% of the white mist. But just one Su Jiang. At least 30% of the white fog in my mind has been cleared. If things continue like this, and he can find a few more zombies like Su Jiang, the white mist in his mind will completely dissipate. Who knows what surprises await him then? At this moment, Su Jiang, whose energy had been absorbed by Su Wei, slowly slumped down, and his originally swollen body visibly shrank. Chapter 60, A Wise Mother. Su Jiang's death brought some solace to Su Weilai. At this moment, he finally reconciled with the disaster of the past. Su Wei took a deep breath, casually took out a bunch of supplies from her spatial storage, and waved to Yu Kuwei in the distance. Has President Su mastered some kind of secret technique? When Yu Kuwei saw Su Wei, he suddenly paused for a moment. What's the meaning? Su Wei was somewhat confused. Yu Kuwei glanced at Su Jiang, who was already dead on the ground, and said with a smile, although I don't know how you killed him, such a ruthless method is something even top martial artists couldn't do. This is recognition from a martial arts master. However, Su Wei knew in his heart that he didn't know any martial arts skills. He was just relying on his mental strength. If it were a stronger opponent, like Yu Suawei, he wouldn't even have the strength to exchange a single blow. There's no secret technique, it's just a little trick. Yu Kuwei thought that Su Wei did not want to speak openly, so he shook his head and said, I have lived half my life in a daze, and I ask myself if I have some knowledge of martial arts. With the methods of President Su, you must be a master without a doubt. Is it possible for an ordinary person to kill a super zombie silently? When Yu Suawei looked at Su Wei again, his eyes became much more devout. This was the submission of the weak to the strong. In his eyes, Su Wei was the strong one. Su Wei was too lazy to explain. Being admired wasn't a bad thing. Here you'll find what you need. I hope you won't let me down. You opened the car door and was surprised to find it stuffed with all sorts of materials, including cold weather clothing, a lot of charcoal and alcohol, and most importantly, food. Even though it was just 2 boxes of regular-sized instant noodles, and it was his weekly portion. But for Yu Suawei at this moment, he has been lucky enough. If he were to throw those 2 boxes of instant noodles out right now, it would surely spark a massive battle in an instant. Su Wei's roast chicken is delicious, but very few people have the opportunity to eat it. Most people still face the situation of going hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. They couldn't get roast chicken, and even their daily food rations were pitifully small. You carefully stuffed the items under the seat to hide them. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Based on my deduction, there should be 1 or 2 such zombies in each area. As long as we expand the search area and search carefully, there will definitely be no problem. Su Wei nodded indifferently and said, that's good. You know I don't keep idle people here. Yes. To be so disrespected by a young man in his 20s, especially by an elder like Yu Suawei who once held a prominent position. In the eyes of the dough figurine maker, Su Wei went too far. But in Yu Suawei's view, this was all to be expected. As the saying goes, those who do not respect a master will die. He drove back to his villa. Su Wan and her child were curled up on the sofa, covered with several layers of thick quilts. Su Juan, I'm back. As Yu Suawei entered carrying his things, this subconscious greeting gave him a strange feeling. Su Wan hurriedly came forward and asked, Old Yu, has Su given you any food? She was so hungry. As the most vulnerable member of the group, she only had a few meager biscuits each day, which she had to share with her son. If she hadn't followed Yu Suawei, even if she had stayed in the team, she and her son wouldn't have survived more than a few days. Yu Suawei took out the instant noodles and said with a smile, although President Su is ruthless, his words still carry weight. This is our food ration for the next 2 weeks. You need to keep it safe and don't show off your wealth, understand? After experiencing this disaster, everyone gradually lost their humanity. Although Yu Suawei has now submitted to Su Wei, his status is still different from Zhuang Chang's. He wasn't qualified to live in that fortress-like villa, so he naturally didn't have the absolute ability to protect himself, and therefore had to be careful in everything he did. Su Wan nodded with a gentle smile, then looked at her son with hope. Thankfully, I survived. Yu Suawei then opened another large bag. inside which were 2 boxes of eggs. Gradually, his eyes welled up with tears. If the supplies were a reward for Su Wei risking his life for him, then these 2 boxes of eggs were an acceptance of him. President Su is a good person. He must have known about Xiao Bao's existence, which is why he gave us 2 extra boxes of eggs. Yu Suawei's guess was correct. Su Wei was naturally aware of everything outside, so these 2 boxes of eggs were his weapons to win people's hearts. You can't imagine the weight of 2 boxes of eggs in the apocalypse. Others may feel at ease with it, but Yu Suawei is essentially kind, and even has a sense of chivalry. If you receive a favor, you should entrust your life to them. Su Wan nodded in agreement, but her focus remained on the eggs. With these things, Xiao Bao can not only eat his fill, but also eat well. After more than a month of suffering, the child was already skin and bones from hunger, especially since this is a crucial time for growth and nutrition is extremely important. She quickly got some charcoal and started a fire to cook. Looking at the smiling mother and son in front of him, Yu Suawei suddenly felt as if he had been in another world. His wife died 20 years ago, and he, who was obsessed with martial arts, never had any children. Although the child in front of him was not his own, he felt a touch of tenderness in this apocalyptic world. "Mr. Yu, please eat first." Su Wan knew her place well. She placed a full bowl of noodles in front of Yu Suawei, with 2 eggs on top. Then she picked out some noodles and egg crumbs from the pot and handed them to her son, Xiao Bao. She then poured herself a bowl of soup, with a few strands of noodles floating in it. "Mom, Xiao Bao wants to eat eggs too." Xiao Bao looked at the 2 eggs in the big bowl, swallowing hard, and timidly opened his mouth. Su Wan glared at her son and said angrily, "This food was brought by Grandpa Yu, so naturally we should save the best food for him, otherwise we'll go hungry." She is a very intelligent mother. She was well aware of her dependent situation and understood that Yu Suawei was the only pillar of the family. If anything happened to him, the newly formed family would collapse. Yu Suawei looked at Su Wan with an appreciative gaze, then picked up an egg and put it into Xiao Bao's bowl. Then he cut another egg in half and gave some noodles to Su Wan. "Old Master Yu, this won't do. You have to go out to catch zombies every day. You won't have the strength if you don't eat your fill." Su Wan waved her hand in a panic, not daring to take the bowl of noodles. At this moment, Yu Suawei seemed to have shed the shackles in his heart and said softly, "It's not easy to have someone to accompany you these days. Eat. From now on, we are family." Perhaps it was because old Yu's flirting skills were still sharp, or perhaps it was because the tension in his heart had suddenly eased. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she suddenly threw herself into Yu Suawei's arms. "Old Yu, as long as you don't mind, my son and I will live with you from now on, and Xiao Bao will take care of you in your old age." Chapter 61. The Gaze from an Internet Tycoon. Yu Suawei, who hadn't been near a woman for many years, almost lost control of himself. A pair of somewhat withered hands gently embraced that full and plump body. He believed that if he asked at this moment, Su Wan would certainly not refuse. But when he saw Xiao Bao next to him, Yu Suawei finally regained a sliver of his rationality. He took a deep breath. "All right, let's eat first. In this awful weather, hot food gets cold in just a few minutes." Su Wan blushed and stepped out of his arms. She patted her son's head and said seriously, "Xiao Bao, you're not allowed to call Grandpa Yu anymore. What's your name?" "Call me Dad." Before Su Wan could finish speaking, Yu Suawei immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "Call him Uncle." The child definitely won't accept it right away. We need to let him get used to it. Children may not be as cunning as adults, but they are very clever. Xiao Bao grinned at him and sweetly called out, "Uncle Yu." Okay, little treasure, be good." After absorbing Su Zhang's energy, Su Wei's desire for power grew even stronger. Who doesn't want to be strong, especially in this unrestricted apocalyptic era? To survive, one must constantly become stronger, so that no being dares to covet them. Su Wei leaned against the headboard and took a nap. Sun Wanner, who was massaging him, suddenly noticed the phone flashing beside her. "Master, your phone is ringing." How can a phone still work at a time like this? Most major telecommunications companies are now paralyzed. Perhaps high-ranking officials can still have basic means of communication, but ordinary people have long been cut off from the world. Communication relied mainly on shouting, and transportation relied mainly on walking. Su Wei was also stunned. He picked up the phone, but there was no number on it, only a text message from 0394. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Anyone who still has the ability to communicate these days is definitely not an ordinary person. They are very likely some bigwigs in the government. But the phone kept flashing, going off, and then back on. It seems they're specifically targeting you, otherwise they wouldn't keep calling. Sun Wanner was also somewhat wary. Su Wei frowned as she looked at the phone in her hand and said coldly, I'm afraid it's not just the phone. We're very likely being monitored by someone right now. When he renovated his villa, he specifically added an internal network. Although it can no longer connect to the outside world, all the facilities inside are still running on the internal network, including the security door that even explosives cannot break. I thought that would make us invincible. But the arrival of this phone call suddenly made Su Wei feel a chill run down her spine. If he was indeed being monitored, it means that the other party was very likely monitoring the villa's internal network through some satellite server. He used to work in the internet industry, so he naturally understands the terror of the internet. If that's really the case, Su Wei suddenly remembered a line from Jiang Wen's movie. Eating hot pot and singing songs, you suddenly get robbed by bandits. Damn it. Su cursed under her breath and answered the phone without hesitation. Mr. Su. A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone, deep and powerful. Who is it? Su Wei's voice was icy, but the other party had obviously anticipated his attitude and laughed. My name is Ma Huafeng. You can also call me Mr. Ma. It was him. Su Wei stared blankly at the phone for a long time before she came to her senses. He really is an important person. If you are Chinese, you must have heard of this name. Even if you don't know the person, you have definitely used the chat software under his company. Ko and Weixin are two major messaging apps that account for 90% of the Chinese market, with billions of users worldwide. In addition, those globally popular online games and the online applications that are indispensable in people's daily lives also come from Ma Huafeng's Tongfei company. He and Ma Yu, who also started his business on the internet in neighboring Hangzhou and founded Alibaba's Mama, are known as the two Ma's of China. This is truly a well-deserved leader in the internet industry. Mr. Ma, we've arrived in the provincial capital. Su Wei remained silent for a long time before she finally calmed herself down. No wonder the other party was able to accurately find my contact information even when communication was paralyzed. That's Ma Huafeng after all. He has so much information that even God doesn't know. Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to speak with you. I'll cut to the chase. Ma Huafeng smiled politely and got straight to the point. I have sources that the nearly 100 billion yuan worth of goods stolen from the South China Logistics Zone are now in your hands. That's a real boss. There's absolutely no room for negotiation when he speaks. Because his tone wasn't one of questioning, but rather of certainty that Su Wei had taken the supplies, leaving him no chance to argue. Su Wei fell silent, listening quietly to the phone call. I didn't quite understand before. How could so many supplies be moved out overnight? Ma Huafeng's tone was full of interest as he laughed. But it wasn't until a superhuman appeared that I became certain that you had taken those supplies, and that you are a superhuman. You've been spying on my house. Su Wei replied coldly. Ma Huafeng laughed indifferently. Sorry, my intention was not to target you. You should understand that as a Chinese internet giant, how could Tongfei Company not be subject to official supervision? And now that the official network channels are paralyzed, it is only by chance that my Tongfei Company will do its part for the country and monitor you. 1 month after the apocalypse, global infrastructure was completely paralyzed. Fortunately, superpowers like China launch countless network satellites into space every year, and even though they were affected by the planetary explosion, some of the surviving satellites are still operating. As an internet giant, Tongfei naturally possesses top-tier technology. Ma Huafeng didn't even have to exert much effort to obtain satellite access through official channels, allowing the domestic network to continue operating. But this only applies to certain areas. After all, without the control of a satellite base, no one can say for sure how long a satellite remaining in space can operate autonomously. Mr. Ma, you didn't just call to show off your abilities, did you? Su Wei's face was ashen. He knew he was in deep trouble. I need the supplies you have, as well as a large amount of energy reserves. Ma Huafeng made no attempt to hide it, because in his eyes, Su Wei was just a nobody. Even if he was a superhuman, he couldn't escape his network surveillance. And the cost? 1 zombie can be traded for 1 roast chicken. Given Ma Huafeng's enormous demands, an equal price must be paid in exchange. If the two sides can negotiate peacefully, Su Wei wouldn't mind offering some supplies in exchange for the information Ma Huafeng possessed, since he genuinely didn't want to offend such a powerful figure. But what if you get addicted to something that doesn't cost money? Chapter 62. Peeping. Until the end of the world arrived, Su Wei finally understood a truth. Humans are the most insatiable group of creatures in the world. So, if Ma Huafeng wants the supplies in his hands, he must exchange them for something of equal value. Even if it's not a fair exchange, Su Wei will accept it. This is his bottom line. Who can blame them when they're the big shot? However, it was clear that Su Wei had overestimated himself. Ma Huafeng's tone was indifferent and cold. No one has ever dared to ask me for a price. If you are willing to hand over those supplies, I can protect you from being discovered by the authorities. In his view, he had already done Su Wei a favor by being able to do this. Su Wei's face gradually turned ashen, and he sneered. Mr. Ma, are you trying to get something for nothing? Saying that he wouldn't be discovered by the authorities was just an excuse from Ma Huafeng. If he agreed, he would face endless extortion. Are you aware of the official methods? Ma Huafeng sneered. I heard you had brilliant Jianya renovate your house before the apocalypse, but even the sturdiest house can't stop missiles, can it? The answer is definitely no. This is his trump card that gives him confidence. Su Wei would never dare to go against the authorities, at least not now. But Su Wei was even more unwilling to be threatened. He sneered, leaving aside what kind of official entity Mr. Ma is referring to. Even if they wanted to attack me with missiles, it's not like they can just strike whenever they want, is it? The world is now paralyzed, and all kinds of energy sources are frozen and buried. The so-called official is now just a general term. When a country's rule is weakened, division inevitably follows. Local powers, no longer subject to official constraints, have long since gone their own way. Just like the Zhou dynasty in the spring and autumn period, which existed in name only, the world was constantly in turmoil, and the various local vassal states would no longer submit to the rule of the Zhou dynasty. Besides, Su Wei said calmly, even if those officials have advanced weapons like missiles, do they still have the fuel needed to launch them? While the power of missiles is terrifying, the energy consumption required for their launch is equally terrifying. Before those people explicitly confirmed that the batch of supplies worth hundreds of billions was in Su Wei's hands, the official leaders would never have been willing to invest such a large sum. So you're saying you're not willing? Ma Huafeng's tone gradually turned cold. I'll say it again. If you want supplies, you have to pay the price. You want to get something for nothing? Go back to sleep. After saying that, Su Wei hung up the phone without hesitation. Who called? Sun Wanner overheard some of the conversation and looked at Su Wei with some concern. Ma Huafeng. Ma Huafeng from Tengfei Company. Sun Wanner was equally shocked and frowned, saying, didn't you reach an agreement? In this situation, we shouldn't make enemies, especially such powerful ones. Do you think I want this? Su Wei cursed irritably. Damn it. I've already provoked them. They want the supplies I have and want to treat me like a pig. Am I just supposed to stick my neck out and get slaughtered? Why? Sun Wanner knew she couldn't persuade Su Wei anymore, and sighed. If only my little sister were here, at least she could guarantee that we wouldn't be monitored by others anymore. Just thinking about all the things he and Su Wei did every day in the villa, Sun Wanner felt as if she had been stripped naked and paraded through the streets. Meanwhile, in a building in the center of Yuntai City, Ma Huafeng, only 50 years old, sat on the sofa with a huge heater hanging above his head. Even so, the empty office was still bitterly cold, making one not want to move an inch. In front of him was a huge server, and next to it was an 8-inch supercomputer, which was flickering with a faint light. A month ago, Ma Huafeng traveled from Guangzhou to Yuntai City to attend an official internet summit. Ma Huafeng had planned to take this opportunity to enjoy a good vacation and experience the pleasant scenery of Yuntai City, but then he realized that the apocalypse would arrive the next day. Unfortunately, he ended up trapped inside the company's branch office building. Fortunately, super internet companies like this have ample backup energy reserves, enough to last him 2 months if used by only one person. But what about 2 months later? Although the government cares a lot about the safety of business tycoons like him and has repeatedly stated that it will come to rescue him soon, but the outside was already frozen and imprisoned, and rescuing someone trapped more than 100 meters high would definitely be extremely costly. Those high-ranking leaders are probably too busy taking care of themselves right now. By the time they have time to spare, they'll likely be starving to death. However, his discovery of Su Wei this time was truly unexpected. Throughout this month of hardship, Ma Huafeng never stopped sending messages to the outside world. At first, everyone was so caught up in the disaster that they were all focused on how to save their own lives, and no one had time to think about anything else. As the blizzard gradually subsided, people gradually took basic precautions. To Ma Huafeng's surprise, a faint signal suddenly came from a prevention and control base south of Yuntai City. So he contacted the person in charge of the base without hesitation, but unfortunately, he was not taken seriously. Undeterred, Ma Huafeng continued to transmit signals to his surroundings and used his access to the satellite network to constantly search for network signals within the Yuntai City area. Wherever there is still a signal, there must be some sizable force, and only these people have the ability to save themselves. So Su Wei was discovered. In addition, there were many important figures in his neighborhood, so Ma Huafeng concluded that Su Wei was definitely not simple. The result was exactly as he expected. After he dug up Su Wei's information and combined it with Su Wei's recent series of abnormal behaviors, he finally determined that the theft case at Huanan Logistics was related to him. That's hundreds of billions of dollars worth of supplies. If Ma Huafeng hadn't learned about the existence of superhumans through some official internal network databases, he wouldn't have believed that there could actually be someone so monstrous. He had thought that his sudden appearance would terrify Su Wei, but I never expected this person to be so arrogant, daring to disregard me. You haven't experienced the terror of the online world yet. Ma Huafeng sneered with a ferocious expression and typed a series of commands into the supercomputer. Immediately afterwards, a clear monitoring image appeared on the computer screen. Everything inside was clearly visible, including the man and woman who were currently engaged in fierce combat. Ma Huafeng's breathing became increasingly rapid as he greedily stared at the naked woman on the screen, her beautiful figure dazzling to behold. Since the apocalypse began, he has been trapped here and hasn't tasted the pleasures of a woman in a long time. Ma Huafeng didn't consider himself the greedy type of man, but after enduring dozens of days of hardship, his resolve gradually wavered. Chapter 63. He actually dared to hang up on me. The villa was filled with a sensual atmosphere. Sun Wanner buried her face in the blanket shyly and whispered, "No, it's just that the air conditioning is a bit cold today. Look at my brain. It's probably running out of fuel in the generator." Su Wei got out of bed, but when he looked up at the air conditioner, the indicator light that was working had inexplicably turned red. The air conditioner in the villa turned off automatically. Damn it. Su Wei immediately understood the reason. Without your own operating instructions, none of the systems in the house will automatically shut down unless the energy is exhausted. So now there's only one explanation. He really was being monitored. Looking at the camera in the corner, Su Wei's face was terrifyingly cold. He couldn't think of anyone else besides Ma Huafeng. Ding, ding. Sure enough, just as Su Wei was getting angry, her phone rang. To be able to enjoy himself like this in the apocalypse, it seems Mr. Su has quite a few resources at his disposal. On the phone, Ma Huafeng laughed heartily. It is foreseeable that Ma Huafeng has witnessed Su Wei and Sun Wanner's live sex show. Idiot. Su Wei cursed and hung up the phone. Then he turned on his phone and shut down the villa's network system, and then took out a bunch of remote controls from the cabinet. Without a network system, I can just operate it manually. Without you, Zhang the Butcher, I'll still be eating hairy pork from now on. Meanwhile, Ma Huafeng stared at the satellite phone in his hand, frozen in disbelief. He actually hung up on me, and he actually insulted me. Since the establishment of Tongfei Company, it's been decades since anyone dared to speak to him like that. But just as he was about to make his move, he saw a message on his computer. Network has been disconnected. Ma Huafeng was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect Su Wei to be so straightforward, cutting off the internet so easily. Now that he had no way to restrain Su Wei, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and replay the program. Are you ever going to stop? Su Wei was already furious and started cursing. Do you know the price of angering me? Ma Huafeng's voice was chilling enough to kill, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "Young man, don't be so arrogant. I'm friends with the commander-in-chief of the Yuntai military region. With just one word from me, you and that woman will be reduced to ashes. What kind of young person wouldn't be arrogant?" Su Wei sneered and cursed. "Idiot. Do you think the military region commander is as stupid as you? Weapons are our foundation now. Every bit we lose reduces our resources. What if I tell him about your situation?" Ma Huafeng chuckled sinisterly. "The expenses of a military region are not small. I think he will definitely be interested in you. Sue me if you want." Su Wei said lazily. "If I'm targeted, you'll be the first to die. Who would keep someone alive who could reveal secrets at any moment? The hundreds of billions of resources are a treasure trove, but they are also a tempting piece of meat. Unless the military region commander is a fool, he will not let Ma Huafeng live." Su Wei. On the phone, Ma Huafeng's tone suddenly softened a lot. "I'm trapped right now and desperately need the supplies you have as leverage to get someone to rescue me. If I really die, I'll definitely take you down with me. Everyone is afraid of death, but when it comes to the point where death is inevitable, everyone wants to take someone down with them. Defeat sooner? Stop pretending." Su Wei sneered and said, "I'll say it again. Why should I save you? I stole internal documents from the Yuntai military region and learned how superhumans can enhance their abilities." Before Ma Huafeng could speak, Su Wei interrupted with a laugh. "The ability to absorb zombies? Do you need to tell me that? How did he find out so quickly?" Ma Huafeng panicked for a moment, then immediately said, "Since you know that absorbing the abilities of zombies and superhumans can enhance your own strength, do you know how many superhumans there are in Yuntai City right now?" "Wait, you mean?" Su Wei interrupted him. On the other side, Veins bulged on Ma Huafeng's forehead. He had interrupted me again. Twice now. No one has ever dared to interrupt me before, not twice. Can superhumans also absorb each other's power? Su Wei sounded excited, but Ma Huafeng sounded depressed. I never imagined that a casual remark I made would reveal such important information. It seems that Su Wei doesn't know much. He obviously didn't know that ability users can devour each other. After a brief silence, he sneered. Not everyone can do it. It depends on whether the ability user's level is high enough. Low-level ability users cannot improve. Since the news has already been leaked, I might as well do him a favor. We're under someone else's roof. I have a list of people with superpowers that the military region controls. If you can save me, I'll give you that list. Ma Huafeng didn't know what Su Wei's special ability was, but the fact that she could quietly empty the South China Logistics Zone meant she wasn't a low-level ability user. Therefore, he must also want to improve his strength quickly. But now that information from the outside world is cut off, obtaining information about other superhumans is only possible by luck. Where are you? I'm coming to save you. Su Wei didn't hesitate and asked directly. You? Look down on me. Then there's nothing I can do for you. Fend for yourself. No. Ma Huafeng became somewhat insecure after being intimidated by Su Wei's assertiveness, and continued. The outside is now covered in snow and ice. Without large ice-breaking machines, it's impossible to do it by manpower alone. The 7 or 8 meter thick layer of ice and snow had long since blocked the entrances to those buildings and residential areas. Moreover, Ma Huafeng is currently on the 70th floor, where the airflow and ice are so strong that even airplanes cannot operate, let alone manpower. I have my own methods. Just tell me, do you want to save him or not? Su Wei said calmly. As long as you give me the list, I can rescue you and also give you enough supplies to live on. In the apocalypse, the allure of resources is undoubtedly immense. Ma Huafeng looked at the hard, dry bread in his hand and gritted his teeth, saying, the Tungfei building next to Qianda Plaza in the center of Yuntai City. I hope you have the ability to do that. Good. Su Wei replied with only one word and then hung up the phone. No wonder Ma Huafeng was able to monitor him so accurately. It wasn't just his hacking skills, but also the distance. Cloud City is a high-end residential area, located only a few hundred meters away from the city center's Qianda Plaza. Given Tungfei Company's resources, its servers are undoubtedly state-of-the-art, making it a piece of cake to locate a person's signal within a kilometer range. Chapter 64. Is Lian Po old and still able to eat? You really want to go save him? Teasing him restlessly. Su Wei nodded and grasped the hand, saying, if what Ma Huafeng said is true, as long as I can find other superhumans, my strength will increase significantly very quickly. But I don't think he's trustworthy. Sun Wanner looked at him with some worry and said, how could someone as capable as him not even be able to save himself? He's definitely still eyeing your supplies. Even Sun Wanner had thought of this problem, so how could Su Wei not have thought of it? But he desperately needs that list right now. He was already being watched. Although he was adamant about what Ma Huafeng had said, he was still hesitant. What if he were really attacked by some powerful force? The next morning, before dawn, Su Wei called Zhuang Chang. Come with me today. Zhuang Chang was somewhat surprised, as this was the first time Su Wei had taken the initiative to go out since the apocalypse began. Aren't you afraid of those homeowners anymore? Su Wei sneered. Those people are no longer a threat. Unless they want to starve to death, anyone can die, but I cannot. The reason he hesitated to go out was not because he was afraid of being attacked by the residents. Rather, his current strength is limited, and even if he goes out, it will be of no use. After the two put on their protective suits, Su Wei took out a snowmobile from her spatial storage, which was even larger than the one she had given to Yu Suwei before. TSK. This car wouldn't be cheap under normal circumstances, would it? Zhuang Chang got into the car and looked around, his face filled with envy. Su Wei smiled and said, you like it? Then it's yours. Please don't. Zhuang Chang half-jokingly said, with this car, I'd have to go all over the world catching zombies for you. But if we run into a super zombie, I won't be able to handle it. Let old you do it. Mentioning Yu Suwei, Su Wei suddenly became interested and took out her walkie-talkie to make a call. Old Yu. Old Yu was sleeping, holding a still elegant silk handkerchief in his arms, a satisfied smile on his face. Old Yu, did you hear me? Squeak, squeak. A woman's voice came from the other end. Old Yu, wake up, President Su is looking for you. Shaoan, stop fooling around, come to sleep. Holy crap. On the other end of the intercom, the two people stared wide-eyed. To be so vigorous at almost 70 years old, that's true prowess that hasn't faded with age. Oops. The woman in plain silk pouted coquettishly and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Get up, President Su is looking for you. Ah, perhaps Su Wan had gone too far, because Yu Sui let out a howl and then said awkwardly, I'm sorry, President Su. I slept in late yesterday. I slept in late. Both of them simultaneously wore an I understand expression on their faces. A dozen minutes later, Yu Suawei rushed over. As soon as he got in the car, Su Wei said with a smile, Old Yu, is Lian Po old and still able to eat? Haha, even though Zhuang Chang only graduated from elementary school, he knew this story and immediately burst into laughter. Yu Suawei's face turned red, a rare sight for him. He looked nothing like a martial arts master and said awkwardly, It's been a long time since I've done that kind of thing, and I got a little impulsive. Zhuang Chang started the car. Su Wei sat alone in the back and looked at the two people in front of her seriously, saying, I'm going alone today, but that person is a bit dangerous, so you need to be prepared. Who? Yu Suwei subconsciously asked. Could it be that another new superhuman has appeared? The fact that Su Wei, someone who could easily wipe out zombies, was so serious immediately put the two of them on high alert. A difficult person. Soon, the three arrived at a building in the city center. Although snowmobiles consume a lot of fuel, they are indeed powerful. In such icy and snowy conditions, they are not only stable to drive, but also quite fast. The three of them got out of the car, and Su Wei looked up at the towering building that seemed to reach into the clouds. The building was already covered in ice and snow, and its original appearance was faintly visible through the thick layer of ice. Then he took out a signal flare from the space and fired it. Not long after, an unidentified object suddenly fell from the 70th floor of the building. This was Ma Huafeng responding to Su Wei's signal. Then Su Wei's phone rang. President Su arrived quite quickly. On the phone, Ma Huafeng's voice sounded very healthy, not at all like someone who had been trapped for dozens of days. Su Wei remained calm and smiled. Mr. Ma, I'm here to save you. Although they were downstairs, they were actually on the 3rd floor of the building. The 2 floors below were already covered by thick ice and snow. This ice layer must be at least a meter thick, right? Zhuang Chang picked up the military shovel in his hand and tapped hard on a piece of ice. Yu Suawei also looked troubled and said, The ice outside the building is too thick. It might not be easy to manage by manpower alone. Why not use a car to crash into it? The modified snowmobile is not only powerful, but also has a sturdy body. If you find a weak point in the ice and hit it a few times, you should be able to break through it. There's no need. Su Wei smiled and took out an oversized cutting knife from her spatial storage and also produced a generator. Hee. With this thing, breaking through walls is no longer a problem. Just watch me. Zhuang Chang had worked on construction sites for several years and was very familiar with this kind of machinery. He quickly connected the power supply and then stepped on the generator and pulled it a few times. Boom, boom, boom. A tractor-like roar rang out as Zhuang Chang, holding a cutting blade, sawed through the ice in no time. However, the hardness of the ice in this weather should not be underestimated. Before long, Zhuang Chang began to pant, and Yu Suowei took the cutting knife and continued. Bang! Soon a 1-meter square opening appeared, and Su Wei kicked it open. Mr. Ma, you can come out now. On the other end of the phone, Ma Huafeng said incredulously, You even have something like this? It seems there are quite a few good things among those billions of supplies. About half an hour later, a figure slowly emerged in the dark passage. A man in his 50s emerged from inside, panting. He had an ordinary appearance, but he exuded an indescribable aura. Su Wei merely glanced at him, a smile playing on her lips. Since his mental strength improved, his visual range has also increased significantly. He can even see objects more than 100 meters away in the dark. At that moment, in a dark corner on the left side of the 3rd floor, 4 burly men with guns were hiding. Haha. Thank you so much, Mr. Su, for saving me. Ma Huafeng walked over with a hearty laugh. But Su Wei suddenly reached into her waistband, pulled out a pistol, and pointed it at Ma Huafeng. What do you mean by that? Ma Huafeng was startled, then looked coldly at Su Wei. Bang! Su Wei did not answer him, but raised his hand and fired a shot behind Ma Huafeng. Thump! A dull thud sounded, and a dead man rolled out of the darkness. Chapter 65. Are you serious about taking half a step back? Zhuang Chang and Yu Suwei had been warned by Su Wei before they arrived, and the two quickly found cover to hide. Damn it! I knew this guy was no good. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Wei fired 7 or 8 shots in quick succession, but unfortunately his marksmanship was too unpredictable, and only 2 of the 4 men fell. The remaining 2 men immediately returned fire and then took cover. I didn't expect you to have seen through me so early on. Ma Huafeng finally dropped his pretense, grinning maliciously. Don't kill him. I want him alive. Su Wei has too many secrets. At least he can still die now. Otherwise, the supplies Ma Huafeng wanted would have been lost. Yes. Two tall, muscular bodyguards rushed out of the darkness. Zhuang Chang and Yu Suowei also rushed over, shielding Su Wei behind them, and began to fight with the two bodyguards. We're all old foxes. Are you trying to play some kind of ghost story with me? Su Wei sneered and cursed. I knew you were up to no good. Su Wei. Ma Huafeng sneered at him. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over those supplies, and I might consider sparing your life. You son of a bitch. Su Wei raised his hand and fired another shot, but Ma Huafeng dodged it. Damn it. That damn marksmanship. I should have practiced my marksmanship more during this time. Women really make things worse. Su Wei had no choice but to find cover and crouch down. Meanwhile, Zhuang Chang and Yu Suowei were fighting with two bodyguards. Clearly, someone who can serve as a bodyguard for a tycoon of the world's richest caliber must be a force to be reckoned with. Fortunately, they were caught off guard, and Su Wei ambushed and killed two of them. Otherwise, the situation today would have been truly embarrassing. These bodyguards were clearly top-notch experts. Zhuang Chang, the security captain, quickly couldn't hold on and was punched several times, on the verge of defeat. However, Yu Suowei seemed to be handling the situation with ease, and judging from his stance, he clearly had some strength left to spare. Old Yu, don't fucking have a soft heart. If you don't kill them, we're all going to die today. Su Wei shouted in an annoyed tone. He's clearly a strong person, but he insists on pretending to be a coward. What's the point of that? Yu Suowei remained silent for a moment. Then his men worked even faster. The bodyguard immediately began to struggle. In the blink of an eye, he was hit by more than a dozen punches from Yu Suowei, and every punch was aimed at vital points. It's only because these two people are physically strong that they were able to survive. An ordinary person would have been killed long ago. Ma Huafeng, hiding behind cover, was also shocked. He fired 2 shots at Yu Suowei without hesitation, but his jaw dropped in astonishment. At the instant the gun fired, Yu Suowei ducked low and then rolled forward. He actually dodged the bullets. Holy crap! Not only Ma Huafeng, but even Su Wei was stunned, staring blankly at the old man who had been mocked by him and Zhuang Chang that morning. This even human? Even if Ma Huafeng's marksmanship wasn't that accurate, at such close range, a pistol was almost invincible. Previously, Su Wei only knew that Yu Suowei was very powerful and was a martial arts master. But this person always had a saintly, hypocritical attitude, making him seem nothing like a master. It's just that he's so old, yet his physical condition is still quite good. Now it seems I was the clown. Su Wei glanced at Yu Suowei with lingering fear. Fortunately, the old man was a man of honor. If he were like Mad Donkey, he would have killed him long ago. The bodyguard realized that the old man in front of him was not easy to deal with, so he decisively abandoned his attack and began to retreat, intending to draw his gun and fire. But Yu Suowei wouldn't give him that chance. With a lightning-fast whip kick, the gun in the bodyguard's hand was instantly kicked away. The rest is simple. Under Yu Suowei's relentless barrage of punches, the bodyguard quickly lost his ability to fight back and was eventually knocked out by a powerful punch. Yu Suowei? You are Yu Suowei, the successor of Yunxiu Fist. Seeing his bodyguard beaten to death, Ma Huafeng finally came to his senses and recognized Yu Suowei's identity. Then he hurriedly said, Mr. Yu, I am Ma Huafeng from Tengfei. We met a few years ago. Yu Suowei ignored him and rushed towards Zhuang Chang, blocking the other bodyguard. What followed was a one-sided attack. In just 2 minutes, the bodyguard was powerless to fight back and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief, emerged from behind the cover, and pointed his gun at Ma Huafeng behind the cover. Mr. Ma, will you come out on your own, or should I ask you to come out? Ma Huafeng is now filled with deep regret. If he had known earlier that Su Wei had Yu Suowei as a bodyguard, he would never have come out, much less have caused this farce. Old Yu, we've known each other for a long time. Ma Huafeng hid tightly in the corner and shouted, If you can help me kill Su Wei, I'll give you 5 billion. No, 50 billion. Su Wei suddenly smiled upon hearing this. As expected, these rich people are the most inhumane. Now, let alone 50 billion, even 5 trillion would be of no use. It's just a bunch of numbers. However, Su Wei did not speak. She just looked at Yu Suowei calmly, quietly raised her pistol, and then put a large distance between them. He wanted to see Yu Suowei's reaction and whether he had truly submitted to him. Although Yu Suowei's martial arts skills are enviable, Su Wei would never keep someone with ulterior motives by his side, even if that person is a master. However, he was also very nervous at the moment. Yu Suowei's strength had clearly exceeded his expectations. He was a monster who could dodge bullets. Could the gun in his hand be faster than Yu Suowei's fist? At this moment, Yu Suowei also saw Su Wei's actions. He couldn't help but give a bitter smile. President Su, are you backing down because you don't believe me? Su Wei grinned at him and said, Old you, you're too weird. I can't help but be scared. Sometimes a single truth is worth more than 10 lies. Yu Suawei laughed upon hearing this. Don't worry, betrayal is not in my dictionary. Since I chose you in the first place, my life is yours from now on. He is a loyal and righteous person, but he is also a smart one. Like Shuang Chong, everything he has now is thanks to Su Wei, and even Su Wan and her son are the result of Su Wei's behind-the-scenes efforts. Without Su Wei, Su Juan and her child would soon starve to death, and many others would also starve to death. Therefore, regardless of the reason, Yu Suwei would not do anything to harm Su Wei. Ma Huafeng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing their words. But he still didn't want to give up, and said loudly, Old you must know that Su Wei has hundreds of billions of resources in his hands. As long as we can control him, we can still live a carefree life. Being a top-tier tycoon, he quickly grasped the key point. However, Yu Suwei shook his head lightly and said, I appreciate Mr. Ma's kindness, but Su Wei is now my comrade, and I will not harm my comrade. Chapter 66. You came here to kill him. Are they companions? Su Wei stared blankly at Yu Suwei, who was blocking her way. The old man in front of me was unusually tall and straight, standing like an old pine tree. Since the apocalypse began, he has lived 2 lives, experiencing only darkness and cold-bloodedness. He has long forgotten what emotions are, let alone justice. Kuyu clearly had the opportunity to turn the tables and become the master, but he gave it up. Whether it was for profit or for emotion, Su Wei felt a faint warmth in her heart. Su Wei, you can't kill me, or you'll never get that list in your entire life. Ma Huafeng panicked and stumbled out from behind the cover. There's no point in hiding now. With that perverted old man Yu Suawei around, it's no use no matter how well he hides. Hand over that list, and I won't kill you. Su Wei looked at him calmly, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. The once incredibly wealthy tycoon now looked like a beggar in his presence. And all of this is caused by the end times. It can turn an ordinary person into an outstanding individual overnight, or it can turn a former super powerful figure into a laughingstock. I can give it to you, but you have to give me that car and a batch of supplies. Ma Huafeng cautiously watched the snowmobile not far away. All his hopes were now pinned on it. As long as he can drive that car away, Su Wei won't be able to catch up with him anytime soon. Can. Su Wei agreed without even thinking about it. He casually waved his hand, and a large amount of food and supplies landed on the snowmobile. You can actually conjure items out of thin air. You really are a high-level ability user. Ma Huafeng instantly forgot the danger and stared at Su Wei with greedy eyes. Su Wei impatiently reached out and said, Give me the list, and I'll let you go. I can give you the list, but I need to change my mind now. Bang. Before Ma Huafeng could finish speaking, a bullet hole suddenly appeared on his forehead. Even until his death, he still wore a greedy smile on his face. Court death. Su Wei glanced coldly at Ma Huafeng and casually put away her pistol. Yu Suawei looked at Su Wei with a puzzled expression and asked, Do you no longer want that list? Think. Su Wei remained calm and said in a low voice, But I hate being threatened even more. Regardless of whether that list is real or fake, even if it is, Su Wei cannot take action in the short term because his strength is too weak. If he were to encounter those aggressive superhumans, he would be utterly powerless to fight back. So, does it even matter whether that list exists or not? You came here to kill him. Yu Suwei was stunned for a moment. Then his expression suddenly changed. Ma Huafeng threatened you, so you wanted to use his greed to lure him out in order to eliminate this hidden danger. Su Wei grinned. Old you, being too smart isn't good. It'll make you sleepless at night. Back at the villa, Su Wei went to the basement with a serious expression. Sun Wanner was startled by the gun in his hand. Su Wei gritted his teeth and said, Damn it. My technique is terrible. I need to practice more. If it weren't for Yu Suawei's presence today, he would likely have been killed by Ma Huafeng. In just over 10 meters, he only managed to hit 2 people. With marksmanship like that, going out into the apocalypse is just asking for death, isn't it? Su Wei took out several targets used by gun clubs from his spatial storage, then put on his headphones and began training. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots, 2 rings. Sun Wanner, standing nearby, laughed rather unkindly. Su Wei blushed for a moment, then said calmly, The target is too crooked. Sun Wanner laughed heartily, poured him a cup, and said earnestly as if coaxing a child, Yes, Master is right. The target is crooked. After practicing hard all afternoon, Su Wei stared at the target paper in her hand and fell into deep thought. This kind of training isn't going to work. Sharpshooters are made by feeding bullets, but he only has a few hundred rounds left. If he runs out of practice, he'll be even less of a threat when he goes out in the future. At that moment, Zhuang Chang sent a walkie-talkie request, his tone very excited. Su Wei, we just caught a super zombie in Area B. Guess who she is? Very noticeable in the neighborhood before. Even the property management staff didn't recognize him. He thought for a moment and said, damn, could it be that woman Su shouting? It's her. This woman is quite a troublemaker. She was kicked out by Zhuang Chang more than 20 days ago, and now she's turned into a zombie. Where is she? Bring her here. Okay, I'll be there soon. Su Wei didn't care how Su shouting turned into a zombie. He was now focused solely on improving his strength. After absorbing Su Zhang's power, his mental strength has become significantly stronger, and his storage function is much more efficient. If he absorbs Su shouting as well, he might level up. Not long after, Zhuang Chang returned in a snowmobile with a disheveled zombie tied to the back. Su shouting looks almost exactly like Su Jiang, but her mutated body is even more amazing. Su Wei suddenly thought of a meme. I've been playing for a year, and I've never seen a big wave of zombies. With a figure like that, she'd be considered top tier even in the zombie world. Zhuang Chang glanced at it with lingering fear. That woman is really strong. If it weren't for Lao Yu's help later, I would have been bitten by it. Seeing his eyes fixed on Su Shouting's chest, Su Wei suddenly laughed. Brother Chang, want to have some more fun? Zhuang Chang quickly waved his hand and laughed awkwardly. No. I'm really not worthy of this, but I must say, this body is really good. Su Wei joked, really don't want it? Have you forgotten your promise to her back then? Zhuang Chang's face turned even redder, and he stammered. That was before. All right, stop teasing me. Hurry up and absorb the energy. He and Su Wei and the others knew that the priority right now was to help Su Wei improve his strength. Only when Su Wei becomes stronger can they live a better life. Su Wei stopped joking and glanced at Su Shouting. Boom. Just as Su Wei finished absorbing the energy, a booming sound suddenly rang in his mind. He felt that everything before his eyes was clear, the white fog in his mind completely dissipated, and the boundless space in his mind instantly turned transparent. It was as if he were in a vast universe, where he could clearly see all sorts of things, and with just a thought, he could precisely find what he wanted. But what's the use of this ability? It's just that the extraction speed is faster than before. There's not much difference from the original ability. Su Wei subconsciously looked at a vase. But to his surprise, the vase suddenly floated into the air after he only glanced at it, as if he could control it to do anything with just a thought. Is this what they call mental strength? Su Wei's body began to tremble. He then focused his gaze on a desk, which slowly rose up and, following his thought, suddenly flew forward and crashed to the ground with a bang. Chapter 67. Come on, shoot me. Seeing Su Wei's trembling reaction, Zhuang Chang asked with some concern. How so? Has anything changed? Call. Su Wei looked away and suddenly exhaled. It seems to have worked. He looked at the snowmobile parked at the door and focused his mind. The snowmobile suddenly floated into the air. Su Wei felt his mind was incredibly clear at that moment. He glanced at the villain next to him, and the snowmobile flew away as if it had been launched. Thud. A 3-ton snowmobile was thrown out like a toy, crashing heavily into the villa and knocking down 2 pillars. Holy crap. Zhuang Chang was so shocked that he took several steps back, looking at Su Wei with a look of horror. He could actually control objects out of thin air. Was he even human? That's a car. The 3-ton iron behemoth was sent flying after Su Wei only glanced at it. Su Wei, you're unbeatable. Zhuang Chang swallowed hard and looked at him stammeringly. Su Wei shook his head solemnly. Invincible is not quite right. I can only manipulate objects at will, but if it were bullets... He hesitated for a moment, then took out a pistol from his spatial storage and threw it to Zhuang Chang. Come on, shoot me. His tone was flat, as if he were saying something pointless, but his gaze quietly fell on the trash can behind Zhuang Chang. If Zhuang Chang posed a threat to him, he could kill him with a trash can in a single thought. Zhuang Chang didn't notice this and looked surprised. How can we do this? We can't risk our lives. At worst, we'll just be more careful when we go out in the future. Let's just forget about this kind of test. Just stay away. Su Wei smiled and said, Come on, fire a meter to my left. Zhuang Chang raised his pistol with a slight hesitation. It wasn't that he couldn't fire a gun. On the contrary, during his more than 10 years of military service, the things Zhuang Chang was most familiar with, besides women, were firearms. But the person standing in front of me now is Su Wei. If he were to fail, Zhuang Chang would surely regret it for the rest of his life. If Su Wei dies, he will definitely feel guilty, and his standard of living will plummet. I trust you. Su Wei smiled as she looked at him, her gaze never leaving the trash can. Zhuang Chang looked at Su Wei with some emotion, and the 5-foot-tall man's eyes even reddened. Since he was forced to come here, Zhuang Chang has become increasingly grateful to Su Wei over the past month, especially since the usually cautious Su Wei now trusts him so much. Isn't such trust worth protecting with his life? Zhuang Chang took a deep breath, raised his gun, and pointed it at Su Wei, then carefully moved 2 steps to the side. Bang! The bullet travels at such a high speed that its trajectory is invisible to the naked eye. But Su Wei didn't move, her mental energy instantly focused. Suddenly, he felt as if everything in front of him had stopped, as if time itself had stopped beating. The bullet that was flying towards him suddenly became clearly visible, as if it had been enchanted, and slowly crawled forward. Su Wei glanced at it. Bang! The bullet that was originally heading towards him suddenly changed its trajectory and struck the wall next to him. Su Wei subconsciously wiped her forehead. It's clear he was terrified. If he couldn't catch the bullet, if Zhuang Chang really shot at him, he would probably be done for. They can even control bullets? Su Wei muttered to herself. At that moment, he vaguely understood his supernatural ability. As Ma Huafeng said, mental abilities are indeed advanced abilities, and their levels can be continuously upgraded as the ability grows. Now, everything in his field of vision seemed to be playing in slow motion. Even the cold wind coming out of the air seemed to be slowing down a lot. It's like a subway train traveling at high speed being suddenly slammed on the brakes at 20 miles per hour. Su Wei looked at the wrecked snowmobile again, and with just one thought, the snowmobile rose into the air and then slowly landed back on the spot. Zhuang Chang was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted and burst into laughter. This superpower is really great. We'll never be afraid of those zombies again. Whoever comes will die. Compared to Zhuang Chang's excitement, Su Wei appeared quite calm. He smiled and shook his head. Who knows how many superhumans there are in Yuntai City? Doesn't Ma Huafeng have a list? If there are high-level superhumans on that list, we're still at risk. Su Wei firmly believed that having superpowers did not mean being invincible. After all, no one knows how many people around the world have acquired superpowers or what kind of bizarre abilities they possess. It's impossible that only he's good and everyone else is a noob, right? President Su. Before Su Wei could say anything more, the walkie-talkie in her pocket suddenly rang. What's wrong? He opened the call and heard Yu Wei coldly say on the other end, "We've met our match." Could it be that a superhuman has appeared? He subconsciously thought that a new superhuman had appeared, and he felt both nervous and excited. No, we found a super zombie in a factory living area not far away. Upon hearing this, Su Wei suddenly smiled and hurriedly said, "This is a good thing. I'm just worried about where to get more of this stuff. Where are you? I'll come find you." After his superpower was upgraded, Su Wei became much bolder. As long as he's careful not to encounter other superhumans, in his current state, most people wouldn't even be able to touch him. You'd better not come. We can't catch this zombie. Yu Wei gave a wry smile. There is an organization called 13 Tai Sui in this residential area. They have taken control of the surviving residents and are looting the surrounding area. I wanted to negotiate, but they just came up and started robbing. They almost stole my snowmobile. Su Wei was somewhat surprised. Even you are no match for me. He had personally witnessed Yu Wei's kung fu skills. He could kill 2 top bodyguards with ease. There must be very few masters like him. Why? Yu Wei said with some sadness. President Su, you may not know this, but the eldest of the 13 Tai Sui was one of my former students, who used to be very outstanding. Understood. So it turns out that old Yu was surpassed by his own student. Su Wei smiled and said, "How about this? You find a safe place to wait first, Zhuang Chang, and I will be there soon." "Let's forget about it, Mr. Su." Yu Wei quickly tried to dissuade them, saying, "These 13 people are all skilled fighters. I suffered because of the gang fight and almost lost my life. It's okay, I'll go now." Su Wei originally wanted to say that he was now very powerful and also wanted to take the opportunity to intimidate Yu Wei so that he wouldn't get too comfortable and develop other ideas. But Yu Wei sighed and said, "Your marksmanship isn't very professional. If they manage to steal it again, we might not be able to come back." Chapter 68. Let's go. Let's take them down. How to describe Su Wei's marksmanship. To sum it up in 4 words, it's hard to explain in a few words. In Sun Wanner's words, it's all right, master. You are an ability user. As long as you improve your strength, there is no need to use a gun. Even Zhuang Chang couldn't help but laugh. Su Wei's casual shooting technique is no ordinary casualness. It hits in all directions. It's absolutely amazing. I'm not playing with guns anymore. Su Wei gritted her teeth and hung up the intercom. She then took out a new snowmobile from her spatial storage, and Zhuang Chang drove straight to the location where Yu Suwei was. On the way, Zhuang Chang familiarized himself with the new car's controls and said with a wry smile, "Suwei, just how much stuff have you hoarded? I haven't actually calculated that in detail." Suwei lay comfortably in the back seat, looking at the man with his legs crossed, and said, "But there aren't many modified cars like this anymore, only about a dozen." This is true. He was in the South China Logistics Zone when he crashed into a warehouse of modified cars. These snowmobiles were originally destined for the north, but Suwei intercepted them halfway there. After about half an hour's journey, the two arrived at the entrance of a spacious factory area. Yu Suwei's car was parked at the entrance, covered in scratches, clearly smashed with a metal object. Fortunately, this car is sturdy. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster if it were an ordinary car. President Su. Upon seeing Su Weilai, Yu Suwei opened the car door and got out. 3 more people came down after them. Suwei recognized them but didn't know them. They should also be residents of Cloud City. Yu is good in every way, except that he is too quick to do good deeds. Although these 3 homeowners are quite large, they wouldn't be of much use if they encountered a super zombie. In fact, they might even become a burden. So, Yu Suwei probably brought them along to share some food with them. However, Suwei didn't want to care about these things anymore. Some things were best left unsaid, and what others thought was their business. President Su. After the 3 of them came over, they bowed respectfully to Suwei. It seems that Yu Suwei had already warned them. Otherwise, if these homeowners had seen Suwei half a month ago, they would have pounced on her without saying a word. Where are those people? Su ignored the 3 of them and glanced at her surroundings. This is the living quarters of a large machinery factory, housing at least 20,000 to 30,000 workers and their families. I just don't know how many people are still alive here now. Yu Suwei pointed to a more than 10-story office building inside and said, "They are inside." Besides the 13 Tai Sui and his people, there are more than 300 factory family members inside. "Let's go, let's take them down." Suwei swaggered in, followed closely by Zhuang Chang. "Oh no, Mr. Su, be careful, they have guns." Yu Suwei stamped his foot and hurriedly followed, but the 3 people he brought hesitated and followed slowly behind, refusing to go forward. When he caught up, Zhuang Chang looked back and said, "Old Yu, compassion can kill you. Did you see that? These guys are clearly just here to cause trouble. Why did you bring them along?" Like old Yu, he had a strong sense of justice but nowhere to vent it. He always thought of himself as an angel who would save the world and wished he could go out on the streets every day to help others. But ever since he started following Suwei, Zhuang Chang has gradually been influenced by her. Because he had witnessed those hesitations and ugliness firsthand, his pity naturally vanished. Yu Suwei glanced at Suwei's back and sighed. They've been neighbors for years, so let them live their lives. They just want to survive. Who doesn't want to live? Suwei, who was walking ahead, smiled disdainfully. When they arrived at the office building, snow had already covered 2 floors, and faint firelight flickered from the windows on the 3rd floor. A window was smashed open and converted into a makeshift entrance. Suwei stood in front of the door, turned to look at the 3 of them, and said, "You 3 go and knock on the door." "What?" The 3 of them instinctively took a step back, their faces showing fear. "Mr. Su, President Su." One of them stammered. They were too ruthless, and they had guns. "We've already lost one of our men." "So what?" Suwei looked at the 3 of them indifferently and said calmly, "Is the roast chicken delicious? The roast lamb tastes pretty good too, right? Isn't it nice to have food to eat every day?" After being asked 3 questions in a row, the group lowered their heads. They knew that the food was provided by Suwei. If it weren't for him organizing this corpse-eliminating team, everyone would be starving to death now. After Yu Suwei was taken under Suwei's command, they lost their main workforce, and their lives immediately plummeted. So, in order to make a living, these people shamelessly knelt down and begged Yu Suwei to take them in. They were all longtime neighbors, and they knew old Yu's character all too well. To put it nicely, he's kind-hearted. To put it bluntly, this person is just a pushover who can't say no. It's easy to manipulate this kind of person. All you need is tears, playing the victim, and pleading. That will naturally soften their heart. However, Suwei was not like Yu Suwei, and had no obligation to indulge them. In short, are you going or not? After exchanging glances, the 3 of them had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward. They also knew that Suwei was now God, and that angering Suwei would mean cutting off their hope of survival. "People inside, come out." The 3 of them stood at the door, stammering and calling out, looking as if they had lost their parents. "Damn it, they actually dare to come here. They're simply courting death." A shout came from inside, followed by a dozen burly men coming out. Each of them was wearing thick cotton-padded clothes and carrying two large, brightly lit machetes. One of them drew his sword and slashed at the three men. "If I don't kill you all today, I'm not Wang Defa." The three homeowners were so frightened that they ran away as fast as they could. President Su helped. Su Wei hadn't expected these three to be of any great use, so he didn't even glance at them. At this moment, Wang Defa, holding a machete, looked at Su Wei and said, "So you're still calling yourself President Su? Even if you're the chairman now, you'd better die here. Go after those three people, I'll handle this one." With that, he abandoned this side and slashed directly at Su Wei. "Mr. Su, please be careful." Yu Suawei instinctively stepped in front of him, but Su Wei pushed him away. "It's all right, let him handle it." Su Wei watched Wang Defa slash at her with an undiminished smile and easily dodged the blow with a slight movement of her feet. Wang Defa missed his target with his sword, stumbled backward, and fell awkwardly to the ground. He flipped himself up, looked at Su Wei with a smile, and cursed, "Damn it, you've got some skills, kid. But you've run into your grandpa Wang. You're destined to die. Your mouth stinks. Did you grow up eating shit?" Su Wei stood there with her arms crossed, looking utterly disdainful. "I'll kill you." Chapter 69. Who do you want to be a grandfather to? Wang Defa was enraged. As the second in command among the 13 Tai Sui, he has been the undisputed leader here since the apocalypse began, and no one dares to speak to him like that. Over time, these people have long since unleashed their true nature. They began to idolize force and developed a strong desire for revenge against those who had previously been superior. Wang Defa is a typical example of an ordinary person who has been suppressed for too long. Now that he is no longer bound by social rules, he suddenly explodes. He drew his sword and slashed, but Su Wei remained motionless. Snap! Wang Defa felt a slap land on his face. Before he could react, Su Wei raised her hand and slapped him more than a dozen times. No matter where Wang Duong tried to dodge, he was always hit by Su Wei's slaps. But every time he swung his knife, Su Wei easily dodged it. Snap, 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 snap. The sound of slaps continued, and the remaining dozen or so people also lost their composure, preparing to gang up on Su Wei. But Su Weifei wasn't afraid. Instead, she took the initiative to go to meet her. President Su. Yu Suawei instinctively wanted to rush forward, but was pulled back by Zhuang Chong, who laughed and said, "Don't worry, Lao Yu, Su couldn't handle it." Having witnessed Su Wei's terrifying superpowers, Zhuang Chong had long since become his most loyal fan. Yu Suawei looked at Su Wei with a puzzled expression. He moved left and right through the crowd, dodging machetes and steel pipes that were clearly at his head with incredible skill. Yu Suawei suddenly realized something and asked, "Could it be that President Su's superpower has improved again?" Zhuang Chong looked at Su Wei with envy and shook his head, saying, "More than that, he's invincible. These people, let alone hurting him, I'd lose if they even touched him." These words were spoken with utter disdain, as if those 13 people were just 13 chickens that Su Wei could easily crush. At this moment, even Su Wei himself probably doesn't have as much confidence as Zhuang Chong. However, these people really couldn't hurt him. Su Wei weaved through the crowd, and the whistling machetes seemed to be paused in his eyes, moving at an infuriatingly slow pace. He was already able to use his superpowers to control attacks. Having just improved his strength, Su Wei also wanted to test just how far this kind of mental ability could be utilized. Su Wei wasn't in a hurry, but the 13th prince was. The youngest brother, panting heavily, cursed, "Damn it. Boss, this guy's like an eel, I can't catch him." "Stop talking nonsense. You can't cut it, but I can." The man called Boss had 2 long scars on his face and was as strong as a young calf. After a while, he stopped, panting, and said to Su Wei, "Friend, which gang are you from? Give me your name." Su Wei smiled at him. "Me? I specialize in cleaning sewers." "Damn it." The man was mocked and instinctively wanted to fight. At this moment, Yu Suawei stepped forward and said, "Chu Sheng, give up. You can't beat him. Enough with the nonsense." Chu Sheng's face twisted in a grimace as he coldly said, "I didn't provoke you, yet you came to provoke me. If I let this go today, how am I supposed to manage people in the future? And you too." Chu Sheng pointed at Yu Suawei and sneered, "If you hadn't disqualified me from the competition back then and banned me for life, would I have ended up working here?" Upon hearing this, Yu Suawei's expression turned cold as he said, "You were wrong to use performance-enhancing drugs, and you still don't know how to repent." "Bullshit, I didn't use any performance-enhancing drugs." Chu Sheng suddenly became agitated and shouted, "Don't think I don't know. You're just afraid that my kung fu is better than yours, so you had someone drug me behind my back, because you're afraid I'll take your place." Yu Suawei seemed not to have expected Chu Sheng to say that. He looked at his former apprentice with grief and indignation and shouted, "I am your master. If I were jealous of your skills, why would I have taught you in the first place? As the saying goes, teach your apprentice and you'll starve." However, Su Wei and Zhuang Chang both felt that Lao Yu wouldn't be that kind of person. If he were truly greedy for fame and fortune, he would have submitted to Su Wei long ago. Why would he be so overly compassionate and care about the lives of those homeowners? "Master," Chu Sheng laughed contemptuously. "When I was banned from the competition, why didn't you say you were my master? When I was kicked out of the association, why didn't you say that?" Yu Suwei sighed and said, "I originally wanted to wait until you calmed down before having a proper talk with you, but who knew you would disappear after leaving the Martial Arts Association? I sent people to look for you for a long time." "Stop with the pretty words." Chu Sheng interrupted Yu Suwei and said coldly, "I'll say it again. This is our territory. If you want to come in, you'll have to kill me first." This time, Su Wei and Zhuang Chang, the two bystanders, finally understood. No wonder these two, master and disciple, acted like mortal enemies. It turns out they had a history of feuds. However, Su Wei was only interested in observing and had no intention of mediating. "Then I'll just kill you." He smiled at Chu Sheng, and a cleaver suddenly flew up from the ground and slashed at Chu Sheng, etc. While Yu Suawei was surprised, he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Splash! The machete went out of control and fell to the ground. Su Wei glanced at the 13 people who were already terrified and frowned, saying, "Old Yu, even now, are you still going to be soft-hearted?" He was starting to dislike Yu Suawei's saintly heart. Yu Suawei shook his head painfully and pleaded, "President Su, he's my apprentice after all. I watched him grow up. I'll go find zombies elsewhere right now. I promise, I'll catch a super zombie for you within 3 days." Su Wei frowned but didn't say anything. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and stepped forward, coldly saying, "Stop pretending. Just kill me if you want." Although he had been numbed by Su Wei's methods, he still refused to bow down to his enemy. "No, boss." But his brothers obviously didn't think so. The youngest one quickly said, "They just want to catch zombies. We've already been through a lot with those hordes of monsters. If they want to get rid of them, so be it." "Yeah, boss, this saves us a lot of trouble. At worst, we can give them some more food. It's better than them dying." Chu glared at them angrily and said coldly, "A bunch of spineless cowards. At worst, you'll just die. What's there to be afraid of? You want to die, but we don't." Seeing that he was unmoved by reason, the second brother, named Wang Defa, suddenly stepped forward and said with a smile, "President Su, we were rude just now. We are really sorry. Don't worry, we will go and catch that zombie for you." "Unnecessary." Su Wei smiled and glanced at him, then asked, "Who were you thinking of becoming a grandfather to just now?" "I." Wang Defa subconsciously took a step back and quickly said with a forced smile, "You are the grandfather. You are the grandfather. I am the grandson." "It's too late." Su Wei glanced at Wang Defa. "What are you trying to do?" Wang Defa immediately showed a look of horror because he suddenly realized that after Su Wei glanced at him, his body was out of his control. It's like being bound by something unseen, unable to even struggle. Chapter 70, Recruiting. The next second, he was thrown out as if he were being dragged around, and he slammed violently against the wall uncontrollably. Snap! A limp corpse fell to the ground with a thud. What kind of evil magic is this? Everyone present was shocked. They retreated in terror, wishing they could hide in the ground. Su Wei ignored the horrified looks from those around her. He pointed at Chu Sheng and said calmly, "I'll give you 2 choices. Either you die like him, or you listen to me from now on. If you catch a zombie, I can give you 3 days worth of food, and if you catch a super zombie, I can give you half a month's worth." Chu Sheng had originally intended to end his life, but when he heard Su Wei mention food, he immediately swallowed the words he was about to say. He may not be afraid of death, but who doesn't want to live? Especially when there is food to eat and one doesn't have to go hungry. Real. Su Wei ignored him and said to Zhuang Chang, "Go and bring the car over." A little while later, Zhuang Chang drove over and brought out 2 more boxes of instant noodles. Su Wei glanced at the watch on her wrist and said to Chu Sheng, "I'll give you 1 hour to catch that zombie, and all these things are yours." When everyone present saw the 2 boxes of instant noodles, their first reaction was an overwhelming greed, and their instinct was to rush up and grab them. But in the end, they still didn't have the guts. This Su Wei is terrifying. He only glanced at Wang Defa, and Wang Defa ran himself to death. With such methods, let alone robbing them, they didn't even dare to run away at this moment. They could only stand obediently in place, their legs trembling uncontrollably. "You keep your word?" Chu Xing realized at this moment that it was impossible to defeat Su Wei because he was not a normal person. Those almost sorcerous techniques would be deadly, let alone martial arts masters. Even Muhammad Ali would be defeated. You have 58 minutes left. Su Wei glanced at her watch again and went straight back to the car to rest. Walk. Chu Xing no longer hesitated, gritted his teeth and asked, "Did anyone see which way that zombie ran just now?" "I know, Brother Chu. He ran towards Building 17. Hurry up, or we'll all be back to gnawing on tree bark." To survive, these people had long ago started digging in the soil, spending enormous amounts of manpower and resources to break through the ice, just to grab a piece of tree bark to fill their stomachs. Inside the snowmobile, the warm air conditioning made me want to sleep. Su Wei took off her protective suit, revealing some gaps, and immediately felt a refreshing sensation. Yu So-wei, in the passenger seat, was silent for a moment before turning around and saying, "President Su, thank you." Su Wei lay back in the back seat, her eyes slightly narrowed. "It's just a warning to others. Killing someone who isn't afraid of death won't do any good. It's better to keep him around to do something. I hope he won't disappoint me." If Su Wei had killed Chu Sheng just now, Yu So-wei might not have said anything, but he would definitely have felt bad. "No, that child has been outstanding since childhood, if it weren't for." "You made a solemn promise, but then sighed helplessly." Zhuang Chong asked curiously, "Old Yu, isn't he your most prized disciple? Why don't you trust him?" "I think Chu Sheng is a real man. He shouldn't do something like that. Performance-enhancing drugs before a competition is a taboo in any sport." Yu So-wei said with some pain, "I know that with Xiao Chu's strength, he doesn't need to rely on that kind of thing at all. But that's the fact. I can only reluctantly drive him away. Otherwise he will not only face huge compensation, but may even be retaliated against. These kinds of competitions are usually orchestrated by big shots. They used the tournament to run betting operations and made a fortune, so if anyone dared to undermine their interests, the consequences would be predictable. We've got him." Just as the three were talking, a group of people returned carrying a zombie. Su Wei glanced at his watch and smiled. 35 minutes. It seems your apprentice is indeed a talent. Yu So-wei also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Su Wei was not joking. If Chu Xing couldn't bring the zombies back, he would definitely take drastic measures. As for Su Weilai, he only shows leniency to two types of people. One type is people who are useful to him, and the other is people he trusts. His gaze swept across the zombie's eyes, and the berserk zombie immediately weakened, collapsing to the ground as a corpse in no time. How did he do that? These people had never witnessed Su Wei's abilities before, and they all showed expressions of amazement. Chu Xing looked even more wary. He had caught the zombie himself, and no one knew better than him how much effort it took and how dangerous it was. He had even lost 2 of his brothers. But Su Wei only glanced at it, and the zombie died. The youngest brother asked, his voice trembling slightly, "Big brother, is he even human?" Chu Xing shook his head with lingering fear and sighed. "This is a true master. Luckily, we didn't offend him to death, otherwise everyone here today would be dead." Su Wei finished doing all this calmly, and a moment of clarity flashed through his mind. However, he did not sense anything unusual this time. It seems that as his abilities improve, he can no longer absorb the energy of these super zombies. If he wants to advance to the next level, he doesn't know how many more of these zombies he will have to capture. "Are you willing to work for me?" Su Wei put his hands in his pockets, looked at Chu Sheng and smiled. "You're quite capable. Send me a super zombie every month, and I'll guarantee you'll never have to worry about food or drink." Without hesitation, Chu Sheng bowed and said, "Chu Sheng greets boss." But as he bowed, he subconsciously glanced at Yu So-wei beside him, a complex expression in his eyes. Su Wei smiled at him and said, "I don't care about your past grievances. When working under me, the most important thing is ability, and the second most important thing is unity." "Yes." Both of them nodded. Su Wei didn't care whether they were sincere or not, and said calmly, "There should still be quite a few surviving humans in Yuntai City. Don't limit yourselves to one place. You should actively search outwards. Yes. Work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly." After saying this, Su Wei drove away with Zhuang and Yu. "Boss, are we just going to be recruited like this?" One of the 13 Tai Sui members retorted, "That Su Wei looks powerful, but I think he's just using some unorthodox methods. If we all rush at him, it might not be enough." "Shut up." Before he could finish speaking, Chu Sheng slapped him across the face and said, "If you don't want to die, go out and find zombies." 2 boxes of instant noodles may seem like a lot, but there are more than 300 family members living in this building. Chu Sheng could ignore their lives, but he couldn't let them rebel. Otherwise, these 2 boxes of instant noodles would become the trigger for murder. He changed his tone and said seriously, Su Wei's abilities are beyond our ability to resist, so only by obeying will we survive. If anyone dares to disrespect President Su again, I'll kill him. Do you hear me? I heard that. Chapter 71, Cannibalism. The arrival of the Ice Age heralded the beginning of another world. All things unknown began to take root and sprout, and many changes that are beyond human comprehension are quietly altering the world. The three drove home, and Yu Suowei picked up 2 bags of milk and left in a hurry. Since Su Wan and her son moved into the house, old Yu, who had been suffering from drought for more than 30 years, finally experienced the joy of a cycad blooming and took care of Xiao Bao as if he were his own son. Old Yu is so happy he's forgotten all about home. Su Wei has never been married, so she naturally cannot experience the beauty of that kind of family affection. Zhuang Chang was an old bachelor, but he was over 40 years old, so his feelings were deeper than Su Wei's. He looked outside with a hint of envy and laughed. That's right, a wife, kids, and a warm bed. I wouldn't trade this life for anything, not even the gods. Then you should find one too. Su Wei smiled and said, there are quite a few housewives in the neighborhood. They are experienced and charming. But you can pick a couple to take home and warm your bed, but at least don't get really emotionally involved. As I said before, in the apocalypse, emotions can be deadly. Zhuang Chang's eyes lit up with hope, but he shook his head and said, let's forget it. There's no one reliable at a time like this. I don't want to wake up one day and be sold out again. It seems that the blow from Su shouting to him has not completely subsided. Su Wei smiled and said, there are still good women out there. It's just that your approach is wrong. You can't just be nice to her all the time. You need to make her realize your value so that she wouldn't dare to have any thoughts of betrayal. Back at the villa, Sun Wanner had just finished preparing lunch. You're back. She obediently took off her apron, came over to help Su Wei take off his protective suit, and then knelt down to help him put on his slippers. Sun Wanner smiled brightly. I've turned on the hot water. Would you like to take a shower first? Let's eat first. What did you make today? Su Wei sat down with a clear conscience. Sun Wanner quickly served him a bowl of rice and a piece of braised pork, saying with a smile, I just learned how to make braised pork today. Try it and see how it is. It feels great to be served like this, giving you a feeling of euphoria both physically and mentally. In particular, Sun Wanner is a woman who knows how to take initiative, and she handles this initiative perfectly. Every smile and frown of hers is captivating. Su Wei put down the bowl and pulled her into his arms. Savoring the delicate aroma, he tilted his head back, took a deep breath, and said with a smile, braised pork is delicious, but the others are even better. Ugh, I need to eat too. Aren't you hungry? Sun Wanner's coy and alluring demeanor is incredibly tempting. I'm hungry, so I've decided to eat you first. Eek. Sun Wanner let out a soft cry, a blush rising around her ears. Be gentle, you're hurting me. Sun Wanner's pretty face flushed crimson, her eyes misty as she murmured, let's go inside. It's much better. I'm so shy. Su Wei's breathing gradually became heavy. He picked up Sun Wanner and walked to the bedroom, then tossed her onto the soft Simmons bed. Advanced beings often only require simple means of communication. Once those pretenses are shed, everyone returns to their true selves and treats each other with sincerity. Greet the other party with the most enthusiastic cheers. Half an hour later, the room gradually quieted down, leaving only intermittent breathing. Suddenly, a sob came from Su Wei's arms. Why are you crying? Sun Wanner buried her face in his chest and choked out, I miss Grandpa and my family. I don't know if they're still alive. Su Wei paused for a moment and didn't say anything. He grew up in an orphanage and had never experienced the taste of family affection in his 27 years, so he naturally couldn't understand Sun Wanner's feelings at this moment. Don't worry, if they are still alive, we will meet again someday. Su Wei hugged her closer and said, I can promise you that if your family ever shows up, I can provide them with basic living security. Thank you, Su Wei. Sun Wanner was even more moved upon hearing this, and sobbed, I know you're not a cold-blooded person, it's just that you bury yourself too deep. You're afraid of betrayal and even more afraid of being hurt by your loved ones, so you never give your feelings to anyone. But I love you, really. I've fallen in love with you, even if you don't have this villa, even if we go hungry together outside. Su Wei smiled, gently stroked her face a few times, and said softly, okay, I know. After getting up and going to the living room, Su Wei gulped down a glass of water and then let out a long sigh. He picked up his phone. The signal icon had disappeared, replaced by the words, no service available. However, he has his own local area network, and once connected, he can use some basic chat software or some single-player games. Before the game was even finished, Su Wei suddenly heard a scream coming from outside the villa. He put down his phone and went to the window, where he saw a skinny man lying in the snow, his blood staining the ice and snow and seeping in. A big, fat woman? The man who was hacked to death was her skinny husband. He frowned as he looked outside. The fat woman was brandishing a kitchen knife and slashed it hard at the man's neck. Not long after, an arm was cut off. The fat woman frantically raised her arm and brought her mouth to it, the still warm blood flowing into her mouth. Like a ferocious beast, she severed another arm, drank the warm blood inside, and gasped for breath. After doing all that, she left carrying her dismembered husband. A round head remained in the snow. Oh. Sun Wanner arrived at the window at some point and witnessed the fat woman drinking blood. She couldn't help but scream in surprise. She. Sun Wanner stared in terror at the fat woman's retreating figure, like a wild beast returning from hunting. Su Wei felt a little nauseous in her chest. He frowned, suppressing his anger, and sighed. There's nothing strange about it. People will do anything when they're starving. Is she going to eat her husband? Sun Wanner asked incredulously. Although she had seen many such scenes of dismembering corpses in the hospital before, those were for saving lives, but what she saw before her eyes was cannibalism. Although Su Wei did not witness cannibalism firsthand in her previous life, she knew that some people had done it. In this life, he was reborn with billions of resources. Although he always said that human nature is ugly, deep down he did not want to see this scene. So even though many of those homeowners died, at least thanks to Su Wei's grace, they didn't end up as beasts. But the fat woman's actions today made Su Wei suddenly realize a truth. Provide emergency aid, not long-term support. No matter how much resources he has, it's useless. When humanity turns into bestiality, anything is possible. Chapter 72, First Love. What would it feel like to dismember your husband with your own hands and eat him? Su Wei stared blankly out the window. He didn't want to know, much less think about it. In the apocalypse, humanity has long since faded. In extreme hunger, some people have shown an amazing will to survive, like the fat woman. She would rather eat her husband than not live. Some people, unable to overcome their sense of reason, chose to end their own lives. How terrifying. How could she eat people? How could this happen? Sun Wanner shook her head, still shaken, trying to erase the scene from her mind. Su Wei said calmly, who knows? The destructive power of the universe is something that humans cannot contend with. We are too insignificant as dust. Luckily, we're still alive, and we haven't turned into that. Just as the two were filled with emotion, the walkie-talkie suddenly rang. Su Wei, there's something I'd like to ask you. On the walkie-talkie, Zhuang Chang's voice sounded hesitant. Su Wei paused for a moment, then said, You mean? Since the apocalypse began, Su Wei has been extremely wary of everyone around him, and the number of people he can truly trust is very small. One is Sun Wanner, and the other is Zhuang Chang. As for Yu Suowei and Chu Shang, whom he had just taken under his wing, their relationship was purely based on mutual benefit. If anything went wrong, he would not hesitate to discard them. In Su Wei's memory, Zhuang Chang had never spoken to her first, and he always did whatever she asked without complaint. But this time, he actually took the initiative to ask her for help. I ran into an old friend. Her husband starved to death, and her daughter is dying. Zhuang Chang's tone gradually softened, as if he was embarrassed to speak. But after hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I know that Dr. Sun is a famous attending physician. Could you please ask her to save this child? In such an environment, once a person gets sick, it's no different from death, let alone a child. Su Wei glanced at Sun Wanner subconsciously and said, Is he reliable? You know, the people outside are no different from animals now. Be careful. This is the truth. If Zhuang Chang were sick, Su Wei would definitely have Sun Wanner take action without hesitation. But what if a complete stranger has ulterior motives, regardless of whether he is truly kind? When a person comes from hell to heaven, their first reaction is definitely to do everything possible to stay. Zhuang Chang understood all this perfectly well, but he still gritted his teeth and said, She is my first love. I never thought that after more than 20 years, I would meet her again at this time. I beg you, I want to save her. His voice trembled, like a child who had done something wrong. First love? Su Wei looked like a bystander watching the drama unfold. Good heavens, it's been 20 years since we last met, and now that we're reunited, everything has changed. One is a wealthy, eligible bachelor with no worries about food or drink. The other is a widow's first love, who has been patiently waiting for fate to decide her fate. This is definitely a post-apocalyptic, unfinished love story. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray it like this. However, Zhuang Chang's first love is quite remarkable, managing to endure for so long in the apocalypse. and even raising a 2-year-old daughter. It is clear that she was not the kind of weak and frail, ordinary woman. Otherwise, the mother and daughter would have starved to death long ago. Thinking of this, Su Wei changed her tone and said with a smile, "It's a good thing to reunite with your first love from back then. No need to be shy. Bring her back first, and let Wanner take a look at the child later." Oh, Zhuang Chang hadn't expected Su Wei to change so much. When he took Su shouting in, he was incredibly calm and showed absolutely no mercy. Su Wei laughed irritably. "What ah? Hurry back. The child is very weak. Don't delay." Su Wei, thank you. Really, thank you so much." On the walkie-talkie, Zhuang Chang's voice was choked with emotion. Not good with words. He could only keep repeating the word, "thank you." Su Weiyun smiled nonchalantly and said, "All right, we don't need this. What's the point of brothers thanking each other like this? Okay, I'll go back right away." The smile on Su Wei's face vanished instantly after she hung up the phone. Sun Wanner had overheard their conversation from the side. She had originally planned to prepare the necessary medical tools in advance so that she could receive timely treatment later. But after seeing Su Wei's eyes, she immediately calmed down and said softly, "Actually, you didn't want to save that mother and daughter at all, did you?" Su Wei smiled at her with a feigned fierce expression and said, "Being too smart is not good." "Why? Brother Zhuang is so loyal to you. Don't you even trust him?" A sense of sadness welled up in Sun Wanner's heart. She knew that Su Wei was never someone who gave her heart away easily. But Zhuang Chang has been following him around like a servant since before the apocalypse. If Su Wei doesn't even trust him, then what about me? Aside from this body she used to vent her frustrations and her medical skills, which she was so proud of, Sun Wanner had nothing else. She had thought that even if Su Wei didn't love her, he at least had some feelings for her after spending so much time together. But his reaction to Zhuang Chang today chilled Sun Wanner's heart. Seeing Sun Wanner's pretty face filled with loneliness, Su Wei knew she was definitely overthinking things. He sighed and said, "I know Zhuang Chang's personality all too well, but you have to understand that people can change, not just Zhuang Chang, but everyone." Sun Wanner wanted to say something more, but Su Wei shook her head and said, "It's not that I don't trust Brother Chang, it's that I don't trust that woman. If a woman can survive in such extreme circumstances until now, do you think she would be a naive and innocent person?" His gaze was deep as he said, "If she came here and saw this place, what would she think? She would do everything she could to stay, while Zhuang Chang." "You mean, her presence will influence Chang Ji's thinking?" Sun Wanner was indeed very clever and immediately understood Su Wei's meaning. "That's right." He sneered. "A woman who can survive the apocalypse could become a potential threat if she can't control her greed. Zhuang Chang's character is beyond reproach, but as the saying goes, a man is most afraid of the whispers in his pillow. If that woman is too clever, given Zhuang Chang's feelings for his first love, he might very well be influenced by her." Sun Wanner nodded thoughtfully and said, "It's obvious that Brother Chang loves his first love very much. He has never asked you for anything before." So, Su Wei's expression was somewhat cold as she smiled and said, "Brother Chang is probably already blinded by love. Once he's bewitched by that woman, his future days won't be peaceful." Chapter 73. A Scheming Woman. Zhuang Chang returned quickly. He jumped out of the car and carefully carried a 2-year-old girl out of the car. Then, a fair-skinned woman got out of the car. She shivered at first, hurriedly wrapped her wide-open neckline, and then curiously looked around at her surroundings. It was a very beautiful villa, with green tiles and blue bricks on the outside and bright lights inside. Stared blankly at him. She hadn't seen any light, let alone such a bright room, since the apocalypse. It's like a person in darkness suddenly seeing the light of dawn. "Lingling, don't just stand there, come inside quickly." Zhuang Chang held the child, and when he saw the woman's stunned expression, a hint of pride appeared on his face. Men are boys until they die, especially in front of women they like. They always want to show their best side and hear her say, "Wow, you're awesome." This kind of praise, which offers absolutely no real benefit, is precisely what makes countless men willingly give their all. The woman, having recovered her senses, looked at Zhuang Chang with surprise and admiration, saying, "Brother Chang, I never imagined you could afford such a luxurious house." "This?" Zhuang Chang paused for a moment, then said somewhat awkwardly, "I don't live here, I live outside." Following the direction Zhuang Chang pointed, the woman saw the storage room, which was only about 20 square meters in size. "Huh? This?" The shock on the woman's face visibly disappeared. Zhuang Chang was a little displeased, but he still smiled and coaxed, "Come in quickly, Lingling. It's very warm inside. I guarantee you won't want to leave once you're here." "Okay, coming right away." The woman quickly concealed her unusual expression and went into the house with a smile. Like everyone who has been here, the woman was stunned as soon as she entered. The environment is warm and bright, and it is fully equipped with facilities, including a bathroom and a toilet. What's even more shocking is that the table was covered with all kinds of food. Although they are just ordinary cookies and snacks and some packaged meat, you have to understand that this is the apocalypse, and many people die without ever having a hot meal. Regardless of Zhuang Chang's permission, the woman pounced on him like a hungry wolf, tearing open a roast chicken and wolfing it down. That wasn't enough. She continued eating while unpacking other packages, as if she wanted to stuff everything into her stomach. Zhuang Chang wanted to tell her to cherish the food. But then I thought, she must have been starving for too long, and when she saw so much food all at once, she couldn't control herself. Zhuang Chang put the child on the bed and fed her some soy milk and bread. The child's face quickly became rosy. He then picked up the walkie-talkie and called out, "Hello, Su Wei. We're back. Are you available? Could you let Dr. Sun come down and take a look at the child?" Upon hearing this, the woman who was eating hurriedly and vaguely replied, "Yes, yes, please save the child. The child has had a fever for several days." Her face was pleading, and she shed tears like a loving mother. But when she was eating just now, she clearly didn't care about her daughter at all and was enjoying her meal all by herself. Su Wei received the call and brought Sun Wanner over. Now that there's nothing in the neighborhood that can threaten him anymore, Su Wei has become much less cautious. Upon entering the storage room, he immediately spotted the woman who was devouring food and drinks. He didn't speak, but Sun Wanner smiled and reminded him, "Big sister, eat less. You can't overeat when you're hungry for a long time, or you'll ruin your stomach." The woman then turned around and looked over. What a handsome man, what a beautiful woman. Seeing the two men dressed in expensive clothes and Sun Wanner's pretty appearance, the woman quickly realized that these two must be the masters. She quickly stood up, bowing deeply with tears streaming down her face, and said, "Thank you. Thank you for taking us in. If it weren't for your kindness, my daughter and I would probably have starved to death. Thank you." The woman seemed to be sincerely thanking them, but her words carried ulterior motives. What does it mean to say, "Thank you for taking me in"? Just now, Zhuang Chang only wanted to ask Sun Wanner to save people on the phone. He didn't mention taking them in. Although Su didn't know Zhuang Chang's thoughts, he would definitely ask Su to take them in. But before Zhuang Chang could speak, this woman preemptively defined the situation. Wasn't she just afraid that Su Wei would refuse to take them in? This shows that this woman is not stupid at all. Zhuang Chang also looked embarrassed and said, "Stop talking, Ling Ling. I haven't told Su Wei about this yet. This is someone's home, and we need their consent first." Then he gave Su Wei an awkward smile and said, "She's my first love, Gao Ling. She used to live in Chaonan District. We ran into each other today, and that's how it happened." Su Wei nodded and hummed in agreement. Sun Wanner glanced at the woman with some displeasure. She felt that this woman named Gao Ling was too scheming. She then looked at the child on the bed, took out her medical kit, and examined the child. She frowned and said, "The child's breathing is too weak. This is caused by damage to her lungs and internal organs. We need to get a ward ready quickly and give her a full examination." "Huh? This?" Gao Ling said, somewhat at a loss. "I thought it was just from hunger and catching a cold. Where can we find a hospital room at a time like this?" Sun Wanner put down her stethoscope with a serious expression and said, "There are many kinds of colds. The child is in critical condition and needs immediate treatment." She knew that Su Wei's space contained piles of medical equipment, including advanced CT scanners. If he wanted, he could turn his home into a hospital. But Su Wei didn't say anything. He wanted to see what kind of person Gao Ling really was. Gao Ling looked at her daughter with a conflicted expression, then turned to Zhuang Chang. Zhuang Chang couldn't hold back any longer and pleaded, "Dr. Sun, please do your best. The child is so young. It would be such a pity if he were to die like this." It seems that Zhuang Chang truly loves Gao Ling and is even willing to be her adoptive father, caring for her even more than her biological father. "Don't worry, Brother Zhuang. I'll do my best." Sun Wanner nodded, then said, "However, this child needs immediate treatment, otherwise." She glanced at Su Wei beside her, but Su Wei shook her head and held back what she was about to say. She knew that if Su Wei was unwilling, even if a god came, it would be in vain. Gao Ling was also at a loss and said in a tearful voice, "But where can we get those medical supplies now? Maybe we should just take medicine, in case it gets better?" She knew that going to the hospital now was just wishful thinking. Zhuang Chang quickly reassured him, "Don't worry. How about we go outside and look for something? See if there's anything usable in those hospitals." Oh. Gao Ling was clearly stunned for a moment. It was obvious that she was extremely unwilling to leave at this moment. Chapter 74. Who wants to have your child? Having finally arrived in this warm and welcoming environment, how could Gao Ling bear to leave? Moreover, judging from Su Wei and Sun Wanner's indifferent attitude, it was obvious that they weren't too fond of her, this uninvited guest. What if they changed their minds after she leaves and refuse to take her in? Wouldn't she have to go back to that cold and unbearable house? No, absolutely not. She knew that once she left this place, only death awaited her. Gao Ling leaned weakly against the sofa and said aggrievedly, "Chong, I really don't have any strength left. Why don't you go look for him? I'll stay home and take care of the child. Besides, the child can't live without me." Zhuang Chong thought about it and agreed, so he nodded and got up to leave. No. Seeing Zhuang Chong's expression, as if he wanted to give his life for her, Su Wei smiled helplessly. "Wanner, take the child to the medical room. Tell me if you need anything. He's still the same, cold on the outside, warm on the inside." Sun Wanner smiled sweetly, picked up the child, and prepared to leave. Gao Ling subconsciously stood up and quickly followed. Zhuang Chong quickly pulled her back and said seriously, "Come back, Lingling, we can't go there." "Why?" Gao Ling looked at the villa with longing. The furnishings inside were exquisite, and she could vaguely see the high-end furniture and beautiful murals. If Zhuang Chong's place is the gates of heaven, then that place is where God lives. Zhuang Chong didn't explain much, but said seriously, for no reason other than that Su Wei's house. No one is allowed to enter except for Dr. Sun. He knew how much effort Su Wei had put into building this shelter, and he understood that with Su Wei's personality, no matter how strong he was, he would not allow even the slightest unknown risk to appear around him. "But that's my child. How can I not be by her side?" Gao Ling's eyes held an undisguised desire, but her face was full of sorrow as she timidly said, "I just want to stay by my child's side. Please, Brother Chong." "No," Zhuang Chong said firmly. "That's not a place we can go. Don't worry, Dr. Sun is one of the top attending physicians in the country. Mingming will be fine with her there." Upon hearing this, Su Wei simply smiled and took Sun Wanner and the child back. The basement floor has now become Sun Wanner's laboratory, filled with all sorts of equipment, but so far, she has made no progress in her experiments with zombies. Su Wei converted a nearby room into a suggested medical room. Taking out a set of medical equipment from her spatial storage, Sun Wanner began to examine the child's body. Half an hour later, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and came out. She wiped the sweat from her face and said, "Luckily you stockpiled those testing devices before, otherwise this child would have been beyond saving." However, Gao Ling is a bit greedy. She doesn't seem to genuinely like Brother Zhuang. Su Wei was outside fiddling with the experimental equipment when she casually remarked, "It doesn't matter. As long as she behaves and doesn't cause trouble, it's like finding a companion for Brother Chong." Sun Wanner smiled and said, "I hope so, otherwise you'll start another killing spree." Su Wei fiddled with the microscope, shook her head, and said, "I'm afraid we can't do it this time, otherwise there will be a rift between us. We need to let Brother Chong see the woman's true colors for himself, otherwise we will become disunited." Honest advice, even when it's hard to swallow, is often unpleasant to hear. If someone can't understand something for themselves, no amount of persuasion will be effective and may even backfire. Sun Wanner nodded, then said worriedly, "But I don't know how to raise a child. The baby is still small, she'll poop. What should I do? I don't know how to do that either." Su put down the microscope, picked up a test tube, and shrugged with a smile. At that moment, the child in the medical room woke up, followed by a loud cry. "Ugh, this is so annoying." Sun Wanner pouted as she went upstairs, then came back down with several packets of formula and diapers. These are the things Su Wei usually uses to train his superpowers, and now they've come in handy. Su Wei sat on the lab table, arms crossed, watching with a smile as Sun Wanner frantically changed the baby's diaper, occasionally letting out a few screams. "Ouch! She peed on my hand." Sun Wanner retreated a great distance like a startled rabbit. Haha, Su Wei finally couldn't help but laugh. Sun Wanner wiped the urine stains off her hands in a flustered manner and glared at him angrily. "You're still laughing? It's all your fault. Why did you have to let Brother Zhuang bring them back for no reason?" Su Wei said speechlessly, "Hey, you were the one who said I was heartless before. Why are you blaming me now?" Sun Wanner was speechless for a moment, then pouted and said, "Then you should avoid these kinds of favors in the future." Haha. Su Wei smiled and said, "All right, consider this a rehearsal. You'll be more adept at handling these things in the future." A rehearsal in advance. Sun Wanner suddenly froze on the spot. Her face instantly flushed red, a mixture of shyness and longing. "Pa, who wants to have a child with you?" She blushed as she continued changing the baby's diaper, but her pretty face still held an undisguised smile. He wants me to have his child. Does that mean he already considers me his woman? But I am an independent woman. Should I say yes or no? But children can be so cute sometimes, with their chubby little hands and feet. They're so adorable and delicate. If they were your own children, they would definitely be even more beautiful and adorable. That's how women are. Just give them a topic, and they can conjure up all sorts of images. Although Su Wei is not in a hurry to have children, this is something that can't be avoided. If nothing unexpected happens, Sun Wanner should be the mother of his child. Of course, this is under the premise of no unexpected events. In this storage room, after eating her fill, Gao Ling's complexion became much rosier, making her already fair face look even more charming. Su Wei was right. This woman was definitely not the ordinary naive and innocent type. When she came in, her face was spotless, and although her clothes were a little dirty, they were exceptionally neat, including the 2 rows of buttons on her chest. In temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius, no one would forget to keep warm. If she didn't do it on purpose, Su Wei would gouge her eyes out. Moreover, in an environment where even human life is not guaranteed, Gao Ling still has time to care about her appearance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she is a carbon copy of Su Shouting. Unfortunately, Zhuang Chang is now completely smitten with love. After all, Gao Ling and Su Shouting were different. One was her first love whom she had once deeply loved, while the other was someone she had temporarily obtained to satisfy her physical needs. After eating and drinking her fill, Gao Ling gradually became more lively. Her eyes were filled with tears, making her look very pitiful. She kept murmuring about her daughter, like a very loving mother. Zhuang Chang had no skills in coaxing women, so he could only keep comforting her from the sidelines. Chapter 75. Ah Chang quickly hugged me. After their passionate encounter, the couple, who were each other's first love, rediscovered the beauty of their past relationship. Gao Ling nestled obediently in Zhuang Chang's arms like a naive little girl. Chang, since you've known Su Wei for a long time and done so many things for him, why did he let you live outside? She still hadn't given up. That villa was an irresistible temptation for her. Although the environment there was hundreds of times better than outside, who wouldn't want a better life? Zhuang Chang lay on the bed with a look of enjoyment on his face and casually said, Su Wei said that the most unpredictable thing in the apocalypse is people's hearts, so we have to be extremely careful and can't trust anyone. Even you can't. Gao Ling lay on his broad chest, her fingers drawing circles on his lower abdomen. Provoked and feeling threatened again, Zhuang Chang laughed and said, Of course he trusts me. That's right. You've done so much for him. How could he not trust you? Besides, my Chang is so strong. He can even catch zombies. Who wouldn't want such a strong man? Gao Ling knew very well what a man needed most, face. Zhuang Chang said with pride, Zombies are nothing. Yesterday, we caught a super zombie. That thing was really powerful. It broke a tree as thick as a bowl by crashing into it, but I managed to hold it down in the end. I knew it. My Ah Chang is the best. She first praised him, but then said, But I always feel that Su Wei looks down on people, as if they are all his servants. No, he just doesn't trust those people, so he's always on guard. Besides, without Su Wei, I would have starved to death long ago. Zhuang Chang has always been a grateful person. He fears he can never repay Su Wei's kindness in this lifetime. Hearing him say that, Gao Ling knew she couldn't say anything more, so she changed her tone and said, Well, Su Wei is a good person, and he's been very good to you. After a brief silence, the two became affectionate again. After a while, Gao Ling suddenly pushed away Zhuang Chang's hand that was about to explore downwards and sighed. Sigh. I wonder how Ming Ming is doing. Zhuang Chang, whose anger had long since been rekindled, hurriedly reassured him. Don't worry, Dr. Sun's medical skills are among the best in the country. He will definitely be able to cure the child. Gao Ling held that hand and gently rubbed it against her lower abdomen, causing Zhuang Chang's initial passion to ignite. But they've never taken care of a child before. Ming Ming is still so young. She'll fuss and cry if she's even slightly upset. What if she annoys Su Wei and his wife? Gao Ling sighed, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yes. Zhuang Chang nodded helplessly. Su Wei and Dr. Sun are not married yet, so they definitely won't be able to take care of the child. They're probably worried about it right now. Should I go see the child tomorrow? Gao Ling asked tentatively, then quickly added, We should teach them how to take care of the children, otherwise they'll get annoyed, and if things get complicated, it won't look good. That's true. Zhuang Chang, unsuspecting, nodded and said, Then I'll talk to Su Wei about it tomorrow. Well, if it doesn't work out, we can bring the child back. It's not convenient for them to stay at someone else's house all the time. As she spoke, Gao Ling turned over and sat on Zhuang Chang's lap. Zhuang Chang, who was just about to show off his prowess, was suddenly stunned. Should he bring him back? Although the child is still young, he is old enough to talk. If we bring him back, and given the limited space here, it will be inconvenient for him to do things later. Anyway, Su Wei's place has 4 floors, so there's always room for the kids. What are you thinking about, Chang? Hug me. Before he could think further, Gao Ling took the initiative to hug his head and pressed it into her soft breasts. The next day at noon, Zhuang Chang sat up in bed, groaning. I overexerted myself last night, and my back feels like it's broken. Gao Ling, however, got up early and prepared the meal. Although it was just some simple quick food, she transformed it into a delicious feast. I saw there were some vegetables in the cupboard, so I took the liberty of making a salad. How did it taste? Gao Ling looked at Zhuang Chang with hopeful eyes, like a little girl waiting for her father's praise. Zhuang Chang immediately began to eat heartily, praising repeatedly. Delicious. Lingling's cooking skills are superb. The joy of reuniting with his first love, the lingering afterglow of their passionate encounter, and the loving meal prepared by his wife. It was no surprise that Zhuang Chang succumbed to temptation. After dinner, he had just started to have some ideas when Gao Ling's words stopped him. Why don't we go and bring the child back? After all, we'll be a family from now on, and we can't keep living in their house forever. Zhuang Chang immediately turned into a sour face. Whether he loves Gao Ling or not is obvious. It's definitely true love. Even the strongest love doesn't mean he'd willingly raise someone else's child. If he weren't so heartless, he would have abandoned the child long ago. Besides, Gao Ling would never abandon the child. If he really did that, Gao Ling would definitely break up with him. Of course, this is just Zhuang Chang's idea. So he picked up the walkie-talkie and called Su Wei. Brother Chang gets up very early. Su Wei glanced at the 2:30 p.m. clock on the wall and laughed jokingly. Hey, I was a bit out of line yesterday. Haha, when have you ever not lost your composure? You're a man, aren't you the same? You've already exhausted Dr. Sun in just 1 month. After exchanging a few playful words, Zhuang Chang got straight to the point. Su Wei, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What's wrong? Zhuang Chang smiled awkwardly. Isn't this my Lingling? I heard you've never taken care of a child before, so you must be quite flustered. Let's see if we can let her go and look after her, and then she can come back when she's calmed down. Oh, that's what it is. Su Wei replied calmly. Don't worry about it. Zhuang Chang thought he was angry, so he quickly said, I just felt that the child was too much of a nuisance at your place, and I was afraid you would be uncomfortable. Lingling did say she wanted to bring the child back, but I've only just had a good day, and if the kids come, my place is too small. It's often said that men are driven by their lower instincts, and Zhuang Chang is a perfect example of that. Su Wei smiled without saying a word. He knew that Gao Ling must have whispered in his ear yesterday. Otherwise, given Zhuang Chang's personality, he would never have said such things. Su Wei pretended to hesitate for a moment, then said, Okay, let her come over every morning, noon and night to feed the baby and change his diapers. Well, Zhuang Chang nodded with a smile. I knew my brother was a true friend, haha. If our nephew is born tomorrow, let Lingling go and take care of the child for you. You two won't have to worry about anything. Su Wei suddenly laughed. Let her take care of my child? What will my future children become? Chapter 76, A Bountiful Harvest at the Police Station. The 43rd day after the apocalypse. The once bustling and prosperous Yuntai city has fallen into a deathly silence, as if God has taken its soul away. Beneath the snow-covered landscape, ice had swallowed everything on the ground, and those buildings that once towered into the clouds now appeared to have shrunk considerably. Countless lives were buried by the blizzard, and the once proud infrastructure was reduced to ruins. Su Wei stood in front of the skylight, holding up binoculars and looking into the distance, where everything in sight was white. Should we go out and find some supplies? He considered the types of supplies in the space. Food was certainly plentiful, and energy was also plentiful, but offensive weapons were a weakness. China's laws are among the best in the world, and the gun ban has been in effect for 80 years. Except for the top tycoons, ordinary people don't even have the chance to touch a bullet. But now it's the apocalypse. Even if he has superpowers, Su Wei still feels somewhat hesitant without some offensive weapons for defense. He still remembers what Ma Huafeng said back then. At this time, all 6 air defense bases in Yuntai City were controlled by some powerful figures. If that's the case, then they must have an army to rely on, and even advanced weaponry. His secrets will eventually be exposed, and those powerful forces will definitely target him. Even if he manages to escape using his superpowers, he will become a stray dog. Su Wei doesn't want to be a dog, not in her past life, and even less in this life. He has a happy and peaceful house where it is spring all year round, like paradise. He had a beautiful and charming maid who allowed him to enjoy a royal lifestyle in this devastated world. He also had a loyal and righteous friend, which made his monotonous life less lonely. And those lovely homeowners. Although they were annoying at times, whenever Su Wei saw these people, he felt as if the world hadn't ended yet, making him feel that all of this was still real. Therefore, in order to protect all of this, he must become even stronger. Let's do it. He turned on the walkie-talkie and called out to Zhuang Chang. Then the two drove the snowmobile out of the residential area. In his mind, the Chaonan District Public Security Bureau was located more than 20 kilometers away from Cloud City, where he might be able to make some progress. As he sped along, he could vaguely see figures flickering in those upscale residential areas. This proves that there are still many people alive at this moment, and they are using their indomitable human will to fight against those disasters in the final battle. Although they will eventually die, every extra day they live brings them one more day of hope. Once the Ice Age stabilizes, the surviving humans will gradually adapt to this extremely cold and resource-scarce environment, and at least they won't die so easily. Like the snow wolves of Siberia, after hundreds of years of breeding and reproduction, they finally became the masters of that snowy land. Su Wei tried looking at the dilapidated public facilities on both sides of the road, which were instantly stored in his spatial storage. He breathed a sigh of relief, and a sense of security welled up inside him. A great man once said, "In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks will be in vain." After driving for more than half an hour on the snow-covered roads, Su Wei and Zhang Chang finally arrived at the Chaonan District Police Station, which was quiet and seemed to have been abandoned. However, the police station is now mostly covered by snow and ice, so they can only climb up to the 4th floor from the middle of the 3rd floor and then search down from the 4th floor. Climbing to the 4th floor window, Su Wei took out a cutting knife from her spatial storage and, after working for more than 10 minutes, finally managed to create an opening large enough for a person to pass through. He jumped into the house in a few quick movements, then took out a pistol and threw it to Zhuang Chang. The pistol doesn't pose much of a threat to Su Wei right now, and besides, Zhuang Chang is unlikely to betray him. Giving it to him would also increase their combat effectiveness. For me, as soon as Zhuang Chang came in, he caught the pistol that Su Wei threw to him and started playing with it with a happy expression. Su Wei smiled and said, "How about it, Brother Chang? Do you know how to use it?" "Are you kidding me?" Zhuang Chang said with a proud expression. "I'm a veteran. Even if I forget who my wife is, I will never forget how to use a gun." As he spoke, he took a step forward, assumed a standard combat stance, gripped his gun with both hands, and squinted his right eye as he looked around. However, another problem soon arose. When they went down to the 2nd floor, it was already covered in ice and snow, with not a single ray of light. Su Wei had no choice but to take out 2 extra-large lights, connect them to the power supply, and the office building was immediately brighter, like stars suddenly appearing in the dark night. Unfortunately, neither he nor Zhuang Chang were familiar with the internal structure of the Public Security Bureau, and they had no idea where the armory was located, so they could only search room by room. The 2nd floor is mostly filled with various police officers' offices, which contain some documents and files, as well as a few computers that can never be turned on. Su Wei didn't linger and went straight down to the 1st floor via the internal staircase. Because of the snow and ice, the 1st floor was covered with a lot of snow and ice, so we could only walk through the best places. The doors were also locked, so we had to break a window to get in. If this had happened in the past, their banditry of robbing a police station would have earned them at least 3 to 5 days in prison. When they broke down the door of a detention cell, the scene inside left him both amused and exasperated. Inside the closed detention cell, a row of iron benches were placed against the wall, and 7 or 8 criminal suspects huddled together, still wearing short-sleeved shirts from the pre-apocalyptic era. Su Wei couldn't help but sigh. Just don't break the law. Otherwise, what if the end of the world suddenly comes while you're being interrogated? And then, well, he had been to the police station before for business reasons, and the oppressive feeling of that enclosed space lingered in his memory. Su Wei did not linger, because it was clear that there was nothing he needed there. After bypassing the interrogation room, we arrived at the innermost room in the corridor. The thick iron door indicated that what was inside was definitely not simple. He gave a signal, and Zhuang Chang raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the keyhole. Perhaps the iron gate was stiff from being frozen, because it took the 2 of them a long time to open it. Su Wei was right. This was where the police station stored its weapons, Type 94 pistols, automatic rifles, and even a brand new AW-50. This is the real good stuff. Zhuang Chang's eyes lit up when he saw the sniper rifle. He hugged it tightly, even more excited than when he hugged Gao Ling yesterday. Su Wei took it and played with it for a while before putting it into her spatial storage. No man can resist the allure of firearms, especially Chinese men. Especially this AW-50, with its long-range high-explosive bullets. Any creature within 800 meters is doomed to be slaughtered. If you put this on the skylight when you get home, everything you see will be a pure land. But thinking about his own marksmanship, Su Wei sighed helplessly again. Chapter 77. Enough to keep you entertained for a long time. After clearing the room of all the guns, Su Wei didn't leave anything else behind. Bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, high-explosive shields, and even more luckily, he found a box of unopened grenades. That was the real treasure. So what if my marksmanship is bad? This thing is a guaranteed indiscriminate attack when it explodes. Everyone within its blast radius will die. If combined with his own special abilities. Su Wei felt as if he had opened a door to a new world, and his face lit up with ecstasy. Imagine you're facing an enemy unarmed, and he's mocking and laughing at you. Suddenly, you look up, and a grenade falls from the sky. This is so bad that even a god would be blasted into dust, let alone a superhuman. Su Wei was truly happy this time. Today was definitely worthwhile. Not only did he obtain so many weapons, but he also learned an important piece of information from another angle. There should still be a large amount of supplies in the city that is currently frozen over. There were no warning signs before the apocalypse, so much so that by the time people realized what was happening, it was too late to search for the supplies buried under the snow and ice. In addition, the temperature has dropped rapidly over the past few dozen days. Without a strong means of transportation, an ordinary person would freeze to death before they could walk more than 10 kilometers. The two returned to their car with a full load of goods, but both looked like they hadn't had enough. Su Wei, how about we go explore somewhere else? Zhuang Chang hadn't traveled this far in a long time. He gazed greedily at the scenery outside and said, with the snowmobile, we can go anywhere as long as it's not a landslide area. Yes, you can go anywhere. Su Wei also looked at the icy world outside. Those who survived are now trapped in a small space and unable to escape, while he can roam freely outside. That is true happiness. What's the point of living if you don't have freedom? Although the world no longer holds poetry and distant places, it has gained some landscapes he has never seen before. Seeing that it was still early, the two looked at each other and said in unison, how about we wander around some more? Haha, walk. The roar of the snowmobile echoed through every corner of the city until it came to a slow stop when it encountered a familiar building. Qingyan Building. Zhuang Chang glanced at the plaque on the building. Su Wei smiled and nodded. My company used to be in this building. Zhuang Chang smiled enviously and said, this is really a great place. If it were before, I probably would never have been able to come here in my entire life. The Qingyan Building is 75 stories high. Since the ground floor was frozen, Su Wei had to break a window to enter. The two easily cut an opening and quickly reached the 13th floor. Su Wei subconsciously pressed the scanner on the electronic door, then added a kick with a laugh. Bang! The glass door shattered on the floor. People have said this door isn't sturdy before, and the building management companies even claimed it was bulletproof glass, but what a load of crap. Su Wei dusted off the shards of glass and strode to her old office. Zhuang Chang followed behind, laughing, and said, so you want to revisit this place? That was just a side effect. Su Wei casually replied, then went straight to the cabinet behind the desk and pushed it open, revealing a large space inside. A secret room? Zhuang Chang asked with some curiosity. Did you store some treasure here before? Su Wei nodded seriously, walked to the computer, and pulled out a hard drive from the lower compartment, saying, 2 terabytes of movies, enough to watch for a long time. He had been so focused on stockpiling supplies that he had forgotten about something so important. In such a dull and boring environment, nothing can be more refreshing than a short film. Zhuang Chang's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, make me a copy too. Don't you already have Gao Ling? Then you still have Dr. Sun, right? I'm just adding some fun and also taking the opportunity to observe and learn some psychological skills. That's absolutely right. The two carefully put away the hard drive and returned the way they came. On the way, Zhuang Chang suddenly stopped in front of a shopping mall. I've always heard people say that luxury goods are ridiculously expensive. Why don't we splurge a little today? Walk. Su Wei got out of the car with a smile. He used to be considered an elite, and he had been exposed to luxury goods quite a bit. Especially after meeting Qin Moyu, a large portion of his wallet was spent on these things. However, since Zhuang Chang wanted to see it, he couldn't object. Anyway, today's task is already completed, so let's just treat it as a treasure hunt in a post-apocalyptic city. The two arrived at the first floor of the mall. Because of the high altitude, The snow and ice did not cover the entire floor. Inside, they could still vaguely see some counters displaying many shiny items. Zhuang Chang found a gap and jumped in, heading straight for the gold display stand. It's all gold. At that moment, he was like a bank robber, violently smashing the display stand and sweeping away all the gold jewelry and small gold bars inside. These things would have been real hard currency in my previous life. But now, it can only serve as a decoration. Su Wei then arrived at a jade exhibition stand and immediately spotted a piece of icy jadeite lying quietly in the corner. It was a very clean piece, without a single impurity. He kicked open the cabinet, picked up the jade pendant, and immediately felt a cool sensation. Sun Wanner has been here for almost a month now, so this is a gift for her. Then he put the jade pendant into his pocket without any qualms. When he turned around again, Zhuang Chang had already run to the men's clothing section, which was full of high-end suits and some extremely expensive haute couture clothing. Su Wei, help me pack this. Zhuang Chang came over carrying a huge pile of things, various jewelry, gold and silver, bags, women's clothing. Judging from this, he was preparing to go back and curry favor with Gao Ling. However, he doesn't intend to concern himself with these matters, nor can he control them. His gaze swept over them, and the thing in Zhuang Chang's arms vanished instantly. After a full half-hour of sweeping, the two returned laden with loot once again. However, this time it was mainly Zhuang Chang who was sweeping, as Su Wei wasn't very interested in these items. I drove back to the villa, and it was already dark. Zhuang Chang looked at the storage room with great joy, but found that Gao Ling was not there. At this moment, Su Wei also entered the room and immediately saw Gao Ling, who was holding a child with her breasts exposed, coaxing the child to nurse. Sun Wanner, standing to the side, looked indifferent, seemingly quite disgusted with her. Seeing that Su Wei had returned, Sun Wanner said calmly, "Sister Gao, the master is back. You should leave too, so Brother Zhuang won't look for you." Anyone with eyes can see that this is a way of telling them to leave. But Gao Ling seemed not to see Su Wei at all, still showing off her full, white breasts, and even deliberately squeezed them with her hand and stuffed them into her daughter's mouth. She said in a seemingly anxious tone, "Okay, Dr. Sun, I'll be right there. Let the child eat a couple more bites. He'll be full soon." The child had no idea about any of this. He just sipped his food intermittently, clearly already full. Chapter 78. Familiar Female Celebrity. In this world, only women can drive men crazy. 90% of men, when they meet a woman who is very proactive and still attractive, their first reaction is to pounce on her. This isn't to practice very well. Her bare chest and exposed breasts seemed to exude a maternal glow, but in reality, they were full of flirtatiousness. Upon seeing Su Wei approach, Gao Ling bowed and thanked him, saying, "Mr. Su, thank you so much for saving my Ming Ming." Because she had just been breastfeeding, she wasn't wearing a bra, and when she lowered her head, her two proud breasts popped out. Oh, Gao Ling panicked and covered her chest, but she couldn't button up the first 2 rows of buttons. She was flustered and embarrassed. But anyone could see that she was doing this on purpose. Snort. Seeing that Su Wei showed no intention of avoiding the situation, Sun Wanner gave a cold snort. What a jerk. Isn't it said that one should not covet a friend's wife? You're clearly being impolite. Ignoring the jealous Sun Wanner, Su Wei smiled at Gao Ling and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Gao. I just got back and didn't know you were here." "No, it's my fault. I was so busy breastfeeding the baby that I forgot." Gao Ling looked hesitant, and her charming and shy demeanor made one feel a little tempted. Everyone says that young married women are the pinnacle of womanhood, and Mr. Chow was absolutely right. If there's nothing else, go back now. Brother Chang is waiting for you to cook dinner at home. Since Su Wei-du had spoken, Gao Ling naturally dared not linger any longer. She put the sleeping child back in the room and looked at the villa with lingering affection. After she left, Sun Wanner actually came out wearing a bikini. "Aren't you afraid of catching a cold in this freezing weather?" Su Wei stared wide-eyed. The black cloth might have covered a few important parts, but it couldn't hide his restless heart. She held her pipa, half concealing her face, and plucked the strings a few times. This is the ultimate way to seduce men. It seems Sun Wanner has been working hard lately. Sun Wanner walked over barefoot with small, quick steps, and said with a hint of reproach, "Your eyes must have been strained just now, right? So tell me, is she prettier, or am I prettier?" Su Wei chuckled. This girl can be quite fierce when she's jealous. He stroked his chin earnestly and pondered. They're not even in the same age group. How can you compare them? Besides, Gao Ling wins in terms of charm. It's just that they're in different age groups. Humph, so you want to give it a try? Sun Wanner pretended to be angry and pinched his arm, but she didn't dare to use too much force. Test her? What's there to test about her? You, on the other hand, are improving quite quickly. Su Wei reached out and mischievously pulled open the black lace ribbon. You'll only bring trouble to others. Sun Wanner's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't try to cover them up. Instead, she puffed out her chest in a defiant manner. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may. Su Wei flipped her over and pinned her to the sofa. Sun Wanner was very proactive this time, hooking her arms tightly around his neck like a startled octopus, swimming all over Su Wei's body. After omitting 10,000 words, the two lay snuggled together on the sofa, and Su Wei conjured a blanket out of thin air and covered them with it. Sun Wanner nestled contentedly in his arm, her little hands constantly drawing circles somewhere. This Gao Ling is going too far. She was clearly trying to seduce you on purpose just now. I don't believe you couldn't see it. Even after the great battle, Sun Wanner was still furious. Su Wei laughed and said, this jealous person hasn't been properly comforted yet. They just can't be helped up. Sun Wanner playfully pinched it, then said seriously, you're so smart. Can't you see that Gao Ling is trying to usurp my position? Besides, she's Brother Zhuang's woman. What if? She didn't know when it started, but she gradually developed a feeling of attachment to Su Wei. Once a woman's possessiveness erupts, it can be more terrifying than a man's. No woman wants to share her man with others, let alone a stunning beauty like Sun Wanner. Although she lived under someone else's roof, her pride never disappeared. Su Wei looked out the window calmly. How could I not see that? But the more you pay attention to this kind of woman, the more she'll try, and it'll only make things more awkward in the end. So we're just going to let her do whatever she wants. Sun Wanner was a little angry. She felt that Su Wei must be tired of her and wanted to try something new. If you want to destroy something, you must first let it swell. Su Wei sneered. Zhuang Chang isn't stupid. He's just too attached to his past relationship. The more this happens, the less you should try to persuade him. You can only let him see Gao Ling's true colors for himself. Su Wei felt refreshed after venting her anger. He went to the skylight on the second floor, took out the AW50 from his storage space, set it up, and looked through the scope, taking in everything. Is this what they call an 8x scope? Su Wei looked left and right with delight. The buildings that looked like toys in the distance now seemed to be right in front of her. He looked at it from a different angle, and suddenly several furtive figures appeared in the shot. Villas in Area A? Su Wei took a closer look at the group of people and realized it was Crazy Donkey and his two henchmen. Out there catching zombies right now? The three men didn't go far after leaving Area A, but headed towards a villa in Area C. Two of their underlings then kicked open a window of the villa. A figure suddenly flashed through the previously quiet room. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Su Wei still noticed with her sharp eyes that it was a woman with a good figure and fair, radiant skin. Mad Donkey took the lead and hopped inside. After rummaging through drawers and cabinets, he dragged a woman by the hand towards the bedroom. It's so addictive. Su Wei smacked his lips and said, in minus 50 degrees Celsius weather, you're still thinking about this? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? The woman was being held and struggling, her mouth opening and closing as if she was calling for help. But no one will save her in times like this. The lewd donkey laughed as he threw the woman onto the bed, grabbed a few blankets from the side and threw them on the bed as well, then quickly took off his down jacket. The woman then tried to run away, and as soon as she stood up, she was directly facing Su Wei's camera. Holy crap! Su Wei suddenly stood up straight, looking at the woman in the camera with surprise. It was her? There are many female celebrities in the city above the clouds, but they are always flying all over the world and rarely have time to stay at home. Su Wei has lived here for more than 2 years and has never seen a female celebrity she recognizes. Today he finally got to see her in person, and she was even one of his favorite actresses, Bai Menglu. I heard that she was named this because her mother dreamed of a snow-white fawn when she was pregnant with her, hence the name. Su Wei subconsciously thought, what if her mother dreamed of a dog? Chapter 79. Is it really necessary to use a heavy sniper rifle to play around with a woman? China's economy has been booming like never before in recent years. With money comes more entertainment options, and various talent shows emerge one after another, leading to countless rising stars and actors. But for actors, no matter how popular you were at the time, if you don't have good works, your fame will eventually be short-lived. Bai Menglu is a rising star in recent years. Although her acting skills are still somewhat lacking, her serious and responsible attitude has won unanimous praise. After filming more than a dozen hit TV series, Bai Menglu finally gained a foothold in the entertainment industry. The support of several popular variety shows, her popularity has remained high in recent years. Even Su Wei, a science and engineering guy who doesn't surf the internet much, knows a lot about it. Damn it. Good cabbage was eaten by a pig. Su Wei clicked her tongue and shook her head with some regret. She never expected that such a rising star, who was the center of attention, would fall into the hands of a rogue. Why? Su Wei sighed and subconsciously stretched her straight back. But his movement had a significant impact. His hand on the trigger was also pulled. Bang! A high-explosive bullet shot out like a tongue of fire, easily shattering the villa's glass and narrowly missing Mad Donkey's ear. This. Su Wei stared blankly at her hands, then stood there awkwardly. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wanner's exclamation came from the kitchen downstairs. What happened? Who's shooting? By Meng Lu's villa. Mad Donkey was already blinded by desire. Despite the cold weather, he stripped down to his underwear, grabbed by Meng Lu, who was trying to escape, and pressed her down into the blanket, eagerly pouncing on her. Bang! The Mad Donkey felt a gust of wind whistling past his ears. The next second, a bullet shattered the wall cabinet in front of him, creating a fist-sized hole in the wall. A bullet, about the thickness of a thumb, was firmly embedded in the brick. Mad Donkey subconsciously touched his ear, and a burning pain made him gasp and fall off the bed with a thud. The surging desire was extinguished in an instant. He turned around in horror to see the window pane shattered on the floor, with only a few shards still hanging on it. Boss! The two henchmen waiting in line outside also heard the gunshot and rushed in a panic. Bai Meng Lu was also stunned. She curled up in the quilt, trembling with fear, her eyes fixed on the window, with a hint of relief in her eyes in addition to fear. Who hit him? The Mad Donkey finally came to his senses. He stood up, clutching his bleeding ear, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. The younger brother peeked through the window a few times and quickly said, I don't know, there's no one outside. Wrong. Mad Donkey shook his head, his gaze turning extremely cold. This wasn't fired from an ordinary pistol, but from some kind of large firearm. That bullet of yours. A bullet as thick as a thumb, with a hole the size of a bowl. The younger brother was startled and instinctively said, Who the hell is this? Is it necessary to use a heavy sniper rifle just to play with a woman? Heavy sniper rifle. Mad Donkey wasn't very proficient with firearms, but he knew the power of heavy sniper rifles. The younger brother pointed to the hole in the wall, looking like he was about to cry, and said, Boss, this kind of bullet is specially designed for military heavy sniper rifles. It can smash a person's head into a watermelon from a kilometer away. Upon hearing this, the Mad Donkey looked up and gazed into the distance. 1,000 meters away, which means revenge is out of the question. Even if he could withstand the cold and walk 1,000 meters, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But he was unwilling to just let it go like that. The allure of celebrities is too great. Ordinary people can only fantasize about them from behind a screen for their entire lives. Yesterday, when my younger brother went out to collect snow water, he happened to see Bai Meng Lu collecting snow water as well, so he told him about it. Since Su Wei established the corpse removal team, Mad Donkey and his underlings no longer have to worry about food. It is said that when people are well-fed and warm, they think of lustful desires. This is even more true for SEO. When you're full and have nothing to do, you'll naturally start thinking about that kind of thing. Over the past 10 days, Mad Donkey has used food to seduce many female residents of Cloud City, and he has released most of these high-quality beauties. However, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she can't have as much fun as someone with a celebrity aura. We had planned to take turns enjoying this popular young actress in the entertainment industry today, but unexpectedly, before we even started, we were targeted by a heavy sniper rifle. If that bullet had been 2 centimeters to the left, half of his face would have been gone. Damn it! Mad Donkey hesitated for a moment, then asked, Is someone secretly protecting her? Bai Meng Lu on the bed was also stunned for a moment, because she knew very well that she didn't have any bodyguards with her. She originally bought this house for her own vacation. Yuntai City has a spring-like climate all year round, and many celebrities come here to play in their spare time. Bai Meng Lu had just finished filming a variety show in Shanghai, and since it was relatively close to Yuntai City, she came here to rest for 2 days. But she never imagined that the apocalypse would come a few days later. Trapped here, Bai Meng Lu can only survive alone with great difficulty. Fortunately, most young girls like to stock up on various snacks and treats at home. Especially for foodies like Bai Meng Lu, her house is stocked with food that could fill a whole room. But who knew that the disaster brought by the apocalypse would escalate? After the water and electricity were cut off, she had no choice but to go out and dig snow to melt for water. Many things have happened in the City of Clouds these days. Although she has never shown her face, she knows everything. Therefore, she became even more cautious, fearing that her existence would be discovered. Just as the Mad Donkey had thought, a rising star suddenly appears in an environment where humanity has long been extinguished. Not to mention ordinary people, even wealthy tycoons are drooling over her. If she is discovered, her fate will be dire. Unexpectedly, despite her being careful enough, she was still discovered. She thought she was doomed today and had even prepared to fight to the death. But to everyone's surprise, a sniper saved her. Who is he? At this moment, all 4 people in the room had the same thought. At this moment, the younger brother transformed into Sherlock Holmes and seriously analyzed. There aren't many people in Yuntai City who can possess such a heavy sniper rifle. They're either from the military or some super big shot. But if it's the military, they wouldn't just fire one shot. Mad Donkey nodded in agreement. If the military wanted to kill someone, it wouldn't be as simple as a single shot. It would be a fight to the death. The younger brother continued, but if it's a big shot, I've never heard of this woman having an affair with any big shot before. Who could it be? What kind of deep-seated hatred could there be? Mad Donkey glanced at the bullet hole with lingering fear. At this moment, the younger brother also took a closer look at the bullet hole and quickly noticed something amiss. He shook his head and said, "No, this didn't come from a distance. Even a Barrett couldn't have damaged the wall like this from a distance of 1,000 meters. It's either far away or right next door." Chapter 80. They really are having an affair. A flurry of analysis, as fierce as a tiger. The younger brother's IQ suddenly skyrocketed. He shuddered and shouted, "I know. It was Su Wei. It must have been Su Wei who did it." "What did you say?" The Mad Donkey was also startled. The younger brother said, trembling slightly, "Boss, besides Su Wei, who else in Cloud City has this kind of ability? Even if there is, he would have killed them long ago. If you were to ask him who he fears most right now, Su Wei would definitely be at the top of the list. In the apocalypse, all the big shots are worthless, only strength matters. During this period of time, in the hearts of the residents of Cloud City, Su Wei has been a godlike figure. He holds the lives of everyone in his hands. To put it bluntly, if Su Wei ever stops needing zombies, none of them will survive. Moreover, this person is definitely not a kind person. He never seemed to attack others, yet many people died because of him. First, there was Su Jiang, who was tricked by him twice, then Lu Zhan, followed by Zhang Miaoyu, and then Feng Yifan. All of these people were indirectly killed by him. It was only at this moment that Mad Donkey connected all these things, and then he was completely bewildered. All these important figures in Cloud City were actually killed by Su Wei. So when he learned that Su Wei had done it, Mad Donkey lost all his anger. All that remains is deep regret. If he had known earlier that Su Wei had taken a liking to Bai Menglu, he wouldn't have dared to cause trouble even if he had 300 lives. But he never mentioned this. This is blatant entrapment. Mad Donkey felt a little aggrieved again. He felt that Su Wei was playing with him, like a cat playing with a mouse. After spinning around in place a few times, Mad Donkey gritted his teeth and walked to the bedside. "Don't come any closer." Bai Menglu was so frightened that she trembled and quickly hugged the blanket tightly. "I'm sorry, Miss Bai." Mad Donkey bowed deeply to her and said respectfully, "I offended you today. If you want to hit or punish me, just say so. I would never dare to resist." Bai Menglu stared blankly at the Mad Donkey, her delicate and pretty face full of confusion. Mad Donkey continued, "Please help me explain to President Su that I genuinely didn't know you were one of President Su's people. It's all a misunderstanding." "Am I one of Su Wei's people?" Bai Menglu then began to understand. She had heard of Su Wei's name before. After all, the only people in Cloud City who didn't know Su Wei at this moment were probably the dead. He was initially besieged by thousands of homeowners, but later he took control of the surviving homeowners. Now he is the most supreme being in Cloud City. He actually saved me? Su Wei. Bai Menglu silently murmured this name in her heart. Every woman hopes to eventually marry a hero, and celebrities are no exception. Most heroes live on in stories or are buried in graves. In today's society, where self-interest reigns supreme, even heroes have long had their sharp edges dulled by reality. And at this moment, the sniper who appeared just in time was undoubtedly Bai Menglu's greatest hero, and his name is Su Wei. Previously, in her impression, Su Wei was a schemer who manipulated power. He controlled those homeowners to act as his dogs, while he hoarded a large amount of supplies and lived a carefree life. But now all prejudices have been shattered by that bullet. Miss Bai, her thoughts were racing until she was interrupted by the Mad Donkey. He remained bowing, speaking with utmost respect. "Miss Bai, please punish me however you wish. I will accept any punishment. If you make a mistake, admit it. If you're going to get punished, stand up straight." If someone who's out there doesn't even have a little bit of self-awareness, Mad Donkey probably wouldn't be alive today. Therefore, he knew that if he wanted to avoid Su Wei's revenge, he had to admit his mistake as soon as possible. If he was too late, the next bullet would probably hit his head. Bai Menglu wanted to tell him to leave. All she wanted now was to get away from these devils as quickly as possible. But before she could finish speaking, she changed her tone and said coldly, "I'm afraid you're not afraid of me, but rather of my boyfriend, aren't you?" Boyfriend? They really are having an affair. The mad donkey was on the verge of tears. He bent down and said helplessly, "I really didn't know you were President Su's boyfriend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to offend you even if you gave me 1,000,000 lives." Bai Menglu snorted coldly, her pretty face full of frost. "Do we need to report to you when we're together?" "No, no, no." The mad donkey quickly shook his head, then said with a mournful face, "But you didn't say that at the time." Before he could finish speaking, Bai Menglu coldly said, "I'm afraid you'll use me to threaten Su Wei." Mad donkey suddenly looked up and glanced at Bai Menglu. Why didn't I think of that? Bai Menglu was also startled, realizing that she had said the wrong thing, and couldn't help but feel uneasy. If Mad Donkey really uses her to threaten Su Wei, will Su Wei come to save him? She fantasized about countless scenarios of heroes rescuing damsels in distress, but she also knew that while such scenarios were beautiful, they were also fraught with endless danger. How? Bai Menglu looked at the Mad Donkey with a cold smile, her eyes filled with disdain. "You want to try?" Mad Donkey suddenly retracted his previous thought. No. He really didn't dare. Leaving aside the question of how confident he was in using a woman to threaten Su Wei, the sniper rifle was probably still aimed at his face right now. Unless Su Wei is determined to wipe them out completely, no one wants to die if they can survive. Little did the Mad Donkey know, he was overthinking things. At this moment, Su Wei was lying on the sofa wearing shorts, while Sun Wanner, dressed in a red lace lingerie outfit, was massaging his shoulders. This scene of sparks and lightning suggests that a major battle is about to break out. Su Wei had no time to care about anything else. Bai Menglu then snorted coldly. "Let's leave it at that for today. But you're not allowed to mention it when you get back, and you're not allowed to reveal my relationship with Su Wei, understand? As for you, I'll talk to Su Wei later, and if there's a next time." She is a celebrity, so it's understandable that she did this to avoid trouble from those heartless homeowners. Besides, there's a beautiful doctor living in Su Wei's house now. The reason for keeping Bai Menglu out is probably because they're worried the two might fight. Mad Donkey had no suspicions and even mentally helped Bai Menglu make her lie seem more believable. He immediately put on a big smile and said, "Don't worry, from today onwards, you're like my own mother. If I ever dare to disrespect you again, I'll beat myself to death without even having to lift a finger, Mr. Su." "That's more like it." Bai Menglu nodded lightly, then pointed outside and said, "Close the doors and windows properly. If this happens again, you won't be alive." Since Su Wei has a sniper rifle, killing someone would be a piece of cake. Mad Donkey and his men dared not linger any longer. They hurriedly tidied up the mess in the house and then respectfully withdrew. After the outer gate was locked, Bai Menglu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If Su Wei hadn't intervened today, she would definitely have been defiled by those people. But why did he save me? Bai Menglu subconsciously touched her fair and pretty face, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. Chapter 81. "Mr. Su, it's me. Did you just kill someone?" After the battle, Sun Wanner suddenly remembered the gunshots from earlier. Although she is now able to face those cruel things directly, she is still somewhat worried about the people around her committing murder. She worried that Su Weiyu would kill too many people and become a ruthless monster who wouldn't even recognize his own family. Su Wei laughed boastfully. "Changgu and I found a police station today and got a sniper rifle from inside. I just tested it, and its power is simply unbeatable." He didn't mention Bai Menglu. "She just made you feel good, and you turn around and bring up other women? Is that appropriate?" Even if Su Wei were a very straight man, he would never mention other women in front of his own woman. As for Bai Mengyan, she's probably already been defiled by Crazy Donkey and his gang. Although he's envious of this young actress, he won't pick up someone else's leftovers. Upon hearing that Su Wei hadn't killed indiscriminately, Sun Wanner said with admiration, "Master is so amazing. He even knows how to use a sniper rifle." She rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Wei. But to Su Wei, these words clearly had a teasing tone. This girl has witnessed my marksmanship and was utterly dumbfounded. If this is considered impressive, then Zhuang Chang's marksmanship is godlike. Su Wei feigned indifference and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll become a bloodthirsty monster and turn into a ruthless killer?" "Don't be afraid." Sun Wanner shook her head firmly, cupped Su Wei's cheek with her small hand, and said earnestly, "My man is a hero who saves the world. Even if he becomes a ruthless killer one day, it will only be when he has no choice but to kill." This is how a smart woman speaks. She never deliberately expresses anything. and she knows exactly what kind of temperament and personality the man beside her has. The phrase, must kill, not only guided Su Wei on how to handle things in the future, but also told him to straighten his heart and not lose his humanity. Su Wei smiled and tapped Sun Wanner's forehead. You are really smart. Meeting you is my luck. Machinery Factory. Because Su Wei killed Wang Defa, the 13 Tai Sui had no choice but to disband and were renamed the 12 Vajras. The eldest brother is still Chu Sheng. I don't know if he watched too many martial arts movies when he was a child, or if these people are just really uncultured, but the names they come up with are all so uncouth. Yesterday, Chu Sheng led his 11 brothers out to hunt zombies, and by sheer luck, they encountered a super zombie in an abandoned electronics factory. Everyone present was very happy, because Su Wei once said that catching a super zombie could be exchanged for half a month's worth of food. Now they're not only no longer afraid of zombies, they even wish they could see a super zombie appear at their door every morning when they open their eyes. But that's life. Great joys and sorrows can come so suddenly. Just as Chu Sheng and the others were about to catch the zombie, a large group of super zombies suddenly appeared around them, numbering more than 30. Although everyone was scared, they were mostly pleasantly surprised. Chu Sheng and his group originally planned to defeat them one by one, so they wouldn't have to worry about food for the next year. But they clearly underestimated the intelligence of the super zombies. These beasts not only knew how to ambush, but they also knew how to call for reinforcements. Before long, they were surrounded by zombies. At last, under the siege of more than 30 super zombies, the 12 warriors suffered heavy losses. Only 7 of them managed to escape, while the rest were torn to pieces by the zombies. Big brother, the youngest is dying. In the empty, cold room, someone suddenly cried out. Half of our 12 brothers have been lost in a single day. Chu Sheng, who was bandaging his wound, suddenly stood up. He went to the bedside, looked at his younger brother on the bed, and his eyes immediately reddened. Youngest brother, I'm so sorry. On the bed, the youngest brother, who was only 20 years old, was pale and weakly managed to smile. He said, Don't cry, eldest brother. Being able to be your brother is enough for me in this life. Hearing this, Chu Sheng finally couldn't hold back his tears. He gripped his brother's hand tightly and said, Don't worry, I will never let my brothers die in vain. Right. Yang Zizhou, the 4th brother, slammed his fist against the wall, choking back tears as he said, We must kill those beasts and avenge our brothers. At this moment, Lao Lu sighed helplessly and said bitterly, But those beasts are too powerful, and they also know how to attack in groups. We simply can't beat them. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. Chu Sheng said fiercely, I'm going to Cloud City right now. Didn't Su Wei say he was omnipotent? We'll go and beg him. This revenge must be taken. Yes, Su Wei is a great immortal. The image of him killing Wang Dequan with a single glance is still fresh in everyone's memory. With skills like that, she certainly wouldn't be afraid of a few zombies. Moreover, they have no other choice now. If they want revenge, they must find outside help, and the only one with the strength to fight against so many zombies is Su Wei. Without further ado, Chu Sheng wrapped his clothes tighter and went out. He braved the wind and snow for more than 2 hours and finally arrived at the city in the clouds. After wandering around the neighborhood for half an hour, Chu Sheng stopped in his tracks, trembling. He didn't seem to know where Su Wei lived. How the hell do I find this? Chu Sheng was so cold from the wind that he felt like he was going to die, and at that moment, he felt even more like he wanted to die. Why? A moment later, Chu Sheng had no choice but to continue walking forward, fearing that he would freeze to death before finding Su Wei. I don't know how long we walked, but the sky gradually darkened and it became even colder. He suddenly saw a villa ahead, from which a faint light was flickering. Chu Sheng's face immediately lit up with joy. You have to understand that ordinary people have already burned everything they can in their homes by now. Some have even chopped up their bedboards. The only one who still has resources to start a fire at a time like this must be Su Wei. Chu Sheng, with a burst of energy from who knows where, started jogging and soon arrived at the villa's gate. He pounded on the door. Mr. Su, I am Chu Sheng. Open the door, Mr. Su. I have something important to tell you. Inside the house, Bai Menglu, who had just lit the firewood, wore a satisfied smile. In the cold winter, nothing brings more happiness than a bonfire. This firewood was delivered by Mad Donkey this morning, as an apology for what happened yesterday. Bai Menglu's family didn't have anything left to burn, and the crazy donkey was afraid that Su Wei wouldn't let him off the hook, so he took the initiative to come to apologize. But he didn't even use his brain. Would Su Wei's woman lack this kind of thing? Bai Menglu sat in front of the brazier and muttered to herself. He must have been terrified by Su Wei. I never expected Su Wei to be so formidable, able to frighten that big hooligan like this. Mr. Su. It's me, Mr. Su. Chu Sheng's shouts finally woke up Bai Menglu, who was dozing off in the room. She stood up abruptly and looked outside in a panic. A tall man was frantically banging on the door, repeatedly calling out, Mr. Su. Chapter 82. Be Mind Your Identity. Bai Menglu quickly realized who the Mr. Su he was referring to was. Who else but Su Wei would be willing to brave the snow to call for help? Thinking of this, Bai Menglu felt a little nervous. Although she had fooled the crazy donkey, she was still very uneasy, afraid that she would be exposed one day. But now someone else has arrived, and they specifically asked for Su Wei. What to do? The man outside looks fiercer than a mad donkey. If he forces his way in, I'll be escaping one danger only to fall into another. So she mustered her courage, went to the window, and shouted, Su Wei is my boyfriend. What do you want with him? Boyfriend? Chu Xing outside was also stunned, and he recognized the woman in the villa at a glance. You are Bai Menglu? Bai Menglu took a step back in a panic, then pretended to be indifferent, and said, I am Bai Menglu, and I am Su Wei's girlfriend. If you dare to lay a hand on me, Su Wei will not let you off. She can only try to intimidate this man by using Su Wei's name. Therefore, she could only keep emphasizing her relationship with Su Wei. Chu Sheng smiled bitterly to himself. How could I dare to lay a hand on you? Su Wei's woman is actually Bai Menglu? Indeed, the more capable a person is, the more elaborate their methods become. He quickly said, Hello, Miss Bai, I am Chu Sheng, and I work for Mr. Su. He must have mentioned my name to you before. Oh. Seeing Bai Menglu's bewildered expression, Chu Sheng shook his head with a wry smile. That's true. I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning. Bai Menglu was in a difficult situation and could only pretend not to understand. Chu Sheng hurriedly said, Miss Bai, please ask Mr. Su to come out. I really have something important to discuss with Mr. Su. Bai Menglu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Su Wei wasn't here with me. Judging from Chu Sheng's attitude, he probably won't leave until he sees Su Wei. Bai Menglu could only point to the right and said, He's not here with me right now. He's staying at that vixen's house. Go find him in Building 104. When it comes to acting, what matters is logic. You are Su Wei's woman, but Su Wei isn't here. That doesn't make sense. Bai Menglu was afraid of being exposed, so she could only make up this excuse. Thank you, Miss Bai, thank you. Chu Sheng didn't have time to envy Su Wei's popularity with women. He hurriedly nodded and ran towards Building 104. At this moment, Bai Menglu stood there blankly, as if someone had acupunctured her. What to do? Once that person sees Su Wei, the whole thing will be exposed. What will Su Wei's reaction be? Bai Menglu's heart was pounding. On the one hand, she was worried that Su Wei would get angry. After all, it was disgusting to be bullied like this. On the one hand, she gently stroked her face, then looked down at the small mound hidden by her cotton coat, a blush spreading across her face, which shone even brighter in the firelight. So what if I'm exposed? I'm so cute and pretty, he won't lose out anyway. He might even be happy. Otherwise, why would he save me yesterday? He must have known about my existence all along. According to the script, Su Wei's behavior indicates that he has long liked her, but has not confessed due to various reasons, choosing instead to silently protect her. Yes, that must be it. A confident smile appeared on Bai Menglu's cute little face. She is confident in her looks. Over the years, countless male actors in the entertainment industry have wanted to create a romantic pairing with her, and she has a lot of suitors. However, Bai Menglu was not interested in those seemingly outstanding suitors, and even felt somewhat disgusted by them. After all, in this entertainment industry full of monsters and scoundrels, where can you find genuine feelings? Everyone is in it for profit, and even if there are feelings, they won't be pure. But Su is different. He now dominates the neighborhood and has an inexhaustible supply of resources. If he wanted, he could simply take them all by force, and no one would dare to stop him. After all, at times like this, Su Wei is the most revered person in the hearts of those homeowners. But he didn't. He silently protected the girl he loved, and when she was in the most danger, he appeared in the most domineering way and drove away the bad guys. This is true boyfriend material. This is the purest emotion. Tears welled up in Bai Menglu's eyes as her thoughts raced. I'm so touched. The emotions she had imagined, unable to extricate herself. But Su Wei was completely bewildered. What brings you here? Seeing that Chu Sheng was almost frozen stiff, Su Wei turned on the intercom and asked Zhuang Chang to take him into the storage room. Zhuang Chang and Chu Sheng had met and admired this man who was skilled in martial arts. Back in the machine factory, if Su Wei hadn't been so monstrous, they might not have been able to defeat Chu Sheng and his men. Zhuang Chang poured him a cup of hot water and said with a smile, Why didn't you come during the day? The temperature at night must be almost minus 60 degrees Celsius, right? Chu Sheng was first shocked by the temperature in the room, then smiled wryly and said, I came during the day. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had submitted to Su Wei. If even Zhuang Chang can live in such a wonderful environment, what must Su Wei's villa be like? No wonder he could talk about half a month's worth of supplies without batting an eye. Judging from this situation, heaven knows how much stuff he has hoarded. The machine factory is at most 10 kilometers away from here, right? You walk there all day? Zhuang Chang was a little puzzled. Chu Sheng looked utterly dejected and sighed. I had no idea where Mr. Su's villa was located. If I hadn't run into Mr. Su's girlfriend on the way, I would have frozen to death. Girlfriend? Zhuang Chang stood there, stunned. Girlfriend? A woman's scream came through the intercom. What did you say? Su Wei asked into the walkie-talkie in disbelief. My girlfriend. She's the one who told me your address. Chu Sheng was probably a little frozen stiff, shivering as he held the water glass and stammered. Mr. Su is indeed amazing. He can even get a popular actress like Bai Menglu. Who are you talking about? Two more screams came through the intercom. Bai Menglu. Chu Sheng looked at Zhuang Chang, puzzled, and asked, Isn't Mr. Su's girlfriend Miss Bai Menglu? A popular celebrity. This is the first time I've seen her. Su Wei. A piercing scream came through the intercom, making everyone's eardrums go numb. Inside the villa, Su Wei stared blankly at the furious Sun Wanner. The once gentle and lovely girl instantly transformed into a furious lioness. Sun Wanner was trying her best to suppress her anger, and tears welled up in her eyes. Su Wei initially wanted to coax him a bit before explaining, but then her face turned cold, and she said, Mind your manners. Yes. With tears streaming down her face, Sun Wanner looked at him silently, clenching her teeth and choking out, Master. Chapter 83. It feels so good to be a scumbag. Bang. Sun Wanner ran back to her room quickly and slammed the bedroom door shut. Su Wei was left sitting awkwardly in the living room, feeling both helpless and angry. Even the most obedient woman can lose her temper. She just wasn't disciplined enough. But he wasn't thinking about that now. Instead, he asked into the intercom, You said Bai Menglu is my girlfriend? Who the hell told you that? Of course, Miss Bai said it herself. She said. Chu Sheng was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly noticed Zhuang Chang looking at him with a sympathetic expression. Brother Zhuang, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, please continue. Zhuang Chang waved his hand, and Chu Sheng continued. Miss Bai said you went to the Vixen's house today and gave me the address, telling me to come here to find you. Fox. Su Wei glanced at the bedroom subconsciously, then hurriedly turned down the volume on the walkie-talkie. Unfortunately, he was too late. A sudden sound of something being smashed came from the bedroom, which Sun Wanner had obviously heard. Holy crap. Su Wei was truly enraged. He yelled at Chu Sheng over the intercom. Where the hell did you meet this idiot? She said she was my girlfriend, and you actually believed her? Oh. Chu Sheng was stunned by the scolding, but Zhuang Chang was laughing hysterically on the side. Chu Sheng wanted to explain further, but Su Wei cursed again. Screw you. Just tell me what you came here for, and then get the hell out of here. He had originally intended to show some kindness and let Chu Sheng stay there for the night, since Chu Sheng was his newly recruited subordinate, and he should combine kindness with strictness. But now he hates Chu Sheng so much that he dies halfway home. Oh. Chu Sheng didn't dare to waste any more words and hurriedly said, It's like this, Mr. Su. We discovered a large number of super zombies near the electronics factory yesterday. More than 30? Zhuang Chang was startled. How many people died trying to capture Su Jiang? Now more than 30 have suddenly appeared. Is this just in time for the zombies to hold a mobilization meeting? Are you sure? Su Wei's tone gradually became serious. If his deduction is correct, the number of super zombies should be very small, let alone more than 30 appearing at once. Even 3 would be quite alarming. It seems like all the super zombies in Yuntai City have gathered together. I'm sure, Chu Sheng solemnly declared. I lost 6 brothers. Those beasts. I will avenge them. So you want me to help you get revenge? Su Wei suddenly asked. Chu Sheng was stunned, and subconsciously said, Isn't this the kind of super zombie you need the most? That was before. I don't need it now, Su Wei replied calmly, then added. However, if you want revenge, I can help you once. Chu Sheng was immediately moved, but then suddenly froze. How could I be moved? Didn't I come here today to deliver a message? Su Wei should have dealt with those zombies in the first place, so how did it turn into helping me? Alright, you can stay here for today. Tomorrow, we'll go zombie hunting together. Before Chu Sheng could reply, Su Wei hung up the intercom. He went to the bedroom door and turned the lock a few times, only to find that it was locked from the inside. Su Wei shook her head, both amused and exasperated, and said, "Am I not your master? What kind of servant locks his master out? You're the master, but you're a bad master, you big pervert." The sound of Sun Wanner crying could be heard from inside the house. Click. The door inside opened, and Su Wei shook her head with a smile. As soon as she entered, she saw Sun Wanner kneeling on the bed, her eyes swollen like a rabbit's. "Okay, this is just a misunderstanding." Su Wei gently sat down and pulled Sun Wanner into her arms. It's unclear when exactly, but the feelings between this master and servant became less pure. They were like lovers and a married couple who had been together for many years at the same time. They lived in one house for more than 40 days, and every day when they opened their eyes, they could only see each other. In this environment, their feelings quickly deepened. Wah! Sun Wanner finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. She clung tightly to Su Wei's arm, choking back tears as she said, "I knew from day one that I wouldn't be your last woman, but now that day has come. I feel so bad, like I'm being cut by a knife." Moved in as a servant, she gave all her precious things to the man in front of her. Putting aside reality, she had already fallen deeply in love with Su Wei. I know. Su Wei hugged Sun Wanner with some emotion, gently stroking her back, and said softly, "Perhaps I will have other women in the future, but you will always be my love, my most trusted Wanner." After he finished speaking, he suddenly paused for a moment. Was this a quote from a scumbag? When did I become a scumbag? But it feels so good to be a scumbag. Sun Wanner buried her face in his broad chest and whispered, "Then you must promise me that no matter how many women you have in the future, you will not share my love with them." "I promise you." Sun Wanner then looked up at Su Wei, but as she looked at her, she burst into tears again. Su Wei didn't know that those were tears of grievance. No woman in the world would willingly give her man to another woman, but now, she has no control over this matter, and doesn't even have a legitimate status. On one side is the man she deeply loves, and on the other side is the cold and cruel reality. After all, what man would reject a popular and beautiful young actress? Aside from crying to vent her helplessness, she didn't know what else to do. We'll talk about the future later. Right now, I need to tell you something serious. Su Wei cupped that tear-streaked little face in her hands, her expression serious and earnest. "Are you planning to bring her here?" A flicker of panic crossed Sun Wanner's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She forced a smile and nodded. "I have no objection. Let her come. I'll go back to the basement. If you don't want me anymore, could you please tell me in advance?" In an instant, Su Wei seemed to see a deathly palpable look in Sun Wanner's eyes. He knew Sun Wanner's personality. This seemingly intelligent and cheerful woman is actually more stubborn than anyone else. If it were merely for survival, she probably wouldn't have willingly become his maid, and might even have gone to the other extreme. Su Wei sighed and hurriedly said, "Listen to me. I really don't know that Bai Meng Lu, and I have absolutely no connection with her." "You?" Sun Wanner was somewhat disappointed. She felt that at times like this, Su Wei could be cold and ruthless, but she couldn't deceive herself. Su Wei raised her hand, on the verge of tears, and said with a bitter smile, "Really? I swear, if I have anything to do with her, may I be bitten to death by zombies when I go out." Sun Wanner said sadly, "I heard everything that person said. She even called me a vixen. Chu Sheng is a complete idiot." Su Wei gritted her teeth and said, "I wonder which idiot we ran into on the road." Two idiots bumped into each other, and a second reaction occurred. Chapter 84, Speculation. The next morning, Su Wei got up with dark circles under her eyes. Sun Wanner still got up very early and was preparing breakfast for him in the kitchen. However, the girl was clearly still reeling from yesterday's events, and her distraught appearance pained Su Wei deeply. Seeing him come out, Sun Wanner forced a smile and said, "Master, you're up. Come and eat. It's all your favorite food." "Okay, let's eat together." Su Wei sat down and picked up a tea egg to peel, but Sun Wanner did not sit down. Instead, she squatted on the ground with her food. Is she really going to play a maid who is being trained? Oh my god. Su Wei sighed, rubbing her forehead, and said with a wry smile, "Stop it. Big sister, can we sit down and eat?" "Yes, master." Sun Wanner nodded and sat back down. Su Wei was speechless at this moment. She ate breakfast hastily, put on her protective suit, and was about to go out. Is master going to pick up that female celebrity? Puff. Su Wei, who was putting on her shoes, stumbled and bumped into the door with a bang. "I'm going to catch zombies." "Oh, then master, be careful." "Okay, I'll be careful." Seeing Su Wei fleeing in a disheveled state, the obedient Sun Wanner finally couldn't hold back and covered her mouth to giggle. "Oomph, you dare to mess around outside? I'm not someone to be trifled with." Zhuang Chang and Chu Sheng were also ready outside. They started the car and turned on the heater early, waiting for Su Wei to get in. Walk. Su Wei jumped up in one stride and sat down in the back. Chu Sheng, who was in front, turned around and looked at him, then exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Mr. Su, you're injured?" He couldn't understand how someone as powerful as Su Wei could possibly hurt him. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhuang Chang finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Su Wei's face immediately turned as black as charcoal. He glared at Zhuang Chang and grinned maliciously. "Brother Chang, did you sleep well with your wife last night?" Forehead. Zhuang Chang's laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had stuffed a handful of chicken feathers into his throat. Last night, Chu Sheng, an uninvited guest, arrived, forcing Zhuang Chang to abandon his daily exercise routine, which indeed made him very unhappy. "Didn't you sleep well last night, Brother Chang?" Chu Sheng looked at Zhuang Chang with a puzzled expression, and then said, "Mr. Su, your eyes also look quite dark. Did you not sleep well last night?" Ha ha, ha ha. The chicken feathers in Zhuang Chang's throat disappeared instantly, and he continued to laugh wildly. Su Wei stared intently at Chu Sheng's bewildered face, gritting her teeth as she said, "You really are a beast, Chu Sheng." The three of them left the villa and went to the neighboring villa area to call Yu Suawei. Old Yu has been having too much fun these past few days to even bother catching zombies. After he got into the car, the master and apprentice looked at each other, and the car fell silent instantly. The four of them soon arrived at the electronics factory that Chu Sheng had mentioned. The factory had been abandoned 3 years ago and had been ravaged by snow and ice for dozens of days, leaving it unrecognizable. "It's just ahead." Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and said sadly, "All 6 of my brothers are dead, and I couldn't even get their bodies back. Those beasts." The four arrived outside the largest factory building. "Old Yu, you two go scout ahead. If there's any danger, fire a signal flare." The two knew that Su Wei was worried about them and feared that someone might do something sabotage, but they had no right to bargain and could only comply. Su Wei took out a sniper rifle from her spatial storage and set it up at the highest point. He beckoned Zhuang Chang over. "Brother Chang, you come and support us." "Aye." Zhuang Chang glanced at the sniper rifle with some interest, then hesitated and said, "Isn't this a bad idea?" He knew Su Wei's wary nature and had witnessed Su Wei's methods, so he dared not touch the gun. Su Wei laughed and said, "Don't you trust me? Stop talking nonsense, you're practically drooling." "Haha, I'll go then. Don't worry, I'll hit the bullseye every time." Zhuang Chang was a reconnaissance soldier in the army and had handled all kinds of sniper rifles. He wouldn't dare say he was the best marksman, but he was definitely better than Su Weiqiang. Su Wei stood aside, observing the factory. He will not put himself in danger unless he is absolutely certain of success. Besides, isn't the reason he spends so much food every day to feed Yu Suawei and his ilk just for today? Yu Suawei and Chu Sheng cautiously entered the factory, which was pitch black inside. Chu Sheng turned on the miner's lamp that Su Wei had given him and searched to the right by himself. Yu Suawei wanted to follow, but was deterred by a cold look from him. Why? Knowing that Chu Sheng still harbored resentment towards him, he had no choice but to walk to the left. After more than 10 minutes, finding no movement inside, Zhuang Chang, lying on the roof, squinted and said, "What's going on? Weren't there supposed to be more than 30 zombies? Could we have come to the wrong place?" Zombies aren't dead people. They move around constantly, and their movements are never fixed. Su Wei also looked inside through binoculars. With the support of his spiritual power, he could see farther, and even the darkness could not deter him. Zombies don't usually roam in groups. They mostly appear alone. So, there's definitely something wrong with so many zombies gathered here. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Brother Chang, do you remember when the zombies first appeared? A similar situation happened in Cloud City?" "That's right." Zhuang Chang suddenly remembered this and said, "It was Zhang Miaoyu's team that first discovered it. According to them, they saw more than 10 zombies appear together, but weren't all of those zombies caught the next day?" Many people know that Zhang Miaoyu raised zombies and infected the homeowners. So when Su Wei exposed her, the homeowners attacked her en masse. It's probably not that simple. Su Wei shook her head and said seriously, "Even if those zombies were raised by Zhang Miaoyu, how did she manage to make them appear in such large numbers? Many homeowners saw this, so it can't be faked. Therefore, those zombies must be under some kind of control." "Controlling zombies?" Zhuang Chang asked incredulously, finding the claim somewhat far-fetched. If zombies can be controlled by a person, wouldn't that person be invincible like Su Wei? Su Wei nodded and said, "That possibility cannot be ruled out. However, judging from the current situation, these zombies are not completely controlled. they still retain some independent consciousness. Don't know. Zhuangchang was stunned by what Su Wei was saying and couldn't keep up with her pace. Su Wei laughed and said, in other words, if someone really can control zombies, then their methods may not be perfected yet. So zombies sometimes go out of control, and those you caught are likely some zombies that went out of control and got lost. No way. Zhuangchang felt that Su Wei was being wildly imaginative. Su Wei replied seriously, anything is possible in the apocalypse. Otherwise, how do we explain these mutated zombies? Where did the radiation they received come from? Chapter 85, Zombie War. A famous scientist once said, the end of the universe is metaphysics. In other words, the scientific knowledge that humanity possesses today is insufficient to truly understand the entire universe, not even 1/10,000th of it. In the vast and boundless universe, there are countless possibilities. Who can guarantee that those zombies affected by cosmic radiation weren't deliberately created by someone? Found it. A gasp came from inside the factory, followed by the sight of a faint light flickering on the right. Then a yellow plume of smoke shot out from the factory. It's Chu Sheng. Su Wei looked to the right, and Zhuangchang also pointed his gun at a window. Inside the factory, Chu Sheng was facing two super zombies. These mutated beasts were exceptionally ferocious. One punch sent Chu Sheng staggering back several steps, while another zombie took the opportunity to circle around to the rear, preparing to attack from both sides. Damn it! Chu Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes contorted with rage. These things have become sentient. They even know how to use tactics. At this moment, Yu Wei, who was searching on the left, also rushed over upon hearing the noise. Get out of my way, I don't need your help. Chu Sheng saw him coldly curse, and then suddenly pounced on him, wrestling with the zombie. With a cold expression, Yu Wei dodged the charge of another zombie and said calmly, I'm working for President Su. Snort. The two fell silent. The zombies were very powerful. Even martial arts experts like Yu and Chu could only barely block them. It would take a lot of effort to capture them. Bang! A zombie charged at Chu Sheng, and he was caught off guard and hit squarely in the face. He stumbled back several steps and crashed into the machine behind him. He felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car, and all the organs in his body were being torn apart. Yu Wei wasn't much better off. He was kicked by a zombie, and his face immediately swelled up. The master and apprentice kept jumping to dodge the zombie's attacks, and then seized the opportunity to strike. This back and forth seemed simple, but it was extremely dangerous. Just as Chu Sheng was about to subdue the zombie, he suddenly heard a terrifying wailing sound beside him. Suddenly appeared behind the machine tools around him. Oh no, they've laid an ambush. Having witnessed the zombie's abilities, Chu Sheng immediately abandoned the attempt to capture them and tried to run away. One zombie had already exhausted him. If a few more came, he would definitely be done for today. But he had chased too hard just now, and now he was surrounded by scaffolding and machine tools, so he couldn't pick up the speed to run. Clearly, the zombie had deliberately lured him here to surround him. On the rooftop of the factory building across the street, looking at the scene through the scope, Zhuangchang said with lingering fear, damn it. These beasts even know how to use tactics. They're smarter than humans. As he spoke, he prepared to fire, hoping to rescue Chu Sheng from the encirclement of zombies. Don't fire yet. What's wrong? Su Wei, holding the binoculars, said calmly. Yu Wei has passed away. But even old you can't defeat so many zombies. Zhuangchang felt somewhat helpless. Keep watching. Through the binoculars, Su Wei saw Yu Wei running towards Chu Sheng at top speed, kicking away a zombie that was trying to sneak up from behind. What are you doing here? Get out of here, I don't need your pretense. Chu Sheng glanced behind him with lingering fear, then coldly swept his gaze over Yu Wei. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. If we don't, we'll both die here. Chu Sheng knew how dangerous the situation was, so he said nothing more and carefully dodged the zombies' attacks, running away in a sorry state. Just as the two were about to reach the factory gate, another sobbing sound came from both sides. Without taking a closer look, Yu and Chu could only retreat to the other side, using the machines and shelves as cover to fight off the zombies. There was an ambush. Zhuangchang broke out in a cold sweat as he looked through the scope. He was somewhat relieved that he hadn't gone in. Although his kung fu was passable, it was still far inferior to Yu and Chu. Even they had become like this, so he himself was going to die, and he wouldn't live for more than 5 minutes. Beat. Su Wei then gave the order. Bang. Zhuangchang's marksmanship was indeed quite accurate. The high explosive bullet from the AW-50 instantly blew the head off a zombie, leaving only its body still twitching and refusing to fall. Su Wei said with some regret, I wonder if it's still useful without a head. The zombie energy he absorbed before was stored in his brain. Now that he has no brain, that energy will probably disappear as well. Understood. Zhuang Chang chuckled and lowered the muzzle of his gun by an inch. Bang! A single shot struck the zombie's heart accurately, and the zombie fell to the ground, but it did not die. Instead, it continued to struggle on the ground. It seems you can't kill someone without hitting them in the head. Su Wei gradually gained some understanding of the structure of these zombies. The so-called energy should be stored in the brain, and then the brain controls the body. With Zhuang Chang's fire support, Yu and Chu were much more relaxed and quickly broke out of the encirclement, arriving at the factory gate. Careful! Su Wei stood opposite and saw a zombie leap up from the shelf and bite straight at Chu Sheng. Zhuang Chang instinctively fired a shot, but the zombie was too fast, and he missed. Get out of the way. Yu Suawei was a few steps behind Chu Sheng and happened to see this scene. Without a second thought, he lunged forward and tackled Chu Sheng to the ground. In a flash, the zombie also jumped down and slammed into Yu Suawei. Puff! Yu Suawei vomited blood instantly and immediately fainted. Master! Chu Sheng then got up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Yu Suawei. The zombie behind him grabbed Yu Suawei, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and ran. Su Wei also got off the train at this moment. He glanced at a forklift next to him and suddenly waved his hand, sending the forklift hurtling towards the zombies behind it. Bang! The impact force of tons killed 2 zombies instantly. Chu Sheng took the opportunity to carry Yu Suawei to the safe tunnel. He gently put Yu Suawei down, his eyes filled with deep sadness and regret. Why did you save me? You ruined my future, but you also saved my life. Should I hate you or thank you? Chu Sheng knelt on the ground with a pained expression, covering his head with his hands. Su Wei shouted coldly from the front. Now is not the time for sentimentality. Quickly stop those zombies. Don't let a single one escape. He just crushed 2 zombies with a forklift, and the remaining beasts actually knew fear and scattered in all directions. Chu Sheng then realized what was happening, got up and rushed towards the 2 fleeing zombies, blocking their retreat. Su Wei didn't stop either, smashing 2 more zombies to death with a forklift. Zhuang Chang upstairs also fired shot after shot, killing 2 zombies in the blink of an eye. Chu Sheng had no weapons, nor did he possess Su Wei's abnormal superpowers. He could only act as a roadblock, rushing forward to stop any zombie that tried to escape. Chapter 86. But am I destined to die? Half an hour later, the factory entrance was a complete mess. Countless severed limbs lay scattered on the ground, mingling with the dark green blood that seeped into the snow. Chu Sheng sat on the ground, panting heavily. After resting for a few seconds, he struggled to get up and stumbled towards Yu Suawei. Su Wei glanced at him and comforted him. Don't worry, he's just unconscious. He'll be fine after a few days of rest at home. The master and disciple, who had originally broken off relations, were able to risk their lives to protect each other in the face of danger. Alas, who can explain the past grievances? Zhuang Chang also put away his sniper rifle and came down from the rooftop. That was awesome. So awesome. He reluctantly handed the sniper rifle to Su Wei, saying with lingering satisfaction, I just took down at least 7 zombies, 1 shot each. Su Wei laughed irritably. Save your bullets. We don't have many left. Oh. Zhuang Chang was initially disappointed, but then suddenly grinned and said, How about we go search again tomorrow? Maybe we can find something good. Su Wei nodded and said, We definitely need to find supplies, especially weapons. If used properly, they can be just as useful as superhumans. He just killed more than a dozen zombies with his mental control, seemingly effortlessly. But only Su Wei himself knew that during that last attack, he felt dizzy and his head was being torn apart. It seems that even superhumans are not invincible. Their energy can also be depleted. If there were a few dozen more zombies today, he might collapse from exhaustion or even be bitten to death by them. The 3 then gathered all the half-dead zombies together, a total of 35. Su Wei glanced at the zombie whose head had been blown off. Sure enough, the headless zombie's energy also disappeared. Then his gaze swept over them one by one, and the streams of clear water seemed to cleanse his soul, instantly dispelling the pain in his head. Su Wei had thought that his superpower would definitely upgrade after absorbing so much energy, but apart from replenishing energy, he didn't feel any changes. He couldn't help but sigh. Even so many super zombies couldn't level him up, so it seems it will be even harder to improve his abilities in the future. At that moment, he suddenly remembered what Ma Huafeng had said before. Absorbing the energy of superhumans could also improve one's abilities. However, apart from himself, Su Wei has not found any other superhumans. Mr. Su, what should we do with these things? Looking at the dead zombies, Chu Sheng felt a surge of satisfaction. He had finally avenged his brothers. Burn them, lest these things come back to life. Zhuang Chang nodded, took a can of gasoline from the car, lit a match and threw it in, and the fire instantly boiled. The four then headed back home. After Chu Sheng carried Yu Sui into the car, Su Wei suddenly said, I believe that old Yu is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding between you two. Chu Sheng paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, I know Master must have been deceived, but I just can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Back then. But today he risked his life for you. I know. The zombie S attack with his body. Chu Sheng would have been bitten and infected even if he hadn't died. If Yu Sui truly had no feelings for him, why would he risk his life to save him? They soon arrived at the machinery factory. Chu Sheng gently placed Yu Sui on the back seat, and then prepared to get out of the car. Etc. Su Wei turned around and asked, I heard there are only 6 of you left now. Chu Sheng nodded sadly. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so greedy and reckless, the brothers might not have died. Who can guarantee they won't die these days? Su Wei sighed and then asked, So what are your plans next? Us. Chu Sheng was skilled in martial arts, but he was clearly not very bright and hadn't thought about what to do in the future. Let's go to Cloud City. There are many empty villas there. We can find a few to stay in. The environment is better than here, and we can look after each other. The apocalypse has been going on for more than 2 months now. The Cloud City originally had more than 30,000 homeowners, but now only 1/10 remain. Those houses that were once ridiculously expensive are now like unwanted rotten cabbages. Chu Sheng was naturally happy to agree. This machinery factory has no resources left, and only about 100 family members have survived. Even if they force themselves to stay here, they will only be waiting to die. Thinking of this, he said somewhat embarrassedly, Mr. Su, the families of those brothers, they died at the hands of zombies. I don't want their families to suffer the same fate. Su Wei said calmly, You can decide for yourself, but the food rations will not change. Whether they can survive depends on themselves. Thank you. Chu Sheng bowed to him and hurried back to inform him. After he left, Zhuang Chang suddenly laughed and said, This is not like you. I thought you wouldn't care about those people's lives. But Chu Sheng cares. Su Wei watched his jogging figure and said with a smile, If there are still people in this world that you care about, it at least means you haven't turned into a beast. So as long as those family members are around, Chu Sheng won't lose his humanity, and it will be easier for you to control him. In the back seat, Yu Sui had woken up at some point. He weakly got up and laughed. President Su has really figured out people's hearts. Woke up. Su Wei turned around and glanced at him, then smiled without saying anything. Looking at his smiling face, Yu Sui suddenly said, But I still want to ask, is there anyone you care about? Zhuang Chang paused for a moment, then looked at Su Wei. Me? Su Wei glanced at the two of them meaningfully and said calmly, I crave friends, and I crave affection even more, but I have no choice, do I? As of this moment, Su Wei remains the most powerful being in this apocalypse. He not only possessed countless resources, but was also fortunate enough to become a high-level superhuman, a godlike figure in the eyes of ordinary people. The saying, one general's success is built on the bones of 10,000, may not be entirely accurate, but it best reflects his current situation. It's like a fat, juicy lamb suddenly falling into a pack of wolves. It can only survive by fighting desperately and becoming stronger by fighting hard, so that it won't be eaten by wolves one day. As for having feelings for a wolf, wolves may have feelings, but when they are starving, they don't care about a sheep's feelings. Call him heartless or cruel and cold-blooded if you will. He possessed wealth that most people did not have, and this wealth was both his advantage and his downfall. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Yu Sui then understood Su Wei's thoughts, and he said with a wry smile, Yes, anyone would be tempted by such a large sum of money. Su Wei smiled non-committally and looked at the two of them seriously. You think those people didn't deserve to die, but do you think I did? Chapter 87. This is not scientific. The three returned to the city in the clouds, and Chu Sheng also led a large group of people to migrate there. Now, only about 100 residents remain in Cloud City. The others either starved or froze to death, and some were infected by zombies, either intentionally or unfortunately. Chu Sheng joined with more than 100 people, and naturally became a member of the corpse removal team. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as free food. This was also a test for him by Su Wei. This zombie horde will eventually pass, and as the number of zombies decreases, so too will the food supply decrease. Will Chu Sheng infect those family members and turn them into zombies in order to get food? If that's the case, then Su Wei definitely won't accept him anymore, at least not as a member of her team. Master, you're back. As soon as she entered, Sun Wanner ran over, knelt down beside her to help Su Wei change her shoes, and took the protective suit that had been taken off to wash. Su Wei pulled Sun Wanner, who was about to leave, and said with a smile, "From now on, just call me by my name." The word master sounds a bit awkward. Sun Wanner shook her head and said timidly, "But master said that servants without a sense of hierarchy are like grasshoppers in autumn. One day you will abandon them." Su Wei's face darkened. "Master, are you hungry? I'll go cook right away." Sun Wanner broke free from his hand and went to the kitchen, leaving Su Wei standing there in a daze. What a terrible thing. It's all that damn beast Chu Shang's fault for causing all this trouble. But he didn't see that Sun Wanner turned around and a sly smile appeared on her face. She knew her man's temper all too well. Being unreasonable, crying, and making a scene wouldn't work on him. He was the kind of guy who responded to gentle persuasion, but not force. So the more careful she was, the more Su Wei felt she was wronged, and the more guilty she felt towards her. Really? Su Wei stood there for a while, then suddenly cursed. "Damn it. I'm going to kill that woman right now." He put his protective suit back on, pulled a pistol from his storage space, and stormed out. "Su Wei, where are you going?" Seeing that he was holding a pistol and looked like he was about to kill someone, Zhuangchang hurriedly came out of the storage room. In the months they've spent together, he's rarely seen Su Wei angry. She's always remained calm and composed. "What's going on today? This is none of your business. Go back and rest." Su waved to him and headed straight for the villa in Zone C. Was it 021 or 022 again? More than 10 minutes later, he was bewildered by the sight of all the villas that looked exactly the same. "Mr. Su, why did you come in person?" Chu Shang, who had just moved in, happened to come out of a villa and saw Su Wei standing in the snow. He hurried over to greet her, thinking she had come to visit them. "What is this?" Seeing him brandishing a pistol and looking like he was about to eat someone, Chu Shang was startled. Has another large number of zombies appeared? Otherwise, given Su Wei's abilities, why would he need to use a gun? Su Wei glared at him fiercely. "Isn't this all your fault?" Chu Shang looked around, bewildered, and asked, "What's wrong with me?" To argue with him and asked irritably, "Where does Bai Menglu live?" "Miss Bai." Chu Shang pointed to the first villa on the right in front of him and said, "This is it. How could you forget your own home?" "I'm fucking. It looks like I shot him." Su Wei gritted her teeth, went up and kicked the rather flimsy villa door. The white deer, who was sleeping inside, was instantly awakened. She hurriedly got out of bed, clutching an iron rod in her arms, and cautiously went to the window. "Bai Menglu, come out." Su Wei stormed into the courtyard. His eyesight was excellent, and with the addition of spiritual power, his vision became even sharper, allowing him to spot the figures moving inside at a glance. "Looking for me?" Bai Menglu stared blankly at the young man outside. His face was contorted with anger, and he was holding a gun, looking menacing. Bai Menglu was startled, but she knew she couldn't escape, so she could only muster her courage and open the window. "Who are you? What right do you have to break into my home?" Bai Menglu, clutching the iron rod, stared warily at Su Wei. "Who I am? You freaking don't know who I am?" Su Wei was so angry he laughed. He raised his gun, pointed it at her, and cursed, "Fuck your grandpa." "You." Bai Menglu was scolded and immediately retorted angrily. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. My boyfriend is Su Wei. If you dare to speak rudely again, you'll suffer a terrible fate." Everyone in the Cloud City knows Su Wei. Bai Menglu has already fooled quite a few people with this method in the past few days. Especially this morning when she was outside collecting snow, Crazy Donkey and his gang happened to pass by. Upon seeing her, they immediately bowed and greeted her, and then ran away in a flash. Many people now know that Bai Menglu is Su Wei's girlfriend. Su Wei was so angry she almost laughed. "Who's your boyfriend?" "It's Su Wei," Bai Menglu shouted. "Even Su Wei doesn't know if you're from this neighborhood or not." Upon hearing this, Su Wei suddenly smiled. He decided to make a good fool of this popular young actress. So he laughed and said, "So what if it is, and so what if it isn't? My boyfriend is the boss of this neighborhood. Everyone listens to him. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave now, or he'll beat you to death." Bai Menglu was a little nervous because she realized that the man in front of her wasn't afraid at all. This doesn't make sense. Su Wei's methods. He had even killed people like Su Jiang, Lu Zhan, and Feng Yifan. Could this person not be from Cloud City? "Is your boyfriend the boss here?" Su Wei smiled as she looked at the girl who was both cute and a little fierce. "Certainly. What a coincidence. I'm also a boss. Why don't you call your boyfriend over, and I'll practice with him?" Bai Menglu was speechless. She wanted to call Su Wei over, but she didn't know Su Wei. "What's wrong? Is your boyfriend too scared to come out?" Su Wei scoffed. "You don't even dare to show your face, and you still call yourself a big shot? Why wouldn't he dare? Bai Menglu said angrily. He just went out today. He'll be back soon. Okay, then I'll wait for him. Su Wei crossed her arms and plopped down on the steps by the door. You. Bai Menglu never expected this person to be so difficult to deal with. I'm telling you this now. If your boyfriend doesn't come out today, I'm going in, and then. Su Wei chuckled, staring at Bai Menglu's pretty face, and said menacingly, I heard that Miss Bai has filmed quite a few TV series over the years. I wonder if you've ever filmed an A-rated movie, the kind that's not censored. Bai Menglu had never been insulted like this before. She stomped her foot in anger and yelled, You bastard. Su Wei sneered, My bastard deeds are yet to come. Miss Bai, please look forward to it. Chapter 88, But I Think You're Dirty. Bai Menglu started her career as a stunt double and endured a lot of hardship in the past. Therefore, she is smarter than those inexperienced young girls. They also understand better how to use the resources around them to protect themselves. Using Su Wei's name was a last resort. In that situation, if she had dared to say that she had nothing to do with Su Wei, Mad Donkey and his gang would never have let her go, and she might have been killed by them by now. But Bai Menglu is now in a dilemma. The man outside was clearly fearless. He wasn't afraid of Su Wei at all. But why isn't he afraid of Su Wei? In this city in the clouds, is there anyone who dares to oppose Su Wei? Bai Menglu couldn't understand it. So she became afraid, terrified that the man would really rush in, and then, although the man was fairly good-looking, and judging from his clothes, they were definitely high-end items. Otherwise, why would he still have the mind to waste time with me in such cold weather? Hello? What? You'd better leave quickly, my boyfriend is really coming back. He's very powerful, and he has weapons. You're no match for him. I'm not leaving. I'm going to kill your boyfriend today. Su Wei frowned again after speaking. Something about what she said sounded rather strange. Bai Menglu was on the verge of tears. She gripped the iron rod tightly and shouted, My boyfriend has a sniper rifle. He can blow your head off with one shot. I also have a mortar. I'll blast your boyfriend to smithereens. My boyfriend even dares to catch zombies. He's killed all the zombies in this neighborhood. Su Wei smiled, pointed to the dark green bloodstains on his body, and said, I just killed 30 super zombies this morning. When he arrives, we'll exchange experiences. Bai Menglu was at a loss for words and nervously blurted out, My boyfriend is more handsome than you. Su Wei suddenly smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, that's true. I am. Bai Menglu was stunned. She looked at Su Wei with some confusion and asked, What exactly do you want? I don't want to do anything. I just want to experience what it's like to be a popular young actress. I wonder if Miss Bai would be willing to have a deeper conversation with me. Over Bai Menglu repeatedly. You bastard. Bai Menglu subconsciously took a step back, her cheeks flushed with anger. You already said that. You're shameless. That's already been said. Your boyfriend will beat you to death. Let him come. Bai Menglu is truly at her wit's end. This man outside is utterly shameless. At this moment, Su Wei also stood up, glanced at her watch, and said, All right, half an hour has passed. Miss Bai, please wait a moment. I'll be coming in now. Don't come in. Bai Menglu screamed and instinctively threw the iron rod in her hand. Su Wei didn't even bother to dodge this attack. The iron rod fell to the ground with just a glance. Then, he pulled out his gun and fired 2 shots at the door lock, shattering it into pieces. Su Wei kicked the door open and walked straight in. Oh! A scream came from inside, and a vase was thrown at Su Wei. He casually patted the vase and walked over to the girl whose face had turned pale. Don't come any closer, don't. Bai Menglu kept backing away, then tripped over something and sat down on the ground with a thud. What? Isn't your boyfriend the boss? Why didn't he come to save you? I think he's just a coward. Su Wei, holding a pistol, cornered Bai Menglu. Bai Menglu, who had been panicked, suddenly raised her face, her clear eyes flashing with anger, and said, You are not allowed to insult my boyfriend. He is a hero. Hero? Su Wei suddenly laughed, then shook his head and said, If he's a hero, why didn't he come to save you? Bai Menglu could only suffer in silence. Su Wei ignored her and directly ripped off the cotton scarf from her collar. Oh! Bai Menglu was so frightened that tears streamed down her face, her delicate features filled with terror. At this moment, she desperately wished that Su Wei would be like last time, with a bullet whistling through the air and saving her from the clutches of this devil in front of her. Unfortunately, Su Wei did not hear her wish. Bai Menglu collapsed miserably in the corner, then suddenly grabbed a shard of a vase from the ground and held it against her neck. Don't even think about touching me. At this moment, she felt utterly hopeless. Rather than have her body defiled by the man in front of her, she would rather die. Su Wei was taken aback for a moment, then sneered, What? You slept with 3 men before, and now you're all virtuous and chaste. 3 men. Bai Menglu's hand suddenly slipped, leaving a clear bloodstain on her neck. How did you know that day? She stared at the man before her in shock, then exclaimed in surprise, You're Su Wei. Su Wei didn't answer her, but smiled and said, But I'm not your boyfriend. Even a fool would understand that. Bai Menglu froze on the spot. No wonder he was so confident just now. It turns out I was the clown. Bai Menglu lowered her head, blushing slightly, and said, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have impersonated you. It's not exactly impersonation. Su Wei looked at the bewildered Bai Menglu and revealed a sinister smile. I'm here today to exercise my rights as her boyfriend. You. Bai Menglu was momentarily lost in thought, and her face flushed even more. These past few days, she has been fantasizing about what Su Wei looks like, and even regards him as her hero. Now that she has met her hero, and should I say yes? But his eyes were so contemptuous, as if he were looking at a beggar. Bai Menglu felt somewhat wronged, and her impression of Su Wei gradually faded. What? Miss Bai could handle 3 men, but now you're putting on an act? Are you going to put on a show of being a virtuous lady with me? 3 men again. Bai Menglu suddenly realized that he thought he had already been insulted by Mad Donkey and the others. So he came here today to insult me. Bai Menglu's heart broke at the thought. Tears welled in her eyes, and she bit her lip tightly, saying, Come on if you dare. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. That's enough. Since he sees me as that kind of woman, what else can I say? I gave myself to him today as repayment for that shot he fired last time. After this, there will be no more after this for us. There is no greater sorrow than a broken heart. This is probably how Bai Menglu felt at this moment. She was barely surviving in this apocalyptic world, and thought she had seen the light at the end of the tunnel, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? At this moment, she was already heartbroken and just wanted to end it all as soon as possible. But I think you're dirty. Bai Menglu, who was closing her eyes and awaiting her fate, suddenly trembled. She opened her eyes and looked over, only to see a departing figure, the shadow growing longer and longer before silently disappearing into the wind and snow. Chapter 89, Sweep. Su did not return to the villa. Sun Wanner was sleeping on the sofa. She curled up, hugging her legs to her chest, her long hair falling across her face, her eyes slightly red. Clearly she had just cried, the sadness on her face still lingering. Wanner. Su Wei called out with a touch of heartache, then gently picked her up. Sun Wanner instinctively hugged Su Wei's neck, then slightly opened her eyes and smiled. Master, you're back? I'm sorry, I fell asleep. It's okay, go to sleep. Su Wei carried her to the bedroom and covered her with a thin blanket. Sun Wanner shook her head and said, But I haven't made dinner yet. I'm not hungry. We'll eat together when you wake up. Go to sleep. Su Wei smiled and touched her face, then lay down and hugged her. Sun Wanner closed her eyes slightly, snuggled into his arms like a kitten, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep sweetly again. Call. Su Wei lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling above her head, her face full of a bitter smile. How could he not see through Sun Wanner's little scheme? It's just that after spending so much time together, he was very clear about Sun Wanner's feelings for him. So he didn't mind this little girlish thought. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Su Wei got up early. She had gone to bed too early the night before and felt really uncomfortable because she had no food in her stomach. He got up, quickly made some sandwiches and drank some milk, then went back to the bedroom, patted Sun Wanner's little bottom, and said with a smile, I'm going out now. Remember to eat in the kitchen. Hey, you're going to catch zombies again? Sun Wanner opened her eyes groggily, holding Su Wei's hand with a look of worry on her face. Although nothing can threaten Su Wei now, he is still just a person, and a wealthy one at that. Zombies aren't scary. What's scary is people. There aren't that many zombies. I'm going to go out with Brother Chong to find resources today. Su Wei smiled and gently pinched her nose, saying, Although we don't lack supplies, those things will eventually run out. It's better to find more just in case. Su Wei came outside, and Zhuang Chong was still sleeping, probably because he had been working too hard last night. He started the car, took out his walkie-talkie, and said, Brother Chong, let's go. Let's get to work. Okay, I'll be right there. Rustling sounds of someone getting dressed, and a few murmurs from the walkie-talkie. Chong, where are you going so early? Go outside and look for available resources. You stay home, and make sure to check on the child often. Don't trouble Dr. Sun. Okay, I've got it. Gao Ling has been living here for more than 20 days and is gradually getting used to her new identity. But she never let go of her little scheme. Su Wei initially wanted to confront Zhuang Chong directly, but then felt that doing so would affect the relationship between the brothers. It all depends on whether Gao Ling knows what's good for her. If she tries to play any tricks, Su Wei wouldn't mind making her disappear without a trace. Su Wei, where are we going today? Hospital. Since it was just the two of them going out, and Su Wei trusted Zhuang Chang enough, she directly acted as the driver. Seeing him driving, Zhuang Chang joked, "I didn't expect you to be such a good driver." Su Wei chuckled and said, "You're an experienced driver, aren't you?" As he spoke, he pulled a small notebook out of the central control unit. "I have an A1 license, I can drive a bus, why can't I drive this thing?" Before he could finish speaking, there was a thump sound. The car jolted violently, and if Zhuang Chang hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed the steering wheel, the two of them would be up in a tree right now. Damn it, who the hell put the trash can here? Su Wei glanced at the cracked trash can outside with lingering fear. Zhuang Chang laughed so hard he almost fell over, saying, "Didn't you say you wanted to practice your marksmanship and insisted on putting the trash can here?" The two arrived in the city center and headed straight for the First People's Hospital of Yuntai City. This is the largest public hospital in Yuntai City, with complete facilities and almost all of the most advanced medical equipment in China. As for China's best female doctor, she is currently lying in his bed. Su Wei drove the car directly into the open space on the first floor of the emergency building. The two jumped out of the car and headed straight for the operating room, where most of the medical equipment was located. Although he didn't recognize these things, it didn't stop him from raiding the room. With Sun Wanner at home, what kind of medical device doesn't she recognize? From the first floor to the fifth floor, Su Wei left nothing but barren land in his wake. He even removed the chairs from the corridor outside the door. "What do you need these things for?" Su Wei chuckled and said, "You don't understand, do you? If you encounter danger in an open field one day, these things are ready-made weapons. While psychic abilities are of a high level, they also have a drawback, relatively weak offensive capabilities. If Su Wei encounters an offensive ability user, even a low-level one, he will be in a sorry state. In addition to being able to control the movement of objects, he can also use his mental power to evade attacks. However, with these tricks, if he encounters a powerful superhuman, it would be tantamount to courting death." Ransacking the hospital, the two drove away to their next destination. Having worked hard for so many years, Su Wei is quite familiar with these places in the city center. The South China Logistics Zone. Who would complain about having too many supplies at a time like this? There are more than a dozen large supermarkets in the city center and dozens of super warehouses on the outskirts, which contain all kinds of goods. If he could collect all the existing resources of Yuntai City into his space, he would have enough capital for future reconstruction, and he could even invest in the construction himself. However, it's still uncertain whether those supplies can be obtained. After several months of heavy snow, the elevation of Yuntai City has increased by at least 10 meters, and the deeper areas have long been buried by the snow. Even if there really is something down there, how do we get it up? Before long, they arrived at the Walma Mall. Like Weidu Commercial Center, this is one of the top shopping centers in China, encompassing all the daily necessities available on the market. But when Su Wei finally managed to break through the ice and descend to the first level, she was dumbfounded by the empty scene before her. Why is such a big mall empty? Zhuang Chang came down looking bewildered, then exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that there are other superhumans who can also store things? Probably not. Su Wei shook his head. Spatial abilities may not be unique, but they certainly can't be possessed by everyone. Otherwise, Yuntai City would have been in chaos long ago. Judging from the thickness of the ice, it must have been someone who moved things away from here in the first few days after the apocalypse. The fact that so much stuff could be moved in such terrible conditions suggests it wasn't done by a private individual. It must have been an organized operation by the authorities. They didn't stop and drove to the next location. Su Wei's prediction was correct. Most of the shopping malls in the city center had been emptied, with only some goods remaining in the warehouses on the outskirts. However, this place has been ransacked, probably by some ordinary people who were starving. Chapter 90. Someone came to our door. Although he was somewhat disappointed, Su Wei knew that in such a large city as Yuntai, it was impossible for him to be the only one who could have thought of this. Everyone needs to survive. When disaster strikes, ordinary people may need time to react, but the authorities are more alert than anyone else. They must have already prepared countermeasures. Even if they couldn't be as prescient as Su Wei, their power was far greater than Su Wei's. That's why he didn't wait until the market was in chaos before emptying those warehouses. Because those big shots are too smart, they have extensive information channels, and they wield a lot of power. However, Su Wei did not give up because of this. The fact that those warehouses were ransacked proves that the official action was certainly hasty. Even if they had a lot of manpower and resources, they wouldn't have enough time to move all the resources away. There will definitely be some resources that will be abandoned. The two set off again, leaving the city center and arriving at the outer ring road. Although it was not as bustling as the city center, it was the most crowded place. In the end, China is mostly populated by ordinary people who can't afford the ridiculously expensive houses in the city. With more people, resources are consumed more. Places that important figures usually disdain to visit might be where they can find unexpected gains. Sure enough, the two arrived at a 4S dealership park on the outer ring road. Inside are sales and service stores of major car brands, with a dazzling array of cars from various brands, and billions of yuan worth of inventory cars abandoned here. Su Wei was like a blood-sucking leech, not even sparing those cars worth tens of thousands of yuan, taking them all into his pocket. Anyway, his mental space has a large capacity, and he still doesn't know its upper limit, so he might as well take this opportunity to try it out. Holy crap, a G-Wagon! Zhuangchang arrived at a Mercedes-Benz showroom and immediately spotted the large black car. Not to mention him, even Su Wei couldn't help but take a second look. He had his eye on this car when he bought the E600, but the price of over 3 million was too much for even an elite like him. Now it's great. I can take it away without spending a penny. But forget about driving, unless he can clear all the ice and snow from the road. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Brush. Su Wei put the G-Class into his spatial storage, and he didn't spare the other models either. In the blink of an eye, the entire showroom was empty. Next came the large transport vehicles, 10 meters, 15 meters, and even a crane weighing over 30 tons. Su Wei indicated that she would accept all comers. Su Wei, this is good stuff. Come quick. Zhuangchang's excited shouts came through the walkie-talkie. Su Wei looked over upon hearing the sound and saw Zhuangchang standing on a high platform dozens of meters away from him. They're here. Su Wei's voice also sounded excited, because he saw the 4 big characters written on the large sign behind Zhuangchang. China Petrochemical Corporation. This is truly a great product. He drove there immediately, and the two of them carried pickaxes and worked for more than half an hour to finally clear the layer of ice and snow outside the gas station. But after finishing all that, Su Wei was in trouble again. How do I install it? Gas pumps at gas stations are all underground and connected to the fuel dispensers on the ground. They can store those independent objects, but they can't handle things that are connected to the ground. If we can't handle this, then forget it. There's still a can of spare gasoline inside, isn't there? Zhuangchang's words were like a wake-up call, and the two rushed into the gas station's office building, where nearly 1,000 barrels of gasoline were stored. This is because it's located next to a 4S dealership. Ordinary small gas stations simply couldn't store so much spare gasoline. The quantity wasn't large, but Su Wei was quite satisfied. This amount of gasoline is enough for him to drive his snowmobile and explore the entire city of Yuntai. As dusk settled, the two of them finally headed home, satisfied. As soon as Su Wei entered the residential area, she saw Chu Chang leading a few henchmen from outside the area, with several ordinary zombies tied up behind them. Mr. Su. Chu Chang came over with a smile to greet him. Su Wei nodded and asked, "Where did you find this?" The zombies in Cloud City have been mostly captured, with only a few stragglers remaining. Even Mad Donkey hasn't been working for the past 2 days. He originally intended to infect the remaining homeowners into zombies, but Yu Suwei seriously stopped him. Mad Donkey knew that Yu Suwei was now Su Wei's man, so he naturally didn't dare to say anything and could only lead his men to search in more distant places. But he wasn't Su Wei. He didn't have a snowmobile or protective clothing. In such frigid weather, he was risking his life if he dared to go even a little further. Chu Sheng smiled and said, "The brothers went to the North Bay area and found it there." North Bay area? Zhuangchang had lived there before, and he asked in surprise, "We're at least 20 kilometers away from Beiwan district. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Just wear more clothes." Chu Sheng smiled and waved his hand, then said, "Mr. Su thinks highly of us and provides us with food every day, so we should naturally do our best to repay you." This is the difference between people. Some people would be grateful to Su Wei for a bite to eat, but others would feel exploited and even think that Su Wei was enslaving them. Indeed, the scenery looks different depending on the angle you look at. Su Wei felt a pang of emotion and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your reward won't be in vain." As he spoke, he took out several boxes of instant noodles and 2 boxes of liquor from his storage space. Chu Sheng and his companions became excited when they saw the 2 cases of liquor. In this awful weather, keeping warm has become the most important thing for people besides eating. Once the existing resources are exhausted, these liquors become a wonderful way to keep warm. One sip is simply too comforting. "Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su." Chu Sheng and his companions expressed their gratitude and then happily carried their belongings back home. As for the 3 ordinary zombies, Su Wei just glanced at them casually, and then, regardless of whether they were dead or not, drove straight back to the villa. At his current level, those ordinary zombies are no longer of much use to him. That little bit of energy isn't even enough for him to move a desk. But he was very satisfied with the actions of Chu Sheng and the others. Regardless of the size of the harvest, at least they had tried their best and made their utmost effort. President Su. Su-wei had just returned home when he heard someone calling him from outside. What's wrong? He looked out the window and saw Mad Donkey and his henchmen. Something's wrong. Someone's come knocking on the door. Bastards just appeared out of nowhere. A large group of 400 or 500 people. Su-wei was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. At a time like this, how could someone still manage to gather 400 people to act at the same time? Could it be that the officials have come knocking on our door? Chapter 91, Nanshan Martial Arts School. The power of the government can never be matched by an individual. Even though it's the apocalypse, the people with the most resources and the strictest rule are still the government officials. They have an army, weapons, and even many ordinary people at their beck and call. Su-wei started to panic. He is now capable enough to protect himself, but that is only enough to escape. As for his current house, including Sun Wanner and Zhuang Chong, they may all lose it. After planning for so long, he had finally built up a small amount of his own power. If it were to be wiped out like this, Su-wei would be truly unwilling. But if war were to break out, he had absolutely no confidence. Su-wei thought for a moment, then tossed a walkie-talkie to Crazy Donkey and said, "Take some men and negotiate with them. See what they're up to." He originally wanted to go in person, but then he thought it was a bit risky. Although superhumans are very powerful, their energy can be depleted. He couldn't possibly kill all 400 or 500 people. Once his energy was depleted, he might not be able to hold out with just you and choose men. Moreover, he didn't intend for Zhuang Chong and Yu Suwei to come forward now. He doesn't know anything about the other side yet, so it's natural for cannon fodder to be sent in at this time. Although Mad Donkey was ruthless and violent, he had one redeeming quality. He knew how to adapt to changing circumstances. He knew that Su-wei wanted him to be the first to go, or to put it bluntly, to be cannon fodder, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he looked honored. "Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Su-wei nodded and smiled. "Work hard, and I won't treat anyone unfairly, especially those who have helped me." Mad Donkey's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Yes." Since the number of zombies gradually decreased, life has become difficult for Mad Donkey and his gang. In the past, he relied on his connections and guns to get the most food every day, but did the least work. He lived a very comfortable life, and could even curry favor with Zhuang Chong from time to time to get a free pack of cigarettes. His craving for cigarettes flared up again these past 2 days, but unfortunately, without the zombies, he also lost his excuse to curry favor with Zhuang Chong. This is an opportunity. He's a crazy donkey who's always trying to make a living through shady dealings. He understands best the principle that fortune favors the bold. If he can handle things well this time, Su-wei will definitely think more highly of him. And will he still lack supplies in the future? He immediately went back and led dozens of homeowners to the main gate. What a wonderful place. Outside the gate, a young man in his early 20s stood at the front, looking enviously at the villas inside. A boy of about 18 or 19 years old next to him said excitedly, "Brother Hongwei, I heard that rich people live here. Maybe they even have food." "Definitely." Another slightly older young man spoke up. He wore thick glasses and looked somewhat scholarly, which contrasted sharply with the strong young men around him. He stepped forward and said, "Hongwei, if a fight breaks out later, don't just rush in. First, take control of the main gate to prevent them from using underhanded tactics." The young man named Hongwei chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Rue, I'll do whatever you say." Just then, Mad Donkey arrived with his men. The homeowners who had been blocking the way finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were only a dozen or so of them, but they were facing more than 400 young men. The only reason they hadn't run away was because of the intimidating power of the Mad Donkey. A homeowner jogged over and said, "You're finally back, Brother Donkey. What did President Su say?" "I'll say it again. In the current Cloud City, Su-wei is the uncrowned king. Moreover, facing 400 or 500 strong young men, everyone could only rely on Su-wei. Otherwise, they would not only be robbed but also beaten to death." The Mad Donkey ignored the man and walked to the front with a cold face. He looked at Akuin and his men and shouted, "Is there anyone in charge who can speak up?" The guy across the street, called Brother Rue, came out, followed by Hongwei. Mad Donkey also came out with his 3 henchmen. He spoke first, saying, "My name is Zhang Yong. People in the underworld call me Mad Donkey. I used to protect all the entertainment venues in the city center. May I ask where you work, brother?" This is to seize the initiative and make the other party dare not underestimate you. Rue Gu, however, remained calm. He pushed up his glasses and smiled. My name is Li Rue. We are both students at Nanshan Martial Arts School. The school has run out of supplies, and we were wondering if Brother Donkey could help us out. In today's environment, whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. Don't tell me you were in the underworld before, or even if you were an underground godfather, it won't matter. Seeing that he couldn't control these people, Mad Donkey said coldly, Friends, let alone the fact that you've crossed the line, even if you really came here for help, we have nothing to give you. Li Rue smiled at the homeowners and said calmly, That shouldn't be the case, right? They all seem to be in good condition. They don't look like they've been starving for days. Moreover, these people seem quite united, so there must be someone controlling them behind the scenes. There are only two ways to control people now, absolute force and food. Mad Donkey said with displeasure. We don't have much food, just enough for our own people. If you're here to talk, I can give you 2 packs of biscuits as a token of friendship. But if you're here to cause trouble, how about we cause some trouble? Hongwei couldn't stand Mad Donkey's arrogant attitude, so he stepped forward and cursed. Mad Donkey, aren't you just that little punk who used to hang out with Su Jiang? What are you pretending for here? Mad Donkey's face turned pale instantly. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, Since I started out, no one has ever spoken to me like that. You are very good. Grasp. Hongwei was instantly enraged and kicked him, yelling, What the hell are you pretending to be? However, he missed the Mad Donkey and was stopped by Li Rue next to him. He smiled and said, Brother Donkey, as you can see, the brothers are here today looking for food and also to find a comfortable place to stay. We hope Brother Donkey will do us a favor. I'll do whatever you want. Mad Donkey was furious, but he forced a cold laugh and asked, Are you sure you want to stay here? Li Rue grabbed Hongwei, who was about to explode again, and said with a smile, What? Brother Donkey doesn't agree. Whether I agree or not is irrelevant. Mad Donkey glanced back at the direction of Sector D and said coldly, This is just a friendly suggestion. This is not a place for you. If you don't want to die a terrible death, you'd better take your people and go back to where you came from. Damn it. I'll teach you to be a show-off. Hongwei finally couldn't hold back and slapped the crazy donkey across the face. The Mad Donkey was stunned by the beating, clearly not expecting to be beaten himself. He got angry too and kicked her. The two immediately started fighting. Li Rue, the man with glasses, calmly took 2 steps back with a composed smile on his face. Seeing that the fight had started, more than 400 martial arts school students rushed up and instantly overwhelmed the dozen or so homeowners who were blocking the door. A great war is about to break out. Chapter 92. But what can you do even if you know? Bang. A gunshot shattered the impending chaotic battle. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked around in horror, wondering who had fired the shot. But after searching for a long time, they couldn't find the person who fired the shot. They only saw a martial arts school student lying on the ground with a fist-sized hole in his chest. Soon someone noticed that this shot was different. Ordinary bullets could never cause such a large wound, unless it's a large-scale sniper weapon. They have sniper rifles. The scene fell silent instantly, and the Mad Donkey and Hongwei, who were locked in combat, also stopped. Li Rue, who had been calm and composed, changed his expression and quickly raised his hand to urge others to stop, saying, Stop. All of you stop. They wouldn't be afraid if it were just ordinary pistols. After all, with over 400 people, a few pistols wouldn't be of much use. But he never expected that the other side would even have a heavy sniper rifle. Mad Donkey then stood up, clutching his swollen left cheek, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Hongwei and the students. Go ahead and fight. He sneered arrogantly. You think you have more people? Go ahead and fight. Why aren't you fighting anymore? He knew from the beginning that Su Wei would make a move, but he didn't know when Su Wei would make a move. Fortunately, he was fast enough this time. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been a match for that magnificent figure. You son of a bitch. You think you're so arrogant? Come on, hit me. Mad Donkey came up to Hongwei, slapped him with his backhand, and then kicked him to the ground. Grasp. Being a hot-blooded young man, Hongwei couldn't stand such an insult. Even though the opponent had a heavy sniper rifle, he still couldn't help but want to fight back. Stop. Pressed his arm down firmly, whispering, Calm down, Hongwei. The other party is not someone to be trifled with. Acting impulsively will only lead to trouble. For these people, guns are not actually scary. What is scary is the kind of threat that comes from nowhere. They didn't even know where the sniper was hiding. Perhaps at this moment, guns are already pointed at one of them, and most likely it is him and Hongwei, the 2 leaders. Brother Donkey, don't be impulsive. Li Rue stepped forward and waved his hands, saying, We're here today out of necessity. How about this? We just need 1 day's worth of food, and we promise not to enter the villa area. What do you think? He was shrewd. Even at a time like this, he didn't forget to strive for the greatest benefit for his side. The city in the clouds is very large. They could easily find a high-rise building to live in. Besides, even if the other side has sniper rifles, they can't really kill all 400 or 500 people. So as long as we don't provoke them, there's still room for negotiation. Impossible. Mad Donkey flatly rejected Li Rue's request. I'll say it again. Cloud City is not a place for you. You won't get any food. If you don't want to die, go back to where you came from. Are you kidding me? There are 400 or 500 people here. How much food do they consume from eating and chewing? Not to mention that Mad Donkey wouldn't agree. He was certain that Su Wei would also never agree and would find a way to kill these people. Although Su Wei usually keeps a low profile, Crazy Donkey knows that he is no saint. He has taken down so many big shots. Why would he be afraid of a group of students? Li Rue thought that since he had made concessions, the Mad Donkey wouldn't really fight to the death. But he didn't expect that the Mad Donkey would refuse outright. Is there absolutely nothing left to discuss? Li Rue's expression also turned cold. It's true you have guns, but can you kill us all? If things get chaotic, these people will be in big trouble. He wanted to use these homeowners to threaten Mad Donkey. But the Mad Donkey laughed and said irritably, "Come on, try making a move." Damn it. Brother Rue, what's the point of talking to him? So what if he has a piece of junk? If he's got the guts, he can kill us all. Hong Wei couldn't hold back any longer. He waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, those who are afraid of death should just become ghosts. Let's rob them for us." Whoosh. The more than 400 students were thrown into chaos, and more than half of them rushed forward. Bang. Another shot rang out in the distance, and a student fell to the ground. His head exploded like a water-filled balloon, instantly shattering into pieces, with brain matter and blood splattering on those around him. If the previous shot was a show of force, then this shot is a blow to the spirit. Many people were horrified by the scene, and sounds of vomiting filled the air. Most of the people here are 18 or 19-year-old students. They may be brave and aggressive, but who has ever seen a scene like this? They witnessed their companion's head being smashed open. That red and yellow mess pierced deep into everyone's hearts. Even a ruthless man like Mad Donkey couldn't help but shudder. He had killed many people, but this scene was truly shocking. Hong Wei and Li Rue were also stunned, standing there blankly, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, on a watchtower in the villa area, Zhuang Chong held the sniper rifle, his gaze calm as still water. It was as if the two people he had just killed were not human beings, but livestock. The changes these past few days have taught him to be ruthless and made him understand the meaning of striking first. Perhaps you feel it's cruel right now, thinking that those people are students and shouldn't be treated so cruelly. But what if they break in? They will be the ones who suffer the cruelty, and all that cruelty will fall on them. Su Wei stood to the side, observing the situation in front of the community gate with binoculars. Only when she saw that the people began to retreat did she take out her walkie-talkie. Crazy Donkey. Upon receiving the message, the Crazy Donkey immediately approached and said, "President Su, please speak. Tell them they can have food, but they have to give something in return." Yes. Although Mad Donkey was somewhat unwilling, he dared not disobey Su Wei's wishes. As for what this equivalent return is, he knows it all too well. Zombies. It seems that Su Wei doesn't want to let them go, but rather wants to kill them without bloodshed. The Mad Donkey instinctively shuddered. The names of those who had died flashed through his mind like a slideshow. These were people who had died because of infighting and killing each other. And the mastermind behind it all is Su Wei. He used food to divide the owners into 4 factions, and then used a reward and punishment system to make them fight each other. Later, Su Wei even thought they weren't dying fast enough, so she used roast chicken as bait to make them kill their comrades from within and even actively infect themselves with zombies. In fact, these methods are not clever. Many homeowners in Cloud City are smart people, and they know Su Wei's purpose all too well. But what good will knowing do? They're using an open strategy. They want you to know it's a trap, but you still have no choice but to fall in. The reason is simple: food. From the beginning of the apocalypse until now, whoever has food is the boss. Not to mention that Su Wei has both food and absolute strength, making him someone the residents dare not look up to. Chapter 93. You're so naughty, but I love it. Catch zombies. Li Rue paused for a moment, then said, "But 30 servings of food are too few. We have 427 people, so we need at least 300 servings of food." Negotiation has always been a process of bargaining. But Crazy Donkey shook his head and said, "Impossible. Our leader said there are only 30 portions a day. As for how to distribute them, you can figure it out yourselves. Hongwei, unable to contain his anger, shouted, "Who is your leader? Let him come out and speak. What kind of man are you, sneaking around and hiding? You're not worthy." Mad Donkey was too lazy to pay attention to this muscle-bound hothead and looked at Li Rue, saying, "Our leader said that if you want to live here, you have to show your skills. He won't keep idle people." "Excuse me, what does your leader want with these zombies?" Now everyone is quite familiar with zombies, and Li Rue and others have seen quite a few. But they didn't know what Su Wei wanted these zombies for. Mad Donkey wanted to speak, but not knowing why, he said coldly, "These are not things you should know. In short, is it to fight or to make peace? We need to discuss this." Li Rue didn't answer immediately, but instead pulled Hongwei back into the crowd. Mad Donkey wasn't in a hurry. He took out a half-smoked cigarette from his pocket and looked at the people with a sneer. In his view, these martial arts students may have good kung fu skills, but can even the best kung fu skills stop a sniper rifle? Most people are afraid of death, and they are even less willing to risk their own lives to give others a chance to live. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he shouted, "Well, have you made up your mind?" As darkness fell, the north wind howled again, and the snow began to fall heavily. The people present gradually succumbed to the cold and began to consider leaving. "Brother Rue, why don't we just agree to his offer? Anyway, those things are free, so we won't lose out." At this point, someone couldn't hold back any longer. "Zhang Mozi, are you even a man?" Hongwei angrily retorted. "They're clearly bullying us. They think they can get us to risk our lives for them with just 30 portions of food? Dream on." The other man retorted, not to be outdone, "Li Hongwei, do you even have a brain? We're being held at gunpoint right now. What are we supposed to do if we don't agree? Are we just going to go back like this? The apocalypse has been going on for 2 months. The daytime temperature is only around minus 30 degrees Celsius, and at night it drops to nearly minus 60 degrees Celsius. In this kind of weather, if you wanted to go back the way you came, at least half of the people would freeze to death." Li Hongwei also lost his momentum. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said coldly, "Brother Rue, we can stay here for now, and when the time is right, we'll kill that crazy donkey and kill his leader too." Since Su Wei could produce 30 portions of food, it meant that he must have a large amount of supplies. Li Rue had wanted to say this for a long time, but he had been holding back. After all, 2 people had just died, and the students were filled with not only fear, but also a lot of anger. If he bowed his head now, they would vent their resentment on him. But now that someone else couldn't hold back any longer, he breathed a sigh of relief. "That's a great idea. We'll follow your suggestion and wait for an opportunity." Sure enough, when the students learned about this, many of them started to make a fuss. "Li Hongwei, you're a coward." Someone shouted through tears, "They beat my brother's head to a pulp, and you all back down without uttering a sound? Bullshit. Zhang Hui, you pig brain. Do we even have the energy to fight now?" The agitation was quickly suppressed. More than 400 students from Nanshan Martial Arts School moved into the high-rise buildings in Zone F, and Su Wei kept her word and gave them 30 portions of food. Inside the villa, Sun Wanner cooked dinner, and the two ate and chatted. "It's a mess outside today. It sounds like there are a lot more people." Sun Wanner blinked and asked. Su Wei smiled and said, "Just ask if you want to. When did you learn to beat around the bush?" Sun Wanner pouted and said coquettishly, "I was just afraid you'd say I'm too nosy." Life was comfortable, but also very boring. There were only 2 people in the huge villa. Su Wei could still go out for a walk from time to time, but Sun Wanner hadn't gone out since she moved in. On one hand, there was Su Weina's wary personality, and on the other hand, there was concern that she might be in danger if she went out. Therefore, Sun Wanner has been feeling very frustrated lately. She can't even watch her favorite TV dramas anymore, and whenever she gets the chance, she tries to pester Su Wei with all sorts of questions. Su Wei smiled and handed her a slice of pizza, saying, "Those people are all martial arts students. If we use force, they will definitely riot, and the rules of the community will be broken. So that's why you put up with it." Sun Wanner thought about it seriously for a moment, and then suddenly said, "You can let them catch zombies and use them to exchange for food. They will definitely fall into internal strife then." Su Wei didn't speak, but just looked at her quietly. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sun Wanner subconsciously touched her face, thinking she had gotten something on it. Su Wei suddenly laughed and said, "Go on. What happened after the internal strife?" "Of course, we should take them down one by one." Sun Wanner finally opened up. "Just like how you divided those homeowners. As long as you choose a selfish person to lead them, it won't be long before they start fighting each other. If you reduce the food portions then, they will fight even more fiercely. Then what?" Su Wei's eyes showed increasing fondness. He felt that Sun Wanner had been assimilated by him. At this moment, they were more like a married couple who had been together for many years, and even their occasional thoughts were so consistent. If this had happened in the past, given Sun Wanner's personality, she definitely wouldn't have condoned such cruel methods. But now she talks about it with complete nonchalance, as if she were discussing a very ordinary piece of gossip. And then, Sun Wanner glanced outside with some hesitation, then said firmly, "Just like Zhang Yayu back then, even if they don't actively infect their companions, we must find a way to make them do so." Seeing that Su Wei was just looking at him with a faint smile, Sun Wanner suddenly felt a little nervous and whispered, "Do you think I'm too bad?" "No, I think you're absolutely right." Su Wei suddenly leaned in and kissed those delicate red lips, laughing, "Because I've already done that, and I had Mad Donkey and the others deliberately place a few zombies around Sector F." Sun Wanner paused for a moment, then giggled, "You're so naughty. I love it so much. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself." Sun Wanner didn't understand this principle before, but since following Su Wei, she has seen too much ugliness in human nature, to the point that she has gradually become numb. Even she understands now. If Su Wei doesn't find a way to kill those hundreds of people, they will come and kill Su Wei as soon as they gain a foothold. Never test human nature with self-interest. Doing so will only lead to your demise. Chapter 94. Does he own a chicken farm? Mr. Su. Just after dinner, Chu Xing's voice suddenly rang out from outside. "What's wrong? Did you finish your food?" Su Wei casually threw on a thermal undershirt and stood in front of the door to video chat with him. No. Chu Sheng said somewhat awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I've dragged you into this." "You've dragged me into this?" Su Wei paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "You mean Bai Menglu? Never mind, this isn't your fault. But remember, I have absolutely nothing to do with her." "Oh, what do you mean, oh? It's terribly cold outside. Let's go back." Chu Sheng stood there blankly, shaking his head and saying, "No, that's not it. I meant those people from Nanshan Martial Arts School. I must have brought them here." Then Chu Sheng recounted everything that had happened during the day in detail. Su Wei shook her head in annoyance after hearing this. The gist of it is that Chu Sheng and his group went to the more distant North Bay area to catch zombies, but Nanshan Martial Arts School was also in the North Bay area, so the students discovered Chu Sheng and followed him all the way here. "No wonder," Su Wei said, both amused and exasperated. "I was wondering why they insisted on walking 20 kilometers to get here. It's probably because you guys were showing off your wealth outside, which attracted the wolves." The so-called showing off wealth refers to food. Chu Sheng and his group had traveled so far, so naturally they needed to bring some food with them. So the students saw them as easy prey and followed them for over 20 miles. However, Su Wei did not think Chu Sheng was wrong. At least his intentions were good. It was just an accident that happened. Su Wei suddenly had a strange feeling that Chu Sheng seemed to have become his nemesis. He was surrounded and attacked the first time he met Chu Sheng. The second time, we were almost surrounded by zombies. The third time, he made a blunder with Bai Menglu, which caused him to be blamed by Sun Wanner for several days. This is the fourth time. Su Wei shook her head, both amused and exasperated. "You never let me have a moment's rest." Chu Xing thought he was angry, so he immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'm the one who brought this on. I'll go and settle things with them for you right away." He left as soon as he finished speaking, looking like he was about to fight to the death. Su Wei shouted impatiently, "Come back here." "Oh." Sun Wanner, who was about to wash the dishes, was startled and timidly walked over carrying 2 plates. "I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about you." Su Wei's face darkened, but she forced a smile and said, "I'm talking about Chu Sheng. There are 400 or 500 of them. Are you looking for death?" Su Wei was too lazy to complain anymore. He whispered, "Since you think you were wrong, I'll give you a chance to make amends." "No problem. Don't worry. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Chu Sheng patted his chest and left. But Su Wei looked at his back and felt uneasy, fearing that something unexpected was about to happen. The corpse removal team of Cloud City has been reduced from 600 or 700 people to just over 70. We were in a rare period of balance. 30 servings of food a day meant that although the 70-odd people weren't full, no one would starve to death. Now, there are over 400 more people, and they still only have 30 portions of food. It's easy to imagine what those starving martial arts students would do when they saw that these homeowners also had 30 meals a day. And so the peaceful city in the clouds was once again filled with noise and chaos. Mad Donkey is having a meeting with more than 70 people. From today onwards, we will only be responsible for the villa area. We will no longer be allowed to go to the high-rise buildings. As soon as the Mad Donkey finished speaking, the homeowners objected. Why? Although the villa area is very large, zombies do not like such open environments. They mostly frequent the high-rise areas. Yeah, if we can't catch any zombies, Boss Sue will reduce our food rations, and even the roast chicken will be gone. The mention of roast chicken made the homeowners swallow hard. Since the zombies appeared, Sue Wei has distributed at least 1,000 roast chickens. Nobody knows exactly how many roast chickens he has hoarded. Did he run a chicken farm in his past life? The reason is actually quite simple. When Sue Wei was working at South China Logistics, she happened to come across a warehouse that was specifically for storing cooked food, and it was full of fast food roast chicken from a certain brand. With just a little heating, it becomes a delicious and satisfying meal. But now the roast chicken is gone. Haven't tasted roast chicken in a long time. We'll have roast chicken, and we'll have bread too. Mad Donkey shouted. Now those bastards from Nanshan Martial Arts School are here. President Sue has explicitly forbidden us from having any conflicts, so we should just bear with it for the next couple of days. Why should they come here? Yeah, they're not the owners here, and with those people here, we'll catch even fewer zombies. Get them out. Yes, make them get out of here, get off our territory. The homeowners were unusually united, vehemently condemning those from Nanshan Martial Arts School. Seeing that the mood was right, Mad Donkey sighed and said, those people are not to be trifled with. They're all experts in martial arts, and there are 400 or 500 of them. So what? As long as President Sue takes action, even 1,000 of them won't be of any use. That's right. I heard that when President Sue encountered a zombie, he could kill it with just one look. What do you mean stare to death? It's a glare that kills you. Mad Donkey looked at these people with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Sue Wei has now been mythologized by outsiders, to the point that they dare not even have the slightest thought of rebellion, let alone resist. So, my friends, Mad Donkey shouted, the more things are like this, the more we need to demonstrate our value. If we let President Sue do everything, then what are we for? That's true. People feed them and then expect them to do their work, right? Sue Wei is not a kind-hearted person. Everyone knows that. Brother Donkey, what do we do now? Someone asked a question, and Mad Donkey immediately replied, do nothing. Even if you find zombies, pretend you can't catch them and drive those beasts to Sector F. Huh? Didn't we just take the initiative to deliver roast chicken to them? Some people didn't understand, but there were many more intelligent people. Someone quickly explained, are you stupid? If they find zombies, won't they fight over them? If they fight over them, chaos will break out inside. Then, that's why I say none of those successful people are fools. The residents of Cloud City are all shrewd and intelligent, but the apocalypse has worn down their fighting spirit. Now that someone is trying to cause trouble, they naturally perk up. One of the homeowners, who was an academic, pushed up his glasses and said casually, this sounds a lot like Emperor Wu of Han's Decree of Grace. No, this is a classic example of a calculated scheme. 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. This is clearly a golden knife strategy. Bullshit. Do you think the golden knife strategy can be used like that? Did your history teacher teach gym class? Chapter 95. My heart fluttered. Listening to the discussion among the homeowners in front of me, Mad Donkey experienced firsthand how terrifying intellectuals could be. Although they lost their military advantage in the apocalypse, these people are still frighteningly intelligent. To deal with a group of martial arts students, some people even used all 36 stratagems. Indeed, those who scheme and plot have the most wicked hearts. For a fleeting moment, Mad Donkey decided that he should treat these people better from now on. In case any of them tried anything funny, he wouldn't even know how he died. All right. He clapped his hands to interrupt them and said, it's good that you understand. From now on, everyone will move into the villa and find their own place to live. It's best if there are more people living together. An older resident said with difficulty, Brother Donkey, I live on the 9th floor. I have too much stuff in my house and I can't move it. What's there to be afraid of? We'll go get your things together after get off work. Now, humanity, long suppressed, finally showed signs of a brief revival at this moment. The reason is that the people from Nanshan Martial Arts School felt threatened, so they formed a united front in a very tacit way. Of course, Mad Donkey knew that all of this was temporary. Once those people are eliminated and the danger is over, they will continue to fight amongst themselves as before, tearing each other apart, and even risking their lives for a piece of bread. Brother Donkey, zombies spotted. Perhaps even God was on the homeowner's side, because they actually found a newly mutated zombie in an abandoned villa. The super zombie was very powerful, and Mad Donkey and the others put in their best effort. More than 70 homeowners worked together, each attacking with all their might, until they finally drove the zombie out of the villa area, at which point they cheered. Catch the zombie. Don't let it get away. Hurry and grab it. Whether we get to eat roast chicken depends on today. Catch zombies, eat roast chicken. The homeowners' desperate shouts finally attracted Li Rui, Li Hongwei, and their group. As soon as they stepped outside, they heard a commotion in the villa area. However, they had made an agreement with Crazy Donkey and were newcomers, so they couldn't overstep their bounds. Brother Rui, it's a zombie. Li Hongwei laughed arrogantly. Didn't that Crazy Donkey say that if they caught a super zombie, their leader would reward them with a roast chicken? Today I'll see if it's true or not. As he spoke, he called over a few people and prepared to go over. Return. Li Rui stepped forward to stop them, coldly saying, "Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? This is a sensitive time. We should try our best to avoid conflict with them and lower their guard." But Li Hongwei was somewhat indignant, feeling that those weak homeowners were simply too vulnerable. Li Rui coldly interrupted him, saying, "There are no buts. Nobody's allowed to go. Let's go." Li Hongwei's underling, Zhang Matzi, leaned over and whispered, "Brother Hongwei, does that leader really give us roast chicken?" "I think so." Li Hongwei nodded somewhat listlessly after being scolded by Li Rui. Ma Zi said somewhat skeptically, "But where did he get the roast chicken? He's probably lying, isn't he?" "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" Li Hongwei said irritably. "Yesterday, I arrested a resident of the community. According to his confession, their leader is named Su Wei, who lives in a villa in District D and has tens of millions of yuan worth of supplies in his possession." Holy crap, tens of millions. Those around him gaped in astonishment. Most of them don't know what 10 million means, and some will never even have the chance to know in their lifetime. But one thing is certain, the roast chicken is real. "Hongwei, come here." Hearing the commotion behind him, Li Rui's face darkened. He called Li Hongwei over and launched into a tirade of abuse. "Are you out of your mind? What did I do wrong again?" Li Rui looked at the unconvinced Li Hongwei and said, "Who told you to tell them these things? Do you know that the brothers haven't eaten for 2 days? If they find out, they'll definitely rebel. People die for wealth, birds die for food. People are now dying from hunger. Most of these students have little experience with dangerous situations, so when they learn that zombies can be exchanged for roast chicken, will they still obediently listen to them? If they all rushed into the villa area, the homeowners would definitely be on their guard. Li Rui's plan thus fell through. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just fight them." Li Hongwei was still somewhat unconvinced, feeling that Li Rui was just too timid. Li Rui shook his head helplessly and said, "If it were like yesterday, we might still have a chance if we risked our lives. But now, there is no chance." "How could we not have a chance? There are only 70-odd of them. We brothers have been practicing martial arts since we were young. How could we not beat them?" Li Rui was truly helpless and could only patiently explain. Now that the brothers have moved into their new home, they can get a bite to eat every day. Although it's not much, it's enough to keep them from starving. And, as you just said, they also have a chance to eat roast chicken. Li Hongwei immediately blushed and realized his mistake. Think about it. If we were to fight head-on right now, Su Wei wouldn't even need to fire a shot. He could just throw out a few roast chickens, and we'd be thrown into chaos. After Li Rui patiently explained the situation, Li Hongwei gradually began to regret his actions. Seeing him like this, Li Rui smiled and comforted him. "Don't be sad. As long as we have men, are we afraid of not being able to get food? Su Wei is going to reward us with roast chicken, right? But who can eat one roast chicken? When the time comes, as long as you give a little encouragement, the brothers will rush in with you to kill Su Wei and take his supplies." "Certainly." He then added, "Not now. We need to lower their guard. We need to make them think we pose no threat." But things didn't go as planned. After Li Hongwei left, Zhang Matzi quickly spread the word about the roast chicken. Upon hearing this, everyone was eager to catch the zombies. There weren't many zombies in the Cloud City to begin with, especially under Su Wei's reward and punishment system. Zombies had become a rarity here. If we're talking about what has the highest purchasing power in Cloud City right now, without a doubt, zombies. After searching around without success, some people began to protest. "What's this? They're living the high life in their villas, while we're being treated like pigs here. It's so frustrating. Be content. At least there are 30 meals every day." "Are you kidding me?" Someone sneered. "There are over 400 of us. Who are we going to eat with 30 portions of food? That Li Hongwei guy always takes more than he can eat because he's good at kung fu. Who knows how much he's taken behind our backs? What can we do? He's the boss, so we'll just have to do it this way. Didn't they say the reward for catching a zombie is roast chicken? How about we?" Chapter 96. "Kid, you're finished." There were complaints here, while shouts continued from the villa area. "Damn it. If you're afraid of dying, why don't you just become a ghost? Let's go steal that zombie." Some people couldn't resist any longer, and started walking towards the villa area. If one person takes the lead, 10 will follow. Dozens of people spontaneously headed towards the villa area without needing to be called upon. They wanted to eat roast chicken too. Stop right there, all of you. Upon hearing the news, Li Hongwei rushed over and stopped those people. But these people showed no sign of stopping. One of them said, "Brother Hongwei, they've been shouting for half an hour. Why don't we go and help them out?" "Screw you." Li Hongwei kicked him hard and cursed. "How did you manage to treat my words like farts? Did I say you weren't allowed to go to the villa area?" Li Hongwei was clearly very intimidating, and these people dared not speak. Zhang Mozi then said, "Brother Hongwei, how about we just watch from the side instead of going over there?" Li Hongwei was speechless for a moment, then cursed. "You pockmarked guy, are you asking for a beating?" "Brother Hongwei, don't worry," Zhang Mozi said calmly. "Brothers, we know you don't want us to have a conflict with those property owners, but we've never caught zombies before, so we're just going to learn. Yeah, we used to run away when we saw zombies, but now we have to catch them again. And those things are contagious, so we want to learn how to do it." After they made such a fuss, Li Hongwei couldn't say anything more. "I had no choice but to follow them to the border of the villa area. Quick, get the rope." In the open space of the villa area, Mad Donkey was knocked down by a zombie the moment they met. He scrambled to his feet and shouted, "Don't let him get away." But that super zombie was clearly much smarter than the ordinary zombie. After being besieged by dozens of residents for half an hour, it knew it couldn't win, so it ran away as fast as it could. Two homeowners hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. But they were clearly scared, and one of them slipped and fell to the ground. The person who followed behind was also knocked down by the person in front, and both of them fell face first into the dirt. Haha. Outside the villa area, Li Hongwei and the others burst into laughter upon seeing this. Zhang Mozi laughed the most disdainfully, spitting out, "Ha! With your skills, you think you can catch zombies? You might get caught by one later. These people have practiced martial arts since childhood, and they look down on weaklings the most." The homeowner's disheveled state gave them a strong sense of superiority. At this moment, someone said, "Brother Hongwei, we can take care of this bunch of trash in 5 minutes. Why should we be polite to them? Stop talking nonsense. No one is allowed to cross the line without my orders." Li Hongwei had already been taught a lesson by Li Ruwei, so naturally, he wouldn't let them run wild. He can block boundaries, but he can't block people's hearts. If we can catch this zombie, we can have roast chicken. Yes, why not do something so good? Li Hongwei also wanted to do it, but he trusted Li Ruwei more, because without Li Ruwei's advice, he would never have become the leader of these people. Oh no, the zombies are escaping. At this moment, the Mad Donkey let out a startled cry. The next second, they saw the zombie break free from their ambush and run quickly toward Li Hongwei and the others. "Holy crap, Brother Hongwei!" Zhang Mozi exclaimed excitedly. "Look, that zombie seems to be coming this way." The zombies were fast and soon reached the edge of the villa area. "Damn it, get out of the way." Li Hongwei instinctively took a few steps back, and the zombie brushed past him. Zhang Mozi reacted instantly, shouting, "Brothers, grab your weapons. Surround this beast, don't let it get away. Here comes the roast chicken." His shout snapped everyone out of their daze. They grabbed sticks, steel pipes, and other objects, surrounded the zombie, and began banging on it relentlessly. At this moment, Mad Donkey and his gang also caught up. He stepped forward and said, "Damn it, what do you mean? We're the ones who found that zombie." Li Hongwei wanted to say something, but the crazy donkey's attitude was really too irritating. He said coldly, "A bunch of idiots, you can't even catch a zombie. What does that have to do with us? Stop talking nonsense and give us back that zombie." Without saying a word, Mad Donkey pulled out his pistol and stared coldly at Li Hongwei. The homeowners also began to agree. "Yes, that's what we found. You crossed the line. Give it back to us. The roast chicken is ours. You bunch of outsiders, get out." It would have been better if they hadn't said that, because their words enraged Li Hongwei's side. Zhang Mozi shouted, "Bullshit. This zombie came here on its own. And who the hell are you calling a dog?" The students retorted angrily. "Did we cross the line? You're all useless trash. Trash. You can't even protect your own things. Go back to your villa area. This is our territory now." The shouts and insults from both sides rose and fell, but neither side crossed the line. Mad Donkey stepped forward with his gun, pointed at Li Hongwei, and said, "I'll say it again, give us back the zombies." This finally enraged Li Hongwei. He suddenly took 2 steps forward, pressed his head against the Mad Donkey's pistol, and cursed, "Who the hell are you trying to fool? If you have the guts, shoot. Brother Hongwei, let's fight them." Seeing this, Zhang Mozi shouted, "He only has one gun, but there are so many of us. Let's kill him. Kill him. Kill him." The mad donkey was startled by the roars and instinctively took a step back. Seeing this, Li Hongwei's face showed disdain, and he said coldly, "We agreed before that you are in the villa area, and we are in the high-rise area. No one can cross the boundary. Now that the zombies have come to the high-rise area, it is our territory, so it naturally belongs to us." Mad Donkey gritted his teeth and said, "But it was found on our territory. That's because you guys are too useless. Who can you blame?" Li Hongwei sneered, "Once we're on my turf, it's mine. Even if Su Weilai comes along, we're in the right. How dare you address Su Wei by his full name? Kid, you're done for." Mad Donkey stared at him as if he were already dead, then said coldly, "President Su won't believe you. Even if you catch a zombie, don't even think about trading it for roast chicken. That's none of your business. I'll accept it even if I don't get it." If the conflict hadn't happened, Li Hongwei might have been able to hold back. Even if he's a bit slow, he knows now that he absolutely can't back down. Otherwise, his subordinates would look down on him. And how could he be the boss? "Good. You've got guts, kid." The mad donkey stomped its foot on the spot and walked away with a look of resentment. The remaining homeowners protested, but were silenced by Mad Donkey's gun, and they had no choice but to slink away. At the same time, bursts of laughter came from behind. Chapter 97. How could he be so arrogant? As a martial arts student, his physical fitness and endurance are top-notch. Before long, the super zombie was surrounded by dozens of students, and someone found ropes and tied it up tightly. Then everyone happily went to the villa in Zone D. However, due to the previous agreement, Li Hongwei only took Zhang Motzi and one of his brothers with him. On the road, we encountered a crazy donkey, and since we didn't get along, we naturally had nothing to say to each other. Li Hongwei stood in front of Building 104, holding onto a rope. "We want to see Su Wei." At this moment, Zhuang Chang came out of the house, carrying a Type 95 assault rifle and even 2 hand grenades on his waist. Li Hongwei subconsciously took 2 steps back, instantly losing his confidence. "Who are you looking for?" Zhuang Chang's right hand was on the trigger, and he glanced at him indifferently. The inexplicable sense of oppression made Li Hongwei and the others shiver involuntarily. We're looking for Su." "No, we're looking for the leader." Being under someone else's roof, Li Hongwei wasn't stupid, and his attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. "Led?" Zhuang Chang almost laughed. This crazy donkey really knew how to pull off some crazy antics. Then, with a stern expression, he looked at the group and said indifferently, "The leader is busy. Just tell me if you need anything." Li Hongwei swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "We caught a giant zombie and want to trade it for a roast chicken with the boss." "Wait." Zhuang Chang glanced at it indifferently, went back, and took a walk around. When he came back, he was carrying a roast chicken, which he threw directly outside the door. Sure enough, there was roast chicken to eat. The 3 of them were immediately overjoyed, and even became somewhat carried away as they began to observe the villa. Then they froze. Although this villa in front of us isn't the most luxurious in the neighborhood, it's definitely the brightest. The room was brightly lit, and you could even faintly smell the aroma of food wafting out. Don't even mention Li Hongwei and the others being stupid. When Mad Donkey and his gang first saw these things, they were even more shocked than they were. This is why thousands of homeowners, knowing they were courting death, still wanted to storm the place. "This is paradise." Zhuang Chang coldly snapped them out of their daze. "Tie it to the railing, and you can leave." "Oh." Li Hongwei and the others then realized what was happening. Oh. The group walked away, turning back every few steps, their eyes filled with endless envy and jealousy. If it weren't for the terrifying weapons hanging on Zhuang Chang's body, they would have even wanted to rush in immediately and take over this paradise. On the way back, Li Hongwei and the others looked dazed and confused, and even the roast chicken in their hands didn't taste good anymore. How is that possible? How could he possibly live such a luxurious life? Everyone had the same thought. They couldn't understand how much resource Su Wei had hoarded to dare to squander it so recklessly. "Brother Hongwei," Zhang Motzi, standing behind him, said in a shocked tone, "Is that real? I feel like I'm dreaming about that house. How could he possibly?" "Yes. How could he be so arrogant?" Li Hongwei shook his head haphazardly. All he wanted to do now was go back immediately, tell Li Rue everything that had happened here, and then plan carefully to take back the house. "The boss actually gave you roast chicken?" The 3 of them had just stepped out of the villa area when they bumped into the crazy donkey walking towards them. His words made Li Hongwei laugh out loud, and he said coldly, "We caught a zombie, so the leaders will naturally reward us." "What? You're not happy about that? How could he do this?" Mad Donkey glared angrily at Building 104 and said coldly, "I risked my life for him, and he turns his back on me." Idiot. His anger did not move Li Hongwei and the others. After all, they had seen this kind of scene many times in TV dramas, and it might just be acting. After watching them walk away, Crazy Donkey cursed the same word, idiot, and turned to walk towards Area C. He found Chu Sheng and said with a smile, Brother Chu, my mission is complete. Now it's up to you. Chu Sheng disliked ruthless thugs like Mad Donkey, but he also knew that he was not in a position to act on his own whims. He, including Mad Donkey, Yu Suawei, and even Zhuang Chong. Everyone here is just a soldier under Su Wei. To put it bluntly, they're just dogs. Whatever Su Wei says goes, and no one can disobey him. He composed himself and laughed. Don't worry, our 6 little golden dragons are ready. Tomorrow, our acting skills will be top-notch. 6 little golden dragons? Almost burst out laughing when he heard this nickname. I'm supposed to be the Monkey King. He suppressed a laugh and said, Okay, then I'll head back. I haven't reported to President Su yet. Good. After the Mad Donkey had gone a little further away, he finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, you idiot, ha. Chu Sheng stood in the courtyard, looking bewildered, and asked in confusion, What's that idiot laughing about? What's making him so happy? Did he find some money? Brother Chu. Chu Sheng was staring at the Mad Donkey, puzzled, when someone suddenly called him from the villa across the street. Miss Bai, the house he lives in now is only a dozen meters away from Bai Menglu's villa. I don't know what he was thinking at the time, whether it was truly unintentional or he deliberately chose Area C. Bai Menglu emerged from the villa, wrapped in a thick cotton-padded coat. Since Chu Sheng moved here, her life has become much quieter, and those homeowners with bad intentions no longer dare to come and peek. Furthermore, regarding the matter of Bai Menglu is Su Wei's girlfriend, although the 2 parties involved have already made it clear. But Chu Sheng and the others were unaware of this and still thought that Bai Menglu and Su Wei were having an affair. Su Wei, however, was too lazy to explain, because the more she explained, the worse it would get. Seeing Bai Menglu come out, Chu Sheng quickly went to greet her and said, It's so cold. Miss Bai, why did you come out? Just let me know if you need anything. This is Su Wei's woman, so Chu Sheng dared not be negligent in the slightest. Seeing his respectful attitude, Bai Menglu sighed inwardly, knowing that the other party must have misunderstood. She said somewhat awkwardly, I just heard you say that we're going to act in a play tomorrow? A lonely and helpless woman in the apocalypse. She had virtually no means of making a living and could only rely on her tenacious willpower and a little bit of cleverness to survive in the cracks. So when she heard that Chu Sheng was going to act the next day, she knew that her chance had come. Although Bai Menglu didn't know what their so-called acting was for, with few people around outside, who were they putting on a show for? But this did not hinder her cleverness. To survive longer in this apocalypse, you must seize every possible opportunity. Chu Sheng, unsuspecting, nodded and said, It's President Su's order, we need to. Then, he told Bai Menglu everything that had happened the day before. No matter what, they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if Bai Menglu and Mr. Su have some conflicts, it's not enough to harm him, right? I'm still updating 10,000 words a day. Are there any generous guild leaders here? I'm eagerly waiting for extra chapters. Chapter 98, Bai Menglu's little classroom begins. Of course, this is just Chu Sheng's personal opinion. If Su Wei knew about this, he would definitely pull out a gun and shoot him without hesitation. Damn it. You've been here for 5 days and you've screwed me over 5 times. Chu Sheng was still talking nonstop. At the end, he sighed with regret. In the end, this whole thing was my fault. I beg Miss Bai to put in a good word for me with Mr. Su. I would be eternally grateful. Oh. Bai Menglu was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Actually, I lied to you. I am not Su Wei's girlfriend at all, and I have nothing to do with him. What? Chu Sheng stood there blankly, when suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. You're not. Bai Menglu smiled wryly and nodded. Chu Sheng's legs went weak, and he almost sat down on the ground. The truth has finally come out. Damn it. At this moment, Chu Sheng had only one thought. He wanted to die? I'm so stupid. It took me so long to figure it out. He looked utterly dejected, as if he had lost his parents. Miss Bai, you've really ruined me. No wonder Mr. Su treated me so badly that day. Bai Menglu also said awkwardly. I'm sorry, I was really scared when you came to my door that day, but I've already explained it to Su Wei, and he won't blame you. Really? Chu Sheng's hope was rekindled. He was genuinely afraid that Su Wei would get impatient and kick him and his brothers out. If that's the case, it will be difficult for them to live a life where they have no worries about food and drink again. Bai Menglu nodded seriously. Then she recounted what had happened that day, without the slightest remorse for lying. Su Wei probably wouldn't publicize this kind of thing, and Chu Xing certainly wouldn't go looking for death, so these words shouldn't get out. And she can also make Chu Xing more wary of her. Although she was no longer Su Wei's girlfriend, she had gotten to know Su Wei. Given this relationship, and considering she's a popular young actress, any normal person would assume Su Wei would definitely be interested in her. This still protects her from a lot of trouble. That's good, that's good. Unfortunately, Chu Shang's skill level was too low. He would never be able to see through this kind of maneuver in his lifetime. Bai Menglu changed the subject and asked, Brother Chu, aren't you going to act? If you need any guidance, I can give you some pointers. A rising star in the entertainment industry and a top-tier female celebrity. Someone like that must have great acting skills. Chu Xing glanced at Bai Menglu's pretty face and immediately said, It would be a great honor if Miss Bai could come forward. Whether he was attracted by Bai Menglu's acting skills or something else, Chu Xing immediately agreed. Bai Menglu nodded, then said somewhat shyly, But I won't help for nothing. I need food, not too much, just a little will be enough. She looked at Chu Xing with some trepidation. After all, asking someone for food at a time like this is no different from asking for your life. However, since Chu Xing started following Su Wei, although he couldn't eat too much, he wasn't lacking in food either. He readily agreed. No problem. Are 5 packs of instant noodles enough? Too many, too many. Bai Menglu was surprised by Chu Xing's generosity and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, I only need 2 packs. It's no exaggeration to say that 2 packs of instant noodles these days can be exchanged for 2 lives. So she thought Chu Xing was a bit simple-minded, clearly a case of someone who doesn't care about the consequences of selling his father's property. In a villa in Zone C, Bai Menglu's little classroom began. The most important element of acting, authenticity. She wet a rag with snow water and wrote a word on the wall. The few burly men below, like wild boars that had been injected with a shot, stared wide-eyed at the superstar in front of them. In the past, they would never have dared to be so extravagant. That's a white dream, dear. She's the dream girl of countless fans, and the youthful beauty in the eyes of countless men. For someone of their caliber, even thinking about her is a desecration. But now, Bai Menglu is actually giving them a lesson. Many people had different thoughts. But before they could take any action, their plans were extinguished by a single sentence from Chu Chang. Miss Bai is Mr. Su's friend. Anyone who dares to disrespect her will have their head chopped off. Sure enough, Su Wei's name in the neighborhood could stop children from crying at night. The men immediately became obedient, sitting up straight with their hands on their knees, not daring to make the slightest movement. Bai Menglu wanted to laugh, but a bitter feeling welled up in her heart. She sighed and said softly, To act well, the first thing is to immerse yourself in the role. For example, when portraying a critically ill person, their speech, breathing, movements, and expressions must all be consistent. When you go there tomorrow, you can't just admit defeat right away. That would be too fake. Make yourselves look miserable. The more miserable the better, so they think you're really being oppressed here, so they can see your suppressed anger. Besides, at this point, Bai Menglu paused for a moment and said softly, You must portray Su Wei as a cold-blooded and ruthless person, and let them see how pitiful you are being bullied by Su Wei. Some people are born with acting skills. Although Chu Xing isn't very bright, his acting skills are still quite commendable. 3 days later, he set off with his 6 little golden dragons. Before leaving, he made a special farewell to his teacher, Bai Menglu, and promised that if he could complete the task well, Mr. Su would definitely reward him handsomely. Bai Menglu could only laugh it off. If he had known Su Wei's attitude towards him that day, he probably would have run away overnight. Chu Xing and his men searched outside for a long time before finally finding a zombie. With their abilities, capturing a zombie was a sure thing, and they quickly returned victorious, showing off their triumph to everyone they met. As if they were afraid people wouldn't know, they had captured a super zombie. Ordinary zombies can no longer be exchanged for roast chicken, not even chicken feathers. They can only be exchanged for a small piece of bread. However, super zombies are much rarer than regular zombies. So when they returned with the zombies tied up, many homeowners showed envious expressions, including Crazy Donkey and others. Hey, isn't this Brother Chu? The mad donkey wobbled forward and blocked Chu Xing's path. Brother Donkey. Chu Xing nodded at him with a sheepish smile. The zombie behind him, and said with greed in his eyes, Where did you get this? You're quite capable. Chu Xing, still looking like a coward, laughed and said, It's just luck, luck. Luck? The mad donkey suddenly sneered. I wonder if I'll have such good luck? Chu Xing quickly bowed and said, Brother Donkey is naturally lucky. He's definitely better than us, isn't he? The 6 little golden dragons behind him nodded in agreement, fawning over the mad donkey. Chapter 99. Where the hell did they find this idiot? If the Oscars hadn't been canceled this year, Chu Sheng would definitely have won Best Actor. That cowardly look in his eyes was spot on. Mad Donkey looked at him with disdain and sneered. So, you're saying you were able to catch this zombie because of my good luck? Even a fool could understand what that meant. The crazy donkey wants a piece of the pie. Chu Sheng stammered. Brother Donkey, please don't do this. The brothers haven't had any meat for days. Mr. Su has even cut off our food rations. If we can't catch any more zombies, we brothers will starve to death. I don't care if you live or die. Mad Donkey spat and said, I haven't had any meat for 3 days. If you know what's good for you, leave the zombie behind, and I might consider giving you a chicken leg to try. No. The sixth of the 6 little golden dragons stepped forward and said, This is something we worked hard to catch. Why should we give it to you? That's right. We searched several places before finding this one. Brother Sheng, we can't give it to them. Yes, let's go find Mr. Su to settle this matter. Several people echoed his sentiments, each glaring angrily at the Mad Donkey. Mad Donkey's face gradually turned cold, and he laughed. I really underestimated you guys. A bunch of outsiders dare to be arrogant? Do you think President Su would believe that? Chu Sheng was indeed from out of town. They came here from the machine factory, and it has only been 6 or 7 days. People like Crazy Donkey weren't very familiar with them, and many homeowners didn't even know what these people did. The homeowners were quite exclusive when it came to roast chicken. Someone said coldly, Brother Donkey is right. You bunch of outsiders, get out of our community. You're just a bunch of beggars. If it weren't for President Su's charity, you'd all be dead by now. The 6 little golden dragons, which were being angrily scolded by the homeowners, also got angry. Bullshit. Mr. Su asked us to come and protect him. He's guarding against people like you. Don't think I don't know. You guys used to go against President Su all the time. You only became obedient after being beaten up by him. Bang. Mad Donkey fired a shot with a ferocious expression. The cursing old man suddenly let out a wail, clutched his stomach, and collapsed to the ground. You think I'm being too polite? Mad Donkey pointed his gun at Chu Sheng and his men, cursing, If you've got the guts, then make your move and see if you're faster than my bullets. Oh. The 6th brother lay on the ground, curled up like a shrimp. He kept wailing, Brother Sheng, save me. Please save me. I feel like I'm going to die. It hurts so much. No, I'm going to die. Seeing him wailing incessantly, Mad Donkey's lips twitched. Where the hell did they find this idiot? You got shot in the stomach and you can still scream so loudly? Chu Sheng's face darkened, and he secretly kicked Lao Lu. The latter then stopped struggling, its head lolling to the side, and it was dead. The commotion finally attracted the attention of Li Hongwei and his group. The bloodstain on the ground was particularly glaring. Li Hongwei said with a sneer, Brother Rue, they're fighting amongst themselves. Never mind that. Let's take a look first. Li Rue stood warily at a distance, noticing a large pool of blood flowing from the man's abdomen. Combined with the gunshot, it was clear that he had been killed by Mad Donkey. Mad Donkey, Chu Sheng, and the others also saw them and immediately became serious. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to give it to me or not? Mad Donkey pressed a gun against Chu Sheng's temple. Give them to them. Chu Sheng glared at him angrily, his tone filled with helplessness and resentment. The 5th brother said with a sob in his voice, Brother Sheng, but he killed the 6th brother. So what if you die? Do you want to die too? Chu Sheng's eyes immediately turned red, and he roared at him. Give him the zombie, and let's go. Under the threat of a pistol, all resistance is futile. Li Hongwei and the others watched helplessly as the zombie was taken away by the Mad Donkey, while Chu Sheng and the others silently carried away the dead Lao Lu. This is reality. In the apocalypse, the strong prey on the weak, and the winner takes all. Li Hongwei sighed. No wonder such a large community only has about 100 survivors. It seems it's the same everywhere, full of evil spirits. Li Rue laughed and said, If we hadn't hidden that food in advance, we would probably be in the same situation as them now. Didn't you say we should try to divide them? Li Hongwei sneered. It seems that we don't even need to lift a finger. They've already fallen into internal strife. The fact that 2 groups could kill each other for a single zombie shows that the residents of these Cloud City are not a united front. Li Rue is a very intelligent person, and he has always been a respected and influential figure among the students at school. Later, when the apocalypse came and most of his classmates suffered heavy casualties, Li Rue did not hesitate to team up with Li Hongwei, who was the most skilled in combat. One was exceptionally strong in martial arts, and the other exceptionally capable. Together they managed to unite the surviving students into a cohesive force. His eyes flickered a few times, and he chuckled. It's not the right time yet. Let's wait and see. I want to see how Su Wei handles this. Li Hongwei sneered. He's just a coward, too afraid to even step out the door. He's hiding inside enjoying himself, and he doesn't care about the lives of these people. As he expected, Su Wei indeed did not concern herself with the matter. Soon, Chu Sheng's complaints about Su Wei were spread by those with ulterior motives. After hearing this news, Li Hongwei smiled and said, Brother Rui, can we make our move now? As long as we step in to win over Chu Sheng, he will definitely agree. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Chu Sheng was an unlucky guy who was looked down upon by his boss and bullied by his colleagues. Can you really expect someone like that to be loyal? Li Rui shook his head and said, Don't contact him yet. Su Wei is definitely paying attention to this matter, and it's very likely that he's deliberately putting on a show. Li Rui is very intelligent and has a keen sense of the current situation. They have only just settled in Cloud City and are not familiar with the local forces here. If they rashly try to win over Chu Sheng, even if they succeed, what can one Chu Sheng do? 2 days later, the events of that day were gradually forgotten by people. The students at Nanshan Martial Arts School gradually got used to the job of catching zombies. Moreover, they seemed to be very lucky, catching 7 or 8 zombies in just 2 days, which drove the students, who hadn't tasted meat in a long time, into a frenzy. There's a saying, isn't there? Once a dog has tasted meat, can it still eat poop? Unfortunately, there were so many of them that when divided among themselves, there wasn't even enough for one person to eat. The leaders of Li Hongwei's team naturally got to eat, and most of the food was divided up by them. This has caused dissatisfaction among many students. Chapter 100. Internal Strife in Li Ruibing. The problem is not scarcity, but inequality. Back when we were in school, although food was limited, we were able to share good things. Moreover, Li Rui concealed the amount of food, so the students naturally didn't feel it was unfair. They were content as long as they had something to eat every day and weren't starving. But things are different now. Everyone knows that zombies can be traded for roast chicken. Moreover, there are 30 servings of food every day, and no one can hide their food portions. One student, holding the 2 cookies he had just been given, finally couldn't resist anymore. Brother Hongwei, what? Didn't you say there were 30 portions of food? How come we only got this little? And we caught 2 zombies today. Where's the roast chicken? Li Hongwei said coldly. What the hell do you know? 30 portions of food have to be divided among 400 people. Isn't that all there is? So what? Aren't I in the same boat? He's right. If 400 people share the food of 30, it will be gone in just a few bites for each person. But the students didn't buy it. Someone said, that doesn't make sense, does it? Then why were Xiaoyu and the others able to get a whole bag? Bullshit, did you see that? Li Hongwei naturally wouldn't admit it, saying, we're together every day. Who would dare to take more than their share? The boy named Xiaoyu also cursed. You idiot Xinyang, how dare you frame me? Come on, if you don't give me a straight answer today, I'm not done with you. Xiaoyu grabbed Qinyang by the neck and slammed him against the wall. Qinyang's eyes darted around, and his face flushed as he said, I clearly saw it, and Zhang Feng and Niu Shui saw it too. You tell me, that night, he wasn't alone in the house secretly eating cookies. Upon hearing this, the 2 boys standing nearby not only did not step forward to testify, but instead took 2 steps back in fear. Seeing their frightened expressions, Xiaoyu glared at them with a mocking smile and asked, Did you 2 see me steal food? Li Hongwei, standing nearby, said calmly, Xiaofeng, Xiaoshui, did you 2 really see Xiaoyu steal food? If you did, tell me, and I'll chop him to pieces. No, Brother Hongwei, we didn't see it. Everyone knows that Xiaoyu is Li Hongwei's #1 henchman and has been working for him for a long time. Since the 2 men were no match for Li Hongwei, they naturally dared not retaliate. Damn it! Qinyang immediately became agitated and cursed. Didn't we agree to bring this up together today? You guys are cowards. Idiots. Am I the only one who hasn't eaten enough? You 2 hillbillies deserve to starve. Bang! Xiaoyu punched Qinyang in the face and cursed viciously. Stop making a scene. I think you're just trying to cause trouble. Qinyang, having been punched, was naturally unwilling to let it go and struggled to push Xiaoyu away, intending to retaliate. All right, all of you stop. Li Rui came over and pulled the 2 apart, saying, Xiaoyu, apologize to Yang Zi. Damn, are you out of your mind, Rui? You want me to apologize to him? Who the hell does he think he is? Xiaoyu stuck out his neck and cursed. Li Rui's expression turned slightly cold. He adjusted his glasses and roared. I'm telling you this one last time, apologize. Xiaoyu glanced at Li Hongwei subconsciously, and the latter nodded imperceptibly. Okay, I'll listen to Rui Ji, I apologize. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, approached Qinyang, and said perfunctorily, "I'm sorry." Chen Yang covered his face and gave him a gloomy look, suppressing his impulse to speak. He knew that Li Rui was helping Xiao Yu smooth things over, and that an apology had avenged the punch he had just taken. Now, even if he wanted to fight back, he had no reason to. "Yangzi." Li Rui patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Yu is too impulsive, don't take it to heart. I've seen the whole story, it's just about a bag of cookies." "Is this really just a matter of a bag of cookies?" Chen Yang was filled with anger at Li Rui's evasive words. Everyone did the same work, and they put in more effort, but in the end they received the least amount of food. Anyone would feel unfair about that. "Brother Rui, isn't this?" Chen Yang was about to speak when Li Rui interrupted him with a single sentence. "That bag of cookies was for you, Z. You." Li Rui is the second most important person in the team after Li Hongwei. Even Li Hongwei listens to him when it comes to important matters. Chen Yang was even angrier now, but also even more speechless. Li Rui laughed and said, "Many of our brothers were slightly injured by the zombie we caught yesterday. Yuzi was kicked in the chest by the zombie and hasn't recovered yet. Do you think giving him a bag of biscuits is too much?" Xiao Yu wasn't stupid either. Upon hearing this, he ripped open his shirt, the bruise on his shoulder, and said, "Look, how much I suffered so you could have a meal. What? You're still not convinced?" Chen Yang was completely speechless. He hesitated and said, How come I didn't know you were injured?" Xiao Yu retorted, "Do I have to notify you because I'm injured? Are you my dad?" Xiao Yu and his friends quickly chimed in. "Yeah, I got hit several times yesterday too, and I had to scrape my legs several times." "Yangzi, if you keep thinking it's unfair, next time you go catch zombies by yourself. We won't even be jealous of a roast chicken, let alone a bag of cookies." "Exactly, if you don't have a big ass, don't pull up such big pants. You're lucky you even have a stutter, and you're getting all worked up about it? Do you even deserve it? All of you, shut the hell up." Li Rui glared at Xiao Yu and the others, and said, "We're all brothers from the same pot. Who doesn't bicker a little every time? Let's call this a day, and don't bring it up again." "Brother Rui, Chen Yang is in the most awkward position right now. He thought he had obtained evidence that Li Hongwei and others had taken more than their share, so he came up aggressively to confront them, but he didn't expect that Li Rui would turn the tables with just a few words. Xiao Yu and his group were clearly talking nonsense, but he couldn't refute them, because he had no injuries. Having an injury doesn't mean you're putting in the most effort. Chen Yang felt wronged, but he just couldn't bring himself to speak. Yang and his group off, Li Hongwei, Yu Zi, and the others returned to their lodgings. "Damn it, he's gotten me into trouble." As soon as he entered the door, Li Rui cursed angrily. Xiao Yu didn't dare to talk back, so he said with a grin, "Our brother Rui is really something. He shut Chen Yang up like an idiot with just a few words, haha." "Stop being so cheeky." Li Rui stared blankly and said, "Can't you at least do it a little secretly? I'm covering for you today, but what about the future? Are you going to hurt yourself every day?" Xiao Yu curled his lip in dissatisfaction. "That Chen Yang is just a piece of trash. I'll make him take care of both of them. If you can handle Chen Yang, can you handle the hundreds of brothers outside?" Seeing his defiance, Li Rui kicked him and cursed. "I tell you guys every day to sneak food out of the way, and you get cocky. Next time, I'll be the first one to get you." Chapter 101, TV Series. Chen Yang's and his group S room. Zhang Feng said somewhat awkwardly, "Yangzi, about today's matter." Niu Shuai continued, "We can't beat them, so we'd better bear with it. Li Hongwei is ruthless. If we anger them, none of us will be good enough to be their drinking companions. Everyone knows that Li Rui is helping Xiao Yu cover up his lie today. But so what? If you can't beat them, you naturally have to keep your tail between your legs. Even if you know Li Rui is Hu Qin, what they say is reasonable and well-founded. So why don't you accept it? If you're not happy, then stand up and fight." Chen Yang glanced at the two of them and said coldly, "You two are just cowards. So what if we really fight? We have more than 30 brothers in our dorm." Niu Shuai smiled bitterly and said, "What are we? These 30-odd people compared to them. Li Hongwei and his men are all fierce generals. One of them, Xiao Yu, could take on the three of us. How are we supposed to fight them? We still have to do it." Chen Yang said coldly, "It's one thing if we didn't know before, but now everyone knows how much food we get every day. How much of it is allocated to us? Tell me, do you want to be full?" "Of course I want to. Who the hell doesn't want to stuff themselves to death? Let's do it. Get your dick in and fuck me." Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment, then said, "I'm going to find Brother Zhang tomorrow. This matter absolutely needs to be resolved. Otherwise we'll starve to death even if we don't do it." "Zhang Matzi, isn't he with Li Hongwei? Would he speak up for us?" "You bunch of bastards." Zhang Matzi was beaten into submission by Li Hongwei. "Do you think he was truly convinced?" The next day, Everyone went out to search for zombies as usual. Li Hongwei's group naturally stayed together, but Zhang Mozi was given a separate team by Li Rue under the pretext of regional search and capture. Chen Yang and the others also took the opportunity to join Zhang Mozi's team. After searching around the neighborhood for a while, Chen Yang quietly approached Zhang Mozi when no one was around. Elder brother. What's wrong? Zhang Mozi squatted in a sheltered spot, a dry grass root dangling from his mouth. I don't want to work with Li Hongwei anymore. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and said, those bastards are obviously bullying people. They not only take more than their share, but they also bully people. I won't stand for it. Zhang Mozi glanced at him and smiled. What can you do if you're not convinced? Brother, we used to follow you back in school. Even though Li Hongwei is the boss now, our hearts are still with you. Don't play mahjong with me, just say it. How about we pull the lever together? Chen Yang glanced around and whispered, you have connections with the people at the villa. If we could break away and go it alone, we might not be any weaker than Li Hongwei and his group. Pooh. Zhang Mozi rolled his eyes, spat out the grass root in his mouth, and said, going solo my ass. I don't lack food or drink now. Why would I mess with that idiot Li Hongwei? Zhang Mozi had fought with Li Hongwei more than once before, vying for the position of boss. Unfortunately, Li Hongwei was not only a skilled fighter, but he also had Li Rue by his side to advise him. After a few fights, Zhang Mozi realized he couldn't win, so he had no choice but to accept being the nominal second-in-command. Besides, can you guarantee that the person in the villa will accept us? Zhang Mozi said calmly. We fought those crazy donkeys over there a few times before and even used guns. If we just go and surrender, do you think they'll accept us? As an outsider, Zhang Mozi was well aware of their situation. Chen Yang whispered, it's Li Hongwei who's fighting Crazy Donkey. What does it have to do with you? Besides, once we get there, Crazy Donkey's side will have more men, so we won't be afraid of Li Hongwei's side anymore. This matter. Zhang Mozi feigned hesitation and said, I know about what happened yesterday. You're angry and feel resentful. But no matter how much we fight with Li Hongwei and his group, that's an internal matter. If we side with Mad Donkey, can you guarantee that they won't turn on us after they get rid of Li Hongwei? But Chen Yang wanted to persuade him further, but Zhang Mozi waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get to work. All right. After Chen Yang left, Zhang Mozi squatted on the ground, looking at the students not far away, and gradually formed an idea in his mind. This is the villa area. Mad Donkey and Chu Xing met. How so? Keep going. This is only the first episode. There's a whole series to come. Mad Donkey laughed and cursed. Damn it. You think you can play dirty tricks on me? Those small fry. I took 2 men and ambushed Li Hongwei tonight, and they naturally collapsed. Chu Xing shook his head and said, President Su doesn't want Cloud City to descend into chaos. Otherwise, do you think those people would be a match for us? Everyone knows Su Wei's methods, especially the fact that he killed 2 zombies with 1 car, which has already spread throughout the lower circles. Mad Donkey nodded and said, I know what President Su means, but those people are not easy to deal with. If they are too united, we may suffer losses. More than 400 martial arts students fighting together, what kind of scene is that? Chu Sheng replied calmly. If you eat the Su family's food, you have to do the Su family's work. We've got him. Just then, someone shouted from not far away. The two exchanged a smile, and the Mad Donkey grumbled irritably. Let's go, we've got some work. The zombies around Cloud City have been mostly captured. Finding a zombie now is harder than finding an affair. But Chu Sheng's men were practically possessed by the goddess Lack. What the hell are those idiots yelling for? Chu Sheng kicked the 6th man and cursed. Didn't you die yesterday? What? You've come back to life today. Get back here. The 6th brother, who died under the gun of the Mad Donkey yesterday, chuckled and said, Brother, I've discovered I love acting. I feel restless if I don't act. Get out of here. You've ruined things. I'll make you strip naked and perform in the snow. Chu Sheng chased away Lao Lu, and with his 4 brothers leading a zombie, they deliberately strolled around the border of District D, and then, by sheer bad luck, ran into Crazy Donkey. Hey, not bad luck. Mad Donkey's acting was on point. He casually led his men over and said, Come on, a few of you go and take the zombies away. Several male homeowners came up behind him and immediately snatched the rope from the 3rd brother's hand. Fuck you. You guys are addicted to robbing each other. The latter immediately panicked and kicked the homeowner. Holy shit. Mad Donkey glared, pulled out his pistol, and pressed it against the 3rd brother's temple. You're pretty tough, huh? Is it that I can't hold a gun anymore? Or are you getting cocky again? You Mad Donkey, what the hell do you want? Chu Sheng angrily said. We already gave you the one from the day before yesterday. Isn't that enough? We need to eat too. Don't push us too far. What's wrong with me forcing you? Go ahead and try. Bang. Mad Donkey fired a shot into the air, and Chu Sheng and the others instinctively took a half step back. Chapter 102, Provocation. Zhang Mozi and his men were still searching desperately. Unfortunately, they weren't very lucky today. They searched for ages but didn't find a single thing. Instead, everyone was freezing and had runny noses. A gunshot rang out, and Qinyang was the first to react. Brother, they fired shots from over at the villa. Zhang Mozi glanced over there and laughed. Looks like they're having internal strife too. Huh? A bunch of weaklings, acting all high and mighty just because they have a gun. Let's go over and take a look. Zhang Mozi led his men to the outskirts of the villa area and saw Chu Sheng and Mad Donkey confronting each other. Why is it him again? At this moment, Li Hongwei and the others were also drawn over by the gunshots. When they saw Chu Sheng, he couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really unlucky. He's been robbed twice in 3 days. A few of his underlings who happened to be searching the area boasted, Brother Hongwei, Brother Rui, that Chu Sheng is a bastard. Mad Donkey's shot just now almost scared him away. With that kind of guts, you think you can lead a team? Li Hongwei mocked. That Su Wei has no vision either. If I were him, I'd beat that crazy donkey to a pulp today, or I'm not a son of a bitch. Chu Sheng was still in an angry standoff with the Mad Donkey. You Mad Donkey, don't think you're so tough just because you have a crappy gun. If you piss me off, I'll kill you and your unborn child. Fuck you, Mad Donkey cursed. Is that how you use 2 lives lost? If you're so uncultured, then shut up with your adjectives. Grasp. Chu Sheng's face flushed red and then turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, I'll fight you to the death. Bang. Then a punch landed on the crazy donkey's face. Thump. Mad Donkey collapsed to the ground, covering his face and muttering under his breath. Damn it. Old Chu. Are you serious? Hee hee. How can it be called a performance if it's not real? Chu Sheng stepped forward and knelt directly on top of the Mad Donkey, pounding his fists on him repeatedly while muttering. Our teacher said that the most important thing in acting is to be real. Just bear with it. I'll only punch you a couple more times. Fuck you. I'll put up with your shit. Bang. Pinned to the ground, fired a shot haphazardly, forcing Chu Sheng to retreat helplessly. Mad Donkey rolled off the ground and got up, then raised his gun to hold Chu Sheng down before delivering a powerful blow to his groin. Snap. Chu Sheng was stunned by the slap. Damn, you're serious. Didn't you say that acting has to be realistic? Mad Donkey cursed under his breath, then went up and forced Chu Sheng at gunpoint, giving him a beating. Damn it. You dare to lay a hand on me. Mad Donkey cursed as he beat Chu Sheng. You fucking idiot? Huh. Come on then. Don't say I look down on you. In all of Yuntai City, who the hell dares to touch Mad Donkey? Mad Donkey may not be a good actor, but he's a master at putting on airs. Chu Sheng lay on the ground without saying a word, letting him punch and kick him. Fortunately, both of them kept their distance. Otherwise, if they had really provoked each other, it wouldn't have been acting anymore. Chu Sheng lay on the ground, covering his head with his hands, and shouted, Damn it. If you have the guts, kill me. What can you do if I kill you? The Mad Donkey added another kick. I was brought by President Su. If you have the guts, then shoot. Threatening me? You son of a bitch. Mad Donkey made a move to fire, but his henchman quickly stopped him, saying, Brother Donkey, don't. Chu Sheng is still one of President Su's men. If you really kill him, what will happen to President Su? What are you afraid of? Mad Donkey shouted arrogantly. I've carried a gun and fought for Boss Su. Why would I be afraid of a few little outsiders like Karami? Killing him would be pointless. That's what they said, but Mad Donkey didn't actually dare to fire a shot. Beat them up. At his command, several henchmen and the homeowners surrounded Chu Sheng and his companions and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Only when no one on the ground could stand up again did Mad Donkey and the others carry the zombie away, leaving Chu Sheng and his 6 little golden dragons howling on the ground. This way. After watching the Mad Donkey leave, Li Rui suddenly smiled and walked over. Why are you going to see Brother Rui? Li Hongwei and the others quickly followed him. Don't you think now is the best time to win over those people? After witnessing Chu Sheng being bullied twice, Li Rui finally believed that Chu Sheng's status with Su Wei was quite low. At least he was not as good as Crazy Donkey. If a normal person were bullied like this, Su Wei, as the leader, should have spoken up long ago. Shots were fired, but no one from the villa came. This shows that Su Wei's men don't care at all. He only cares about the zombies and himself. Li Rui came over to Chu Sheng and helped him up with a smile. Are you all right, brother? Chu Sheng paused for a moment, then stood up and said, It's nothing, thanks. Li Rui smiled and waved his hand. Don't mention it. We're all here to make a living. It's not easy for anyone. Helping each other out is nothing. Thank you. Chu Sheng nodded and was about to leave. You haven't eaten, have you? Li Rui asked a question from behind, and Chu Sheng and the others immediately stopped in their tracks. Hongwei, bring out the cookies we've saved up. Li Rui waved his hand with a smile, but Li Hongwei said somewhat displeasedly, Brother Rui, these cookies are something we've worked hard to save up. Why should we give them to them for free? It's all for a living. If we can help each other out, we will. It's just a few packs of biscuits. We can just go hungry for a couple of meals. Li Rui spoke casually, but his words carried a sense of helplessness. Chu Sheng said somewhat awkwardly, Damn it, we've been robbed twice in 3 days. We're really... But the cookies were saved up by you guys. How could we possibly accept that? It's clear that Chu Sheng is an honest man. But these days, it's always the honest people who get bullied. Li Rui handed 2 packs of biscuits to Chu Sheng and said with a smile, There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I can't stand seeing honest people being bullied. Take these and eat them. If you need more, come to F District and I'll figure something out for you. This? Chu Sheng looked grateful, but was too embarrassed to say anything. Brother. At this moment, Li Hongwei stepped forward and said with a smile, You can't keep getting beaten and robbed every day. You've met us today, but what about the future? Chu Sheng stood there awkwardly. Li Rui retorted unhappily, What are you talking about? This isn't just about a fight. They have guns, and their boss is backing them up. What can you do? Li Rui's words perfectly expressed Chu Sheng's feelings. He glanced at Li Rui and sighed helplessly. Damn it, what can we do? We were raised by a stepmother. Chu Sheng said indignantly. We used to work in a machine factory. If Su Wei hadn't promised to provide us with food, I wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. So you didn't report it? You just let that crazy donkey bully you like this. Li Hongwei rolled his eyes as he spoke. What do you mean? No. Chu Sheng cursed. I went twice yesterday, and that idiot Su Wei didn't even show his face. He has plenty of food and drink, and he even has women serving him. What about us? Chapter 103, The Empty Military Camp. People who are bullied to the point of numbness usually end up in one of 2 situations. One option is to fight back when pushed to the limit, and the other is to silently endure. But the former is the majority. Even a clay Buddha has some rusticity, let alone people in the end times. Li Rui patted Chu Sheng on the shoulder and advised, Brother, don't be angry. These days, it's all about who has the stronger fist. If you can't beat them, there's nothing you can do even if you don't want to. Haven't I been patient enough? Chu Sheng emphasized, somewhat agitatedly. Back then, over 100 of us came here, and now only 80-odd are left dead. Damn it, we get 30 portions of food every day, but how much is that? Mad Donkey's group gets 2 bags of bread and a barrel of milk per portion. And what do we get? Biscuits, and we only get 1 bag. Bread and milk? Li Rui and the others really didn't know this. They always thought everyone's food was the same. Hearing Chu Sheng say this now, his judgment of Su Wei became clearer. This person must have a large amount of supplies in his possession. Why don't you come over here? Li Rui finally couldn't help but extend an invitation to Chu Sheng, saying with a smile, Although we can't provide you with food, we can look out for each other when we're together. If Mad Donkey tries to mess with you again, we can help you fend him off. You? Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then said, What if President Su finds out? Li Rui laughed and said, You're overthinking it, brother. If Su Wei really cared about you, would he let Mad Donkey bully you again and again? He just treats you as tools. Whoever catches more zombies is useful to him. In fact, Li Rui's judgment was correct. From the very beginning, Su Wei established this zombie-eliminating team based on the principle of survival of the fittest. As for who could catch the zombies, it made no difference to him. But we can't help you much either, and will only add to your burden. Chu Sheng looked at Li Rui with some wariness. Why can't I help? Li Hongwei chimed in from the side. As long as you join us, we... Shut up. Li Rui turned around and glared at him, then said to Chu Sheng, There's no rush to join. Besides, you're in a villa area, the environment is much better than ours. I just think they're going too far. After a few more casual words, Li Rui led his men away. After getting away from Chu Sheng and the others, Li Rui cursed irritably. Are you fucking crazy? Li Hongwei retorted, unconvinced. What did I do wrong? That Chu Sheng has been with Su Wei for quite some time now. You're asking him to betray his old employer right now? Putting aside whether he's willing or not, do you think he'll actually agree to it? Li Hongwei shut his mouth, feeling a little short of breath. Li Rui continued. He hasn't been driven to the brink yet. Just wait. When he's driven to the point of having nowhere to go, he'll naturally come knocking on our door. While everyone on the other side was putting on a show of acting, Su Wei wasn't idle either. He took Zhuangchang out early in the morning. The snowmobile sped along the snow-covered roads and arrived in the western suburbs half an hour later. Once you leave the city, the surrounding buildings gradually decrease, and without accurate positioning, even a small deviation can lead to getting lost. Fortunately, they were lucky and their approximate location was correct. This is the Western Suburban Military Camp. A regiment used to be stationed here. Zhuangchang pointed to a group of buildings in the distance that were half buried in ice and snow and said, "I used to have a brother who served here. I came here a few times with him." In the vast expanse of white snow, the military camp looked as if it had been pixelated. Su Wei carefully observed through the binoculars for a while, then laughed and said, "Let's go. Whether we can make a fortune depends on today." The two headed toward their goal and arrived at the gate of the military camp a dozen minutes later. The ice and snow froze the iron gate firmly to the ground. Su Wei decisively abandoned the car, took out 2 pairs of cotton gloves from his spatial storage, put them on, and the two of them jumped over the wall and climbed inside. His purpose in coming here was simple: weapons. These days, martial prowess is the ultimate measure of a person's worth. It's true that Su Wei has superpowers, but he's not a god. If he were to face a large-scale siege, he wouldn't be able to kill 1,000 people. Where the hell is this armory? The two wandered around the camp for half an hour, and Su Wei's excitement gradually subsided. More than 2 months of wind and snow have affected even the military camp located halfway up the mountain. Many of the lower-level buildings are no longer visible. Although the upper-level buildings can be identified, hidden places like armories are not so easy to find. Here it is. Zhuangchang was born into a military family, so he naturally knew the layout of military camps like the back of his hand. He quickly found one, missing only a corner of the building. Su Wei frowned as she looked at the cave buried under the snow and ice, and asked, "Down there?" Zhuangchang nodded and explained, "This military camp is built against the mountain, making it very difficult to clear large areas of land. Therefore, the equipment and military supplies are usually stored in underground air raid shelters." "Then smash it." Su Wei sighed helplessly and took out an excavator from his spatial storage. Fortunately, he brought all these large pieces of equipment back from the 4S store, otherwise he would have been in real trouble today. Bang! Zhuangchang drove an oversized excavator and smashed it onto the ice with a single blow. Cough, cough, cough. The rumbling sound of digging echoed across the wilderness. After more than 10 minutes, a 2-meter square tunnel was finally dug out. "It's connected," Zhuangchang called out with a smile. Su Wei shook his head and shouted, "Keep smashing. There's still the armory door inside, and that thing is even harder to deal with than ice and snow." Another half hour passed. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Wei, standing at the cave entrance, felt a blast of musty air rush out. "It's connected." Without pausing, the two crawled straight into the passage. But once inside, Su Wei was dumbfounded. Damn, it's empty. Inside, there was nothing like the scene he had imagined. There were only countless empty shelves and some scattered military supplies. Su Wei picked up a bucket of spilled lubricating oil and cursed angrily. "Damn it. All my work for today was for nothing." "It seems your guess was right. Someone from the authorities must have taken these things away beforehand." "In that case," Zhuangchang said with some apprehension, "the soldiers in those military camps must have been moved away with the supplies long ago." "How many people are in the military camp in the western suburbs?" Su Wei asked a question subconsciously. Zhuangchang thought for a moment and said, "This is a full regiment, and Yuntai is a first-tier city. Each camp will be garrisoned by a full-strength patrol battalion, with a number of about 3,000 people. Yuntai City has 4 military camps, plus the armed police, special police, and bomb disposal units." Su Wei frowned and said, "If all these people have been concentrated, it means that there are at least 20,000 troops stationed in Yuntai City, or even more." Chapter 104. Su Wei, that bastard. After the apocalypse, it seems that those with superpowers have transcended the constraints of their environment. But this is still Planet D, a world dominated by humans. They may be ignorant or weak, but their numbers are vast, and their populations are endless. With nearly 90% of the global population lost, hundreds of millions of people are still struggling to survive in every corner of the world. Some of these people became lambs waiting to die, while others were gathered together by certain powerful forces. That means that if Su Weruo wants to live comfortably in this world, the resources she has are not enough. The struggle will never end, and the more hostile the environment, the more cold-blooded people become. In the villa in Zone C, Chu Sheng returned with his 6 little golden dragons. As a teacher, Bai Menglu has diligently fulfilled her responsibilities. She brushed a stray hair from her ear and asked, "So, have they won you over?" Chu Xing nodded. That Li Rui is very shrewd. He only mentioned it very briefly. He is probably waiting for me to reach my breaking point so that he can take the initiative to come to me for help. As long as he takes the bait, that's good, Bai Menglu said with a smile. This means that our acting over the past 2 days has been effective. If we add fuel to the fire in a few days, it should be a done deal. The reason they staged this play was to make the people from Nanshan Martial Arts School think they had an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. They thought that once they won over Chu Sheng, they would definitely take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Building 104. Then Su Wei will seize the opportunity to encircle and annihilate them, eliminating the leaders in one fell swoop. It's not that he's heartless, but in this situation, if you don't kill, you'll be killed. There's no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Li Hongwei sat on the sofa somewhat impatiently. He looked at Li Rui, frowned, and said, Brother Rui, it's been 5 days already. Are we going to wait any longer? The brothers down below are starting to complain. What are you complaining about? What else could there be? Li Hongwei said irritably. They only get 30 portions of food a day, not to mention roast chicken. Many people don't even get a chicken feather. They work on an empty stomach every day. It's okay for a day or two, but if this continues, they will rebel sooner or later. Su Wei's brilliance lies in his use of food to relentlessly test the limits of human nature. With a large number of people but a limited amount of food, some people will be full while others will go hungry. Those who are well-fed want to take more, while those who are hungry are even more resentful. If this continues, the conflict will only escalate, and even without the external influence of Chu Sheng and others, they will fight amongst themselves. A fat man weighing 200 pounds shouted, Didn't they say Su Wei has a large amount of supplies? Then what are we waiting for? As long as we divide them up, it will be easy to break through that house. You're making it too easy for you. Li Rui sighed and said, How many people were there in Cloud City before? At least 10 or 20,000, right? But now, the entire community can't even gather 300 people. Why is that? In a community of tens of thousands of people, only 300 remained in the end. That shows that Su Wei's methods were ruthless enough. He used food to make these people kill each other, thereby achieving his goal of not being threatened. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. The 200-pound fat man retorted, The more this is the case, the more we should strike first. Hongwei also said that the people below are about to break down. Even if we don't take action, they might start fighting amongst themselves one day, and the situation will only get worse. Wait 2 more days. Li Rui glanced seriously out the window and said, If Chu Sheng has truly been driven into a corner, he will definitely seize this opportunity. If he hasn't taken any action yet, it means his situation isn't as bad as it seems. This might be a trap. As night fell, the sky gradually darkened. Several leaders of Nanshan Martial Arts School sat together with a small brazier in the middle. At this moment, the student on guard came up and said, Brother Rui, there's a guy down there who says his name is Chu Sheng. He wants to meet you. He says he's here to ask for help. Here it is. Li Hongwei was overjoyed and said, Damn, we've finally waited for this. Let him in quickly. Li Rui was still hesitating, but Li Hongwei made the decision first, so he couldn't say anything more. A short while later, Chu Sheng went up to the 6th floor. Brother Chu is here. Come on, sit down and warm up. Li Rui smiled and stood up, gesturing to the person next to him to move aside, and sat down next to Chu Sheng. Call. Chu Sheng didn't stand on ceremony. He squatted by the brazier and rubbed his hands vigorously until they warmed up a bit. Brotherly, I've come today with a favor to ask. Chu Sheng glanced at Li Rui somewhat awkwardly and said, Someone on my side is dying. It's been 3 days, and everyone hasn't eaten or drunk anything. Could you lend me some food? After going hungry for 3 or 4 days in a row, let alone now, even in the past, no one could withstand it. Li Rui knew that Chu Sheng had been forced into a corner. He didn't agree immediately, but asked in confusion, You've all worked hard these past few days. How did you end up in this situation? Don't laugh at me, but we found another zombie yesterday. But before we could even do anything about it, it was snatched away by Mad Donkey's people. Chu clenched his fists angrily and said, That beast. He not only stole our zombies, but also killed one of my companions. Including the 6th brother from last time, Chu Sheng has lost 2 brothers. Li Hongwei deliberately fanned the flames, saying, It's too much, but President Su isn't going to do anything about it? Last time I thought he would definitely step in this time no matter what. If Su Wei hadn't been mentioned, things would have been fine. As soon as Li Hongwei opened his mouth, Chu Sheng jumped up. That bastard Su Wei. Chu Sheng cursed viciously. He doesn't just ignore us. Today when I went to collect my food, He actually said we weren't working hard enough and deducted half of our food. Looking at the furious Chu Sheng, Li Rui calmly said, logically speaking, President Su has a lot of supplies. He wouldn't withhold such a small amount from you, would he? Chu Sheng shook his head and said, you don't know. Su Wei is a devil. He originally wanted to use us. Once the zombies are gone, our existence will be a threat to him. Do you think he would be lenient? With tens of thousands of people gone, would Su Wei still care about them? So what do you mean? Li Rui suddenly looked at Chu Sheng. What? Are you willing to be exploited by Su Wei and bullied by Mad Donkey like this? Li Rui said seriously. Brother Chu, to be honest, we don't have much food left. We're not even full every day, let alone saving any. Even if I lend you food today, what about tomorrow? These days, food is life itself. I can save your life once, but I can't save you forever. Chu Sheng fell silent, a look of struggle on his face. Li Rui didn't rush to speak. After a few minutes, he sighed and asked, will you silently endure the poisoned arrows of fate, or rise up and resist the injustice of this world? Brother Chu, Li Rui, feigning sophistication, then said, are you really going to keep putting up with this? Even if you can, will Mad Donkey stop bullying you? Will Su Wei stop skimping on your pay? If you keep putting up with this, what can you do besides wait to die? Chapter 105. Murder is also a rule. Zhuang Chang stood in front of the villa carrying a huge bag. Outside, Crazy Donkey, Chu Sheng, Yu Suwei, and the newly joined Li Hongwei and others stood at the door, looking on eagerly, like a bunch of hungry puppies. Crazy Donkey, come up and get your food. Zhuang Chang took out a pre-portioned bag of food from the bag. This was his favorite part of the day, as it always gave him a feeling of being on top of the world. This is the feeling of a strong person. Crazy Donkey picked it up with a grin, licking his lips and saying, hey, thanks a lot, Brother Chang. Thanks a lot, President Su. Work hard, and President Su will not mistreat loyal people. Zhuang Chang nodded, feigning seriousness, and then said, Yu Sui. Old Yu also stepped forward with a smile and took his share. Chu Sheng. When it was Chu Sheng's turn, Zhuang Chang didn't even look up. He took out a small bag of food from his bag, threw it outside the door, and then ignored him. Brother Chang. Chu Sheng asked hesitantly, why is mine so few? There aren't enough for 30 portions. Have you done any work? Ignoring Chu Sheng's growing anger, Zhuang Chang coldly said, you haven't even caught a single zombie this week. How dare you give me feedback? We caught two, but the Crazy Donkey stole them, and everyone can testify to that. Fuck you. Mad Donkey stepped forward, glared at Chu Sheng, and cursed, you can't poop, so why blame the latrine? Which eye of yours saw me steal your zombie? You guys couldn't keep an eye on your stuff, so you're blaming me? Yu Suwei, standing to the side, scoffed disdainfully, exactly. Zombies are inherently ownerless. Whoever catches one is skilled. You say you caught one, so why didn't President Su reward you with roast chicken? You. Chu Sheng glared at the two men angrily and cursed. I fucking caught you. You mad donkey. You dare say you didn't rob me? Do you dare confront me in front of President Su? I'll fuck you. Mad Donkey gave a disdainful sneer and turned to leave. Zhuang Chang merely sneered and continued. Li Hongwei and Li Rui stepped forward and took their 30 portions of food. Let's go, we'll talk about it when we get back. Li Rui walked over to Chu Sheng, tugged at his arm, and said, no matter how much you talk, it's useless. Didn't you see that Zhuang Chang is in cahoots with that Crazy Donkey? Damn it, I'll kill them sooner or later. Chu Sheng muttered a curse under his breath and left with Li Rui and the others. Let's do it. On the 6th floor, in Li Hongwei's and others' residence, Chu Sheng clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the sofa. Li Rui said calmly from the side, then you've thought it through. There's no turning back once the arrow is released. If we don't kill Su Wei this time, you know what will happen to you. I don't care, I can't take it anymore. With red eyes, Chu Sheng cursed. My two brothers died at the hands of that mad donkey. We worked ourselves to the bone, and in the end we still have to starve and suffer. Let's do it. At worst, we'll just die. Good. Li Hongwei came over at this moment, handed Chu Sheng 2 packs of biscuits, and laughed. That's a real man. This world is unfair, so we'll smash it. Screw it. When we die, our testicles face up. That's right, let's just do it. Li Hongwei's brothers were also there, adding fuel to the fire. Li Rui then chimed in quietly. Since we've decided to do it, we can do it like this. While they were plotting how to capture Su Wei remained calm and peaceful. Sun Wanner came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and said gently with a smile, dinner's ready, master. I made sweet and sour carp today, please try it. A sophisticated woman often only needs simple methods to win a man's heart. Sun Wanner's gentleness, virtue, obedience, and loveliness gradually made Su Wei infatuated with her. Over time, he seemed to have gotten used to having such a maid by his side. As for Sun Wanner, she knew very well that she couldn't be a big tree, so being a vine clinging to a big tree was the most appropriate role for her. Therefore, she would fulfill all of Su Wei's requests, and even if he didn't bring it up, Sun Wanner would still try her best to learn. But she would occasionally reveal a hint of temper, just the right amount. This made Su Wei remember, while enjoying herself, that Sun Wanner was also a person, not a pet to be played with at will, and that some things should be done in moderation. Did you learn this new? Su Wei sat down in his slippers, and Sun Wanner carefully picked up a piece of deboned fish for him, dipped it in the broth, and put it in his mouth. Su Wei chewed carefully for a few moments, then smiled and said, "It tastes good." "Really?" Sun Wanner said with a pleasant surprise. "I was worried that I might mess it up the first time I made it. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day from now on." The space contains over 10 tons of top-quality fresh food. Even if Su Wei ate a different kind every day, she still wouldn't be able to finish it all in her next life. After the meal, Sun Wanner brought water for washing Su Wei's feet and knelt down beside her to help her take off her socks. "I heard there's been some commotion outside again today." Sun Wanner carefully washed his feet, and the two began to chat. Su Wei laughed and said, "I didn't expect that Chu Sheng was such a good actor." Sun Wanner gently massaged his feet and said, "That Chu Sheng used to seem like a very honest person, but I never expected him to be such a smooth talker when it comes to deceiving people." Honest is a synonym for repressed flirtation. Su Wei smiled and said, "Those martial arts school kids have been trying to win over Chu Sheng these past 2 days. It seems they'll make their move in the next couple of days. What do you want to do?" Sun Wanner asked casually, and Su Wei pondered. "I didn't intend to kill them. These people have no grudge against me, and I don't want to be an inhuman executioner." "But you don't want to kill them, yet they're thinking about how to kill you." "Huh." Su Wei was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "You didn't say that before. Didn't you say that a doctor's duty is to save lives, not kill them?" "That was before." Sun Wanner squatted down calmly, washing her feet carefully, and said casually, "Can a person who is about to starve to death still be a human being? I used to think that as long as everyone's original intentions remained unchanged, the world would eventually get better, but it is too difficult to stick to one's original intentions, especially in the face of survival. Human nature is too fragile. If you don't kill him, he'll kill you." Su Wei sighed and said, "This is the law of the apocalypse. Before there is absolute power to set the rules, killing is also a rule." Ding, ding. As the two were chatting, the walkie-talkie on the table suddenly made a call request. "Hey, Mr. Su, they've made a move." Yu Suowei's voice was very soft. He was hiding in a high-rise building, surrounded by his men, Mad Donkey, and others. "All right, keep a close eye on them. Don't show yourselves yet. We'll talk after they've all come in." Chapter 106, Something's Wrong. After hanging up with Yu Suowei, Su Wei switched the channel to Zhuang Chong's side. "Brother Chong, wake up, the show is about to begin." "Good." Zhuang Chong mumbled a response, then quickly came to his senses and laughed. "Damn, I've been waiting for this day for ages. Don't worry, I'll be at the designated ambush position right away." Su Wei nodded and said, "Don't feel guilty. Once they start attacking the villa, just shoot their leader." "No problem." Zhuang Chong said seriously. "In this damn apocalypse, what psychological burden is there? If we don't kill them, they will kill us. We're going to kill people anyway, so let's just do it." In the long-standing harsh environment, people have long forgotten the laws that preceded the end of the world. Su Wei hung up the intercom and led Sun Wanner to the second floor. He took out an automatic rifle from his storage space and neatly placed the spare magazine on the windowsill. He collected all these things from the police station. After all, a person's abilities are limited, and even a superhuman cannot be truly invincible. 10 people, 50 people, Su Wei might not be afraid. But what about 500 people or 1,000 people? The most unsolvable tactic for thousands of years is the human wave tactic. Once those 400 people surround him, even if he can use his strength to kill a group of them, he cannot stop the cold shots and hidden arrows from behind. If even one person succeeds, no matter how powerful your superpowered ability is, you'll be ganged up on and killed. There was no light in the night. The moon, the guardian of Earth for millions of years, was also affected to varying degrees by the impact of the explosion. In the past 3 months, Su Wei has only seen the moon once. This shows that the disaster has not stopped, and it is unlikely to stop in the next few months. In the darkness, a group of students from Nanshan Martial Arts School crept up from under the apartment building and quickly arrived at the outskirts of the villa area. "So, has anyone found anything inside?" Several students who had acted as scouts returned, and Li Rue hurriedly went to greet them. No. Xuehue laughed and said, those people were completely unprepared. They slept like logs as soon as night fell. Mad Donkey and his gang were in Area. Yusue was in Area C, and in Area D, apart from Suwei, there were only a few scattered homeowners. Great! Li Hongwei excitedly clenched his fist and shouted in a low voice. Everyone, get the hell together. Go all out on Building 104 and take down Suwei. Li Rue also lowered his guard and whispered, brothers, the good days of eating and drinking are coming. If we succeed today, we will be the masters of this community, and all those supplies will be ours. The students, who had been starving for a long time, were immediately enlivened. Everyone's face showed determination and unwavering confidence in victory. Suwei only had 3 or 4 people with him, while they had more than 400 people, and they even had an inside man gathering information. This matter was incredibly simple. Someone's coming from the other side. A dark corner outside the villa area. Chu Sheng and 2 others crept over quietly. Without any unnecessary words, he said directly, Su Wei is already asleep, and Zhuang Chong hasn't made a move either. Let's rush in now. Good. Li Hongwei, his face beaming with excitement, was about to get up. Etc. Li Rue grabbed him. What's wrong? Li Hongwei looked at him with some confusion. Li Rue ignored it and looked at Chu Sheng, asking, didn't you say there were more than 70 people joining? Where are they? Chu Sheng was taken aback for a moment and said, besides a dozen or so brothers, the rest of our people are all women, children, and the elderly. Sending them on the field won't do any good. Hee, that's not what you said before. Li Rue glared at him with piercing eyes. Since we're going to act together, we need to work together towards the same goal. Have your men stationed around the villa area, ready to intercept Mad Donkey and his gang at any time. Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment and did not speak. Brother Chu, I've already taken good care of you. Li Rue said coldly. Everyone knows that Su Wei has firearms, so the villa is the most dangerous place. Now we're going to attack the villa. What are you going to do? You can't just stand by and watch, can you? Chu Sheng looked up somewhat awkwardly, then gritted his teeth and said, no problem. I'll go back and have them block the road in District D. Don't worry. Brothers, let's get to work. Li Rue then laughed and let out a low growl. Nearly 500 people walked quietly toward Building 104 in a large procession. Through the binoculars, Su Wei looked at the darkness in the distance. Although visibility was obstructed, some figures could still be roughly seen moving around, especially after they came into contact with the perimeter of the villa, where the figures became clearer. Smash it! With a sudden shout, Li Hongwei was the first to rush out. Then the students swarmed over, instantly surrounding the not-so-large villa. Each of them was holding various weapons and frantically smashing the doors and windows. Should we fight now? In a 3-story villa across the street, Zhuang Chong lay on the windowsill, his sniper rifle steady as a rock. Wait, let them smash it for a while. These guys are just looking for an outlet for their energy. Let's do them a favor. Su Wei smiled and put down the walkie-talkie. The security level of this villa is top-notch. It's so secure that even a regular hand grenade wouldn't be able to damage it, let alone vandalize it. The previous attack by thousands of people only resulted in a few scratches on the outer layer of the explosion-proof glass. Even if all 400 of them were like little Neza, Su Wei, the old Dragon King of the East Sea, wouldn't be worried at all. Outside the villa at this moment, Li Rue was directing the students to surround the villa. These people are all martial arts school students. They may not be very skilled, but they are much stronger than ordinary people. Despite being hungry for so long, they were still full of energy, like bears that had come down from the mountain. But after they had been smashing things for a few minutes, Li Rue began to frown. This isn't right. What's wrong? Li Hongwei pounded on the gate with a steel pipe while turning back to look at Li Rue. With such a commotion, why didn't Su Wei show up? He's definitely scared. Li Hongwei sneered. He's a complete bastard. If it weren't for the few broken guns he had, I would have killed him long ago. That's not right either. What's wrong again? Li Hongwei was a little annoyed. He felt that Li Rue was a decent person, but he was just too talkative and did nothing but spout nonsense all day long. Why didn't he fight back when he had a gun? Li Rue pointed to the storage room next door and frowned, saying, look. Li Hongwei looked over at the sound and saw a mother and daughter standing by the window looking in his direction. The woman didn't seem panicked at all. She held the child in her arms and shook him occasionally, as if she were watching a show. Wasn't she afraid? With over 400 people besieging a house, even a grown man would tremble with fear, let alone a woman. The fact that the woman was so calm meant that she wasn't afraid of the house being breached at all. Chapter 107. The Calm Li Rue. They are fearless because they have absolute confidence. Li Rue frowned and paused for a moment, then suddenly called out, "Where's Chu Sheng? Where did he go? I didn't see him. It gets chaotic as soon as he moves. I just saw him here." Someone shouted, and Li Rue's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly yelled, "Oh no, this is a trap. Retreat. Everyone retreat." "Are you fucking lying?" Li Hongwei shouted. "What are we here for today? We're about to break through this shell, and you're telling us to retreat? Where to retreat to? Damn it." Li Rue cursed inwardly and said anxiously, "Hongwei, haven't you realized yet? Suwei isn't afraid of our attack at all. This house is not simple. We definitely won't be able to take it in a short time. If it doesn't work in a short time, then keep smashing it. We'll break it open eventually. I don't want to starve anymore." Li Hongwei ignored Li Rue and continued smashing the glass with all his might. His arm was numb from the shock, but the glass in the first-floor window remained intact, without even a scratch. "Damn it. Stop smashing the windows. Smash the door." Li Hongwei cursed in frustration. At this moment, they realized that this glass was definitely not ordinary glass. But what about the door? Although the iron door was sturdy, as long as they could pry open a corner, the rest would be easy. Without further ado, Li Hongwei grabbed a crowbar and inserted it through the crack in the door. Drink. He used all his strength to pry the door back, but it didn't budge. Instead, he was pulled and his arms went limp. "Stop smashing. Get out of here." Li Rue finally lost his composure, grabbed Li Hongwei's arm, and shouted, "Haven't you realized yet? This house has definitely been renovated. We can't open it. Let's go, or we won't be able to leave." Bang. Just as Li Hongwei was still hesitating, a gunshot shattered the atmosphere. Brush. Everyone stopped what they were doing, turned around in unison to look, and the scene instantly fell silent. Where did the gunshots come from? Li Hongwei instinctively hid behind a pillar by the door. Li Rue, hiding on the other side, said with a grim face, "Damn it. We really got tricked. That Chu Sheng was just acting. They were prepared all along." Bang. Another shot rang out, and Li Hongwei, who was hiding behind a pillar, let out a wail, clutching his thigh and screaming in agony. Magnificent. Just as Li Rue was about to rescue him, bang, a shot came flying, and he instinctively shrank his neck, managing to dodge the bullet. Behind the window opposite, Zhuang Chong wore a cold smile. "These two little brats are really good at hiding, huh? Heh, I'll teach you to hide." As he spoke, he turned his gun around and fired a shot at the students who were still running around in panic in the courtyard. One student fell to the ground, and his eyes were wide open before he died. "Xiaowu!" Li Rue cried out in surprise, but he dared not move an inch. Tada! Just as the gunshot stopped, another burst of gunfire rang out from upstairs. Su Wei slung his automatic rifle across his shoulder and fired a few shots at the people in the courtyard, but his aim was too poor and the recoil was too great, so the bullets flew off the ground. But some unlucky ones were hit by the ricocheting bullets. "Ouch, my arm." One person collapsed, wailing in agony. "Charge out. Quick, everyone charge out." Li Rue finally realized what was happening. He gritted his teeth and roared, "They only have 2 guns. Let's charge out together. We can definitely get out." With the students in charge, they gradually realized what was happening, and more than 400 people rushed out of the villa in a swarm. Bang. Da-da-da. Su Wei and Zhuang Chong opened fire from the left and right, and several students in the crowd fell down immediately, while the rest ran out even more frantically. They moved out while crouching in the crowd of bees. Trying to run? Zhuang Chong smirked, subtly moved his sniper rifle, and paused for 3 seconds. Bang. Li Hongwei, who was gritting his teeth and pushing forward, suddenly jolted and fell onto his companion with a thud. "Magnificent." Li Rue cried out in sorrow, then decisively let go of him and dropped him, before disappearing into the crowd. More than 400 people quickly rushed to the entrance of the villa area. Just as everyone was feeling relieved, 2 bright lights suddenly flashed in the darkness. The intense light from the high-explosive flashlight was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Mad Donkey and Yu Suawei, one on each side, led dozens of people to surround them from both sides. Bang! Mad Donkey, flashlights in both hands, raises his right hand and fires a shot into the air. "You all, kneel down before me." Li Rue rushed over at this moment, and he subconsciously stopped in his tracks, speechless as he looked at Crazy Donkey and the others. I got scammed. Now he understood everything. Why Chu Chong was bullied so much but dared not fight back, and why Mad Donkey kept bullying his companion even though he knew it was going too far. Damn it, Sue. That old sly fox. Stop. Li Rue quickly calmed down, turned around, and stopped the student, shouting loudly. At this moment, Mad Donkey and his gang surrounded them. He pointed his gun at the students in front of him and said coldly, "I'll say it one last time. You all better kneel down for me. You mad donkeys, you've won this time." Li Ruiqiang stepped forward with forced composure, looked at him, and said, "We admit defeat in this trap. Make way for us, and we'll leave Cloud City right now." In his view, Su Wei orchestrated this whole thing to drive them all out. Li Rui was well aware that if they failed this time, they would have offended Su Wei to the death. Now we have no choice but to back down and leave this place as soon as possible to avoid further retaliation. Go to hell. Did I say you could leave? Kneel down. Mad Donkey smashed Li Rui's face with the butt of his rifle, making him stagger. What? Are you going to kill all 400 of us? Li Rui didn't fight back after being hit, but coldly said, "The situation is not good for us now, but don't be too smug. If a real fight breaks out, you will all die here. Su Wei gave you food, but does that mean you have to risk your lives for him? Huh? Do you have any brains?" Su Wei couldn't get it from the villa, but these people were right in front of her. Li Rui's meaning was very clear. We admit defeat this time, but we won't let ourselves be slaughtered. If we're really pushed to the limit, we'll fight to the death, even if it means mutual destruction. Mad Donkey hesitated for a moment and raised the muzzle of his gun a little higher. Su Wei may not care about the lives of these people, but their lives are their own, and they certainly won't willingly risk their lives. If the more than 400 martial arts students really fought desperately, the homeowners led by Crazy Donkey and Yu Suwei would definitely be no match for them. Even with Zhuang Chang and Su Wei backing them up, they would still pay a heavy price. Moreover, Li Rui remained very calm. This person is definitely not a brainless idiot like Li Hongwei. Just look at how quickly he stabilized the situation. This battle is not easy to win. Chapter 108. The Security Team. Just as the two sides were deadlocked, the walkie-talkie in Crazy Donkey's hand suddenly rang. "Crazy Donkey, tell him the message." Since the big boss wanted to speak in person, Crazy Donkey naturally didn't dare to waste any words and directly handed the walkie-talkie to Li Rui. "I am Su Wei." The four simple words, seemingly light and weightless, inexplicably made Li Rui tense. "Mr. Su, hello." Su Wei said calmly, "You started this whole thing. If you're wrong, you should admit it. What do you think?" Li Rui took a deep breath and said, "Yes, we are outmatched and admit defeat. President Su, please speak frankly, and we can talk. Forget about conspiracies and setting traps. You lost, and that's it. The loser has to pay a price, and what that price is depends on what conditions the winner sets. You think I can't touch these 400 of you, is that it?" Su Wei suddenly laughed and said, "Why don't you let them try their luck and see how many of them can leave Cloud City today?" "What do you mean?" Li Rui's expression was rather unpleasant. "I've positioned 10 men at each of the 3 main gates of the residential area, with 3 submachine guns and 2,000 rounds of ammunition." Su Wei said calmly, "If it's a direct confrontation, how many of these 400 people do you think will survive?" Li Rui fell silent. Su Wei continued, "If you lose these 400 men, even if you manage to escape, where can you go? Will you starve to death outside? So what do you want?" Li Rui completely lost confidence, not because of Su Wei's intimidation, but because he dared not gamble. These 400 men were his greatest asset. In other words, as long as there were people, they could live anywhere. At worst, they could find another residential area. Whether they committed arson, murder, robbery, or extortion, they could survive. But if these people weren't around, could he survive on his own? Su Wei, speaking through the intercom without a trace of emotion, said, "From today onwards, submit to me." Li Rui laughed, but said bitterly, 30 portions of food every day? Heh, if that's the case, then we might as well take a gamble. Anyway, they'll fight amongst themselves someday. These days, playing the scarcity marketing game can actually lead to people starving to death. The previous corpse removal team is a blatant example. From a team of over 1,000 people, now including those brought by Chu Sheng, there are less than 300 left. Su did not forcibly intervene in this change. But those who are on the verge of starvation every day will change themselves, and in order to get a bigger share of food, they will start killing each other. Even someone as saintly as Yu Suwei couldn't salvage the situation, so Li Rui would likely face the same outcome. Moreover, he was a smart man. From the very first day Su Wei distributed food, he had already foreseen the fate of these 400 students. Therefore, he resolutely chose to attack. But the result was a crushing defeat. Li Hongwei died, and he and the other 400 people became fish on someone else's chopping board. Su Wei said directly, "Starting today, you and your 400 people will be dispersed and reorganized, and live together with the residents of Cloud City. Each 100 people will be in a separate area, and everyone will not interfere with each other. As for food, starting today, the corpse removal team will be disbanded. Anyone who joins my Cloud City security team will be able to have at least one full meal a day. Why? What? Li Rue frowned and said, Are you trying to recruit us? But as far as I know, you've never cared about outsiders, and our existence is a threat to you. Why would you do this? Because there is a bigger and wider world outside this community. Su Wei's tone was calm, but her words were full of vigor. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, the whole world is facing a reshuffling. Do you really just want to be a walking corpse who can eat his fill? A person's vision determines their potential. Li Rue quickly understood Su Wei's meaning. He shook his head and said, Brother, are you just making empty promises to me? Even if you want to be emperor, there are still remnants of official power outside. What do you have to fight them with? Do you have the courage? I didn't want to be emperor, Su Wei said softly through the intercom. I just want to be able to go back to the days before and live like a normal person. Li Rue fell silent upon hearing this. During the 3 months of disaster, he witnessed far too much of the ugliness of human nature. These humans, distorted by natural disasters, have gradually forgotten civilized society and have gone to a barbaric and desolate extreme. Perhaps in a few years, these people will really become walking corpses who only know how to eat, drink, and defecate. I can't guarantee that you will all survive, but I can guarantee that you will live like human beings, even if it's only for a short time. Su Wei asked calmly, Do you want to be a human being? Li Rue was eventually persuaded. However, what convinced him was not the promises Su Wei made, but the promise of a full meal every day. Talking about lofty ideals and the brilliance of humanity is all nonsense until your stomach is full. Attention, everyone. At ease. Zhuang Chang, carrying a Type 95 rifle, shouted at the 50-odd people in front of him. Since you've taken this job, remember, you must obey orders in all actions. Li Rue, as the vice captain, was prominently listed. He stood at the very front, glanced back at his bewildered comrades behind him, and sighed inwardly. Didn't you hear me? The battalion commander said, Attention, at ease. Li Rue shouted again, and the people finally began to line up sparsely, their feet assuming a position of at ease, though their movements were questionable. Third guy in the second row. Yeah, I'm telling you, you're going to kick out with your right foot at ease? Can you even do that? If you can't, get the hell out of here. Zhuang Chang stepped forward, cursing, and kicked the man. He carried out Su Wei's orders to the letter, and as one of the few among them who had served in the military, he naturally played a commanding role. Nothing else this morning, just one sentence, stand at attention. Anyone who can't stand properly is skipping lunch. You can eat when you've stood properly. A full meal every day is everyone's spiritual support, and immediately, the 50 or so people stood up straight. After everyone had settled into their positions, Li Rue left the group and went to Zhuang Chang's side. Brother Chang, from now on, we'll be relying on you. Knowing Zhuang Chang's position by Su Wei's side, he naturally wanted to curry favor with him. However, Zhuang Chang didn't like Li Rue. This man was too smart, making people feel that he had ulterior motives and that they might get tricked if they weren't careful. We're all just working for the boss. There's no such thing as relying on anyone. Zhuang Chang replied indifferently. Li Rue wasn't angry. He smiled and said, That's true, but there's some truth to the saying, even a 7th-rank official can't do without a prime minister. From now on, whatever you say, we'll do it. Chapter 109, Old Yu's Misfortune. Inside the villa, Su Wei woke up from her afternoon nap to a commotion outside. What's going on? Su Wei frowned and glanced outside. Sun Wanner came over with a smile and said, Brother Zhuang and the others are setting up a security brigade command center, and they're giving them instructions outside. What the hell? This is such a small number of people, and they call this a command post. Su Wei, munching on half an apple, said, What if all these people rebel tomorrow? Then my command post will become an easy target. No, they won't, Sun Wanner said with a smile. Those people have just been beaten up and have also benefited. They won't dare to have any disloyalty to you until they are absolutely certain of their success. So you're saying that even if I go out for a walk now, they won't dare to lay a hand on me? Sun Wanner smiled and nodded. Theoretically speaking, that's how it is. Those people are hoping you can live a few more days, because they can only eat their fill if you live. But once you die, let alone how much food they can get, even if they can get some, there will always be a day when they run out of food and drink. How's your research on those zombie cells going? With the threat gone, Su Wei returned to his lazy state. He lay casually on the sofa and asked, Didn't they say that thing could be transplanted into a human body? Theoretically speaking, yes. When the topic of her profession came up, Sun Wanner immediately became serious and said earnestly, But I tried to transplant some cells into those live chickens and ducks, but these animals are not human after all, and they do not have the powerful replication genes of humans, so they died in a few days. So that means the idea of creating artificial superhumans is hopeless? Sun Wanner shook her head helplessly and said, at least our current technology cannot do it. However, if we rely on the official scientific research, it might be possible, but this is just my speculation. Oh, Su Wei wasn't particularly disappointed. On the contrary, he felt that this was normal. If everyone had the opportunity to gain superpowers, then this world would truly be abnormal. During the conversation, Su Wei's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. What's up? A hurried voice came from the other end of the line. Zhuang Chang shouted. Su Wei, something bad has happened. Old Yu is in trouble. Is someone causing trouble? After the security team was established, Zhuang Chang, Yu So-wei, Chu Sheng, and Li Rui each led more than 100 people to form 4 brigades. Among these people were former homeowners and people from machinery factories and martial arts schools. These people are a mixed bag, and it's inevitable that some of them might harbor malicious intentions. Therefore, Su Wei's first reaction was that someone had betrayed them. Zhuang Chang hurriedly said, no, it was old Yu who encountered a few super zombies. At first, things went smoothly, but most of his team members were older and their attack power was not enough. Old Yu was the only one holding them off, and that's when things went wrong. He got bitten by a zombie. Were you bitten? Su Wei frowned and said, quickly evacuate the people around. Old Yu. If he turns into a zombie, those people will be hard to deal with. Old Yu was a martial arts master before, and he really had kung fu skills. If such a person were to turn into a zombie, it's easy to imagine that an ordinary person would have absolutely no chance of catching him. Zhuang Chang fell silent for a moment, then whispered, Old Yu is probably not going to make it. What's the meaning? Su Wei was stunned for a moment. Zhuang Chang continued. He was surrounded by 4 or 5 zombies, but no one dared to help him. His whole body was bitten beyond recognition, and since he hadn't mutated, it seemed like he couldn't be saved. Old Yu. What's wrong, Old Yu? At that moment, a sobbing sound came through the intercom. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Zhuang Chang was stunned for a moment before the walkie-talkie was snatched from his hand. Then came Su Wan's voice, her voice trembling with tears as she pleaded, President Su, please save him, for the sake of my husband who has served you so diligently. Su Wei hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to save Yu So-wei, but rather that he wasn't clear about the situation. What if Yu So-wei mutated during the treatment? Old Yu is a good man. Since the disaster struck, he has saved and helped many people. Now that he is in trouble, is there no one to help him? Su Wan choked back tears as she said, although Lao Yu and I are a couple who married later in life, he gave me and my child our lives. If Lao Yu dies, I will never live on alone. Please, President Su, treat my little Bao well. As he spoke, a commotion arose from the other side. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Put the knife down. Although Su Wei was not at the scene, she had a general understanding of the situation. Zhuang Chang relayed the message. Su Wei, Old Yu, is one of us after all, and he's a decent person. Why don't we save him? Su Wei no longer hesitated. Take the person to the villa entrance. Good. A dozen minutes later, Zhuang Chang led a large group of people to the outside of the villa. He used his rifle to force back the people surrounding him before taking out his walkie-talkie and saying, Su Wei, the person is outside the door, bring him in. Shortly after, the villa gate opened. Instantly, countless eyes turned to look at them, and everything inside made their eyes well up with tears. But faced with Zhuang Chang's cold gun barrel, everyone tacitly chose to back down. Countless people among them wanted to take this place for themselves, but they also knew that as long as Zhuang Chang was there, no one could enter this villa. Su Wei called Sun Wanner over, and the two of them together lifted Yu So-wei onto a mobile hospital bed and brought him to the medical room on the basement floor. After carefully examining Yu So-wei's wounds, Sun Wanner frowned and said, Master, his carotid artery has been bitten through, and he has lost too much blood. Even if he doesn't mutate, the chances of him surviving are extremely slim. Although Su Wei didn't understand medicine, she knew what the carotid artery meant. He sighed and said, although Old Yu is a bit too kind-hearted, his character is still commendable. Let's do our best and not let everyone down. Now, more and more people are following Su Wei. Even if he doesn't care about what outsiders think, he can't ignore the thoughts of people like Zhuang Chang and Chu Sheng. Sun Wanner nodded and immediately threw herself into the intense surgery. Su Wei temporarily took on a supporting role. Tweezers. Sun Wanner, with a serious expression, reached out to Su Wei while wearing sterilized gloves. Oh. Su Wei frantically rummaged through the tray before finally handing the tweezers to Sun Wanner. Scissors. Good. Oh no, his heart rate is about to become uncontrollable. Prepare for defibrillation immediately, and also get spare blood bags. Fortunately, Su-wei had taken a walk around the hospital beforehand and obtained a lot of spare blood plasma from the cold storage. Otherwise, Yusue would have really been in serious trouble today. However, blood type needs to be compared, so Su-wei could only keep screening within the space. Hurry up. Do you want him to die? Okay, coming right away. At this moment, Sun Wanner, standing on the operating table, seemed to have instantly transformed into a different person. Wearing a white coat and a dust cap, she looked just like an angel descended to earth. At this moment, there is no distinction between master and servant, nor is there any sense of being dependent on others. At this moment, Sun Wanner was the most useful person in the villa. She didn't even glance at Su-wei, but just kept issuing various orders. Chapter 110, Amazing Recovering Power. It wasn't until 2 hours later. Call. Sun Wanner finally breathed a sigh of relief and finished stitching up the last stitch. Su-wei hurriedly asked, "Is it done?" Sun Wanner shook her head and said, "We can only say that he did his best. He lost too much blood and many of his wounds damaged his internal organs. Moreover, he was bitten by a zombie, and it's a miracle he hasn't been infected yet. So whether he can survive is really hard to say. Not even you." Su-wei blurted out something without thinking. Sun Wanner's pretty face immediately turned cold. She put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "What do you mean, even I can't do it? If it weren't for me, I dare say that no one else in the entire Yuntai city would have been able to save him." Okay, you're awesome." Su-wei smiled helplessly. Although this girl is usually well-behaved and lovely, and very smart and sensible, when it comes to professional and principled issues, she becomes like a warrior, refusing to yield an inch. But there's something I don't understand. Su-wei had just opened his mouth when Sun Wanner interrupted him, saying, "Are you saying that he was bitten by a zombie for more than 2 hours? So why didn't he mutate?" Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person infected with the virus will mutate within 10 minutes. Since he was bitten, and he has not reacted at all, not even the slightest change has occurred. Sun Wanner thought about it carefully and said, "Perhaps his physique is different from ordinary people." "How so?" Su-wei was just like a curious child, humbly seeking knowledge. Sun Wanner looked at the monitoring equipment and said, "When I was performing surgery on him just now, I found that although old Yu is over 60 years old, there is no sign of weakness in his body. Moreover, his organs, tissues, and muscles are exceptionally well developed. To put it this way, his physical fitness far surpasses that of young people around 20 years old, and even some people who exercise regularly cannot compare to him. That must be why he wasn't infected," Sun Wanner said with some admiration. "In other words, the cells in his body are extremely active, even more so than those zombie toxins. So he not only wasn't infected, but if possible." Seeing that she seemed hesitant to speak, Su-wei suddenly had a bold idea. "You mean?" Sun Wanner nodded and said, "If the cells in his body can kill those toxic cells, or fuse and divide those cells, then perhaps he will become the second mutant." Su-wei was taken aback. "Aren't you a superhuman?" "They are different." Sun Wanner shook her head and said, "You are a naturally gifted superhuman. Your mode of existence is unreplicable, and no one knows how you acquired your superhuman abilities." Su-wei didn't speak, and Sun Wanner continued, "But Elder Yu is different. After he is infected, his body will undergo a mutation. This mutation can be good or bad. Even if it's good, he won't have the same level of superpowers as you. At most, he can become a strongman. Can you understand that?" Su-wei nodded with difficulty. Sun Wanner wiped the fine sweat from her face and said calmly, "Now we can only leave it to fate. If he survives, there is a high chance that he will mutate, because these toxins did not erode his mind, but they changed his physical structure." The next afternoon, after finishing her meal, Su-wei went to the medical room. He admired Yusue, although he still couldn't understand Yusue's idea that heaven will entrust great responsibilities to this person, but this did not prevent him from respecting Yusue. In this kind of environment, shouldn't we admire people who can maintain their humanity to this extent? Sun Wanner followed her down. When she saw the data on the monitor, she couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, he actually came back to life. And look, all his vital signs are recovering rapidly. This rate of recovery is at least 20 times faster than that of a normal person. Can we speak in plain language?" Su didn't understand, but that was about it. Sun Wanner rolled her eyes at him, annoyed, and said, "For example, if an ordinary person breaks a bone, it takes several months or even years to recover, but he only needs a few dozen days. Look at his wounds. It's only been a day, and not only have they not festered, but they have already started to scab over. This is his powerful recovery ability. Su Wei suddenly understood. Then he excitedly said, that means old Yu has likely mutated, and not in the way of a zombie, but rather he has become a superhuman? Yes, that's how it seems at the moment. Sun Wanner said excitedly. Now we just need to see how strong his abilities are. With this case, my research on zombie cells will take a qualitative leap. 3 days passed quietly. As soon as Su Wei got up that day, she heard an alarm sound coming from the underground medical room. Sun Wanner had already gotten up and was making breakfast in the kitchen when she heard the alarm. She was so excited that she took off her apron and ran to the basement. Hey, turn off the heat, or the pot will explode. Su Wei shouted irritably, then went to the kitchen and turned off the induction cooker. The two arrived at the medical room one after the other. As soon as Su Wei entered, she saw Yu Suwei lying weakly on the bed. Although he looked very disheveled, he was at least awake. President Su, what's wrong with me? Looking at his surroundings, Yu Suwei subconsciously thought he had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. Su Wei smiled and said, you've been unconscious for 3 days. It was Brother Chong and the others who brought you to my son. Wanner saved you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Yu Suwei looked at Sun Wanner and lowered his head. Sun Wanner, busy with her work and holding a stethoscope, said calmly, no need to thank me. Saving people is my duty, and it is my master who allows me to save people. The meaning of these words is quite clear. Sun Wanner does not accept U.S. words. Yu Suwei then looked at Su Wei and nodded solemnly, saying, thank you very much, President Su. Su Wei didn't say much, just nodded and left. The person involved understands this without needing to say it. Saying too much would only make it seem a bit excessive. Gratitude is something that will come if you care about it, and it won't disappear if you don't care, even if you mention it 100 times a day. However, the fact that Yu Suwei was able to wake up is also a good thing for Su Weilai. At least his security team's strength will see a qualitative improvement. In addition, Yu Suwei is a reliable person and will be an invaluable asset to me in the future. After more than 10 minutes, Sun Wanner came downstairs and said to Su Wei, his condition is very good. Judging from this recovery, he will be fully recovered in another 3 to 5 days. Holy crap, is it really that awesome? Even though Su was not mentally prepared, she was still extremely shocked. 3 days ago, Yu Suwei was on the verge of death. He was almost out of breath and had almost lost all his blood. But in such a short time, he has recovered to this extent. Chapter 111. Holy crap. Yuanhua? Inside the villa, Sun Wanner took off her white coat and transformed back into the gentle and lovely Xiao Mei and Ayer. She smiled and said, anything is possible these days. If you can become a superhuman, then others have the opportunity to. Perhaps there will be even more superhumans in the future. Will it? Su Wei was somewhat worried. Sun Wanner nodded and said, if we take Elder Yu as an example, then the appearance of superhumans can be replicated. Of course, the probability of such replication is extremely low. Perhaps only 1 in several thousand people will be able to replicate it. Because not everyone can have the physique of Elder Yu, and not everyone's cells are strong and active. These specific conditions are indispensable, and there are too many chance factors involved. Yu Suwei's health is recovering day by day, and Su Wei is not idle either. To plunder supplies in Yuntai City, leaving no stone unturned and not even letting a trash can go untouched. Su Wei stood inside the police station in the West District, where most of the space was filled with ice and snow. There's nothing good left here. Zhuangchang looked around and came back, frowning. There isn't a single dead person here. They must have all been moved away during the days leading up to the apocalypse. As more and more places were discovered, Su Wei gradually gleaned some useful information. Most of the important locations within the city have been depleted of supplies. That means that these people and things had already been moved away in an orderly manner before, but he has no idea where they went. Snap! Just as the two were about to leave, they suddenly heard a soft sound, followed by a series of hurried footsteps fading into the distance. Someone's there. Zhuangchang was the first to react. Upon hearing the sound, Su Wei quickly darted out, climbing along the corner of the wall from the ice layer until she reached the outside. Stop! At the entrance of the police station, a man of average height was hurriedly running away. Bang! Su Wei pulled out his pistol, fired a shot into the air, and shouted, if you don't stop, I'll shoot. His voice trembled slightly because from the first day, he rarely encountered anyone outside, especially in such a desolate and harsh place. Upon hearing the gunshot, the man paused instinctively, then stood still. At this moment, Zhuangchang also came out, and the two of them surrounded the man from the left and right. As they got closer, Su Wei could see the man's appearance clearly. He was an ordinary middle-aged man with a mustache and a dark, thin face, looking like a convict who had just been released from a refugee camp. Who are you? What are you doing here? Sue raised her pistol and pointed it at him. The man looked up, about to speak, when he heard a fuck behind him. Holy crap, Yuan Hua. Zhuang Chang stepped forward in shock, looking at him in disbelief and saying, You're still alive. Lao Zhuang. The man also stared at him in shock, especially when he saw Zhuang Chang and Su Wei's attire. He was so surprised that he couldn't speak. What's going on here? Zhuang Chang looked Yuan Hua up and down, then frowned and said, I remember you were in the park the day the accident happened. What are you doing here? South China Logistics Zone is more than 50 kilometers away from the city center. It is possible for someone who is short of food and water to endure the cold of minus 40 degrees Celsius to come here. Yuan Hua sighed and said, It's a long story. I've been ripped off. What happened? Zhuang Chang hurriedly asked, while Su Wei frowned as she looked at him. Yuan Hua had nothing to hide and asked directly, Do you still remember the theft in the park? How could I not remember? Zhuang Chang glanced at Su Wei subconsciously and nodded, saying, I went out drinking with my friends that day, and when I found out about this the next day, I never expected disaster to strike. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua suddenly laughed and said, Damn it, stop talking nonsense. Everyone in the park knows that the theft is related to you, and that's Su. Su, what was it again? Su Wei. Su Wei replied casually from the side. Yuan Hua glanced at him and nodded, saying, Yes, and that's Su Wei. But I still don't understand how you and Su Wei managed to empty out so much stuff. Zhuang Chang would definitely not admit it, waving his hand and saying, Don't talk nonsense. If I had that ability, I would have killed you long ago. We did steal some supplies that day, but with so many supplies, someone must have stolen them from the inside. Seeing that Zhuang Chang didn't want to talk about it, Yuan Hua didn't press the matter further and changed the subject, saying, By the way, what are you doing here? Are you here to find supplies too? Zhuang Chang nodded and asked, And you? How did you manage to get out all by yourself? I didn't run away. I was forced to come here. Yuan Hua sighed and said, On the 10th day after the disaster, the entire park was covered by ice and snow. We could only live in the underground warehouse. Then suddenly a group of soldiers came. They drove a lot of snowplows and took all of us, hundreds of people, away. Where did you take it? Southwest Air Defense Base. Yuan Hua pointed in a direction and said, It's just 10 kilometers away from here. That used to be an air raid shelter, which was later converted into an air raid base. It's very large and can hold over 100,000 people. Su Wei suddenly chimed in, laughing. That's a good thing. We found our organization. At least we won't have to suffer from the cold and hunger anymore. What a load of rubbish, Yuan Hua said irritably. We initially thought the government was sending troops to pick us up and rescue us, but we never expected them to be a bunch of beasts. How so? Zhuang Chang also sensed something amiss and asked casually. That place was a den of devils. After the soldiers took us there, we became laborers, eating the bare minimum of food and doing the heaviest work every day. What kind of work? Su Wei asked, and Yuan Hua sighed. Power generation, building reinforcement, searching for supplies. I sneaked out while the captain wasn't paying attention, and I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I got here. Zhuang Chang thought for a moment and laughed. It's nothing. Working and eating is better than freezing to death outside, right? If only it were like this. Yuan Hua shook his head sadly. They got a batch of experimental machines from somewhere, and they capture a lot of people every day to conduct human experiments. What are we testing? Su Wei suddenly had an idea. Who knows? Yuan Hua shook his head and said, The people around me have never appeared since they were taken away. Everyone says they are dead, so I got scared and ran away. How many people are in your air defense base? Su Wei asked a question, then took a piece of chocolate out of her pocket and handed it to him. Yuan Hua's eyes lit up, and he quickly put away the chocolate before saying, I don't know the specifics, but there are at least 20,000 to 30,000 people scattered throughout the base. Are there many troops stationed there? Yuan Hua thought for a moment and nodded. A lot. At least 3,000 people. Chapter 112, Southwest Base. The three chatted for more than 10 minutes. Su Wei roughly understood what kind of existence the base Yuan Hua had mentioned was. After the apocalypse, ordinary people can only wait to die, while the powerful have made plans early on and launched a series of countermeasures. The first step is to gather the troops around Yuntai City. Those who possess such methods must have held an extraordinary social status, at least a big shot. Having strong military power naturally gives one the leverage to compete for resources. As a result, the resources available on the market became the possessions of the powerful, who scavenged for any usable supplies around them. This is why Su Wei had encountered several resource zones that had been emptied out. So what are you going to do now? Zhuang Qian used to have a good relationship with Yuan Hua, so he thought that if Yuan Hua didn't have any ulterior motives, he could discuss it with Su Wei and give him a chance. Although the city in the clouds cannot compare to the official air defense base, its facilities are still relatively complete. Furthermore, with Su Wei in charge, at least we won't have to worry about food anymore. Before he could speak, a rustling sound came from not far away. Looking through the snowflakes falling in the air, he saw a 5-person team walking towards them. Oh no, they're here. Who? The soldiers leading the base work in groups of 5, each day leading 20 ordinary people out to search for supplies. And they're armed. Anyone who dares to disobey will be shot on the spot. As they got a few minutes closer, Su Wei saw that each of them was carrying an automatic rifle. It's just that everyone is gathered too close together, and it's not realistic for us to leave now. Yuan Hua, the leader of the 5-man squad, spotted Yuan Hua at a glance, shouted, and the 5 of them ran towards him. Startled, Yuan Hua hurriedly raised his hand and shouted, "Reporting to the organization, I have found 2 suspicious individuals. They appear to be carrying a large amount of supplies. Damn it, this person is a real scoundrel. I only gave you a piece of chocolate, and you betrayed me in the blink of an eye." Su Wei's face turned cold, and he fired without hesitation. Bang! Yuan Hua, who was standing in front, trembled, then turned his head with disbelief and difficulty, before falling into the snow with a thud. He never expected that Su Wei would dare to fire when facing 5 soldiers. Stop! Upon seeing Su Wei fire his gun, the 5 men immediately raised their automatic rifles, quickly deployed into formation, and surrounded Su Wei and his companion. Damn it! Throw away the gun. Put your hands behind your head and kneel down. A burly man leading the group rushed over. He maintained his firing stance, aimed at Su and Wei, and roared, "I'll say it again. Put down your guns and squat down with your hands behind your heads." "We were just passing by." Su Wei casually tossed the pistol aside, then glanced at Zhuang Chang, and the 2 obediently squatted down. The other team members followed, and one of them glanced at Yuan Hua before shouting, "Report, Captain. Yuan Hua is dead." The captain pressed the gun against Su Wei's forehead and said coldly, "You're pretty ruthless, aren't you? You kill someone without hesitation. He betrayed me, so why can't I kill him?" As they were talking, a team member came over with a piece of chocolate. "Captain, look." The captain's eyes lit up, and he looked at Su Wei again. "Yours?" "No." Su Wei shook her head. "Bullshit," the captain said coldly. "Yuan Hua couldn't possibly have something like this on him. Besides, he just escaped, and there are no supplies around. Tell me, where did you get these things from?" Su Wei squinted and replied succinctly, "How would I know where it came from? I'm hungry, so why don't you share some with me?" "Yeah, so you're one to never admit defeat until you're faced with the truth." The captain grinned, grabbing him by the collar. "This polar protective suit isn't simple. Tell me, which base are you from?" Su Wei paused, realizing that their assessment of his equipment had been misled. In other words, there are other forces besides the southwest base around Yuntai City. "You'd better not touch me. I'm a germaphobe." "Damn it, are you a dung beetle? And you're a germaphobe." With that, the captain raised his rifle butt and smashed it down on Su Wei's head. Su Wei only moved slightly to dodge his attack. Before the captain could react, he saw a blur, and his weapon mysteriously disappeared. Then, before he could be shocked, a brand new car suddenly appeared in the air. Bang! Crash! A dull thud rang out, and the captain was slammed to the ground with a thud, knocked unconscious by the sudden car crash. Team leader. The remaining 4 people rushed over, their faces full of amazement. They never expected that a car would suddenly appear in the air. Su Wei, amidst the chaos, pulled Zhuang Chang back a few steps, then pulled out 2 automatic rifles from her spatial storage and pointed them at the 4 people. "Kneel down, all of you." Zhuang Chang stepped forward with his gun, startling the 4 men, who then instinctively raised their guns and aimed them at him. Where did he get his weapons? The group looked at each other, shocked and with a hint of fear on their faces. They clearly saw that the 2 men only had 1 pistol, but now they are holding 2 automatic rifles. Where did they get them? "You." One of the team members exclaimed in surprise, then realized, "You guys are superhumans." Su Wei approached, gun in hand, and asked, "You also know about superhumans?" The team members, no longer arrogant, stared at the 2 men warily and said, "Brothers, you should have said you were superhumans earlier. It was all a misunderstanding. We were just here to capture the fugitives and had no intention of offending you." Several team members wisely put away their guns. Judging from their reactions, Su Wei roughly understood. It seemed that these people had a deep understanding of people with superpowers and knew that ordinary people could not compete with them. "Tell me everything you know, and I'll let you go." Su Wei smiled slightly and several more cars inexplicably appeared in the air, crashing heavily around the four of them, startling everyone. Now they were truly scared, losing even the courage to raise their guns. The team members put their weapons away and said with a wry smile, "You are a big shot. Why bother with us, small fry? Whatever you want to ask, we will answer to the best of our knowledge." "Your origins?" The team member nodded and said, "We are from the southwest base of Yuntai City, formerly the 358th Regiment of the South China Military Region stationed in Yuntai City, and now serve under the highest administrative officer of the southwest base." Su Wei's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "How many people are there in the southwest base in total?" "Our group has a total of more than 3,500 people, plus more than 17,000 laborers and leaders and managers of various departments, totaling about 25,000 people." "So much." Zhuang Chang visibly tensed up. He subconsciously glanced at Su Wei, but she didn't react at all. Chapter 113, The Production Team's Donkey. Su Wei was also nervous, but he appeared very calm. With the air of a solitary master, he asked, "Does the Southwest base have any of those superhumans you were talking about? What kind of people are they?" "You." The team member hesitated for a moment before saying, "There are 3 masters in the Southwest base, 2 men and 1 woman. They are all superhumans with powerful abilities. They can release flames with a wave of their hand, and one of them can release ice and snow, freezing a person into a block of ice in an instant." "Master?" Su Wei smiled and asked, "What about the other one?" The team member glanced at Su Wei warily and said, "Let us go, and I'll tell you the rest." The 4 people stood together, forming a makeshift assault team. But faced with Su Wei, a superhuman with almost supernatural abilities, they dared not move an inch. Su Wei glanced at him and nodded. "Okay, you can leave after you've asked what I want to ask." "Su Wei." Zhuang Chang was getting anxious. He wanted to remind Su Wei, but she stopped him with a look. "Another." The team member hesitated for a moment, then suddenly raised his gun. Da-da-da. The rifle spat out flames and fired at Su Wei. Su Wei's expression changed, and she instantly released her mental energy, making everything around her seem to freeze. Several bullets, accompanied by whirlwinds, seemed to be paused, stopping not far in front of him. Su Wei bent down, pulled Zhuang Chang up, and moved 2 steps to the left. Bang bang. The bullets struck the snow behind them, making several dull thuds. The team members were stunned. They stared blankly at Su Wei and the other person, their faces filled with intense fear, and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Monster! You actually," the firing team member stammered. "You actually managed to dodge the bullet." He was aware of the existence of superhumans and had witnessed it in the base. He knew how those high-ranking superhumans made their moves, but no matter how monstrous they were still just powerful individuals. They were still the same people. "The person in front of me can no longer be described as just a pervert." Su Wei stood there with her hands behind her back, then suddenly looked at the team member. Bang! A large SUV fell from the sky and landed squarely on him. I was wrong. Before his teammates could even beg for mercy, his bones had already been broken, and he died instantly. The remaining 3 team members stood there trembling with fear. "Damn it, you still want to ambush me? That's no sportsmanship." Zhuang Chang wiped the cold sweat from his face, still shaken, and cursed, "Kneel down, all of you, and put your hands on your heads." Without a second thought, the 3 team members threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground. "Have mercy. We really didn't mean to offend you." Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Su Wei took 2 steps forward and said calmly, "I really wanted to let you go, but what you've done puts me in a difficult position." Bang! Bang! No sooner had Su Wei finished speaking than Zhuang Chang opened fire, and in one burst, all 3 men were killed. He said seriously, "These people absolutely cannot be let go, otherwise your information will be leaked, and they will definitely try to find a way to get you." Su Wei nodded, his gaze sweeping over the scene. The mess on the ground disappeared, and he also took the dead team members and Yuan Hua into his spatial storage. "It seems it's time to consolidate our strength." The 2 drove back, and Su Wei said with a deep look in his eyes, "Superpowered individuals are not invincible. If there had been people behind us just now, we would both be finished today. You're so awesome, and you still can't do it?" In Zhuang Chang's eyes, Su Wei was practically a god. Su Wei smiled wryly. "I can't just smash things whenever something happens, can I? Those superhumans all have some tricks up their sleeves. This kind of attack is child's play for them. If I were to encounter one, I wouldn't have any way to protect myself." Zhuang Chang nodded, seemingly understanding, and then said, "From what those people were saying, people with superpowers have a very high status in the base. I won't go no matter how high it is." Su Wei lay back in her chair and said calmly, "Right now, My only abilities are storage space and mental power. Even if I were willing to submit, would they feel comfortable in trusting their things to me for storage? Zhuang Chang stopped talking. Imagine if Su Wei really went to that southwestern base. Those people would either use him as a warehouse to imprison him or use him as a means of transportation. Back at the villa, Su Wei turned on the full-channel intercom and called Zhuang Chang, Chu Sheng, Crazy Donkey, Yu Sui, Li Rui, and others together for a short meeting. As far as I know, there is an official air defense base about 50 kilometers to our southwest, where there are about 20,000 to 30,000 people. Crazy Donkey chuckled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? We're so far away from them. Those people must have it tough too." Su Wei said calmly, "Don't underestimate the power of the government. The fact that they can gather so many people in such a short time means they have a lot of supplies. And I don't need to tell you about the army's mobility, right? Once they've got their eye on us, we won't have a chance to fight back." "But what do we have?" Li Rui asked, getting straight to the point. "The authorities have so many supplies. What do we have? Why would they go to such lengths? We might not have been of much use before, but things are different now." Su Wei, holding the walkie-talkie, said seriously, "Everyone, the disaster will eventually pass, and at that time, all places will be in a state of reconstruction. The first element of reconstruction is that there must be people to do the work. The rise of any power is inseparable from a large base of people." "You mean, they might kidnap us all and force us into labor?" Although Yu Sui had just recovered from a serious injury, he spoke with a strong and clear voice. In his own words, "I can take on 10 men now. It's not just possible, it's already begun," Zhuang Chang continued. "Yesterday we encountered an armed squad whose mission was to search for supplies and capture surviving civilians. If there were food and drink." Li Rui chuckled but didn't say anything more. Su Wei's expression turned slightly cold as he said, "In any era, people have the opportunity to eat and drink. That's the most basic thing. But what they eat and drink is another matter. You want to earn someone else's food, but they want your life." "That's right." Mad Donkey suddenly interjected. "Damn it, those big shots are all talk and no action. They don't really treat us like human beings. It's better to live a carefree life outside than to be their laborers there." Although the environment in Cloud City is not as stable as that of the air defense base, the people here at least have enough to eat and drink. With Su Wei supporting them from above, they only need to do their jobs well. But what if we go there? Whether they could even survive was another matter, let alone have enough to eat and drink. Why do production teams replace their donkeys every few years? Because they belong to the public, and everyone uses them without feeling bad. Chapter 114. Am I qualified to be your friend? Inside the villa, Sun Wanner asked Su Wei, "Aren't you afraid they'll have other ideas if you tell them these things?" Su Wei wiped his pistol and laughed. "They wanted to leave, and I couldn't stop them. There's a saying, isn't there? Only children who have left home know how good home is." "That's true. They feel oppressed here," Sun Wanner sighed. "But they don't realize that the oppression will only be worse outside. You only know how painful it is after you've been hit." Su Wei nodded. The two stopped talking and went about their own business. Su Wei took out a large number of items from her spatial storage, including bulletproof vests, riot shields, batons, handcuffs, and other items that she had previously found at the police station. He then called Zhuang Chang over and handed all these things over to him. "In a moment, you will distribute these things. There are also dozens of sets of cold weather clothing here, so you will distribute those as well. Then, have them each lead a team to search for usable supplies from the surrounding area." "Okay, sure." Zhuang Chang nodded and said, "There's still some equipment left at the police station we went to last time. I'll take them there again." "Well, you can make the decision about this," Su Wei said seriously. "Brother Chang, I'm not omnipotent. I can't do all these things. They need to adapt to the environment on their own, otherwise it will be difficult in the future." After exchanging a few words, Zhuang Chang took the items and drove off. Su Wei locked herself in her room and began to study her superpower. In just over 3 months, his superpowers improved twice, but after that, there was no further change, and the zombie energy he absorbed didn't produce any effect. Is this a bottleneck period? Su Wei tried to concentrate his mental energy, and everything in the room seemed to be under his spell. With just a thought, he could control any object. However, this is limited to the room, within a space of about 10 square meters. When he got to the living room, he tried a few more times, but it was still within the same range. He couldn't control it if he went any further out. In other words, Su Wei can currently only control things within a 10 square meter radius around himself. If he wants a wider range, he will have to wait for his ability to improve again. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and everything remained calm and uneventful. The wiped-out squad had no effect on Su Wei, as if no one knew about their disappearance. At this moment, Yu Suwei arrived. Suwei didn't let him in, but instead came out and talked to him outside for a few words. President Su, I feel that my body has changed a lot recently. Yu Suwei threw 2 punches in the air, producing a whooshing sound as the air was broken. He laughed and said, "You see, I've tried it several times. I can kill a zombie with 1 punch without any problem. That's a good thing." Suwei looked at him with interest and laughed. "I'm afraid even those foreign strongmen don't have your strength, right?" Yu Suwei understood the implication in Suwei's words and smiled. "President Su, rest assured, even if I really become a superhuman, I will never lay a hand on you. I will never forget your kindness and will continue to follow your lead." Haha. Suwei laughed and patted his shoulder, saying, "You don't need to say that. I trust your character." "There's something else." Yu Suwei continued. "Today I led a team to the southwest, where we found many signs of human development, and the surrounding resources had been emptied." Suwei nodded. "That's normal. Those people should be from the southwest base. Do you think they'll attack us? If that happens, should we?" That's just how Yu Suwei is. Unless someone holds a knife to his throat, he can't help but feel compassion. Now, just as Suwei was about to speak, a beeping sound came from the walkie-talkie. "Hey, Brother Chong?" A panicked voice came from the other end. "President Su, something terrible has happened. Brother Chong has been captured by a group of soldiers." "What? Explain in more detail." Suwei's expression changed instantly. He asked, "Didn't we tell you not to go too far?" Someone shouted over the intercom. "We hadn't gone far, just 5 kilometers outside the community, when suddenly more than 10 people jumped out and killed 2 of our team members without saying a word. When Brother Chong led us to escape, we were caught by those people." Suwei hurriedly asked, "What about you? Did they continue the pursuit?" "No, those people saw that we outnumbered them and gave up after chasing us for a while, but they will definitely come back." "What should we do, President Su?" The calls continued over the intercom. After a moment of silence, Suwei said, "Come back first." Then he said to Yu Suwei, "Old Yu, you immediately take men to cordon off all 3 entrances to the community and keep a close watch on the surrounding area. Zhuang Chong has been arrested, and I have to go and rescue him." "Xiangzi has been arrested?" Yu looked at him in shock, then said, "Then I'll go with you. There are many of them, and it's not an easy place to get away." Suwei glanced at him indifferently. Yu Suwei suddenly laughed. "But you didn't hesitate at all just now. You knew that the other side had more people, but you went to save people without even thinking about it." "He is my friend." Suwei was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "I thought that humanity would cease to exist after the disaster began, but we are still human beings and cannot live alone. So, Mr. Su, do you think I'm qualified to be your friend?" Yu Suwei smiled and said, "Many people have died at your hands these days, but looking back, you have never attacked anyone on your own initiative. Is this a sign that I'm being given a good guy card?" Suwei asked him with a smile. "The definition of a good person is too broad. I guess I'm a good person," Yu Suwei said with a bitter smile. "But those people still hate me. They think I abandoned them and let them starve to death." After the apocalypse began, Yu Suwei saved many homeowners, who, with his help, managed to survive. But you can only help in an emergency, not in a long-term solution. They will eventually have to face reality. So when the harsh reality struck, instead of being grateful for Yu Suwei's actions, they were filled with resentment, feeling that he had abandoned them. Suwei smiled and shook her head, saying, "Then that's settled. We'll set off together later, but this time it might be very dangerous. Do you want to go back and say goodbye to your sister-in-law?" Yu Suwei blushed slightly, then teased, "Your sister-in-law is home too." Haha. Suwei laughed. "Want to fire a farewell shot? I'll give you an hour, okay? Brother Chong is still getting whipped by the enemy, huh?" The two went back to prepare. Although Sun Wanner really didn't want Suwei to go out and take risks, she was both worried and relieved that he was able to resolutely choose to save people this time. This shows that Suwei is not truly cold-blooded. His heart still has warmth, and he is still someone you can entrust your life to. Chapter 115, Sneaking into the Base. Early in the morning, Suwei drove off with Yu Suwei. The southwest base was quite far from Cloud City, and the ground was completely covered in ice and snow, so the two of them walked for almost half a day without stopping. "Is this the place?" Suwei glanced at the GPS and said, "Fortunately, the tracker on Zhuang Chong wasn't taken away. It seems his situation isn't as bad as we thought." After driving a short distance, Yu Suwei stopped, looked around, and nodded, saying, "That's right, this is the place. The southwest base is just 2 kilometers ahead. I used to be a lecturer here, teaching combat skills to the officers." "Old Yu is awesome," Suwei said with a smile. "Then can you teach me when we get back?" Yu Suawe didn't hesitate and smiled at him. Are you sure you want to learn? Practicing martial arts is not something that can be done overnight, even in the coldest and hottest days of winter. Never mind then. Suwei is the kind of guy who would rather lie down than sit up. He might have a little bit of willpower, but that's about it. Let's go. We need to abandon the car. If we go any further in, I'm afraid they have sentries, and it will be difficult if we are discovered. Yu Suawe jumped out of the car and suddenly said, by the way, we both need to change our clothes. These high-level protective suits are too conspicuous. There probably aren't many in the entire base. Suwei nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. The two returned to the car and changed into simple but warm cotton clothes. They then deliberately rubbed themselves in the snow, making their clothes wrinkled and themselves look quite disheveled. Then they walked along the foot of the mountain into the valley. After the devastation of ice and snow, the world seemed to have changed. Apart from the thick snow crust, there was nothing else that stood out. Once you walked in, you could see everything clearly at a glance. They hadn't gone far when a gunshot suddenly rang out from ahead. Stop right there. Where are you from? Two soldiers with rifles appeared not far away and fired 2 bullets at the feet of the 2 men. Suwei quickly stopped, feigning a terrified expression, and said, Sir, we came out looking for food and stumbled in by mistake. We'll leave right away. Squat down. Who said you could leave? The soldier held his gun close to Suwei's chest. The two looked at each other and silently squatted down on the ground. Are you villagers from around here? Yes, we're from Qinjia village, right at the foot of the mountain. Yu Suawe nodded quickly, then reached out and ruffled Suwei's hair, saying, This is my son. Holy crap. Suwei cursed inwardly, then nodded helplessly. There's no food here, get out of here. The soldier was about to drive the two away after speaking, but another soldier reached out and grabbed his arm, whispering, Xiaofeng, wait. The two went to the side and talked quietly. But Suwei silently released her mental energy and heard everything the two said. The soldier whispered, Why let them go? Aren't the higher-ups looking for heads these days? These two are ready-made. If we bring them back, that'll be a merit, and we can at least get 2 regular meals in return. These two are villagers from nearby. Will they come with us? Are you stupid? The soldier said irritably. The gun is in your hand. You tell them to leave. Do you think they dare not to? These days, even if you shoot them, no one will hold you accountable. 2. The soldier nodded, then approached the 2 men and said sternly, Weren't you looking for food? Come with me. I know where to find some. Yu Suawe hesitated for a moment, then squatted down on the ground somewhat reluctantly. What? Aren't you starving? We are soldiers from the Southwest Base, a unit dedicated to serving the people. Don't worry, as long as we have food to eat, you will definitely not go hungry. Upon hearing this, Suwei immediately stood up, bent over, and said, Good people, we haven't eaten for 3 days. Okay. The soldier nodded expressionlessly and said, Come with me, you'll have food soon. The 4 people walked into the mountains, 2 in front and 2 behind. After walking for about half an hour, an arched building appeared in front of us, but its shape was not so obvious after being covered by wind and snow. We've arrived. This is our air defense base in the southwest. The soldier glanced at the 2 men, then walked to the cave entrance and pressed a red button on the wall. Beep, beep. A notification sound rang out, and the heavy iron gate slowly opened, revealing a soldier in a dark green military uniform. Judging from the epaulets on his shoulders, he did not appear to be an ordinary soldier. Platoon Leader Wang, we met 2 local villagers. They came up the mountain in search of food. Look, the soldier smiled obsequiously at Platoon Leader Wang, who immediately understood and nodded, saying, Yes, you've worked hard. There will be a reward from above later. All right, the soldier nodded with a smile. Then thank you very much, Platoon Leader Wang. Platoon Leader Wang nodded calmly, then looked at Suwei and the other person and said, Come in. The 2 followed Platoon Leader Wang into the air raid shelter. What comes into view is a dimly lit space. In the passageway, which is more than 10 meters wide, there are a few dim, yellowish wall lamps hanging on both sides of the wall. Where are we going? Yu Suawe glanced around and asked. Stop talking, just follow along. Platoon Leader Wang snapped, turning around. The 3 continued walking forward, and after about 20 minutes, the view suddenly opened up before them. In front of them was a huge space filled with dazed and confused people. Suwei subconsciously glanced around. This place is about 3,000 square meters, and there are at least 1,000 people inside. Battalion Commander. Platoon Leader Wang called out from the doorway, and a middle-aged man in military uniform walked in. Reporting to the Battalion Commander, our unit has just discovered 2 civilians and has brought them here. Well done. The fuel depot is short-staffed lately, so let these 2 go. The middle-aged camp leader nodded, glanced casually at the two men, and said, "Come with me." After passing through this 3,000 square meter space, the group arrived at another space, which was even larger, covering tens of thousands of square meters, and contained even more people, densely packed together like piglets in a pen. Buzz! Buzz! Amidst a huge and ear-piercing roar, everyone numbly went about their work. Sue glanced at the dark hole at the end. In the dim light, people inside were moving back and forth like ants, carrying wrought tin baskets on their shoulders. "What's in there?" Yu Sue, whose eyesight wasn't very good, looked at those people and asked, "Why do I feel like these people are like walking corpses?" Sue released his spiritual power and said calmly, "Coal. This is a natural coal mine, and these people are people who have been captured to work as miners. More than 10,000 people." Yu Sue sighed and said, "Wouldn't that mean we'd have to hollow out the whole mountain?" Chapter 116, The Miner. After the apocalypse, people's survival rules gradually changed. Previously, the state explicitly prohibited any official or private entity from extensively mining mineral resources for any reason, in order to protect the world's ecological balance. But now, survival is the most important thing. Who cares about balance? If humanity goes extinct, what's the point of keeping this world? Xiao Huang, come here. The battalion commander called out to the inside, and a short but very strong man jogged over. "Make arrangements for these two." "Yes." Xiao Huang gave a somewhat awkward military salute, glanced at Su Wei and the other person, and said, "You too. Come with me." The three walked forward, and Xiao Huang turned back as he walked, asking, "Are you villagers from around here?" "Yes, this is my son. We went up the mountain to find food and happened to come here." Yu Sue patted Su Wei on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I'll have to rely on Brother Huang for help from now on. There's no such thing as special treatment here. As long as you work hard, you'll be able to eat." Xiao Huang, who was about 30 years old, had 2 rows of big yellow teeth when he opened his mouth. "We have quarterly assessments here every month. If you can be rated as a model worker, you can be rewarded with a regular meal." Sue asked blankly, "What is a regular meal?" "Steamed cornbread, rice porridge, and eggs." That was indeed quite ordinary. Sue muttered softly, feeling incredibly fortunate for her initial choice. Otherwise, where would she have gotten such a lavish meal? Xiao Huang glanced at him and said, "This is it? Some people have never had a chance to eat this since they came in. They only deserve to eat that kind of mixed nutritional meal. What is this again?" Sue was like a clueless, naive girl from next door. "A protein jelly made from a mixture of cockroaches, ants, rats, and various animal carcasses. Those things reproduce the fastest, producing tens of thousands in just a few days. There are special research labs in the base, and these things were developed by those people." Bang! Sue subconsciously gagged. Xiao Huang glanced at him with a smile, not caring at all, and said directly, "At first you will definitely feel disgusted, but after a while, let alone a nutritious meal, even if you are asked to eat raw rat meat, you will swallow it without hesitation. Living is better than anything else." Sue suddenly remembered a movie she had seen before. The Ice Age arrived, plunging the world into a long and brutal environment. On a constantly moving train, the lowest strata of society were used as laborers to create resources. So no one resisted? Xiao Huang was a talkative man. Upon hearing this, he sneered, "I advise you not to even think about it. Once you're in here, don't even think about getting out, because getting out is the same as dying, and..." "See that?" Xiao Huang pointed to the soldiers stationed every 10 meters on both sides of the passageway, and said, "The machine guns in their hands will show you the price of running away." Following Xiao Huang to the end of the passage, in front of a dark hole about 10 meters square, Xiao Huang shook the bell hanging on his head. Ring ring. A man with a face covered in soot emerged from the darkness. He was shirtless, and his thick, powerful muscles made people instinctively hesitate to approach him. Another new person? Su Wei and Yu Suawei expressionlessly. Xiao Huang smiled and said, "Captain Qin, these two are in your hands now." "No problem, come with me." Captain Qin nodded and returned to the mine. He turned back to Su Wei and said, "Take off your clothes. There are tools over there. Take a set for each of you and come down the mine with me." "Take off your clothes?" Su Wei was somewhat stunned. Captain Qin said calmly, "The underground temperature is close to 5 degrees Celsius, and the oxygen is thin. If you don't want to die, do as I say." The two exchanged a glance, took off their outer clothes, and followed Captain Qin into the dark mine. This is like raising pigs. No wonder Yuan Hua risked being beaten to death to escape. Su Wei was surrounded by darkness and could only use his mental energy to roughly sense his surroundings. Captain Sheen was right. The temperature in the mine was indeed much better than up there, several times warmer, but the air was thin, making it difficult to breathe. Yu Soawei also whispered, "This place must have been temporarily mined. There's no proper ventilation system at all. Working here is like risking your life. Do you think Brother Chong will be here?" Su Wei asked a question, then suddenly asked, "Captain Sheen, do all the newcomers like us have to come here to work?" Captain Sheen didn't say anything. His face was as cold as an ice cube. "Captain Sheen, how many meals a day do we have here? What are the penalties if I don't complete the required workload? I have some friends outside. If they want to come, should I ask someone to introduce them?" Sheen. Captain Sheen finally couldn't take it anymore and turned around to yell, "Aren't you fucking annoying?" The surroundings fell silent instantly. Along the way, they encountered many miners carrying various tools, constantly transporting goods back and forth. The three walked for more than 200 meters and finally reached the end. Captain Sheen pointed to the group of more than 20 people at the front and said, "From now on, you two will join the tunneling team. You'll have 2 nutritious meals a day. If you don't have 10 work points, your food will be halved." After saying this, Captain Sheen turned and left. "Hey, new here, huh?" Just then, a dark figure came over and laughed. That was Qin Laohe, our captain. He's a ruthless guy. I heard he used to be in the army, but he offended his superiors and was sent here to be a supervisor. Under the dim, orange light, Su Wei sized up the person who was speaking. He had a young face, looking no more than 17 or 18 years old, and he was shirtless, his dark skin covered in cold dust. "Brother, do people come in here every day?" Su Wei smiled and pulled out half a bag of crushed cookie crumbs from her pocket. Having learned his lesson from Yuan Hua's incident, he now understood the true value of food. A single piece of chocolate could trigger a bloodbath. If Su Wei hadn't taken out that piece of chocolate, those soldiers probably wouldn't have been in such a hurry to kill him and Zhuang Chang. Showing off wealth is no good. "Oh, so you have some hidden treasures." The boy glanced around warily, then reached out and stuffed the cookie crumbs into his crotch. As he worked, he whispered, "The surrounding villages and towns are mostly deserted, either because they were tricked or forcibly requisitioned. You two are the first batch today. Has no one come these past few days?" Su Wei frowned and casually tapped the mine wall a few times, saying, "But a friend of mine was brought here yesterday, and we're here to find him." "Looking for someone here? Well, you've got a lot to look for." The boy grinned. "Do you know how many people are in this base?" "At least 30 or 40,000. Energy zone, fuel zone, boiler zone, breeding zone, planting zone. I've been here for 3 months and gone out 3 times, and I still wouldn't dare say I've explored the whole place." Chapter 117, Old Friends in the Martial World. "There are also planting areas?" Su Wei looked at the boy with some surprise. The boy boasted, "Of course there are. Although this place is underground, it has all kinds of industries. However, many of them are newly built and do not have a large production capacity. Only the high-level people can enjoy those resources." "And what about us?" "Us," the boy spat. "We're only fit to be piglets, providing nourishment for those big shots." Yu Suowei, who was working hard on the side, asked, "With such oppression of the people, doesn't anyone rebel?" "Who dares to rebel? Those soldiers' bullets don't have eyes. One peanut, and everyone's quiet down." The boy pointed to the scar on his lower back and gritted his teeth. "I was trying to run away, but I got caught. Those beasts are inhuman. Do you want to go out?" Su Wei smiled and looked at him. The boy waited warily for Su Wei and asked, "What do you want to do?" Without further ado, Su Wei waved his hand, and a pistol appeared out of thin air. "We're here to find a friend. If you can help, I can take you out." "You?" The boy looked at him in surprise and asked blankly, "You're a superhuman?" "Right." Su Wei did not hide anything, because he knew that people with superpowers enjoyed a high status in this base. Even if he was exposed, they would not kill him. They would only try to win him over. "Then how did you?" Su Wei interrupted him, saying softly, "I said we came to find friends, and we don't want to associate with these people, so we definitely have to leave." The boy nodded in realization. "That's true. You're a powerful superhuman. You'll be well off wherever you go, so naturally you don't want to work for others." "How about it?" Su Wei smiled and said, "If you want to leave, we can go together. Don't worry, as long as you can help me find my friends, I can give you a generous reward." "What can you give me?" "Roast chicken." 7 or 8 hours later, the bell rang to signal the end of the workday. Groups of people, exhausted from working in the mine, slowly emerged like crawling insects, and the first thing they did upon coming out was to exhale deeply. "Damn it, I'm suffocating." Yu Soei sat in the corner in a sorry state. Even as a strong and robust mutant, he almost suffocated. "Report your numbers." At this moment, Captain Sheen, whose body was covered in bumps, walked over, holding a small flashlight in his hand, and began to take attendance from his workbook. 1, 2, 97. After the last person finished shouting, a series of sighs quietly rose from the crowd. Sigh, 3 more have died. It wasn't 3, there were 2 new ones too, so it's 5 who died. Damn it. When will this hell ever end? Damn it. I really want to grab a gun and fight them. What the hell? Even if you manage to escape, where can you go? The crowd fell silent instantly. The boy and Su Wei mingled in the crowd. He whispered, the guards will change shifts soon. We can rest next door for 2 hours. That's when the guards are most lax. Before long, another group of miners emerged from the adjacent passageway. Each of them wore a numb expression and entered the mine one after another. Su Wei and the others were taken to the next cave to rest. In the dim and damp cave, a lingering musty smell permeated the air, occasionally punctuated by bursts of foul odor, like the smell of rotting corpses. The 3 of them leaned against the corner. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, the boy whispered, there are 2 guards at the entrance. They usually just do a symbolic check because this is the lowest level of the air raid shelter. We don't need to worry about anyone escaping. We have to take them out silently to have a chance to leave. No problem. Su Wei patted Yu Suawe's arm, and the latter didn't say anything, but just nodded. After the mutation, Yu Suawe's strength became abnormally great. He could lift a car weighing nearly a ton with his own strength, and it was no problem for him to beat up 2 guards. The boy looked at Yu Suwei with some doubt, and then continued. After leaving the mining area, the power generation area is just ahead. You should have seen it when you came here. There are guards every 10 steps there. Guarding is no problem, but we're not just leaving. Su Wei looked at him seriously and said, we're also taking our friends with us. It's so nice to be your friend. The young man sighed softly and continued. If your friend were an ordinary person, he would probably be on the 2nd basement level. People without skills can only do hard labor here. Forehead. Su Wei scratched his head and said, he's quite capable, but he's just unlucky. That would be even more pitiful. The boy grinned and said, these days you can lack anything, but you can't lack luck. Those with bad luck would have died in the snow long ago. Su Wei was speechless. Damn, what you said actually makes sense. Yu Suwei couldn't stand it anymore and reminded him. Stop talking nonsense and tell me what to do next. The boy leaned closer and said, there are about 300 guards on the 2nd underground level. They are scattered at the entrances of various caves. I have a way to bypass them and go straight to the captain's rest area. If you want to find someone, you have to grab a leader and question him. The boy whispered, Qin Laohe is working today. There are only 2 team leaders in the rest area, but if they don't know, then don't blame me. In an air raid shelter with tens of thousands of people, I'm not sure I can find your friend. Half an hour later, the exhausted miners fell into a deep sleep, their snores filling the air. The 3 of them crouched low and, taking advantage of the moment when everyone around them was fast asleep, quietly made their way to the cave entrance. 2 guards were also dozing off against the wall. Old Yu. Su Wei gave a soft greeting, and Yu Suwei stepped forward and grabbed the guard's neck with both hands. Boom. Boom. The 2 sleeping guards collapsed completely, and it's estimated they'll never wake up again. Holy crap, that's amazing. The boy looked at Yu Suwei in surprise and said excitedly, Grandpa, you must be a martial arts expert. Do you take on apprentices? I'm hardworking and resilient. Yu Suwei's lips twitched slightly, and he said coldly, let's get out of here alive first. The 3 of them moved through the dimly lit passageway. 10 minutes later, the boy stopped at the entrance of a doorway and silently pointed inside. Yu Suwei nodded and went inside without saying a word. A few seconds later, his voice came from inside. Come in. The 2 slipped into the cave. The 2 captains were tied to the ground with their hands behind their backs and their mouths stuffed with rags. They were looking at Yu Suwei with terrified expressions. They never expected that someone could subdue them so silently. Holy shit. The boy was utterly shocked and blurted out. These 2 are both top-notch soldiers in the army. How were they captured like that? How did you do it? Yu Suwei ignored him and said to Su Wei, hurry up and ask him questions. Chapter 118. Who the hell is Zhuang Chang? I'll do it. The boy snatched the dagger from Su Wei's hand and held it against one of the men's thighs, laughing. Brothers, you've bullied me enough these past few days, haven't you? Today it's my turn to bully you. As he spoke, he swung his knife backhand and stabbed it directly into the groin of one of the men. The captain's eyes widened instantly, and he desperately tried to shout. But Yu's hands were like 2 iron clamps, gripping his shoulders tightly, preventing him from moving an inch. Will you tell or not? Puff. The boy slashed again, and the other captain let out a muffled groan as large beads of sweat rolled down his face. Puffed. The boy stabbed them several times in succession. The two captains were ashen-faced, biting the strips of cloth in their mouths tightly, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. One of the captains was sobbing desperately, as if trying to speak. Suwei stepped forward and said calmly, "Speak properly, and you can live. If you dare to howl, the next knife won't be stuck in your leg." The captain nodded frantically. Suwei reached out and pulled the gag out of his mouth, asking, "Where is this man named Zhuang Chang who was arrested and brought here yesterday?" "Have no idea." The captain shook his head, about to speak, but Suwei covered his mouth with her hand. "Continue." Suwei glanced at the boy, who grinned and said, "All right." Uffed. 2 more cuts, from his calf to his thigh, left the captain bleeding profusely, and he was somewhat dazed. Suwei pulled off the cloth bundle again and asked, "Where is Zhuang Chang?" The captain looked at the boy with a horrified expression and whispered, "I really don't know." "Hey, I'm watching you. You dung beetle, go to the toilet. You're asking for trouble." The boy smiled and was about to make a move. No. The captain shuddered in panic and growled at the boy. "Li Fugui, we don't have any grudge against each other, do we? I won't stop you from escaping, but stop stabbing him, or someone will die." "No grudge." The boy's face was cold as he said, enunciating each word clearly. "Who killed old Liang? You bunch of bastards. You wouldn't even spare an old man." The team leader's eyes darted around for a moment. Then he argued. It's his own fault for not completing his work points. It's the punishment ordered by the higher-ups. "Bullshit." Kicked the captain twice in the face and said coldly, "You just wanted old Liang's gold Buddha necklace, didn't you? He gave it to you, and you still tried to kill him." The captain was speechless and begged for mercy. "I was wrong. I'm not human. Please forgive me." "Your mistake is unforgivable." Brush. Li Fugui brandished the dagger with his backhand. The gleaming dagger swept across the captain's neck, leaving a thin gash. Blood gushed out instantly, splattering all over Li Fugui's face. Without even glancing at the man, he walked straight to another person, dagger in hand. "He can't speak anymore. What about you?" The other captain had already fallen silent in fear. He nodded hesitantly, indicating that he wanted to speak. Li Fugui pulled the gag out of his mouth, and the latter coughed lightly before quickly saying, "Li Fugui, I didn't kill Lao Liang, nor did I bully you. We have no grudge against each other. We have no grudge." Li Fugui smiled and nodded, saying, "But you have to answer my question. Where is Zhuang Chang?" "Who the hell is Zhuang Chang?" The captain growled, his voice trembling with tears. "I swear, I've never seen this person before. If I'm lying, may my whole family die." Suwei asked coldly, "Someone brought someone in from outside yesterday. Where did he go?" "Yesterday?" The surviving captain frowned, thought carefully, and then shook his head. "I didn't hear of anyone coming yesterday. A few days ago, one of our squads was attacked outside. Not only was the entire squad wiped out, but several laborers also escaped." He was probably referring to the group of people Suwei and Zhuang Chang encountered that day. "You really don't know?" "I really don't know." Li Fugui nodded, and without hesitation raised his hand, preparing to stab the captain to death, etc. In a life-or-death situation, the captain said in a panic, "Yesterday, it was Lin Xiaofeng, the captain of the 9th team, who led a group out, saying they were looking for the team members who were attacked and went missing. Those people are all his subordinates, and it's very likely that Zhuang Chang was captured by him." Suwei thought for a moment and said to Suwei, "So, Zhuang Chang's arrest wasn't accidental. They came for us." Suwei nodded and asked, "Where is Lin Xiaofeng?" "In rest area number 5, go out the door, turn right for 20 meters, then turn left again. The third doorway is there." The captain promptly stated the location. "You son of a bitch." Li Fugui cursed impatiently, then added, "You've finished asking your questions. Do you know the rules?" "No." The captain paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Bang. His head snapped back and slammed hard against the wall, causing him to faint instantly. "Hee, you're quite sensible." Li Fugui stuffed the cloth back into his mouth and tightened the rope again. The three of them walked out of the house, hugging the wall. Suwei followed behind him and laughed. "I didn't realize you were so ruthless." Li Fugui turned around, smiled, pointed to himself, and said, "I was forced into this. Here, if you're not ruthless, you'll be bullied to death. They will not only steal your food, but also enslave you endlessly." After the apocalypse, the strong bullying the weak became the dominant theme of this world. When you lack sufficient power, you can only be oppressed and humiliated by various forces. Conversely, when you have enough power, you can oppress others and thus gain a better life. So what did you do before? The strongest warrior on earth. What? They're gangsters, robbing people, collecting protection money, extorting debts, and blackmailing middle school students near school gates. Su Wei chuckled. Damn it. Don't you dare tarnish the reputation of the underworld. The three of them wandered back and forth in the passageway, turning and twisting for a few minutes, before finally arriving at rest area number 5. Unfortunately, there was no one inside. Li Fugui frowned and said, They've probably gone to work. Should we wait a bit? Snap. Su Wei slapped him on the head and cursed. Wait my ass. We're here to steal someone, not to be guests. What should we do then? Just as the three were at their wits' end, a series of tap sounds suddenly came from the passageway outside. High heel. Su Wei and Li Fugui raised their heads at the same time and said in unison. Yu Suwei stared blankly at the two of them. How did you two figure that out? Life. Su Wei grinned, then quietly went to the door and squatted down. A woman poses no threat to them, and this is a place where laborers live. If a woman wearing high heels suddenly appears, it must be something special. If we can capture her, we might be able to get some useful information out of her. Tread. Tread. The sound of high heels approached from afar, then suddenly stopped at the door. Su Wei's face lit up with joy. It had come to her without any effort at all. Chapter 119, Old Friends in the Martial World. Xiaofeng. The woman called out as she walked in, and a pungent, sour stench made her exclaim. How long has it been since this was cleaned? It's filthy. Ugh. Before the woman could finish speaking, a dark shadow flashed before her eyes. Thump. Su Wei pounced on her fiercely, pinning the woman down and covering her mouth with his hand. A faint fragrance wafted over, instantly clearing Su Wei's mind. The smooth touch made her feel a little distracted. Damn, you're a real dog. Li Fugui, standing to the side, looked at Su Wei speechlessly and shook his head, saying, I was so close, and I still couldn't pounce on him. Brother, you used to do this kind of thing, right? Bullshit. I'm a friend of women. Su Wei covered the woman's mouth, deftly pulled out the belt from his waist, and tied the woman up with a few movements. He covered the woman's mouth and whispered, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to ask you a few questions. If you cooperate, I won't kill you. The dim lighting accentuated the woman's slender figure. She nodded in terror and stopped struggling. Su Wei asked, Did Lin Xiaofeng arrest a man named Zhuang Chang yesterday? Wah. The woman froze instantly. She turned her head sharply, staring at Su Wei in horror as he remained motionless. I'm asking you, have you seen it before? The woman's mouth was released. Su Wei. You're Su Wei. You know me? Su Wei looked at the woman and felt that she looked somewhat familiar, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Even if I turn to ashes, I will never forget you. The woman's gaze turned icy, and she gritted her teeth, saying, If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this situation. Su Wei didn't speak, but just frowned. The woman suddenly sneered. You used those supplies quite comfortably, didn't you? I heard you even built a safe house. Heh, you knew the apocalypse was coming all along, didn't you? Lin Shan. Su Wei finally recognized the woman. Son of a bitch. Lin Shan struggled to crash into Su Wei, but she was too weak and Su Wei held her arm tightly, preventing her from moving. Su Wei asked coldly, Did you arrest Zhuang Chang? That's right, I did it. Lin Shan glared at him with grief and indignation. You ruined our Lin family, and you will pay for this with your lives. Su Wei was not disgusted by Lin Shan's threats. After all, what she said was true. He had stolen hundreds of billions of yuan worth of materials from the logistics zone, and the person most responsible was General Manager Lin Shan. But you're still doing well, aren't you? Judging from Lin Shan's attire, she must hold a significant position in this base, at least much more powerful than the miners. Lin Shan gritted her teeth and said, Eating nutritious meals made from cockroaches every day, and you call that not bad? This was an accident. You just happened to be there. Su Wei scratched her nose. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan became even more furious and shouted, If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. If it weren't for you, my brother and I wouldn't have been taken hostage. Su Wei was taken aback. You were also captured? Sister, you're here. Just as Lin Shan was about to speak, footsteps sounded outside again. Hurry up. Wah. Just as she was about to speak up to warn him, Su Wei swiftly covered Lin Shan's mouth and nodded to Yu Sui and Li Fugui, signaling them to take action. What did you say? What do you mean, hurry up? The footsteps continued, quickly reaching the doorway. A young man in his early 20s walked in, staring blankly into the room. Ew. Bang. Yu Sui on the left quickly struck, punching Lin Xiaofeng in the back of the head. The latter felt a wave of dizziness, and before he could react, Li Fugui tackled him to the ground. Taking advantage of the situation, Yu Sui pressed Lin Xiaofeng down, tied him up, and then stuffed a wad of cloth into his mouth. Wah! Lin Xiaofeng struggled in astonishment. Damn it, I'll teach you to be disobedient. Upon seeing this, Li Fugui pulled out a dagger from his trouser leg and was about to attack. No! Lin Shan struggled to break free from Su Wei's grasp and whispered, Don't hurt him. Where is Zhuang Chang? Su Wei ignored Lin Shan and asked, Hand over Zhuang Chang, and I can let you go. Lin Xiaofeng's face was flushed, and his fair and tender skin made him look like a pampered young master. Who are you? How do you know I arrested Zhuang Chang? Lin Xiaofeng struggled a few times, then looked at Lin Shan. Sister, are you all right? Xiaofeng, don't be impulsive. Lin Shan looked worriedly at the dagger in Li Fugui's hand. My name is Su Wei. Su Wei didn't hide anything and said directly. There might be some misunderstanding between us, but as long as you release Zhuang Chang, I can compensate you. The Lin siblings were the ones who suffered the most from Su Wei's misfortune. So his offer of compensation was sincere. After all, if Lin Shan hadn't signed the contract with him, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to access those supplies. Screw you. Lin Xiaofeng finally realized who had come. He struggled to his feet and roared, Scum! I'll kill you all. Bang! Li Fugui was ruthless and taciturn. He punched Lin Xiaofeng in the mouth. Can't you speak properly? You think you're so great. Damn it, if you've got the guts, kill me. Blood trickled from Lin Xiaofeng's mouth as he snarled. If it weren't for you two idiots, would I be in this state? If you have the guts, kill me. Come on. Xiaofeng. Lin Shan sighed and said in a low voice, Say less. Su Wei. Lin Shan then looked at Su Wei and said calmly, No matter what, we've fallen to this state because of you. You can have Zhuang Chang, but I have two conditions. You say? First, you must rescue us. Second, I want 10% of the supplies you have. Su Wei laughed and said, Aren't you afraid I'll turn on you after we get out? Lin Shan said calmly, You were able to take away hundreds of billions of supplies without anyone noticing. So you must be a superhuman, right? There are tens of thousands of people in the entire Southwest base, but only 3 superhumans. If they knew you existed, what do you think they would do to you? Su Wei didn't speak. Lin Shan continued, You control hundreds of billions of resources and live a carefree life outside. You must not want to be dependent on others. So what? Su Wei smiled as she looked at her. Lin Shan gritted her teeth and said, If you help me get out of here, I can keep this secret forever. Only the dead can keep secrets. Su Wei's tone was indifferent. Lin Shan's expression panicked for a moment, but she quickly calmed down. You must be aware of the strength of the Lin group. Even if you kill me, this news will still get out. Only by cooperating can we keep this secret forever. Su Wei smiled and asked with interest, So how will the cooperation work? After the disaster struck, the whole world faced a severe test. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand, and many private forces seized the opportunity to rise, such as this Southwest base. The Shun family holds military power and occupied this valuable land early on. They have been plundering resources and people, and now they have become a dominant force in the region. You have superpowers and billions in resources at your disposal. If you can make good use of them, it's not impossible for you to dominate a region. If you're lucky enough, you might even be able to carve out your own territory and become a king. And I'm confident I can help you achieve that. Chapter 120, Cooperation. Men's desire for power is second only to their desire for beauty. Su Wei's eyes brightened a bit, and then she suddenly laughed and said, You really have a silver tongue. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then said in shame and indignation, What do you mean? Su Wei squatted down, stared at Lin Shan kneeling on the ground, reached out and pinched her chin, and laughed. You said you would help me dominate the region, but it would be more accurate to say that you want to use the resources in my hands to revitalize the Lin family. Because you know I have superpowers, those resources are not so easy to seize. So rather than being my enemy, you would rather use me first, and then find a way to get rid of me after you have become powerful enough. Lin Shan was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, But you absolutely need me, because I have the ability. Let's save Zhuang Chang first. Su Wei got up and walked out. The Southwest base is built against the mountain and covers an area of about 70,000 to 80,000 square meters. It is densely packed with various areas, and it is easy to get lost without guidance. However, with Lin Xiaofeng's guidance, the 5 of them successfully bypassed the guards. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the group arrived at a very small storage room. Lin Xiaofeng took out his key and opened the door. Zhuang Chang was inside, and his face lit up with joy when he saw Su Wei. Yu Suawei quickly stepped forward, pulled the object out of his mouth, and laughed. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Pooh! Zhuang Chang spat and cursed. Damn it, they really went all out. They beat me for a whole day and night. I thought I was done for. Thanks, brother. Su Wei smiled and helped him untie the rope. Zhuang Chang grinned and said, "What are you talking about? You came to save me. I should be thanking you. If you hadn't come, I probably would have been beaten to death by them." Su Wei didn't explain, but simply patted his shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, with me here, you'll live a good life." Although Zhuang Chang was in relatively good condition, the wounds all over his body were shocking. It was easy to imagine that Lin Xiaofeng had tortured him in order to force him to reveal Su Wei's whereabouts. But Zhuang Chang did not betray him. After the group met up, they quickly moved towards the entrance of the air raid shelter and soon arrived at the corner of the entrance. "Damn it, we're really unlucky. There are patrol soldiers ahead." Lin Xiaofeng muttered in a trembling voice, his words tumbling out in a jumbled mess. "What do we do? They all have guns. If we run into them, we have no chance of winning. Damn it, let's fight them." Li Fugui cursed and was about to rush out. "Are you some kind of jigsaw puzzle? You think you can just put it together like that?" Su Wei replied speechlessly. "You're holding a knife, they're holding a gun. What the hell are you going to put together? Are you kidding me?" Su Wei glanced at the patrolman, frowning slightly, and said, "There are 8 of them in total. We definitely can't fight them head on. I can't take care of all of you. If anyone falls behind, we'll definitely lose. Let's smash them with a car." Zhuang Chang whispered fiercely. "No, smash them to death. The entrance is blocked too. We can't get out either. Our superpowers are useless." Su Wei was actually very nervous. Although he had superpowers, these mental powers didn't have any specific skills. Normally, he could kill zombies instantly, but humans are different from zombies. His mental power has no effect on them. Just then, the door to the air raid shelter suddenly opened, and light streamed in instantly. The lead patrolman suddenly exclaimed, "Someone's here." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wei and the others froze, their eyes meeting those of the 8 patrol soldiers in astonishment. Both sides were stunned at the same time. "Damn it, we have to fight whether we like it or not." Su Wei took out 3 submachine guns from his spatial storage, gave one to Zhuang Chang and one to Yu Su Wei, and quickly said, "Brother Chang, you have the best marksmanship, so the captain is yours. Old you shoot on the left." "What about me?" Li Fugui got excited when he saw the submachine gun. What man could resist something like that? "Just don't die," Su Wei replied casually. "Da-da-da." Zhuang Chang fired first, and the captain was taken down before he could even react. Su Wei and Yu Su Wei also opened fire, and with a burst of bullets, 6 of the 8 patrolmen were killed. Beep, beep, beep. Someone pressed the alarm, and a series of warnings sounded throughout the passageway. "Damn it, they're coming. Run." Before Su Wei could react, Lin Xiaofeng grabbed Lin Shan and dashed out. Just then, the firepower on this side was drawn to Su Wei and the others, and the two quickly reached the entrance of the air raid shelter. Li Fugui, standing behind, was completely dumbfounded. Damn, that bastard ran so fast. Chaos erupted in the passageway in an instant, with footsteps echoing from all directions. The remaining 2 patrolmen began shouting for help. "Help! There's a thug attacking. You're the bad guy." Li Fugui, young and fearless, pounced on the tiger. "Damn it, this little brat." Su Wei fired a shot, suppressing another patrolman. Li Fugui also took the opportunity to wrestle with the patrolman. Bang! Bang! The patrolman was pinned down and unable to move, so he could only fire 2 shots randomly. Li Fugui groaned, and blood spurted from his arm instantly. Slap! Slap! Zhuang Chang suddenly sprang up, grabbed the butt of his rifle, and smashed it several times on the patrolman's head, knocking him unconscious. Li Fugui then took the opportunity to retreat. "Run!" Zhuang Chang pulled Li Fugui and ran outside, while Yu Suwei blocked another patrolman. "You all go first, I'll cover the rear." In confined spaces, firearms are not very effective, especially in close combat, where a machine gun is less maneuverable than a dagger. With a loud shout, Yu Suwei grabbed the patrolman by the collar, lifted him up with one hand, and slammed him against the wall with a wide swing. Bang! Patrolman died instantly. Zhuang Chang, who had run to the cave entrance, turned around in shock and exclaimed, "Holy crap, when did old you become so awesome?" Li Fugui, clutching the wound on his left arm, exclaimed in surprise, "This guy is a damn strong man. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go." Su Wei rushed out quickly, shoved Li Fugui, and the group rushed out. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Thick smoke billowed up where Yu Suwei was, and countless brick fragments flew up in all directions. He was swept away by the blast wave and sent flying backward. Fortunately, Yu Suwei's physical condition was extremely strong after his rebirth. He only needed a few seconds to recover before he got up from the ground. Then he shouted, "They've thrown grenades. Run. You hurry up too." Sue was also urging them on at the cave entrance. As soon as Sue rushed out, bang, crash. Several cars appeared out of thin air and smashed into the passageway, blocking the pursuit inside. Bang, tap tap tap. The instant the car hit the ground, intense gunfire erupted from inside. Still shaken, Sue stood at the cave entrance and smashed several more large objects, completely blocking the entrance. Holy crap, that was close. If we'd been 2 seconds slower, we wouldn't be able to get out. Although the whole process only lasted a little over a minute, it was extremely dangerous. If Sue hadn't possessed superpowers and forcibly blocked the cave entrance, all of them would have died when the soldiers rushed out. Holy crap, boss is awesome. Li Fugui wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he went to Sue side and acted like a sycophant. Where's Lin Shan? Sue glanced around. Damn it, did they run away? I'm here. As she spoke, Lin Shan and Lin Xiaofeng emerged from behind a large tree. Sue smiled and said, I thought you would take the opportunity to run away. Where are you going? Lin Shan asked calmly. Without resources, running away is just waiting to die. Besides, didn't we agree to cooperate? Chapter 121, Lin Shan's Taunt. Boom. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a violent explosion was heard from inside the tunnel. Lin Shan's face turned cold. They used a bomb. Let's go. As Su Weimu spoke, a snowmobile appeared on the spot, and everyone got on the vehicle, regardless of the shocked expressions of the people around them. Buzz. You stepped on the gas pedal to the floor, the car spun around on the spot, and headed straight down the mountain. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief, put all the submachine guns into his spatial storage, and then asked Sue, Old you, are you alright? Thank goodness I wore a bomb suit when I came. Otherwise, even the Hulk would have been blown to bits. But if it's a fight, I wouldn't be afraid of 20 more of them. After the mutation, Sue was bursting with confidence and looked much younger. Li Fugui looked at Sue in front of him with envy. If I had that kind of power, I would have fought them long ago. Zhuang Chong, still shaken, wiped the sweat from his brow and said, Stop bragging. Those guys are regular troops. They even have armored vehicles. What are you going to fight them with? Everyone fell silent, and the snowmobile sped along, arriving at the city in the clouds half an hour later. After getting out of the car, Lin Shan looked around and asked, You live here? What's wrong? It's nothing. Lin Shan appeared calm and said with a smile, I have a house here, which was a gift from a former business partner, but no one has lived here for a long time. Which building are you in? D-Zone 103. Holy crap, neighbors. Zhuang Chong glanced at Lin Shan, who had a very mature and sophisticated air, and said, This is such a wonderful coincidence. I never thought I would be neighbors with Chairman Lin one day. He. Lin Shan smiled and said nothing more. Su Wei then said calmly, Let me make this clear from the start. Don't cause trouble, otherwise. Otherwise what? Lin Shan suddenly took a step forward and looked Su Wei face to face. She was about 1.7 meters tall and felt no pressure standing in front of Su Wei, who was 1.75 meters tall. Will you crush me with a car? Lin Shan said with a smile. I roughly understand your superpower. It should be a mental type, without any effective offensive capabilities. You can give it a try. Su Wei frowned, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Lin Shan's aura. You don't need to scare me. I'm not stupid. Lin Shan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said calmly, There are only a handful of people with superpowers in the whole world. I'm not stupid enough to go against you. On the contrary, I will do my best to help you, because only when you are strong can I be safe. Where did you get this confidence from? Does it cost nothing? Su Wei sneered. What if I didn't protect you? I imagine you haven't had an easy time lately, have you? Lin Shan said with a smile. In the face of disaster, everyone is desperately trying to survive, but you are so wealthy. Wouldn't they be tempted? Villas in Zone D, Building 103. Su Wei looked around at the furnishings and asked, The decor is quite ordinary. Logically speaking, someone of your status should be living in Area A, right? Do you think I'm rich? Lin Shan said to her younger brother Lin Xiaofeng while cleaning the room. Xiaofeng, go upstairs and bring down everything you can use. It's too cold. We need to save our energy. We'll live on the first floor from now on. Lin Xiaofeng glanced at Su Wei with some apprehension before nodding. Okay. Upon hearing this, Su Wei laughed and said, Are you subtly hinting at something to me? Lin Shan feigned a puzzled expression. Your current situation is largely my responsibility, so? Su Wei's gaze swept across the ground, where a large pile of charcoal, alcohol, and other flammable materials appeared out of thin air. Lin Shan glanced at these items, but wasn't particularly excited. Instead, she frowned and said, You're being too extravagant. This is simply a waste of resources. Hee hee. I helped you, and you made a mistake? Su Wei laughed irritably. If it weren't for those supplies, I wouldn't have taken you in. Lin Shan ignored him and instead sorted the supplies, casually saying, there are many ways to keep warm, but the most economical way is wind power. You have a wind-powered device. Su Wei retorted. I don't have any, but you do. Lin Shan shook her head and said, don't be fooled by the fact that you took away hundreds of billions of worth of supplies. You probably don't even know all the different kinds of things. But I do know what's in every warehouse in the South China Logistics Zone. Su Wei remained silent for a long time without saying a word. What? Are you glad you got me out? Lin Shan laughed and said, without me, you would never finish taking stock of those supplies. How much mental energy do you have to waste like that? Indeed, although Su Wei's mental space is very large, it also has a drawback. When there are too many and too varied things, he can only take whatever comes to mind. Over the past 3 months, he has used a lot of supplies, but he really doesn't know what kind of supplies they are. He could take the time to count them all, but his mental energy is limited. Rather than wasting it on this, he would rather save his energy to smash a few more cars. Warehouse number 09 in Building A. There are 2 large wind turbines inside. This was an order placed by Huadong Energy, but it was later pledged in the South China Logistics Zone due to funding issues. Su Wei closed her eyes slightly, and her mind instantly cleared. Sure enough, he found the 2 wind turbines in a corner of the space. Don't. He had just started thinking about taking the thing out when he heard a warning. Are you sure you want to do this in the house? That thing weighs at least tens of tons. Forehead. Su Wei withdrew his thoughts and asked, do you know how to operate this thing? Lin Shan shook her head and said, I don't understand, but there will always be someone who does. There are plenty of top engineers in Cloud City. You can look among them and make the best use of each of them. Instead of, Lin Shan pointed to the residents outside who were waiting for their food to be distributed, shook her head, and said, using so many highly skilled people like trash, were you really the boss of a startup company before? I'm so angry. Su Wei was filled with grief and indignation. Lin Shan ignored him and continued, after the disaster comes reconstruction. As far as I know, the whole world is now affected by cosmic radiation, with the North and South poles being the most severely affected. Nearly 10 million square kilometers have become radiation zones. Large areas of our country, China, have also been affected. Yuntai City is one of the few areas with relatively mild damage. So, Lin Shan glanced outside and said, in the near future, a large number of survivors will definitely flood into this city, and even forces from other countries will invade. The irradiated areas will become permanent no man's lands, unable to recover for at least 50 years. Chapter 122. Subduing the Mad Donkey. Su Wei became engrossed in listening. This information was like a timely rain after a long drought for him. In his previous life, he only lasted a month before dying, and he knew nothing of what happened afterward. Especially in such a chaotic environment, he only thought about the current situation and did not think much about what the future would be like. Lin Shan took out some alcohol, lit some charcoal, squatted beside the fire rubbing her hands together, and continued. A while ago, I was captured by the Shun family's troops and taken to their southwest base. They wanted to use me to blackmail my family into handing over supplies from the South China Logistics Zone. So, you know. Hee. Su Wei scratched his head awkwardly. Those idiots only know how to fight for resources and territory. They have no brains at all. Lin Shan sighed and said, my grandfather didn't survive the radiation and passed away. My family members also killed each other over that little bit of food. But luckily, Xiao Feng and I escaped, so you don't have to worry about my threat, because it seems that our demands are the same. Su Wei asked, what do you want? Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the dusty carpet, the firelight reflecting off her face. I want this world to change because of me. Su Wei looked at the woman in front of her quietly, unsure of what to say. Lin Shan turned to him and smiled, saying, do you think I'm bragging? Su Wei shook her head and didn't say anything. We live in a highly developed era, and everything we have is left by our ancestors, so no matter how hard we try, we can never reach their level. Lin Shan looked down at the firelight and said softly, but things are different now. A disaster can completely destroy an era and wipe out civilization. But at the same time, different opportunities will also arise. If I can change this world, what a wonderful thing that would be. Su Wei cleared his throat, which was a little hoarse, and laughed. If you were born in a chaotic era, you would definitely be able to make a name for yourself. Isn't this a chaotic world right now? Lin Shan smoothed her hair, her eyes gleaming slightly. What era could be more chaotic and ruleless than this? So, you want to rewrite the rules? Su Wei looked at her, even feeling a bit of admiration. Don't you want to? Lin Shan stood up after warming up for a while, looked at Su Wei and said, You have billions of resources in your hands, and you have powerful superpowers as your capital. Do you just want to live a simple life? Su Wei looked dazed for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, Girl, you used to be involved in pyramid schemes, right? Lin Shan was taken aback by what she said, then smiled and shook her head, saying, You're not too stupid, just a little slow. Never mind, it's too early to talk about these things now. If you're willing, we can try to cooperate. If you change your mind one day, you can just kick me out. How do we cooperate? Su Wei smiled as she looked at her. Give me a space to showcase my talents, and I wish you success in reaching the top. Ambitious people are usually very realistic, and Lin Shan is no exception. She was very clear about her current position and quickly threw herself into her work. In the small garden square in the center of the villas in Zone D, Lin Shan, wearing a thick purple down jacket, called out to the homeowners to get to work. A few people, come and set up the scaffolding first. You guys go and gather everyone together. Chu Sheng, Mad Donkey, Li Rui, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Mad Donkey said speechlessly, Who is this woman? She just arrived and already wants to be the boss. Who agreed to that? Li Rui said calmly from the side, Didn't you notice? This woman is not simple. Although her clothes are old, they are clean and tidy, and look at her shoes. Everyone looked over at the sound. Li Rui smiled and said, Even in such an environment, there wasn't a speck of mud on her shoes. What the hell does this prove? Mad Donkey curled his lip in disdain and said, Xiao Rui, no wonder President Su said you have 800 schemes in your head. You're really sharp-tongued. Get lost. I'm obviously very rough. After spending some time together, Li Rui seemed to have integrated into the group and became very close with Crazy Donkey and the others. That's his skill. He can quickly get along with anyone. Chu Sheng, somewhat oblivious, asked, Tell me quickly, what does this mean? Li Rui gave Chu Sheng an appreciative look and continued. This shows that she is an extremely self-disciplined woman who has not been corrupted by the extremely harsh environment. Lin Shan seemed to sense that someone was watching her, but she calmly turned around and said, You are all Su Wei's men, right? Chu Sheng smiled and said, We do indeed make a living by working for President Su. Lin Shan nodded and said, Even if you're just trying to get by, you need to have the skills. What you need to do now is cooperate with me and build the wind power tower. Wind power generation? Who is in charge of the residents of Cloud City? Lin Shan asked, ignoring their astonishment. What's wrong with me? Mad Donkey stepped forward. Go back and ask them if any of them are involved in electrical engineering or anything like that, Lin Shan said, smoothing her hair. Those who are willing to come will each have 3 meals of rice a day. Crazy Donkey suddenly laughed and said, Damn, you're pretty generous. You'd better speak more politely, or I won't hesitate to kick you out. What the hell? Mad Donkey laughed angrily and stepped forward, saying, Come on, show me how to chase one. Li Fugui. Lin Shan didn't even look at him, but simply called out to someone in the side. I'm here. A boy wielding a machete jumped out from the side, staring blankly at the Mad Donkey. What? You're the only one who doesn't like it? Come and have a go. Mad Donkey stared blankly at the boy in front of him. Since he killed Su Jiang, very few people had dared to speak to him like that. Speak. Do you submit or not? Li Fugui held the machete at an angle and tilted his head to look at the Mad Donkey. I fucking give up on you, the Mad Donkey said, reaching for his gun. Base. Without hesitation, Li Fugui swung his knife, and before Mad Donkey could even pull out his gun, the knife was already at his neck. Come on, try pulling out another gun. Li Fugui held a machete to Mad Donkey's neck, then turned around and said, Sister Lin, should we kill him? Put the knife away. Lin Shan said calmly, without giving Mad Donkey a second glance. Okay. Without saying a word, Li Fugui sheathed his knife. Damn it. There are so many shallow ponds and turtles. If I don't shoot you today, I'll... Mad Donkey quickly turned red and pulled out his gun to make a move. Let me remind you, I'm not Su Wei's subordinate. Lin Shan glanced at him and said, I'm in a cooperative relationship with him. If you don't want to continue, you can go find Su Wei now. Of course, you can use a gun if you want. If you can kill others, others can kill you too. Lin Shan's words were plain, yet they conveyed an indescribable sense of oppression. Su Wei also exudes a sense of oppression, but that oppressive power stems from his absolute strength and insurmountable force. Lin Shan, on the other hand, this woman has such a strong presence. Chapter 123, that's different. Seeing that the situation was deadlocked, Chu Sheng scratched his head and stepped forward. We're all just working for President Su. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Never mind, never mind. Even a Mad Donkey might not actually dare to fire. Lin Shan was brought back by Su Wei, and this woman is very capable, Otherwise, she wouldn't have started with wind power generation right away. Snort. Mad Donkey had no choice but to reluctantly put away his gun, then seized the opportunity to back down, saying, I'm only doing this because of President Su, otherwise I'd. Li Fugaway, however, wouldn't tolerate him. Holding the knife, he cursed, otherwise what? You're not convinced, are you? Come on, I'll try it with you. Who the hell are you trying to act tough with? Grass. The Mad Donkey was completely enraged. Seeing this, Chu Sheng quickly grabbed his hand and said, Stop messing around. That woman doesn't look like someone to mess with. And look at her. She's so alluring and seductive. She might have already been, by President Su. Are you crazy? You dare to touch her? Everyone present was stunned by these words. A blush crept across Lin Shan's usually composed face as she coldly retorted to Chu Sheng. You're even more annoying than him. After Lin Shan joined, Cloud City was quietly undergoing changes. With the large-scale investment of resources, people gradually returned to a civilized era, and the fighting and killing gradually faded away. No one harmed their companions over a bag of biscuits anymore. All of this is not only due to Lin Shan's management skills, but also thanks to the large amount of supplies provided by Su Wei. When people are well-fed and clothed, they think of lustful desires. When people are well-fed and clothed, they also think of making progress. The residents of Cloud City were mostly social elites, and they adapted to the environment more quickly. 2 engineers who previously studied energy supply at an engineering institute volunteered to assemble the wind turbine towers, and many owners also joined in. Everyone contributed their skills and began a small-scale construction project. Inside the villa, Su Wei stood on the second-floor rooftop, looking at the busy figures outside through binoculars, and suddenly felt a sense of disorientation, as if she were in another world. After more than 100 days of torment, he seemed to have no worries about life, but his heart was often in turmoil. Those days when you can't see tomorrow are agonizing for every survivor, so they are both lucky and unlucky. But ever since Lin Shan came, it seems that everything has returned to the way it was before. Stable order, orderly life routines, reasonable work arrangements, and even daily schedules have returned to how things were before the apocalypse. The homeowners and the martial arts school students gradually began to coexist peacefully, working together towards the goal of restoring the power supply to the community as soon as possible. You've struck gold. Sun Wanner appeared beside him at some point and said with a hint of jealousy, With her, you're sure to achieve great things in the future. Are you jealous? Su Wei paused for a moment, then reached out and pulled her into his arms, smiling as he said, She and I are just business partners. Besides, she wouldn't even look at me. Sun Wanner wrinkled her little nose, then suddenly laughed and said, I didn't like you back then either, but you still. Su Wei shook her head and sighed. She's different. This woman is too strong. It's suffocating. So, you mean you like petite women? No, I only love you. Cut. Their eyes met. Tenderness radiated from them. Hormones surged in the air, and a natural progression was quietly beginning. There's someone outside. Close the curtains. Brush. In the distance, Lin Shan stood on a high platform, directing the homeowners to set up scaffolding. Move back a bit. Leave enough space, otherwise it's easy for a safety hazard to occur. She was speaking when she suddenly saw a couple passionately kissing in a brightly lit villa not far away. Before she could react, the curtains blocked her view. Who? Lin Shan blushed, and then turned her head to look elsewhere. Sister Lin, the scaffolding is set up. Li Fugaway shouted from below. All right. Lin Shan snapped out of her thoughts, quickly climbed down from the platform, and said to the 2 middle-aged men wearing glasses, Engineer Yin, Engineer Zhang, it's up to you now. Don't worry, Miss Lin, this level of wind power system is not difficult. As long as we have enough materials, we can complete it in 20 days at most. China is teeming with talented people. They possess brilliant minds and unwavering perseverance. Give them a goal, and they can deliver a miracle. Brother Chong, Chu Sheng, Elder Yu. After chatting with the 2 for a few minutes, Lin Shan called over Yu Sui and the other 2, saying, You don't need to be here from today onwards. Hurry up and train those martial arts school students. I'm worried that the people from the base will find this place in a few days. Zhuang Chong smiled wryly and said, The training is fine, but we are just small fry. How can we fight against those soldiers who are armed with real guns? When a burst of bullets comes, even the hardest fist is useless. We still need to train. Lin Shan said seriously. We have absolutely no ability to protect ourselves right now. If an army comes and forcibly takes over, we will have no choice but to flee. All right. All 3 nodded in agreement, but their words lacked conviction. Here's what we'll do. I'll try to find a solution for the weapons issue with Su Wei. You guys start training them first, so they can adapt to their new roles as quickly as possible. Good. After the three people left, Lin Shan picked up the walkie-talkie and sent a call request. What is it? Speak. On the other end of the intercom, Su Wei said something while panting heavily. Lin Shan instantly understood what he was doing. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, I know a place that might have a large number of weapons stored there. Do you have time? Come with me. Oh. A woman's soft moan came through the intercom. Su Wei. Lin Shan was furious and shouted coldly. 10 minutes. Wait for me at the door. After saying that, Su Wei hung up the phone and began an even more intense attack. Asshole. Lin Shan blushed and stomped her foot on the spot before walking towards the villa. Call. After a while, Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the bed with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Sun Wanner obediently lit it for him, and the smoke gradually swirled around his eyes. Sun Wanner pouted and lay in his arms. You're so mean. You deliberately made things difficult for me in front of others. Su Wei laughed and said, Big sister, you were the one who started the fight, weren't you? You did this on purpose. A sly glint flashed in Sun Wanner's eyes as she laughed. That Lin Shan must have heard everything. You want to seduce her, don't you? Oh. Su Wei pinched her nose and laughed. Who was throwing a tantrum at me last time about Bai Menglu? You're being generous again this time. Aren't you afraid I'll take her in? That's different. How are they different? Sun Wanner looked up at him earnestly and said, Bai Menglu is a drama queen, but Lin Shan is truly capable. With her around, you can save yourself a lot of trouble. Besides, she's not the kind of petty woman Bai Menglu would stoop to fighting over these trivial matters of love. Chapter 124. You're much better than trash. In this world, regardless of whether they are men or women, everyone has their own way of surviving. Sun Wanner's way of survival is to rely on Su Wei and survive in this cruel era, while Lin Shan's way of survival is to use her own abilities to change the world. Therefore, Sun Wanner is very clear about her own position. She could accept Lin Shan moving into the villa because everyone had different needs, and there was no need for them to fight over favor. But Bai Menglu is different. This woman is too attractive to men. She is involved in the entertainment industry and the world of fame and fortune. Seducing men is just an everyday thing for her. After resting for a few minutes, Su Wei put on her protective suit and came out of the villa. In the wind and snow, Lin Shan, dressed in a purple down jacket, stood outside the door. Her lips had turned purple, but she still stood tall and proud, like a plum blossom that was not afraid of the harsh winter. Su Wei glanced at the somewhat aloof beauty, took out a protective suit from her spatial storage, and handed it to her, saying, Change into this. It's very warm. Thanks. Lin Shan nodded calmly, then hugged the clothes and said nothing more. Let's go. Su Wei took out a snowmobile from her spatial storage, and the two got in and drove away. Where to? You should be familiar with Brilliant Security Company, Lin Shan replied casually, with a hint of teasing in her voice. Su Wei felt uncomfortable with this cold attitude and said speechlessly, Has anyone ever said you have a bad temper before? Many. Lin Shan quietly felt the gentle warmth of the breeze, turned her head to look out the window and said, But compared to my temper, they trust my abilities more. You win. Su Wei stopped talking, and the half-hour drive passed quickly. The two arrived at a building in the city center. Isn't Huihuang Jianya a construction company? I've never heard of them having a security company. Su Wei found a low-lying area in the snow and ice, broke the second-floor window, and went inside. Lin Shan wrapped her clothes tighter around herself, exhaled a puff of white mist, and asked, What size was your previous company? A few tens of millions in market value. Su Wei asked Yehuda Wendao, What's wrong? Lin Shan walked straight to the safety passage and went down to the underground, saying, That's right. The security services that Brilliant Security provides are for billionaires with assets of over 100 million. This company has been registered for a long time, but few people know about it because ordinary people simply cannot afford such services. I'm fucking pissed. Su Wei almost choked and passed out. The two stopped talking and went down 3 floors along the emergency staircase. We've reached the end. Su Wei glanced around and, seeing no further down the passage, asked, Where's that armory you mentioned? There's one more layer. After walking more than 10 meters to the left, Lin Shan stopped in front of an inconspicuous fire hydrant, forcefully pulled open the window on the hydrant, and found an electronic combination lock inside. This type of lock is not affected by signal interference and is an independent device. Squeak. A sickeningly sweet sound rang out, and a hidden door suddenly appeared on the wall centered around the fire hydrant. A gust of dark wind blew out, indicating that the space below was vast. The lives of you rich people are truly something else. Su Wei shook her head speechlessly. If Lin Shan hadn't led the way, even if he had turned the brilliant building upside down, he would never have imagined that the armory would be here. The Lin family is the largest controlling shareholder of the Brilliant Group. All of their businesses, including personnel transfers, are inseparable from the Lin family's influence. Lin Shan's expression remained calm. Then she suddenly sighed. If this were a peaceful era, as long as the Lin family chose the right side, 100 years of prosperity would definitely not be a problem. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Su Wei nodded in deep agreement. In peacetime, people compete based on their background and wealth, but now they compete based on their fists and strength. Times have changed, and so have values. Lin Shan stopped talking. After walking through the somewhat damp stairwell, Su Wei raised her flashlight, and the view suddenly opened up before her. The entire underground 4-story building is about 2,000 square meters and is filled with all kinds of weapons and explosives. The majority of the weapons are ordinary conventional weapons, including submachine guns, rifles, and many new types of grenades, as well as various explosive weapons. Su Wei couldn't help but click her tongue and say, these things would be more than enough to equip a reinforced battalion, wouldn't they? I don't know. My second uncle used to be in charge of this place. He used to be the deputy staff officer of the South China military region, and he was the one who got all these things. Lin Shan spoke casually, but Su Wei asked in surprise, with so many weapons, aren't the authorities investigating? To some extent, we represent the government, Lin Shan said calmly, a hint of pride in her eyes. Can I call this embezzlement? Su Wei was speechless for a moment. This is pure corruption. Think what you want. Looking at the neatly arranged weapons, Lin Shan said in a low voice, where there is demand, there will be supply. The government is not omnipotent. In some matters, it is more convenient for private individuals to handle things than for the government. That is the value of security companies. It's just a matter of supply and demand. Your analysis is really insightful. Take all of these with you, Lin Shan said casually, as if throwing away trash. Luckily, I know there aren't many people here, otherwise they would have already looted everything. Even the higher-ups at Brilliant Security don't know? Su Wei was somewhat puzzled. These weapons weren't like a pack of cigarettes, which anyone could smoke. They were enough to equip an entire battalion with weapons. Weren't those high-ranking officers tempted? Lin Shan smiled and said, this is a secret of the Lin family. Even if someone else knows about it, they can't get in. Do you think that door outside is just for show? Let me tell you responsibly, its security level is far stronger than your villa. Fine, I'm trash, okay? Su Wei was getting angry. He had been criticized by Lin Shan countless times along the way, and he felt that this woman was deliberately targeting him. No, Lin Shan glanced at him and shook her head. You have superpowers and can even fall from the sky to smash cars. You're much better than trash. Depend on. Su Wei grabbed Lin Shan's wrist and said coldly, girl, you need to understand, I'm not your subordinate. If you keep being so harsh, I can't guarantee I won't do something to you. Did you violate me? Huh. Su Wei was taken aback. Lin Shan looked at him coldly, her eyes full of mockery. That woman in your villa, you forced her into it, didn't you? I saw her before at the city's central hospital. Her grandfather was a renowned medical scientist in China. Someone like that. You must feel very accomplished, right? Damn it, I'm so. Su Wei was really anxious. Her face turned cold and menacing. Lin Shan met his gaze without flinching and continued. And that little starlet, I heard she used to be quite famous. Everyone in Cloud City knew her. She's one of yours. Chapter 125. Each with their own role, creating brilliance together. Su Wei was speechless for a moment. If you want to use those dirty thoughts on me, I can kill myself. Lin Shan's eyes turned slightly cold as she said seriously, honestly, if I had a choice, I wouldn't cooperate with someone like you. Su Wei was speechless. He had never wanted to kill someone so much. Think whatever you want. The conversation went awry, and Su Wei was too lazy to explain. This thing, the more you explain, the worse it gets. In just a few minutes, the entire underground armory was emptied. Let's go. Su Wei glanced at Lin Shan indifferently. Does your ability have no energy limit? Lin Shan looked at him with some doubt and said, when I was at the base, I saw those 3 ability users take action. Every time they overused their abilities, they had to recover for a long time. Because they are all trash. Back in the villa area, the 2 parted ways without exchanging a single word. Su Wei invited Zhuang Chong, Yu Wei, and others to a formal meeting at the villa across the street. He took out some weapons and said, starting today, Lao Yu, you will be the instructor and responsible for training these people's physical fitness. You need to bring out their abilities in the shortest possible time. Yu Wei nodded and said, no problem. Those kids are young and strong, and they have a few years of martial arts experience. With a little training, they can become a fighting force. Su Wei nodded and looked at Li Rue beside her. You will be in charge of assisting Lao Yu with training. Good. Li Rue subconsciously pushed up his glasses and nodded in agreement. Su Wei saw his resistance and said calmly, although you brought these people, we are all facing the same problem now. Don't have any ulterior motives, otherwise. I will not tolerate it. Li Rue was momentarily stunned, then quickly smiled and said, don't worry, President Su. I'm completely loyal to you now. Wherever you point, I'll go. You'd better keep your word. Su Wei grinned at him. You instigated Li Hongwei to besiege the villa before. Although he's dead, I know that you were the one who planned most of these things behind the scenes. What do you mean by that? Li Rue's expression changed instantly. He subconsciously glanced at the doorway and then shifted his body. You do have some brains, but you lack some courage. If I were you back then, I would have risked those 400 people. Su Wei's words were devoid of warmth, yet they exuded a chilling coldness. So I can't be your. Li Rue looked at Su Wei and remained silent for a while before smiling bitterly. I'm afraid that if I take this gamble, there will be no way back. Do a good job, my friend. Su Wei suddenly smiled, patted Li Rue on the shoulder, and said, I won't let the enemy go, but I will never mistreat my friends. From the initial homeowners to Chu Sheng and Li Rue later on, Su Wei never mistreated those who had risked their lives for him. He provided them with food and gave them hope for survival. Although these people suffered heavy casualties, if you think about it the other way around, even without Su Wei, how many of them would have survived? Brother Chong. Su Wei looked at Zhuang Chong again. Zhuang Chong laughed and said, I don't need to explain. You tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Su Wei smiled at him and said, you are the commander-in-chief. Apart from the staff, everyone else in Cloud City is under your management. Hey, is Brother Chong about to get promoted on the spot? Li Rue said, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Yu Suawei laughed and said, that's right. Managing over 400 people at once. From now on we'll all have to call you Battalion Commander Zhuang. When we meet again, huh? Damn it. I never dreamed I'd one day become a commander. Zhuang Chong laughed, half-jokingly saying to Su Wei, don't worry, give me these men, and in a month, I'll give you an infantry battalion. Su Wei nodded and said seriously, our people used to be ordinary civilians, so they must be managed like soldiers. Otherwise, they will have no fighting power if they encounter danger. Zhuang Chong said seriously, which was uncharacteristically serious, don't worry, I'll risk my life to take good care of your people. From the very beginning, he followed Su Wei, enjoying the life that countless people dream of, living a life like an immortal in the apocalypse. He was grateful to Su Wei from the bottom of his heart. He has always been a simple person, without many profound thoughts or lofty ambitions. He just wants to live a peaceful life. Later, Su Wei, who is usually so vigilant and cautious, actually risked her life to run into the Southwest base, which is tens of thousands of people, to rescue him. From that moment on, Zhuang Chong had entrusted his life to Su Wei and never betrayed her. Chu Sheng. Su Wei paused slightly when she called out Chu Sheng's name. With Lao Yu and Zhuang Chong both becoming officials, Chu Sheng excitedly stood up and said, Boss, I'm ready. You. Su Wei looked at him, his face gradually darkening, and cursed, Shut the hell up. You've ruined all my reputation. Ignoring the bewildered Chu Sheng, Su Wei looked at the silent Mad Donkey to the side. Mad Donkey also looked over, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes, and said with a smile, President Su, wherever you think is suitable for me, I'll stay there. He is very clear about his position. Compared to people like Chu Sheng, he had certainly clashed with Su Wei quite a bit back then, and the things he did couldn't be hidden from those who were interested. So when Su Wei was being appointed to official positions, Mad Donkey remained very quiet, as if he wasn't even in the room. How did Su Jiang die? Su Wei didn't reply to him, but instead suddenly asked a question that was unrelated to the main topic. Mad Donkey's eyes flickered rapidly. After a few seconds of confusion, his panic subsided, and he said firmly, I killed him. It happened in his villa. I strangled him with my own hands. Su Wei nodded and said, from now on, you will be in charge of security in the community. You can arrange the manpower yourself. What? Mad Donkey was stunned. He thought that after saying this, Su Wei would definitely not dare to use him anymore, and would even have already thought about how to leave. I am not Su Jiang. Su Wei stood with her hands in her pockets, a bright confidence on her face, and said loudly, if you ever try to harm me, you will be the one who dies. The Mad Donkey paused for a moment, then quickly shook its head and said, I can't. Su Wei just smiled, glanced at everyone, and said, let's not talk about the past. From now on, we're brothers in the same pot. If I get a bite of meat, you'll get a sip of soup. Don't be upset. I need to save my life. Haha. Everyone laughed. They understood what Su Wei meant. In this world, people with superpowers are at the top, but the higher they stand, the harder they fall. Once his identity as a person with superpowers is exposed, who knows how many people will come to kill him. Moreover, everyone present understood that Su Wei was not only their leader, but also their guarantee of livelihood. So, you can do without anyone else, but not without Su Wei. Chapter 126. The Mad Donkey Unleashes Its Power. After assigning all the tasks, Su Wei got up to leave. Hey, they all have work, what about me? A small black figure squeezed out from the crowd, and Li Fugui glared at Su Wei and blocked her way. What the hell is this high-level meeting to you? Zhuang Chang laughed and ruffled his hair, then jokingly scolded. You should just stick with that Lin Shan and be her lackey. Damn it, I'm not doing this. Li Fugui immediately became agitated, shoving Zhuang Chang's hand away and exclaiming, Why are you all powerful and influential, while I have to be your lackey? What? Are you bullying the newcomer? Hee. Everyone laughed when they saw the 17 or 18-year-old boy. Among them, Li Rui was the youngest, at 21 years old, and his mind was indeed sharper than most, and he did things flawlessly. As for the others, they all have some skill or expertise. Su Wei smiled at him and asked, So what can you do? Someone. Li Fugui shouted loudly, then drew the machete from his waist and brandished it. The mad donkey was the first to laugh. Laugh at your mother. You want to fight me? Li Fugui immediately glared at him and cursed. Hey, what the hell? Mad Donkey got angry after being cursed at. He stepped forward empty-handed and said, Come on, you little brat. I'll let you grab the knife. We're done for today. Mad Donkey used to be the second most important person in Yuntai City, second only to Su Jiang. Few people in both the legitimate and criminal worlds were not afraid of him. He's definitely not going to stand being humiliated by a little brat today. Li Fugui stepped forward and cursed at the Mad Donkey. Come on. I'm not afraid you're not a son of a father. Grasp. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Chu Sheng quickly grabbed Crazy Donkey's arm and smoothed things over, saying, All right, why are you arguing with a kid? President Su is still here, aren't you ashamed? Mad Donkey calmed down a bit, but his anger was still not over. He said, Damn it, if this had happened before, I would have broken both of his legs, or I wouldn't be a Zhang. Are you bragging? Li Fugui, clearly unaware of Mad Donkey's stature, scoffed. Isn't he just an old thug? Killing the boss to rise to power, where's your shame? After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Although the people present only had a casual relationship with Crazy Donkey, even Zhuang Chang couldn't stand such a blatant public denunciation. Damn it, this kid deserves a beating, old donkey, get him. Yu Suawei frowned and said, Kid, you shouldn't insult someone by pointing out their weaknesses. You'll regret it later. Li Fugui glanced at Yu Suawei with a hint of apprehension, then stubbornly said, Old man, I can't beat you, so whatever you say goes. Haha. Su Wei burst out laughing at these words. Li Fugui looked at him again, somewhat timidly, and said, I can't beat you either, so go ahead and laugh. So you think I'm a pushover? Mad Donkey's face was as black as charcoal. He shoved Zhuang Chang aside and cursed. Come on, if I don't break both your legs today, I'll change my surname to yours. Come on, come on. Li Fugui wasn't stupid either. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his knife and slashed straight at the Mad Donkey's shoulder. Bang. Unfortunately, the attack was ineffective. Mad Donkey simply shifted a step to the left to dodge the blow, then turned and punched Li Fugui in the face. This kind of street brawl has no footwork involved. It relies entirely on experience. How could a mere nobody compare to the Crazy Donkey who has risen to this position? Li Fugui was punched in the temple, and his vision blurred for a moment, and he felt dizzy for a few seconds. Bang! With a dull thud, the Mad Donkey kicked Li Fugui in the chest. Snap! Before Li Fugui could react, Mad Donkey strode forward, grabbed an ashtray from the side, and smashed it on Li Fugui's arm. Clang! The machete in Li Fugui's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Mad Donkey ignored the machete and grabbed an ashtray, smashing it against Li Fugui's head repeatedly. Damn it, it's been years since I've had a wild fight. If I don't bleed you dry today, you won't know that Xiaoming's mother is Zuohua. Smack! 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 Mad Donkey slammed him down more than a dozen times. At first, Li Fugui was able to fight back and throw a few punches, but later he lost the ability to defend himself. Like a puppy, he was pinned to the ground and hammered by Mad Donkey. Su Wei watched the whole thing from the sidelines without saying a word or offering any advice. He knew that Li Fugui was no match for Crazy Donkey. In terms of fighting, Among these people, only Yu Suwei and Chu Shang could suppress Crazy Donkey. Otherwise, why do you think those homeowners were so docile towards him before? How could a single pistol subdue more than 100 people? Stop talking nonsense. It's because Mad Donkey is ruthless enough, he really dares to kill, and he's really willing to risk his life. Damn it. All right, you're really going to kill me now. Seeing that Li Fuguwei was somewhat dazed from the beating, Chu Xing once again played the role of the good guy and went up to grab the Crazy Donkey's arm. Su Wei suddenly chuckled at Yu Suwei and said, "You two are truly a master-disciple lineage." Yu Suwei blushed, then looked up and said, "This is called chivalry among martial artists. When the road is injustice, one should draw one's sword to help." "Huh." Zhuang Chang laughed and said, "This road is more than just uneven." After being pulled away by Zhuang Chang, Mad Donkey spat and said, "Damn it, it's been a long time since anyone dared to make this kind of request to me. Kid, are you convinced or not?" Fu. An IDE. Li Fuguwei lay on the ground, spitting out 2 large molars mixed with blood, and roared with bloodshot eyes. "Get out of my way." Mad Donkey shoved Chu Sheng aside, picked up the machete from the ground, and said coldly, "This kind of brat needs to be beaten enough before he knows the pain." Just as the Mad Donkey was about to slash Li Fuguwei's face with his knife, Su Wei finally spoke up. "All right, face." Upon hearing this, Mad Donkey paused for a moment, then slashed at Li Fuguwei's hair with his blade, shaving off a large patch of hair. "Call." Li Fuguwei shuddered violently, his eyes widened, staring blankly at the machete beside his face, his whole body deflated like a ball. He had no doubt that if Su Wei had spoken even half a second later, that knife would have sliced his head open. Damn it. Mad Donkey drew his knife and pressed it against Li Fuguwei's neck, cursing, "You son of a bitch, you little brat, do you submit?" Bufu. Li Fuguwei had calmed down a bit by then. He looked at the Mad Donkey with some fear, but still stubbornly said, "You guys are bullying people. How the hell have we bullied you?" Hearing this, Su Wei couldn't help but laugh. She squatted down next to him and said, "Didn't you just say you wanted to have a go? Did you pick this person? Did you lose? And didn't I save your life? You little brat. You don't have the guts to admit you lost, do you?" Chapter 127. The severe damage suffered since the apocalypse. Why wouldn't I dare to recognize it? Li Fuguwei struggled to get up, but was forced to remain still by the Mad Donkey's machete. He could only shout, "He's an old scoundrel. How old am I? You wait a few more years and see." Haha. Zhuang Chang couldn't help but burst into laughter and said irritably, "A few more years? If Su Wei hadn't shouted quickly just now, you'd only be able to live in your next life. I don't care, you're just bullying me." Li Fuguwei spoke. He choked up and mumbled, "I helped you save people. I risked my life for you. And this is how I get treated? You all become officials, and I'm supposed to be a mistress's son? I won't do it." Snap. Li Fuguwei got a slap on the head. Su Wei, her face darkening, cursed, "Who the hell told you Lin Shan was a mistress?" "Brother Shang." Li Fuguwei shouted, his neck stiff. "Brother Shang said that you've already talked to Lin Shan about this before. Otherwise, why would she have been so quick to get you so many weapons and equipment? Damn it, you little brat. What are you spouting nonsense about?" Chu Sheng also came over and slapped him, then cursed at the Mad Donkey. "Old donkey, let's do it. Just kill him." "Damn it, it was you who said it. Everyone heard it. Hey, you little brat." The room was immediately filled with a noisy commotion. Cough, cough. Yu Suwei suddenly coughed twice. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Sheng pressed Li Fuguwei's mouth shut and turned around to say, "Master, you have a cold?" Cough. Forehead. Chu Sheng turned around and looked at Lin Shan, whose pretty face was frosty, at the door. He let go of her hand in a daze, shuddered, and quickly retreated to the side. "You fucking said it." Li Fuguwei was still yelling wildly. "You fucking said that Sister Lin is definitely the kind of person who is secretly passionate, but has a surprising personality, and that President Su will be played to death by her one day." Snap. "Screw you." Su Wei squatted on the ground, her back to the door, and slapped Li Fuguwei across the face, cursing, "The person who can mess with me isn't even born yet. You want her to try? Don't brag, Li Fuguwei struggled to sit up halfway, then swallowed the rest of his sentence back down. He discovered for the first time that a look could kill. "Am I bragging?" Su Wei, completely oblivious, continued cursing, "Let her come here, see if I don't teach her a lesson. Damn it, you're still messing with me." The room was quiet, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Wei. Su Wei then slowly stopped, feeling as if the surrounding air had instantly cooled several degrees, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. "What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me like that?" Su Wei followed the group's gaze and fixed it on the beautiful figure at the doorway. Su Wei subconsciously swallowed, her smile more like a grimace, and said, well, would you believe me if I said I was just joking? I'd been indoors for too long, and suddenly being surrounded by so many people made me lose my grip. I really couldn't hold on. However, the coldness on Lin Shan's face told him that she didn't believe him. Come out. Lin Shan's slightly angular face was serious, and her cold gaze swept over the people in the room. Su Wei paused for a moment, then got up and went out. Call. Several exhalations could be heard simultaneously inside the room. Damn, I was never this scared when my parents were called when I was a kid. Mad Donkey also let go of Li Fuguwei and glanced at the door with lingering fear. Even Yu Suwei said with a wry smile, that little girl from the Lin family has too much of an aura. She really wanted to kill someone just now. Her eyes were more ruthless than knives. Did I say something wrong? Li Fuguwei stared blankly at Chu Sheng, then belatedly shrank back. You better shut that hole already. You're going to kill me sooner or later. Chu Sheng cursed angrily, then added in frustration, damn it, how come I didn't notice she came in? Hey, look outside. Li Rui, with his sharpest eyes, pointed to the back window of the room and said, President Su and Lin Shan are outside. Whoosh. The people inside rushed to the window instantly, and even Li Fuguwei struggled to get up and shoved his head in. Outside, at the corner, Lin Shan stared coldly at Su Wei without saying a word, looked embarrassed and said, it's a misunderstanding, a real misunderstanding. It's all Zhuang Chang talking nonsense outside. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Shan ignored him and simply said, I've been wandering around Cloud City these past few days. There are a few pretty women there. If you want to have some fun, you can go find them. A loaf of bread might be enough. Damn it. Su Wei's face turned green. Just as she was about to explain, Lin Shan continued, if all else fails, I can help you look outside, but please don't make such disgusting jokes again. I'm like this. After being mocked by Lin Shan several times, Su Wei finally lost her temper. Damn it. I'll do whatever I want. If you don't like it, shut your eyes. Bang. Damn it. Lin Shan, who had been holding back, finally snapped. Without hesitation, she kicked him and yelled, Su Wei, you think I'm being nice to you? You want me to swear? Who the hell do you think you are? If you didn't have supplies, would I even want you? A piercing scream tore through the sky. Su Wei covered the most important part of her life and slowly squatted down, her whole body like a wind-up toad, hopping and spinning around in place several times. Hiss. Inside the room, a group of onlookers, as if sharing the same experience, collectively adopted an outward-pointing stance. Chu Sheng even instinctively covered his crotch, relieved that the kick hadn't landed on him. Lin Shan, Su Wei, clutching his crotch, squatted on the ground and cursed at Lin Shan's retreating figure. If I don't fucking kill you, I'll change my surname to yours. Lin Shan, who had walked away, suddenly turned back. Completely devoid of her aloof and mature demeanor, she glared at Su Wei like a little tiger and roared, Su Wei, you're a heartless bastard. I'll slap you sooner or later. That's what you call truly awesome. Chu Sheng sighed subconsciously, then turned around and pointed to Su Wei's villa, saying, Brother Chang, is the one inside like this too? Zhuang Chang naturally knew who he was talking about, and subconsciously shook his head, saying, in these past 3 months, my brother has probably suffered the most serious injuries this time. This woman is really something else. Sigh, it seems having too many women isn't a good thing. Li Fuguwei chimed in, feigning concern. Wasn't there supposed to be a celebrity too? These 3 women are a real drama. Snap. Mad Donkey slapped him across the face and cursed, damn it. You're getting cocky again, aren't you? What right do you have to gossip about the boss's private affairs? This time, Li Fuguwei didn't dare to be stubborn anymore and retorted, damn it. Didn't you all say that? Chapter 128. Overseer Li Fuguwei. What did you say? The Mad Donkey made a move as if to draw his knife. Fine. I'm scared of you, okay? Li Fuguwei was suddenly filled with sorrow and cursed. You wait a few years, then we'll settle this again. What the hell? Fine. I'll be waiting for you. Mad Donkey was both angry and amused. He hadn't encountered such a stubborn kid in a long time. He didn't know if he was ruthless with his hands, but he was definitely tough on the tongue. In a daze, Mad Donkey seemed to see a reflection of his younger self in him. While they were still fooling around, Li Rui suddenly exclaimed, oh no, President Su is back. Everyone looked over at the sound and saw Su Wei rubbing his crotch for a while before getting up, grimacing, and walking towards the villa. Chu Sheng's eyelids twitched violently a few times, and he hurriedly said, my son is waiting to be fed. I have to go now. Li Fuguwei grinned and said, don't give me that, Brother Sheng. Aren't you a bachelor? Get out. Get out. Get out. It's all your fault, you little brat. Chu Sheng slapped him and quickly ran outside. Stand right there. As soon as Su Wei reached the door, he saw Chu Sheng sneaking around trying to slip away. His face instantly darkened, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. You try running away again, you son of a bitch. Mr. Su, my wife is waiting to breastfeed, so I'll be going now. Please make yourself at home. Chu Sheng wasn't very bright, but he wasn't stupid either. It was as if he had wheels of fire under his feet. With a few leaps, he disappeared around the corner. If he doesn't run now, Su Wei might really kill him in her rage. Su Wei, seething with hatred, cursed at him. Fine. You better not see me again, or I'll give you the same thing, or I'm not Su Wei. Ultimately, this whole thing was Chu Sheng's doing. That guy is a real blabbermouth. He talks about everything, and once it gets through his mouth, it all becomes true. This way. After welcoming Su Wei into the house, Yu Suwei smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, President Su, I'm sorry. That kid Chu Sheng isn't very cunning, but he has such a foul mouth. He just blurts out everything. Don't worry, I'll definitely beat him to a pulp when I get back to get revenge for you. When a master beats his apprentice, it's just like a father beating his son. They shout the loudest, but they're the most measured in their blows. Su Wei had calmed down considerably by now. He sat down, grimacing, and cursed. Damn it, if we don't curb this corrupt trend, they'll get out of control. Well, Mr. Su, Li Rue said with a smile. I still have some soup simmering at home, so I'll be going now. Please sit down, no need to see me off. Su Wei was stunned by what he said, and before she could react, Li Rue had already slipped away. Su Wei suddenly laughed and said, This kid is too clever. He's so clever that he makes you feel comfortable no matter how you use him. Before you even open your mouth, he knows what you want to do. Mad Donkey also looked at the door and said calmly, he was able to gather a force of 500 men together. That's not something an ordinary person can do. Yes. Zhuang Chong nodded in agreement. Those martial arts school kids are all, just like Li Fugui, very difficult to train, but he manages to keep them all under control. Even though Li Hongwei is dead, none of them have scattered. We have to be careful. Su Wei smiled and said, It's all right. The smarter a person is, the easier they are to manipulate. He knows his own strength, and he wouldn't dare to overstep the line without absolute certainty. What does same as me mean? Li Fugui stiffened his neck again. Snap. Shut the hell up. Mad Donkey slapped him and cursed. Are you really unable to tell the difference between the king and the queen, or what? Li Fugui was completely subdued by the Mad Donkey. He didn't utter a sound after being slapped, and hung his head like a drowning dog. Come here. Su Wei sat on the sofa, her hands supporting her knees. Li Fugui hesitated for a moment, then approached Su Wei and said somewhat reservedly, Boss. If the Mad Donkey was a deterrent to him, then Su Wei was a nightmare. Just that one move of smashing a car out of thin air made him unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. What's gotten into you now? Su Wei looked at him and laughed. Didn't you want to be an official? Starting tomorrow, you'll be the foreman, go to the construction site and supervise their work. Supervisor? Li Fugui was taken aback. What? You think my rank is too low? Mad Donkey glared at him. It's not that. Li Fugui quickly shook his head and said, I just don't know what a supervisor is supposed to do. Su Wei smiled and said, From now on, you'll do whatever Lin Shan asks you to do. Your job is to keep an eye on the workers and make sure they don't slack off. Isn't that still being a son for the mistress? Li Fugui muttered under his breath, then glanced at the Mad Donkey and shrank back. Su Wei chuckled and said, We're all grown men, so be straightforward. This is the job, are you in or not? If not, you can leave, and I'll give you your payment right away. We'll be even. Li Fugui is a bit of a hothead, but he also knows that if he goes out, he won't have anywhere to stay and will have to wander around trying to survive. With so many people here, and Su Wei clinging to him like a big thigh, only a fool would leave. Let's do it. Who said we weren't going to do it? Okay, there's one more thing. Su Wei nodded, then pointed at Li Fugui and said, From today onwards, whenever you see Chu Sheng, beat him to a pulp. Beat him every time you see him. Can you do that? What's the big deal? Li Fugui scratched the back of his head, about to give a guarantee, when he suddenly noticed the Mad Donkey and whispered, What if I can't beat him? Su Wei retorted irritably, Damn it, you're a grown man. If you can't beat him, why don't you train? One day you'll be able to take him down. Li Fugui frowned and asked suspiciously, Why do I feel like you're trying to trick me? Su Wei's lips twitched slightly, and she said, How about this? If you fight Chu Sheng, I'll reward you with a bag of chocolates. I mean it. Real. Young people love to eat it, especially in this kind of environment. Chocolate has a fatal attraction for everyone. Su Wei said without blushing or panting. I never lie. What if I beat him up 10 times a day? 10 packs. What if he beats me up 10 times? 11 packs. Su Wei extended an extra finger and said earnestly, the extra one is for your emotional distress. Without further hesitation, Li Fuguei touched his dark face, gritted his teeth, and said, let's do it. Okay, go ahead, start work today. Su Wei patted his shoulder appreciatively, then deliberately leaned closer and whispered, Chu Sheng lives in Building 016, Area C, don't get it wrong. No problem. Boss, just you wait and see. Li Fuguei patted his chest loudly, looking like a warrior going to his execution, and shouted, here we go, boss. Go. Just as Li Fuguei reached the door, he grinned at Crazy Donkey and said, I'm leaving, Brother Donkey. Mad Donkey's lips twitched, and he uttered a single word, get lost. Yu Suawei shook his head, both amused and exasperated, and said, President Su, you've given Xiao Chu a real headache. He'll be scratching his head in no time. Hiss. Su Wei subconsciously rubbed his crotch and cursed. I've always been one to take revenge. Chapter 129. The most precious thing is freedom. Many projects have now started in Cloud City. First, they built wind turbine towers. Then, Lin Shan suggested integrating the entire villa area from A to D together, blocking off all the useless gates and alleys, and reinforcing and raising the lower walls with wire mesh. This is to prevent outsiders from sneaking in case they happen. Especially those people at the Southwest base. If those soldiers really come to attack Cloud City, they will easily be surrounded and wiped out. The only downside is that none of them have top-notch tech experts to create a comprehensive, all-encompassing surveillance system. Inside the villa, Sun Wanner gently massaged Su Wei's injured area and fanned it with her small hands from time to time. Hiss. Su Wei lay on the bed, grimacing, glanced down at the bed, and sighed. Thank goodness, it still works. Giggle. Sun Wanner was amused by him and said, that kid is really funny. He really want to find Chu Sheng with his neck so stiff. Absolutely. Su Wei laughed when Li Fuguei was mentioned. Huh? He practically wanted to make a pledge to me before he left. You're really ruthless. Sun Wanner laughed like a silver bell. That's just a hothead. Chu Sheng is going to suffer from now on. I will always avenge any wrong done to me. Su Wei gritted her teeth and cursed. That bastard Chu Sheng. If I don't shut his mouth, who knows what he'll become? Sun Wanner laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight, then reminded him. Chu Sheng is Elder Yu's personal disciple. What if he gets pushed too far? That kid can't beat him. No. Su Wei glanced out the window and said calmly, Chu Sheng knows what he's doing. I had Li Fuguei keep an eye on him so that Chu Sheng could mentor the kid more. Sun Wanner asked in surprise, you think highly of that child? Su Wei's gaze gradually calmed down, and she said calmly, that day at the base, Lin Shan and her brother ran the fastest, but Li Fuguei was clearly at the door but didn't run first. So, this kid is also a loyal friend. Sun Wanner nodded subconsciously. It's not just that. Su Wei shook his head and said, that kid is an orphan who's been involved in the underworld since he was little. I was an orphan too, but I was luckier than him. God helped me out. So you're extending your affection to everything related to the house? Su Wei nodded and said, when we were in the mine, that kid told me, you can lack anything these days, but you can't lack luck. That's so true. Isn't that how I got to where I am today? I was blessed by heaven and got into a good university. After graduating, I made my first fortune with my first business venture. After the apocalypse, I not only received billions of resources, but I also gained superpowers. God really raised me like his own son. This was the first time Su Wei had taken the initiative to talk to Sun Wanner about her past. Sun Wanner listened quietly, her eyes glistening with tears. There's no such thing as luck. If you don't work hard, no one can help you. Sun Wanner remained silent for a moment, then retorted with some displeasure. She didn't want Su Wei's efforts in the first half of his life to be so hastily summarized by the word luck. Su Wei smiled and didn't care about any of that, continuing. However, Lin Shan's behavior today surprised me. I thought she would endure it and then take the opportunity to retaliate, but I didn't expect. Giggle. Sun Wanner couldn't help but laugh again, pointing her finger at his chest and feigning anger, saying, you deserve it. Lin Shan was tricked so badly by you. She must hate you so much, and you still insist on walking into the line of fire. Well, it was worth it. Su Wei chuckled self-deprecatingly. I took one kick, and she managed to build a wind turbine tower for me. If I had taken 2 more kicks. Snap. Sun Wanner slapped it in annoyance and said, you'll be crippled if you get kicked twice more. Hiss. Su Wei immediately bent over like a shrimp, cursing. You're going to kill me. So what? Sun Wanner retorted. hands on her hips, feigning anger. Who told you to mess around outside, having mistresses and concubines? Are you Shimanqing? I didn't. Su Wei roared. Chu Sheng. I'll definitely kill you. Snap. You're swearing. I'm fucking. The storm passed in an instant. Su Wei lay on the headboard with her eyes half closed, holding the tired Sun Wanner in her arms. Neither of them spoke, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Are you happy today? What? Sun Wanner nestled in his arms and whispered. Since I've known you, today is the day you've laughed the most and been the happiest. You were playing around with them, joking around, and chatting with so many people. Su remained silent. Sun Wanner placed her hand on that broad chest, feeling the powerful pounding of his heart, and murmured, we can't live alone after all. Even if this is paradise, it's a prison-like paradise. Yes. Su Wei nodded thoughtfully. Do you know when I've been happiest these past few months? It's when I go out. Even though it's dangerous, I'm still very happy. Su Wei received no response, only a warm sensation in her chest. He looked down and saw those tightly closed eyes, from which a few stinging tears were streaming down. Su Wei paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, come with me to search for supplies tomorrow. Sun Wanner paused for a moment, gently raised her head, looked at him with teary eyes, and said timidly and coquettishly, aren't you afraid I'll run away? Aren't you afraid I'll hurt you? Su Weixiao looked at her and said, I accept it. Early in the morning, Sun Wanner pulled out a large pile of colorful clothes from the closet. These were all taken out by Su Wei from her spatial storage, and each piece was a designer brand, and they were practically free. She held up each piece of clothing against herself, occasionally seeking Su Wei's opinion. Master, do you think I look better in this or this? Su Wei shook her head speechlessly. Big sister, we're going to salvage a post-apocalyptic wasteland, not on a spring outing, okay? You have absolutely no sense of romance. Sun Wanner ignored him, rummaged through the wardrobe for a while longer, and then smiled with satisfaction. You're the one. What? Su Wei turned around while munching on half an ear of corn and saw Sun Wanner holding two identical yellow woolen trench coats. Does it look good? Sun Wanner asked with a smile, then added, this is a matching couple's outfit, and the size seems to fit perfectly. Shall we wear these today? Su Wei glanced subconsciously at the snowflakes falling outside the window and said, Big sister, the lowest temperature outside is minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the highest is only a little over minus 40 degrees Celsius. Are you sure you want to go out wearing this? What the hell? We can just wear the protective suits inside. Su Wei was taken aback for a moment, then said, isn't this like taking off your pants to fart? Huh. Sun Wanner pouted in annoyance and said, you never say anything nice. This is my first time going out, and you're dressed like this. Okay, go ahead and wear it. Chapter 130, by what right? Su Wei, who is 1.75 meters tall, is paired with Sun Wanner, who is 1.6 meters tall. Although Su Wei is not particularly tall, he has a well-proportioned figure. Wearing that trench coat, he even bears a resemblance to Chow Yun-Fat. As for Sun Wanner, she cannot be described in simple terms. She wore delicate light makeup and looked like a woman who had stepped out of an oil painting. Beautiful. A beauty that soothes the soul. She doesn't possess the quirky beauty of Bai Menglu, nor the mature and aloof beauty of Lin Shan. She is simply herself, with an irreplaceable beauty. Are you stupid? Sun Wanner waved her little hand in front of Su Wei's eyes. Su Wei grasped that soft hand and said with a smile, Wanner, has anyone ever said that you resemble someone? Who does she look like? Sun Wanner asked excitedly. Bridget Lin or Maggie Cheung? Tell me. Su Wei said seriously, Wang Zuxian. There were many actresses in Hong Kong in the 1980s, but when it comes to a beauty that truly captivates at first glance, Su Wei only recognizes Joey Wang. Little brother, you're so greedy. Sun Wanner stretched out her slender fingers, gently lifting Su Wei's chin, and said in a cute but fierce tone, am I not beautiful enough? Tell me, is Wang Zuxian more beautiful, or am I? Joey Wang. After saying a few words, Su Wei quickly entered the password and swiftly opened the door. Su Wei, I'm going to kill you. Sun Wanner's furious shouts came from behind. You wait, this old lady will never let you get away with this. The two walked out of the villa, joking around. Sun Wanner, who had just stepped into the outside world, suddenly froze. She stood there blankly and subconsciously reached out to catch a snowflake. Before I could even get a good look, the snowflakes melted in my palm, leaving no trace. What's wrong? Su Wei was about to take out the snowmobile when he turned around and saw Sun Wanner in the snow, and suddenly paused for a moment. Sun Wanner suddenly came to her senses, hurriedly shook her head haphazardly, and flicked out two barely perceptible tears. It's nothing. I haven't been out for too long. I'm a little not used to it. Are you cold? Su-wei took out a pair of nano-cotton gloves from her spatial storage and gave them to her. Sun Wanner smiled sweetly, quickly put on her gloves, and naturally took Su-wei's arm with her right hand. They had done this action countless times in the villa. Outside, Sun Wanner clearly felt Su-wei's body stiffen for a moment. She suddenly woke up, quickly pulled her arm away, and showed no discomfort on her face. Let's go. Su-wei smiled and pulled that hand back into the crook of his left arm. Sun Wanner laughed, a slight blush appearing on her face, and said calmly, "Shall we walk? Don't you have a really cool snowmobile? I'd love for you to take me for a spin. Shovel it, the road outside is slippery." Su-wei looked ahead, tightened her arms, and wore a faint smile. Neither of them spoke again, and they walked quietly in the snow, each step making a crunching sound like notes dancing on a piano. How beautiful. It looks just like the glaciers described in books. Sun Wanner was like a greedy little hamster, wanting to take in all the scenery. Since there is no snow in the south, it's hard to appreciate the awe-inspiring sight of glaciers stretching for thousands of miles. Su-wei had been to the far north before, where the ice and snow were even more spectacular than here. He chuckled softly. "When we have the chance, I'll take you to Siberia. That's where you can truly see thousands of miles of ice and snow." Sun Wanner turned to look at him and said seriously, "On the third day of the apocalypse, the temperature in Siberia has already reached -80 degrees Celsius. Are you sure you want to go? Then go to the Arctic. I heard that during the polar night there, you can see tens of thousands of meteors falling together." "Big brother, what's wrong with you? Are you trying to freeze me to death?" "Damn it," Su-wei cursed, her face darkening. She said fiercely, "I'll just take you for a walk around the entrance of the neighborhood to see if there's any place selling grilled cold noodles." "Haha, that's a good idea." Sun Wanner was amused, and her clear laughter carried far and wide. The two walked for an unknown amount of time before finally arriving at the entrance of the residential area. "Su-wei!" A shout came from not far away. Su-wei looked over upon hearing the sound. Lin Shan and her brother were leading a group of residents in shoveling snow. After the peak of the disaster, the snowstorm had subsided, and Lin Shan took the initiative to lead the work to make it easier for everyone to carry out their daily activities. Putting everything else aside, she is indeed a very dedicated woman. It was Lin Xiaofeng who spoke. He walked over with a cold expression and said loudly, "Don't think you're so great just because you have some skills. Tell me, why did you bully my sister?" "I bullied her." Su-wei subconsciously pulled her legs closer together. "Xiaofeng, stop fooling around and come back." Lin Shan jogged up to catch up. She was about to speak when she caught sight of the smiling girl next to her. She's so beautiful. A clean and beautiful trench coat, delicate and elegant makeup, brand new snow boots, and carefully styled slightly long curly hair. She looked like an angel descended from the apocalypse. That's right. Compared to the people struggling to survive, Sun Wanner was an angel at this moment. Women are born to compare themselves to others. Lin Shan lowered her head instinctively. She glanced at her slightly worn boots, then at her hands cracked from the cold snow, and at the down jacket she'd worn for over 100 days. Lin Shan, who had always been confident and proud, suddenly felt a sense of shame and humiliation. Her nose stung, and she felt an urge to cry. On what grounds? Why is it that, despite being in the same situation, some people are so much happier than her, to the point of being enviable? Why is it that she was born into a privileged life, but now she has to shovel snow here with a bunch of people who have no future? Lin Xiaofeng, oblivious to all this, glared at Su-wei and said, "My sister cried when she got home yesterday. She said she was going to kill you. Tell me, what did you do to her?" "You said it yourself. She was the one who wanted to kill me." Su-wei shook her head, both laughing and crying, and said, "But you come here to ask me what I did to her." Lin Shan looked up and met Su-wei's slightly mocking smile. Snap. On a whim, Lin Shan slapped Su-wei across the face. Holy shit. Cowardly as he had been just moments before, fearing that Su-wei would fly into a rage and attack. That's a superhuman. Su-wei was also stunned, looking at Lin Shan in disbelief, feeling both wronged and utterly bewildered. "What are you doing?" Before Su-wei could react, Sun Wanner moved. Her pretty face turned slightly cold as she shoved Lin Shan away. Perhaps she used too much force, or perhaps Lin Shan lost her balance, but she fell to the ground in the snow with a thud. "You must be Lin Shan." Sun Wanner looked at Su-wei with pity, then glared coldly at Lin Shan and said angrily, "I don't care what kind of conflict you have, but what do you mean by hitting someone without explanation?" Forehead. Su-wei slowly woke up, and he touched his face awkwardly. Coupled with Lin Shan's resentful look, he roughly understood why he had been slapped. Jealousy can completely change a person. Chapter 131. Brother, people's hearts are too complicated. Deep down, Su Wei felt more guilty than appreciative of Lin Shan. After all, that incident had hurt her a lot, and she was the only beneficiary. No matter how you look at it, this slap was well-deserved. Never mind, let's go. Su Wei shook her head with a wry smile and pulled Sun Wanner to leave. Sun Wanner, unusually assertive, broke free from Su Wei's grasp and said fiercely, "You didn't fight back after being hit? Do you really like her? Get out of my way. Mind your own business." Lin Shan just sat there blankly on the ground, staring at her hands with disbelief and confusion in her eyes. Sun Wanner, however, looked coldly at Lin Shan like a tiger protecting its cubs and said, "I don't care what grudges you have, but this is Cloud City, and there is only one master here, and that is Su Wei. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't mistake ignorance for willfulness." Holy crap! Su Wei stared at Sun Wanner in a daze. After so long, this was the first time he realized that this little girl was so good at roasting people. These words might not mean anything to others, but to Lin Shan, every word was a knife. Lin Shan was helped to stand up by Lin Xiaofeng. She carefully patted the snow off her body and sneered. "And what about you? A doctor from the Academy of Medical Sciences. Now you've become someone else's plaything. Are you proud of that?" "What did you say?" Sun Wanner's gaze was cold as she strode up to Lin Shan. The two were only 0.01 centimeters apart, the air thick with tension, and everyone was looking in their direction. Later, Su Wei laughed and told her daughter, "Your Aunt Lin is super fierce." Lin Shan raised her head without flinching, her gaze sweeping over Sun Wanner, and said indifferently, "The price for all this must have been high, right? You know perfectly well what you paid for." Sun Wanner was trembling with anger. She wanted to raise her hand, but then she lowered it again. Because Lin Shan was right, that was exactly why she had entered that villa in the first place. In Lin Shan's eyes, and even in everyone else's eyes, that's the kind of woman she is. This stain can't be washed away by even the most earth-shattering love. But it was precisely because she didn't deliver that slap. For the first time, Su Wei felt what it meant to feel heartache. Enough. He pulled Sun Wanner back, put his right arm around her shoulder, and looked at Lin Shan with a cold gaze. "Our cooperation ends here. You can leave now." Lin Shan looked up in surprise, staring blankly at Su Wei. "What did you say?" "I said you can leave now. I've already paid back what I owed you at the Southwest base. If you want revenge, you can bring people anytime. I'll be waiting for you." "Are you sure? Without me?" Lin Shan's eyes were filled with tears. She tried to tilt her head back and put on a cold smile, stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Unfortunately, her stubbornness was cut short by Su Wei before it even began. "Would the earth stop spinning without you?" After saying that, Su Wei pulled Sun Wanner away. In the boundless expanse of ice and snow, that not-so-tall figure was stretched exceptionally straight by the sunlight. Inside the snowmobile speeding along, sitting in the passenger seat, Sun Wanner scolded, "Are you crazy? If she really leaves, where are you going to find people and build those defensive facilities?" "Build it or not, I don't care." Su Wei chuckled and floored the accelerator, saying, "Didn't you want a race? Today it is today, so hold on tight." "Brother, people's hearts are too complicated." Sun Wanner was so dizzy from the violent tremors that she could only shout, "I know you're angry that she scolded me, but it's true. What if Lin Shan really tells on us?" "Fax my ass. I can insult you, but not her." Su Wei stared intently at the icy road ahead, constantly turning the steering wheel. Sun Wanner felt both sweet and speechless, and scolded, "You're just a child. Didn't you see that Lin Shan was waiting for you to give her a way out? I'm a developer. Why would I offer a way out to just anyone?" "You." Sun Wanner was speechless with anger, and shouted, "Then where are we going? I'm not a tour guide. How would I know where to go?" Half an hour later, the snowmobile slowly came to a stop on a dam. "Call." As they opened the car door, a biting gust of cold wind rushed out, and the two of them exhaled a puff of white mist. Su Wei pointed to the dam, which was completely frozen over, and said loudly, "Didn't you want to see a glacier? This is pretty much it, a 1,000-mile glacier." Sun Wanner paused for a moment, then lowered her head and chuckled, muttering, "Fool, I don't want to see." "What did you say?" Su Wei turned around. Amidst the howling wind, Sun Wanner cupped her hands to her mouth and exclaimed, "I say this place is so beautiful. I love it." "Haha, Su Wei." Sun Wanner turned to look at him and asked, "Why do you think people live?" Su Wei, holding her hand and looking straight ahead, said irritably, "Big sister, your question is too profound. I'm just an ordinary undergraduate. I can't answer it. Let's change the subject." "Then tell me, am I more beautiful, or is Joey Wong more beautiful?" "Joey Wong." Su Wei let go of her hand, laughed loudly, and rushed out. "Su Wei, you son of a bitch." In the desolate, snow-covered landscape, two figures stretched out across the snow. When we get back later, let's go see that Lin Shan. Sun Wanner breathed out a puff of air as she strolled along, carefully kicking the snowflakes under her feet. She said, "She's just too strong-willed. It's also my fault. I forgot to consider how those people outside would feel. With our outfits, how could they not be jealous?" Su Wei smiled and shook her head, saying, "Big sister, can we stop being so saintly? I've only just started to like you a little." "What did you say?" The cold wind in the air paused for a moment. "I told you I really like you. So let's stop being so saintly, okay?" Su Wei held onto the pink glove and said, "You know what? Today is the most relaxed day I've ever had. Ever since the apocalypse, I've been on edge every day, afraid that the villa will be attacked, afraid that I'll be framed, afraid that someone will take everything away from me." Sun Wanner lowered her head and smiled. "Aren't you afraid now?" "I'm not afraid anymore." Su Wei shouted loudly, as if venting his anger. He exhaled and said, "What's meant to happen will happen. In this day and age, if you don't have the ability, you deserve to be killed. What's the use of being afraid?" "So that's why?" Sun Wanner stopped and looked up at Su Wei with a serious expression, saying, "You should try to win over Lin Shan even more. She can help you. At least you need her right now." Su Wei frowned speechlessly and said, "Why do you keep talking about Lin Shan? Have you fallen in love with her?" Sun Wanner playfully punched Su Wei, feigning anger, and scolded, "Why are you becoming like Chu Sheng now? All you say is damn it, damn it. Can't you be a little more civilized? It's in a villa area dozens of kilometers away." Chu Sheng, who was riding on Li Fugui and unleashing a barrage of attacks, suddenly felt a strange prick in his heart. Chapter 132. But he said he likes me. On the way back, the car drove very slowly. It's like pressing the slow motion button, slowly taking in the scenery along the way, as if the next second could be frozen in time forever. "I don't care. You absolutely have to go find Lin Shan later and do your best to persuade her to stay. Do you hear me?" Sun Wanner bared her two small tiger teeth fiercely. Su Wei gripped the steering wheel, turned to look at her, and laughed. "Oh ho? You've been out for a while and you can't tell the difference between the king and the queen anymore, or what? Have you forgotten who the master is?" "Su Wei, I'm talking to you very seriously." Sun Wanner immediately became serious and said earnestly, "If you want to go further, you need some capable people to help you. Otherwise you won't go far." Without turning her head, Su Wei asked, "Can't you help me? All I know is how to treat patients." Sun Wanner glared at him angrily and said, "Do you really hope that one day I can help you?" "Okay." Su Wei nodded speechlessly. "It's a deal, right? As soon as you get home, you'll try to persuade Lin Shan to stay. Be polite, I'll go with you. What are you going to do? Let her yell at me a couple of times to vent her anger, and maybe she'll make you feel sorry for me. I'm made of steel. What the hell do you mean I'm worried about that? You're swearing again. Go back and leave Lin Shan here, and kick that Chu Sheng out of here." Su Wei ultimately couldn't resist the persistent Sun Wanner. As soon as the two arrived home, they went straight to building 103 next door without even entering the house. "Wait a minute." Sun Wanner stopped Su Wei, who was about to knock on the door, and asked, "Do you still have those bags, cosmetics, and designer women's clothing in your space?" "What's wrong?" Sun Wanner, hands on her hips, said fiercely like a housekeeper, "Give me some. There's no way you can visit someone empty-handed. I can't even apologize properly. I have to make amends?" Su Wei laughed angrily. "Are you going to take it or not?" Sun Wanner grinned, showing her little tiger teeth, and whispered, "I'm the only one in the family. Are you hoarding all this stuff for some vixen? Take it, take it, take it." Su Wei glanced around and saw a large pile of cosmetics, clothes, and various bags scattered on the ground. Sun Wanner didn't mind the cold and squatted down by the door to pick through the items. "TSK, what's your taste like? What do you need this kind of deathly Barbie pink for? This style? Oh well, keep taking things out." Splash. Another large pile of women's items was scattered on the ground, and Sun Wanner squatted down like a groundhog, picking and choosing among them. "Oh, there's a new Chanel design here. I don't even have one. Oh well, I'll give it to her. And this one's nice too. This one's pretty too. Hey lady, are you ever going to stop? It's dark, and you're setting up a night market in front of someone's door?" Su Wei waited patiently for half an hour before finally breaking down. "Roll." Sun Wanner turned around and glared at him fiercely. Holy crap. Assert his authority as a husband to Sun Wanner. He heard someone behind him say, "What are you doing here?" Lin Xiaofeng stared blankly at the two people in front of him, while Lin Shan, with a cold expression, stood behind him. "Oh." Sun Wanner stood up from a pile of cosmetics and jogged towards Lin Shan, who had returned. She grabbed Lin Shan's hand and said, "Sister Lin, I've brought Su Wei to apologize to you. It was all his fault today. He shouldn't have embarrassed you in front of so many people. It was all his fault. You. Lin Shan was taken aback for a moment, then said somewhat awkwardly, "What are you up to?" Perhaps it was Lin Shan's aura that made Su Wei feel a little uncomfortable, and she subconsciously frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Shut up, you old bastard." Sun Wanner turned around abruptly and glared at him, then tucked a stray hair behind her ear and smiled at Lin Shu. "Sister Lin, we met before at the city's central hospital. Don't you remember?" With Lin Shan's intelligence, she naturally understood Sun Wanner's meaning. She originally wanted to ease the tension, but when she saw Su Wei's impatient, deadpan face, she became furious. "Go ahead and tell me, what is it?" Seeing that her attitude remained indifferent, Su Wei became anxious again. "Hey you, can you shut the hell up?" Sun Wanner was really getting impatient and gave Su Wei a cold look. Even Lin Xiaofeng noticed something was amiss. He stood there awkwardly for a moment, then smiled and pulled Su Wei aside, saying, "Brother Su, come on, let's go talk about something over there." Su Wei frowned at him and said, "What? You want to avenge your sister or something?" Lin Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage and pulled Su Wei away. After walking a few steps, she whispered, "Brother Su, that's just how my sister is, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Don't take it to heart." Su Wei touched her nose and asked, "Is your sister going through early menopause?" Bang! Su Wei. At the doorway, a disheveled and furious Lin Shan hurled a makeup box at us. In Villa 103. This was the first time the two women had sat face to face like this. Sun Wanner's radiant smile and Lin Shan's icy demeanor created a stark contrast. Sun Wanner broke the silence first. "Sister Lin, these are some clothes and cosmetics I picked out for you. Do you see if there's anything suitable?" Lin Shan didn't even glance at those things, but looked at Sun Wanner with some doubt and asked, "Is it worth doing all this for him? You haven't developed feelings for him, have you?" Sun Wanner didn't answer, but said half-jokingly, "But he said he likes me. What can I do?" He. Lin Shan couldn't help but smile, and then said, "We have no grudge against each other. I'm sorry, I lost my composure today. I apologize for what I said today." If Lin Shan had a misunderstanding about Sun Wanner at the beginning. So now, the fact that Sun Wanner is willing to trample on her own dignity and come here to take the initiative to seek reconciliation with her is enough to show that she is not only after Su Wei's comfortable life. Oh, that's all in the past. Sun Wanner, seemingly oblivious, waved her hand and laughed. "Su Wei didn't mean to target you. You know, in this kind of environment, no matter how well he's doing, there will always be some psychological bias. You have no idea, at the beginning, there were thousands of people in our community together. Luckily, we managed to stop them. From then on, he acted like a lunatic, constantly bombarding me with his master-servant theory, which annoyed me so much." "Do you know when he turned back?" Sun Wanner looked at Lin Shan seriously and said, "It was the day you told him you would help him reach the top of the cloud platform." Lin Shan paused for a moment and didn't say anything. No man is willing to be mediocre, especially Su Wei. Sun Wanner's eyes seemed to gleam as she whispered, "But I can't help him. Only you can, or rather, right now, only you can." Lin Shan stared at her for a long time, then suddenly laughed and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll steal this man from you?" That concludes today's 10,000-word update. Are there any patrons who will add extra chapters? I'm eagerly awaiting. Chapter 133. I'm a human being. It's no exaggeration to say that if you threw Su Wei into a crowd right now, women all over the world would scramble to get him. It's not that he's particularly charming, but rather that he possesses a powerful ability that he's unaware of. Sun Wanner paused, then smiled provocatively at Lin Shan. "My man is mine, and only I can give him to you. You can't take him away. If you don't believe me, you can try." Faced with the gentle and graceful Sun Wanner, Lin Shan almost lost her composure. She said calmly, "I have no interest in your man. I only want to fulfill my ideals. So there's no conflict between them." Sun Wanner smiled and said, "You want to change the world, and he is unwilling to be mediocre." Sun Wanner paused for a moment, then smiled at Lin Shan and said, "If one day he really can go further, then this man, I'll give him to you." Lin Shan shook her head half-jokingly and said, "From childhood to adulthood, you are the first person to say give it to me." Inside the villa, Su Wei lay listlessly on the sofa, glancing at her phone, which had no signal, every now and then. Ding dong. The bell on the gate rang, and Su Wei sat up with a jolt, taking only a few steps to reach the gate. "I thought you were dead out there." Through the video call on the door, Su Wei said irritably, "So you finally decided to come back?" Little Wazy, open the door. Outside, Sun Wanner shook her head and pounded on the iron gate, mumbling incoherently. Old lady, I left Zhuge Liang for you. Open the door now. Holy crap. Su Wei opened the door, cursing, and yelled, have you gotten too cocky, or has old Su lost his ability to wield a knife? Come on, let's have a go. Thump. As soon as the door opened, a soft body crashed in. Holy crap. Su Wei grabbed Sun Wanner with lightning speed, frowning as he asked, how much did she drink? Was that woman trying to drink you to death so she could take your place? Su Wei scooped up the drunken, silly Sun Wanner, kicked her leg back hard, and slammed the door shut with a bang. On the soft Simmons bed, Sun Wanner rolled around haphazardly. Su Wei, I fucking love you. Huh? Replying perfunctorily. Yes, I'm so honored. You're a complete idiot. You have no idea how much I drank with Lin Shan before she agreed to help you. If you ever dare to treat me badly again, I'll castrate you. Su Wei paused for a moment while she was busy working. The woman before me, with her flushed cheeks and reeking of alcohol, once had a proud career, an enviable family, and a smooth-sailing life. But now, she has nothing left. All she cares about is him. Su Wei didn't know what Sun Wanner and Lin Shan had talked about that night, but her words were filled with deep emotion. If this was originally a transaction, then, as of now, it is no longer a fair exchange. The next afternoon, with a splitting headache, Sun Wanner struggled to get out of bed, groped around haphazardly for a few moments, and then collapsed back into the covers with a thud. Ouch, that hurts. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. On the bedside table was a glass of steaming honey water, with a note underneath. Chong and I went hunting in the wild, and will be back by 6 o'clock at the latest. Sun Wanner drank the honey water in a few gulps, and then felt her headache getting better. He casually picked up the digital alarm clock from the bedside table and glanced at it. Only 4:30. I'll sleep for another hour, then get up and cook. 1 hour. Soft breathing sounds came from the bed again. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, it got dark before 6 p.m. Su Wei drove the snowmobile at high speed on the road, making Zhuang Chang feel nauseous. He suppressed the surging sensation and shouted, Su Wei, can you slow down a bit? Even if you're really thirsty, a little longer won't make a difference, right? You don't know a damn thing. Su Wei slammed on the gas pedal, cursing, that old woman Lin Shan, I don't know what got into her. She got Wanner so drunk yesterday that she wasn't even human anymore. I wonder how she is now. Huh. Zhuang Chang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for falling in love. You're doomed. Zhuang Chang said with a laugh, mimicking a scene from a movie. You've been completely transformed since you went out yesterday. Su Wei casually retorted, change my ass. I'm still the lovable little NATO, okay? Haha, it's no use denying it. Zhuang Chang grabbed the other hand and swayed as he shouted, tell me, since the apocalypse, have you said more than half of what you have said in the last few days? Su Wei fell silent. Zhuang Chang glanced at him and sighed. You were obsessed during that time. You were paranoid about everyone you met, and you felt like you needed to lock yourself in a safe to be safe. Su Wei recalled those days and cursed irritably. Damn, is it as weird as you say? Go ask that crazy donkey why he trembles when he sees you. Zhuang Chang roared. You killed Su Jiang, Feng Yifan, Lu Zhan, and Zhang Miaoyu. Although these people deserve to die, your methods are chilling. You did nothing, yet indirectly caused the deaths of thousands of people. Are you scared? Su Wei turned to look at him. Zhuang Chang paused for a moment, then laughed and said, to be honest, I was quite scared at first, especially when you drove Qin Moyu and Su shouting away. After all, we had a one-night stand together. What kind of grudge could you have to be like that? The car gradually slowed down. Su Wei gazed quietly ahead and said calmly, you don't understand. What? Zhuang Chang didn't hear clearly. I'm telling you, you're a pervert. Su Wei laughed, changing the subject. The wind turbine tower will be completed in a few more days, right? Zhuang Chang nodded and said, they said it would be completed in 20 days, but it should take another 2 or 3 days. Su Wei thought for a moment and said loudly, prioritize supplying the elderly, women and children. Others can use it in shifts. Anyway, everyone is used to it. Using less electricity won't kill anyone. Haha, great. What are you laughing at again? I told you you've changed. If this had happened last month, would you have cared whether they lived or died? Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then shouted, I'm not an animal. I'm a human being. It's better to be human. Zhuang Qian grabbed the handle, staring into the darkness ahead, and shouted, if we can't even be human anymore, what's the point of living? Okay, whatever you say is right. Su Wei laughed and said, hold on tight. I'm about to speed up. Grass. Zhuang Chang lost his balance and slammed onto the center console, cursing, "Are you some kind of daredevil reincarnated? What? Want me to get you another plane?" New book period is almost over, so let's focus on preparing for the official release. Brothers, let's give it our all. The release date is crucial. Chapter 134, Gunshots in the Night. Bang! A dull thud as the door slammed shut startled Sun Wanner awake in the bedroom. A moment later, she came out of the room wearing a thin nightgown and saw Su Wei changing clothes at the door. A sweet smile appeared on her face. "Master, you're back?" "Ga." Su Wei's movement of lowering his pants abruptly stopped. He tilted his head to the side, only to see a pair of long, slender, fair legs. "You had a drink, and suddenly you've regained your sense of self?" Su Wei didn't stop moving, quickly taking off her clothes until she was only wearing underwear. She glared at Sun Wanner and said, "Have you forgotten the madness yesterday?" Sun Wanner, looking shy and timid, said hesitantly, "I'm just afraid you'll think I'm too arrogant." "Are you floating low enough?" Su Wei came to the coffee table, poured herself a glass of warm water, and asked, "Have you cooked yet?" "Oh, I forgot about the ball." Sun Wanner stuck out her little tongue. Su Wei pointed at her, annoyed, and said, "I think you've really gotten too big for your britches." "I'm sorry, please punish me, master," Sun Wanner said as she walked over, a small leather whip suddenly appearing in her hand. She bent down and handed it to Su Wei. "What the hell?" Su Wei looked at the whip with a vaguely familiar expression and asked, "Where did you get this?" "I asked Sister Gao for it, and she said it seemed to belong to Brother Zhuang, left behind by one of his exes." Sun Wanner, holding a small leather whip, said timidly, "Please punish me, master. This is absolutely outrageous." Su Wei cursed Zhuang Chang 1,000 times in her heart before she said with a wry smile, "Big sister, are you playing these scene-switching games with me? Hurry up and cook something. You've been sleeping all day, aren't you hungry?" "But I don't dare to get up without my master's permission." Sun Wanner bent over, like a little girl who had made a mistake, hurt breasts in an annoyed tone and said speechlessly, "Big sister, I'm 23. I'm not young anymore, okay? Go cook, okay? Stop messing around." "Okay." Sun Wanner then stood up with a smile and playfully made a gesture at him. "What would you like to eat?" "Casual." Snap. A rag landed on Su Wei's face. Sun Wanner's laughing and scolding voice came from the kitchen. "Are you going to give me another piece of nonsense? What do you want to eat? Hurry up and put it in." "Beef noodles." "Okay." Night fell, with neither wind nor moon. Su Wei lay in bed, her mind filled with sounds. What kind of deep-seated hatred could warrant such a reaction? If this had happened last month, would you have cared whether they lived or died? We cannot live alone after all. Even if this is paradise, it is a prison-like paradise. As she pondered, Su Wei's breathing gradually became steady. In his dream, he came to a pond, a place full of birdsong and fragrant flowers, teeming with life. Sun Wanner's face was so clear, as if he could reach out and touch it. The scene shifts, and Lin Shan appears with a cold expression. "Su Wei, who are you going to argue with?" Grass. Startled awake from her dream, Su Wei opened her eyes abruptly, glanced at the dimly lit room, then at Sun Wanner sleeping soundly beside her, before letting out a long sigh. "Damn it, you're like a ghost that won't leave me alone." Unable to fall asleep, Su Wei quietly got up, went to the kitchen bar, and poured herself a warm glass of juice. As she sipped her juice, Su Wei's thoughts drifted far away once again. Bang! A gunshot rang out, shattering the silence of the night. Su Wei suddenly stood up, rushed to the second-floor window, and shouted into the intercom, "Mad Donkey! Mad Donkey! Where did that gunshot come from?" Bang! Bang! Before Mad Donkey could respond, 2 more gunshots rang out from outside. Su Wei's expression turned serious. Just then, the intercom crackled to life. "President Su, this is Lin Xiaofeng." Su Wei was taken aback for a moment and asked, "Isn't Mad Donkey on duty today?" "I couldn't sleep last night, so I came to the gate to find them playing cards." Lin Xiaofeng said quickly, "Mad Donkey was shot. There's an unknown force with heavy firepower. One of our brothers on duty was killed. They're breaking down the gate. We can't hold them off. Sound the alarm immediately. Guard the gate. I'm coming to provide backup right away." Beep, beep. The loud and clear alarm sounded throughout the villa area. Sun Wanner was also startled awake. Clutching her pillow, her face filled with panic, she ran out barefoot, crying out, Su Wei, where are you?" I'm here. Su Wei ran downstairs, hugged Sun Wanner, and comforted her. "Someone broke in. You stay home and stay put. I'm going to help Lin Xiaofeng and Crazy Donkey." "No." Sun Wanner instinctively grabbed Su Wei's arm and pleaded, "Let Brother Chang and the others go, okay?" Su Wei suddenly laughed, touched her face, and said, "Have you forgotten what you told me yesterday? Didn't you say I should change?" After saying that, Su Wei put on her protective suit and went out without hesitation. Sun Wanner called out from behind, "Su Wei, be careful." Good. Zhuang Chang was also awakened by the gunshot. By the time Su Wei came out, he was already dressed and waiting behind the door. "What happened?" Zhuang Chang asked, his face grim. "I just got back from the checkup, and everything was fine just now." "It's probably those guys from the base. You grab your sniper rifle and take the high ground immediately. Once we open fire, you have to suppress them relentlessly." Su Wei took out a weapon from his spatial storage, holding a submachine gun, and said, "The people who came back this time are not simple. We must be extremely careful." Zhuang Chang was a little nervous as it was his first time fighting a regular army. He said, "I'll contact you Su Wei and Li Rue right away and have them bring men over." "Okay, I'll go too." Before Zhuang Chang could stop him, Su Wei grabbed his gun and ran. Upon arriving at the main gate, many martial arts school students who had been awakened rushed over, with Li Rue leading the way. Bang! Bang! The gate was riddled with bullets, and Lin Xiaofeng, holding a pistol, was firing outwards from the small door next to the gate, right in front of the guardhouse. "Call out." Just as Su Wei was about to step forward, a bullet grazed his arm. In an instant, Su Wei activated his full mental power, sensed all the changes around him, and rushed into the duty room in a few strides. "Use this." Upon seeing Lin Xiaofeng, Su Wei tossed him an automatic rifle without hesitation. The latter didn't have time to waste words, grabbed his gun, and started firing horizontally outside. "Damn it! These bastards came way too fast. I thought they'd be looking for days." Su Wei also stood guard in another corner, holding a gun and firing at the outside. In the darkness, the figures on the other side were not very clear, and the only way to determine the enemy's exact location was by the light emitted from the bullets. President Su, Li Rue, Yu Souwei, Chu Sheng, Mad Donkey, and others also rushed in from outside with several people. Su Wei took out some weapons from his spatial storage and distributed them, shouting, "Give me suppressive fire. Just you wait and see." Chu Sheng excitedly grabbed a rifle, stood up, and started firing wildly at the outside. "Boss!" Li Fuguwei also arrived, hiding behind the boom and yelling, "Give me a gun, I'll fuck these bastards to death." Chapter 135, The First Charge. The gunfight wasn't as thrilling as I'd imagined. Affected by the darkness, everyone frantically searched for cover, occasionally firing a shot at the other side before quickly ducking back down. However, the combat power of the people on the other side was obviously much higher than that of Su Wei and his group, and their teamwork was also more skillful and tacit. "Su Wei, Su Wei." Just then, the intercom on my chest crackled to life. "I am here," Zhuang Chang shouted loudly. "The other side has about 20 people, a full-strength unit, and they have plenty of firepower. Report their location. There are 3 people on each side behind the big tree at the 12 o'clock position in front of you. There are 7 people on each side at the 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock positions on the left and right. They are trying to suppress you from the front and then rush through the door from both sides." "You crazy donkey," Su Wei roared. President Su. Su Wei took out a super powerful light used on construction sites from her spatial storage and also took out a set of large batteries. He shouted quickly, "Take a few men to Unit 1, Building 2, Section H. That's where the best view is. Take a few men and set up the lights as quickly as possible. We're at a huge disadvantage if we keep fighting like this." "All right, watch this." Crazy Donkey, carrying a battery in one hand and a lampstand in the other, shouted to the people behind him, "You guys, follow me." As soon as the Mad Donkey left, the enemy's firepower came down again. Bang! "Damn it," Chu Sheng yelled. "I've been shot." Yu Suawei grabbed him by the back of the collar. "Squat down now." Wow. A dozen minutes later, a bright light suddenly flashed from a dark room on a nearby high-rise building, shining directly outside the residential area. Instantly, the enemies hidden in the shadows were exposed. "Oh no, take cover." A gasp came from the other side. Bang! A sniper rifle, accompanied by a hurricane, blew a soldier's head off. "Good job. Keep firing like that. Push them forward." Su Wei shouted excitedly. "Everyone move closer to me and fire." Dozens of brand new submachine guns were distributed to the students who had been training for more than half a month. "Brothers, kill them." Li Rue was the first to pick up a gun and somewhat awkwardly pulled the trigger. "Let's do it." Mad Donkey shouted loudly. "Our power tower has just been built, and good days are coming. Anyone who doesn't want to starve, charge. Get them." Dozens of men, armed with submachine guns, charged out shouting. Su Wei was among them, and this time he did not choose to run away, but stood with them. Opposite, Huang Tianming, The platoon leader of the 20-man squad sent by the Southwest base was completely bewildered. He dodged the hail of bullets, cursing, "Damn it! Weren't you supposed to be ordinary civilians here? But their firepower is stronger than ours." At this moment, a squad leader came up and shouted, "Platoon leader, we've been exposed. The other side has set up powerful spotlights, and we're now in the dark, so we can't see their position at all. Everyone take cover. Suppress them with full firepower and drive them back." The squad leader, his face beaded with cold sweat, shook his head and said, "It won't work. The other side not only knows how to coordinate tactics, but they also have snipers flanking them from the high ground. We absolutely dare not show our faces." Huang Tianming cursed in bewilderment. "Those idiots in the military intelligence department, they tricked me." Within 30 seconds of the lights coming on, 3 people on Huang Tianming's side fell instantly. 1 was killed by a long-range shot, and 2 were wounded by bullets. Da-da-da. Li Fuguwei somehow got hold of a submachine gun and charged ahead yelling, "You little bastards, take a bullet from your grandpa Li." Da-da-da. Without stopping, he rushed straight into a bunker. The soldier, who was still carefully dodging, never expected that someone would dare to engage in a physical fight. So when he saw Li Fuguwei, he was momentarily stunned, but in just a second, he immediately raised his gun and was about to fire. Unfortunately, just a second too late, Li Fuguwei caught horror first. Da-da-da. The soldier was shot once in the neck and once in the left cheek, and fell down with a look of utter despair. Wheezy. Another soldier behind the cover let out a cry of grief and anger, and fired back in retaliation. Da-da. Li Fuguwei was unable to dodge in time, and was shot in the abdomen, falling to the ground. At this moment, Mad Donkey also rushed up, shot and killed the soldier who was about to finish him off, grabbed Li Fuguwei by the collar with one hand, and pulled him out of the cover. "Damn it, you little brat. Why are you charging him like that? Are you out of your mind?" Su Wei and a few others followed, firing to suppress the enemy's firepower. They fought and retreated, eventually getting Li Fuguwei back behind the gate. Across from them, the squad leader said with a grief-stricken expression, "Platoon leader, 2 more brothers have fallen. Their firepower is too strong, and they have the advantage in terrain and numbers. This battle is impossible to fight." The platoon leader squinted, blinded by the bright lights from upstairs, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Withdraw." The squad leader breathed a sigh of relief and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Withdraw. Second squad, cover the rear." The squad of 20 men was reduced to 12 after 2 rounds of firefights, with 3 dead and 5 wounded. "Oh no, they're trying to escape." Su Wei saw 2 soldiers quietly moving to the rear and immediately shouted, "Brother Chong, take out their leader. The rest of you, charge again and wipe them out." After 2 rounds of firefights, the dozens of student soldiers who were still in shock gradually came to their senses. This was the first time they had experienced such a scene, and most of them were terrified, but a few of them went crazy at the sight of blood. "Charge!" Were firing clumsily at the cover, just like Li Fuguwei had done earlier. Su Wei also shuddered in fear, and quickly said, "Old Yu, Chu Sheng, take some men to flank the enemy. These brats are inexperienced. They'll suffer if they fight like this. You lot, come with me." Yu Saowei immediately led his men to rush to the right. After a round of suppressive fire, the student soldiers rushed to the other side, and 5 or 6 soldiers behind the cover immediately opened fire in return. Da-da-da. There were no sophisticated tactics, and no distinction between veterans and novices. Both sides were blinded by rage and engaged in close-quarters combat with guns drawn. In just 2 minutes, both sides emptied their gun magazines simultaneously. 5 or 6 students fell instantly. The opposing soldiers, outnumbered, couldn't dodge any of their 6 attacks, and were all shot dead. Bang! Upstairs, Zhuang Chong held a sniper rifle, his gaze calm and still. Platoon leader Huang Tianming, who was leading the retreat, was hit in the left arm, which burst into a cloud of blood mist. He seemed to freeze, his body trembled, and he fell headfirst into the snow. "Platoon leader!" The squad leader yelled and pulled Huang Tianming up, hiding behind a newsstand by the roadside. They managed to dodge, but the remaining 5 or 6 people didn't have time to escape. Bang! Bang! 2 soldiers were unable to dodge in time. One was shot through the back, and the other was hit in the thigh. Even military-grade body armor is useless against a powerful heavy sniper like the AW-50. Chapter 136. Please, save my brother. What does it feel like to kill someone for the first time? Some people vomited incessantly and trembled uncontrollably. Some had blank stares as if they were dead, and some were almost insane, howling loudly to vent their frustration. Not a single one can escape. Su Wei rushed out with his gun and fired a burst of bullets at the newsstand across the street. Da-da-da. Lin Xiaofeng suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He and Su Wei walked forward side by side, shouting, "Damn it! You've bullied me for so long, and now you've finally gotten your comeuppance." Da-da-da. Da-da. The two men opened fire on the newsstand from the left and right. Huang Tianming and the squad leader could no longer hide and charged out with a roar. Da-da. Huang Tianming was clearly a veteran. He raised his gun with one hand and fired a single shot. Bang! Lin Xiaofeng was shot in the neck. If he hadn't instinctively turned his head, the shot would have killed him. Da-da-da. Lin Xiaofeng swayed, and blood gushed out like a spring, but he quickly regained his footing and fired all the bullets out of his gun at Huang Tianming. Then he collapsed with a thud. Holy shit! Su Wei only glanced at him, but didn't have time to help, because the squad leader had already set his sights on him. Fuck you, Da. Hugged Su Weihua without hesitation, but the next second he froze on the spot. Su Wei dodged the oncoming bullet with a quick movement. The squad leader stared at him in shock. How is this possible? At such close range, even a woman wouldn't need to aim, let alone him, so these two shots would definitely take down Su Wei. But Su Wei only moved 2 steps to the side and dodged it. A superhuman. There really is a superhuman here. The squad leader cried out in surprise. Da-da. Su Wei didn't give him much time to be shocked. He killed him with 2 shots. Huang Tianming, who had been struck in the thigh by Lin Xiaofeng, fell to the ground, looking at Su Wei walking towards him with a terrified expression. He instinctively cried out in panic, "No, don't kill me. Hands up." After forcing Huang Tianming to raise his hands and surrender, Su Wei shouted, "Someone, tie him up." Several students rushed over and quickly tied Huang Tianming up like a rice dumpling. With the danger over, Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to help Lin Xiaofeng up. His clothes were soaked in blood, and he collapsed limply into Su Wei's arms. "Damn it!" Su Wei shook Lin Xiaofeng and shouted, "Brother, you can't die. If you die, your sister will fight me to the death." The thought of Lin Shan's furious face instantly snapped Su Wei back to reality. He scooped Lin Xiaofeng up in his arms and ran back through gritted teeth, shouting, "Quick, someone bring Lin Xiaofeng back. Hurry." This premeditated ambush lasted only 20 minutes before it ended. The entire 20-man squad from the southwest base was wiped out. Not a single one escaped. 12 people were shot dead by the students, and Huang Tianming and 7 or 8 wounded soldiers were captured. Lin Shan's villa. A large group of people rushed in and carried Lin Xiaofeng into the house. Upon seeing this, Lin Shan swayed and hurriedly ran over. "Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Can anyone tell me what's going on?" Su Wei clutched her arm, which had been grazed by a stray bullet, and subconsciously swallowed, saying, "Your brother was shot. The bullet grazed his carotid artery." Su Wei. Sure enough, Lin Shan went berserk, completely abandoning her usual cold and taciturn demeanor, and yelled at him, "I've helped you so much, and this is how you repay me?" Su Wei didn't argue back, but sighed and said, "He rushed too fast. I couldn't stop him." "Are you even human? He's still a child." Lin Shan roared angrily, her eyes bloodshot. Li Fugawei, who was carried over with her, wasn't in much better shape. His dark face was covered in frost, and he said weakly, "Sister Lin, stop yelling. It's giving me a headache." Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, but finally calmed down and hurriedly asked, "Doctor, where's the doctor?" Su Wei hesitated for a moment, then picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Warner." Inside the villa, Sun Warner held the walkie-talkie in her hand and immediately connected with Su Wei. I'm here. How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but Lin Xiaofeng is injured. You should bring some things over as soon as possible." "Okay, I'll be right there." A few minutes later, Sun Warner jogged to Lin Shan's house next door. When she saw Su Wei, her heart finally relaxed. Lin Shan, her hands covered in blood, grabbed Sun Warner's arm, her voice trembling. "Save him. Please save him." "I will, don't worry." Sun Warner opened the medical kit, took out hemostatic tools, and temporarily stopped the bleeding for Lin Xiaofeng before saying, "He has lost too much blood and needs a transfusion." "What is his blood type?" "Type O," Lin Shan hurriedly said. "Who is blood type O?" The people inside looked at each other, and no one spoke. "Fine, take mine." Sun Warner took out a clean syringe and said to Su Wei, "You help me." "You?" Su Wei hesitated for a moment. "Enough talk. Saving lives is the priority." Sun Warner rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white arms, and the needle slowly pierced her vein. Hiss! A moment later, Su Wei took the blood bag and inserted the 4-tube into Lin Xiaofeng's arm. A few minutes later, the latter's complexion gradually regained some color. "No, he's lost too much blood and needs surgery immediately." Sun Warner's expression turned serious, and she silently turned back to look at Su Wei. Currently, in the entire Cloud City, the only place that has the facilities to perform surgery is probably Su Wei's family. So Sun Wanner was asking for his opinion. After all, seeing the look in their eyes, Lin Shan instantly understood. She grabbed Su Wei's arm and pleaded, "Please, please, save my brother." Su Wei did not speak. Deep down, he was willing to save people, but a major battle had just ended, and those ferocious student soldiers were watching from outside. If he lets Lin Xiaofeng into the villa right now, what will the others think? "Su Wei, please." Lin Shan knelt on the ground, looking up with a face full of sorrow. Yesterday, she was a woman proud to the core, but now she is fragile and vulnerable. After a moment of silence, Su Wei stood up and said, "Old you, Brother Chong, come and lend a hand." These two were the people he trusted the most. The three of them lifted Lin Xiaofeng up. Sun Wanner held the four-bag, and Lin Shan, whose face was covered in tears, followed behind. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the group entered Su Wei's villa. This was the first time Su Wei had allowed an outsider into her villa in public. Building 104 is a forbidden area for everyone in the Cloud City, but today, Su Wei made an exception. In the crowd, Zhang Mozi from Nanshan Martial Arts School quietly approached Li Rui and whispered, "Brother Rui, what does the boss mean by this?" "Shut up." Li Rui turned around and glared at him, saying without any politeness, "Stop with your little schemes, or I'll kill you before the boss even has to lift a finger." Zhang Mozi paused for a moment, then grinned and said, "I didn't say anything, did I?" Li Rui chuckled and said, "You'd better not say anything, otherwise, President Su probably won't save you." Su Wei was the last to enter. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said, "Li Rui, compile a list of all the injured brothers and find someone to treat them immediately. Let me know if you need anything." After saying that, he took out several medical kits from his spatial storage. Li Rui smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, boss." Chapter 137. I'll die at your hands sooner or later. The operating room is located on the basement floor. After working for more than 2 hours, Sun Wanner finally emerged from inside, exhausted. Having just given Lin Xiaofeng a 400 cubic centimeters blood transfusion and worked at high intensity for so long, Sun Wanner's steps were heavy and her pretty face was deathly pale. "Are you all right?" Su Wei quickly hugged her, feeling sorry for her. "Are you out of your mind? There are so many people outside. Why didn't you just slap someone?" "Get lost. Don't question my expertise." Sun Wanner forced a smile and said weakly to Lin Shan, "I'm all right for now, but I'll still need a blood transfusion later. That's all." After saying that, Sun Wanner collapsed weakly into Su Wei's arms. Su Wei picked up Sun Wanner around the waist and carried her back to the bedroom. A moment later, he returned and looked at Lin Shan, saying, "I really don't understand. Are you two siblings?" "You." Lin Shan instinctively wanted to retort, but swallowed it back and said calmly, "Xiaofeng was born to my stepmother, so we have different blood types. He is my only son out of 3 daughters. TSK, your industry is really messy." "Su Wei." Lin Shan hesitated for a moment, then bowed to him and said, "Thank you. Save my breath, just don't kick me again." Su Wei waved her hand haphazardly and said, "I'm leaving this to you. There's a walkie-talkie in the medical room. Just let me know if you need anything." Lin Shan nodded. "Thank you. However, it's best if nothing happens to you. My wife can't take your antics anymore." Su Wei turned and went upstairs without looking back. "Get out of here as soon as you're awake. There aren't any extra chopsticks at home." Watching Su Wei disappear around the corner, Lin Shan's usually aloof face revealed a hint of shame and anger. "Bastard." In the kitchen, Su Wei was busy working frantically. A pot of brown sugar and jujube soup was simmering on the stove. "Hiss." Su Wei grimaced as she poured the soup into a bowl and carefully carried it back to her bedroom. "Wanner," he called out softly. Sun Wanner, still fast asleep, frowned and pouted, saying, "Go away. Don't bother me. I'm so sleepy. I made you some soup. Get up and drink some before you go back to sleep." Without waiting for a reply, Su Wei picked up Sun Wanner and brought the bowl to her lips. Sun Wanner subconsciously sucked on it. "Hiss. Are you trying to scald me to death?" Sun Wanner finally came to her senses and said speechlessly, "Big brother, this thing is useless. I need to eat something to replenish my energy." Su Wei was taken aback. "I heard that this is how you drink after you get your period." Sun Wanner rolled her eyes at him shyly. "That and this are 2 different things, okay?" After frantically swishing through several cheesecake mini-cakes, Sun Wanner finally calmed down a bit. Su Wei handed her a cup of hot milk and instructed, "Drink slowly. You look like you're starving. People who don't know better would think I'm not letting you eat." Cull. After finishing her milk in one gulp, Sun Wanner breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Where's Lin Shan?" "Below." Su Wei pointed to the ground. "Did you give Lin Xiaofeng a blood transfusion?" "Big sister, you're really dedicated." Su Wei said speechlessly. "We lost, but Brother Chong and the others found a few people with type O blood. Don't worry, I also stocked up on some in the hospital's blood bank. Lin Xiaofeng is the blood droplet, so it's enough for us." Sun Wanner stood there stunned, then angrily said, "You hoarded blood plasma. Why didn't you say so earlier?" I didn't remember at the time." Su Wei replied blankly. "You bastard, I'll die by your hands sooner or later." Sun Wanner got out of bed angrily, put on her white coat, and was about to go out. Su Wei shook her head helplessly. "Don't worry, he won't die. Can't you rest a little longer?" "Rest my ass." Sun Wanner turned around, baring her 2 rows of sharp teeth, and said, "Don't talk to me. I want to be alone." When Sun Wanner arrived at the medical room, Lin Shan was dozing off by the bedside. "You've come." Upon hearing the noise, Lin Shan opened her eyes and looked at Sun Wanner with gratitude. Sun Wanner smiled and nodded, then glanced at the monitor and said, "Don't worry, he's fine. He just needs a few more days to rest." Lin Shan, her eyes red-rimmed, bowed and said, "Dr. Sun, thank you." Sun Wanner quickly lifted her arm and said, "Oh dear, what are you doing?" No. Saving lives is my duty." Lin Shan bit her lip and looked at her earnestly. "No matter what, thank you. Don't worry, I will keep what we said that day." Sun Wanner smiled and said, "Then we're even." Lin Shan didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of gratitude. Although she usually seems aloof, just as Lin Xiaofeng said, she is actually a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, always cold on the outside but warm on the inside. "What does it taste like?" Sun Wanner suddenly sniffed, glanced at Lin Zifeng, and asked in confusion, "Could it be festering?" "That shouldn't be the case. The smell is so strange." Lin Shan was stunned for a moment. Then her pretty face flushed red. I'm sorry. We haven't showered for more than 5 months, or I'll go out." Sun Wanner then realized what she meant and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant." "I know." Lin Shan nodded, then suddenly felt a stinging sensation in her nose. She lowered her head, pulled the door open, and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute." Sun Wanner suddenly grabbed Lin Shan and said with a smile, "Come with me." The two went down to the first floor. Sun Wanner pointed to the bathroom in the living room and said with a smile, "Go in and take a shower. There are some new toiletries under the mirror. I'll go find you some clean clothes." Lin Shan gazed at the bathroom, her eyes filled with longing. Is this okay?" Sun Wanner smiled and said, "Oh, we're all family now, don't be shy. Just go ahead and wash. You can wash for as long as you want. We have plenty of hot water. You go ahead and wash. I'll go change Lin Xiaofeng's dressing." "What does it feel like to not shower for almost half a year?" Lin Shan's pride was shattered instantly in front of that bathroom. In the kitchen, Su Wei was cooking. Having lived for 28 years, he had only cooked a handful of times. He could usually only manage to make simple stir-fries and fast food. But thinking that Sun Wanner was currently weak and needed nutrition, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and cook. When the bloody beef is put into the pot, the hot oil sizzles and pops instantly. Call! The flames suddenly shot up. Holy shit! Su Wei couldn't dodge in time, and her bangs were instantly ruined, along with her eyebrows, which turned ginger yellow. "I'm fucking." Su Wei hurriedly put the lid on the pot, which finally extinguished the flames. Helpless, she turned off the heat and removed the pot, abandoning her foolish attempt to cook. Then, speechless, he walked towards the bathroom. Squeak! Su Wei pushed open the bathroom door, but before he could even step inside, a piercing scream rang in his ears. Chapter 138, I Respect Your Pride. In the misty bathroom, in the dim light, a slender and graceful body came into view. With her hair still wet and covered in foam, Lin Shan stared at the man in the doorway in terror and said angrily, "What do you want to do?" Su Wei stood frozen in place, her eyes darting around stiffly. "Bastard." Lin Shan instinctively turned her body away. To a naked woman, that kind of gaze is utterly lewd. Bang! She grabbed the shower gel from the shelf and threw it at him hard. "Damn it." Su Wei instinctively dodged out, then awkwardly shouted, "You didn't lock the door when you took a shower?" "Su Wei, I will absolutely kill him." "Absolutely." Lin Shan's deafening roar echoed from the bathroom. Su Wei was both embarrassed and unconvinced, and said, "Are you trying to brag? I'll shut you up, son of a bitch." Bang! An unidentified object hit the bathroom door. Su Wei touched her nose in annoyance and quickly fled the scene. Sun Wanner came up from the basement and asked, "Su Wei, what are you doing? Why are you crying and screaming like that?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Su Wei sat on the sofa and mumbled, "It's nothing. I just got turned into a hooligan by an idiot." Anti-hooligan. Sun Wanner glanced in the direction of the bathroom and suddenly laughed. "You're quite good at coming up with words, aren't you? Anti-hooligan. You yourself are a big hooligan." Su Wei realized she was in the wrong and quickly changed the subject, asking, "Who gave her permission to take a bath here?" "Me. I think you've really gotten too cocky," Su Wei said, pursing her lips. "You're the one who's getting cocky, aren't you? You're not even going to hide your face anymore, are you?" Sun Wanner put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "I'm not dead yet. You're going too far. How the hell was I supposed to know she was in there?" Su Wei softened her tone. "Besides, did I give her permission to shower here? How can she act like she's part of the family? What's wrong with her seeing? Just consider it as her buying a bath ticket." Sun Wanner, both amused and exasperated, scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. Their little brother almost died, and the two siblings worked themselves to the bone for you. You should be grateful." "What do you mean by working for me?" Su Wei wanted to say something more, but Sun Wanner's face turned cold, and she said, "Say it again." "Wash, wash, wash." Su Wei shut her mouth reluctantly, then said, "Let's get this straight. Just this once. Do you think this place is a public bathhouse or something?" Half an hour later, Lin Shan slowly emerged from the bathroom wearing a thin bathrobe, her eyes red-rimmed, and her face still flushed. Su Wei subconsciously shrank her neck, turned her head away, and deliberately avoided looking at her. Sun Wanner smiled and asked, "Sister Lin, are you done washing?" Lin Shan nodded somewhat awkwardly, then smiled at Sun Wanner and said, "Thank you for today, Wanner. Don't worry, I will repay you when I am able to." "Oh." Su Wei chuckled from the sofa. Lin Shan's face instantly turned cold. She gritted her teeth and glared at the back of his head, her small fists clenched tightly. Sun Wanner smiled and said, "Don't stand there anymore. There are new clothes in the bedroom. I didn't know what kind you liked, so I prepared a few sets. Try them on and see if you like them." Lin Shan subconsciously loosened her fist and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help." "Oh." Su Wei. Sun Wanner grabbed a cushion and threw it at him, saying, "Are you fucking done yet? Do you have diarrhea medicine in your throat or something? Go away, ignore him." As she spoke, she pulled Lin Shan into the bedroom. In fact, Su Wei did not dislike Lin Shan. On the contrary, he admired this woman. She was confident, proud, aloof, and beautiful, and had outstanding abilities. At the same time, her aura was too strong. Even though she had fallen on hard times and become a beggar, she still had a queen-like aura that made people feel suffocated and oppressed. It was as if in her eyes, everyone else was trash, and she was the most awesome one. Su Wei disliked this feeling, especially after he gained superpowers and billions of resources. He disliked people being arrogant towards him even more. Therefore, every time Lin Shan looked at him with that disdainful gaze, Su Wei couldn't help but feel like he was about to explode. In Sun Wanner's words, "This is what you've spoiled me with. It's a bad habit." A dozen minutes later, the bedroom door quietly opened. Lin Shan wore a black turtleneck sweater, slim-fit cashmere pants, high-top leather boots, and a purple wool coat. Su Wei glanced at it discreetly and mentally gave it a rather sarcastic assessment. Not bad. Lin Shan walked over and looked at Su Wei earnestly. "Su Wei, thank you for my brother's matter. I will repay you for all of this, using my abilities." Sigh. Su Wei sighed, rubbing her forehead. That look in his eyes clearly carried a hint of pity. Lin Shan instantly flew into a rage. "What do you mean?" "It doesn't mean anything." Su Wei stood up and looked at her, shrugging his shoulders. "Some people live by eating and drinking, some people live by their dreams, but you live by your pride. Since that's the case, fine, I respect your pride." Lin Shan was taken aback by Su Wei's words. She stared at Su Wei blankly, her eyes slightly reddening. Hey, I didn't provoke her." Su Wei quickly looked at Sun Wanner upon seeing this, then pouted and said, "Besides, it was foggy inside, so I only got a general view." Son of a bitch. Lin Shan's slightly changed opinion vanished, and she raised her fists, about to explode. "Can't you be serious for once?" Sun Wanner scolded irritably and said seriously, "Sister Lin has something to talk to you about, so you better behave yourself and don't make me lose my temper." Su Wei shrank her neck, seemingly enjoying the pleasure of being disciplined. Lin Shan sat down on the sofa and tried to calm herself down before saying, "In yesterday's ambush, we lost 4 members and more than a dozen were wounded, including my brother, Li Fugui, and even Mad Donkey was shot. This is enough to show that our strength is still too weak compared to the regular army." When it came to serious matters, Su Wei also became serious and nodded, saying, "Yes, to put it bluntly, we are just a bunch of amateurs, not even worthy of being called outlaws. If we really fought against the Southwest base, we would definitely be completely crushed. So, you have to make a decision now. Lin Shan said seriously. Should we continue to rely on Cloud City and deal with those people in the Southwest base? Or should we temporarily avoid their sharp edge and find another place to stay? If you can't beat them, just run away. There's nothing more to say about that. Su Wei countered with a question. Where are we going to run off to? We've already hidden at the Southwest base. There's the Southeast base, the North Gate base, 6 bases in Yuntai City. We can't just run away every time something happens, can we? So what do you mean? Lin Shan looked at him with a smile, a hint of amusement in her eyes. I'm not going anywhere. I'm settling down here. Su Wei remained silent for a moment, then slammed his hand on the table and said coldly, this time we must stand firm. Otherwise, let alone reach the top of Yuntai, we might not even have a place to settle down. Chapter 139. To fight or to run. Sometimes, running away is not a good solution. In the words of a great man, this is called a strategic shift. Yuntai City is only so big, and it is surrounded by 6 military air defense bases with a total force of at least 30,000. Unless you leave Yuntai, you will eventually have to face this problem. Lin Shan glanced at Su Wei with some surprise and said with a faint smile, I thought you would choose the former. After all, you have hundreds of billions of resources in your hands, and you can live a carefree life wherever you go. If it were half a month ago, I might have actually done that. Su Wei smiled faintly. Not to mention anything else, just my villa. As long as it's not a missile attack, I don't have to worry about security at all. Lin Shan didn't say anything, but just glanced at the incredibly complicated gate. But things are different now. Su Wei got up and went to the window, looking at the wind turbine tower that was more than 20 meters tall outside, and said, this is my home, and it bears the marks of my efforts. If I don't even have a home, what's the point of living? Since you're not leaving, let's talk about the immediate issue. Lin Shan took out a few blueprints from her pocket and placed them on the table, saying seriously, we currently have 2 paths to take. Go ahead. Su Wei nodded seriously, looking at the blueprints. First, destroy the Southwest base. Lin Shan's gaze sharpened as she coldly stated, the 6 air defense bases in Yuntai City are basically all secretly connected. As long as we can destroy the Shen family, other forces will be wary, and at least in the short term, we can develop safely. Big sister, are you trying to tell me a ghost story? Su Wei said irritably. With our fighting strength, how can we possibly compete with them? Do you think I'm NATO? Invulnerable to swords and spears? Then we only have the second option left. Lin Shan remained calm, hands clasped, and said, surrender. Su Wei chuckled speechlessly. If you can't beat them, join them? Or what? Lin Shan looked at him and said coldly, since they chose to attack this place, it means your information has definitely been leaked. However, they certainly don't know the details. So, if you choose to surrender now, you might have a chance to get a good position. Stop talking nonsense. Su Wei waved her hand to interrupt her, coldly saying, they definitely know that those supplies are in my hands, but they are hesitant because of my status as an ability user, so they send a team to test me. If I surrender, I will either be a thug for the rest of my life or be raised like a pig in a pen. I can't accept either of those. Lin Shan retorted mercilessly. You want to be a hero, but don't want to work hard or go hungry. Where in the world is there such a good deal? Su Wei was momentarily speechless, then pondered for a moment before saying, what if I choose the first option? I would appreciate your advice, strategist. Spit. Sun Wanner, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but spit out the cherry she had just put in her mouth and said with a laugh, darling, you really are flexible and adaptable. Lin Shan gave him a disapproving look, suppressing a laugh, and said, someone once said, the earth will keep turning even without me, won't it? Who? Su Wei stood up, hands on her hips, and looked around, saying, who the hell said that? I'll just throw a spoonful of Sanhua evaporated milk in my hand and let him experience what technology and ruthless work are all about. Since you want to fight, then it can't just be the 2 of us discussing it. We also need to see what the others think. Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and said seriously, although this team is yours now, the people in the team are not yours. If you want everyone to work together, you have to show some skills and courage. Su Wei smiled and said, the stick and the date, I guess. Perhaps we should also prepare a pair of shackles. The villa across the street has now become the headquarters of the security team. Zhuang Chang, Yu Wei, and others were all present, along with Li Fuguei, who was bandaged up and using crutches to get there. Fuguei. Su Wei looked at him with a headache and said, are you fucking crazy? Crazy Donkey laughed and smacked him on the head. This is a high-level meeting. What the hell are you doing here? Damn it, Li Fuguei retorted, his dark face full of defiance. I've carried a gun for the boss, been wounded, and even been a son to his mistress. Before Li Fugui could finish speaking, he felt a cold glint in his eye. He quickly turned to Lin Shan with a fawning smile and said, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was just being a smart aleck. I'll fill that hole in your hole sooner or later. Su Wei glared at him, then looked at everyone and said, All right, let's get down to business. Although that group of people was wiped out yesterday, this is just the beginning. Now everyone faces two choices, surrender or relocate. What do you think? Where to retreat to? Chu Xing asked. Zhuang Chang frowned and said, If this were before, I could just leave whenever I wanted. But now that we have some savings, it's really hard to leave all at once. Since Lin Shan arrived, Cloud City has undergone a complete transformation. The isolation nets, power generation towers, and protective walls. Without them, the outcome of last night's battle might have been very different. Yu Suwei pondered for a moment, then said seriously, Where should we go if we leave here? The power dynamics in Yuntai City are very complex. Even if we hide, we'll eventually be discovered. Everyone chimed in with their own words, but Li Rue remained silent throughout. All right, enough said. Su Wei clapped his hands to silence the noise and said seriously, What I mean is, we welcome friends with good wine, but we meet enemies with hunting rifles. Li Rue asked expressionlessly, Does the boss mean to fight? If we don't fight this battle now, we will fight it later. If we don't fight it, others will. Lin Shan stepped forward and said, The power generation tower has just been completed and will be put into use soon. If we leave now, all our previous investments will be wasted. Li Rue remained silent upon hearing this. The implication is clear. These resources belong to Su Wei, and any loss would be Su Wei's loss. Mad Donkey remained calm, clearly sharing the same thought as Li Rue. Su Wei glanced at them and said calmly, I've already made my point. You can bring up your thoughts if you want to stay or leave. I won't force you. I'm not leaving anyway. Li Fugui blurted out, Let those bastards come. I'll chop them all up, one slice at a time. Zhuang Chang grinned and said, I don't need to say anything. Just tell me what to do, and we'll do it. Master. Chu Xing looked at Yu Suwei with some hesitation. The latter paused for a moment before saying, I'll say it again. Where will we go after we relocate? If we can't escape this no matter where we go, we might as well take a gamble. Then let's fight. Chu Shang suddenly stood up. Although the southwest base has more people, we also have Cloud City as cover, so we're not necessarily going to lose. The atmosphere inside the room gradually fell silent. Su Wei fixed her gaze on Li Rue's face. Li Rue paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, Since no one wants to leave, let's fight then. I have no objection. Mad Donkey hesitated for a moment, then sighed. We've only been feeling better for a few days. What the hell is this? Chapter 140. The Ambition of a Clever Man. The Chinese are a very strange people. When they have internal conflicts, they are more ruthless than anyone else. Even so, many people would rather die on this land than leave their homes. Su Wei's gaze was firm, and he said solemnly, If we don't fight today, we'll be like stray dogs tomorrow. Don't worry. Those of you here today will not be treated unfairly after this is done. Inside the room, everyone's eyes turned to Su Wei. President Su plans to provide a batch of supplies, enough for his personal life, for several years. Everyone here, including myself, will take a portion, Lin Shan said with a smile. If anyone thinks it's not enough, I can share mine with you. The Mad Donkey looked at her in confusion. You don't want it? When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? Lin Shan smiled slightly and said calmly, If we lose this time, no matter how many supplies we have, it will just be a matter of handing them over to others. That's what they say, but when faced with real benefits, few people can think so clearly. I don't want it either. Zhuang Chang waved his hand dismissively and laughed. Brothers should stand together through thick and thin. Su Wei smiled and glanced at him. The two looked at each other, and everything was understood without words. Of course. Lin Shan changed the subject and smiled. If we win this time, I think President Su won't treat the heroes unfairly. Right, President Su? Hee. Aren't you afraid I'll discard you after you've served your purpose? Su Wei laughed. Lin Shan smiled nonchalantly and said, A capable person will find a place anywhere. In this era of great strife, those who dare not speak of war deserve to be killed after the hunt. Lin Shan's words stirred up a huge wave of controversy. Su Wei clearly saw that the gazes of everyone present had changed, and even a glint flashed in Li Fugui's eyes. Good. Su Wei smiled at her and said loudly, No one fights alone. If you all trust me, once we take over the southwest base, we will be the masters of a force. Boss. Li Rue slowly stood up, suppressing the excitement in his voice, and said seriously, The Southwest base has 3,000 troops and more than 20,000 civilians, plus all sorts of other people, making it at least 30,000. So what I mean is, outsmart them. Lin Shan, standing to the side, remained silent with a calm expression. Su Wei looked at her with some surprise before asking, "What suggestions do you have? We're all family, just say it." In a year of great disaster, all forces are short of supplies. Even if the troops stationed at the Southwest base are powerful, they can't cook without rice. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to plunder various places for so long. So I assert that their internal reserves are definitely not much. Li Rue spoke with some excitement, saying loudly, "We can use some of the supplies as bait to lure those people out of the base and set traps to annihilate them." Mad Donkey frowned and asked, 3,000 troops. How much supplies would that require? That depends on whether you, boss, have the guts to go all in, Li Rue said to Su Wei with a smile. A small bait will only alert the enemy. If we're going to do it, we have to strike decisively. That's a good idea. Su Wei didn't give a direct answer, but instead said with a smile, "But what if they don't fall for it? People will die for money." Li Rue said firmly, "I think they will definitely take the bait. After all, not many people can resist such a huge temptation." What happened next? Go on. Su Wei nodded, her expression unchanged. Li Rue was taken aback by Su Wei's calm attitude and said, "If we can wipe out most of the Southwest base's strength, then there will be a possibility of peace talks." Why negotiate? What? Li Rue was somewhat stunned. Su Wei smiled and said, "Now that the fighting has started, it's a fight to the death. Even if those high-ranking officials in the Southwest base have lost their troops, most of them were government officials before, with incredibly complex backgrounds. Can you guarantee that those people won't make a comeback?" Li Rue remained silent for a moment, but his face clearly showed some resentment. Lin Shan chimed in at the opportune moment. "Xiao Rue's strategy is also good, but we can make a slight change." Li Rue's gaze turned slightly cold, but he still smiled and said, Sister Lin, please go ahead. As I said before, send 300 people to set up an ambush, and the remaining 200 people must rush to the Southwest base simultaneously. Break into the base as quickly as possible. Once inside, ignore the higher-ups and take control of the resource warehouse immediately, then distribute the supplies inside to the laborers. So poisonous. Li Rue suddenly realized, and looked at Lin Shan with some apprehension, saying, "As soon as the laborers see those supplies, they will definitely scramble to buy them, and then the Southwest base will be thrown into chaos." Lin Shan smiled and nodded, then looked at Su Wei and said, "However, this matter is also very risky. 200 people against 20,000 people. Although the enemy's combat power is weak, it is still a matter of life and death. I'll lead the team." Su Wei stood up with a smile and said, "Brother Chong, come with me. Let's break through it together." Without a second thought, Zhuang Chong stood up and laughed. "No problem." Chu Sheng wanted to stand up, but Yu Suawei grabbed his arm and quietly shook his head at him, so Chu Sheng could only sit back down dejectedly. Then that's settled. Lin Shan glanced at everyone and smiled. "Xiao Rue, Old Yu, Chu Sheng, and Crazy Donkey, you four choose 3 to lead the team to ambush, and leave one of you to stay with me in the rear to deal with any emergencies." The 4 of them exchanged glances and fell silent. Yu Suawei stepped forward first. "I'll lead the team. Those guys in the security team have been through a lot these past few days. I'm afraid I might not be able to keep them in check." "Then I'll go too." Chu Sheng followed without hesitation. Mad Donkey paused, then looked at Li Rue with a smile. "And you?" Li Rue smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course I'll go. They're all brothers from the same school. If I don't go, I'll be letting them down. So I'm the only one left." Mad Donkey said half-jokingly, "Let me make it clear first, it's not that I'm afraid of dying. It's just that you guys are too damn united." The city in the clouds is now divided into 3 major forces. One group consisted of martial arts school students led by Li Rue, who were not only numerous, but had also gradually developed into a fighting force. One group consisted of Yu Suawei and his apprentice Chu Sheng. Although they were the fewest in number, Old Yu's mere presence exuded a powerful aura of dominance, and none of the martial arts school kids dared to challenge him. Finally, there's the Mad Donkey. The people under his command were all the homeowners who had been forced to submit in the past. In addition, his ruthless style of doing things meant he had almost no allies. So when he spoke, he was clearly shorter than the others. At the same time, he felt a little uneasy. Although Cloud City is very safe, it is Su Wei's stronghold. Would he feel comfortable handing over his territory to me? After all, the 2 sides had a rather unpleasant falling out back then, and now they're temporarily on the same side, but everyone has a standard to measure things in their hearts. Turning enemies into friends sounds nice, but very few people can actually do it. Chapter 141, A Letter from a Stranger. Then it's settled. Without a second thought, Su Wei continued, the Mad Donkey is guarding the base, but I can only give you 50 men, and our weaponry is also limited. Is there a problem? Mad Donkey paused for a moment, then nodded and said, I'll do my best. It's not just about doing your best, it's about holding on. Su Wei patted his shoulder and said, as long as you can hold Cloud City, those displaced laborers will have nowhere to go, and they'll naturally flock here. The rest is up to you. Mad Donkey quickly understood, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, Don't worry, President Su. Unless I die, no one will be able to lay a finger on Cloud City. All right, let's get to work. Su clapped his hands, ending the meeting. A battalion's worth of weapons and equipment were piled up in the yard. Mad Donkey led his men to take the weapons and equipment and hurriedly set up defenses. Zhuang Chong, on the other hand, led 200 men and was giving them a pre-battle pep talk. Li Rui's side didn't need any mobilization. He led his men directly to collect the equipment and began studying ambush sites and terrain traps. They're all gone. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back on the sofa, smiling at Lin Shan. Why didn't you leave? Lin Shan picked up the teapot from the stove, poured herself a cup of hot water, and said, My task is to coordinate and help them solve problems. Other matters are not my responsibility. Su Wei jokingly said, Hee, but you get the highest salary. That only counts if it's actually paid, right? Lin Shan looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and asked Su Wei, I wonder when President Su will pay me my 1/10 of the supplies as compensation. Hey, have you eaten? Wanner made ribs tonight. Want to come over and have some? Su Wei mechanically looked out the window. In the past, Lin Shan would have arrogantly refused, considering such an invitation tantamount to charity. But today she didn't leave. Instead, she nodded and said, Okay, let's go, don't keep Wanner waiting. Mr. Su wouldn't be so stingy as to not even treat you to a meal of ribs, would he? Su Wei stammered, somewhat flustered. I just remembered, my family is fasting today and won't be cooking, I'm really sorry. It's all right, I'll go with whatever you want. I'll just have a glass of water. Lin Shan ignored him and walked across the street with a smile on her lips. Su Wei looked up and sighed. What a tragedy. At the dinner table, 2 plates of braised pork ribs, 2 vegetarian dishes, and a soup. After half a year of honing her skills, Sun Wanner's culinary skills improved by leaps and bounds. Even Su Wei, a picky foodie, praised her more than once. As the old saying goes, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Sun Wanner now has Su Wei completely under her thumb, largely thanks to her increasingly sophisticated cooking skills. Lin Shan let out an unrefined burp and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wanner's cooking is amazing. I'll have to learn from you more in the future. He's beholden to someone who feeds him, right? Su Wei glared at Lin Shan, annoyed, because Lin Shan had just snatched the last piece of pork rib. Well, he's beholden to them because he's eating their food. Lin Shan glanced indifferently at Su Wei and said, You're just a source supplier at best. Holy crap. Su Wei gripped her chopsticks, ready to launch into a tirade. Who do you want to sleep with? Lin Shan glared at her without hesitation and said, In front of Wanner, come on, tell me. Who do you want to sleep with? You. Su Wei was completely taken aback by Lin Shan's sudden change. What do you mean, you? It's only been a few days. How did you become like this? Girl, where did your pride go? Weren't you always a little swan with your neck held high? What happened? Did Zhou Heya buy you out? Roll. Lin Shan casually replied. You're talking about Li Fugawei. If you want to be stubborn, go find him. I can do whatever I want. It's none of your business. Fine, you're awesome. Su Wei was speechless with anger. Pointing at Lin Shan, she laughed viciously. So, your main selling point is being able to bend and stretch. No, each monkey should be tied up in a different way. Lin Shan carefully finished the last grain of rice, then took the pots and pans to the kitchen. Sun Wanner watched the two bickering and laughed so hard, she almost split her mouth. She quickly stood up and said, Sister Lin, don't bother. You're a guest. How can we let you wash the dishes? Why talk about being a guest at a time like this? Many people can't even get a sip of hot water, let alone these things. Lin Shan said with a smile as she washed the dishes. We should know how to be grateful. Su Wei finally caught a glimpse of something and followed him into the kitchen, teasingly saying, So you know how to be grateful, huh? These days, a piece of meat isn't much in exchange for 3 girls in black stockings. What about you? Do you want to see me wearing black stockings? Lin Shan stopped what she was doing, blinked her beautiful eyes slightly, and smiled at Su Wei, saying, Didn't you see everything last time? What? Is it still fresh in your mind? Su Wei was speechless and choked with emotion. Sun Wanner grabbed his ear and scolded. I never believed your nonsense, Su Wei. You're not even hiding your love for girls now, are you? You'd even go after the grass right next to your own nest. I'm so angry, Su Wei hissed coldly. Wanner, Lin Shan sighed helplessly. It's not that I want to steal your man. It's just that your man is too wild. If he tries to force himself on you, there's nothing I can do. Fine. Lin Shan, you've got guts. Su Wei, wincing from the pinch, glared at Lin Shan angrily and said, You wait. I'll get you sooner or later. Snap. A wet rag was thrown at Su Wei's face. Ding dong. A doorbell rang, interrupting the laughter inside the villa. Li Fugui stood outside the door, pressing his head hard to look through the peephole. Bang. Holy shit. Li Fugui was caught off guard and hit by a door panel. He covered his face and sat down on the ground with a thud. Who the hell do you want to fuck? Su Wei came out with a cold face and kicked Li Fugui in the butt. These two words were the last thing he wanted to hear. Boss. Li Fugui stood up sullenly, took an envelope out of his pocket, and said, The brother at the gate just delivered a letter that says you should open it yourself. Letter? Su Wei was a little confused. Who the hell still writes letters these days? That's so old-fashioned. Li Fugui shook his head and said, I don't know who sent it. When the brothers who were changing shifts came, the letter was stuck on the window. I only saw a figure, but I couldn't catch up and it got away. Su Wei opened the envelope with a puzzled look. Inside was only a piece of paper with a few lines of writing. Li Fugui, who was illiterate, peeked at the text for a long time before finally asking, What does it say? With your level of education, you think you can become an official? Su Wei said with a laugh. You've been following Lin Shan for so long, and you haven't even learned a few words? Well, she wasn't a very good teacher either. What? Does being an official have anything to do with culture? Are you alright? Is there? No. Chapter 142, Delivering the Letter. Inside the room, Lin Shan and Sun Wanner looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this your man? No, I don't know him. Sun Wanner looked speechlessly at the two bickering at the door, and finally couldn't help but say, Are you ever going to stop? If you don't close the door, all the heat in the room will escape. Get out of here, you illiterate. Taking advantage of the situation, Su Wei kicked Li Fugui and slammed the door shut. Sun Wanner rubbed Su Wei's slightly red face and said irritably, You're a leader now. Why are you still acting like a child? Su Wei retorted, sticking out her neck. Then tell me, is there any connection between being an official and being cultured? Roll. Lin Shan couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile, and suddenly teased. Strictly speaking, being an official requires a certain level of education. Otherwise, how can one judge cases? Look, Su Wei gave Lin Shan a thumbs up and praised. This young comrade, although she's a bit arrogant usually, her views are quite pertinent. But, Lin Shan said with a dark face, if someone like you can become a leader, then it proves that being an official really has nothing to do with culture. Su Wei was so choked up that she threw the letter on the table. Lin Shan didn't stand on ceremony. She picked it up and examined it carefully, saying, Is this a recruitment letter from the Shin family? Hee. The conditions are quite generous. You can become the third in command if you go there. Top dog here. Why would I care about his stuff? Su Wei curled his lip in disdain. Lin Shan ignored him and said seriously, Their letter was very cryptic, but it's enough to prove that your ability to use superpowers has been exposed, and they probably also know that you have supplies in your possession, otherwise they wouldn't have come to recruit you so quickly. Did someone inform on us? Su Wei looked at her indifferently. Lin Shan rolled her eyes and said coldly, Are you brainless? With such a large community like Cloud City right here, a lot of information simply can't be kept secret. However, judging from the tone of this letter, they don't know you completely either. Lin Shan frowned and analyzed. I feel that the annihilation of that team of soldiers yesterday was not the intention of the Southwest base, but a private decision by some high-ranking official. Su Wei suddenly smiled and said, He just didn't expect those people to be wiped out, so he's so eager to extend an olive branch to me in order to make up for the loss. That's roughly the idea, Lin Shan nodded. Su Wei asked, Then how should I reply? You still want to reply? Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and said, This is obviously a delaying tactic. As long as you dare to show up, I guarantee they will definitely make their move. It's only polite to reciprocate, Su Wei said with a smile. He's trying to stall me, and I happen to need time to prepare, so it doesn't hurt to drag things out. That's true. Lin Shan nodded and said, Then you should tell him that you understand, but you still need to think about it, and then subtly suggest that you want some benefits from him. Before long, Su Wei finished writing her reply. Lin Shan stood to the side with her arms crossed, nodding slightly, and saying, The handwriting is not bad, And the writing style is also acceptable. It would be even better if it weren't so vulgar, retorted calmly. I, Su Wei, am only shameless. After saying that, he picked up the walkie-talkie and called out, Chu Sheng, can you hear me? A moment later, Chu Sheng's voice came. What are you doing, boss? I'm out here with Master and Li Rue picking out an ambush location. Li Rue said it shouldn't be too far away, but it also can't be too close. Come back first. I have something I need you to do. Huh? Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment and said, Is it serious? I'm driving right now. It's my first time driving such a big vehicle. It's so much fun. Damn it, get back here right now. A dozen minutes later, the doorbell rang. Fugue? What brings you here? Su Wei looked at Li Fugue outside and was speechless. Brother Chu called Brother Chong, and I happened to be nearby, so I volunteered. Li Fugue, with bandages on his body and limping, said, Boss, I brought the letter, so let me do this job. Your injuries haven't even healed yet. Are you trying to kill yourself? Su Wei was speechless. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Li Fugue scratched his head and said, I just feel uncomfortable that everyone is working hard while I'm the only one lying at home. Su Wei's face immediately darkened. Damn it. Who the hell are you alluding to? That's not what I meant. This time, Li Fugue didn't stick his neck out and said in a low voice, I'm just afraid that you won't need me anymore and will kick me out. Li Fugue pleaded, Boss, I know you're good to me. You sent me to pester Brother Sheng so I could learn some real skills from him. So, I don't want to leave here. If we ever get killed, we'll just die together. I'm not afraid of death. Not very old, but quite talkative. Su Wei was somewhat moved. After a moment of silence, she threw the envelope at him and instructed, Get out of here. Have 2 people go with you. Remember, just follow the southwest route. Go no more than 5 kilometers. If you don't meet anyone along the way, leave the letter by the roadside and come back on your own. Does it have to be so complicated? Li Fugue casually reached out to Su Wei and said, Boss, can I borrow your snowmobile? I'll deliver it right to your door. Lin Shan came out from inside and smiled at Li Fugue. I'm afraid delivering the message was just a pretense. You really just wanted a ride, didn't you? Haven't you been eyeing that snowmobile for a while now? There are 3 snowmobiles in the city above the clouds. Su Wei has one, but he rarely drives it, and it's mostly just sitting in his spatial storage. Zhuang Chong has one, which he uses to lead his team out to search for supplies. The other one is with Yu Suawei, but he's usually quite low-key and only drives it for very long distances. Holy crap, you're living together now. Li Fugue stared blankly at Lin Shan, then subconsciously said, Looks like Brother Chu was right. You 2 really are having an affair. Lin Shan's face instantly turned red and then pale, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Kid, do you want to die? Hey, I'm leaving, boss. You guys have fun. Li Fugue shrank back in fright and disappeared in a flash. I'll fuck your ass. If the letter doesn't get delivered, you might as well die out there. Su Wei cursed at the retreating figure, then shrugged helplessly at Lin Shan and said, Did you hear that? It's all that bastard Chu Sheng spreading rumors. I explained it to you before, but you didn't believe me. You're no good either. Lin Shan's pretty face flushed slightly as she said sternly, Like father, like son. You're all birds of a feather. Su Wei. Lin Shan turned around, her small fist clenched tightly in her sleeve, and whispered, Chu Sheng, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Chapter 143. Being killed is also a kind of happiness. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In the basement of a shopping mall in the city center, Chu Sheng sneezed several times for no apparent reason. Yu Suawei frowned and said, How many times have I told you to wear more clothes? You just take advantage of your good health and do whatever you want. You'll suffer when you get old. Chu Sheng, carrying a hoe, chipped away at the ice and snow at the entrance of the mall and said, Master, I don't have a cold. Why are you sneezing even if you don't have a cold? With a cold face, Yu Suawei scolded him like a son. I told you to hurry up and find a wife, but you wouldn't listen. You're just being difficult. See who will take care of you when you get sick. All right, I was wrong, Master. Chu Sheng shook his head helplessly. Li Rue listened from the side, a hint of envy in his eyes, and laughed. Brother Sheng, you always make fun of people with that mouth of yours. Is someone talking bad about you behind your back? Huh. Damn it, who did I say? Chu Sheng cursed irritably, then said somewhat guiltily. I was just focusing on the facts, okay? It's all true. I didn't spread any rumors. At this moment, the 6th of the 6 little golden dragons came over and said, Hey bro, do you think our boss really got together with that Iron Lady? Li Rue glanced at Lao Lu, and his lips twitched inexplicably. Iron Lady is the nickname everyone gave Lin Shan in private. These people had been punished by Lin Shan many times, and they all treated her like their own mother. No one in the neighborhood was afraid of her. Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then stubbornly said, "Of course. Didn't you see how different the Iron Lady looks at our boss? There's a gleam in her eyes." "Hey, now that you mention it, I remember." The third brother also came over and said with a sly smile, "This morning when I went out, I saw Iron Lady go to Building 104, and she was chatting and laughing inside. So, does that mean the Iron Lady really got roasted by our boss? This is a thorny rose. Can the boss handle it?" "Heh, what's that saying?" Chu Sheng said with a smile as he worked. "A woman 3 years older than her husband is like holding a gold brick. A woman 13 years older is like holding an empire. The Iron Lady is 5 years older than the boss. I dare not say she can hold an empire, but she might be able to build a neighborhood. Haha, that woman is not easy to handle." It's a bittersweet experience. The conversation went more and more incoherently, until Yu Sowei finally couldn't take it anymore and slapped Chu Sheng on the head. He cursed and swore, "If you ever die, it'll be from being talked to death. Stop talking nonsense and get to work." Chu Sheng stopped wasting words and led his men to dig. Li Rue kept giving instructions from the side, and after another half hour, he shouted, "All right, that's it. Pack your things up, take a detour on the way back, and be careful not to give yourself away." The sixth brother spat dismissively. "Damn it. What's there to be afraid of? If those guys from the southwest base dare to stalk us, we'll just kill them. Is killing one person more important, or is the overall plan more important?" Li Rue looked at him coldly. "I'll say it again, you all better watch out. If anyone dares to ruin the boss's plans, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand." "I." Rebuked, Lao Lu wanted to talk back. Chu Sheng kicked him and cursed, "Shut the hell up. Do whatever Xiao Rue says." "What? You want to be the boss?" The group quickly cleaned up the scene and disappeared into the snowy city in small groups. Chu Sheng drove up in his snowmobile and greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Rue, come on, get in." Li Rue didn't stand on ceremony and jumped into the car by grabbing the handle. The car started moving slowly. After driving for a few minutes, Chu Sheng glanced at the car through the rearview mirror. He said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Xiao Rue, about what happened before. Now we're practically family. If you're upset, find a secluded place later and beat me up. Don't worry, I definitely won't fight back or say a word." Li Rue surrendered and came to Su Wei's side. There had been some conflicts between them before, which resulted in the deaths of several people. Li Rue's good brother, Li Hongwei, was also shot and killed by Zhuang Chang. Although Su Wei did not authorize this, Chu Sheng and Crazy Donkey were the ones who started it first, and their performance almost drove the other party to a breakdown. If I were a Crazy Donkey today, I definitely wouldn't have asked for this draw. But Chu Sheng was different. He was a very easygoing person and couldn't keep a secret. Li Rue was also taken aback, clearly not expecting Chu Sheng to bring this up directly. After a moment of silence, he sighed. "Forget it. We're all just working for the higher-ups. Why make things difficult for each other?" "It's great that you think that way." Chu Sheng looked at the road and said with a smile, "In the end, we're all just trying to survive. You could say we became friends after a fight." Sitting in the passenger seat, Yu Suowei saw Li Rue's expressionless face in the rearview mirror and sighed. "I didn't agree with killing before, but once you've truly experienced hunger, you'll know that being killed might also be a kind of happiness." "Yes." Li Rue paused for a moment, then sighed. "Of our team of over 700, only 400 survived. I couldn't save them, and no one could save them. This is the end of the world, you son of a bitch." Zhuang Chang slammed his fist on the steering wheel and said in grief and indignation, "I watched my godfather and godmother freeze and starve to death, but I couldn't do anything about it. I really couldn't do anything." Li Rue watched his retreating figure and laughed. "So I don't hate you, nor do I hate Mad Donkey, nor do I hate Su Wei. I only hate that I'm too weak, unable to feed the brothers. So this time, I have to succeed. It's either success or death." Chu Sheng glanced at him, unsure of how to begin. Everyone knows that this is a true life or death situation. If they are annihilated by the Southwest base, their best fate will be to become minors, pigs to be raised in captivity. Regardless of what others think, at least the 3 people in the car won't live such a wretched life. Just like Li Rue said, it's either success or death. At the entrance of the villa, Li Fugue returned excitedly to report his success. "Boss, the letter has been delivered. You were right. We had only walked 2 or 3 kilometers when 2 armed soldiers jumped out and asked if we were delivering a letter." Su Wei noticed his pale face and frowned, asking, "Did they give you a hard time?" "No. The transaction went smoothly. They were obviously waiting for us." Li Fugue shook his head and smiled sheepishly. "It's just that I ran too fast on the way back, and my wound reopened. Su Wei looked down and saw a trace of blood seeping through the bandage on the left side of Li Fugui's lower abdomen. Hurry up and get your dressing changed at the medical station. Okay, all right. Su Wei paused for a moment, then called out to him. Forget it, don't go to the medical station. Come in. Oh. Li Fugui stood in front of the door and stamped his foot hesitantly. What the hell? Su Wei cursed impatiently. Are you coming in or not? If you're not coming in, I'm closing the door. Chapter 144, The Boy's First Awakening. Inside the villa, Sun Wanner was whispering with Lin Shan in the living room. The two of them would glance at Su Wei from time to time and then let out soft laughter. Seeing Li Fugui enter, Sun Wanner smiled and said, Fugui, you've returned with the letter? You're quite fast. Hey, Dr. Sun, hello, sister-in-law. Li Fugui stood somewhat awkwardly at the door, not daring to take a single step inside, and his back suddenly bent a little. Sun Wanner laughed heartily at his words. Haha, this kid is really funny. Lin Shan then asked, has the letter been delivered? Li Fugui bowed slightly and forced a smile, saying, hello, Sister Lin. I've delivered it. Damn it, this is my house. What are you afraid of her for? Su Wei dragged him into the living room and said to Sun Wanner, Wanner, this kid's wound has reopened. Take him to the infirmary to get some good medicine and heal better. Don't worry. Sun Wanner smiled and nodded, then said to Li Fugui, Little Fugui, let's go. Li Fugui took 2 steps, but then noticed the muddy footprints on the ground and quickly retreated. He gave an awkward laugh and said, Forget it, boss. I'll just go to the medical station. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Su Wei couldn't see his restraint and laughed, scolding, Stop talking nonsense. Just go when I tell you to. Get well soon. We have important things to do. Li Fugui, unable to refuse, reluctantly followed Sun Wanner to the medical room. In just half a minute, it felt like an eternity to him. Everything here appealed to him, yet it also made him uneasy. Because Li Fugui felt that such a happy and beautiful environment was not a place for someone like him to stay, and all of this made him feel uneasy. Sun Wanner opened the door to the medical room with a smile and said, Your brother likes you, so he's willing to help you, you know? My brother? It's Su Wei. Sun Wanner's smile is sweet, like a fairy from a myth. Li Fugui was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head and said, I am not worthy, boss. Boss is too kind to me. Hee. Sun Wanner helped him remove the gauze and said with a smile, Su Wei is usually quite cold, but he is very warm to his friends. However, he is also too suspicious, so he doesn't have many friends. Brother Chong is one, and you can barely be considered half a friend. Li Fugui leaned against the hospital bed, staring blankly at Sun Wanner. Do you know why he brought you back? Sun Wanner smiled and told Li Fugui what Su Wei had said to her that night. He said you're like him, but not very lucky, so he hopes to bring you good luck as a way of comforting you, a fellow sufferer. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Sun Wanner carefully tended to the wound. After a long silence from Li Fugui, she looked up and saw that Li Fugui's face was covered in tears. Sun Wanner was stunned for a moment, then quickly teased, Why are you crying? What a wimp you are. Li Fugui sniffed and then stuck out his neck. Damn it, I didn't cry. I'm just cold. Say another word to me. Sun Wanner slapped her wound with a fierce expression. No wonder Su Wei has been swearing all the time these past few days. It turns out it's all because of you bastards who corrupted him. Hiss. Li Fugui grinned and said awkwardly, Sister-in-law, I was wrong. It was Chu Sheng. He swears all the time and corrupted me. He's the one who taught me all this. In front of the big boss, Li Fugui betrayed Chu Sheng without hesitation. Go back and tell Chu Sheng to speak more politely in the future. Sun Wanner said fiercely as she finished bandaging the wound. Otherwise, I won't let him off the hook. Yes, sister-in-law, don't worry, I will definitely deliver it. Li Fugui nodded hurriedly in agreement. That's more like it. Sun Wanner took off her rubber gloves and said, All right, don't get it wet or sweaty for the next few days. You'll be fine in about 10 more days. Thank you, sister-in-law. Li Fugui stood up somewhat shyly and bowed to Sun Wanner. Sun Wanner waved her little hand, unable to suppress a laugh, and said, Hee, you little rascal. Stop with this nonsense. Go on. Seeing that Sun Wanner still needed to clean the medical room, Li Fugui said apologetically, How about I help you clean up? Sun Wanner feigned anger and laughed. You know how to do these things. Come on, let's go. No need to be polite since it's our own home. My family. A warm feeling seemed to rise in Li Fugui's heart. He turned around, his eyes reddened, and then he strode up to the first floor. What do you think of this kid? As soon as Li Fugui reached the corner of the stairs, he overheard Su Wei and Lin Shan's conversation. Lin Shan didn't seem to care much and said, "Not bad. At least she has a good character, but she's a bit too lively. I prefer someone quieter. Are you picking a son for me?" Su Wei glared at her, annoyed. "I wanted to ask you if you'd be willing to take care of this kid." "Me mentor him?" Lin Shan paused for a moment, then laughed. "Isn't he my supervisor now? How else do you want me to mentor him?" Su Wei's face darkened. She said, "You eat my food, use my things, and even take my baths. Can't we talk properly?" "Pooh." Lin Shan blushed for a moment, then said, "What's your relationship with that kid? Why are you so concerned about him? This isn't like you. So what kind of personality do I have? Selfish, lazy, greedy, ruthless, heartless, foul-mouthed, and even more despicable." Lin Shan finished in one breath, then added, "Oh, and you're also incredibly stingy. I'm fucking. You have no manners at all." "All right." Su Wei looked at Lin Shan speechlessly. He realized that this woman had changed, becoming more and more shameless and utterly shameless. Hee. Lin Shan leaned back on the sofa, looking refreshed, and crossed her legs, saying, "I know you want to mentor him, but I still want to remind you that the reason why jade can be mined into emerald is because it is emerald itself, just covered by an outer layer. Do you understand?" Su Wei's expression was somewhat cold as he said, "Heh, the Lin family is a century-old family, so naturally they look down on insignificant people like us. You don't need to be sarcastic." Lin Shan glanced at him and said, "My Lin family is a century-old family with hundreds of years of heritage, which is naturally incomparable to ordinary people. But what I want to tell you is that the Lin family also started from humble beginnings, and it took several generations to reach its current scale. If you also want to follow this path, then you must carefully select the people around you. First and foremost, ability is the most important factor, and only then should you consider loyalty." Su Wei remained silent. Lin Shan looked at him and said seriously, "I admit that the kid has good character, but there are many people with good character, such as Brother Chang and Chu Sheng. Since you want to cultivate him, you have to find the right approach. Unfortunately, I am not his solution. Even if I help him improve, it may not necessarily lead to good results." Chapter 145, Ready. Su Wei nodded somewhat coldly. "I understand. You don't understand a damn thing," Lin Shan said with some anger. "You think you're so kind as to plan other people's lives, but have you asked if they're willing?" Su Wei paused for a moment and didn't say anything. Lin Shan continued, "He grew up in that kind of environment, and the years of experience have shaped him. To put it bluntly, even if you dress an ordinary person in a dragon robe, he's still not a real dragon, understand?" Su Wei asked, unconvinced, "What about Zhu Yuanzhang? You're just arguing for the sake of arguing." Lin Shan got up and left angrily. Bang! The door was bumped shut, and Li Fugui slowly walked out. Su Wei smiled at him and asked, "All done?" Li Fugui grinned and said, "All right. Then get lost and go back to recover." Su Wei took out some protein powder and nutritional supplements from her spatial storage and tossed them to him, saying, "The big battle is in the next few days. Don't let me down." Li Fugui nodded seriously. "Yes, I definitely won't. Thank you so much, boss. I'm sorry for troubling you. I'll be going now." "Damn, you have a fever?" Su Wei looked at Li Fugui, puzzled, and said, "Why have you suddenly become so polite?" Li Fugui grinned and said, "No, I'm leaving now, big brother." Li Fugui walked out of the warm and cozy villa. He stood in front of the door, feeling the stinging pain from the biting wind, his eyes gradually hardening. As Li Fugui passed by the entrance of 103, he was surprised to see Lin Shan standing there. He exclaimed, "Sister Lin, what are you doing here? It's so cold, huh?" Lin Shan looked at him calmly and asked, "Did you hear what I just said?" "Huh?" Li Fugui's eyes were a little dazed. Then he shook his head and said, "What are you talking about? You left as soon as I came up. Where am I supposed to listen to you?" Lin Shan ignored his lies and said calmly, "I said those words to you. If you want to be able to truly help him in the future, then start now." 3 days passed uneventfully. Li Rue led his men back to the villa area, took out his walkie-talkie, and said, "Boss, the plates are ready. Now we're just waiting for you to serve the food." "Good." Su Wei hung up the walkie-talkie and then drove out of the residential area. "This is it." Su Wei glanced at the surrounding terrain and said to Li Rue, "This place isn't really suitable for an ambush. The north is open ground. If they break through, can we stop them?" Li Rue, driving the car, laughed and said, "Boss, even though it's supposed to be an ambush, we still have to make it look convincing, right? If you set up a place that's perfect in every way, the enemy will immediately see through the trick." 2. Su Wei nodded, then pointed to the north and laughed. "So, that open area isn't a place of escape, but a place of death, right? Li Rue paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "That's right. Our batch of equipment included 20 landmines and 3 boxes of grenades. I moved them all in. If they dare to break through, they'll have a slim chance of survival. But how can you be sure that they will all come out in full force?" Su Wei looked calmly to the north and said, "What if they only send 1,000 people? Then the 200 people who went to the southwest base will become easy prey for them." "This," Li Rue said, somewhat unconvinced. "As long as the bait is big enough, they will definitely take the bait." He was the one who originally came up with this plan, so he felt somewhat uncomfortable when Su Wei raised questions. Ignoring his emotions, Su Wei said seriously, "Having bait alone is not enough. We also need to create enough urgency for them, to make them feel the crisis." "Crisis? What do you mean?" Su Wei smiled and shook her head. "Hee, heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." Li Rue is very smart and extremely confident. But his confidence was different from Lin Shan's. The former was blind, which could be called confidence to put it nicely, but was arrogance to put it bluntly. Lin Shan's confidence stems from her ability. She can always plan everything perfectly, and she will never take action unless she is 100% certain. 2 days later, a reply arrived from the southwest base. Su Wei handed the letter to Lin Shan and said with a smile, "It seems they are indeed in a hurry. They are afraid that the information about Huang Tianming and his people will be exposed, and they are also afraid that we will turn against them." After carefully reading the letter, Lin Shan said, "I have already sent out the message. The people at the Northwest and Chaoyang Air Defense bases should send people to investigate in the next few days. As long as they confirm that the supplies exist, they will definitely take action." Su Wei smiled with interest. "So confident?" "It's not confidence, but that's just how things are." Lin Shan shook her head and said seriously, "The Chaoyang base is located in a remote mountainous area. Their facilities are dilapidated, and their strength is far inferior to the southwest and northwest bases. They are probably already struggling to make ends meet, so they will definitely do everything they can to get this batch of supplies." "What about the northwest base?" Su Wei asked, puzzled. "Although the northwest can't compare to the southwest, I've heard there are still quite a few people there, and they have the most weapons. What if?" Lin Shan shook her head and said half-jokingly, "Although the northwest base has a lot of weapons, it only has 1,500 troops stationed there. Do you think those high-ranking officials would distribute guns to those laborers? If they really care about the people that much, then I'll accept it. So once these 2 companies join in, they will definitely do everything in their power to seize that batch of supplies." Lin Shan continued her analysis. "While the southwest base is strong, it is located between the northwest and Chaoyang bases. Do you understand what that means?" Su Wei nodded and pondered. "In this way, the 3-way balance of power will be broken. The southwest base is the strongest and will naturally be the first to be eliminated, because as long as the southwest base is destroyed, the Chaoyang and northwest bases can take advantage of the situation to rise." "That's the idea," Lin Shan nodded with a smile. "But these people are all shrewd. They won't agree easily without sufficient benefits." Su Wei looked at Lin Shan with suspicion and asked, "How did you persuade these 2 bases?" The Lin family held a dominant position in Yuntai for nearly a century. Even though they have fallen on hard times, their foundation is still unmatched by ordinary people. "Take a guess," Lin Shan said with a calm smile. Su Wei was speechless. "Am I a child? You want me to guess?" Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and said disdainfully, "Is it that hard to guess? First, appeal to their emotions, then entice them with benefits. With the prestige of my Lin family, this matter is not difficult to handle. Isn't there something even more important?" Su Wei glanced at Lin Shan indifferently and said in a low voice, "These 3 forces have never taken me seriously. In their eyes, as long as the southwest base is destroyed, I will be fish on the chopping board." Chapter 146. 3 parties compete for supremacy at Yuntai. At any time, ability is the only measure of a person's worth. Lin Shan's eyes held a hint of appreciation as she said earnestly, "But until the very last moment, no one knows who will be the butcher and who will be the fish." "So much confidence in me," Su Wei teased. Lin Shan ignored him and continued, "So it's not necessarily a bad thing that they look down on you right now." Yuntai City, located in the Chaoyang base, right in the heart of Taijun Mountain. Wang Jun, the base's supreme commander, frowned and hung up the satellite phone. Beside him, a young major asked in a low voice, "Father, can we trust what the Lin family said? They used to have close ties with the southwest base. We must be careful about this." Wang Jun glanced at his son and said with some worry, "Xiao Fei, you are very capable, and as your father I am proud of you. But as a superior officer, you have a fatal flaw. You are too soft-hearted." Wang Fei lowered his head and let his father scold him. Wang Jun looked up at the falling snowflakes and suddenly asked, "Do you think this disaster will end?" "Probably. Even the greatest natural disasters eventually come to an end. The earth can't really be destroyed, can it? What happens after the disaster is over?" "What?" Wang Fei looked at his father somewhat slowly. Wang Jun sighed and said, "After the disaster comes reconstruction, but how can we rebuild? Now the central system of the capital is paralyzed, and government orders can only be limited to the capital. We, the soldiers stationed outside, are being disliked by both sides." "What is this?" Wang Fei's heart suddenly skipped a few beats. Wang Jun said calmly, "The disaster will end one day, but the damage it caused cannot be made up for. At that time, all regions will be engaged in intense and enthusiastic construction. When that time really comes, what will we do?" Wang Jun didn't care whether his son understood or not, and just muttered to himself, "Is it to continue to follow the policies of the Grand Secretary of the capital and let those high-ranking officials manipulate things as they please?" "Do you mean to?" Wang Fei looked at his father in shock. "No, I didn't think about anything." Wang Jun smiled calmly and said, "But I can't stop others from thinking about it. Since ancient times, the era of great contention has been the era of the rise of heroes." Although Wang Fei was somewhat timid, he was not stupid. He asked, "You mean the Shen family?" Shen Qianshan's desire to establish himself as king is now crystal clear. Wang Jun sighed helplessly. Yesterday, the military intelligence department sent word that the Southwest base is frequently using satellite phones to contact those people in the north. Guess what they're talking about? Shangjing was located in the center of Beifu, and the military strength of the north was many times stronger than that of the south. After Shen Qianshan took over the Southwest base, he frequently arrested civilians to expand his power and capital. Isn't his intention to make a move at this time obvious? How dare he? Wang Fei said in disbelief. The big shots in Kyoto won't let him go, and with the men he has, taking over Kyoto is just wishful thinking. Whether it's a dream or not is none of our business. Wang Jun waved his hand and said seriously, "But we have to take action now. We either submit to Shen Qianshan and the Wang family becomes the Shun family's strongest backing, or we cooperate with the Lin family and then go all out to fight the Southwest base to decide the fate of the world." "But the Shun family's army numbers in the tens of millions." "That's what I wanted to ask." Wang Jun suddenly turned around, looked at his son seriously, and said, "If you're content to be an ordinary person with no worries about food and drink, then this is simple. At worst, we can just submit to Shen Qianshan. But if you want to take a gamble, then you have to go all in and wipe out the Southwest base in one fell swoop." "Can we defeat the Shen family?" Wang Fei asked with some worry. Wang Jun, who was able to become a leader in a region, was certainly not lacking in courage and boldness. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "We'll only know after we fight." At the same time, Yuntai City, Nanshan District, Qingya Town, Northwest Air Defense Base. "You mean, the Wang family of Datian Mountain is also going to make a move?" In the conference room inside the air raid shelter, a plump middle-aged man sat at the head of the table. He was Guan Haijun, the top person in charge of the Northwest base. He chuckled at his tall, slender secretary standing beside him. "Is this some kind of epic battle like the three heroes against Lu Bu?" The secretary understood immediately, blushed for a moment, and said, "After the South China logistics incident, many high-ranking officials in Kyoto were quite dissatisfied with the Lin family, and even cut off the Lin family's political voice. If the apocalypse hadn't come so quickly, the Lin family would probably be completely finished. That batch of supplies." Mentioning the Lin family, Guan Haijun immediately grasped the key point and frowned, saying, "Someone must have foreseen the impending disaster and moved those supplies in advance. The Lin family was in the midst of it, so it's impossible that they weren't involved." The secretary nodded in agreement, saying, "Although we don't know what methods the Lin family used to empty the South China logistics overnight, this also proves that the person who did this must be some extremely important figure. Then we really should join in the fun." Guan Haijun pulled his secretary close, placed her on his lap and rubbed her, and laughed. "No matter what role the Lin family played in this matter, one thing is certain. They are really going to war with the Southwest base. Although we have sufficient military equipment, our manpower is somewhat insufficient. If we don't fight now, we will be attacked later." "That's what I mean." Despite his physical reaction, the secretary said earnestly, "Sir, China has once again fallen into an era of warlordism. The Southwest base has wolfish ambitions. If we allow them to continue expanding their power, we will only be swallowed up in the future." Guan Haijun tightened his grip even further and nodded, saying, "That's right. So no matter what, we, the Northwest base, must lend a hand." Southwest Base. Commander-in-Chief Shin Qianshan lay in a quiet hospital room, with an IV drip in his hand, looking extremely weak. A short while later, the door opened. Shin Qianshan's youngest son, Shen Yin, came in, holding a set of documents he had just prepared. He said softly, "Father, the General Staff's War Department report is out. Would you like to take a look?" 65-year-old Shin Qianshan slowly opened his eyes. His wrinkled face showed signs of illness. He waved his hand, signaling Shen Yin to bring over the war manual. Shen Yin stepped forward and helped his father sit up. The latter looked at the documents carefully and remained silent for a long time. Shin Qianshan asked, "Where are those supplies in the North District?" "Yes, the information from my people is accurate," Shen Yin replied firmly. Shin Qianshan put down the documents, looked at his favorite youngest son, and said, "I know you deliberately suppressed this matter to compete for power with the eldest and second eldest sons, but this matter is of utmost importance. If there is even the slightest deviation, our entire plan will collapse." Chapter 147. Re-exploring the Southwest Base. There are no fathers or sons in the face of power, let alone brothers. Shen Yin stood silently to the side without saying a word, and his silence spoke volumes about his attitude. Shin Qianshan sighed softly and said, "I don't have many years left to work well, but this family business didn't come easily. Although the disaster was cruel, it did give our family a tremendous opportunity. Yuntai is the central city in the south. If you can establish yourself here, you will have a place on the stage of the world in the future. Do you understand?" "Understood." Shen Yin nodded. Shin Qianshan closed his eyes slightly and murmured, "The eldest brother is a taciturn fellow, and the second brother is a martial artist who only knows how to fight. Our family will depend on you to keep going from now on." Shen Yin's expression was somewhat moved, and he said softly, "Father, I suppressed this matter not only for the sake of my eldest and second brothers. You also know, there are many voices in the base now, and some people are already inclined to lean towards Kyoto. They have been dogs all their lives, and even now, they still haven't gotten rid of their servility. But I don't want to be a slave anymore." Shen Yan's tone was calm, yet resolute. Are kings and generals born with a special destiny? These days, the people in the capital have already started secretly competing with each other. Rather than being used as pawns by others, why can't we be the ones wielding the guns ourselves? On the hospital bed, the weak and powerless Shin Qianshan quietly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. "Go ahead and do it. From now on, you are in full charge of this matter and you don't need to report to me anymore." Shin Qianshan's tone gradually became stronger as he said, "Also, you need to be careful with the Lin family. They have been mistreated a lot here before, so you must improve the relationship. It's a pity that Lin Shan is unwilling to become my Shun family's daughter-in-law. Otherwise, the Shin family's path to the top of Yuntai would be much easier." When Lin Shan was mentioned, a cold glint suddenly flashed in Shen Yan's originally indifferent eyes. He suppressed his emotions and said seriously, "Father, don't worry, I will handle it carefully." "Okay." Shin Qianshan, like an old dog nursing its puppies, added with concern, "Remember, you must keep control of the supplies in the Lin family's hands. Even if we can't use them, we can't let them fall into other people's hands." "Yes." 3 days later, on the morning, inside the villa, Su Wei put on her protective suit. "I'm leaving now. You stay home and don't argue with that old woman Lin Shan. It's only been a few days, and I've already found that you've been corrupted by her." Sun Wanner rolled her eyes at him, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and said, "Be careful on this trip. If things get really bad, just run back. I'll wander the world with you." "Still wandering the world?" Su Wei suddenly laughed and teased. "Are you acting out a scene from Princess Pearl with me? Stop talking nonsense. You have to come back alive, you hear me?" Sun Wanner's eyes were slightly red as she gritted her teeth and said, "If you die out there, I'll find a man to come back tomorrow, and he can live in your house, use your room, and sleep with your woman. Damn it, you're a real dog." After leaving the house, Su Wei took out a snowmobile from the ancient space and drove Zhuang Chang straight to the Southwest Base. Zhuang Chang glanced around and said, "Just the two of us? Aren't we waiting for them?" Su Wei gripped the steering wheel, calmly looking ahead, and said, 200 people are too big a target. I'll have Fu Gui break them up into smaller groups and send them to the Southwest Base separately." "Yes, you've thought this through very well." Zhuang Chang smiled. Seeing his calm expression, Su Wei smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Zhuang Chang was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Even you dare to risk your life. What the hell am I afraid of? I've already lived long enough to be alive. If I don't make a scene, wouldn't I have lived in vain?" We arrived at the foot of the mountain with ease. Su drove the car to a secluded mountain valley, where the two of them lay comfortably in the car and began to wait. Perhaps because the atmosphere was too quiet, Zhuang Chang said with some worry. Do you think those people will take the bait? What if we don't catch the rabbit and end up getting kicked out of the nest? Won't. Su Wei waved her hand, lay back in her chair, and looked at the snow-capped mountains outside. It seems that we caused this, but they never took us seriously from the beginning. Their target is the Lin family. Hasn't the Lin family already lost? Zhuang Chang asked, puzzled. That's just on the surface, Su Wei said in a low voice. The Lin family may seem to be in decline, but they still have decades of foundation. Otherwise, how could Lin Shan have made such smooth contact with the Wang and Guan families? Why did the Wang and Guan families still give Lin Shan face when they knew the Lin family was bankrupt? Upon hearing this, Su Wei suddenly laughed and said, that's because everyone thinks that the batch of supplies worth hundreds of billions was stolen by the Lin family. Oh, Zhuang Chang wanted to laugh, but he was also a little embarrassed. As the old saying goes, when mud falls into your crotch, it's still shit whether you have poop or not. This is the current situation of the Lin family. But thanks to this, Lin Shan and Lin Xiaofeng were able to live peacefully after being arrested by the Shin family, at least without worrying about their safety. Lin Shan will always have value until this batch of supplies is revealed, Zhuang Chang said with some emotion. So, the Lin family is even more powerful than we imagined. Of course, even a centipede with 100 legs doesn't fall down when it's dead, let alone the Lin family. Su Wei never doubted Lin Shan's abilities. He smiled as he looked at the building faintly visible in the snow in the distance. Although the Lin family has lost its political voice, how many talents have they cultivated and how many connections have they built up over the years? The Lin family shadow is even present in the connections between many factions. These cannot be eliminated overnight. The two talked for about half an hour. Suddenly there was movement in the distance. Zhuang Chang picked up his binoculars and looked over. He hurriedly said, Su Wei, the people from the southwest base have come out, and there are quite a few of them. Su Wei also picked up the binoculars and muttered, it looks like there are at least 1,000 people. Then what should we do? Zhuang Chang's expression changed, and he said, the southwest base has more than 3,000 troops stationed there. Even if there are only 2,000 left, they are not something that our 200 men can contend with. Su Wei remained calm and smiled, saying, don't worry, the rest will be out in a little while. Zhuang Chang was a little nervous and said irritably, you still have the mind to joke around? How did you know they would come out? Are you some kind of fortune teller? Su Wei laughed and said, I'm way more awesome than a fortune teller. Zhuang Chang said speechlessly, stop bragging. Those people have already gone down the mountain. Tell me what to do now. Don't rush. After waiting for another half hour, another commotion came from the base. Su Wei, holding up the binoculars, chuckled. Look, it's out here, isn't it? Zhuang Chang saw it too, and then looked bewildered and said, there are about 2,000 people. This is practically an all-out effort. How did you manage that? Chapter 148. Hey Qin Lao He. I'm not some real fairy, Su Wei said with a laugh. This is all thanks to Sister Lin. She contacted people at the Northwest and Chaiyang bases. Today, she's going to give the Shun family a three-way interrogation. Zhuang Chang said with some surprise, Lin Shan is amazing. Is there anyone in Yuntai City that she doesn't know? What do you think the Lin family has relied on to survive for 100 years? Su Wei sighed. If we hadn't saved Lin Shan by some twist of fate, we would probably have been wiped out by now. So, does that mean they made the right decision by arresting me? Haha, that's why I say you're my lucky charm. The two got out of the car and followed the path formed by the snow and ice, going around the back of the mountain to reach the base. At this moment, all the soldiers in the base have been mobilized, and there are at most 500 or 600 guards left inside. Even so, it was still a considerable test for Su Wei and his men. 200 ragtag troops against 500 regular troops had almost no chance of winning. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the 200 people, who had been scattered, gradually made their way up from the back of the mountain. Su Wei crouched down, pressed against the snowdrift, and whispered, there are 4 guards at the main gate, Chang. Find 2 of them, and we'll take them out. Remember to try not to get caught. Okay. Zhuang Chang nodded and said into the walkie-talkie, Wang Di, Guan Hui, you two come with us. Yes, instructor. These people were all Zhuang Chang's team members. Although they hadn't developed a deep friendship after a month of working together, their relationships had become much stronger. 2 strong young men quietly climbed over, wearing protective suits and carrying submachine guns. Su Wei nodded in satisfaction and said, note that I will make the first move once we get close. Try not to fire if possible. In terms of combat strength, we are no match for them. Everyone nodded. Without further hesitation, Su Wei crouched down and darted out of the ravine. His steps weren't particularly agile, but with the confidence of a superhuman, Su Wei didn't hesitate at all and quickly came within 10 meters. Who goes there? The guards quickly spotted him. But the next second, before the 4 guards could make a move, a truck suddenly appeared in the air and crashed down on them. Bang! 2 guards were crushed to death on the spot. Although the remaining 2 dodged the truck, Su Wei closed in, instantly unleashing his full mental power, making everything in front of him seem to slow down. At this moment, the 2 guards in front of Su Wei seemed to be frozen in place, their movement speed almost negligible. He pulled out a dagger and darted towards the guard. Sizzle! With a clean and swift strike, one of the soldiers fell to the ground, dying without ever understanding how Su Wei had managed to do it. You're the only one left. Su Wei dodged and pressed the dagger against the guard's neck. The guard was startled for a moment, then asked tremblingly, You're a superhuman? Su Wei smiled at him and said, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, open the door and let us in, and you'll live. 2, I'll kill you and force my way in. Over there, Zhuang Chang saw that Su Wei had subdued the guards and his face lit up with joy. He said, Boss, we've got them. Brothers, let's charge. The sound of light footsteps echoed all around as more than 200 people gathered together in unison and rushed out from behind the mountain. The guard saw them then. He had been hesitant, but he resigned himself to his fate and said softly, I can open the door for you as long as you don't kill me. Su Wei didn't speak, but forced the guard to come to the door. The guard glanced behind him, sighed, entered a string of numbers into the combination lock on the door, took a key from his waist, and inserted it into the door of the air raid shelter. Creak. The gate slowly opened, and Su Wei smiled as she said to the guard, I'll keep my promise and not kill you. But do you know what to do? Clear. The guard nodded with a wry smile, then slammed his head against the wall. Thud. The guard slowly collapsed, unconscious, and wouldn't wake up for a while. Zhuang Chang also rushed over and laughed. Awesome. You took down 4 people in 1 move. Su Wei shook his somewhat confused head and laughed. I'm taking action for a price. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Go in from here, go to the 3rd floor first, and release the laborers inside. Good. Zhuang Chang waved his hand behind him, and more than 200 people filed in through the cave entrance. Su Wei walked at the front, wearing 2 bulletproof vests, carrying a submachine gun, and with several grenades hanging from her waist. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as everyone entered the tunnel, the base's alarm went off. Zhuang Chang's expression changed. Damn it. We've been discovered. Su Wei also became anxious and said coldly, Ignore it. Hurry up and move forward. If you encounter it, kill it without hesitation. No longer panicked. Everyone cocked their guns and rushed inside. Tada! They encountered several guards on the road, but before they could call the police, they were killed by the security team. Who goes there? Trespassing on a national base is a capital offense. A burly figure rushed out from around the corner. He was shirtless, carrying a rifle, and his voice was firm and powerful. Su Wei looked at the newcomer and suddenly smiled. Hey, Qin Laohe. It's you. Qin Laohe also saw Su Wei. His face froze for a moment. Then he said coldly, I was still thinking about where to get revenge, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my door. Bang. Without hesitation, Qin Laohe raised his gun and fired at Su Weilu. With his mental energy fully activated, Su Wei dodged 2 bullets and cursed somewhat awkwardly. Damn it. You really have no manners. You little thief, if you hadn't caused such a ruckus at the base last time, would I have been punished by my superiors? Why would I be polite to you? I'd rather kill you right now. Qin Laohe gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely at Su Wei. Last time, Su Wei and Yu Sui bravely stormed the base, and Li Fugue and the Lin siblings escaped right under his nose. Such a disgusting and shameful thing naturally requires someone to take the blame. Those high-ranking figures naturally wouldn't get into trouble, so someone like him, with no background or connections, became the prime scapegoat. After that incident, Qin Laohe was demoted to a minor, and the instigator was Su Wei. Seeing each other again now is like enemies meeting again, their eyes blazing with hatred. That Su had failed to dodge the bullet. Qin Laohe realized that Su must be a powerful superhuman. However, he did not back down. Instead, he suddenly pulled out a grenade and threw it at them. Zhuang Chang was the first to react, yelling in alarm, Damn it! Get out of the way. In a narrow passageway, the power of a grenade explosion is more than 10 times that of normal. Once it is thrown into a crowd, everyone within the blast radius will be wiped out. But Su Wei did not retreat or dodge. Instead, she kept her eyes fixed on the grenade that was being thrown at her. Chapter 149. You have to swallow it even if you can't. Call out. A grenade billowing smoke streaked through the air, but before it could explode, it vanished from its spot in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Qin Laohe and the people he brought with him were stunned. A superhuman. Someone cried out in alarm. He's the one who caused those cars last time. He's here for revenge. Qin Laohe's face was extremely ugly, and he couldn't help but curse. You fucking keep your voice down. I know. Qin Laohe, we mean no harm. Su Wei raised his gun and stepped forward, shouting. On the contrary, I'm here to rescue you. Screw you. Faced with the superhuman Su Wei, Qin Laohe dared not act rashly. He gritted his teeth and cursed. If it weren't for you bunch of bastards killing people and escaping from prison, would I be in such a miserable state? Su Wei shouted. They captured my friend. Shouldn't I have come? And what about those people in the 3-story air raid shelter? Are they just meant to be enslaved? Stop talking nonsense. With me here today, nobody's leaving, Qin Laohe said, holding his rifle and looking at them with a resolute expression. Damn it. Stop wasting your breath on him. Just kill him. Li Fuguwei, with bandages wrapped around his waist, looked like a soldier who wouldn't leave the front lines even with minor injuries. Qin Laohe, if you've got the guts, come on up here. Let's have a go. Qin Laohe turned his gun around and cursed. You little brat, you've become quite the devil after just a few days? Come on, let's see just how awesome you are. Etc. Su did not interrupt. Li Fuguwei grew anxious and said, Brother, he's stalling for time. If we wait any longer, all the guards will be here, and we'll be surrounded. I'm waiting for them. Su Wei chuckled softly. What? Looking at the somewhat astonished Li Fuguwei, Su Wei laughed and said, Heh, so he's the only one with grenades? Damn, I've been itching for grenades for ages. This time, I'll show them what a real superhuman is. After saying that, Su Wei said loudly, Qin Laohe, I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender. I promise I won't kill you, otherwise, you'll die along with those guards. Damn, are you kidding me? Surrender, and you won't be killed? You think you're a cop? The situation remains deadlocked. Over there, at the corner leading to the 3rd floor, a series of footsteps approached rapidly. Zhuang Chang's expression changed. Oh no, they've assembled. Keep an eye on this spot. I'll be right back. Su Wei quickly reached the corner, and with a thought, several grenades appeared out of thin air. Boom. The pull ring fell off with a thud, and the smoke-belching grenade, as if it had grown wings, landed with a whoosh in the 2nd floor passageway. Bang. The huge explosion echoed through the tunnel, and many people's eardrums were sore from the shock. Su Wei was no exception. He rubbed his ears and cursed. Damn it. I should have prepared a few pairs of earplugs. There was a moment of silence in the passageway, then footsteps sounded again. Then a furious roar came from above. Order from above. Annihilate all these criminals. Whoever kills the bandit leader will be promoted 3 ranks. To hell with my superiors. The person who can kill me hasn't even been born yet. Su Wei cursed and replied, then tossed a few more grenades at him. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions echoed one after another. In the dim environment, only flashes of fire could be seen, followed by countless screams and roars. My leg. Help. My arm. Countless cries of agony echoed through the tunnel. Qin Laohe and his group, who had been so confident, suddenly changed their expressions. We are now at the entrance on the 3rd floor. There are only about 30 guards here, and the rest are the miners. The miners naturally wouldn't help, but the 2nd floor was sealed off by Su Wei's grenades, which meant that their chances of survival were slim. On the 2nd floor, in a brightly lit office, Shen Qianshan's eldest son, Shen Tong, was sitting in his office chair, holding a satellite phone in his hand, his face extremely cold. Hello? This is Shen Tong, the brigade commander of the 169th Brigade. Let your regimental commander, Lai Qingfeng, answer the phone. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, the sounds of gunfire and artillery were incessant. A guard, gripping the walkie-talkie, reported, Commander, our regiment has reached the designated location and is engaged in fierce fighting with the enemy. The 3rd Battalion is surrounded by the enemy, and the regimental commander is leading the charge. He has already led the assault team into the mall. What? Shen Tong jumped up and roared. Where's Shen Yan? Let him answer the phone. A moment later, a detached voice came from the other end of the intercom. I am Shen Yan. Shen Ting couldn't hold back any longer and yelled, 3rd brother, what the hell are you trying to do? Why are people suddenly attacking the base? Who are those people? What's going on outside? As the highest-ranking military officer, how can I not know anything about something this big happening? And where the hell did you take those 3,000 men? Shen Tong was unaware of Shen Yan's conspiracy, But given the current critical situation, even someone as dense as him would understand. Nothing more than Shun Yin wanting to seize power, so he secretly reached some kind of agreement with certain people. But now it seems that no matter what they plotted, Shun Yin has undoubtedly been tricked. The exterior of a building in the North District of Yuntai City. Standing on the high ground, holding a walkie-talkie, the young Shun Yin said with a grim expression, "Big brother, we can't go back." Shinteng immediately became agitated. "What did you say? What do you mean by can't go back?" Shin Yan's face flushed red and then turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a trap. I was tricked by that little bitch Lin Shan. They set up an ambush outside the mall. My battalion of soldiers was trapped inside as soon as we entered." Shinteng roared, "What on earth happened?" Shin Yan's face was ashen as he recounted the whole story. "You know the Lin family's capabilities. That batch of supplies is no small amount. We must get it. What are you going to take it from?" Shinteng cursed like a madman. "You've let them raid your base. I am now ordering you, as the highest military commander of the Southwest base, to bring your troops back immediately." "Big brother." Shen Yin stood on high ground, the biting cold wind stinging his cheeks. But he didn't back down and said coldly, "If we retreat now, all the brothers in my battalion will have died in vain. I can't swallow this insult." "You have to swallow it even if you can't." Shinteng roared in exasperation. "You've already been tricked, and you still don't know how to learn your lesson? What good will it do you even if you get those supplies if the base falls? A base can be rebuilt if it's gone." "Shin Yin, are you even speaking human language?" Shinteng was stunned for a moment, then said with some lingering fear, "Father and I are both in the base right now. Are you going to kill your brother and father?" "Big brother," Shun Yin calmly replied, "I've already found out that Su Wei only has a little over 200 men, and there are at least 700 guards in the base, plus 2 ability users. If you can't even take down these people, what qualifications do you have to be the highest military commander?" Chapter 150. I'm here to save you. In the brigade commander's office at the Southwest base, Shinteng gripped the walkie-talkie and replied blankly, "Shun Yin." Shun Yin interrupted him, saying, "Brother, do you think I went into battle against orders? If it weren't for Father's decree, could I have led these 3,000 men out?" "You guys," Shinteng suddenly sat up straight. Looking at the fierce battle below, Shun Yin said loudly, "In this era of great strife, those who do not fight will die. Right now, the forces from the Northwest and Chaoyang bases are gathering here. This is no longer a matter of supplies. Do you understand?" Shinteng's face turned red, and he roared coldly, "Third brother, are you really going to disobey orders?" Shin Yan's face remained unchanged as he sneered. "I was tricked by Lin Shan, but so what? As long as I can block the forces of the Chaoyang and Northwest bases, even without those supplies, we can still dominate Yuntai." After saying that, Shun Yin hung up the phone. Shinteng sat in the chair, somewhat dazed, holding the phone in silence for a long time. "Sir, the attack on the second layer has been blocked." At that moment, the guard opened the door and rushed in. Shinteng suddenly realized what was happening and immediately said, "Have the guard battalion send more troops. We must open up the passage between the second and third floors and annihilate this enemy force." "Yes." The guard left after receiving the order, while Shinteng walked quickly towards the sanatorium. Bang! The door was forced open, and Shinteng entered with a cold face, saying to the 2 doctors who were on duty, "You 2 go out first." The doctor glanced at Shun Qianshan somewhat awkwardly. Shun Qianshan, lying on the hospital bed, weakly waved his hand. After the doctor left, Shinteng said coldly, "Why doesn't father believe me?" With a hint of helplessness on his aged face, Shun Qianshan said, "You are the eldest brother. If your younger brother is in trouble, you should help him clear the obstacles instead of complaining." Shunting almost laughed out of anger. He made a mess of his own business and got screwed over, and now I have to clean up his mess? You still don't understand this matter. Shun Qianshan shifted his body forcefully, turned to look at his son, and sighed. The Northwest and Chaoyang bases have already made their move. If we don't fight back, those supplies will eventually fall into the hands of these 2 groups. Everyone's talking about billions of dollars worth of supplies, but who the hell has actually seen any? Shinteng said, on the verge of collapse. Just for a batch of things we can't even see, we're risking our entire fortune? Father, is it worth it? Value. Shun Qianshan's cloudy eyes cleared. Regardless of whether or not we have that batch of supplies, we still need to develop. But what's the obstacle? Shinteng gradually calmed down. You mean? The 6 major air defense bases in Yuntai City are now all occupied by local armed forces. Shun Qianshan forced himself to say, the Guan family in the Northwest District, the Wang family in Chaoyang District, the Qin family in Yanfeng District, the Zhao family in Beihai District, the Qin family in Zhejiang District, and our Shun family in the southwest. Which one of them doesn't want to dominate a region? But domination depends on strength. In the first month after the apocalypse, these local armed groups occupied major air defense bases in Yuntai City and seized a large amount of resources. Originally, everyone was at peace, but after the incident in the South China Logistics Zone broke out, everyone's eyes were on the Lin family. Why did Xin Qianshan, a former political ally, insist on detaining the Lin siblings? Xin Qianshan looked at his son and sighed helplessly, saying, "Now both of the two bases closest to the southwest base have been mobilized. Their target is clearly us." "You mean they want to start a war?" Xin Teng said in disbelief. "But the disaster isn't over yet, and starting a war wouldn't benefit anyone. What if someone were willing to provide financial assistance? The Lin family? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't." Xin Qianshan's eyes were burning as he said in a low voice, "Didn't Su Wei break in? And he's a superhuman." Xin Teng suddenly realized and hurriedly said, "So the rumors are true. The Lin family and Su Wei colluded to embezzle that batch of supplies." Xin Qianshan nodded and said softly, "Now it seems so. Su Wei gained superpowers before the apocalypse, and the Lin family used his abilities to move those supplies without anyone noticing. Now, they're about to make their move." Although Shun Teng was mediocre, he understood the key point at this moment and immediately said, "Father, don't worry, I will organize manpower immediately. Even if this Su Wei is a superhuman, he definitely won't be able to escape." "Return." Xin Teng stopped in his tracks, while Shun Qianshan remained calm. "Prepare a company of men to open the secret passage. We are ready to retreat at any time." "Father." Xin Teng wanted to say that it was the most unwise choice to admit defeat before the battle even began, but Xin Qianshan coldly replied, "Plan before you act. Although the enemy only has 200 men, the fact that they dared to come means they must have something to rely on. We must prepare for the worst." "Yes." Xin Teng left somewhat displeased. On the hospital bed, Xin Qianshan lay back down, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. "May God protect us." The entrance is located in a 3-story passageway. Su Wei stood alone at the corner, looking like a formidable fortress. On the other side, Qin Laohe was leading his men to take advantage of the terrain to launch a series of attacks, creating a stalemate with Zhuang Chang and his group. For a time, the two sides fought back and forth. "Brother Chang." Su Wei wiped the sweat from his face and shouted, "Hurry up and take care of these people. I can't hold on any longer." After releasing his mental energy for an extended period, Su Wei also began to feel a sense of inadequacy. He didn't know how much energy he had before, and this time he tested it out. About half an hour was his limit. If he continued, he would be overdrawn. "Fuck it, let's go for it." Zhuang Chang gritted his teeth and roared, "Brothers, abandon cover and charge in." "Tada! Da-da-da." With over 200 people crammed into the passageway, the effectiveness of their firepower was greatly limited. But there was nothing Zhuang Chang could do now, so he could only lead his men to push the passageway forward with all their might. On the other side, Qin Laohe was hit by 2 bursts of bullets as soon as he peeked out. A stray bullet struck his shoulder, and blood mist instantly exploded in all directions. "Withstand." Qin Laohe gritted his teeth and roared, "Our reinforcements are coming soon. Everyone hold them off." But just because he shouts, that doesn't mean others will do the same. From behind the bunker, a voice roared, "Qin Laohe, who the hell do you think you are? Since when did you become the one to command us? Damn it, can't you see the situation?" Old Qin, his face ashen, cursed, "If we don't stop these people, the miners inside will rebel." "So what if they rebel? What does it have to do with us?" someone shouted. "We're all just trying to make a living. Is it really worth risking our lives? There are at least 200 of them on the other side. How are we going to stop them?" After Su Wei single-handedly blocked hundreds of people at the intersection, those inside were already in despair. "They're right. Everyone's just trying to make a living. Is it really worth risking your life?" Chapter 151, We Want Freedom. Zhuang Chang also heard the conversation inside. After a moment of hesitation, he roared, "Brothers inside, we're here to rescue the miners. If you give up resistance, we promise we won't hurt anyone." "Are you kidding me?" Qin Laohe retorted without hesitation. "Brothers, don't listen to him. With so many of them rushing in, if they let those miners escape, do you think the higher-ups will let us off the hook?" "Above." Zhuang Chang sneered and roared, "I'm not afraid to tell you, there are no reinforcements left in the southwest base. If you continue to resist, you'll only be killed." This morning, many people knew about the troops' departure, and then these people barged in. Someone immediately realized what was happening and shouted, "This is a trap. Zhuang Chang sneered and roared. You're not completely stupid. Let me tell you straight, after today, the Southwest base will cease to exist. If you want to be buried with the Shin family, then keep fighting. Fart. Qin Laohe persisted, but his tone was no longer so firm. Brothers, they're just trying to scare you. Charge with me and beat them back. Tada. Qin Laohe fired a burst of shots, but only a few scattered gunshots echoed behind him. Damn it, I'm not fighting anymore. A moment later, a figure emerged from the passageway, brandishing a gun and shouting, Brothers on the other side, stop fighting. I surrender, I surrender. In an instant, the gunfight abruptly stopped. Many people peeked out from behind their bunkers, and Zhuang Chang quickly waved to signal his side to cease fire. Qin Laohe couldn't help but shout angrily, Wang Zhun, you damn coward. The man stepped forward, gun in hand, and yelled back, Qin Laohe, you're a complete idiot. What did the Shun family give you to make you work so hard for them? You think you're something special? Do they think they can just use you for a living? Bang! The grenade exploded in the tunnel. Then Su Wei quickly retreated, shouting as she ran, Brother Chong, disarm them. Let them lead the way to rescue the laborers. As soon as Su Wei stepped back, the soldiers blocking the passage rushed in, and the firelight was lit again. Bang! Before they could even rush over, another grenade fell from the sky. Those soldiers who had surrendered were stunned by this scene, and were extremely grateful for their choice. Thank goodness they surrendered, someone said with lingering fear. With such a powerful superhuman, even if we had more people, it would have been a waste. Tied behind his back and a tattered sock stuffed in his mouth, Qin Laohe let out two unwilling whimpers. Damn it, you still don't accept it? Li Fuguwei slapped him across the face and said to Zhuang Chang, Brother Chang, what's the point of keeping this idiot alive? Just kill him. Let's keep them for now. Zhuang Chang said softly as he walked quickly. There are too many miners. If they mutiny, we'll all be trampled to death. Aren't these people ready-made human shields? Brother Chang, you're so naughty. Li Fuguwei opened his mouth, then laughed and said, I fucking love it. Get lost, stop messing around with me. Zhuang Chang and his men, along with the surrendered soldiers, quickly arrived outside the mine. In the mine shafts where thousands of people lived, the pitch-black miners stared blankly at them, unsure of what to do. Zhuang Chang shouted loudly, Brothers, we're here to rescue you. Come with us. But none of the thousands of people moved. Instead, they stared at them blankly. Grasp. Zhuang Chang cursed under his breath, then shouted, Li Fuguwei, you talk to them. Li Fuguwei pushed his way to the front and shouted to the miners, Brothers, I'm Li Fuguwei. Surely some of you recognize me. Sure enough, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. Fuguwei, didn't you run away? Why are you back? Li Fuguwei shouted, Uncle Kuan, I've come to save you. Save us. Someone hesitated for a moment, then shouted, But where can we go? We're risking our lives here, at least we have something to eat. But if we go out, we'll freeze to death. Li Fuguwei shouted, Brothers, I'm from Cloud City, and these people are all my friends. Our environment is excellent, and we have plenty of supplies. If you go there, I guarantee you'll all have food to eat, and you won't have to risk your lives anymore, or eat those nutritious meals made from cockroaches and ants. Thousands of people remained silent. Li Fuguwei panicked and shouted, Uncle Kuan, they don't believe me, but you don't? When have I, Li Fuguwei, ever lied to anyone? As long as you come with me, I guarantee that every one of you will have food to eat. Fuguwei, is what you said true? Uncle Kuan was somewhat tempted and asked, You guys all have guns, what can we do there? Zhuang Chang noticed their hesitation and stepped forward, shouting, Construction, development. These all require people to accomplish. Let's be frank, there must be many experts among you in various industries. As long as you go, I guarantee the treatment will be absolutely excellent. The apocalypse may have eroded humanity's homes, but it could not take away humanity's survival skills. These people have been enslaved for so long that they have forgotten their former skills and instinctively regard themselves as slaves, not even daring to have the thought of resistance. Now, the appearance of Zhuang Chang and his group is like the first ray of dawn for the world. Suddenly, someone in the crowd sobbed and roared, Yeah, I used to be a certified electrician, but how did I end up like this? I'm a level 8 fitter, I don't want to be a beast. I'm a PhD in engineering from an engineering college, but I've been brought here to be raised like a pig. I don't want to be a pig. I want to get out. Someone shouted, and the crowd instantly became agitated. Yes, we have the skills and strength. Why should we be dogs here? Once we get out, we can still survive with our own hands. I've had enough of those nutritious meals. I'm leaving. Thousands of people instantly became agitated, their emotions running high. They dropped their tools and surged forward in a dark mass. Order! Order! Zhuang Chang was startled and kicked Qin Laohe away, then roared, "All of you shut up. Quiet down. Get out of here one by one." But these people were no longer listening to reason. "Charge. We want freedom." Someone shouted something, and thousands of people rushed over. Zhuang Chang reacted quickly, grabbing Li Fugue and the other man and hiding them in a nearby cave. The crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, carrying the security team along with them to the second floor. At that moment, Su Wei, who was blocking the enemy at the corner, had just taken out a grenade when he was startled by the shouts behind him. He instinctively turned around, completely dumbfounded. What? What the hell? Zhuang Chang, I'll fuck your grandpa. Su Wei roared and dodged into the cave next to him. The next second, everything went black. Chapter 152. To not fight is to die. Countless people rushed out of the passageway, like a locust swarm in mass migration, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Bang! Bang! Immediately afterwards, several gunshots rang out from the corner on the second floor. Then came a furious roar. Damn it! Who let you all out? Get the hell back here. But the gunfire did not stop the miners. Instead, it fueled their fighting spirit. After several miners fell, everyone seemed to be injected with adrenaline, instantly overwhelming the soldiers. I waited for a good 10 minutes. Su Wei then poked her head out of the cave, and after glancing around to make sure no one was there, she walked out with lingering fear. Zhuang Chang and Li Fugue rushed over from behind and hurriedly called out, Su Wei, are you all right? Su Wei wiped away a cold sweat and cursed angrily. What the hell are you guys doing? I almost got trampled to death by them. We couldn't handle them, Zhuang Chang said, equally shaken. These people are terrifying. They're like madmen. So what do we do now? Su Wei looked at the two of them speechlessly and said, if these people can't break out, we'll be trapped inside. North of Yuntai City, in front of a large building covered in ice and snow, Yu Suawei, holding up his binoculars, looked down from the upper floor and said calmly, about 300 men. This isn't their main force. What should we do? Chu Sheng frowned and said, this won't do. Eliminating these 300 people is no problem, but what happens after we're eliminated? If we're all exposed, the enemy definitely won't fall for it again. Yes. Yu Suawei glanced at Li Rue without leaving a trace and said calmly, President Su has already started. If we can't hold these people back, not only will the plan fail, but President Su will probably also. The original plan was to wait until the people at the southwest base started moving supplies, and then Li Rue and his group would take the opportunity to launch an ambush from all sides. Although they were outnumbered, they had the advantage of timing and location, so it wouldn't be a problem to hold them off and buy time for Su Wei. But now the situation has changed. The people at the southwest base seem to have seen through the trap. After several rounds of reconnaissance confirmed the existence of the supplies, the other side only sent a battalion of troops. Li Rue's face was extremely grim. He said softly, we can't move. If we do, we'll definitely be attacked from both sides. That's right, we only have 300 men. The other side has already seen through our weakness. If they launch a full encirclement, we have no chance of winning. A captain next to him chimed in. Let's hope everything goes smoothly for President Su. These men will definitely have to go back to reinforce us then. Bullshit. Chu Sheng was displeased and cursed. If we don't take action, we'll be setting Su and the others up. If they get surrounded, will they even survive? Then what do you suggest we do? Li Rue asked calmly. Chu Sheng replied without hesitation. Fight. We'll hold these guys off even if it kills us. What is the meaning? What? They've already seen through it. Even if we leave these 300 men behind, it won't make much difference. Li Rue crossed his arms and looked into the distance. They still have over 2,000 men on the outskirts. Whether they come back to reinforce us or surround us, they'll have no problem handling it. Chu Xingyu choked for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, that won't do. President Su has been good to us. How can we stab him in the back? Master, what do you say? Yu Suawei didn't speak, but looked at Li Rue with a serious expression. His attitude is very clear. He fully supports Su Wei. The captain, who used to be a resident of Cloud City, didn't say anything at the moment. He just pointed to the ground and said with a smile, there are tons of supplies and food on the first basement level. How about we share them? Screw you. Chu Sheng grew anxious and angrily retorted, didn't you ever think about what would happen to you if President Su came back? Upon hearing this, the captain, who had been smiling, immediately changed his expression. His eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Then he laughed and said, just kidding. Why are you taking it so seriously? If you say we should fight, then let's fight. But Li Rue, what about you? Are you going to fight or not? Before Li Rue could speak, Chu Sheng suddenly drew his pistol and fired a shot at the soldiers below. Bang! A sudden gunshot shattered everyone's plans. First floor of the building. The soldiers of the newly arrived battalion were startled by the gunshot. Whoosh! Everyone loaded their guns, and the battalion commander immediately gave the order. Oh no, an ambush! Everyone on alert, retreat. They're leaving. Li Rui glared at Chu Sheng and said coldly, Brother Sheng, I'm the commander-in-chief this time. What do you mean by firing without orders? Now the enemy is alarmed. What are we going to do? Do what you have to do. Chu Sheng naturally couldn't argue with him, so he took out his walkie-talkie and said, Everyone, listen up. Hurry up and leave these 3 men here. Da-da-da. Hundreds of people suddenly appeared from behind the previously empty buildings. They were fully armed and opened fire as soon as they appeared without any hesitation. Li Rui glanced at Chu Sheng and then shouted into the intercom, Ma Zi, full firepower to suppress them. Don't let them escape. Chu Sheng had already given the order, and Li Rui had no choice but to comply, otherwise they would lose even faster if internal strife broke out. Across from the building, at a high vantage point, Xin Yan, holding the binoculars, frowned and said, As expected, there was an ambush. That means the Chaoyang and Northwest bases are probably going to make a move. Beside him, the adjutant frowned and said, Commander, we've been tricked by Lin Shan. Huh. Xin Yan raised his thick eyebrows and said coldly, Who's lying to whom is still uncertain. Does she think these tricks can fool me? If it weren't for those 2 families intervening, I really wouldn't dare to come. You knew they would come all along? The adjutant asked, somewhat surprised. Xin Yan held up his binoculars and said calmly, 3 days ago, the base's satellite station detected an unfamiliar signal. The location was Cloud City in the city center. The adjutant suddenly realized and said with lingering fear, Lin Shan is trying to team up with those 2 families to surround us. It's not certain yet who'll be the one covering for whom. Xin Yan revealed a bold smile and said, Everyone knows the strength of those 2 families. Even if they mobilize all their forces, they are still no match for our strength. Besides, would they dare to mobilize all their forces? Order. The 2nd and 3rd battalions immediately move into the designated area and cooperate with the 1st battalion inside the building to launch an assault. Xin Yan's gaze was cold and stern as he said, Be quick. Those 2 families are about to arrive. Yes, sir. The adjutant accepted the order and began to issue combat missions. Beep, beep, beep. Then the satellite phone rang, and that's when the scene from before happened. A moment later, Xin Yan hung up the phone and sighed. How could I not know it was dangerous? But do we even have a choice now? If we don't fight, we die. Chapter 153. What do you want? Boom. A shell streaked across the sky and landed in front of the building. On the battlefield, everyone was stunned. Li Rui's face showed a moment of panic. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the walkie-talkie in his pocket ring. I am Lin Xiaofeng. On the other end of the radio, Lin Xiaofeng said indifferently, 2,000 men from the Northwest base are heading towards you. Note that they are not the enemy. What do you mean? Li Rui stood there, stunned. Lin Xiaofeng smiled and said, If you're not an enemy, you're a friend. Don't you understand? My sister said you should cooperate with the Northwest base to do everything in your power to block the 358th Regiment. Lin Shan. Li Rui suddenly understood and said hoarsely, She knew all along, didn't she? The reason why the Southwest base didn't mobilize all its forces was because it was waiting for the troops from the Northwest base. You're very smart, Lin Xiaofeng said calmly, holding the walkie-talkie. But my sister told me to tell you that people can't be too smart, or they won't live long. Beep beep. After hanging up the intercom, Lin Xiaofeng, who was hiding outside the building, chuckled and drove away in his snowmobile, heading straight for Cloud City. In the upper floors of the building, Li Rui stood there blankly, holding a walkie-talkie, a fine sheen of sweat on his face. What's wrong? Chu Sheng frowned and asked, Why are you sweating in this cold weather? In nothing. Li Rui quickly regained his composure and continued. Tell the men below that these are reinforcements. Tell them not to panic and to cooperate with the reinforcements on the perimeter to wipe out these 300 men. Reinforcements? Chu Sheng was taken aback for a moment. However, Yu Suawei's expression remained unchanged, without the slightest alteration. Li Rui's eyes flickered a few times, and he smiled with an ugly expression. Old Yu, you already knew about this, didn't you? Yu Suawei smiled at him, his tone indifferent. A person should be loyal. Hasn't President Su treated us well? Good. Li Rui lowered his head helplessly. Yu Suawei patted him on the shoulder and said, You think you're smart, but have you thought about what would happen if we didn't have reinforcements today? Would we be wiped out? Or would we run away with all those supplies? Li Rui remained silent. Be kind and considerate. Yu Suawei looked at him intently, then turned and went downstairs. On the opposite side, at a high vantage point, the walkie-talkie in Shun Yan's hand rang. Reporting to the commander, this is Gao Feng, the captain of the forward reconnaissance team. To our northwest, a large force of about 2,000 men is rapidly approaching. 2,000. Shen Yan was stunned. He muttered, how is this possible? The northwest base only has 1,500 people in total. They've even brought out their guards. Boom. While Shen Yan was still in a daze, a cannonball shot out from behind. Commander, watch out. The guard reacted first, leaping forward and pinning Shen Yan to the ground. Bang. The shell exploded 20 meters from the high point, sending snow and debris flying everywhere, sweeping across the area. Whoosh. Large swaths of dust and snow fell on Shen Yan. After a moment, he shook his dazed head, struggled to push away the dead guard, and scrambled to his feet. It's bad, Commander. The people from Chaoyang Base have arrived too, about 1,000 of them, and they're carrying heavy weaponry. Shen Yan could no longer hear the shouts over the intercom. He stood there blankly, staring at the guard who had been blown to pieces, unable to calm down for a long time. He had expected that the troops from those two families would come, but he never expected that they would dare to send out their entire forces. Is this the final battle about to begin? Just how much did Lin Shan give them that made these people abandon their homes? Now, on the battlefield, forces from all four sides were embroiled in a chaotic melee. Originally struggling to hold off the enemy, Li Rue and his men, after receiving support from the outside, began to fight desperately. The 300 men launched a full-scale assault and quickly annihilated the 1st Battalion of the 358th Regiment in front of the building. The scene was one of utter devastation, with corpses strewn everywhere. This is the most direct feeling in everyone's heart. Those security guards who should have been students, homeowners, and ordinary citizens are all standing there blankly. They never imagined that war would be so close to them, let alone that they would personally participate in such a brutal war. The protection of peacetime and decades of gentle breezes and sunshine have gradually made the Chinese people forget the war and no longer remember the iron-fisted and cruel history of that time. They could have lived peacefully forever. But then, the end of the world came. This sudden catastrophe not only changed the way humanity lives, but also shattered nearly a century of peace and stability. In Lin Shan's words, these things are inevitable. It's better to accept them now than to be killed later. Therefore, although they are very uncomfortable with this change, they will be eliminated if they do not accept it due to the general trend. Not to mention these people, even the soldiers on the southwestern base were somewhat bewildered. They had been Taiping soldiers for too many years, and 90% of the soldiers had never even killed a person. Bang! Bang! The sound of artillery shells boomed, and countless unfortunate men died from stray bullets. The addition of more than 3,000 people instantly turned the tide of the battle, and the soldiers of the surrounded southwest base began to feel uneasy. These people may look imposing and powerful in normal times, but they are a different story when they are on the battlefield. They missed out on that era of daring and fighting, so they naturally developed a subconscious fear of death. After that battalion of soldiers was wiped out, the remaining soldiers on the outer perimeter were filled with fear. They gripped their guns, but hesitated whether to charge. Morale has collapsed. All efforts are in vain. City in the clouds. In Building 104, Lin Shan sat on the sofa, gripping the satellite phone tightly in her hand, completely motionless as if she had been frozen in time. Sun Wanner poured a glass of warm water and said softly, "Sister Lin, have some water." Oh, thank you." Lin Shan suddenly snapped out of her daze, took the water glass but put it down again, her face more serious than ever before. Beep beep. Just then, the satellite phone rang. Lin Shan immediately answered the call and said, "This is Lin Shan. Ms. Lin, let's talk." Hearing this, Lin Shan breathed a silent sigh of relief, and a smile finally appeared on her face. "I thought this call would be from Shun Qianshan, but I didn't expect it to be you." A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "I don't know what benefits you promised those two companies, but the price is undoubtedly heavy." Lin Shan closed her eyes, cleared her mind for a few seconds, and then suddenly opened them, smiling. "What does young Master Shen want to talk about? I'm all ears." "Your purpose." At that moment, behind a narrow bunker, Shen Yan, looking disheveled, gripped the satellite phone and roared, "What the hell do you want after making such a commotion? One platform. What? I want the right to engage in equal dialogue with the 6 major bases." Across from him, Shen Yan subconsciously gasped and muttered, "What enormous ambition you have. But what makes you think you can rely on that ragtag army? Is that even possible?" Chapter 154, Value. Why is it impossible? Lin Shan's tone was calm yet bold. Now, aren't you already surrounded by me? Although I may not win, you are sure to lose. Shen Yin gritted his teeth and sneered. Heh, you have quite the nerve. Talk isn't just about words, it's about real strength. Lin Shan said calmly and indifferently. The Wang and Guan families have long been dissatisfied with the Southwest base's rampant expansion. If someone were to step forward and provide them with financial assistance now, what do you think they would choose? Shen Yin didn't need to guess. Reality was already laid bare before him. He is currently surrounded by more than 3,000 people from 2 bases. If both sides fight to the death, even if he manages to break through, he will suffer heavy losses. Your terms. Shen Yin weakly squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. The Shen family announces the unconditional release of all laborers in the base. Lin Shan said calmly, continuing, in addition, they will provide us with a battalion's worth of weapons and equipment as compensation. Haha. On the other end of the phone, Shen Yin instantly laughed in anger, almost shouting, You bitch! Do you know what you're saying? Do you think the Lin family is still the same Lin family as before? Beep. Shen Yin wanted to continue cursing, but suddenly found that the phone had been hung up. Southwest Base. With the miners sweeping ahead, Su Wei, Zhuang Chong, and the others quickly rushed out of the second level. When they arrived at the first level, they found that all the caves on both sides were in a mess, with countless people looting and shouting. There's food here. They have roast chicken. They actually have roast chicken to eat. There's a bathroom here, and even hot water. Damn it, we're risking our lives in the mines, and we're feeding this bunch of scum. When a beautiful lie is exposed, all ugliness will be magnified infinitely. At this moment, these enslaved laborers were completely liberated. They roared, raged, and looted to vent their grievances. Then, a large group of well-dressed people were pulled out from somewhere. Ah, get away. You pigs, don't touch me. A woman dressed provocatively was grabbed by a miner and immediately let out a piercing scream. Snap. Before the woman could finish shouting, she was slapped to the ground. You son of a bitch, do you still think I'm a slave? The miner who had hit the woman shoved her head hard and cursed. You bunch of scum, blood-sucking beasts. The woman screamed repeatedly as she was beaten, crying out, My husband is the director of the Resources Bureau. He won't let you get away with this. He'll kill you. Grasp. Li Fugui appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the woman's hair, and asked, Come on, tell me, which one is your husband? A large group of high-ranking individuals who had been exposed stood trembling in the passageway. At this moment, everyone knew that the lower-class slaves had revolted. So it's precisely at times like these that you must not provoke them, otherwise these people don't care who you are. They are already furious, and whoever dares to speak will become a target. The woman trembled as she was hit, and she instinctively looked at a plump, middle-aged man in the crowd. You bitch. You've ruined me. The middle-aged man immediately turned ashen-faced, slumped to the ground, and cried out, How could I have married such a stupid woman like you? You're her husband? Li Fugui threw the woman aside, dragged the fat man to the center, and many people around quieted down, wanting to see how Li Fugui would deal with the fat man. I really don't think so. The fat man nodded, on the verge of tears, and said, Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have married her. I was wrong. Please kill her. Snap. Heh. Li Fugui slapped the fat man across the face and sneered. You guys are living the high life, aren't you? Eating chicken, duck, fish, and meat, drinking wine, and even hugging women. Are you even human? I'm not human. I'm not human. The fat man dared not resist, and could only desperately try to please Li Fugui. Clap, clap, clap. Li Fugui slapped him more than a dozen times, still not satisfied, and yelled, We're all working ourselves to the bone, and you're just sitting here enjoying yourselves? Is the roast chicken tasty? No. Huh? What did you say? Delicious, delicious. Since it's delicious, let's eat it all. Li Fugui snatched a roast chicken from a miner and stuffed the whole thing into the fat man's mouth. With the chicken bone stuck in his throat, Li Fugui didn't hesitate at all and pressed it down hard. The fat man shook his head in terror and struggled desperately. Isn't it delicious? I'll let you eat your fill. Li Fugui pressed down hard again. Boom. A crisp sound of a throat bone breaking rang out, and the fat man, who had been struggling, instantly turned into a puddle of mud. And you? Li Fugui casually tossed the fat man aside, not even glancing at him, and went to the woman's side, asking, Isn't your husband the bureau chief? Come on, make him get up and do me. I was wrong. I was wrong. The woman knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. You all deserve to die. Li Fugui kicked the woman. Then, he snatched a submachine gun from a security guard. Da-da-da. Tada. Dozens of glamorous upper-class people were shot dead by Li Fugawei before they even had a chance to beg for mercy. He calmly finished doing all this, tossed the gun back to the person next to him, and shouted, "Brothers, those who don't want to be slaves, come with me now." Roar. What does the roar of thousands of people sound like? Su Wei subconsciously straightened up. The shock he felt was something he would never forget. He walked into the crowd and shouted, "Brothers, as long as you believe me, I swear I will make sure everyone has enough to eat in the future." Roar. Thousands of people surged out of the base. Su Wei called Zhuang Chang over and whispered, "Contact Lin Shan immediately and have her arrange for these people to stay on the outskirts of Cloud City, not too close and not too far. Let them find their own place to live and clear land first." Would they do it? Zhuang Chang hesitated and said, "There are too many people. What if they rebel?" Su Wei smiled faintly and said, "Then tell them that from today onwards, everyone who reclaims land will have 1 meal a day. As for those who have nowhere to live, tell them to go back to where they came from." Hee, so you're asking them to help you rebuild? Zhuang Chang shook his head and chuckled. Otherwise what? Su Wei's gaze was calm, and he said seriously, "If they can't even demonstrate this much value, then what use are they to me? No matter who it is, they must be able to demonstrate their value. Otherwise they will only be slaves. The world never supports idlers. Otherwise how can civilization evolve?" Chapter 155, The Capture of Shen Qianshan. Zhuang Chang nodded and left. Li Fugawei ran over again, frowning, and said, "Brother, we haven't found Shen Qianshan, the one you mentioned, nor have we seen those 3 superhumans. We underestimated these people." Su Wei shook his head helplessly and said, "The southwest base definitely has more than one passage. They've probably already escaped." Li Fugawei hurriedly asked, "Then what should we do? Should we go after them?" "We definitely have to chase them." Su Wei took a deep breath and said, "Li Rue and his men still have 3,000 men stationed there. As long as we capture Shen Qianshan, we'll have one more bargaining chip. But I used up a bit too much energy just now, and I'm still a little dizzy." Li Fugawei looked at him with some concern and asked, "Oh, are you all right?" "I'm fine, and don't talk nonsense, understand?" Clear. Li Fugawei is not like Chu Sheng. Although he is also quite fierce, he is not one to gossip behind people's backs. Moreover, this matter concerns Su Wei's safety, so he would not speak carelessly. There must still be a lot of supplies and laborers in the base. You take your men and collect all the weapons and equipment, and then distribute the supplies to the laborers. Hearing Su Wei's words, Li Fugawei was taken aback. There are quite a lot of supplies, don't we want them? Supplies aren't important. People are, you understand? Su Wei followed suit, saying, "Tell them that if they want to eat their fill, they should come to Cloud City to cultivate the land. Each person will be provided with 1 meal a day." Good. Upon receiving the order, Li Fugawei immediately led his men there. Snowmobiles sped along the road behind the southwest base. "Where are you going?" Sitting in the car, Zhuang Chang frowned and said, "You don't really want to chase after those 3 superhumans, do you? But do you have enough energy?" Su Wei shook her head and casually said, "I used up some energy, but I recover quickly, so it should be fine." Zhuang Chang said irritably, "What do you mean should? You're risking your life. What happened to you? You should have been more careful before." Hee, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Su Wei felt a warmth in her heart. Zhuang Chang suddenly said, "Aren't you going to check out the Yute building? It's a battle involving 7 or 8,000 people. Just thinking about it makes me want to pee. A fight won't break out there." Su Wei drove with her eyes on the road ahead and said in a light tone, "Now is not the time to start a war. Everyone knows what it means to start a war rashly, so don't worry." Zhuang Chang asked in shock, "Did you and Lin Shan plan something else?" Su Wei smiled and changed the subject, saying, "They're playing politics. You wouldn't understand. Politics is never about killing, it's all about interests. As long as the benefits are sufficient, killing and saving people are the same to them. Enemies who were once bloodied and battered can become best friends who can talk about anything in the next second." Sped along the mountain road. The mountain was covered in ice and snow, and the once lush forest had become bald, with only a few sparse dead trees, and the view was empty. After running for more than 10 minutes, Su Wei frowned. "We might have been tricked." "What do you mean?" Zhuang Chang asked. Su Wei said in a deep voice, "In such a large open area, even if they really ran away, we shouldn't be able to catch up without leaving a trace, right?" "You mean they didn't run at all?" Zhuang Chang thought this was unlikely, and then asked, "Could it be that we're going in the wrong direction?" Su Wei shook his head and said firmly, "There are only 2 mountain roads in the southwest base. The rest of the area is snow of unknown depth. If they didn't go through the back mountain, then they must have gone through the front. But with so many people on the front mountain, It's impossible for them to escape silently. Zhuang Chang asked with some doubt, but we've already released those laborers. Without the army to rely on, are they just going to wait to die if they don't run away? How big is the southwest base? Su Wei suddenly asked, and Zhuang Chang was taken aback. About 10,000 square meters? Yeah, this place is so big, and we still haven't figured out its full layout. Hiding a few people here is a piece of cake, isn't it? Go back. Su Wei turned around, took out a walkie-talkie, and said, Fu Ge, don't go back yet. Take a team and search all the entrances to the southwest base immediately. Good. 20 minutes later, the two returned, and Li Fugui immediately greeted them, saying, Boss, all 4 entrances are blocked. Have any suspicious persons been spotted? No. Li Fugui shook his head and said, it was just a few mid-level cadres from the base who tried to escape, but we caught them and locked them all in the base's reception room. That means Shen Qianshan must still be inside. Su Wei roused himself and said, evacuate these laborers immediately. Let's go inside and search. Boss, what's wrong? Li Fugui stopped Su Wei, saying worriedly, don't go in. I'll take some men to look for him. Don't worry, we'll definitely bring Shen Qianshan out for you. Bullshit. Su Wei knew what he was thinking and laughed. I admit I'm afraid of death, but I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night if I trade my brother's lives for mine. Enough nonsense. Get the manpower organized right now. But Li Fugui was about to say something more when Zhuang Chang laughed and said, damn, why have you become so effeminate? Just do what I tell you to do. Stop talking nonsense. Good. A search team of 50 people was formed. The entire southwest base has 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The 3rd level is the largest, covering an area of 70,000 to 80,000 square meters, and houses more than 10,000 laborers who were brought in through various channels. These people included both men and women. Most of the men became miners, while the women served as servants, doing all sorts of odd jobs. As for those with some good looks, they've long been snapped up by the upper class. Su Wei led 7 or 8 people down the road and stopped in front of a sanatorium on the 2nd floor. He thought of Sun Wanner. Nan-Easy had always wanted a hospital of her own. She never forgot her duty as a doctor and was determined to fulfill her grandfather's last wish. Save everyone who deserves to live. This is the official headquarters, so the medical equipment inside must be very comprehensive. Bang! Su Wei kicked open the door, only to be stunned by what she saw inside. This is not a sanatorium at all. It is clearly a small hospital with complete facilities and cutting-edge technology. Some of the equipment is even something that ordinary public hospitals do not have. Without a word, Su Wei swept his gaze across the area, collecting everything within his spatial dimension. When Su Wei arrived at a special care ward, she suddenly noticed that it had been used, and there were many tools and miscellaneous items scattered on the floor. Boss, someone used to live here. Li Fugui followed in and said, and judging from the looks of it, they left in a hurry. Su Wei stepped forward and touched the monitor next to the hospital bed. Her eyes lit up. The machine is still a little warm, which means they haven't gone too far. Chapter 156, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th superpowered individuals. Brother Chang. Su Wei immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie and said, seal off all entrances to the 2nd floor passageways immediately. We've caught the big fish. Li Fugui asked, puzzled. Boss, how do you know that it's a big fish? Snap. Su Wei smacked him on the head and said irritably, are you stupid? Look at the words on the door, for the chief's use only. Even if it's not Shen Qianshan, his status is definitely no less. Soon, Zhuang Chang and his men sealed off all the entrances on the 2nd floor, and everyone conducted a thorough search. Help! Suddenly, shouts came from a room on the left, followed by a smell of burning. Zhuang Chang immediately shouted, target spotted. Su Wei rushed over quickly, but before he even entered the door, his vision blurred and a fist-sized ball of flame lunged at him. Su Wei instinctively dodged, unleashing her full mental power to avoid the ball of flame. The next second, he finally saw what was inside. There were only 6 or 7 people inside. 3 men and 3 women, plus an elderly man with white hair, were sitting in a wheelchair. He looked pale and had been ill for a long time. One of the girls was cute and delicate-looking, about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a light red hanfu dress and with 2 small buns in her hair. Su Wei watched in disbelief as the ball of flame disappeared beside him, and immediately cried out in surprise. A superhuman. Since the apocalypse, he has heard countless stories about people with superpowers, but in all this time, he has never seen any other people with superpowers besides himself. So the most important reason why he insisted on capturing Shen Qianshan today was that he wanted to see what kind of beings these superhumans were. Without comparison, there is no development. Even now, Su Wei still doesn't know what level her special ability is at. At this moment, the girl in Hanfu stepped forward. Completely unafraid of the armed team members, she skipped and hopped over to Su Wei, bending down to look at him with a grin. Are you Su Wei? Who are you? My name is Chiu. The girl's sweet smile was captivating, but the next second, 2 flickering fireballs appeared in her fair hands. Call. A fireball appeared silently, heading straight for Su Wei's face. But with Su Wei's wary nature, how could he not be on guard? His mental energy had been on ever since he entered. Brush. The fireball suddenly vanished into thin air. Chiu's smile froze instantly. She took several steps back in horror. Spatial abilities. You can release mental energy? Su Wei didn't have time to pay attention to her, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Just now, as he absorbed those 2 flames, his mental energy also increased significantly, which was similar to when he absorbed the zombie's energy. This means that he has a new way to boost his energy. As the effects of cosmic radiation gradually stabilized, the number of zombies also decreased rapidly. Mad Donkey and his friends hadn't had roast chicken for almost 2 months. How about we trade 1 roast chicken for each superhuman in the future? Forget it. Let's just get a roast lamb instead. After all, superhumans are much stronger than zombies. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it plenty of grass. Over here, Chocho looked at the old man in the wheelchair and pouted at him. Sorry, boss. I can't beat him. You should let the 2 of them go. The old man's lips twitched as he looked at the 2 men behind him. What nonsense about mental power. Watch how I kill him. The tall, thin man sneered, slipped and flashed past, leaving a blur as he headed straight for Su Wei. Su Wei sneered, "Wanna race me?" With a thought, a baseball bat suddenly appeared in his hand. Without moving, he swung it fiercely. Bang! The tall, thin man was slammed to the ground with a stick, letting out a scream. Holy crap, how the hell is this possible? He sprang up again, this time even faster. Bang! Another blow landed, but Su Wei still didn't budge an inch. Continue. Bang! After several outbursts, the man's face was swollen like a pig's head. He cowered on the ground in terror, covering his face and saying, I'm not fighting anymore. You're so tough. Okay. This is an unfair contest from the start. His speed, which he was so proud of, seemed like a snail crawling in the face of Su Wei's mental power. What the hell do we do this? You think you can just stop playing like that? What? You think you can press pause? Su Wei raised the baseball bat and started hammering the man. The man tried to dodge frantically, but in such a narrow space, no matter how fast he was or how he tried to dodge, he couldn't escape Su Wei's bat. After a full 5 minutes, the man finally collapsed to the ground with a thud. He's dead. Zhuang Chang and his teammates were stunned. In their eyes, the man's speed was so fast that, to the naked eye, one could only see a blur. Even without Su Weilian moving, she was able to accurately catch that man. Many of them didn't even know what superpowers were, and when they saw the little girl unleash flames, they even forgot to be afraid. What the hell are these? Li Fugawei even felt that he was not even as good as an ant in front of these people. The man lay on the ground, barely alive. Su Wei stepped forward and enveloped the man with her spiritual power. Buzz. A long-lost feeling of comfort swept over my whole body, and every pore on my body felt like it had exploded. In a word, it felt so damn good. Sure enough, absorbing zombies and superhumans both boosted his energy. Moreover, those with superpowers have even stronger energy. At this moment, Su Wei felt her mental energy was surging, as if she was about to break through her limits. He could clearly feel that he had more control over himself, as if he could control everything with just a wave of his hand. The man's convulsing body suddenly stiffened, his eyes wide open, as if he had died with his eyes open in disbelief. Wow, he's hard. Chiu pointed at the man in surprise, showing no sympathy whatsoever, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Su Wei ignored the man, smiled, pointed to another man, and said, Come on, it's your turn. Having gone through the previous 2 experiments, Su Wei roughly understood his own abilities. In the face of mental power, all attacks were futile unless the opponent's energy was much stronger than his own. Otherwise, whoever came would die. The man was clearly taken aback when he was pointed at, but he did not back down. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, superhumans became the most powerful beings in the world, and their immense strength gradually fostered a strong sense of superiority. Therefore, faced with Su Wei's almost contemptuous disdain, the man couldn't hold back anymore. That piece of trash, he's dead, so be it. The man took a few steps forward, his eyes fixed on Su Wei, and sneered, I'll make you go down with him. Su Wei chuckled and said, I don't know about your abilities, but your bragging skills are second only to Chu Shang. Chapter 157. That's it? The man was an instructor in the army. After the apocalypse, he was lucky enough to gain superpowers. He raised his hands, and his arms visibly bulged until they burst through his clothes, revealing solid muscles as thick as an adult's thigh. Li Fugui, standing behind, was already terrified and instinctively exclaimed, "Holy crap, is that the Hulk? That punch could probably kill a bull, right?" Zhuang Chang said, trembling slightly. "I thought Su Wei was freakish enough. What the hell are these guys?" The man grinned maliciously as he approached Su Wei, coldly saying, "You can absorb magic, but can you withstand a punch? Give it a try." Su Wei smiled calmly, but she became nervous inside. Aside from Sun Wanner, he has never engaged in hand-to-hand combat before. If he can't withstand the attack, he'll be finished. Call. A fist the size of a winnowing basket, accompanied by a whistling sound, slammed down towards Su Wei's head. Su Wei unleashed his full mental power and barely dodged the punch. Then, a pistol suddenly appeared in his hand. Bang! A blood-red hole appeared between the man's eyebrows. He seemed frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the dark muzzle of the gun, before collapsing with a thud. Then, the whole world went silent. "Damn, that's it." Su Wei, holding the gun, curled his lip in disdain and said, "So he's just a nobody." The mental energy enveloped the corpse, and the man gradually stiffened the next second. Chiu Chu looked at Su Wei with a blank expression, hesitated for a long time, and finally uttered a sentence in silence. You actually killed him with a gun?" Retorted confidently. "Okay, you're right, whatever you say is true." Chiu Chu stuck out her tongue helplessly, then looked at him warily and said, "I've already admitted defeat. You're not going to treat me the same way you treated them, are you?" Ordinary people might not understand, but Qiu had already figured it out. After Su Wei killed the two, he also took their energy. The reason why people with superpowers are so powerful is not only because of their superpowers, but more importantly because of their energy. For example, if two equally powerful superhumans are fighting, but one side has stronger energy, then its endurance is stronger, and it can wear down the other side to death. Moreover, when the energy is strong enough, it is easy to break through levels. When a rudimentary superpower clashes with an advanced superpower, the mere difference in level is enough to drive the former to despair. I do have that plan, but if you're willing to cooperate. Before Su Wei could finish speaking, Qiu suddenly raised her little hand and said, "Cooperate. Absolutely cooperate. Except for not offering myself in return, I'll do whatever you say." "You're on the right track." Su Wei was amused by her, then took 2 steps forward, looked at the old man in the wheelchair, and said, "This must be Mr. Shan, right? It's really not easy for us to meet." Having come this far, Shen Qianshan smiled frankly and nodded, saying, "Young man, don't be too impetuous. Some things can't be solved by brute force." "That's right." Su Wei nodded in agreement, but then he scoffed and said, "What kind of young man isn't impetuous?" Faced with Su Wei's provocation, Shen Qianshan was not angry at all, and said with a smile, "Hee, now the initiative is in your hands. You call the shots. You probably already know my conditions, but now I have one more condition to add." "You say?" Motionless in his wheelchair, Su Wei looked at him and said calmly, "The Southwest base belongs to me." Can. Clearly, Su Wei was surprised that Shen Qianshan would agree to this request. He was stunned and didn't know what to say. "What? Surprised?" Shen Qianshan looked at Su Wei with a smile and said, "You thought I would never give up the Southwest base, right?" Su Wei was indeed puzzled and asked, "You have men and guns, and you have the Southwest base as your base. You're just one step away from becoming a king, so why give it up?" "That's true, but I lost this time. This is the price of being a loser," Shen Qianshan said calmly. "That's all." "That's it." Shen Qianshan smiled at Su Wei and said, "I lost, you won. So now it's your turn to be crowned king." Su Wei looked at him with some doubt, but after thinking about it for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. If he can't figure it out, then let him go play ball. Su Wei looked at him and smiled. "Mr. Shun is from a wealthy family and is used to being domineering, but I am destined to be poor. Even if I wore a dragon robe, I wouldn't look like a prince, so I have to work hard." Shen Qianshan nodded. "Of course, I'll contact Shun Yin immediately to withdraw his troops. As for the weapons and equipment you promised, I'll have them deliver on the spot. As for those laborers, you can take them if you want." Su Wei didn't know what Shen Qianshan was up to, but he was still very happy that the Southwest base had been taken over so smoothly. After all, those 3,000 men were not just for show. If a real fight broke out, they would have no chance of winning and might even be wiped out by one of the forces. Half an hour later, a message came back from the Yute building. Lin Xiaofeng arrived in his snowmobile, looking travel-worn, and went straight to the point. President Su, it's over there. Shen Yin left behind a battalion's worth of weapons and equipment to withdraw his troops, and the troops at the northwest and Chaiyang bases have also ceased fire. We delivered the supplies to them as promised. Was it successful? Su Wei frowned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Lin Xiaofeng nodded and said, it went very smoothly. The Wang and Guan families withdrew their troops after taking the supplies. Xinyan's side was even more decisive, retreating directly without even setting up defenses. Su Wei fell silent, looking down at the snow, his expression thoughtful. Xin Qianshan suddenly smiled and said, so, can I leave now? I really don't want to let you go. Su Wei looked up at him, sighed, shook her head and said, forget it. Enough people have died by now, you can go. Xin Qianshan nodded and said nothing more. 2 guards pushed the wheelchair, and the 3 of them slowly left, disappearing into the vast snowfield along the mountain path. Are we just going to let him go like that? Li Fugui looked into the distance with some resentment. Su Wei remained calm and said, he knows we dare not start a war, so if we push too hard, and Shen Yin gets out of control, our efforts will be in vain. Zhuang Chang also asked with some doubt, but Xin Qianshan gave up too decisively. He gave up the southwest base without even thinking about it. Don't dwell on things you can't figure out. Su Wei shook her head and smiled. Go back and ask my strategist, and all conspiracies will fall apart on their own. Haha. Several acquaintances around laughed. Li Fugui pointed at Qiuqiu with some apprehension and asked, what about her? This seemingly harmless little girl is actually a deadly weapon. She can even summon fireballs. Isn't that insane? Chapter 158. It's a pleasure to serve you. A cute and adorable anime girl. If you only look at her appearance, it would be hard to associate her with the word expert. But anyone who has witnessed her skills would never doubt them. Su Wei glanced at Qiuqiu and laughed. Hey, your boss is already gone. Why aren't you leaving? I want to leave too. Qiuqiu pouted helplessly upon hearing this. But my boss has already gambled away everything, even his underwear, so he definitely won't be able to pay me my dues. Why should I go with him? You're right. Su Wei nodded, both amused and exasperated. Qiuqiu lifted her little skirt, stepped forward, and smiled sweetly at him. How about you be my boss? I heard you have a lot of supplies, is that true? Su Wei was amused by her and asked, I do have supplies, but why should I hire you? I can beat people up for you. Qiuqiu raised her delicate little fist and added, but I can only beat people up for you, not kill people for you. That's my bottom line. Is there a difference? Su Wei was somewhat speechless. Of course there's a difference. Qiuqiu looked up at him seriously, her little face upturned. I don't feel guilty about beating someone up, since they're still alive and well. But if you kill someone, they'll have nightmares at night. Su Wei stared wide-eyed, pointed at the security guard whose arm had been burned by the fireball, and said, are you sure he can survive? At worst, it's amputation, it won't kill him. Qiuqiu smiled nonchalantly, then sighed helplessly, saying, it's a pity that there's a shortage of medical care these days, otherwise he could definitely have saved this arm. Su Wei suddenly thought of Feng Yifan from back then, and said half-jokingly, my wife is a doctor, and a very skilled one at that. He is my subordinate, and I will do my best to save him. Wow, these days, there aren't many good people like you. Suddenly, Qiuqiu grabbed Su Wei's right hand, shook it vigorously twice, and said, hello, boss, it's a pleasure to serve you. Su Wei pulled his hand away, his face darkening, and said, damn it, did I say I hired you? Su Wei's style is to never hire people whose background is uncertain. Moreover, this seemingly cute, innocent, and slightly silly girl is actually ruthless. If she harbors malicious intentions, she would be like a time bomb planted next to you. Qiuqiu pouted and said, I have nowhere else to go. I heard you have a super shelter, so it would be really comfortable hanging out with you. After hearing Qiuqiu's words, Li Fugui suddenly laughed at Zhuang Chang and said, hey, this girl is pretty bold. She wants to be comfortable right away. Call. A fireball suddenly appeared above Li Fugui's head. He glanced around instinctively a few times and asked, huh, what's that burning smell? Is something on fire somewhere? Damn, you're really something else. Zhuang Chang shook his head speechlessly. Oh. With a piercing scream, Li Fugui covered his head and ran away, repeatedly patting the top of his head. But the fire seemed to have a magical power. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't put it out. Su Wei couldn't help but chuckle. With a glance, he put the fireball into his spatial storage. Li Fugui was finally rescued, and with a wail, he plunged his head into the snow. That joke went too far. Su Wei looked at Qiuqiu with some displeasure, then changed the subject. But there still needs to be some punishment. How about you make another one? Cut. Chiu Chu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Are you trying to scam me? Save it. My little bit of energy isn't enough for you to absorb. Even if you kill me, you won't gain much energy. Afraid of being killed by me, yet still following me?" Su Wei smiled and said to her, "Little sister, lying is not good. You'll get a spanking." "Pa, you scoundrel." Chu Chu blushed and said, "Okay, I'll tell you why. I'm going to Cloud City to find my sister. You're the boss of Cloud City, so you can definitely help me find her." Su Wei shook her head and said, "That's not necessarily true. Cloud City is so big, who knows if your sister is dead or not?" A hint of sadness appeared on Xiaoqiu's face, but she quickly retorted firmly, "Definitely not. My sister is so smart and quick-witted, she'll definitely survive." City in the clouds. Crazy Donkey, holding a walkie-talkie, shouted, "President Lin, a lot of refugees have arrived outside. They're yelling for food. There are too many of them. We can't stop them." At the main gate, Mad Donkey led a group of men with guns to hold back hundreds of refugees. These people were dressed in rags, some even without cotton-padded clothes, and stood shivering in the cold wind. Most of them were covered in black soot, as if they had just been dug out of a coal mine. Inside Villa 103, Lin Shan held a walkie-talkie and said casually, "Su Wei and the others have finished their work. Don't worry, I'll be there right away." A little later, Lin Shan arrived at the main gate. Looking at the people in front of her, she subconsciously felt a little dazed. Just a month ago, she was one of these people. Although she wasn't forced into labor, she was still deprived of any dignity. Lin Shan smiled at the burly man leading the group and asked, "Did Su Wei send you here?" The burly man, seeing that the person in charge was a woman, said with a hint of contempt, "Yes. Mr. Su said that we are all talented people, so he sent us here to report for duty. What about the rest?" Lin Shan knew that there were nearly 20,000 laborers in the Southwest base, and she was worried that Su Wei might act impulsively and bring all of them to Cloud City. The burly man pointed outside and said, "They're all outside. President Su said he'll settle them in the city center and let them clear the land and live there themselves." Lin Shan smiled and nodded. "Well, at least she has some brains. What about us? Mr. Su said that as long as we come to Cloud City, we will have enough to eat every day. What can you do?" Lin Shan asked in return. The burly man said with some arrogance, "I am a senior electrician. I can solve any electrical problem." Since hearing Su Wei's remarks at the base, they seem to have been reborn. In short, a capable person will never starve, no matter where they go. After introducing himself, the burly man added, "They are all skilled workers from various industries." "Well," Lin Shan finally smiled, genuinely happy, and nodded, saying, "Crazy Donkey, you arrange these people. Register their occupations, ages, names, and family members, and assign them to the higher-ups in Zone E. Give each of them 3 days' worth of rations first." This Crazy Donkey hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer and said, "President Lin, these are all strangers. Area East is so close to the villa area. What if something happens? These people are very useful to us, so we must not be stingy with them." Lin Shan waved her hand and said with a smile, "As for their safety, they are currently starving and will not rebel in the short term, so there is no need to worry about that. Go and make the arrangements." Okay. The Mad Donkey immediately led several hundred refugees away. Chapter 159, A Tyrant. The addition of the Hanfu-clad girls was something Su Wei hadn't anticipated. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he was also uneasy about letting such a superhuman go out on his own. Rather than guarding against thieves for 1,000 days, it's better to keep this thief under your nose. Moreover, Xiaoqiu has a comprehensive understanding of superpowers, which is something Su Wei lacks. "Boss, we found a group of women," Li Fugui said, holding a walkie-talkie. The brothers inside said they found a prison holding women, and there are quite a few of them. "Yes, I remember now," Xiaoqiu exclaimed in realization. Shen Qianshan kept a large number of beautiful women for his pleasure in order to win over those high-ranking officers. Those people are very pitiful. Su Wei nodded. "Bring it out." A short while later, a group of women with bare breasts were brought out. Each of them had a unique charm and would definitely be considered a rare beauty in the outside world. Among them were even several familiar internet celebrities who previously had millions of followers. The moment they saw them, many men present were aroused. Li Fugui couldn't help but exclaim, "The toys of the rich are so high-end. They come in all kinds and are very professional." The women were huddled together, shivering in the cold wind. Some of them were sad, some looked pitiful, some looked disgusted, and some were already numb, just standing there blankly, looking like they were at the mercy of others. Li Fugui's eyes gleamed as he asked, "Boss, what should we do with these people? How do you want to handle this?" Su Wei glared at him, then laughed and cursed. You're not that old, but you think too much. Stop with this nonsense. Let them disperse on the spot and go wherever they want. A group of disheveled women left the Southwest base with trepidation and unease. Whether they can survive in such harsh conditions depends on their own luck. TSK tisk. Chu-Chu crossed her arms. What are you clicking your tongue about? What's wrong? Can't you tisk? Xiao wrinkled her nose and laughed. I thought you would keep these women here. Look at those people. Their eyes are practically popping out of their sockets. Su Wei shook his head calmly and said, now is not the time to enjoy ourselves. Keeping these women around will only wear down their fighting spirit. The success of any great undertaking is inseparable from arduous and persistent struggle. City in the Clouds. Lin Shan was invited by Su Wei to Building 104. You mean Xin Qianshan gave you the Southwest base? Lin Shan frowned. Su Wei nodded. That old guy left very decisively, probably worried that I would change my mind, so he only took a few guards and left. You. Lin Shan looked at Su Wei with a disappointed expression, which immediately made Su Wei explode. What's wrong with me? Do you still think you got a great deal? Lin Shan glared at him, annoyed. The Southwest base is too big for us to defend. Su Wei retorted somewhat defiantly. So what if we can't hold on to it? We'll just abandon it. Hee. Lin Shan gave a cold laugh and remained silent. Hey, can't you speak properly? Su Wei glared at him and said, I've just come back victorious, and you're still acting like you're dead. What's wrong with you? Did I do something to you? Lin Shan's pretty face turned slightly cold. Who are you calling a deadbeat? Why? Sun Wanner, standing to the side, sighed and said, why do you two always start arguing as soon as you meet? Can't you just talk things out? Su Wei retorted, her neck stiff. How am I not speaking properly? The problem is, this woman looks down on people. Who are you calling a woman? What? Are you a man or a woman now? Bang. Sun Wanner slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Su Wei with her beautiful eyes, and said, speak properly, or I'll get angry with you. Fine. Su Wei immediately backed down, glaring at Lin Shan and saying, come on, tell me, what the hell did I do wrong that made you act like such a jerk? Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him, calmed herself down, and said, what do you think the Southwest base is? It has complete facilities in a huge space, more than enough to garrison a division. Now that you've taken over that place, what are the people at the other bases going to think? Su Wei finally realized the seriousness of the situation and muttered, at worst, we'll just blow it up and let nobody else have a chance. Can we stop being so childish? Lin Shan looked at him, sighed, and said, why did Xin Qianshan withdraw so decisively? Haven't you figured out his intentions yet? Su Wei, you choked up. Lin Shan's expression turned serious as she said solemnly, that's because Xin Qianshan knows that with your strength, you absolutely cannot defend the Southwest base. And if you occupy this place, you will become the target of the other 5 major bases. You mean? Su Wei's expression gradually turned serious. Lin Shan sighed softly and said, Xin Qianshan is definitely a ruthless and decisive man. He made such a drastic decision. After losing the weapons and equipment of that battalion, the Shun family's strength will definitely be much weaker than before. So, rather than being coveted by others in the future, it's better to give up this place as soon as possible and come back when the family is stronger. Su Wei asked, will he come back? Definitely. Lin Shan nodded without hesitation and said, we are now in an era of global catastrophe, and there are not many places that are suitable for living and development. If he wants to make a comeback, he will definitely not give up Yuntai City. Sun Wanner understood the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly asked, what do we do now? We are too weak right now, and we definitely can't hold the Southwest base. Lin Shan said earnestly, but it's too close to us. Even if we can't get it, we can't let others get it. That's the principle of how can we allow others to snore beside our bed. Su Wei was starting to feel uncertain and asked, what should we do? We're not really going to blow it up, are we? Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and shook her head, saying, bombing it is definitely not an option. Putting aside how much explosives such a large base would require, just consider the Northwest and Chaoyang factions. They've definitely been eyeing the Southwest base for a long time. If you blow it up, do you think they'll agree? Historically, this strategic location has been a battleground for military strategists, inevitably attracting the covetous eyes of various powerful figures. Lin Shan continued, our most important task right now is to develop our own strength as soon as possible. As for the Southwest base, let's put it aside for now. We won't occupy it, but we won't abandon it either. Su Wei hesitated and said, what if someone comes to steal it? After all, the items are yours. Before things come to a head, they will only try to negotiate with you, not just forcibly take them. Otherwise, if they can take them, others can too. Su Wei suddenly realized. Is this the same as those oil-producing countries in the Middle East? That's right. Lin Shan smiled with some appreciation. Every era has its rules, and even if you are as powerful as you are, you cannot easily break those rules. Oh right. Lin Shan changed the subject abruptly, asking, I heard you brought back a little girl? I thought you preferred mature types. I didn't expect Mr. Su to have such varied tastes. The air froze instantly. Su Wei glanced at Sun Wanner beside her subconsciously and couldn't help but cry out in despair. Damn it, Lin Shan, you son of a bitch. Chapter 160, Chirp Sister. In a dimly lit villa in Zone C. Sister, I've finally found you. Bai Menglu looked at her sister, who had been missing for half a year, and tears welled up in her eyes. Chirp. Is it really you? Where have you been all this time? Where have you been? 6 months ago, disaster struck, and many people were affected by cosmic radiation, either dying or mutating. Bai Menglu's family is no exception. Because she works away from home all year round and rarely comes home, she still doesn't know about her family's situation. With tears streaming down her delicate little face, Qiu choked out, Sister, Mom and Dad are dead. They did it to save me, to leave food so I could live, sob sob sob. The two sisters hugged each other and cried. After a moment, Bai Menglu suppressed her grief, cupped her sister's face, and asked, How did you find this place? And where have you been all this time? I ran out of food at home, so I had no choice but to go out and look for more. Qiu recounted her bizarre experience. Later, when I passed by a nuclear power plant, I suddenly fainted. When I woke up, I found that I had gained superpowers. Bai Menglu exclaimed in surprise. Huh? You're a superhuman. Sister, look. Qiu stretched out her hands and stopped in midair, two flames suddenly flickering in her palms. She continued, After I gained superpowers, an organization discovered me and offered me generous terms to join. At the time, I was homeless, so I accepted. After hearing Qiu's story, Bai Menglu took a deep breath and said, Is this Shishan base really that dark? Luckily you have superpowers, otherwise. Sister. Qiu suddenly changed the subject. Qiu blinked her big eyes, looking all gossipy, and asked, When I came here, I heard that you and that Su Wei, you two are dating? Huh? No. Bai Menglu's eyes were somewhat dazed. Qiu rolled her eyes and said, TCH, that guy named Chu Sheng told me everything. He said you and Su Wei have been in a relationship for a long time, but you couldn't be together because of that beautiful doctor, right? This is what Chu Sheng said. Bai Menglu looked helpless and said with a wry smile, Don't listen to his nonsense. It's not true at all. I have nothing to do with Su Wei. Next, Bai Menglu recounted her story with Su Wei. Huh? Qiu asked, half believing, That's it. Bai Menglu nodded and said with a wry smile, That's it. After a moment of silence, Qiu asked again, Do you like Su Wei? What? Bai Menglu was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face blushed subconsciously. I like Su Wei. That day, he was like a hero, saving her life with a single bullet. From then on, she could vividly recall those scenes every time she woke up in the middle of the night. That means you like her. Seeing Bai Menglu's reaction, Qiu laughed and said, If you like her, go after her. Who are you? A popular young actress. Are you really inferior to a female doctor? Su Wei's taste is terrible. Bai Menglu blushed and scolded. Don't talk nonsense, it's not like that. Okay, I'll help you. Qiu hugged Bai Menglu's arm with a grin. How's the situation at the power supply tower? Inside the command center, Su Wei looked at Lin Xiaofeng. He is now Lin Shan's secretary, in charge of all production and operations in Cloud City. Lin Xiaofeng smiled and said, It's already in use. Most of the villa area has had its power restored, but currently it can only guarantee 2 hours of electricity per household per day. However, it's not a problem for heating. This is already very good, Su Wei said with a smile. In the beginning, everyone was just hoping to survive. Now that we can ensure that we have enough to eat and wear, this is a great improvement. Yes. Having lived through that dark time, Mad Donkey remarked with some emotion. Back then, people would kill each other for a bag of biscuits. It's a blessing to be alive now. Su Wei looked at him upon hearing this and said, Crazy Donkey, your security department must ensure order in the villa area. If anyone is found to be breaking the rules, kick them out immediately. Don't worry, President Lin already gave the instructions. Mad Donkey nodded. Now that we've established a foothold, the two most important things are pioneering new lands and recruiting soldiers. Su Wei said to everyone, We must improve our strength in the shortest possible time. Recruiting soldiers is easy. Those refugees are a ready source of recruits, Zhuang Chang said with a smile. As long as you're willing to offer them benefits, they'll definitely be happy to join. Su Wei nodded and added, the other thing is land reclamation. There aren't many usable resources in the city right now, so our first priority is clearing the snow. The snowstorm raged for half a year, burying most of the city under ice and snow. To rebuild, the snow must be cleared away, and as many usable resources as possible must be restored before production can be gradually resumed. Li Rui then spoke up, Boss, I think the living area of the machinery factory where Chu Sheng and the others used to live is pretty good. It's on high ground and not too far from here. You mean to use the machinery factory as a boundary to divide the area into concentrated development zones? Su Wei looked at him with great interest. That's right. Li Rui's eyes gleamed as he said earnestly, Yuntai City has only developed less than a third of its area. With our limited manpower, we can't handle the remaining areas. So instead of developing indiscriminately, we should first delineate specific areas and focus our efforts on their development. Yu Suawei laughed and nodded, saying, that does sound a bit like demarcating territory as one's own. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiaofeng said, with Cloud City as the center, the surrounding area includes the city center, the East Commercial District, and the North Lake District. To the west is the Ring Expressway, and to the south is the Machinery Factory residential area. If we can connect these places, it's not impossible to carve out a territory and establish our own kingdom. Chu Sheng asked with some concern, but isn't the territory too big? It's too small to be conducive to development. Li Rui glanced at him and said seriously, besides, these places are currently unclaimed land. If we don't take the lead, it will be difficult for us to plan ahead once other forces expand. To reiterate, of the 6 military bases in Yuntai City, the southwest base has already been destroyed by Su Wei. The remaining 5 bases will absolutely have to rely on Yuntai City if they want to develop. In the end, everyone will inevitably end up scrambling for territory. Compared to those military bases, Su Wei is weaker in terms of military strength, but its geographical location is quite advantageous, making it easier to develop. Let's do it this way for now. Su Wei looked at Lin Xiaofeng and said, report this to your sister later and have her come up with a specific plan. She can also tell me what she needs. Huh? I just realized, why isn't President Lin here today? Chu Sheng looked at Lin Xiaofeng in confusion. Well, Lin Xiaofeng glanced at Su Wei somewhat awkwardly, then chuckled twice. My sister's been in a bad mood these past few days, huh? This was clearly just an excuse. Everyone glanced at Su Wei in unison, then gave her a knowing smirk. All right, let's get to work. Su Wei waved her hand impatiently and said, get lost, get lost. Chapter 161. Chiu Chu moves into the villa. Su Wei had actually foreseen his future development. However, at that time, his primary concern was survival, and he only had a general idea of how to develop in the future. With Lin Shan's arrival, he finally had a general goal. From a partner's perspective, Lin Shan is undoubtedly outstanding. Her professionalism and intelligence would put most men to shame. Su Wei was no exception. But this Ice Queen has a terrible temper. She can shut you down with a single sentence, and then after you catch your breath, she'll shut you down with another sentence. Inside the villa, Su Wei put down the satellite phone, yawned, and said, you guessed right. The Northwest base has indeed made its move. They want us to give up the Southwest base. We can give it up, but in exchange for resources. We don't have the strength to defend such a large base right now, so we need to maximize our benefits, Lin Shan said without hesitation. Hee. Su Wei grinned. They've already made their offer. A company's worth of weapons and equipment in exchange for control of the Southwest base. Lin Shan paused for a moment, then nodded and replied, the price is fair, but good things are always hard to find when comparing prices. Don't rush, someone might raise the price. After they finished speaking, the two smiled at each other. A little while later, the satellite phone rang again. Hello? Is this Brother Su? Wang Zhan, the supreme commander of the Chaoyang base, chuckled heartily on the other end of the phone. I heard you took over the Southwest base? After a brief conversation, Su Wei hung up the phone. Lin Shan crossed her arms and laughed. The Wang family lives in the mountains of Datian, eating meager rations. The fact that they can produce half a battalion's worth of weapons and equipment is already the limit for them. Su Wei nodded and said, Datian Mountain's location is too remote. If the Wang family wants to move to Yuntai, they will have to relocate. This shows that they are very ambitious. So what do you think? Lin Shan said with a smile. I can only give you suggestions. As for how to decide, it's up to you. I want to give the Southwest base to the Wang family, Su Wei said seriously. Moreover, I won't take half a battalion of weapons and equipment for free. With the Wang family stationed in the Southwest, they will definitely lack supplies. Didn't we get a batch of supplies at the Southwest base? I plan to give half of them to Wang Zhan. Raising wolves to feed tigers? That's right, Su Wei said with a firm gaze. The most important thing for a three-way balance of power is a balance of strength. We are too weak, but the Northwest base is too strong. If the Chaoyang base moves into Yuntai, they will need to find a reliable ally, and we are the most suitable one. 2 days later, the Chaoyang base team marched into the Southwest base in a grand procession. At the same time, the Northwest base responded immediately, dispatching a battalion to infiltrate and station itself in Qinjia village, only 20 miles from the Southwest base. Meanwhile, Su Wei was having a headache because of a misunderstanding. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at the villa. Sun Wanner opened the video call. Who is it? My name is Bai Qiuqiu, and I'm the bodyguard that President Su hired. Outside the door, Qiuqiu stood there prettily, wearing a pair of light red leather boots. Inside, Sun Wanner paused for a moment, then turned around with a disgruntled look, glaring at Su Wei Bai, and saying, "Looking for you." Oh. Su Wei had just gotten up, with a toothbrush still stuck in her mouth. He arrived at the door somewhat bewildered, and upon seeing Qiuqiu outside, he paused for a moment, then asked, "Why are you here?" "I'm here to work," Qiuqiu said sweetly with a smile on her little face. "Didn't you ask me to be your bodyguard? I'm here to protect you." Su Wei suddenly remembered what happened that day, and said with a dark expression, "I was just joking. Go back to where you came from." "No, I promised to protect you, and I have to keep my word." With that, Qiuqiu flipped her little hand, and a ball of flame appeared in her palm. She laughed and said, "I'm afraid your shabby door can't stop my flames, can it? If you don't open the door, I'm going to put it back in the furnace." It was unclear what element the magical flames were formed from, but as soon as the flames approached the security door, a scorching heat swept over the entire door. If we let her bake it any longer, it might really be sent back to the oven for a complete makeover. Su Wei opened the door helplessly and said, "Little sister, are you trying to extort me? Let me tell you beforehand, I have a bad temper, so don't mess with me." "TCH, as if you have a good temper." Qiuqiu rolled her eyes at him and walked straight in. When she saw the environment inside the villa, her mouth immediately formed an O. She exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you're so extravagant. You really don't consider yourself an outsider." Su Wei glared at her, annoyed. "First of all, we're not even close, are we? Secondly, weren't you looking for your sister? What's with you hanging around here?" "I've found my sister." Ignoring Sun Wanner's furious glare, Qiuqiu sat down on the sofa and started munching on an apple. "She's really from Cloud City?" Su Wei asked, somewhat surprised. To date, the original inhabitants of Cloud City have dwindled to less than 1/10, with most being newcomers, especially women, who are a vulnerable group and are almost extinct. With an apple in her mouth, Qiuqiu mumbled, "Of course, why would I lie to you? Who is your sister, and how did you find her?" Qiuqiu gave him a sweet smile and said, "My sister's name is Bai Menglu. You must have heard of her, right? I met a brother named Chu Sheng, and he helped me find my sister." "Chu Sheng," Sun Wanner repeated through gritted teeth. "The sister he helped you find?" "Yes." Qiuqiu tilted her head and looked at Sun Wanner, smiling as she said, "Wow, this auntie is so beautiful. She must have been a great beauty when she was young." "Oh, auntie." Su Wei felt a strong smell of gunpowder in the air, and he had a premonition that a world war was about to begin. He quickly pulled Qiuqiu away from the sofa and said coldly, "Let me tell you, get out of my house right now, or I'll take action." "You're so fierce." Qiuqiu pouted, looking timid. "I didn't say anything. Besides, didn't you ask me to be your bodyguard?" "I was fucking joking, okay? But I really mean it." Qiuqiu blinked her big eyes and said, "From now on, you'll be my boss. Don't worry, I'll protect you." Before Su Wei could speak, Qiuqiu paced around the villa and asked, "By the way, which room do I stay in?" Su Wei gritted her teeth and glared at her, coldly saying, "You really can't tell the difference between eyebrows and eyes." Qiuqiu pouted, feigning ignorance, and said, "What's wrong? There are so many rooms, it's not like I'm the only one who gets one. Besides, I didn't ask for any payment. Can't you give me a room? You're so stingy." Chapter 162. You are indeed very awesome. In the bedroom, Sun Wanner casually packed her clothes and said, "You're just planning to let her stay here?" The more composed a woman appears, the more turbulent her inner world is. Su Wei was startled by these words and said with a bitter face, "Damn it, this girl is so stubborn. What can I do? You saw it yourself. She is also a superhuman. If we really fight, I might not be her match." That's what they say, but if Su Wei really wanted to kill her, he didn't care what kind of superpower she had. He would just shoot her down and be done with it. As long as she was within his mental domain, all attacks would be slowed down, and those fireballs would pose no threat to him. Therefore, Su Wei still had her own selfish reasons for keeping Qiuqiu. Sun Wanna knew exactly what he was thinking and chuckled. We don't know how many superhumans exist in Yuntai City right now, so having an ally is a good thing. Huh? Su Wei stared blankly at Sun Wanna and said, I thought. You think I'd get angry? Su Wei nodded subconsciously. Sun Wanna rolled her eyes at him and pouted, saying, Of course I'll be angry. Having another woman in this villa means having another potential threat to me. Su Wei replied without hesitation, Then I'll just send her away. Forget it. Sun Wanna shook her head and said, Let her stay. I think this girl is quite naive. The only reason she approached you is to try and sell you her sister. Su Wei was taken aback again. By Meng Lu? Of course, Sun Wanna said irritably. She's an ability user. Isn't she treated like an honored guest wherever she goes? But she insisted on staying. Isn't her purpose obvious enough? I'm fucking. Su Wei was speechless. He felt utterly wronged. Weren't you planning to reclaim land in the city recently? Sun Wanna changed the subject and said casually, Why don't we let Xu Sheng go? He's quite capable and will definitely be able to handle the job. Su Wei couldn't help but laugh and nodded, saying, That makes sense. That kid is indeed talented. He should be sent away. Qiuqiu moved into room 104, becoming the first guest there since the apocalypse. Compared to the outside world, this place is simply paradise. Even though most villas in Cloud City have had their power restored, they are still far inferior to this villa. Leaving aside other things, just the sight of that table full of steaming hot delicacies is enough to drive countless people crazy. Sun Wanna greeted them with a smile and said to Qiuqiu in the manner of a hostess, No matter what, we'll all be living in the same house from now on, so consider this a welcome dinner for you. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Qiuqiu subconsciously swallowed. Although she held a high position at the Southwest base, due to the scarcity of resources, her daily meals were just simple rations and could not be described as refined. The dishes on this table were something Qiuqiu would never have dared to dream of before. Thank you for your hospitality, Sister Sunday. I won't stand on ceremony then. Qiuqiu grinned at Sun Wanna, her words less tense than when she first arrived, and her impression of Sun Wanna improved considerably. Eat up, there's more if you're not full. Sun Wanna smiled as she looked at Qiuqiu. In her eyes, Qiuqiu was just a cunning little girl who could be easily won over with a little coaxing. Su Wei didn't indulge him, saying, After you finish eating, come and work with me. Qiuqiu subconsciously threw down her chopsticks, covered her not-so-full-figured area, stared with wide eyes, and mumbled, I'm a bodyguard. I sell my skills, not my body. Su Wei rolled her eyes at her and laughed. Hee hee. Do you have anything valuable in your possession? You. Qiuqiu glared at him, then continued to stuff herself. Say what you will, what's in your stomach is yours. As she spoke, Qiuqiu stretched out her chopsticks and picked up the last chicken leg on the plate. Su Wei, quick-witted and agile, intercepted the order, saying, Damn it, there are only 3 chicken legs, and you've already shown off 2. Is that not enough? What, are you special? Qiuqiu protested indignantly. I'm not full. It's just a chicken leg, you stingy person. Me stingy. Su Wei laughed, then said coldly, If I were stingy, you wouldn't even get to eat chicken bones. TCH, you're such a hillbilly. Qiuqiu glanced at Su Wei, blinked, and said, Looks like you don't know how ability users recover their energy, do you? What? Su Wei was stunned for a moment. Qiuqiu rolled her eyes at him and said calmly, An ability user's energy is limited. Every bit consumed will result in a loss. To recover quickly, besides absorbing the energy of other ability users, you also need to consume a lot of food to absorb nutrients and restore energy. This is especially true for physical ability users like Zhen Liang. Their most direct way to recover is to eat. The more they eat, the faster their energy recovers. Who is Zhen Liang? That muscle man whose head you blew out with a single shot. Su Wei asked incredulously. It's that simple? You can restore your energy just by eating? Qiuqiu kept eating with her chopsticks, saying as she ate, Is this so simple? Don't you know that there is a severe shortage of resources outside? Forget about eating meat. Many people can't even afford coarse grains, and even people with superpowers are no exception. And what about you? I'm fine. With her mouth stuffed full, Qiuqiu mumbled, Shen Qianshan treats me fairly well, providing me with a sufficient amount of food every day. However, he's not as extravagant as you. He only gives me 1 meal of meat a day. Unless I consume too much energy after making a move, there's no extra compensation. And what about me? Su Wei put the chicken leg in her hand into Qiuqiu's bowl and asked with a smile, My special ability seems to be different from yours. There's no way to improve it. The fact that superhumans can increase their energy by consuming food is a new discovery for Su Wei. If that's the case, then with hundreds of billions in resources at his disposal, improving his abilities would be incredibly easy for him. Hey, you're so realistic. Qiu Chu glanced at the smiling Su Wei with some disdain and continued. The ways in which ability users increase their energy are all pretty much the same. For example, the ability user you killed was a low-level ability user. After each attack, he had to consume a lot of food to replenish his energy. And what about you? What level do you belong to? Sun Wanner asked with a smile. Qiu Chu raised her little face, thought for a moment, and said, I'm probably a mid-level ability user. Anyway, among the ability users I've seen, apart from this guy, very few can beat me. Su Wei said half-jokingly, so you're saying I'm awesome? You are indeed very awesome. Qiu Chu nodded seriously and said, there are different levels of strength among superpowered individuals. Your type of superpower, which is based on mental energy, covers almost all attributes. Any creature within your mental energy range, unless its energy far exceeds yours, will not escape the fate of being dominated by you. Su Wei asked curiously, how do you know everything? Life outside is so frustrating. Chapter 163, Radiation Zone. As Qiu Chu recalled her previous experiences, her delicate little face looked somewhat adorable. A moment later, she said with a bitter face, after I awakened my superpower, I stayed in the radiation zone for a while. There are only two kinds of people there, mutated zombies and people with superpowers. There are places like this? Su Wei was stunned. Qiu Chu nodded and said, you know about cosmic radiation, right? Those areas are the most severely affected by radiation. Any living organisms in them will be affected. Have you ever seen a rat bigger than a person? Su Wei subconsciously shook her head. I've seen them, and I've killed several. Chirp said smugly, those rats are very fierce. They bite anyone they see. I've seen it with my own eyes. Some humans who were lucky enough not to have mutated had their heads bitten off by the rats. Ugh, Sun Wanner choked instinctively. Su Wei quickly poured her a glass of water, then rolled her eyes at Xiao Qiu. Organize your thoughts, and try to use more elegant language before you speak. Wow, you're such a hypocrite. Qiu Chu stood up angrily and yelled at Su Wei Jiao. I told you such important information, and instead of thanking me, you're picking on me? Su Wei was speechless. Sun Wanner felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and then smiled and said, chirp chirp, you can continue. I just didn't react for a moment. Qiu Chu then sat down sullenly, gnawing on a chicken leg, and said, I think if you want to increase your energy, you'd better go to the radiation zone yourself. Su Wei was taken aback. Where are you going? To kill rats. I really suspect that you got your superpowers by paying God for them. Qiu Chu glared at him, annoyed. So you didn't understand a single word I said just now, huh? Can we talk this out properly? Su Wei really wanted to help, but she held back because she needed his help. Qiu Chu said irritably, it is indeed the safest way for superhumans to obtain energy through food, but as you can see, this method is too slow, especially for a high-level superhuman like you. If you want to improve your strength through food, you'll probably die on the way. You mean? Su Wei paused for a moment before saying, leveling up by fighting monsters? Yes. Qiu Chu nodded and said, the fastest way to improve your strength is to plunder, such as other superhumans, zombies, and alien beasts. Sun Wanner asked with some worry. But, isn't that place very dangerous? Of course it's dangerous. Xiao Qiu pulled open the sleeve of her hanfu, revealing her smooth, white arm, where a long, shocking scar stretched across her entire arm. The scar was thick and almost ran the length of her arm. Qiu Chu said with lingering fear, this scar was caused by a strange beast. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I would probably be dog poop by now. Sun Wanner said with some reluctance, such a long wound. What kind of strange beast must it have been? Qiu Chu, however, remained calm and casually remarked, an Alaskan Malamute bigger than a car, with fur 2 meters long, could swallow me whole in one bite. Huh. Sun Wanner's mouth dropped open. Su Wei said with some longing, I didn't know there was such a place. I imagine the level of those strange beasts must be quite high, and their energy must be very strong. Of course. Qiu Chu casually tossed away the chicken bones, then said to Sun Wanner in a coquettish tone, Sister Wanner, the chicken legs you roasted are so delicious. Qiu Chu wants more. Okay. Sun Wanner smiled and got up, walking towards the kitchen, saying, you can eat as much as you want, there's plenty. Damn, are you a glutton? Su Wei rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Do you know how much trouble it takes to cook a meal? You really are. Xiao Qiu looked at Su Wei speechlessly and sighed. Now I know why you look down on my sister. Mentioning Bai Menglu, Su Wei subconsciously glanced at Sun Wanner in the kitchen and said, What does this have to do with your sister? Chiu blinked and said, You're in trouble. You've fallen in love. Su Wei said speechlessly, Can you stop talking nonsense? All right. Chiu pursed her lips and shook her head helplessly, saying, If you want to improve your energy, you have to go to the radiation zone. But let me remind you again, it's really dangerous there. Not only will there be alien beasts that will attack you, but the most terrifying thing is people. Those superhumans in the radiation zone make a living by killing people. Superpowers are not scary. What's scary is the human heart. Having experienced the wickedness of people's hearts in the apocalypse, Su Wei naturally understood that those powerful beings would only become more cruel and ruthless. The radiation zone was an unfamiliar environment. Just as Chiu said, there are endless opportunities there, but at the same time there are endless dangers, and one careless move could lead to death. Command post. Lin Shan looked at Su Wei and said, The land reclamation is now on track, and the various forces in Yuntai City are becoming more stable. As long as we develop steadily, we will eventually become stronger. Although superhumans are very strong, I still believe that in the future struggle for supremacy, ordinary people will still be the main force. No matter how strong superhumans are, they cannot influence the world's Gujyu, a term referring to the overall situation or pattern of the world. Su Wei did not deny Lin Shan's point of view, but simply said, However, the existence of superhumans will greatly threaten the safety of some people. If our top experts are stationed here, we will be hampered by others in the future. So, are you going? Lin Shan was silent for a moment, then looked at him with a hint of hesitation and said, Actually, you don't need to risk your life. We don't lack resources. We can just spend a lot of money to recruit a group of superhumans. If it's not your own ability, you'll always lack confidence. Su Wei glanced at the dim sky outside the window and said in a low voice, If I hadn't heard those rumors from Chiu, I wouldn't have known that the outside world had become like this. A snowmobile, looking rather out of place, sped past in the snow-covered landscape. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chiu looked around the car with curiosity and asked, Boss, where are we going? I need to find resources and make arrangements here before I leave. Su Wei looked ahead and asked, By the way, where's the radiation zone you mentioned? Chiu rolled her eyes at him and said, Actually, the radiation zone is just a general term. As long as you are outside of Yuntai City, the more desolate the place, the more serious the radiation is. The place I stayed before was a place called Xinjing City, which has almost become a dead city, a paradise for alien beasts and superhumans. Then let's go to Xinjing City. Su Wei glanced at Chiu and said with a smile, I've been there before. It's about 300 kilometers away from Yuntai City. Chiu was stunned for a moment, then said with a pained expression, Huh? I want to go too. Su Wei glared at her, feigning seriousness, and said, Nonsense. Aren't you my bodyguard? I've already gone. What are you doing here? Actually, I can also be competent in other positions, such as a barbecue chef. Chapter 164, Arrangements Before Departure. Sharpness like a knife against my face. Walked slowly alongside a little girl in a light red hanfu. Su Wei turned to look at Chiu and saw that she was only wearing a long dress. She asked, Aren't you cold? Chiu chuckled and said, Big brother, my special ability is fire element. Do you think I'd be afraid of the cold? Su Wei choked, then shook her head and smiled, saying, Then your special ability is truly a gift from heaven. Of course. Chiu looked at the desolate scenery around her and asked, What are we doing here? The city is undergoing expansion, and we're running out of materials. Su Wei walked up to a factory building buried in snow and said, This used to be a large steel plant. I'm here to try my luck. Wow, are you going to build a city? Although young, Chiu was very clever. She exclaimed in surprise, People in many places are still fighting for food and clothing, but you want to establish a new order. You are indeed an ambitious fellow. Su Wei smiled and said, I was just inspired by a master. What kind of expert? Su Wei casually said, Lin Shan. You've met her. She's that woman who never smiles. Always has a sullen face, like everyone owes her money. But her abilities are truly amazing. Oh, I remember now. Chiu exclaimed suddenly. When I first arrived, she wanted to kick me out, saying that the city in the clouds doesn't support idlers. Su Wei nodded. Yes, she's very arrogant. Haha, that's true. Chiu giggled. But that older brother named Chusheng is pretty good. He's the one who helped me find my sister. Su Wei's lips twitched slightly, and he said, He has already been exiled. Why? Su Wei replied without blinking. Because of his outstanding abilities, the organization has decided to send him to the most challenging position so that he can give full play to his talents. TCH, do you think I'm stupid? Chocho rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. He clearly offended you. That's why he was kicked out. You're so cunning, using your position to settle personal scores. How could that be? I'm a respected and well-liked leader. The two searched the factory for a long time before finally finding the warehouse buried by ice and snow. Su-wei pointed to the icy gate and gestured towards Chocho with her lips, saying, "Come on, show it off." Sigh, a princess's body but a working life. Chuchu muttered a complaint, then helplessly spread her hands, and 2 fireballs appeared in her palms. Slowly, the fireballs began to expand, and then grew bigger and bigger. It can actually get bigger? Su-wei looked at the fireball with some surprise. It's possible, but my energy is limited. This is my limit. Sweat beaded on her face as she panted and let out a soft shout. Huh. 2 fireballs, each the size of a basketball, shot out and melted everything in their path the moment they touched the ice and snow, just like lead balls falling into water. In just a few seconds, the fireball eroded the warehouse door, creating an entrance that was half a person's height. Call. Chiyu-chu wiped the sweat from her forehead, pouted, and said, "Boss, this job is too tiring. You need to pay more." "No problem. Good work deserves a reward." Su-wei chuckled and joked, then took out a large bag of snacks from her spatial storage. Chiyu-chu clapped her hands happily and exclaimed, "Wow, the boss is so generous." Su-wei had tons of snacks stored in his space. Since Sun Wanner didn't like junk food anyway, he was generous and said, "Work hard, and I'll cover your snacks from now on." "Yezur, boss." Chuchu, carrying a large bag of snacks, happily saluted Su-wei. This time, Su-wei didn't leave empty-handed. The warehouse was piled high with tons of steel pipes, steel bars, and various steel materials. He scanned them one by one, and a few seconds later the warehouse was empty. Chiyu-chu looked at Su-wei with some surprise and asked, "Isn't your ability space limited?" "We haven't found anything yet." Su-wei shook his head and said, "But I've tried a few times before. If it's a living creature, small ones work, but large ones don't." "That's still amazing." Chiyu-chu said with some envy. "I also met a psychic ability user when I was in the radiation zone. But compared to you, he was practically a kindergartner. Are there other psychics?" Su-wei was somewhat surprised, as he had always thought that such advanced superpowers were unique. Of course, there's never a single type of superpower. It's just that some superpowers are very rare. Chiyu-chu thought for a moment and said, "For example, those low-level mental superpowers can only absorb a small amount of energy. Once the energy exceeds their own level, they will be devoured." Su-wei was slightly relieved and said with a smile, "That's good. Otherwise I really wouldn't dare to go." Chuchu smiled at him and said, "Don't worry. With your strength, you're an absolute master even in the radiation zone. Very few people can defeat you." "Is this a compliment?" The two got into the car chatting and laughing, heading straight for their next destination. As darkness fell, Su-wei had visited almost all the large factories in Yuntai City. Although many places had been emptied out in advance, she still made quite a few purchases. The quantity of various building materials is enormous, enough for construction in the short term. After returning home, Su-wei took a walk around the city, distributed the necessary materials to various places, and held a small meeting with the responsible parties before dragging her tired body home. Sun Wanner had already prepared dinner early. After serving Su-wei her meal, she suddenly asked, "Is everything arranged?" Su-wei paused for a moment, then said, "Yes, that's about right." "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow. The sooner we go, the sooner we can come back." "Okay, be careful. If it gets too dangerous over there, come back right away." "Good." Unaware of the awkward atmosphere, Chocho munched on a chicken leg and laughed. "Sister Wanner, we've been to so many places today, and we've used more than a dozen barrels of gasoline. The boss is really generous. That big snowmobile is so cool." With Chocho joining us, the atmosphere at home has become much more relaxed. She always makes you feel joyful at any time. Chirp chirp. Sun Wanner looked at her, her tone somewhat somber. "Oh, you're going to the radiation zone, so please be careful." "In case," Sun Wanner paused, then bent down to Chocho. "Please make sure you take good care of Su-wei." "Haha, me taking care of him?" Chuchu laughed carelessly. "He's a grown man. Shouldn't he be taking care of me?" Sun Wanner looked at her seriously and nodded, saying, "Anyway, thank you." Chocho finally realized what was happening and stopped smiling, saying, "Don't worry, Sister Wanner, I will definitely take good care of the boss." Chapter 165, Arrival in Xinjiang City. Su-wei remained silent for a long time. The meal was rather somber, with each of the three preoccupied with their own thoughts. As darkness deepened, Su-wei broke the silence and asked Chocho, "Are you staying here tonight? Do you want to go back and keep your sister company?" Chiu Chiu subconsciously said, why go back? My sister is fine. She can eat and sleep well. I've realized you really can't understand human language. Su Wei said with a dark face. Finish your meal and get out of here, or you can forget about snacks this month. Wow, you're threatening me. Chirp chirped angrily. The millstone hasn't even been removed yet, and you're already trying to kill the donkey? Su Wei glanced at her speechlessly and said irritably, you're such a stupid donkey. You're the donkey, you stupid donkey. You stinking donkey. You were the one who said you were a donkey, weren't you? Sun Wanner, her face flushed, watched the two bickering, both amused and exasperated. As night fell, a cold wind howled. The lingering scent of love filled the small bedroom. Su Wei embraced Sun Wanner, the two of them naked and nestled together, remaining silent for a long time. Don't worry. After a long while, Su Wei took a deep breath and said with a smile, Chiu Chiu said that with my strength, I am a top-tier existence even in the radiation zone. Sun Wanner's voice was trembling with sobs. But that's a radiation zone. What if some powerful alien beasts appear there? She gradually grew accustomed to this symbiotic lifestyle, as if she only had a reason to live if Su Wei was around. Su Wei said half-jokingly, don't worry, I'm not stupid. If it's too dangerous, I'll come right back. Early in the morning, the snowmobile drove out of the city in the clouds. Su Wei was unusually silent in the car. Chiu Chiu also sensed his change and stopped joking around as usual, instead quietly eating potato chips. Perhaps the atmosphere was too strange. After walking for more than 2 hours, Su Wei suddenly spoke up and smiled at Chiu Chiu. What's wrong with you today? You're usually quite lively, aren't you? I was just scared. Chiu Chiu pouted and said, you have no idea how Lin Shan looked at me when I went out today. She looked like I had kidnapped you. That's just her temper, Su Wei said with a shake of her head and a smile. Chiu Chiu shook her head seriously and said, no, I think she's interested in you. Damn it, are you even capable? This isn't how you matchmake people, is it? She's interested in me. Su Wei said speechlessly. I'd be grateful if she didn't want to kill me. TCH, don't you believe me? I'm pretty good at judging people. Su Wei chuckled twice, then changed the subject. We're about 30 kilometers from Xinjiang City. Where should we stay? Are we almost there? Chiu Chiu glanced out the window and sighed. Sigh. It took me a full half-month to get back. Su Wei glanced at her and exclaimed dramatically. Damn, walking over 300 kilometers. That's pretty awesome. I don't want to either. Chiu Chiu shook her head helplessly and said, but that place is too dangerous. I'm just a little girl. Why should I be trapped in a place like that? Su Wei smiled and nodded. That's true. With your strength, any force would pay a high price to recruit you. Actually, I wasn't sure at the time whether I could survive after coming back. Chiu Chiu shook her head and smiled. I just wanted to find my sister as soon as possible. Then why didn't you come directly, but instead went to the southwest base? Su Wei looked at her curiously. It's hard to imagine a little girl infiltrating a group of regular soldiers. The scene is truly novel. I was discovered by them halfway through, that big guy. Chiu Chiu paused, then laughed. The guy whose head you blew out. He's too strong. I couldn't beat him, so I had to join them first. Su Wei laughed, nodding as if she couldn't help but smile, and said, yes, if you can't beat them, join them. That's one way. I originally planned to take some time to visit my sister, but I had only been here a few days when someone broke into the base. Chiu Chiu glanced at Su Wei and said, as a result, the base was placed under martial law. Xin Qianshan explicitly forbade the three of us from leaving the base. He probably feared that you guys might take advantage of the situation and kill him one day. No wonder you surrendered without even lifting a finger that day. Knowing you can't win, why fight? Chiu Chiu said righteously. Besides, Xin Qianshan and I only have an employer-employee relationship. I have no obligation to risk my life for him, okay? Yes, that's right. Su Wei gave her a disgruntled look and said, but after all you've said, you still haven't told me where we're going to stay? After thinking for a moment, Chiu Chiu said, let's go to Xishan. There's a nuclear power plant there, which is a severely affected area due to radiation. Apart from alien beasts and superhumans, there are almost no living people left. Aren't people with superpowers afraid of radiation? Su Wei asked a very useless question. Chiu Chiu shook her head and said, superpowered individuals are mutated due to cosmic radiation. It's like a fish entering water. Not only will it not be affected, but it will actually allow them to fully unleash their superpowers. The car kept speeding through the wind and snow. More than an hour later, the two arrived at a small town on the outskirts of Xinjiang City. This place is more than 500 kilometers away from Yuntai City, which is close to the northern edge, and the cosmic radiation here is significantly more severe than in the southern regions. The weather is the most obvious example. The lowest temperature in the south is currently around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, while the temperature here is at least minus 60 degrees Celsius. Perhaps further north, the temperature will be even lower. You can't drive any further in. Looking at the town in front of her, Qiuqiu explained, Xinjing City is located in a low-lying area. The deepest part of the ice and snow cover can reach more than 30 meters. There are no roads inside, and you can easily fall into an ice hole if you're not careful. Su Wei was somewhat shocked. You've been living here for more than 3 months? Yes. Chirp nodded, somewhat emotionally. Although this place is dangerous, it's paradise if you're strong enough. I killed 2 low-level beasts and absorbed their energy before I gained my current strength. The two abandoned their car and walked, chatting as they went. Seeing the abandoned streets and dwellings around them, Su Wei asked, wasn't this supposed to be a paradise for people with superpowers? How come there isn't a single living creature here? It's noon now, when the radiation is at its weakest. Later in the day, those beasts will come out to hunt for food, and if we're lucky, we might run into them. Chirp skipped and hopped in the snow, her red dress fluttering in the wind and snow. But you'd better pray you don't run into any high-level beasts. Are there different levels for mythical beasts? Su Wei asked. Chapter 166, Danger in Xishan Town. Of course. Chirp walked backwards and looked at Su Wei, making a silvery sound, saying, primary-level alien beasts are easy to kill, mostly physical types. Intermediate-level alien beasts are mostly magic types. What about the higher-end ones? I've never seen this before. Qiuqiu stuck out her little tongue and blinked. It's probably similar to yours, a kind of mental ability, the kind that can kill someone with just one look. Su Wei rolled her eyes and said, Damn, I've become a monster? If you really are a monster, I'll definitely run away immediately, because you're too monstrous. Qiuqiu giggled and made a face at Su Wei, saying, Last time you opened your mental power, I knew I was no match for you. No matter how much energy I have, I can only be plundered by you. Su Wei laughed and said, Don't praise me like that, I'll get arrogant. The snow in the radiation zone was heavy, with a biting cold wind blowing. The dense snowflakes shimmered in the air, making it difficult to see the buildings in front of us. After walking for a few minutes, Su Wei frowned and said, This snow is strangely heavy. No, this snow is not normal. Qiuqiu looked around and frowned. Although the snowstorm in the north is heavy, it's not normal for it to be falling so fast. And when we came in just now, the snowstorm wasn't this strong at all. Brush of light pierced through the wind beside her. A huge chunk of ice and snow, accompanied by the sound of wind, crashed straight down on the two of them without any warning, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Careful! Su Wei subconsciously activated her mental power and grabbed Qiuqiu, pulling her back a dozen steps. Bang! The snow and ice crashed down where the two had just stood, leaving a crater about half a person's height. That was close. Qiuqiu exclaimed, still shaken. If we hadn't run fast, we would probably have been smashed into mincemeat by now. Brush! Before Su Wei could speak, another cold light struck, and an even larger piece of ice and snow hurtled towards them, moving even faster than before. Damn it, do you think I have no temper? Even if Su Wei was slow-witted, she could tell that a superhuman was secretly making a move, and judging from the looks of it, it was a superhuman who could control ice and snow. The next second, he released his mental energy. The piece of ice and snow disappeared as soon as it got close. Wow, boss is amazing! Qiuqiu exclaimed with her mouth agape, looking on with admiration. I never imagined you could even devour ice and snow. The enemy is attacking from the shadows. We can only passively take the hits. Su Wei glanced around, but the wind and snow made it hard for her to open her eyes. She said coldly, We must find his location. As he spoke, he concentrated his mental energy, and a white light seemed to flash in his eyes. The next second, the wind and snow within a 20-meter radius seemed to vanish instantly. A strange vacuum zone appeared in the area centered on Su Wei and Qiuqiu, as if transparent glass blocked everything from the outside world. Isn't that insane? Qiuqiu was too shocked to speak. Su Wei, however, remained remarkably calm. He walked quickly through the town, using his mental energy to perceive the changes around him to the fullest extent. Suddenly, Su Wei frowned and looked sharply at a 3-story building to her left. Damn it! Where do you think you're going to run to? He ran off cursing, and the wind and snow mysteriously disappeared wherever he went. Qiuqiu quickly followed behind, and the two headed straight for the small building. Inside the building, a blonde-haired boy stood at the window, staring in disbelief at the couple running towards them. Holy crap, this is insane, the boy said speechlessly. This is my first time making a move, and I've already run into a high-level ability user? I'm so unlucky. As he spoke, the boy prepared to run away, but he was too late. Snap, snap. The glass on the third floor of the small building was shattered, and Su Wei rushed inside in one stride. Misunderstand. Upon seeing Su Wei enter, the boy's first reaction was to raise his hand and then loudly proclaim, "Big brother, I really didn't know you were an advanced ability user. I'm so sorry. Sorry, you son of a bitch." Su Wei's mental power instantly enveloped the boy. The boy's eyes widened suddenly, and his body, which was about to flee, froze in place. He felt as if his body was inexplicably imprisoned, and no matter how much he struggled, he could not move an inch. The next second, Su Wei's mental space opened. The boy was instantly filled with despair. The fear of death swept over him. At this moment, it was as if a giant water pump was absorbing the energy from his body. "Big brother, spare me." The boy finally panicked, his voice trembling as he said, "I really didn't know you were a high-level ability user. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Eyes. Just then, Chiu rushed in, staring blankly at the boy in the room, and said in a daze, "How could it be you?" Chirp, chirp. Upon seeing Chiu, the boy was first stunned, then overjoyed, and hurriedly cried out, "Quick, quick, come save me. Otherwise, he's going to drain me dry." Under Su Wei's spiritual power, the boy was as if his pressure points had been abruptly sealed, and he could only helplessly allow Su Wei to rapidly absorb the energy within his body. "Boss." Chiu was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and said, "Please have mercy, he's my friend." Friend. Su Wei did not close the mental space, but the absorption speed slowed down a bit. He said coldly, "What kind of friend would try to kill you with a single move?" Having experienced the distortion of humanity, Su Wei knows all too well the consequences of being soft-hearted. Under such circumstances, any entity that can threaten oneself must be eliminated immediately, otherwise one will only be asking for trouble. "No, no," Isa cried out in terror. "Big brother, I didn't recognize you just now. I really didn't mean to." "Boss, Isa's a good man. He helped me before." Chiu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Why don't you spare him this time for my sake?" Su Wei glanced coldly at Chiu and sneered. "Heh, your reputation isn't enough for me to risk my life, is it? What if I let him go and he attacks me again?" "No way." Unable to shake his head, Isa could only blink frantically and say, "Big brother, I really didn't know you were so powerful. Otherwise, even if I had 200 lives, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you." Chiu frowned and smiled helplessly. "Boss, that's how the radiation zone is. The strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. It was wrong of Isa to attack you, but he is also very useful. Isa knows the places where these superpowered people and monsters in Shishan Town often appear." Yes, I know all of that." Eyes quickly added, "Boss, if you spare my life, I promise I'll take you to find more alien beasts and superhumans." Chapter 167, Challenging the Hall. Upon hearing this, Su Wei quietly relaxed her mental energy a bit. "Call." Ise breathed a sigh of relief, shifted his body slightly, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, boss. As long as I'm here, you'll definitely have a very rewarding trip to Shishan." "Stop talking nonsense." Su Wei glanced at him coldly and said, "Let's get practical, or I don't mind using you as an example first." Yes. Eyes wiped the cold sweat from his face, his wet blonde hair sticking messily to his face. Then, he began to explain. "Boss, Shishan Town was originally a pristine scenic area with many free-range wild animals. After the apocalypse, most of these animals were affected by cosmic radiation and became alien beasts. However, these beasts are too clever. Once they encounter danger, they will run away immediately, making it difficult for ordinary superhumans to catch them." Su Wei nodded and asked, "Where is the scenic area?" 20 miles to the east." Ise pointed out the window, then hesitated and said, "But that place has been occupied by a few big shots. I can't beat them, so I can only pick up some stray small beasts on the outskirts to eat." Upon hearing this, Chu asked in surprise, "There are people you can't beat?" "Look at what you're saying." Ise glanced at Chiu speechlessly, then subconsciously glanced at Su Wei and said, "I just ran into a brick wall today." Suddenly, Chiu laughed, her delicate little face full of self-righteousness, and said, "Someone at the boss's level can't even be considered a normal person, okay? If we compare ourselves to him, then none of us should live." Su Wei cursed irritably. "Damn it. One minute I'm a beast, the next I'm not human." "I'm telling the truth," Chiu said, tilting her little face up. "In Shishan Town, people like us are considered experts. As for you, boss, you're an even bigger expert." "Yes." Little yellow hair, Ize chimed in. This is the second time I've seen a psychic ability user. It's terrifying. We're not even in the same league. The two teenagers probably hadn't learned how to flatter people much, and their pretentious seriousness was somewhat laughable. Su Wei said speechlessly, "Stop talking nonsense and lead the way." After walking for about half an hour, the three of them arrived at the edge of a mountain forest. This is it. Ize stroked his blonde hair and said, "If you go any further in, you'll be in the scenic area. There are many more strange beasts inside than outside. For those with supernatural abilities, exotic beasts are their primary resource for survival. Therefore, whoever controls this scenic area will have a monopoly on the vast majority of resources, and their strength will naturally increase more rapidly." Su Wei asked cautiously, "Are there any advanced superhumans here?" "There's only one," Ize added. "But his ability is nothing compared to yours, boss." Su Wei ignored him and continued, "What kind of superhuman?" "It seems to be a kind of superpower similar to another dimension. I fought him once before, but every time it came to a critical moment, he would disappear on the spot and then suddenly reappear." "Subspace." Su Wei frowned slightly, then suddenly said, "So, to defeat this person, we must first break his subspace so that he has no way to hide." "That's how it is in theory," Ize nodded. Chiu frowned and said, "I've also heard of subspace. Most of these ability users aren't very strong offensively, but they can wear you down. After all, even the strongest ability user has limited energy. If they keep switching spaces, then it's just a matter of endurance." Just as the three were planning how to enter the scenic area, a loud shout suddenly came from inside. "Who goes there?" The sound was like a booming bell, piercing the eardrums. However, Su Wei was unaffected. His mental space opened, and the energy in the voice instantly disappeared. Then he shouted into the room, "We have no intention of offending anyone. We just want to go in and capture a few strange beasts. Please do us a favor, brothers." "Huh." A cold laugh rang out. Then, a short, stout middle-aged man emerged from deep within the scenic area, his hands tucked into his sleeves, looking like a little old man taking a stroll. A short, stout middle-aged man approached and asked, "Do you want to enter the scenic area?" Su Wei sensed the other party's contempt, then smiled calmly and said, "What? Do you own this scenic area? You can't let people in without a ticket." Chu chuckled and added, "Last year, the government strictly prohibited scenic spots from charging entrance fees arbitrarily, so we don't need to buy tickets here anymore." "Hee, you guys think you're very funny, huh?" The short, stout middle-aged man wore a sneer, his tone suddenly turning cold and stern, and a powerful energy instantly swept over him. But after a few seconds, Su Wei was still standing there unharmed. Short, stout man asked in surprise, "You guys are unaffected?" His special ability is sound. When combined with energy, the sound he produces is comparable to a tsunami. Ordinary people with special abilities simply cannot withstand it. Bleeding from all 7 orifices is the least of their worries. "Stop talking nonsense. You're no match for him." Su Wei didn't move, and all the energy in his voice was absorbed into his spatial dimension. He continued, "Bring your boss out. I want to talk to him." "You think you're something special?" The short, fat man sneered. "You think you can see our boss?" Buzz. Before the short, fat man could finish speaking, he felt a blur before his eyes and was suddenly imprisoned. Immediately afterwards, he felt his energy rapidly draining away, and he didn't even have the strength to resist, so he could only let the other party absorb it. "You?" The short, fat man stared at Su Wei in shock and exclaimed in astonishment, "You're actually a psychic. No, don't kill me. Otherwise, my boss won't let you get away with this." "I'm here to find him." Su Wei reduced her strength and said calmly, "Either you let him out, or you die in his place. Come on, choose one quickly." The short, stout man turned and shouted inside, "Boss, help. The challengers are here." Brush. As soon as the short, fat man finished speaking, Su Wei and the others felt a blur before their eyes. A figure appeared in front of them, along with a gleaming pistol. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Su Wei shifted half a step to the side. Psychic abilities. The figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, but its speed was noticeably slower, as if it had been affected by some external force. The next second, a young man in a leather jacket appeared out of thin air 30 meters away from Su Wei. He had a cold and stern face and a long scar on his face. "You almost got me into trouble." Scarface looked at Su Wei from afar and said coldly, "Brother, this is our Black Tiger Gang's territory. If you know what's good for you, get out of here, or all 3 of you will die here." Chapter 168, A Tale of Two Extremes. While psychic abilities are powerful, they are not absolutely invincible. With Su Wei's current energy, he can only control a range of 20 meters centered on himself. If he goes any further, his mental power will lose its effect. The scarred man was standing in a spot that Su Wei couldn't reach. The situation suddenly became interesting. Su Wei's superpower was very strong, but Scarface's main tactic was to be sneaky and cunning. Neither side could do anything to the other in the short term. But the short, fat man wasn't so lucky. Seeing that the scarred man wasn't going to fight, Su Wei glanced at the short, fat man next to him, who instantly froze on the spot. Just over 10 seconds later, the short, fat man's body visibly went limp. He desperately tried to call for help, but under Su Wei's absolutely focused mental power, he didn't even have a chance to speak. Fortunately, the superhuman's energy was enormous, so he wasn't drained in a short time. If it were a zombie at this moment, Su Wei could drain its energy in just a few seconds. On his deathbed, the short, stout man finally erupted, desperately channeling his energy to resist Su Wei's absorption rate. "Boss, help me." Brush. A figure flashed before Su Wei's eyes. Su Wei subconsciously lost focus for 2 seconds and immediately enveloped the area with her mental energy. Unfortunately, Scarface was very alert. He clearly didn't want to fight Su Wei head-on. He just wanted to rescue the short, fat man and retreat immediately after succeeding. Short, fat man finally had 2 seconds to relax, and his first reaction was to run away. "Hey, you're really not treating me like a boss," Ise said sarcastically, throwing a large chunk of snow at the short, fat man who was running away. Bang! The short, stout man, already low on energy, was slammed to the ground by the ice and snow. Before he could even put up a fight, a pale yellow fireball shot towards him. Choo Choo chuckled and launched 2 fireballs. "Let me show you what it truly means to experience the extremes of ice and fire." First, he was slammed to the ground by ice and snow, and then burned by fireballs. The short, fat man, who already had little energy left, died on the spot without uttering a sound. Third brother. In the distance, Scarface's figure appeared on a cypress tree. He cried out in grief and anger, his eyes turning cold as he said, "You 2 brats, I'll kill you one day." With Su Wei's support, Ise immediately became arrogant, stroking the little blonde hair and cursing, "Damn, what are you bragging about? Come on if you dare, I'm not afraid of you." Su Wei didn't have time to speak. He was rushing towards Scarface at top speed. As long as you can trap them within your mental energy range, even the most powerful superhuman will have to kneel down. Seeing Su Wei rushing over, Scarface knew he was doomed and could only keep using spatial teleportation to dodge Su Wei's attacks. Fifth brother. As Scarface dodged, he shouted into the park, "Call." Suddenly, a strong wind arose from the sky. The long Hanfu skirt of the girl was instantly blown up by the wind, revealing 2 fair and slender legs. Ise's blonde hair stood on end in the strong wind, as if he had been electrocuted. Only Su Wei was unaffected. He stood quietly in place, looking at Xiao Qiu, and subconsciously sighed, "So white." A fierce wind whipped up a blizzard, and the heavy snowfall obscured everyone's view. Even with Su Wei's mental power fully activated, he could only absorb the wind and snow within a 20-meter radius. Looking beyond that, all he could see was a vast expanse of white. "Little blondie, it's your turn to do the work." Su Wei suddenly turned to look at Ise and shouted, "Use your ice and snow abilities to clear away the surrounding snow and wind." "No problem." Ise responded loudly, then slowly lifted his arms towards the sky. The wind and snow in the air paused for a moment, then slowly gathered together, forming a huge ice and snow tornado. And the surrounding view gradually became clearer. Su Wei looked into the distance and saw that the scarred man had already appeared more than 100 meters away and was about to disappear from his sight. A sniper rifle appeared in his hand. Su Wei knelt on one knee, raised his hand, and fired a shot. Bang! The scarred man, who had just revealed himself, suddenly swung his left arm, causing a burst of blood mist to erupt. He paused for a moment, then staggered and disappeared from the spot. Damn it, he still got away. Su Wei cursed in frustration. Ise withdrew his energy, the tornado slowly dissipated, and the snow and ice scattered on the spot. He looked at the sniper rifle in Su Wei's hand with a speechless expression and said, "Boss, can superhumans really play like this?" Su Wei retorted confidently, "Why not? No matter how high your martial arts skills are, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. Superhumans are also made of flesh and blood. They'd feel pain if they got shot, right?" Xiu Chu lifted her little skirt and came to Su Wei's side, laughing and agreeing. "That's right, boss. That's called using tactics wisely. You don't know anything." Ise could only shake his head helplessly, then said seriously, "Boss, Scarface is injured and probably won't show his face for a while. Let's take advantage of his escape and hurry up and find the alien beast. Su Wei's face was a little pale. She shook her head and said, "Forget it. The risks here are too great. Let's go back first and find a place to stay." Clearly, although he seemed to have won the battle just now, his energy expenditure was probably enormous. Qiuqiu noticed his unusual behavior and asked in a low voice, "Boss, are you all right?" Su Wei gritted her teeth and said, "I'm fine." The superhumans in this radiation zone are indeed difficult to deal with. Moreover, the fact that he called out Fifth Brother just now means that they have accomplices in the shadows who haven't shown up yet. Going in rashly will not do us any good. Qiuqiu nodded and whispered, "You just absorbed that short, fat man's energy. You need time to digest it. Overdrawing your strength for battle is not a good thing. Living things gain power through genetic mutations, and the world's structure changes as a result. The emergence of superhumans does not conform to conventional biological theories, but genes are not something that can be explained in a few words. Just like those islanders who were exposed to H radiation back then, many mutants were born among them. If H radiation is like this, then the even stronger cosmic radiation must be even more so. However, so far, superhumans are not omnipotent. They also follow certain biological laws, and their energy is consumed as it is replenished. For example, the battle we just fought. The prolonged release of mental energy caused Su Wei to clearly feel her body rapidly weakening. Just like in a game, if you use a skill for a long time, your mana bar won't keep up with your output, and your abilities will naturally decrease. If you force yourself to use it, it will be considered as a drain on your health. Fortunately, Su Wei's mental abilities have a bug in his ability space, which gives him 2 ways to absorb energy. However, the only drawback is that if a superhuman like Su Wei has limited energy, he cannot unleash his power at all, and will instead become a useless asset. Chapter 169, Why Not Eat Meat Porridge? Just imagine it. When you use your psychic abilities, due to energy limitations, you can only perceive things within a 2-meter radius. If the opponent maintains this distance at this moment, a single iron peanut can send you back to the furnace for a fresh start. Conversely, if your perception range is wide enough, you can absolutely dominate all living beings within that range with just a slight thought. 20 meters, that's an awkward distance. It can be said that Su Wei is currently invincible in close combat, but if a ranged attacker appears, he can only defend and cannot attack. However, absolute defense is also a capability. At least until a superhuman with stronger mental abilities appears, Su Wei can defend against any attack. The 3 returned the way they came and arrived at a manor. Su Wei admired the architecture of the manor and said with a smile, "This place is quite nice. If it were before, a house like this would probably cost hundreds of millions, right?" I stroked his blonde hair and laughed. "Hey, this is only possible now. Otherwise, I would never have been able to live in a house like this in several lifetimes." There is a 9-story residential building in the manor, with very exquisite furnishings and style. Unfortunately, due to the power outage, many facilities here are no longer usable. Su Wei chose a bedroom by the window on the 2nd floor, while Qiuqiu stayed in the room next to him, so that she could provide immediate support should Su Wei make any unusual moves. Su Wei took out some instant food from her spatial storage and distributed it to the 2 of them, saying, "Let's eat first, then recover our energy. We'll fight Xishan Town again tomorrow." Claypot rice. Ize excitedly rubbed his blonde hair. "It's been half a year, and I haven't had a proper meal in ages. Is it really that bad?" Su Wei felt he was just trying to gain sympathy and said irritably, "Isn't it said that people with superpowers are in high demand? If you want to live a good life, just go somewhere else. I've also thought about leaving the radiation zone." I sighed and said, "But my superpower can only be exerted to its fullest potential in such extremely harsh, icy, and snowy weather. The weather outside is too calm, and my strength will be greatly reduced." Qiuqiu munched on an apple and said with a grin, "I'm just too bad at it. Why say so much? Am I still bad at this?" Eyes, unconvinced, flicked his blonde hair and said, "There are definitely no more than 5 people in Xishan Town who can beat me." "Then why didn't you kill that scarred guy today?" Ize's blonde hair visibly drooped, and he touched his nose dejectedly. "He's one of the 5. I can't beat him." TCH. Qiuqiu rolled her eyes and ignored him. After the 3 finished their meal, Su Wei took out a small stove from her spatial storage and brewed a pot of fragrant milk tea. They sat around the stove and chatted. Approximately how many people with superpowers are there in the Xishan area? According to Su Wei's understanding, people with superpowers are rare beings. Even in the radiation zone, it's impossible for people with superpowers to be everywhere. That's unrealistic. If people with superpowers really became rampant, the outside world would have been conquered long ago. There are dozens. After thinking for a moment, Ize said seriously. Actually, at the beginning, there weren't many superhumans in Shishan Town. Just me, Qiu Qiu, and Air Pang from Shujia Town. It was only later that everyone discovered that due to the impact of the nuclear power plant, many animals had mutated, which attracted many curious superhumans. They, like you, wanted to use the mutated beasts to enhance their own energy. Oh right, I almost forgot. Where's Air Pang? Qiu Qiu asked, holding her milk tea. Weren't you two inseparable before? I haven't seen him all day. Isn't it all because of you? Iza shook his head helplessly. A beautiful woman is a source of trouble. Qiu's little face flushed slightly as she scolded. Get lost. You're the troublemaker. Ize rolled her eyes at her and said, You left without a word back then, without even leaving a letter. Pang cried for days and insisted on going to find you. Chu playfully punched him and said in a sweet voice, Stop talking nonsense. Where did he go? Make him come out here right now and pay his respects to your great-grandmother. It's probably not going to work today. He went home a few days ago. Su family village. Yes, his mother is dying. Iza sighed sadly. In this damn apocalypse, it's a miracle that Su's mother is still alive. Aunt Lianhua was so kind. How could she? Qiu said sadly. She used to make me salted fish and wild vegetable porridge all the time. I don't want her to die. Didn't they say that apart from those with superpowers, there are no living people in the radiation zone? Su Wei asked, somewhat puzzled. Shujia village is located on the outskirts of the radiation zone, about 70 kilometers away, Iza explained. The radiation there is not strong, so it is possible to survive there. What does barely surviving mean? Su Wei asked, puzzled. Since it's not suitable for living, we can just move to another place. If we go further south, many cities have long since been free from radiation effects. Why not go there? Where are you going, and what are you going to do? Iza asked back, shaking his head and smiling. Boss, you're implying, why don't they eat meat porridge? Su Wei suddenly realized and said, You mean food? Iza nodded and said with a wry smile, Shujia village is located right next to the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. The people there have made a living by fishing for generations. After the apocalypse, although the river was frozen by ice and snow, it didn't have much of an impact on these fishermen. They could still fish by breaking through the ice and at least ensure their food supply. But if they went to other places, the radiation would be gone, but they would lose their food source and would starve to death. After the apocalypse, the effects of cosmic radiation will be widespread. Except for a very few cities that were lucky enough to escape the disaster, most cities in China are still in the environment affected by radiation, and Xinjiang City is one of them. People living here either have to leave their homes to find another way out, or they can only sit and wait to die. Shujia village is already a good result. At least they can still have something to eat. Take Yuntai City, for example. It was one of the few cities least affected by radiation, but its people still couldn't escape the fate of starving to death. If even locals are like this, then it goes without saying that outsiders are too. Moreover, Xinjiang City is located on the southern edge. Hundreds of kilometers may not mean much to Su Weilai, but for ordinary people like these, it is an insurmountable distance. Qiu blinked her big eyes and smiled at Su Wei. Boss, we've just arrived anyway, so there's no rush. How about I take you to Su family village for a visit tomorrow? You want me to become a philanthropist, don't you? Su Wei smiled irritably. Even after being exposed, Qiu wasn't embarrassed. She pouted and said sweetly, Anyway, you have so many supplies, so it's no big deal to help out. That Pang is very powerful. Don't you want to take him back to Cloud City? Chapter 170, Su Family Village. If the military is the foundation of the struggle for supremacy, then the emergence of superhumans will become a trump card for a faction. The three of them set off for Shujia village early the next morning. After leaving Shishan town, the icy and snowy roads became slightly smoother. Su Wei immediately took out the snowmobile. In this kind of weather, a journey of more than 70 kilometers would be impossible without a means of transportation. Even if he didn't freeze to death, his legs would be exhausted from running. Iza's eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, boss is amazing. You even have something this big. Just how many supplies do you have stored in your space? What? You want to rob me? Su Wei said half-jokingly as she got into the driver's seat. Hey, you know what? For a second just now, I really thought. Iza chuckled, patting his blonde hair, then shrugged and said, But I know I can't beat you, so I definitely won't go looking for death. To put it bluntly, he's just a coward. Chu jumped into the car with a grin, half reclined in the spacious back seat, and took out her treasured snacks. If you're not a coward, then you go ahead and do it, I said irritably. Aren't you known as the queen of the radiation zone? Get lost. Chu rolled her eyes at him, then glanced at Su Wei and said, I'm the #1 beautiful Sailor Moon in Cloud City now. Puff. Su Wei almost burst out laughing, then exclaimed, That's right, you are indeed a warrior. The three chatted and laughed all the way, and the journey of more than an hour was over in no time. Shujia Village. This ordinary village, located at the source of the Yangtze River, has rows of low houses that stand out against the snow and ice, yet also seems somewhat isolated. The 1,000-mile-long frozen river has suddenly lost its mighty flow. Looking across the banks of the Yangtze River, only vast expanses remain. The three got off the car at the end of the road and walked into the village. As soon as they approached, a group of villagers suddenly rushed out of the houses on both sides, armed with various weapons, and surrounded the three. Who are you? A middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader, looked at Su Wei and his group warily and shouted, This is Su Family Village. We don't welcome outsiders. Get out of here. Uncle, we're here to see Su Heir. Qiuqiu stepped forward with a smile, then suddenly paused, turned to look at Yi and asked, What's her Pang's name again? Su Tian. Oh, right. Qiuqiu smiled sweetly, tilting her cute little face up, and said, We're here to find Su Tian. We're good friends. Friend. No one can resist a sweet-looking little girl with fair legs, and middle-aged men are even less likely to do so. He glanced at Qiuqiu a few times, his expression softening considerably, and asked in confusion, I've never heard of Xiaotian having friends like you. Where did you come from? Yi shook his blonde hair and stepped forward with a smile. Grandpa, we're from the radiation zone. When Su Tian was in the radiation zone, we were his best friends. Impossible. The middle-aged man's hesitant expression hardened again, and he said coldly, My little Tanner is a good kid. Look at your blonde hair. You're obviously not a good person. Holy shit. Eyes was stunned for a moment, then said somewhat angrily, Who said that people who dye their hair yellow aren't good people? Is it wrong for me to like yellow? Mind your own business. This is only possible because it's in Shujia Village. Otherwise, given Yi's status as an ability user, he could have wiped out this group of villagers with a flick of his finger. But this girl looks lovely. She's clearly from a well-to-do family. The middle-aged man ignored him and looked at Qiuqiu, saying, Miss, wait a moment. I'll have someone go find Xiaotian. Thank you, uncle. Qiuqiu smiled sweetly. No need. The uncle grinned like a lotus flower and waved his hand, saying, It's not that I want to stop you. It's just that we have a lot of fish here, and there are always people who want to sneak in and steal things. After the Ice Age arrived, global resources were being consumed at an alarming rate, and many resources could not be regenerated. Without a complete system of planning and constraints, people can only plunder each other to survive, and using fists to speak has become the main theme of this era. This is what Lin Shan said back then. When all the rules disappear, new rules will come to replace them, and she wants to be the one who makes those rules. A short while later, a chubby young man walked over, his face pale, clearly not in good condition. Hey, Erpang. I smiled and waved to the boy. But Erpang ignored him and instead looked straight at the adorable little chick beside him. You're back? Erpang, long time no see. You've gotten even fatter. Qiuqiu raised her little face and smiled at him. Aren't you going to come over here and greet your great aunt? Erpang's face showed surprise and a bit of bewilderment. You? Why are you back again? Come back whenever you want. Qiuqiu, oblivious to his words, grabbed Su Wei's arm and said, I found a new boss. If he's coming, I'll come with him. Boss. Erpang looked at Su Wei with a strange hostility in his eyes. Su Wei smiled and nodded, saying, Hello, I'm Su Wei, a friend of Qiuqiu. With a sweet smile, Qiuqiu looked at Su Wei and said, Erpang, my new boss is so generous, and he's incredibly wealthy. The entire radiation zone combined isn't as wealthy as him. When Qiuqiu described herself as a nouveau riche, Su Wei could only shake her head and smile helplessly. Erpang ignored Su Wei, but looked at Qiuqiu somewhat cautiously and asked in a low voice, Then, are you still leaving? I mean, how long will you stay this time? That depends on the boss's needs, Qiuqiu said casually, patting his shoulder. However, as long as there's no danger, I'll probably stay for quite a while. No, I promise. I will definitely not let you be in any danger. Erpang hurriedly promised Qiuqiu. Hey, show me some concern too. Isa stepped forward irritably and said, You're such a womanizer. You deserve to be a simp. Erpang laughed and cursed. Get lost. You're not my son. Why should I care about you? All right, let's catch up later. Qiuqiu stopped the two from bickering and said seriously, I heard that Aunt Lotus is very ill. Let's go see her quickly. The group arrived at Erpang's house. It was a small, dimly lit bungalow with two small beds inside. A thin, middle-aged woman lay on one of them, surrounded by a pile of medicine bottles. The woman's body was covered with red spots caused by radiation, and there wasn't a single patch of healthy flesh on her body. Aunt Lotus. Chiyu-Chu stepped forward and called softly, her eyes welling up with tears. Aunt, how come you're so sick? Didn't you notice before? Erpang looked at his mother sadly and shook his head, saying, It's all my fault for being so careless. Mom knew that people with superpowers consume a lot of food every day, so she worked day and night to try to get more food for me, but she ended up accidentally wandering into the depths of the radiation zone. You're a superhuman, and you can't even get food? I said with some resentment. You're just too kind-hearted. You're already struggling like this, and you're still thinking about those villagers. Chapter 171. Favors are hardest to repay. Erpang kept his head down and didn't refute. After pausing for a few seconds, he lowered his head helplessly and said, They are all my relatives and neighbors, and everyone has a hard life. We agreed to distribute according to work, and I have already taken the lion's share. If we take the rest from others, some of them will not be able to survive. What business is it of yours if they can't survive? I scolded her with exasperation. Besides, without you, could they have caught so many fish? You should be the one they prioritize supplying them to. But, Erpang glanced at his unconscious mother and choked up. My mother said that one should be grateful and repay kindness. If it weren't for the help of the villagers, my mother and I would have starved to death long ago. Now that I have the ability, I should naturally give back to the villagers. It's true that you should repay kindness, but it depends on the person, right? Eyes was so angry that the blonde-haired boy jumped up and said coldly, Don't think I don't know that those people deliberately made Aunt Lotus do more work in order to force you to come back, right? No. Erpang hesitated for a moment, still unwilling to admit it. Nonsense. Isa snapped angrily. Do you even have a brain? They've treated you like this? Why are you still bothered with them? Su Wei, who was listening nearby, was completely confused. He quietly pulled eyes outside and asked, What happened? What's wrong with those villagers? Ise glanced at Erpang inside the room and said helplessly, Boss, fishing under the ice sounds simple, but in this kind of terrible environment, it takes at least 7 or 8 days to dig a hole in the ice. Sometimes, even if you manage to dig one out, it freezes over again in no time. What does this have to do with Erpang? I sighed and said, My power is freezing, Qiuqiu's power is fire, but Erpang's power is revival. Do you know what this means? Restore an object? Su Wei thought of a rather vivid analogy. That's right, Eyes nodded. He can restore any object to its original state. For example, a frozen river or a broken table or chair. That's pretty amazing, Su Wei said in surprise. If he were to rebuild, he could restore those frozen buildings to their original state. Yes, I told him a long time ago to take Andy away from this awful place. Isa said helplessly. If he had that ability, he would be a guest of honor anywhere. He's unwilling? Su Wei had some thoughts in her mind. It's because Auntie doesn't want to. Isa glanced at the woman in the house and whispered, Erpang's father died early, and Auntie owes the villagers a lot of kindness over the years, so they want to repay that kindness. Su Wei now felt a bit of appreciation for the woman and nodded, saying, If that's the case, then it's nothing. It's about repaying kindness. Yes, it's good to be grateful, but we should also act within our means, right? Isa pointed to the houses in the village and said, They are a bunch of greedy people. In order to keep Erpang, they made Annie chisel ice holes. She is a middle-aged woman, so she definitely doesn't have the strength. Erpang feels sorry for Auntie, so naturally he has to come back to help. This, Su Wei gave a wry smile. Historically, the hardest thing to repay is a favor. This is why some people are unwilling to borrow money no matter how hard they are working, because what they are borrowing is not just money, but also a debt of gratitude that they can never repay. Moreover, you can't judge this kind of thing. To say that someone is greedy is one thing, but after all, they helped you in the past, so it's only right that they ask for some return now. Especially for honest and kind-hearted people like Erpang and his mother, they don't know how to refuse, and they can't resist the villagers' persuasive tactics. Now that Auntie has been infected with radiation, Erpang will be even more inseparable from Shujia village. They have finally succeeded. I sneered. They're just bullying us. They talk about distribution according to work, but it's really just to make Erpang do more work. Su remained silent. Mom, you're awake? Inside the house, the woman slowly woke up. Erpang quickly stepped forward to help her up, smiling as he said, Mom, look who's here. Aunt Lianhua, I've come to see you. Chiyu-Chu stood prettily by the bed, her little face full of smiles. Chirp chirp, didn't you go home? The woman saw chirp chirp and a faint smile appeared on her weak face. She said, My little boy talks about you all the time. Now that you're back, you're not leaving again, are you? Oh. Chu-Chu blushed slightly and shook her head, saying, I came with the boss this time. We'll go back after the boss finishes his business. I see. A barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in the woman's eyes. Mom, Cho-Cho said her boss is very capable. Maybe he can cure your illness. Erpang suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, I'll go and invite him in right now. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Erpang ran out and bowed somewhat awkwardly to Su Wei, saying, Cho-Cho said you have a lot of medicine for treating radiation sickness. Could you please give me some? Don't worry, I will pay you back in the future. I do have quite a few radiation sickness medications. Su Wei took out a large pile of medicines from her spatial storage, then frowned and said, But these medicines aren't the right ones for my condition, and I can't guarantee they'll be effective. Cosmic radiation differs from other forms of radiation, and therefore requires different medications. The world is currently in a period of devastation. They lack the capacity to rebuild, let alone develop new drugs. Perhaps one day, scientists of the new era will develop this drug, but that will take a long time, probably several decades. Erpang quickly shook his head, his face full of gratitude, and said, Whether it works or not, as long as there is hope, that's good. Etc. Judging from Erpang's words, he was planning to try all sorts of medicines. Su Wei couldn't help but say speechlessly, Wait while I consult someone and try to choose a medicine that suits your symptoms. Taking medicine like this could kill someone. Yes. Desperate to save his mother, Erpang suddenly came to his senses. Su Wei took out the satellite phone, found a high spot, and dialed a number. What? On the phone, Lin Shan sounded somewhat impatient. Retorted irritably, Give the phone to Warner, I need to talk to her. Lin Shan coldly replied, Warner is doing experiments and doesn't have time. These past few days, Su Wei has been making satellite phone calls to son Warner every night for long chats. Unfortunately, the other phone was in Lin Shan's hands, so she had no choice but to endure the saccharine atmosphere of their romance and reluctantly act as the communicator. Su Wei snapped irritably, I have important business to attend to. Hurry up and get it done. Lin Shan didn't say anything more and hung up the phone directly. A few minutes later, the phone rang again, and Su Wei briefly recounted the events. Chapter 172. Ugliness gains the upper hand. Sun Warner has been researching radiation-induced diseases recently. From the initial zombies to the later superhumans, the mutated cells in their bodies are very different from those of normal humans. In layman's terms, the reason why mutants are able to possess superpowers is largely due to genetic mutations, which give them the ability to manipulate elements. After consulting with Sun Warner, Su Wei selected some medications from her spatial storage that were suitable for her symptoms. He said to Erpang somewhat seriously, Let me make this clear beforehand. I can't guarantee that these medicines will be effective, or even, you know what I mean. I hope you're prepared. Erpang paused for a moment, then lowered his eyes and said, I understand. But he has no other choice now. Upon learning of this, the woman did not show any concern. Instead, she calmly said, Erpang, don't be sad. I'm not afraid of death anymore. As long as you are well, I won't worry about anything else. Erpang shook his head, choking back tears. No, Mom, you'll definitely recover. After taking the medicine, the woman fell into a deep sleep. In the evening, Su Wei noticed that the red spots on the woman's body had actually shown signs of fading, but the ulcers were still festering. How could this be? Chiu frowned, puzzled. The redness has clearly subsided, so the infected area should have improved as well. Su Wei shook her head and said, There is no fixed medicine for this kind of radiation sickness. The medicine I gave you was just an experiment, and we have no idea what the side effects will be. Cough, cough. The woman suddenly coughed twice, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Mom. Erpang panicked and quickly hugged his mother. Cough, cough. The woman coughed more and more frequently, and fresh blood gushed from her mouth like an unstoppable valve. Aiz was also startled. How could this happen? Su Wei stood silently in place. He knew that the attempt had failed. The medicine he had given her had not only failed to save the woman, but had actually hastened her death. A few minutes later, the woman stopped coughing, her body soaked in blood, and she collapsed weakly into Erpang's arms, having long since stopped breathing. She didn't even have a chance to say goodbye to her son. At the foot of the snow-covered mountain, in the vast expanse of white snow, a very conspicuous grave mound stands alone before me. Su Tian knelt before his mother's grave, without shedding a single tear or even sobbing, as if everything was perfectly calm. He looked quietly at the tombstone and said, Mom, I'm sorry. I've accomplished nothing in the end. Even if I become a superhuman, I'm still the worst one. Mom, Boss Su said that I should work for him from now on. He said he would make sure I have enough to eat, so you don't have to worry about your son not having enough to eat anymore. Mom, I'm going to the radiation zone tomorrow, and I won't be able to come back to see you as often anymore. Mom, I finished the salted fish porridge you made yesterday. Mom, I'm leaving. Su Tian knelt before the grave, saying to himself, one day I will become outstanding and make you proud. Goodbye, Ma. After saying his last words, Su Tian slowly stood up. He looked at Su Wei with red eyes and said, Boss, I'll work for you from now on. I don't want any reward, but I must have enough to eat. Of course, Su Wei nodded, her eyes somewhat dazed, whether out of guilt or something else. As long as I'm still here, I won't let you go hungry. My mother had only this one wish before she died, and I can't let her down again. Su Tian murmured to himself, then raised his head and said firmly, I will never go hungry again. The four looked at each other in silence and walked out of the village. Xiaotian. Just as I reached the village entrance, the uncle who had blocked my way earlier came back, accompanied by dozens of villagers. He looked at Su Tian somewhat reluctantly and asked, Are you leaving already? Your mother's body is barely cold. Shouldn't we wait until after the 7th day after her death? After the 7th day after his death, are you going to say you'll be gone for another 3 years? Ise couldn't hold back any longer and said coldly, If it weren't for the fact that you're Erpang's relatives, I would have killed you all long ago. Damn it, who the hell do you think you are? Several young villagers were unhappy and were about to start a fight. Get back inside. The middle-aged man glared at them and said, They are all superhumans and Xiaoyan's friends. Don't be rude. That's a very skillful way of putting it. He's clearly afraid, but he still speaks with great confidence. Then, he looked at Erpang and said, Xiaotian, you know what's going on in our village. Let's not even talk about whether we can break through the ice without you. Even if we do, what if someone comes to rob us again? We'll all be dead. Superpowered individuals are powerful, so they have no scruples and can steal whatever they want. The reason why Shujia village was able to survive by fishing was because of Su Tian's abilities and the deterrent power of his superpowered status. Once he left, it would mean that Shujia village would lose its protection. Yes, Xiaotian, another villager added. Before, with you around, those people didn't dare to cause trouble, but now that you're gone, they definitely won't let us off the hook. From the villagers' perspective, they were not wrong. In this day and age, if you want to survive, you have to have something to rely on, otherwise you'll just be slaughtered. A person can be bound by personal relationships, and their value can be endlessly exploited. They can even use his kind mother to force him to come back. At this moment, the ugliness of human nature takes precedence. Perhaps when they helped Erpang and his mother, it was truly out of their hearts. Their kindness at that time may not have been much, but it was pure. Now, when personal interests are infringed upon, the kindness they showed before is matched by their ugliness now. Most raw and unfiltered reaction in dire situations. Erpang stared blankly at the villagers in front of him. He calmly said to Cheng Bo, Uncle Cheng, I am a superhuman, so this place will never be my home. Besides, I found a boss, and I'll have to listen to him from now on. Su Wei stepped forward and put her hand on Erpang's shoulder, saying, From now on, Su Tian has nothing to do with you. He is my employee and my friend. Su Wei has always been generous to her friends. His gaze swept across the ground, where a large pile of food appeared. Remember, this is not out of guilt, but to repay the kindness you showed them to Erpang back then. Erpang looked at Su Wei with some surprise. The amount of food was enormous, enough to feed the people of Shujia village for at least half a year. Even though Su Wei was a very wealthy man, such a large amount of supplies was still a considerable expense. It's just a little water, don't worry about it. Su Wei patted his shoulder half-jokingly and said, Let's go. This place no longer belongs to you. Chapter 173, Fierce Battle. In the wind and snow, the shadows of the four young people grew longer and longer. When the village was no longer visible, the four of them stopped in unison. Erpang turned his head to look in the direction of Shujia village, a faint light gleaming in his eyes. Su did not take out the snowmobile. Under Erpang's envious gaze, the car slowly started and drove towards the radiation zone. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Isis said excitedly, Boss, now that we're well equipped, it's time to go back and fight our way back. Who to kill? Erpang was still somewhat immersed in grief and subconsciously asked, Killing someone for no reason, isn't that a bit much? Are you stuffing donkey hair in your ears? Eyes turned around angrily and cursed. I said we should go back and find that scarred guy. If we want to establish ourselves in the radiation zone, we have to take them down. Erpang suddenly realized and said, You mean those people in the scenic area? That's right. Chiyu Chu also proudly raised her little pink fist and said in a sweet voice, The boss's requirement is to raise the energy level within 2 months, so we all have to work hard and go back as soon as possible. Go back where? City in the clouds. Iza flicked his blonde hair and chuckled. The boss said that when we get to Cloud City, he'll introduce me to a top socialite. Do you know what a socialite is? Erpang shook his head. They're the kind of stunningly beautiful women in the city, the kind that only rich men have. Iza chuckled smugly, then glanced at Xiaoqiu and said, even more gorgeous than the one you're eyeing. Iza, do you have a death wish? Xiaoqiu was furious and grabbed his ear, twisting it hard as she yelled. How dare you compare me to that kind of woman? Chirp chirp, beat him to death. Erpang got angry too and shouted, in my heart, you are the most amazing woman, even more so than those socialites. Xiaoqiu froze on the spot, holding back for a long while before scolding in a cute voice. Erpang, you might as well die of stupidity. What's wrong with me? Puff. Su Wei burst out laughing, and the carriage erupted in laughter and playful banter. The four of them chatted and joked with each other, gradually dispelling the previous sad atmosphere. Xishan Town Scenic Area is built against the mountain and covers a large area. After heavy snow closes the mountain, many paths are buried, and if you want to go up the mountain, you have to go from the front. Last time, Su Wei seriously injured Scarface, but the other party still managed to escape. If we come again this time, the other side will definitely be on guard, and it could very well turn into a fierce battle. So he said very seriously, let's go in together later and try not to get separated. The enemy is in the dark, and we might get hurt if we're not careful. Don't worry, boss, with the four of us teamed up, no one can stop us. Ease, his blonde hair swaying in the wind, laughed loudly. If that scarred guy doesn't show up, fine, but if he dares to come, I'll kill him. Can we stop bragging? Erpang glared at him and said, I don't know who it was before, but they were so scared of a fox that they almost peed their pants and hid in an ice hole. Bullshit. Iza's face immediately turned red as he retorted, I wasn't on guard then, was I? Didn't I kill that fox later too? Yes, he was killed. Chu couldn't help but cover her mouth and said, that fox probably never imagined that it would die from a moment of delusion. It never intended to attack you. It just mistook you for one of its own kind. Haha. Erpang mercilessly mocked Iza, laughing loudly. She treated you like her lover, but who knew you would be such a heartless man, coming out with 2 whirlwinds without saying a word. Iza's face darkened, and he subconsciously touched the blonde hair on his head, saying, get lost. I don't want to hear you talk. The four of them searched carefully within the scenic area. Just then, a sudden, sharp white light pierced through the air and swept towards Erpang at the front. Careful! Xiaoqiu reacted the fastest, conjuring a fireball with a flick of her hand and hurling it at the white light. Bang! A cracking sound rang out, and the white light and fireball both dissipated in the air. Erpang stumbled back 3 steps, still shaken, and said, damn, that was close. Damn it, out of the 4 of them, I was the only one without any fighting ability. These people only pick on the weak. Su Wei unleashed her full mental power. Although the range was only 20 meters, he still faintly detected a fluctuation of energy. His eyes flashed, and he roared, southwest. Chase! The 4 of them ran wildly in the direction Su Wei pointed. A few dozen meters later, 2 dark figures suddenly flashed through the bare bushes ahead. Scarface! I shouted. Erpang, watch out. This bastard can teleport. Be careful he doesn't ambush you. Erpang's special ability is regeneration. He can restore objects to their original appearance, but he has no real offensive power and can only defend himself. With a calm mind, Su Wei gave the order. Yellow hair, run to the highest point to the north and use the snow to block their path. Good. Chirp chirp. Su Wei shouted again. Don't worry about anything. Rush to the front, block the road up the mountain, and restrict their movement. Okay, boss. Xiaoqiu rushed out without hesitation. When Erpang saw her go on stage, he rushed up too. Chirp chirp. Let me help you. You have your task. Su Wei grabbed Erpang's arm and said seriously, clear all the snow around us. I'm worried they might set a trap. But chirp chirp. Erpang knew how dangerous Scarface was and was worried that Xiaoqiu might be in danger. With me here, she'll be fine. You go and get back to work. Su Wei was somewhat speechless. This Erpang is good in every way, except he's too dull. He's so simple-minded and doesn't have any brain function at all. Drink. Erpang then reached out and gently stroked his eyes. The next second, the ice and snow around him vanished instantly, revealing soft, dry earth. It can even revive permafrost. Su Wei exclaimed, looking at the pristine land beneath her feet. Holy crap, that's truly amazing. With Erpang clearing the way ahead, Su Wei's speed increased considerably. Scarface and his companions were surprised that Su Wei and the others were able to catch up so quickly. They dodged and weaved a few times before heading straight up the mountain. Call. Eyes stood on a small slope to the north, his hands outstretched above his head. Instantly, snow and ice raged, and the snowflakes blocked his view ahead. Damn, these guys are fucking freaks. Scarface cursed in frustration, grabbed his companion, and dodged to the left, saying, "Second brother, go take out that blonde guy, then join up with fourth and fifth brothers." Good. Brush. A sharp white light flashed towards Eyes. Eyes was using his superpower and couldn't dodge in time, so he had to hastily withdraw his energy and fall straight backward. A white light flashed past his scalp, shaving off a tuft of yellow hair. Chapter 174. I was so blind to your greatness. Bang. Iza fell heavily to the ground, grimacing as he got up. Damn it. I almost died. Su Wei couldn't see the situation clearly from below, so he could only shout loudly. Yellow hair. Are you all right? It's all right. Eyes responded loudly. Pang, keep chasing. Su Wei gritted his teeth and sprinted towards Scarface's hideout. But before he could cover it with his spiritual power, Scarface reappeared. Brush. Su Wei only felt a flash of white light before her eyes. He subconsciously activated his mental space, and the white light disappeared before his eyes. Holy crap, are they really that freakish? The teammate in charge of the attack gaped, then turned to Scarface and said, Boss, why are we messing with these freaks? Scarface gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, did I provoke them? They came to take over our territory first, and they killed third brother right away. So what do we do now? Their companions glanced to the north, where Eyes was guarding the area. If they wanted to launch a surprise attack, they would have to endure the baptism of ice and snow, but Su Wei, with his invincible defense, was relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Kill that little wench. His companion yelled, looking at the nearest chirp. Let's run uphill. The woods are dense up there. Once we get into the forest, they're all dead. Hey, stop. Scarface didn't react in time and reached out to grab it, but he grabbed nothing. At this moment, his companion rushed forward, and two white lights flashed towards Qiuqiu one after the other. He was very confident that even if these two attacks could not kill Qiuqiu, they could force her to make way. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. The delicate and lovely girl in front of me stood gracefully in place. When she saw the white light coming, she didn't even dodge. Instead, she threw out two fireballs. Bang, bang. The white light was dispersed by the fireball. But this time the fireball did not dissipate. Instead, it carried its remaining force towards its companions. Call. The fireball struck him precisely, and before he could even react for a second, his entire body was engulfed in flames. Boss, save me. His companion panicked immediately, because he discovered that the flames on his body were impossible to extinguish, and seemed to be alive, growing ever stronger. If he had been a little more alert, he wouldn't have fallen for it. Although Qiuqiu's fireballs are powerful, their attack speed isn't fast, and as long as you're on guard, you can dodge them. The problem was that he was blinded by Qiuqiu's innocent and cute appearance. She was a cute girl, but I ended up running into a brick wall. The scarred man behind hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He held a sharp dagger in his hand, and with a few quick maneuvers, he approached Qiuqiu, then swiftly slashed twice wildly. His aim was not to attack, but to force Qiuqiu to stop. Only if she is preoccupied with her own problems will the flames on her companions have a chance to be extinguished. Otherwise, as long as Qiuqiu continues to supply energy, those flames will persist until they burn her companions to ashes. Sure enough, as soon as Qiuqiu saw Scarface swing his dagger, she instinctively dodged 2 steps and then conjured 2 fireballs to smash at him. Swish, swish. With 2 teleportations, Scarface easily dodged the fireballs. His companion extinguished the flames on his body at that moment and dragged his disheveled body back more than 10 meters. Scarface saved his companion. He prepared to teleport away, but Su Wei caught up with him at that moment. Buzz. The two, who were about to disappear from the spot, suddenly felt their bodies sink and were imprisoned in place. Scarface turned ashen-faced. He desperately tried to use his spatial teleportation, but found that his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, making it difficult to even move. This means that Su Wei's power is far greater than his. Seeing that Scarface was bound, Eyes breathed a sigh of relief and ran over after withdrawing his energy. Damn, I almost got beheaded. Eyes glanced at Scarface and his companion with lingering fear and said viciously, Boss Su, kill him. Qiuqiu then hopped over, smiling easily, and said, You're so lame, Eyes. You can't even beat someone who throws darts. Erpang then picked up a small golden awl from the ground and exclaimed in realization, "Oh, it's a dart. But a dart at this speed is more powerful than a bullet. It's no wonder I survived." Eyes jumped up and down in a fit of rage, saying, "Damn it. I'm a hero, okay? The way you're talking to me is so disheartening." Su Wei rolled her eyes, interrupting the three of them bickering, and said, "All right, there are only two of them. There are three more of them lurking in the shadows. Be careful." Chiu glanced at Scarface and asked, "Boss, what are you going to do with these two?" The energy of an intermediate level ability user should be quite strong, right? Su Wei said with a smile. "Don't." Scarface turned pale instantly. He already knew what Su Wei was planning to do. There are only a few ways for superhumans to improve their abilities. He himself had been living in the radiation zone, so how could he not know Su Wei's thoughts? "Big brother." Scarface immediately cowered, struggling and pleading. "You've already killed one of my brothers. We can just give you this place. It doesn't have to be a matter of killing someone, does it?" "But someone told me that ruthlessness is the way to survive in the radiation zone." Su Wei smiled at him, her spatial ability ready to open at any moment. "If I let you go, wouldn't that be like raising a tiger to cause trouble?" Who said that?" Scarface's companion shouted. "He's talking nonsense. We people in the radiation zone have always been kind to each other, and we help each other like family." "Who are you calling a fart?" Chiu conjured a fireball with her hand and strode menacingly toward Scarface. "I." Scarface's companion choked on his words. He was covered in black soot, and his clothes were torn and burned. After a long while, he finally said, "Little beauty, spare me. I was blind and didn't recognize you. This is from the bottom of my heart." Who would have thought that such an innocent-looking girl could be so ruthless? If it weren't for his elder brother's loyalty and refusal to abandon him, he would probably be roasted lamb by now. "You are Mount Tai, your whole family is Mount Tai." But Chiu was unimpressed and said disdainfully, "Don't you have any culture? Who compares a woman to Mount Tai?" "I." His companion was on the verge of tears and could only repeat, "Little beauty is right. I'm uneducated. I'm illiterate. You're a heroine. Please spare me." Chu rolled her eyes at him and teased him deliberately. "Get lost. You're the heroine. She's clearly a Sailor Moon." Scarface glanced at his companion speechlessly, then said to Su Wei, "Brother, I know why you're here. How about we make a deal?" "You say?" The mental space that Su Wei had just opened was quietly closed again. "You all came here for the strange beasts, didn't you?" Scarface cut to the chase, saying, "This is my territory." Chapter 175, Firefox. "What did you say?" As soon as Scarface finished speaking, Chiu, Iza, and Erpang all looked at him. No, this is your territory. I'm just keeping watch for you." Scarface said with a helpless wry smile. "That's why I know where mid-level alien beasts appear." With Su Wei's power, low-level alien beasts are no longer of much use to him. Scarface was clever. He knew that Su Wei was eager to improve his abilities, but the number of intermediate-level alien beasts was very small. Even if they occupied the scenic area, it would not be easy to find those intermediate-level alien beasts in a short period of time. "Boss Su." Eyes leaned closer to Su Wei and whispered, "Although this scarred man has done all sorts of evil deeds, what he said makes sense. Intermediate-level alien beasts are indeed hard to find. We've been in the radiation zone for so long, and we've only encountered 2 or 3. Su Wei nodded, having made her judgment, and asked, "How many people are there in total?" 6. "Are they all intermediate-level ability users?" Scarface nodded and said, "We met by chance and then took over this scenic area together. After all, one person's strength is limited, and many people are envious of this scenic area. Go and call the rest of them here." Su Wei glanced at Scarface's companion, then looked at Scarface and said, "You stay here as a hostage." "I." A glint of joy flashed in his companion's eyes, and he quickly said, "I'll go right now, but you can't harm my boss, or we'll fight you to the death." "One word, are you going or not?" Su Wei glanced at him indifferently and said coldly, "Do you know that many villains die because they talk too much?" Without another word, his companion trotted into the woods. Before long, 4 people with different appearances emerged from the forest. "Is this all of you?" Su Wei asked. His companion nodded and said, "We brothers are all here. We hope you keep your word. We'll help you find the beast, and you'll release my brother." Eyes turned to the group of superhumans, whose clothes were dirty and tattered, and said with disdain, "Aren't you called the Fierce Tiger Gang? Why do you look like a bunch of refugees?" Su Wei glared at Ize with annoyance. "Stop talking nonsense. We're short on food and clothing here. Do you expect them all to be dressed in suits and have shiny leather shoes?" Next, Su Wei took out several sets of chains and shackles for guarding prisoners from his spatial storage, and even hoods were provided. Should I put it on for you, or should I help you put it on? Scarface stared blankly at the pile of things on the ground and said with some despair, Brother, what exactly do you do? Did you rob the police station? Su Wei chuckled and said, Hee, I didn't expect these things to actually come in handy. He and Zhuang Chang had looted the abandoned police station, and these things were just things they took along the way, since his mental space was unlimited and it was just sitting there empty anyway. The 5 indigenous people reluctantly accepted their fate and put shackles on each other. Following Scarface's directions, Su Wei and the others headed towards the back of the mountain. A few minutes later, Su discovered a problem. The deeper they went, the less the wind and snow became. When they reached the deepest part of the area, the wind and snow even seemed to stop, with only a few snowflakes occasionally drifting down. This place is so strange. Chiu Chu took in her surroundings, blinked her big eyes, and said, Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with this place? Back to your hometown. Isa chuckled cheekily. You probably lived here in your past life, haha. Roll. Chiu Chu glared at him angrily, then turned to Su Wei and said, Boss, this feels somewhat familiar. Look, there isn't a single snowflake in this place. This is the territory of a fire fox. Scarface turned around and pointed to a very secluded cave in front of him, saying, Look, that's its cave. No wonder. Chu Chu herself is a fire elemental ability user, and she nodded in realization. I just felt that the elements in the air here were a bit strange. Is the fire fox a mid-level alien beast? Su Wei asked. Yes. Scarface explained, holding the shackles in his hand. Only powerful alien beasts can alter the elemental balance in the air. Then let's get to work. Su Wei nodded, pointed to the half-person high cave, and said, You guys go in first and lure the fire fox out. Aye. Scarface looked utterly devastated, his face contorted with misery. Brother, I'm handcuffed. I can't use my powers at all. Going in is suicide. Su Wei glanced at him without any mercy and said, That's your problem. I only care about the result. Scarface hesitated for a moment, then said, Fifth brother, go and force that beast out. The fifth brother's special ability is wind element. He stepped forward to the cave entrance, waved his hands in the air a few times, and a strong wind suddenly arose, with howling cold wind rushing into the cave. Squeak. A few minutes later, a piercing scream suddenly came from inside the cave, and then a red shadow darted out of the cave. Everyone became wary, while Su Wei activated her full mental power. But no one expected that Firefox would be so fast that they didn't even have time to see it clearly before it darted far away. Its fur was shiny as if it were flickering with fire, and its red eyes looked as if they were surrounded by flames. Call. While everyone was still reacting, Firefox leaped onto a boulder, opened its mouth, and spat out a fist-sized fireball, heading straight for Fifth Brother's face. This mutated Firefox clearly possessed a high level of intelligence, so it knew who had disturbed it and attacked the fifth one first. Holy shit. The fifth brother was terrified, because he was still in shackles, which made it extremely difficult for him to move. Escape was impossible, so he could only quickly use the wind to defend himself. But the hurricane did not disperse the fireball. Instead, it made it burn even brighter. At this critical moment, Chiu Chu suddenly made her move, launching a fireball that collided with the fireball. The fifth brother looked at the two fireballs so close to him and resignedly closed his eyes. Even if the chirping bird could destroy the fireball at such close range, the residual force of the explosion was still terrifying. What? The next second, the fifth brother was stunned. What he expected did not happen. The two fireballs did not explode after colliding. Instead, they instantly merged into one larger fireball. The fireball floated in front of Lao Wu's eyes, its flames flickering incessantly. Chiu Chu reached out and controlled the fireball, her fair little hand hovering in midair, pressing forward fiercely, as if trying to completely devour the elements within the flames. Sizzle. A crackling sound came from inside the fireball. The firefox on the boulder seemed to pause for a moment, its red eyes flashing as it looked at Chiu Chu with some confusion. Roar. The firefox opened its mouth and spat out an even larger fireball. Chiu Chu also reached out and conjured a fireball, and the two collided again and merged together. Chapter 176, Fiery Fox vs. Lowly. Seeing this situation, Su Wei and the others dared not make a move rashly. Chiu Chu is currently continuously expending energy. If someone were to interfere, it could cause her energy to become unstable, which could then backfire on her. Everyone could only stare blankly at the ever-expanding fireball, the hissing sounds of it devouring everything resembling a silent battle. A few minutes later, A thin layer of sweat appeared on Qiuqiu's fair forehead. Ize noticed that Qiuqiu's legs were trembling slightly, and he quickly said to Su Wei, "Boss Su, something's wrong. Qiuqiu looks like she can't hold on much longer." Su Wei also noticed this and frowned, saying, "Logically speaking, Qiuqiu is a mid-level ability user, and there are very few people who can beat her among those of the same level. That Fire Fox." At this point, Su Wei suddenly frowned and looked at the scarred man, coldly saying, "This Fire Fox isn't an ordinary mid-level alien beast, is it?" Scarface's eyes glazed over for a moment before he said, "I don't know either. We fought it before, but its energy wasn't strong then. Stop playing riddles with me." I slapped him and said coldly, "The speed at which alien beasts level up is naturally faster than that of superhumans. How could you not know that? I think you're doing this on purpose." Enraged, Erpang raised his hand and pressed it against Scarface's forehead. This is how superhumans plunder the energy of their own kind. They introduce their own energy into the other person's body and drain that energy when the other person is unable to resist. "No, I was wrong." Scarface finally panicked and hurriedly said, "I admit, I brought you here so that I could escape while you were fighting the Fire Fox, but it really is a mid-level beast. I didn't lie to you about that. Are intermediate-level alien beasts really that powerful?" Su Wei frowned slightly. If it weren't for the suppression of his own superpower level, even if he were to face Fire Fox, his chances of winning would still be uncertain. Eyes frowned and said, "Even intermediate-level beasts vary in strength. The one that Qiuqiu is facing has clearly surpassed the level of an ordinary intermediate-level beast. It is very likely that it will level up soon." "A high-level alien beast," Erpang exclaimed. "If that's the case, all of us here will die? No, I have to go help Qiuqiu." "Save your breath." Eyes grabbed his arm and said seriously, "You're not an offensive ability user. You'd just be cannon fodder if you went up there." "Boss Su." After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Wei again. Su Wei didn't speak, but quietly moved forward a few steps, then unleashed her full mental power, instantly enveloping the Fire Fox within her range. Squeak! Fire Fox seemed to sense the approaching danger and instinctively took a small step back. But it is still locked in a stalemate with Chirp. The fireball, which had expanded to be larger than a wheel, blazed brightly in the air. In the frigid winter of -50 degrees Celsius, even the people around it began to sweat. At this moment, neither Firefox nor Qiuqiu had any way out. If either of them couldn't hold on and withdrew their energy first, they would be killed by the fireballs they had created. "Boss, don't do it." Su Wei was about to use his mental space to imprison the Firefox and absorb its energy when Qiuqiu, who was in the middle of the battle, hurriedly cried out. "Chirp, chirp, what are you doing?" Erpang shouted anxiously. "If you keep fighting like this, you'll die. Get lost." Chirp shouted breathlessly. "Can't you wish me well for once?" Then she shouted, "Boss, don't make a move yet. I feel like this Fire Fox is about to break through." "What?" Izu exclaimed in shock. "Then what are you waiting for? If it really breaks through, we'll all die. Even Boss Su might not be a match for it." "That's not how it is." Qiuqiu clenched her teeth, her pretty face covered in sweat, her pale red dress swaying in the wind. Her eyes were fixed on the fireball in the sky, and she shouted with all her might, "I can feel that it doesn't actually want to kill me, but wants to use my power to break through." Can a strange beast break through its own level by using the energy of a superhuman? Anti-boost? Everyone was stunned. They had never heard of such a thing before. From the time the apocalypse to now, it's been less than a year. Most people with superpowers don't have time to fully understand this new world. They can only keep accumulating experience in order to find the patterns of their superpowers. Take Su Wei, for example. He's a complete novice among superpowered individuals with absolutely no common sense. Up to this point, the only way he knows to level up is through energy plunder. Then there are the methods that Qiuqiu told him, such as obtaining energy through food or accumulating elements in the air. So when Qiuqiu made this new discovery, everyone present showed a solemn expression. Even Scarface and the others fell silent. "Are you sure?" Su Wei frowned and shouted, "I don't know the energy of high-level alien beasts. What if we're all doomed?" For once, Qiuqiu became serious. Her gaze was firm, and her pretty face was full of excitement. She said in a sweet voice, "I'm not sure, but it's worth a try." "All right, I'll cover for you then." Without further hesitation, Su Wei took another big step forward. He stood right between Firefox and Chirp, with the rapidly expanding fireball right above his head. Su Wei's gaze was cold and stern as he exerted his mental power to the limit. Within a radius of more than 20 meters centered on him, even a withered tree was now under his mental influence. If there is even the slightest change, Su Wei can destroy everything within range in an instant. However, this is only for the moment. If Firefox really breaks through its level, it means that its energy will be on par with Su Wei's. Even when the strengths are equal, Su Wei has absolutely no confidence. Sizzle. The fireball continued to expand, and Chiu Chiu's face grew increasingly pale. The fireball in the air had grown so large that it could obscure everyone present. The scorching flames were as powerful as the sun, scorching those around them so much that they unconsciously retreated, and even Su Wei felt a vague sense of unease. He suddenly discovered that his mental space could no longer absorb the energy in these fluctuations. This means that the energy level of the fireball has now exceeded Su Wei's own energy level. This, in a subtle way, served as a resounding wake-up call for him. At the same level of superpower, mental strength is useless. In other words, if Firefox really breaks through, he will no longer have any defensive capabilities, and even his mental space is showing signs of collapse. At this moment, Qiuqiu could no longer stand steadily. She bent her legs slightly and gritted her teeth, refusing to fall. On the boulder, Firefox wasn't in much better shape. It clung tightly to the edge of the stone, its whole body trembling uncontrollably, and its originally fiery red eyes showed signs of dimming. Chapter 177, Destruction. The Man and the Beast continues. But everyone knew that the results would be coming soon. That aura of destruction was spreading rapidly. Scarface was filled with regret. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have lured Su Wei here. Firefox's energy has exceeded everyone's expectations, and Chirp's stamina is even more unbelievable. Holy crap, is this guy even human? Eyes gaped, muttering. If the energy of this fireball collapses, not only will we not survive, but the entire scenic area will probably be doomed. According to everyone's previous understanding, superhumans are not invincible. They simply possess abilities far greater than those of ordinary people, and are ultimately still mortal beings. But now, that intense aura of death gave everyone a deeper understanding of superpowers. Perhaps superpowers weren't what they originally thought. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At the same time, the fireball in midair gradually stopped expanding and emitted an even louder crackling sound, like the sound of a high-voltage cable leaking electricity. I can't hold on any longer. With a mournful cry, it collapsed to the ground as if all its energy had been drained. Squeak. The firefox also let out a mournful cry and collapsed onto the boulder, its fiery red eyes completely losing their light and becoming shrouded in a deathly gray. As both sides exhausted their energy, the fireballs in the air began to spiral out of control. Sizzle. Loud sizzling sound accompanied by tiny sparks fell to the ground. Everyone around instantly felt a powerful energy sweeping towards them, leaving them no strength to resist. Run! Scarface was the first to rush out, exclaiming in horror. The energy has exploded. We can't stop it. Su Wei's face was ashen. For the first time, he realized how close he was to death. But he didn't run away, because neither Iza nor Pang ran away. At that moment, they weren't thinking about their own safety, but rather how to save their friend. Brush! Pang raised his hands, and the power of revival was invisibly injected into the fireball. The sizzling sound was immediately suppressed, and the fluctuations of the surrounding energy also calmed down. Iza, help me quickly! Without Pang's shout, Iza unleashed his ice and snow power, and snowflakes fell from the sky like a white blanket, covering the fireball. The energy within the fireball stabilized considerably and ceased spreading outwards. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Wei rushed over, picked up Qiuqiu, and ran outside, while Ize and Pang were struggling to resist, unable to even move. No, they can't hold out for long. Su Wei ran a few steps, placed the unconscious Qiuqiu aside, and then turned and ran back. Boom. The fireball was instantly enveloped by mental energy, and the mental space absorbed it with all its might. Even though Su Wei used all her strength and even began to overdraw her body's energy, she could only barely absorb a little bit of the residual power of the fireball's energy. Can't hold on any longer? In a daze, Su Wei felt a little regretful. He didn't regret saving people, but he regretted coming here. Otherwise, Qiuqiu wouldn't have died, and Pang and Iza would still be living well. After holding out for only a dozen seconds, the three of them gradually began to exhaust themselves, and their energy was almost completely depleted. At this moment, everyone knows, we can't hold on any longer. Damn it, come on. So what if I die? Eyes was the first to run out of energy, collapsing helplessly to the ground, closing his eyes weakly, awaiting his death sentence. Chirp chirp. Immediately afterward, Pang couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed with a thud, turned his head forcefully to look at Qiuqiu beside him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Damn it, bro, you're going all out. Half a minute later, Su Wei could no longer hold on. He gritted his teeth and took a big step forward, forcibly enveloping the fireball with his mental space. We're going all out. This is a life or death approach. The mind space can store items and absorb energy below its own level, but it cannot absorb this fireball. Therefore, forcibly absorbing it will only result in mutual destruction. Boom. The fireball vanished into thin air in an instant. At the same time, Su Wei closed his eyes. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind. His mental space collapsed instantly, and his mental energy dissipated into the air. In the middle of a vast lake, there is a small, verdant island. Sun Wanner smiled brightly. Su Wei, it's so cold. Why aren't you back yet? Didn't you say you were going to take me for a drive? The scene shifts to a vast glacier. The Siberian cold wave froze the entire world, and amidst the heavy snowfall, a beautiful figure gradually approached. Am I more beautiful, or is Joey Wong more beautiful? Joey Wong. You have absolutely no sense of romance. The scene subtly changed. On the grass where spring lasts all year round, Sun Wanner walked gracefully in a long dress. Su Wei, why do you think people live? I have no idea. Brother, people's hearts are too complicated. If you don't work hard, no one can help you. The scene shifts abruptly again. Holy crap, I'm finally awake. Su Wei opened her eyes blankly, and what came into view was an excited chubby face and a yellow hair flying around. Chirp chirp, your boss is awake. Eyes jumped up and down, shouting at the door. Come quick, your boss seems to have gone mad. Thump 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 thump. A series of quick, short footsteps sounded, and the next second, Chiu Chu appeared by the bedside. She was still that adorable little girl, still wearing that light red hanfu, still with that fair and delicate face, and 2 lines of tears still clung to it. Why have you become so ugly? Su Wei asked in a hoarse voice, looking at Chiu Chu's haggard and pale face. Where's your Chiu Chu? Didn't you say it was your symbol? I haven't washed my hair in ages. With her long, loose hair draped haphazardly over her shoulders, Chiu Chu muttered unconsciously. Boss, didn't you say you'd give me the best set of toiletries? Oh, I forgot. Su Wei replied blankly. What the hell is this? It's completely nonsensical. Ize looked at the two of them speechlessly and reminded them. Boss Su, how are you feeling right now? Right. Chiu Chu suddenly snapped out of her daze, instinctively grabbing Su Wei's hand, and said in alarm, Boss, you've been unconscious for half a month. I thought you. As she spoke, tears streamed down Chiu Chu's face. Su Wei could have escaped at that time. With his abilities, as long as he escaped the core area of the energy explosion, the residual force would not have been able to harm him at all. But instead of running away, he chose to sacrifice himself to save everyone at the last moment. If that fireball had actually exploded, there would have been absolutely no chance of anyone present surviving. Chapter 178. Below the level, instant kill of everything. Chiu Chu looked at Su Wei on the bed, her eyes filled with heartache. Boss, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, none of you would be in this situation. Ultimately, this was caused by Chiu Chu's misjudgment. Huahu wanted to break through, and she also wanted to get information about improving her superpowers from it. But no one expected it to turn out like this. Su Wei was about to speak when she suddenly froze on the spot. Chiu Chu immediately became worried. She seemed to have guessed something and choked up as she said, I'm sorry, boss. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I've hurt you. The reason why superhumans can manipulate the elemental energy between heaven and earth is largely due to genetic mutations, but this time Su Wei overdraws his own energy. According to the pattern of ordinary superhumans, he may now become an ordinary person again. A superhuman who cannot unleash their energy is useless, no matter how high their level is. Don't worry, Boss Su. Even though you're crippled, the 3 of us will definitely protect you. Ize looked at Su Wei earnestly and said, We'll set off for Yuntai City right now. Rest assured, as long as I, Ize, am here, no one will be able to hurt you in the future. Erpang nodded and said, That's right. You risked your life to save us, and we should repay this kindness with our lives. Chiu Chu cried, her delicate face filled with sorrow, her eyes streaked with tears. Boss, don't worry. I'll never leave your side again. I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. No. Su Wei was both amused and exasperated by the 3 people's words of comfort. How am I useless? Besides, how old am I? Do I need you to take care of me in my old age? Weren't you out of energy? The little chirp stopped crying and looked at Su Wei with a puzzled expression. Yes, overdrawing energy is a big no-no for people with superpowers. Erpang sighed with a worried expression. I once saw a person with superpowers who overdraw his energy during a battle. Although he survived by chance, his superpowers were no longer usable. Fearing that Su Wei might not understand enough, Iza continued. The energy of superhumans is maintained by the elements between heaven and earth, just like cell fission. As long as one cell survives, it can fission into countless others. But once the cells are depleted, the basis for fission is lost. There's such a saying? Su Wei suddenly realized and said, so that means that as long as the energy elements in the body exist, even if only a tiny bit remains, they will recover over time? That's how it is in theory. Chiyu Chu wiped away her tears, turning her face into a mess, and said aggrievedly, the three of us were just depleted of energy, not overdrawn. So after half a month of recovery, we've improved a little. But our current strength is only slightly stronger than those low-level ability users. But boss, you. At this point, Chiyu Chu choked up again. I'm fine. Su Wei suddenly smiled and whispered to Chiu Chiu. If it weren't for borrowing the energy from that fireball, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to make any further breakthroughs in the short term. What? Guilt turned to joy, and Chiyu Chu exclaimed in surprise. You broke through? Yes, I just discovered it too. Su Wei nodded with a smile. Holy crap. Boss Su is amazing. Ize exclaimed in shock. You were already a high-level ability user, and you still managed to break through. What level are you this time? I don't know either. Su Wei shook his head helplessly and said, we superhumans don't have a fixed ranking system. Just interpret it however you like. Have your skills improved? Pang asked the crucial question. Su Wei grinned. Want to give it a try? Let's give it a try? I've never even seen a high-level superhuman. Boss Su is even more awesome than a high-level superhuman now. His skills must be off the charts. Then who will do it? Su Wei looked at the three of them, but they all took a step back in unison, their faces filled with fear. Su Wei shook her head and smiled. In that case, let's all come together. Before the three could resist, Su Wei's mental power erupted instantly, and a powerful energy fluctuation enveloped the three of them. An indescribable force of confinement caused the three of them to change their expressions at the same time. Boss, I feel so bad. Qiuqiu's face was flushed, and her body was trembling slightly. Boss Su, I feel like I'm going to die. Iza gasped for breath, his blonde hair fluttering even without wind. He roared, stop it. I can't take it anymore. With their mental energy withdrawn, the three of them collapsed weakly to the ground. I'm suffocating. It feels like the oxygen in the air has vanished instantly, and I don't even have the strength to resist. There's nothing else around me except for the energy confinement. This was the first time Pang had spoken so much, and he collapsed to the ground, his face filled with lingering fear. Chiyu Chu was a bit stronger than the two of them, but she said weakly, Boss, I just felt that your energy was several times stronger than that fireball before. I couldn't control any elements, and the energy in my body seemed to have a floodgate opened, as if you would drain it dry at any moment. Su Wei didn't speak, and activated her mental energy again. The three of them were startled at the same time, and then suddenly froze on the spot. This energy fluctuation did not affect them, and even felt like they could do whatever they wanted. Eyes looked around in confusion and said, Hey, why do I feel like I have more energy? Indeed, I feel that the elemental energy around me is very abundant. Pang's face showed a hint of surprise. It can even automatically integrate into my body without me having to absorb it. Me too. With a hint of surprise on her pretty face, Qiuqiu said, but our energy elements are clearly different. I am a fire element. Iza is an ice element, and Pang is a special element. We can't possibly share elemental energy. Su Wei said calmly, my energy does not belong to any specific element. In other words, it is a universal element. That's awesome. Chiyu Chu blurted out a curse under her breath, her pretty face blushing as she said, Boss, then you'll really be invincible from now on. Anyone who enters your mental energy range can have their energy drained with just a thought. Yes, Su Wei, and she said with confidence and pride, any ability user whose level is lower than mine will only have one outcome, instant kill. What about your mental space? Can you still use it? Qiuqiu suddenly realized something and then worriedly asked, if we lose all those supplies, we won't have a good life in the future. Of course it works. And Su Wei glanced at Ize and he instantly disappeared from his spot, only to fall out of thin air from another direction the next second. Bang! I stood up, grimacing, his face flushed, and said, how is that possible? I've seen some ability users with special abilities, but regardless of their level, they would never take in living people. Those are them, but I am me. Su Wei's smile was confident and calm. Lin Shan said she would help me reach the top of Yuntai. If it were before, I wouldn't even dare to think about it, But now, we will definitely reach the top of Yuntai. Chapter 179, Dominating the Radiation Zone. Scarface and his group disappeared. The scenic area became a paradise for people with superpowers. Many superhumans from the surrounding area came here to seek out the exotic, but most of them were low-level superhumans. It was difficult for them to catch even a low-level beast, let alone a high-level one. So when Su Wei and her 3 companions appeared in the scenic area, the few low-level ability users who happened to meet them fled the scenic area as fast as they could without even thinking. Pang, uncomfortable with this condescending feeling, frowned and said, "Is it really necessary? We didn't mean to bully them. You need to adapt to this environment." Su Wei walked at the front and said calmly, "Different statuses naturally lead to different views. They are no longer on the same level as you." "Then what level am I?" Pang asked, scratching his head. "Idiot. Of course you're an expert." Chirp glanced at him and laughed like a silver bell. "You think you're so bad, but you don't know that in this world, people who are better than you are extremely rare." Sigh. Ize looked at Pang with a sly smile and shook his head helplessly. "He's clearly a strong person, but he acts like a coward." "Screw you. I'm the strong man," Pang retorted. Deep within the scenic area, Su Wei unleashed his full mental power, covering an area of nearly 100 meters in radius. After carefully sensing the surroundings, he suddenly laughed and said, "We're lucky. There's a wild cat to our left. Hey, let me handle this." Ize chuckled and rushed forward, the snow mist swirling around him like a cloud of dust, filling the sky above the scenic area. The view was instantly blocked, and Ize's blonde hair fluttered in the wind through the snow and mist. Suddenly, a large, spotted cat burst out of the snow and ice. Meow. The big cat's fur was bristling, and it was even larger than an adult tiger. Its fur, which gleamed coldly, looked like steel needles. It shuddered, and needle-like hairs burst out from its body. Swish, swish. Countless steel needles pierced towards eyes. Call. The icy winds created a hurricane, carrying steel needles into the sky. The big cat, not expecting its attack to be broken, let out a wild roar and pounced on Izawa at lightning speed. "Damn, this little thing's pretty arrogant." Ize spat and wildly waved his hands, sending gusts of wind and snow crashing down on the big cat. The big cat dodged left and right with great agility, and gusts of wind brushed past it, ruffling much of its fur. Ize frowned. After a brief exchange, he had roughly determined the big cat's level. It was a mature, mid-level alien beast. Despite 2 consecutive attacks, the big cat's speed did not decrease in the slightest. Ize's expression immediately turned serious. "Damn it, this beast is not easy to deal with. It has too many attack skills, and it can even launch hidden weapons. Are you sure you can handle this?" Pang shouted from behind. "If you can't, come back. We'll all come together." "It's nothing, don't worry." Ize roared, and a huge chunk of ice and snow rose from the ground, hurtling towards the big cat with a howling cold wind. Bang! Meow! The big cat was hit hard, let out a miserable cry, fell to the ground, and then frantically retreated. Trying to run? Too late. Ize sneered, and countless chunks of ice and snow hurled at the big cat. The overwhelming blizzard enveloped the big cat completely until its form was no longer visible. Meow! In the heart of the blizzard, the big cat's cries grew increasingly mournful, clearly indicating that it could no longer withstand Ize's powerful energy and had no hope of escaping. The blizzard lasted for about 2 minutes, and by then the spot where the big cat was had become a small hill made of ice and snow, pressing down on its body. Cat, which was pinned down, let out a few weak cries. Ize approached it and pressed his hand on the big cat's forehead. The cat immediately struggled frantically, but it no longer had the strength to resist. A few minutes later, the big cat died completely. Ize withdrew his energy, squinted to sense the energy within his body, and exclaimed, "Luckily, Boss Su helped me recover my energy, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to kill this beast." After Ize killed the giant cat, Su Wei gained a general understanding of the beast's energy. The energy of a mid-level alien beast is stronger than that of most ability users of the same level. If it weren't for the fact that Ize's energy had improved after the last battle, he might not have been able to defeat it. The 4 continued their search in the scenic area, but most of the strange beasts they encountered were no match for them. Su Wei didn't even have to lift a finger. The 3 of them, including Chiu Chiu, easily swept away the beasts. "We still need to continue improving our abilities." Su Wei gradually felt a bit emotional and said to the 3 of them, "If all ability users can level up, then in the future we will definitely encounter even stronger beings. Invincibility is only temporary." "That's right." Chiu Chiu nodded and said seriously, Since the boss can transcend the current level of superhumans, it's hard to guarantee that others can too. We still have a long way to go. After that, Su Wei and the others stayed in the scenic area for 7 or 8 days and almost swept away all the intermediate-level alien beasts inside. However, the advanced beast that Eyes mentioned did not appear. Until the 9th day, Su Wei led them from the depths of the scenic area and said, "It seems there's no value here anymore. Why don't we prepare to return tomorrow?" Eyes exclaimed excitedly, "Great! We can finally leave this awful place." "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Chu-Chu asked with delight on her delicate face. "I haven't seen you in so long. I miss you so much. Speaking of which, your sister is a celebrity, but why has no media ever reported on you before?" Su Wei asked, somewhat puzzled. While being a celebrity may seem glamorous, it also comes with a lot of trouble. They have absolutely no privacy. Anyone in the house, or anything that happens there, will be dug up by those paparazzi in no time. As a popular young actress, Bai Menglu's popularity goes without saying. Su Wei had never listened to the storytelling, and Bai Menglu also had a younger sister. Chiu-Chu skipped along, casually saying, "My sister never contacts her family. She cut off all contact with them before she signed with the company." Su Wei asked in surprise, "Are you being so cautious?" "It's not caution, it's resentment." Chiu-Chu shook her head helplessly and sighed. "My sister and I are half-sisters, and my father is not very good to my sister. Since I started school, my sister has always been self-reliant and has never had any connection with the family. Even during holidays, she just makes a simple phone call." "Oh, I see." Su Wei nodded in realization, then asked, "But your sister is so famous, doesn't your father?" "My family is not short of money." Knowing what Su Wei meant, Chiu-Chu casually said, "After my sister became a star, Dad felt that she was disgracing the family, so he contacted her even less." Chapter 180, The Return Journey. The feeling of returning home is joyful. No matter what, home is always the safest haven in people's hearts. No matter how dilapidated or cold the home may be, it will always be a place people want to return to. The snowmobile sped along the road. Chirp opened the window, letting the biting cold wind blow on her face. With a touch of emotion on her delicate, fair face, she said, "I thought this trip to Shishan was just a mission, but now that it's time to leave, I'm actually a little reluctant to go." "Oh right, I forgot to ask you, what happened to that Firefox after I passed out that day?" Su Wei asked, driving with her eyes fixed on the road ahead. "Disappeared. He's still alive?" I shook his head and said, "I was the first to wake up, and then I saw you all lying in the snow, Mr. Su." As for the Firefox, it had long since disappeared. Pang asked absent-mindedly, "Could they have been killed by Scarface and his gang?" Su Wei said confidently, "No. If Scarface and his gang dare to come back, they won't just kill Firefox, they'll kill us all. After all, the grudges between us run very deep." After thinking for a moment, Chiu-Chu said, "If that Firefox hadn't died, it would definitely have leveled up by now and become a high-level beast." Sped ahead, kicking up layers of snow. About 200 meters behind, a bright red fox was following the car at a leisurely pace. After driving for 4 or 5 hours, Su Wei stopped in front of an abandoned shopping mall. "Let's take a break. We'll be home in about 2 more hours." Su Wei jumped out of the car, took out a barbecue grill, and said, "Pang, Huangmao, come and lend a hand." "Holy crap, boss is awesome. You're practically Doraemon." Isa unpacked a bunch of semi-finished ingredients, while Pang went into the mall lobby, activated his revival power, cleared away a large area of snow, and revealed the original appearance of the lobby. Several people sat around the barbecue grill. Eyes, holding a grill pan, smiled at Chiu-Chu and said, "Soldier, can I borrow a light?" "Get lost." Chiu-Chu slammed a fireball into the barbecue grill and cursed. "You think the words pretty girl will make you eat your words? Warrior, warrior, you make me sound like a Suicide Squad member." Eyes laughed and placed the various skewers on the grill. While grilling skewers, he said to Su Wei, "Boss, we're practically in this together now, so how about the salary? Eat your fill, eat well, and stay comfortably." Su Wei generously held up 3 fingers and continued, "I will help you increase your energy once a month. In about a year and a half, all 3 of you will be able to become advanced superhumans." Su Wei's omnipotent elemental power is a great boon to those with superpowers. As long as you stay by his side, even without absorbing the elements of heaven and earth, you can quickly increase your energy, just like a hungry baby meeting a full-fledged wet nurse. Only once," I said with some disappointment. "It would be so much better if it were once a week. I could break through in less than 6 months." "Damn it, you think I'm a dairy cow?" Su Wei retorted irritably. "I need to accumulate energy too, okay? You'll break through tomorrow, but you've used it all up for me. Once a month is already very good. Erpang was rather simple and honest. He said gratefully, under the boss's spiritual power, my energy increased at a faster rate than when I absorbed a mid-level alien beast. That's already amazing. That's right, you greedy bastard. Qiuqiu punched Iza with her pink fist and said angrily, if it weren't for the boss saving us, you would have been turned to ashes by now. Don't you know how to repay kindness? Ize blushed as he was scolded and whispered, how could I not understand? I just want to break through quickly. After all, we'll be working hard with the boss in the future. How can we be too weak? Su Wei smiled and said, there aren't many superhumans in Yuntai City, and even fewer who are as powerful as the three of you. So there's no danger at the moment, but we can't let our guard down. Oh, right, boss. Upon hearing this, Qiuqiu suddenly realized something and said seriously, when I was at the Southwest base, Shen Qianshan mentioned that there was a very powerful superhuman at the Choyang base who could summon lightning. Lightning-type ability? I said with some surprise. Generally, those with this kind of special ability are at least intermediate-level ability users, and very likely advanced-level ability users. Yes, I suspect the other party is very likely a high-level superhuman. Qiuqiu munched on a skewer of roasted corn and mumbled, lightning-type abilities are different from ours. Lightning elements are rare in the world, and as the saying goes, things are valued for their rarity. So the energy he possesses must be stronger than ours. Who cares what kind of system they are? If we run into them, we'll just fight them. After Su Wei's energy level was upgraded, advanced ability users no longer posed a threat to him, so he was naturally full of confidence. Huh. Qiuqiu took a sip of juice and frowned, saying, why does it feel cool around here? She is a fire-type ability user and is not afraid of the cold. So when these words were spoken, everyone became alert. Erpang frowned and said, if it can make Qiuqiu feel cold, then it must be a superhuman or a strange beast. Su Wei unleashed his full mental power, bringing the entire building under his control. In the next second, a giant, snow-white python appeared in his mind, its scarlet eyes fixed on them, ready to strike at any moment. Su Wei suddenly laughed and said, the extra meal is here. Hee. Erpang and Iza also laughed. For them now, no alien beast is a threat. Even a high-level alien beast can be dealt with in the blink of an eye, as long as Su Wei is there. Let me do it. Erpang volunteered. He himself did not have offensive capabilities, but the energy of a mid-level ability user should not be underestimated. Even without offensive skills, the threat of energy alone could defeat the opponent. Brush. The power of revival swept across the surroundings, melting the hard ice and snow, which then slowly disappeared. A white snake, hidden in the snow, was soon exposed. Realizing it had been discovered, it frantically flicked its scarlet tongue. Puff! A crystal-clear water ball was spat out of the snake's mouth and landed gently on Erpang's head. Erpang was not alarmed. Instead, he raised his hand and swept it over his head. A pale green power of revival enveloped the water sphere. A few seconds later, the water sphere shattered, and not a single drop fell before it disappeared into the air. A newly evolved intermediate-level beast, not very strong. Erpang chuckled easily, raising his hand to unleash a revival power that enveloped the white snake. The white snake instinctively wanted to fight back, but her energy was far inferior to that of the second fatty. Before the water sphere could even expand after being spat out, it was destroyed right before her eyes. Chapter 181. Changes in the city above the clouds. If this were anywhere else, it would definitely be a local tyrant. Unfortunately, it was born at the wrong time. Just as it broke through to the intermediate level, it encountered a group of monsters and didn't even have a chance to escape. It could only become food on their barbecue grill. Eyes impatiently urged Erpang, jokingly saying, hurry up, the meat's overcooked. Damn it, you think I'm you. I don't have any offensive skills, okay? I can only grind it down. As he spoke, Erpang unleashed another burst of revival power. Enveloped in powerful energy, the white snake could only desperately spit out water spheres to resist, attempting to break through the pale green energy barrier with them. But after a dozen minutes, the white snake was exhausted. It had no energy left to resist, and could only lie limply on the ground, writhing its body incessantly. Brush. Sweat beaded on Erpang's forehead as he unleashed another burst of revival power, the powerful energy enveloping the white snake. This time, the white snake did not resist, but allowed the energy to enter its body, which eroded all the energy in its body in just a few seconds. Haha, finally dead. Erpang wiped the sweat from his face and walked towards the white snake with a smile. Although this snake has just broken through to the intermediate level, its energy reserves are not to be underestimated. If Erpang absorbs its energy source, his strength will increase significantly. Call out. Just as he was about to make his move, a red figure suddenly flashed by outside the building in the distance. Erpang instinctively dodged, casually unleashing a burst of revival power. But the red shadow didn't even try to dodge. Instead, it rushed straight towards the white snake. In the blink of an eye, the white snake's corpse on the ground disappeared. Erpang shuddered and cried out, "What is that?" Firefox. Standing on the outermost edge, Qiuqiu's energy was much higher than Erpang's and Ise's. She immediately recognized the red figure and exclaimed in surprise. "It's actually still alive?" I said incredulously. "I just sensed its energy fluctuations. It was very powerful, much stronger than mine." Su Wei's energy was the strongest, even surpassing that of the Firefox. He unleashed his full mental power and continued. Chirp was right. It has broken through and is now a high-level beast. Holy crap, this is even possible. I said with lingering fear. We've traveled at least 300 kilometers, and it actually managed to follow us here. That's terrifying. Ordinary animals cannot even withstand the extreme cold, but exotic beasts can, and the higher the level, the stronger their resistance. Take Qiuqiu for example. Even in freezing weather, she can still dress lightly because she has strong fire element, which can keep her warm even without releasing it. But why didn't it attack us? Erpang asked, puzzled. It stole the white snake to absorb its energy, but it let us go. That doesn't make sense. Like superhumans, the most direct way for beasts to enhance their abilities is through plunder. As for improving by absorbing elements from heaven and earth, apart from Su Wei who can transform any element into a universal element and absorb it, it is a very long process for other superpowered individuals to absorb elements from heaven and earth. There are too many kinds of elements in the world, and they mix together to form this world. It is precisely because of its complexity that it is so difficult to absorb. It probably didn't mean any harm, right? For some reason, Qiuqiu always felt a kind of closeness between this Firefox and her, which was why she helped the Firefox last time. I said speechlessly, "Big sister, that's a strange beast. Even if it has sentience, it's still an animal. How much intelligence can it have? Does it think you're its friend?" Su Wei nodded seriously and said, "It's not impossible." "Boss, you noticed it too?" Qiuqiu looked at him with her big, sparkling eyes. Su Wei smiled and said, "That Firefox has a lot of energy, but when it charged over, it controlled its energy fluctuations very well, as if it was worried that the residual force would hurt us." "Then why did it run away?" Erpang asked, puzzled. "It should be because humans and animals are different. Animals and humans are ultimately different, especially wild animals. It is difficult for them to establish trust with humans. Perhaps it is still observing and worried that we will harm it." I still didn't believe it and scoffed. "It's just a fox. Why are you making it sound like a mythical beast?" "Never mind it." Su Wei sat back down, picked up a skewer of mutton, and said while eating, "Hurry up and eat. Let's keep going and try to get home before dark." The days after the apocalypse are very short, lasting only about 9 hours from dawn to dusk. After having a meal, the group set off again, and by the time they arrived at the city in the clouds, it was already dark. "Hey, this is a big city." Eyes jumped out of the car and looked at the towering buildings all around him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I used to only see these things on my phone. Standing here now, it's truly awe-inspiring." The entire city was shrouded in ice and snow, and the towering central buildings seemed to reach straight into the sky, with dark clouds connecting with the top of the building. Su Wei didn't speak, but just looked quietly at the familiar yet unfamiliar buildings around her, a smile appearing on her face. In just over 20 days, the city center looked completely different. Many of the buildings that were originally covered by ice and snow have had their foundations exposed, and the snow on several main roads has been cleared, providing direct access to several important locations, especially the city in the clouds. Standing at the entrance, the entire community now resembles a city within a city. Most of the houses in the villa area had their lights on, and there were also many people living in the high-rise area. If it weren't for the surrounding snowy and icy environment, Su Wei would have thought that she had returned to the pre-apocalyptic world. In just over 20 days, the walls surrounding the villa area were raised by 10 meters, and the interconnected protective netting acted like a series of protective locks, isolating it from all external dangers. Bang! Just as Su Wei was about to speak, she heard the sound of smashing coming from a shop on the side of the road. "Xiaoyong, don't push your luck?" An angry voice came from inside the shop. "We've already given you the food. What more do you want?" Another arrogant voice rang out, cursing. "Damn it, do you think I care about your measly food? Go ask around in Cloud City, who dares to talk to me like that? Xiaoyong, always leave yourself a way out." Shut up. Just say it straight. I've taken a liking to your sister. Let her come with me, and you'll never have to worry about food or clothing again. Otherwise, go to hell. I'd rather starve to death than sell my own sister. All right, then you can stay hungry. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Sue looked into the store, her brows furrowing involuntarily. Damn it, you're only doing this because your older brother is the foreman. Otherwise, do you think you can move into Cloud City? Have fine. The arrogant voice was laced with a sneer as he cursed. You just wait. If I don't take you down today, I'll follow you from now on. Chapter 182. Do you know who I am? Bang. The store's glass door was kicked open. A young man with a crew cut, holding an iron rod, smashed it down on the head of an angry young man. Several of his henchmen also surrounded him menacingly. When a group of people attack one person, the outcome is obvious. The young man named Song Chao was hit with a stick, and blood immediately flowed from his head. But Xiao Yong had no intention of stopping. He slammed his fist into Song Chao's arm again, and a sound of bones breaking was heard. Song Chao let out a wail and collapsed to the ground, clutching his head tightly with both hands. A few henchmen rushed up and started punching and kicking. Song Chao, who was surrounded, had no chance to resist and was beaten beyond recognition. Elder brother. Just then, a girl of about 18 or 19 years old ran down from upstairs. She was quite pretty and had a delicate, refined air about her. Stop fighting. The girl ran over crying, shoving her henchmen and desperately calling out, Help! Someone help me! The shout attracted several neighbors who had settled next door. A few scattered people stood outside, but their expressions were indifferent, and there wasn't a trace of emotion in their eyes. It seems that in their eyes, this was just a trivial drama. No one will save you. Xiao Yong grabbed the girl's hand with a sinister grin, glanced around, and lewdly said, Ask them if they dare to come over. A bunch of beggar dogs, they're lucky to be alive. If they dare to offend me, they'll be out of here tomorrow, you believe me? The girl was in despair and cried loudly, as if venting her anger and helplessness. Stop fucking crying. Your crying is driving me crazy. Xiao Yong pulled the girl into his arms and pretended to comfort her, saying, Jingjing, why did you refuse me? If you come with me, you can not only live in Cloud City, but also have access to water and electricity. Do you know what that means? The construction of the city center is just beginning. Apart from the city and the clouds, the refugees outside are still living in a harsh environment with little food and clothing. If Lin Shan hadn't promised to provide them with one meal a day on the condition that they reclaim the wasteland, these people would probably have starved to death long ago. What's frustrating is that, once a new class system is established, human greed can no longer be concealed. Those who live in the city and the clouds are inherently superior to the refugees outside. At least they have a stable food supply and a comfortable living environment. As a result, those outside desperately wanted to get in, while those inside, having become well-fed and clothed, developed an endless sense of superiority and regarded those outside as pigs and dogs. Xiao Yongxiang held the girl tightly, but the girl was struggling desperately. You don't want to see your brother get beaten to death, do you? Xiao Yong's words instantly struck a nerve with the girl, and she stopped struggling, letting Xiao Yong hold her in his arms and take advantage of her. Song Chao, covered in blood and lying weakly on the ground, gritted his teeth and growled, Xiao Yong, I'll fuck your ancestors. Don't touch my sister. So what if I touched it? Xiao Yong grinned maliciously, ripped open the girl's bra, reached inside, and laughed wildly. Weren't you going to kill me? Come on, do it. Song Chao roared with bloodshot eyes, desperately trying to stop Xiao Yong, but he didn't even have the strength to crawl over. Xiao Yong groped the girl's body without restraint, laughing arrogantly. You're nothing but a dog, including all of you. Across the road, Su Wei and the others, who had just returned home, witnessed this scene. However, in the apocalypse, such things are not uncommon. In the beginning, Su Wei had seen things that were 10 or 100 times more hideous. But Ize had just come from the countryside, and his nature still retained some of its simplicity. His eyes immediately turned red, and he cursed. Damn it, why doesn't this kind of scum just die? In my whole life, the people I despise the most are those bastards who force women into prostitution. That's right, people like that deserve to die. Erpang also said angrily. There used to be a thug like that in Shishan Town. He not only forcibly took someone's wife, but also violated someone's daughter, driving the mother and daughter to jump off a building together. This kind of bastard should be shot. But the usually lively and cheerful Chu Chu remained silent. She simply watched Xiao Yong coldly, her right hand hanging behind her back, quietly conjuring a fireball. Su Wei sensed the energy fluctuations around her, quietly reached out to dispel the fireball, and grabbed Qiu Qiu's wrist. Chiu Chu paused for a moment, looked at Su Wei with some surprise, and a blush inexplicably appeared on her face. Su Wei didn't look at her, but just smiled and said, "There's no need. He's just a little bastard. Using superpowers on him is giving him too much credit. Ordinary people should be punished in the way ordinary people do." After saying that, Su Wei walked over. "Who are you?" Before Xiao Yong could even speak, he was punched in the face. Bang! Su Wei was very ruthless. He knocked Xiao Yong down with a single punch. "Damn it! You're asking for it, aren't you?" Xiao Yong was caught off guard and knocked down, but he quickly got up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and cursed, "Do you even know who I am?" Su Wei looked at him indifferently, as if he were an ant in the soil, and said with amusement, "Then do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are." Xiao Yong, enraged, punched Su Wei and roared, "Brothers, get him. I want him to know who's in charge here." Su Wei dodged the attack by simply tilting her head, then kicked out with a sudden kick, sending Xiao Yong sprawling onto the road. The girl also took the opportunity to escape Xiao Yong's control and ran to her brother's side. Being kicked, Xiao Yong and several of his followers surrounded Su Wei. "Damn, I'm laughing. In this Cloud City area, there's actually someone who dares to fight me." Su Wei didn't speak, but looked at him with a hint of pity. This kind of look isn't very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Xiao Yong instantly erupted, roaring, "Brothers, kill him." Not far away, the three of them, including Qiuqiu, were watching the show. They were quite relaxed, as they certainly didn't need to worry about Su Wei's safety. "Damn it, what's wrong with the boss? He could have killed them with just one look." Iza shook his blonde hair and said speechlessly, "Sai, the most deadly kind of cool is the subtle kind." Pang, on the other hand, idolized Su Wei to the extreme and said with a smile, "Do you think the boss is like you? He just wants those people to suffer more. Anyway, they deserve it." Fart, Eyes retorted, unconvinced. "I think the boss is just trying to catch a mouse like a cat. Aren't you too annoying? If you're not going to look, then get lost." Qiuqiu interrupted their argument irritably, her pretty face cold as she said, "The boss wants to use this to give some people a warning. Can't you even see that? Are you an idiot? A person? Where did this person come from?" Eyes retorted, unconvinced. Chiu Chu rolled her eyes and yelled at him, "Get lost. I don't want to talk to an idiot." Chapter 183. How many times? For an ordinary person to fight someone with superpowers is like an ant wrestling with an elephant. However, Su Wei did not use any skills, but only released some mental energy, and within a few minutes he took down Xiao Yong and several henchmen. "Someone like you dares to act like a hooligan?" Su Wei stepped on Xiao Yong's broken arm and said coldly, "I gave you a chance, but you're useless." Xiao Yong let out a wail and rolled around in pain. Ignoring his struggles, Su Wei stomped on his foot again. "How could Cloud City produce such a scumbag as you? If the world is dominated by people like you, it would be better to just destroy it. Damn it, don't you dare run away." Xiao Yong, though beaten and battered, still yelled defiantly, "I've already sent someone to warn you. When my brother gets here, he'll definitely kill you. You believe me?" "Okay, I'll wait for him." Su Wei crossed her arms, her expression unusually calm. The girl helped her brother, whose face was covered in blood, to his feet. "Thank you, brother." Song Chao struggled to his feet, bowed to Su Wei, and said, "You should leave quickly. This matter was caused by me, and I don't want to involve you any further." Su Wei Chao and his sister smiled and said, "It's all right. I'm not afraid of being implicated. His name is Hu Yong, and he has a lot of henchmen under him." Seeing that Su Wei remained unmoved, the girl advised, "Besides, his brother is a foreman in Cloud City. You'd better leave quickly, or they will definitely retaliate." Su Wei had just returned and was still unclear about many things, so she casually asked, "Is the foreman very capable?" "That's really impressive." The girl glanced timidly at Wu Yong and said softly, "Even an ordinary technician in Cloud City is someone we can't afford to mess with." Qiuqiu walked over, patted Su Wei on the shoulder, and said, "Boss, why do I feel like Cloud City is a den of demons now? How come all these people have become so arrogant?" "You're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask?" Su Wei said coldly, genuinely angry. "What's wrong with Lin Shan? It's only been a few days. How did she manage to turn the house into such a mess?" Lin Shan. Upon hearing Su Wei's complaint, Song Chao asked in surprise, "You know Manager Lin?" Su Wei almost laughed when she heard the title, and nodded, saying, "Supervisor? I guess we know each other. No wonder you're not afraid of Wu Yong." The girl breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then said with some worry, "But Manager Lin is a very important person. How could she possibly concern herself with such a trivial matter? Why can't she manage it?" Qiuqiu retorted, proudly stating, "Since she's been given these rights, She should act fairly and justly. Otherwise, how is she any different from those bureaucratic capitalists before her? She didn't have a very friendly impression of Lin Shan. After all, when she first came to Cloud City, Lin Shan was hostile towards her and was always on guard. Who are you? The girl looked at Qiuqiu with some hesitation. She had lived here for dozens of days and had never seen anyone dare to comment on Lin Shan like that. She was a little confused for a moment. With a sweet smile on her delicate face, Qiuqiu said, "Me? I'm just a lovely little fairy, and also the boss's personal bodyguard. How many stickers are there?" Su Wei suddenly laughed and joked. "Pa, you're such a pervert." Qiuqiu's face flushed red, her fair neck turning a peach pink. It was just a metaphor. Don't take it too seriously. Just then, Isa walked over and chuckled. "Hey, it's not the boss who's overthinking it. It's you who's overthinking it, isn't it?" Qiuqiu's pretty face flushed red, and she angrily raised her small fist, glaring at Isa through gritted teeth. "You little blondie, do you want to die?" Just kidding, just kidding." Isa immediately chickened out. With his leg broken, Wu Yong lay half reclined on the ground and caught a glimpse of Qiuqiu's snow-white, shapely legs. A greedy, sinister smile flashed in his eyes. "I never expected that there would be such a gem outside of Cloud City." Wu Yong licked his lips and gave Qiuqiu a lewd smile. "Little sister, aren't you cold dressed so lightly? Your boss is just a pretty face, all looks and no substance. Why don't you come with me? My skills will definitely make you feel amazing, and I guarantee you'll have food to eat every day." Everyone turned around, and 7 or 8 pairs of eyes stared at Wu Yong. Gave Wu Yong a thumbs up with a sympathetic look inside. "Brother, you've got guts." Wu Yong sneered indifferently. "Huh? This is my territory. So what if you're good at fighting? If you obediently apologize now and let me play with this little sister for a couple of days, I might consider letting you live. Otherwise what?" A cold voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. "Otherwise, none of you will live." Wu Yong glared menacingly at Su Wei and said coldly, "What you did to me just now, I'll repay you 10-fold or 100-fold later." "Yeah." A woman walked out of the crowd, dressed in an elegant and neat business suit, with clean and sharp makeup, and a face that was as cold as ice yet beautiful and charming. "You." Wu Yong first saw a greedy look in the woman's eyes, then froze on the spot. "You your manager, Lin?" Lin Shan ignored him and went straight to Su Wei's side, saying calmly, "You're back. Is this the result of your governance?" Su Wei's gaze was fixed on Lin Shan's face, her tone tinged with disappointment as she said, "If this is the case, then we might as well have run away in the first place." Deep down, Su Wei didn't want to see this situation. Back then, everyone was full of ambition and vowed to dominate Yuntai. Now it seems they really have a chance, but this is not the result Su Wei wanted. He is still kind at heart and cannot be cold-blooded. If the price of becoming a hegemon is becoming someone you hate, then it's better not to be a hegemon at all. Lin Shan's expression was somewhat unpleasant. She knew what Su Wei meant and could only say helplessly, "This kind of thing can't be completely prevented. Whether it's a new order or old rules, as long as there are interests involved, someone will overstep the boundaries." "I don't want to hear your grand theories. I understand the theories, but now that things have happened." Su Wei glanced indifferently at the refugees around her and said, "How do you plan to resolve this?" "President Su." Just as Lin Shan was about to speak, Crazy Donkey and the others, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, all ran out. "Haha, brother, you're finally back." Zhuang Chang gave Su Wei a bear hug as soon as he came up and said excitedly, "I thought you had died out there." Entire Cloud City, there are no more than 3 people who dare to speak to Su Wei like that. Zhuang Chang was one of them. He patted Su Wei's shoulder hard and laughed. "You have no idea how busy we've been these past few days. We've been working nonstop." Su Weichong nodded to Zhuang Chang and the others and said calmly, "Thank you all for your hard work." Chapter 184. They're all big shots. Zhuang Chang sensed that Su Wei was in a bad mood and was taken aback for a moment. "What's wrong?" he asked Lin Shan blankly. "Why are you still unhappy now that you're home? Did something happen?" Lin Shan's expression was somewhat cold and stern as she said, "Our CO, Su, wants to be a saint. That's why I'm undergoing training right now. You'd better be careful, or you might get punished." "Training?" The smiling faces of Mad Donkey and the others immediately turned serious. Everyone assumed that with Cloud City developing so well, Su Wei would at least offer some praise upon his return and seeing these achievements, even if he didn't shower him with compliments. After all, everyone present has been working tirelessly for the construction these past few days. Besides their deserved compensation, what subordinates want most is their boss's praise, which is a recognition of their hard work and value over the years. Unexpectedly, Su Wei lost her temper as soon as she returned. For a moment, The atmosphere at the scene became somewhat awkward. Su Wei was angered by Lin Shan's sarcastic remarks and said with a dark face, "Can't you speak properly, you woman? What's wrong with me? Can't I even say a few words to you?" "Of course you can. Who do you think you are? Now the sky is the boss. You're number 2. So you can do whatever you want," Lin Shan said to Su Weilong without backing down. "If you think I'm not qualified, just replace me." After saying that, Lin Shan left without looking back. Su Wei was so angry that she spun around on the spot and cursed. "I don't believe your nonsense. Do you think I can't get by without you? What are you so arrogant about?" Lin Shan turned around abruptly and shouted angrily at him. "Su Wei, go to hell." Su Wei was so angry she wanted to curse, but Zhuang Chang stopped her. "What's wrong with you? You just got back and you're already having a fight." Zhuang Chang grabbed his arm and whispered, "When everyone heard you were back, they all rushed out to greet you. Manager Lin even ran faster than us grown men, just because he wanted to see you as soon as possible. What's wrong with you? Can't you talk things out?" Su Wei paused for a moment, then said irritably, "I don't mean to argue with him. The problem is..." He briefly recounted what had just happened and said coldly, "It's fine that we want to develop, but we also need to properly restrain these people below us. Otherwise, what the hell is the difference between us and those bureaucrats?" Wu Yong. After hearing this, Zhuang Chang frowned and said, "I've never heard of such a person. Do you know him?" Li Rue and Chu Sheng both shook their heads and said, "We don't know them. We're in charge of the security team's training. Besides, there are so many people coming and going these days. How could we possibly know everyone?" "Wu Yong? Isn't your brother named Wu Gang?" Mad Donkey frowned and turned to look at the shop entrance. Wu Yong was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the Mad Donkey, his body trembling uncontrollably. Song Linshan appeared. He realized the seriousness of the problem. Then there's Mad Donkey, Chu Sheng, Zhuang Chang, Li Rue. Which of these people isn't one of the top big shots in Cloud City, whose every stomp of their feet causes the surrounding area to tremble? But they've all come here for one person. I never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man would have such a high status. From Su Wei's attitude towards these people just now, everyone around could see that they respected Su Wei very much, and some even looked afraid. "Who the hell are you?" Wu Yong lay on the ground, his face ashen, looking at Su Wei in terror, his voice trembling as he said, "You've already hit me. Please spare me." Begging for mercy now is the wisest choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Anyone present could decide his life or death in an instant. Mad Donkey slapped him across the face and yelled, "I'm asking you a question. Isn't your brother named Wu Gang?" If Chu Sheng and others were characterized by their status and dominance, then Mad Donkey's power was entirely based on his personal intimidation. He was originally a gangster, and now he is in charge of security inside and outside Cloud City. Anyone who wants to make a living here is under his control. Moreover, Mad Donkey was notorious for his ruthlessness. He once personally beat 2 troublemaking refugees to death and hung their bodies on the main street to dry for 3 days. From that moment on, everyone inside and outside Cloud City remembered the name Mad Donkey. Even within the organization, there's a saying, better to mess with Director Lin than with the crazy donkey. Lin Shan's pride was ingrained in her bones. She disdained to retaliate against these ordinary people. But the Mad Donkey is different. If Lin Shan is the king of hell, then he is the black and white impermanence, whose lives and deaths are directly in his hands, truly wielding the power of life and death. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please forgive me." Wu Yong was no longer afraid. He knelt on the ground in a daze, begging for mercy. The Mad Donkey didn't bother arguing with him and said to the henchman who had followed him, "Go and find Wu Gang. 5 minutes. If you don't see Wu Gang, you can get lost." The boss lost his temper, and the underlings fled in panic. "Hey, brother Donkey." Chiu, hands on her hips, asked Crazy Donkey, "Who is this Wu Gang? What does he do? He sounds really powerful." Mad Donkey knew that Chiu was a superhuman and he couldn't afford to offend her, so he could only politely say, "Miss Bai, Wu Gang is an electrician here. He has some skills, so I promoted him to foreman." "TCH, I knew it was one of your men, otherwise why were you so nervous?" Chiu glanced at Crazy Donkey with a hint of disdain and said in a coquettish voice, "Like boss, like underling." Mad Donkey's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything. His expression was just very unpleasant. "Chirp, chirp." Su Wei suddenly said coldly to her, "You can't talk to your own people like that. I believe old Donkey is unaware of this matter. Watch your words." Mad Donkey paused for a moment, then looked at Su Wei with a much gentler expression. "Hey, are you kidding me, boss? It's clearly his fault for not disciplining his subordinates properly that caused this disgusting thing to happen, and now you're blaming me. Chiu Chu puffed out her cheeks, hands on her hips, glaring at Su Wei with her beautiful eyes. Say less. Isa pulled Chu Chu back and whispered, even I can see that this crazy donkey has a special status. You're blatantly slapping him in the face in front of everyone. Do you think the boss will side with you? But I didn't say anything wrong. Chu Chu said angrily. Bullying men and women is the most disgusting thing. If the people below dare to do this, it means that the people above haven't managed them properly, right? Pang chuckled sheepishly. That's right, but we're not them, so we have no right to meddle in their business. Why can't we do anything about it? Chu Chu looked at the boy and girl with sympathy, then said angrily, if I were humiliated, would you care about me? You? I suddenly laughed and said irritably, you should be grateful if you don't humiliate others, okay? These small fry, who would dare to humiliate you? Chu Chu blushed and retorted, get lost. I'm not a violent woman. Chapter 185, The Mad Donkey's Methods. And at this moment, the main characters in this story, the brother and sister from the Song Dynasty, are already in a daze. They probably never imagined that an ordinary bullying case would expose so many high-level managers in Cloud City. In the eyes of ordinary people like them, any one of these people could easily crush Wu Yong completely. Suddenly, many people around him began to feel sorry for Wu Yong. He's the first person since the founding of Cloud City to offend so many big shots at the same time. At this moment, Wu Yong felt like he wanted to die. He never imagined that simply robbing a girl would cost him his life. Boss, the person has been brought. Just then, Mad Donkey's two henchmen returned with a middle-aged man wearing glasses, exactly 5 minutes later. Wu Gang looked at the big shots in front of him with a blank expression and asked in a panic, Brother Donkey, what? What's going on? What happened? Mad Donkey pointed at Wu Yong, whose arms and legs were broken, and asked, is this your brother? Yes, yes. Wu Gang nodded subconsciously. So you're pretty awesome. Mad Donkey sneered, grabbing Wu Gang's hair and saying fiercely, who gave you the right to let your brother bully men and women outside? Haven't I told you guys to follow the rules? Wu Gang was so frightened that he stammered, Donkey, Brother Donkey. Snap. The Mad Donkey slapped Wu Gang so hard that half of his face swelled up. Fuck your mother. How many times have I told you to control your men and control the thing in your crotch? Are you deaf? Brother Donkey, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Wu Gang staggered from the blow, but dared not retaliate, and could only cry out that he was innocent. Injustice. Snap. Another slap, and finally his left and right cheeks were symmetrical. Mad Donkey grabbed Wu Gang's hair and roared. You think I don't know what you've been doing these days? Withholding some workers' rations and indulging in food and drink is one thing, but haven't I told you that this is a special time? Don't cause trouble. Don't cause trouble. Although Mad Donkey was also a rogue, in this year he transformed from a member of the underworld into a manager, and his thoughts, methods, and style naturally changed as well. He also knew that countless eyes were now fixed on the city and the clouds. Many of the people who gathered here from various places do not actually approve of these high-ranking administrators. Moreover, as the situation in the apocalypse gradually became clearer, many forces in Yuntai City began to mark out their own territories within the city. In such a sensitive period, if these people were to rebel, the harm would be immeasurable. Even the situation they painstakingly built could collapse in an instant. To put it simply, now is not the time to enjoy life. But there are always those who are blind to their own faults, and they not only harm themselves, but also others. Su Wei watched from the side, without saying a word. Mad Donkey knew that he wanted to see how Mad Donkey would handle the matter, and also wanted to use this incident to make an example of Mad Donkey and give these arrogant managers a warning. Li Rui, being the most astute, worried that the battle might spread to him, so he waved his hand and said, Brother Donkey, you handle this matter. We leaving now. Chu Shen glanced at the silent Su Wei and shrank back. Let's go, old donkey. Apart from Zhuang Chong, the other big shots present hurriedly fled the battlefield to go back and reprimand their subordinates. Damn it, the Mad Donkey cursed angrily. Are you even human? Despite his criticism, he was also helpless. Su Wei clearly intended to make an example of someone, but unfortunately, his subordinates were incompetent, so he had no choice but to be the one to take the blame. Fuck you, it's all because of you. Mad Donkey pressed down on Wu Gang's head and punched him twice. Wu Yong, whose leg was broken, couldn't escape either and was pinned to the ground and rubbed against the ground by several security guards. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Wu Yong was on the verge of death. Mad Donkey then stopped and shouted to the crowd of onlookers, Brothers and sisters, I apologize for my negligence in not keeping a close watch on things. With that, Mad Donkey bowed to everyone present. Everyone present watched the Mad Donkey silently. No one spoke, but no one left either. They are all people who came from the surrounding areas to make a living. But even if they are just trying to make a living, they should still have basic dignity. After all, they are paid according to their work, not beggars. If this had happened in the first few days of the apocalypse, Mad Donkey certainly wouldn't have been so humble. He probably would have shot these people dead long ago. But not now. He has to humble himself. Rome wasn't built in a day, nor was it built by one man. No one can succeed alone. They need supporters and, more importantly, a large number of willing contributors. Brother. Mad Donkey walked up to the Song's siblings and said very politely, "In the end, this is our fault for lax supervision. Don't worry, I will definitely deal with these two bastards and give you an explanation, and I will also give you appropriate compensation." Mad Donkey, who spends most of his time underground, has a fierce nature to him. Although he had tried to restrain himself, the girl was still somewhat timid and shook her head, saying, No need. We can leave here as long as you don't bother us anymore." In her mind, Mad Donkey was forced to do this entirely by his superiors. She didn't know Su Wei's identity and was worried that if Su Wei and the others left, these people would seek revenge. "Please don't." Mad Donkey glanced at Su Wei subconsciously and said with a wry smile, "You guys should just stay here peacefully. In a few months, our power department will be completed, and this street will be the first power supply area. If you leave now, there won't be any room left when you come back." The street outside Cloud City is about 700 or 800 meters long and encircles the entire residential area. The community has now achieved self-sufficiency in power supply, and further development will definitely involve expanding outwards, while there are 2,000 to 3,000 residents on this street. Further out towards the city center, tens of thousands of people are still working hard to reclaim land. Therefore, the Mad Donkey's words are very tempting. If the Song Dynasty siblings leave now, tens of thousands of people will flood in. Some will be able to get a spot, while others won't, and they won't even be able to find a toilet. But the girl glanced timidly at the dying Wu Yong. Upon seeing this, Mad Donkey drew his pistol without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The brothers Wu Yong and Wu Gang were brutally murdered in the street, ending their sinful lives. Mad Donkey glanced at the two expressionlessly, then said to the stunned Song siblings, "Don't worry, Cloud City is a place that follows the rules. If something like this happens again in the future, you can report it to the Public Security Department, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Chapter 186, Power and Ambition. Mad Donkey's two shots shattered everyone's hopes. More and more people are taking to the streets. They are all ordinary people who are clearing land here, clearing snow, repairing roads, and building houses every day, all for a meal. It can be said that without these people, the Cloud City would not be as prosperous as it is today. But they are the lowest of the low, having suffered cruel disasters since the end times, endured the evils of humanity, and experienced the despair of life. But they are, after all, human beings, with flesh and blood and thoughts. They may be able to survive on a meal now, but what about in the future? As inequalities increase and the gap between people widens, will they still be willing to live for a meal? We don't even need to wait until the future. Right now, at this very moment, there are many people like Wu Yong and his brothers who exploit and bully those around them by relying on various connections or abilities. If Su Wei didn't have any grand ideals, he would just be surviving like a person. He can simply ignore all of this and let those people fend for themselves. He won't be affected in any way anyway. But things are different now. Lin Shan's appearance ignited his fighting spirit and gave him a greater ideal. Inside the security room at the entrance of Cloud City. Holy shit! Chu Sheng peered out the window and said to the people around him, "Old Donkey is ruthless. This is the first time I've seen him fire a gun in all this time of reclamation. We have no choice but to open it." Li Rue shook his head helplessly and laughed. He was personally appointed by President Su as the security captain. Before, when there were fewer of us, it didn't stand out, but now it's different. What's different? Chu Sheng was not cut out to be an official, and from the beginning, he followed Yu Wei. Both master and apprentice were the kind of people who were not interested in worldly affairs. They did whatever work was available and never thought about power. But Li Rue was far more shrewd than them. Moreover, as Cloud City has developed to this point, not only Li Rue has felt the importance of power, but even Zhuang Chong has a vague desire for it. Who doesn't want to be the boss? Li Rue looked at Chu Sheng speechlessly and said, "Brother Sheng, I've realized that you're really suited to be an instructor. No other position suits you." Chu Sheng cursed irritably. "Damn it, stop making fun of me. I'm not stupid, I can tell." "All right, this time, Old Donkey has secured his position." Lin Xiaofeng smiled with some admiration. I originally thought that old donkey was definitely going to displease President Su this time. But today his actions were reasonable, well-founded, and measured. He calmed the situation down with 2 bullets, and then coaxed and persuaded those people to stay calm. Was he really involved in the underworld before? Yeah, there are talented people in the underworld too. Li Rui and Lin Xiaofeng were about the same age and were close friends. He half-jokingly said, if Mad Donkey doesn't handle this well today, guess who President Su will put in his place? Damn it, don't you dare talk to me about conspiracy theories. Lin Xiaofeng glared at him and said irritably, don't you know my sister hates power struggles the most? This has nothing to do with your sister. How can it not be related? Lin Xiaofeng said speechlessly. My sister is the general manager, and I'm her brother. You bunch of bastards are always keeping a close eye on me. If I were to step in now, Mad Donkey would hate me to death. Chu Sheng curled his lip and said to the 2 of them, he's just a security captain. Why are you 2 so anxious? You don't know anything. The 2 of them cursed at Chu Sheng simultaneously. What the hell? Are you 2 getting cocky, or am I too weak to lift a knife? Chu Sheng grabbed the 2 men by the arms and pinned them to the table, grinning as he said, come on, try cursing me again. Wrong. The 2 men quickly begged for mercy, and Lin Xiaofeng laughed and said, Brother Sheng is awesome, spare my life. Chu Sheng released the 2 men, crossed his arms, and said, I'll spare your lives, but you 2 have to tell me why you're both so eager for the position of security captain? It's very simple. Li Rui rubbed his neck and said seriously, power. Chu Sheng said with some disdain, damn, he's just a security captain. How could he be as good as you, the staff officer of the security regiment? As the number of security personnel continued to increase, Lin Shan renamed the original security team a security regiment, with Zhuang Chang as the regiment commander, Chu Sheng and Yu Sui as deputy regiment commanders, and Chu Sheng as chief of staff. It sounds like children playing house, but these people actually wield real power. The security force has now grown to more than 2,000 people. Even if its combat effectiveness is still lacking, its momentum is now completely different. And among these people present, who wasn't someone whose mere words could determine the life and death of countless individuals? Li Rui shook his head helplessly at Chu Sheng and sighed. Although our makeshift team can't really be called a military or political faction yet, we are all from the military faction. But Mad Donkey is different. He's from the political faction, and the security team can't possibly get mixed up with the security regiment. So what? Chu Sheng was still somewhat confused and asked, how many people do we have, and how many do they have under their command? Rights and numbers are not the same thing, okay? Lin Xiaofeng glared at him and explained, if we continue on this development trend, the city center and even most of Yuntai City will be ours. At that time, do you think Mad Donkey will have what status? City Police Station Chief, Li Rui said, enunciating each word clearly. At that time, the entire population of Yuntai City will be under his jurisdiction. Putting aside the extent of his power, the profits involved will be astronomical. That's right. Lin Xiaofeng continued. So Mad Donkey will absolutely not give up this position. His future is far more promising and stable than ours. Chu Sheng then suddenly realized something and muttered, if that's the case, once we really take over Yuntai City, then Manager Lin will definitely be the mayoral candidate without a doubt. After all, President Su never actively seeks power. He only works behind the scenes. So, besides the mayor, Mad Donkey is really awesome. Li Rui nodded and said, we are all veterans who have followed President Su since the beginning. Let's put aside the past grievances for now and just talk about contributions. Mad Donkey deserves this position, so he will definitely not give it up. Chu Sheng nodded and said, that's right. He's an ambitious man, and he's absolutely unwilling to be outdone by others, much less willing to be just a nobody. Lin Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at him, annoyed, and said speechlessly, now you understand? Understood. Apologize to us. Li Rui said to Chu Sheng with a look of disgust. Apologize for your rudeness just now. Holy crap. Chapter 187. Ugliness Beneath the Beauty. In front of the shop, Mad Donkey put away his gun and respectfully approached Su Wei. He bowed slightly and said earnestly, I'm sorry, President Su. This matter was entirely due to my lax management. Rest assured, from today onwards, the security situation inside and outside Cloud City will be absolutely the most stable. Su Wei glanced at him and suddenly smiled. You think that the reason I'm so angry is just for the sake of the bigger picture? Thump. Mad Donkey's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, no, that's not what I meant, President Su. But that's what you mean. Su Wei smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, but you did a good job, so don't worry. This security captain position is still yours. Call. Mad Donkey breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he truly relax, and he smiled at Su Wei, saying, President Su, I know you feel it's unfair to these people. Su Wei didn't speak, but just looked at the various people around her. Among these people are the old and the young. The fact that they have survived to this day must mean that they have experienced something far more brutal than Su could have imagined. He is not a saint, and from the beginning he resolved never to be one. But he is also a person with flesh and blood and feelings, so when he faces these people in person, he can't be cold-blooded. He may sacrifice people who have nothing to do with him for his own goals, but that does not mean he can be indifferent to evil and ugliness. But reality is cruel, even crueler than we imagine. Mad Donkey glanced at Xiao and the others without leaving a trace, and sighed. Some people are born to be at the top, able to control the life and death of millions of people with a wave of their hand. But some people spend their whole lives being oppressed by various beings, which is not something that human power can change. Erpang's honest voice rang out as he said to Crazy Donkey, Why not? As long as everyone is kind-hearted, the world will always get better. Do you know that before the apocalypse, that was the city with the best administrative status in all of China? Mad Donkey pointed to the building in the city center not far away. This is it, Yuntai City. But do you know how many people are in the underground organization in Yuntai City? Mad Donkey held up 4 fingers and said, 400,000 people, not counting the petty thieves and hooligans on the interface. What do you want to say? Erpang looked at the Crazy Donkey with some confusion. Even in the most beautiful places there is ugliness, but it is mostly hidden in the darkness so you can't see it. Mad Donkey smiled at him and said, We can only try to beautify them, but we can't eradicate them. Why not? Mad Donkey glanced at the dark clouds on the horizon and said, Because of interests, because of power, because of greed, because of desire, and also because everyone is unwilling to be mediocre, unwilling to be suppressed, and live in the mud. In the silence, Su Wei suddenly smiled. He abandoned his previous cold and stern demeanor, jokingly patting Crazy Donkey on the shoulder and teasingly saying, Damn, it's been a month since I last saw you. When the hell did you become a philosopher? Mad Donkey paused for a moment, then grinned broadly and said, Haha, you flatter me. I'm just a scoundrel. I just suddenly found myself in an official's robe and had a few thoughts. Let's go? I heard you've prepared a welcome dinner. Let's drink until we drop tonight. Su Wei was the first to walk towards the city in the clouds. Behind them, Chiu Chu asked blankly, half understanding, That's it? Of course it's over. Everything's been resolved, hasn't it? Su Wei smiled at her, then turned to the Song's siblings and said, Brother, I'm sorry about today. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Song Chao paused for a moment before quickly nodding to Su Wei, until Su Wei and the others disappeared from the residential area. The girl then realized what had happened, and looking in the direction Su Wei had left, she murmured to herself, Brother, who did you think that person was? What? Song Chao mechanically turned his head. That President Su. We've been here for over a month, but we've never seen him. The girl recalled Su Wei's smile and said, Even a big shot like Manager Lin treats him with great respect, and those other big shots, they're all so serious and never smile. This proves that he is more capable than these people. Song Chao looked at the entrance of the residential area, a glint of light in his eyes, and said, One day, I will become one of them, someone who is respected and admired. Mad Donkey was right. Nobody is content with mediocrity. Building 104. 23 days later, Su Wei finally returned to this place. It was the same familiar house, but the surrounding snow had been cleared away, and even the green belt revealed the frozen soil. Although there were no plants to adorn it, it added a touch of life to this apocalyptic landscape. The entire villa area is spotless. Even if it snows occasionally, the patrolling cleaning staff will clean the ground immediately. At this moment, Qiu and the others finally understood what the Mad Donkey meant by rights. As they walked along, although the snow in the high-rise area had not been cleared, the overall environment was still icy and snowy, with icicles hanging on the window frames and layers of snow falling. In the villa area, everything looks brand new, and even the previously damaged exterior walls and decorations have been repaired as much as possible. From Area A to Area D, every villa was spotless in front of its door, and some even had electric motorcycles parked in the yards. Inside the houses, the lights were flickering. Although most of this was given to them by Su Wei, it was also something they painstakingly built up from scratch, especially Building 104. The bright and beautiful lights inside made you feel as if you were instantly transported back to the pre-apocalyptic era. Ding dong. Su Wei rang the doorbell. Eyes asked, puzzled. Isn't this the boss's own house? Why do we need to knock? Chiu Chu, on the other hand, seemed rather profound and said calmly, he is our boss, but there is another person here who is his boss. Huh? Pang exclaimed in surprise. His boss is already this awesome, and he even has a boss? How awesome must his boss be? Could he catch an H-bomb with his bare hands? Chiu Chu got angry for no reason and said, why do you talk so much nonsense? Aren't you annoying? Pang shrank back, looking aggrieved, and whispered, I didn't say anything. Drop. The video surveillance on the villa door was turned on, and a beautiful face appeared inside. Su Wei immediately smiled and shouted, open the door quickly, the master is back. Sun Wanner was not as enthusiastic as he had imagined. She didn't even have a smile or tears of joy at their long-awaited reunion. Instead, she stood with her hands on her hips, her face dark with anger. You still know how to come back. GAA. Su Wei stood there stunned, then feigned anger and said, what? I've been gone for a month, and you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings anymore? Watch your tone, okay? There have been so many things going on at home lately, so updates have been late. Please bear with me, and I'll definitely keep up the good work. Chapter 188, Apology and Welcome Party. The feeling of returning home is joyful. After more than 20 days apart, Su Wei finally understood what it meant to be the hardest thing is to miss someone. Having endured and suppressed those feelings for over 20 days, Su Wei's mind was now filled with those images, and she just wanted night to come quickly. But Sun Wanner clearly didn't think that way. With a cold face, she cursed, Su Wei, you just got back and you're already causing trouble for me, huh? Damn it. What did I do wrong? Su Wei was so angry at being scolded that she jumped up and down, saying urgently, I just got back, and you, as the lady of the house, not only don't greet me, but you won't even let me in? What? Are you hiding a man in the house? Sun Wanner's pretty face turned frosty, and she glared at him with her beautiful eyes, saying, say that again. No way, I just got back, okay? What's this all about? And I even brought you some local specialties from Xinjiang City, and this is how you treat me. Solid from her spatial storage. Sun Wanner ignored him and asked, what were you doing outside just now? What did I do? Su Wei, who had been so confident, suddenly froze for a moment, then wilted. I didn't do anything. All right, then you can stay out today. Sun Wanner turned and walked towards the bedroom without looking back, saying, we'll talk about it when you remember. Damn it. Do you think you can bully me on my turf? Su Wei cursed and prepared to enter the password. GAA. His hand froze in midair as he suddenly remembered that for safety reasons, he had locked the keypad lock on the door and given the only key to Sun Wanner when he left. Damn it. I went out for a bit and the house got burgled? Su Wei spun around a few times, then shouted inside. Sun Wanner, open the door for me. Roll. Damn it. If you don't open the door, I'm going to kick it down. Su Wei pretended to raise her leg. If you can kick it open, I'll let you ride me like a horse. Sun Wanner blurted out. Come on. I'm watching. Try kicking it. The security system of this villa is top-notch. Even if Su Wei is a superhuman, it won't help. Kicking him is just pointless and a waste of time. Does this little thing really need your help, boss? Leave it to me. Eyes rushed to the door, and the power of ice and snow materialized. Call. The snowflakes in the sky instantly gathered together, forming an icicle. This strange phenomenon attracted many neighbors to come out and see, and then they saw Su Wei and the others being refused entry. Su Wei kicked him, interrupting Izei's spellcasting, and cursed, damn it, you want to tear my house apart? How about I do it? Chu Chu stepped forward with a grin and deliberately said, don't worry, boss, I know what I'm doing. I'll just melt down the lock, but you'll have to change the lock later. Su Wei looked at the two speechlessly, raised his hands and said, ancestors, I was wrong, okay. Can you two just be quiet little idiots? You're the idiot. Chiu Chu cursed and turned away, ignoring him. Su Wei continued shouting into the intercom. Sun Wanner, let me tell you, my patience has its limits. If you don't open the door for me. Inside the room, Sun Wanner took a sip of her coffee and said calmly, what do you want? Su Wei choked for a moment, then mustered her courage and said, I'll divorce you. Sun Wanner's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she said with a smile, fine, you divorce me today, and tomorrow I'll find someone more handsome than you, better in bed, and more obedient. What kind of insane and lewd words are these? The neighbors around them were all watching. Su Wei was instantly speechless and yelled angrily, damn it, haven't you ever seen a couple arguing? Go back to playing with your spoons. Brush. Su Wei's intimidating presence remained terrifying, and the outside instantly became quiet. He stood speechlessly outside the door and said helplessly, Wanner, I was wrong, okay? It's quite cold outside. Can we open the door first? Go apologize first. Sun Wanner glanced at him. Damn it. Why am I always the one apologizing to her? She's your father. You're spoiling him way too much. Are you going or not? Sun Wanner's beautiful eyes were slightly angry as she said, I just don't understand. Were you two enemies in your past life? Why are you arguing as soon as you get back? Wrong. So she had to soften her tone and said, but her words were so hurtful. She was practically looking down on people. I don't care. Sun Wanner rolled her eyes at him and hung up the video call. Either you go apologize, or you can spend the day outside. Beep. Su Wei stood blankly outside the door, looking utterly bewildered. What the hell is this? Huh. I'm the master of this house, you know. Boss, look at us. Ize smiled awkwardly and pointed at Air Pang, saying, we agreed before we came that you would provide food and lodging, so you can't go back on your word. Get lost. Can't you see I'm homeless? Go find somewhere to live yourself. Su Wei rolled her eyes at him and walked out. Boss, where are you going? Chiu followed, lifting her little skirt. Where the hell can I go? Sorry. Su Wei walked towards room 103 next door, then pointed to the opposite side and said, you guys go to the command post and wait there. I'll be there in a bit. Watching Su Wei's retreating figure, Qiuqiu stomped her foot in anger. TCH, what's wrong with you? You're all meek and submissive when you talk to her, but you get all pricked when you talk to me. Qiuqiu huffed, hands on her hips, and whispered, if you push me too far, I'm done. Really? Let's go then. Let's set up our own territory. Ize came to Qiuqiu's side and joked, with the three of us, we can live the high life anywhere. Qiuqiu glared at him irritably and cursed, get lost. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay here forever. You're in big trouble. Suddenly, Ize looked surprised and pointed at Qiuqiu, shaking her head repeatedly. You're the one who's doomed. Your whole family is doomed. Qiuqiu kicked him angrily. Ize shook his head with a sympathetic look and said, do you know what you were like just now? You looked exactly like someone head over heels in love. TSK, you've fallen for her. I didn't. Qiuqiu's pretty face flushed red, but she tilted her head back and pretended to be calm as she said loudly, look at him. He looks like a toad that has come to life. How could I possibly like him? Hey, you looked just like this last time you were being stubborn. Eyes bluntly exposed her, clicking his tongue and saying, but it's no wonder. Crimson at his sarcastic tone and angrily threatened. No wonder what? I'm warning you. If you dare to spread rumors again, I'll turn you into a roasted pig. You believe me? The two of them playfully went to the villa across the street, unaware that Pang, who was following behind, hadn't uttered a single word the entire time. He lowered his head and remained silent, his face full of disappointment. Chapter 189. My charm is boundless. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Who is it? By the urgent banging on the door, Lin Xiaofeng snapped. What the hell is this? Can you be a little gentler? Damn it, President Su. Su Wei stood outside the door, her face darkening. Where's your sister? Huh. Lin Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then quickly pointed upstairs and said, my sister just came back from the construction site, and she's in the inner room right now. Oh, I need to talk to her about something. As Su Wei spoke, she walked towards the bedroom, not forgetting to tell Lin Xiaofeng. I have some personal business to attend to. You can go out first. No, President Su. Lin Xiaofeng quickly stopped Su Wei, saying, my sister, she. Don't worry, I won't do anything to her. I just have a few words to say to her. Ignoring Lin Xiaofeng's obstruction, Su Wei went straight to the bedroom and pushed open the door. Su. Lin Xiaofeng wanted to stop him, but it was too late, so he had to turn his head away in a hurry. Oh. A piercing scream came from inside the house. Su Wei stood blankly at the door, staring at the fair and smooth body inside, while several large blisters were worn on those delicate jade feet. Snap! An unidentified piece of clothing was thrown at Su Wei's face. Holy shit! Su Wei hurriedly and awkwardly retreated, saying, it's not even dark yet. Why are you changing your clothes? Su Wei, I'll fucking kill you one of these days. Inside the house, Lin Shan's roar echoed throughout the villa, and various things were smashed against the door. Even Su Wei, who was outside the door, could feel the force of the impact. Su Wei touched his nose awkwardly and wisely kept quiet, while Lin Xiaofeng stood speechlessly to the side. Your sister is changing clothes, and you, as her younger brother, didn't even try to stop me? Lin Xiaofeng looked at him with a wronged expression and said speechlessly, how could I not stop you? You were the one who wouldn't listen to me and insisted on barging in, okay? Why didn't I hear you speak? Have you finished listening to me? The two of them took turns shifting blame. Click. The door opened. Su Wei subconsciously took a step back. Lin Shan was wearing a warm nightgown with a large bathrobe draped over it, and casually wearing a pair of cotton slippers. It's all a misunderstanding. Su Wei smiled awkwardly at her, pointed at Lin Xiaofeng, and said, "This kid didn't explain clearly beforehand. I thought you were working inside." Lin Shan looked at him without saying a word, her face showing a faint blush in addition to anger. "No, don't look at me like that." Su Wei's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, "I feel that I didn't speak very well when we were outside this afternoon, so I came to apologize to you. Can't you manage without me?" Lin Shan's expression improved considerably. She glanced at the two of them indifferently and sat down on the sofa, saying, "You're the boss. If you want to play the saint, then so be it. Hey, let's talk this out properly." Su Wei took out a pot of pale purple peonies from her spatial storage and said, "This was found by Qiu near the cave of a fire fox beast. She originally intended to give it to her sister, but I snatched it from her. Consider it my apology to you for what happened before. In temperatures of -40 or 50 degrees Celsius, let alone peonies, even cacti cannot survive. It's hard to imagine how luxurious this kind of thing is right now. If it weren't for the fire fox's energy element altering the state around the cave, he would have found this vibrant plant much sooner, even if he had run himself ragged. You really are." Upon seeing the peony, Lin Shan's expression immediately darkened. "This is a purple peony, which was very rare in the past. How could you just plant it in any random flower pot? It's just a flower, why be so particular?" Su Wei sat down nonchalantly and said, "I just recruited an awesome little brother. With him around, any flower can survive." Lin Shan carefully held the flower pot and placed it next to the radiator, fiddling with the exposed roots inside. Upon hearing this, she turned around and asked, "A superhuman?" "Yes, special type of ability, simply put, is restoration." Su Wei held up a water glass and smiled. "For example, this water glass can restore broken or deformed objects." Such a monstrous superpower? Lin Shan stood up in surprise and asked, "Where's the person? Does this revival have any effect on people? If we could bring the dead back to life, that would be incredibly awesome." "No." Su Wei shook his head and then laughed. "If even people could be resurrected, then they wouldn't be superhumans, but gods." 2. Lin Shan was slightly disappointed, but as she fiddled with the flower branches, she smiled and said, "But it's already amazing that it can be restored. We're currently in a bottleneck period of land reclamation, and it's difficult to find replacements for many large pieces of equipment after they've been damaged. Then we could even restore the water supply system. The power supply system is easy to manage. Even without wind power, coal-fired power can be used as a substitute. Water supply systems have always been the same few types. If the connection between the equipment and the underground river cannot be established, it is impossible to use tap water. Nowadays, with snow-covered rivers and glaciers everywhere, trying to draw water from underground is simply a pipe dream. But now that Erpang has joined us, water supply is no longer a luxury. Where is he? Take me to see him." Lin Shan instantly switched to her strong woman mode, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she excitedly said, "You have to be generous to talented people, otherwise they might be poached by others." "Don't worry, I'm incredibly charming," Su Weiqia said confidently from the sofa. Lin Shan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I'll make the decisions on construction matters. Go to headquarters." "Well, I came to apologize to you, but you..." Su Wei looked at Lin Shan helplessly and said with an awkward smile, "Give me something." Lin Shan glanced at him and said calmly, "You are the master of Cloud City. There is no need for you to apologize to me." "Hey, I'm being sincere, okay? Can't you just talk properly?" Su Wei jumped up again, saying, "I've given you gifts and apologized. What more do you want? I told you, you are the highest commander here, and no matter how much power I have, I am just a subordinate. So you don't need to apologize to your subordinates at work." Lin Shan looked at Su Wei very seriously and said solemnly, "The commander-in-chief does not make mistakes. Even if he does make a mistake, someone has to take the blame. Do you understand? The way of the king and the hegemon, huh?" Su Wei was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "We're not going to go that far yet, are we? Besides, I'm not. You still don't understand." Lin Shan shook her head and suddenly asked, "What do you think the people want most right now?" Su Wei stared blankly at Lin Shan, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Chapter 190. Hope, Brother-in-Law. This woman has confidence ingrained in her very being. Her extraordinary abilities and wisdom are such that even if one tries their best, they can only look up to her in awe. It is Hope. Lin Shan, like a wise sage who had a comprehensive view of the situation, said seriously, "Do you think that as long as they are fed and clothed, they will submit to you and be at your beck and call? You are wrong. Su remained silent. What has enabled humanity to develop to its current state over the past 2,000 years? Lin Shan patiently explained. From agriculture to industry, from trade to technology, the driving force for human progress has never been food and clothing, but the hope that will make their lives better and better. With this hope, they can unleash their full potential, and any difficulties or hardships can be easily overcome by them. Lin Shan pointed to the dim sky outside and sighed. But now, their hopes are dashed. In the face of the apocalypse, all efforts have been in vain. Humanity's accumulation over thousands of years seems to have been wiped out overnight, returning us to the beginning. What we need to do is not only to provide them with food and clothing, but also to give them a future they can see. Only when their hearts are full of hope will they truly recognize you as their commander. Lin Shan looked at Su Wei earnestly and said softly, I know you are kind-hearted, so I don't blame you at all. On the contrary. At this point, Lin Shan suddenly smiled. If you are truly a cold-blooded and ruthless ruler, then I will truly be heartbroken. That sounds nice. Su Wei shook her head irritably and laughed. Big sister, have you forgotten how you roasted me today? You deserve it. Upon hearing the word roast, Lin Shan's pretty face suddenly flushed slightly. She quickly put on a stern face and said, I've devoted myself to you, and you embarrassed me in front of so many people. Shouldn't I talk back to you? Okay, you're right about everything. Su Wei, having surrendered, gestured for him to proceed, saying, Then please, Supervisor Lin. Everyone is waiting at the command post. It's a good time to arrange the next phase of work. Inside the command post, 3 sets of electric heaters surround the living room. The temperature here stays around 5 degrees Celsius 24 hours a day. Although it's not as warm as Su Wei's villa, it's still an ultimate enjoyment in this environment. Li Fugawei and several young men without families moved in here to save trouble. With people taking turns on duty, the place was lively every day. Mad Donkey, nestled on the sofa, pointed at Chu Sheng and the others with annoyance and cursed. Damn it. You guys are really scum. Old Donkey, don't you dare act all innocent after getting a good deal. You've really embarrassed yourself this time. Zhuang Chong crossed his legs and laughed. We'll all be asking you for favors from now on. Get a fucking. Mad Donkey took a big drag on his cigarette and exclaimed, If I hadn't reacted quickly, President Su would have skinned me alive if those people had rebelled. Speaking of which, President Su wasn't like this before. Chu Sheng was a big mouth who never thought before he said something. Aren't there enough people dying these days? That's about right. Stop talking nonsense. Mad Donkey glanced at him and said, President Su, this is like Liu Bei throwing his child. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you probably wouldn't be seeing me right now. Yu Suawei, standing to the side, laughed and said, It's not that bad. You are a meritorious official. President Su would not kill meritorious officials indiscriminately. It's not like that now, but who knows what might happen in the future. Li Rui glanced at the 3 of them and said without any hesitation, This is all the skill we have, even if we risk our lives. How can we possibly stop the trouble on the streets? Even if Brother Donkey's 2 shots can suppress it for a while, there will always be more in the future. Human nature is greedy. When interests are not evenly distributed, a wealth gap will emerge, and then some people will take risks. Qiuqiu knew that Li Rui was talking to the 3 of them, and pouted, saying, We are the boss's bodyguards, so don't try to get any of your little schemes out on us. Forehead. Li Rui was taken aback by Qiuqiu's bluntness and was momentarily speechless with embarrassment. Iza spoke more directly, saying indifferently, I don't care about being a captain or supervisor. It's too tiring. I'm just waiting for the boss to introduce me to a top socialite. That will satisfy me. Haha. Chu Sheng couldn't help but laugh and said, Top socialite? Have you even grown your hair yet? Being young doesn't mean you're incompetent, okay? Iza tossed his blonde hair and said arrogantly, I can sleep with several women every night, and my golden spear never fails. Do you want to die? How dare you tell dirty jokes to your mother? Chu Chu blushed and slapped him, and Iza immediately wilted. And what about you, bro? Li Fugawei was about the same age as them. Seeing that Erpang didn't talk much, he put his arm around Erpang's neck and laughed. Want me to introduce you to some amazing girls? I don't want to. Erpang immediately lowered his head, his face turning red, and then secretly glanced at Qiuqiu. Haha, I think it's not that you don't need to, but that you already have a clear goal, right? Chu Sheng chuckled and glanced at Qiuqiu, then said, You're really cunning, kid. You want to be the boss's brother-in-law right off the bat. What does brother-in-law mean? Erpang asked, puzzled. Chu Sheng chuckled and said, It's just a boat, isn't it? The boss took in the older sister, and you stole the younger sister. TSK. From now on, We'll all have to be very polite to you. I didn't. Erpang blushed immediately and hurriedly waved his hands to explain. But the more he explained, the more absurd it became, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Chiu Chu finally understood the meaning of one boat and blushed with embarrassment as she angrily said, "Do you want to die?" Brush. A small flame suddenly appeared above Chu Sheng's head. Sizzle, sizzle. The flames flickered erratically, scorching Chu Sheng's hair and giving off a burnt smell. Holy shit. Chu Sheng was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. He trembled as he looked at the ball of flame and hurriedly said, "Little sister, I was just joking. Don't. Someone will die." The people around were so frightened that they scattered like birds and beasts. Li Rui laughed awkwardly. "Little sister Qiuqiu, we were just joking. Brother Sheng isn't a bad person, he's just a bit of a smart aleck. It's not that serious." So I'm a bad guy. Chiu Chu puffed out her little chest in a huff and said coquettishly, "My sister has nothing to do with the boss, and I have nothing to do with Erpang either, understand?" Erpang was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, looked up at Qiuqiu, and then hurriedly lowered his head again. I understand. Chu Sheng nodded, on the verge of tears, and begged for mercy. "Sister, it's my fault for being so mean. Please forgive me. This is the difference between ordinary people and those with superpowers. This is because Qiuqiu has already restrained herself in the Cloud City. If it were someone from outside, Chu Sheng wouldn't even have the right to have an equal conversation." Chapter 191. Leaders never make mistakes. Su Wei and Lin Shan had just arrived at the door when they saw this scene. "Chirp chirp, what are you doing?" Su Wei was well aware of Qiuqiu's terrifying energy. If they were to actually fight, very few would be her match. Brush. Su Wei glanced around, and the flames disappeared into the air. Chu Sheng then collapsed onto the sofa with a thud, frantically ruffling his hair, and leaped away from Qiuqiu in a few bounds. "Boss, this guy has such a foul mouth." Qiuqiu pointed at Chu Sheng and said in a coquettish voice, "You even want someone like this? I seriously doubt your character now." Su Wei looked at Chu Sheng speechlessly, her face darkening, and said, "What the hell are you babbling about now? You can't seem to get rid of this habit, can you? Should I send you to shovel snow at the central building for another 2 days?" No, I was wrong, Mr. Su." Chu Sheng shook his head, wanting to cry but having no tears. When Su Wei left, he assigned management tasks to everyone, but he made Chu Sheng the only one to shovel snow in the central building. At first, Chu Sheng didn't understand what was going on. It was only later that we learned that the chief's wife had made things difficult for him. As for why she was making things difficult for him, we could guess by looking at how hard he had worked for 20 days. Who are foul-mouthed will always be punished. All right, everyone find a place to sit down. Lin Shan sat down on the sofa in the middle with a cold face. Seeing this, Su Wei smiled, sat in the middle, and whispered to Lin Shan, "Is it really necessary? It makes me sound like a dictator, like I'm ruling the world. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished." Lin Shan replied quietly without looking at him, and said to the people present, "Today we are here to welcome President Su's triumphant return, and also to welcome our 2 new friends." As she spoke, she looked at Isa and Erpang and said with a smile, "Miss Qiuqiu is an old friend. Everyone here knows her. Since you 2 are friends of President Su, then you are our friends. From now on, we will all eat together. If there is anything you don't like, please forgive us." Izay and Erpang felt a little restrained by Lin Shan's aura and formal attitude. "Manager Lin, you're too kind. We're just the boss's men. We do what the boss says. There's no need to be so formal." Izay smiled awkwardly, and Erpang nodded nervously, saying, "We don't need positions, we just need a place to live and food to eat every day." Upon hearing this, everyone smiled. It's clear that both boys have simple and honest personalities. They may not understand the status and value of those with superpowers, but everyone present does, especially after Qiuqiu showed off her skills just now, which gave them a deeper understanding of those with superpowers. To ordinary people, those with superpowers are the masters. That won't do. Lin Shan smiled amiably, a stark contrast to her usual cold and serious demeanor. Her mature and elegant style overshadowed everyone present, even making Qiuqiu feel somewhat inferior, unconsciously kicking her little feet. She continued, "Cloud City is a fair and just family. Those who are capable will naturally receive corresponding treatment. The stronger the ability, the higher the treatment." Of course, Lin Shan glanced at the 3 of them again, and continued, "This doesn't mean we only value ability. On the contrary, compared to ability, our CEO, Su, values character more. What do you say, CEO Su?" Su Wei smiled and nodded, then smiled at the 2 of them and said, "That's just how I am. Whether I have the ability or not is secondary. The first thing I care about is whether we can be friends. Otherwise, no matter how strong someone is, they won't become one of us. TCH, the boss is so official. Qiuqiu muttered under her breath. That's the kind of thing Lin Shan taught him to say. Seeing that Qiuqiu didn't seem to care about her grumbling, Lin Shan smiled and said, I'm sure you all know what happened on the street today, right? Everyone remained silent. Lin Shan glanced at Su Wei and continued, It's true that I didn't handle this matter comprehensively enough. I only focused on the immediate development and neglected the safety and security of the people. All eyes turned to Lin Shan, especially Chu Sheng and the others, whose faces were full of doubt. When has Lin Shan ever admitted her mistakes? In other words, since Lin Shan arrived in Cloud City, everything she has done and every word she has said has been convincing, and even Su Wei has to admire her abilities. But today she actually admitted she was wrong. Li Rui was the first to react. He glanced at Lin Shan thoughtfully, a look of admiration suddenly appearing on his face, but he didn't say anything. Behind every successful leader, there is a group of dedicated executors working silently behind the scenes. Lin Shan is that kind of person. She was willing to use her own prestige to enhance Su Wei's image, with the aim of making Su Wei a respected leader. The leader, however, never makes a mistake. President Su just severely criticized me for this matter. Lin Shan ignored everyone's thoughts and continued. Therefore, before the banquet, I have 3 things to say. First, Lin Shan stood up, exuding an aura of dominance over everyone, and said solemnly, It's the same old story. Whether now or in the future, President Su will always be the absolute leader, and no one can disobey his orders. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Shan raised her voice. Does anyone have any questions? No. Li Fugui spoke first. Mad Donkey and the others chimed in. Manager Lin, you're overthinking it. We're all living the lives we have today because of President Su's kindness. Yes. Li Rui followed up. Rest assured, whether now or in the future, we will absolutely obey President Su unconditionally. Chu Sheng and Yu Souwei didn't speak. They just smiled and nodded. Lin Shan also knew that, given their personalities, they would never rebel in their lives unless they suffered a tremendous injustice. Zhuang Chang stood up at this moment and said calmly, Manager Lin is right. Every team needs a decisive person who can make the final say. I'll just say one thing. When you drink water, remember its source. He surveyed the entire area with piercing eyes. From now on, if I discover anyone who is disloyal to President Su, then I'm sorry. No matter who you are or how much power you have, the 2,000-strong security team will make you pay an unbearable price. The group of crazy donkeys present all became serious. They knew Zhuang Chang was not joking. If Su Wei was asked who she trusted most among those present, even Lin Shan probably couldn't compare to Zhuang Chang. Conversely, Zhuang Chang's trust in Su Wei was also unmatched by any other. After more than a year of changes, Zhuang Chang is no longer the honest and simple uncle he used to be. He witnessed too much ugliness and human nature, and grew from a small security guard into an army commander with 2,000 men under his command. His words were filled with overwhelming pressure. That's the source of our confidence. Chapter 192. The Intimidation of Superpowered Individuals. So what if they have superpowers? When a real war reaches its final stage, any advanced weaponry is merely an aid. Ultimately, everyone must return to the most primal form of combat. At this point, are superhumans still of any use? Even someone like Su Wei, who is invincible within his range, would only be able to run away if surrounded by an army of 2,000. You can kill 10 or 100 people, but what about 1,000 or 10,000? Even superhumans eventually run out of energy. At that point, they are no match for a new recruit who has just entered the battlefield. A single bullet can rebuild them. The 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Even if they were stupid, they could tell that Zhuang Chang's second half of his sentence was aimed at them. Because right now, the only ones who can pose a threat to Su Wei are people with superpowers like Qiuqiu. As long as the number of ordinary people is not large enough, Su Wei is undoubtedly invincible. Uncle, you think too highly of us. With a pout, Qiuqiu adjusted her pink hanfu as she stood up and said with a wry smile, Don't even mention the 3 of us. Even if there were 30 more, we still wouldn't be a match for the boss, okay? Keep it down, keep it down. Su Wei smiled awkwardly but proudly. Being low-key my foot, Qiuqiu, with 2 adorable little buns on her head, glanced at Zhuang Chang and said, Since Uncle Zhuang has said so, let's also express our opinion. The 3 of us have always been the boss's henchmen. We always have. With a flick of her little hand, a fireball appeared in her palm. She looked at everyone with a sweet smile and said, Don't let me find out any of you have betrayed the boss in the future, otherwise, I won't show any mercy. Call. The fireball struck the cabinet by the door, burning it to a mere frame in just a few seconds. Seeing that Xiaoqiu had made a move, Iza understood her meaning and stood up with a smile, saying, "Look at you. What are you doing? What if someone gets burned?" As he spoke, Iza flicked his blonde hair and unleashed a gust of wind and snow. The temperature inside the room dropped sharply, and everyone instinctively shivered. Brush. The cabinet, which was originally sparking, was instantly frozen, as if it had been covered with a glass dome, while the flames inside continued to flicker. Li Fugui stared blankly at Xiaoqiu and the other person, so frightened that he said in a daze, "Holy crap, is this really something a human could make?" Chu Sheng and the others were also stunned. They had heard of how terrifying superhumans were, and they had just witnessed Chu Chu's attack, but none of that was as direct as what they were seeing right now. This is beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. Lin Shan was also somewhat surprised, but she quickly regained her composure and felt much more at ease. She believes it. From this point on, the loyalty of these people to Su Wei will rise to a new level. Don't rush, it's not over yet. Although Xiaoqiu doesn't have Lin Shan's imposing presence, her abilities are so formidable that people dare not look directly at her. She nudged Erpang beside her, pouted and smiled, saying, "Don't just stand there and watch." Oh. Erpang was a little confused by their train of thought and asked in a silly voice, "Chirp chirp. What happened to me? You're such a goofball." Qiu Chu's anger vanished after his outburst, and she pouted, saying, "What happened? The cabinet's broken." "Huh, oh." Erpang then stood up, and a pale green power of revival enveloped the charred and shattered cabinet. The pale green energy gradually settled on the cabinet, melting the ice cover almost instantly, followed by the flickering flames. The moment the power of revival made contact, the out-of-control flames vanished into thin air. Next, everyone inside witnessed a scene they would never forget. The cabinet, which had been burned down to its frame, began to rebuild itself at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the ashes on the ground disappeared. In just a few minutes, a cabinet that had been burned beyond recognition was restored to its original state. Chu Sheng stood there dumbfounded, stammering as he looked at Su Wei, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, Holy crap, President Su. Is this some kind of magic trick? I don't believe it. I don't believe it's real." Mad Donkey was equally astonished, his mouth agape, and he stammered, This is still a superpower? This is a god." Everyone stared at the cabinet, now restored to its original state. The room was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. "Hey, sit down. Standing is tiring." I smiled and waved to them, which finally woke up the crowd who had unconsciously stood up. Li Fugui then realized what was happening and looked at Ize, sighing. "Brothers, are you guys even human?" With a face full of pride and smugness, Ize smiled and said in a forcefully natural manner, "What are you saying? Are we not human, or ghosts?" "But you." Li Fugui pointed at Erpang, unable to calm down for a long time, and sighed. "You're fucking insane. I can understand fireballs, I can accept ice and snow, but this. If I die one day, brother, you have to save me. From then on, we'll be half-brothers, and no one can help us." What Li Fugui wanted to say was what everyone else wanted to say. Chu Sheng and the others all turned their attention to this taciturn, honest, and seemingly dull-looking fat man. Feeling somewhat awkward under the gaze of so many people, Erpang said, "I can only restore objects, not living things, so I can't save you." "Oh." Li Fugui let out a disappointed sigh, then turned excitedly and said, "That's still pretty awesome, right? Brother, I have a phone here. Do you think you can restore it for me?" As he spoke, he pulled a broken phone without a screen from his pocket. Erpang glanced at it, shook his head with difficulty, and said, "I can only restore it, not rebuild it. Do you still have this screen? If you do, I can help you." "What do you mean?" Li Fugui was completely bewildered. Qiu Chu explained speechlessly from the side. "That means he can only restore things that are complete in the nearby environment. For example, this cabinet. If you remove half of it and take it to a faraway place, it means that the elements of the cabinet are incomplete, so it cannot be restored. The same goes for your phone. Its screen is no longer here, so Erpang cannot restore the elements that have disappeared." "Oh, is that so?" Li Fugui nodded blankly, then hooked his arm around Erpang's shoulder and said, "It's okay. It's still awesome. No, it's incredibly awesome. Indeed." Even though Erpang's resurrection power has many limitations, in the eyes of a top-tier superhuman like Su Wei, it is still considered a very powerful superhuman ability. This is an absolute master of restoration. From now on, Wherever Erpang is, there will be no more losses, and even more resources can be developed. Chapter 193. The capable should take charge. If the abilities of Chu and Eyes shocked everyone, then the appearance of Erpang completely overturned their understanding of the world. Even Lin Shan was stunned for a while before she reacted, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Erpang. Lin Shan spoke somewhat awkwardly. Erpang chuckled and scratched his head, saying, Manager Lin, you can just call me Su Tian. All right, Su Tian. Lin Shan switched to a more formal form of address and said with a smile, the second thing I want to talk about is the personnel reshuffle in Cloud City. Brush. Countless eyes were focused on Lin Shan. Everyone gradually recovered from their shock. Although the superhuman was amazing, it was still their skill, and what they cared about most was themselves. With the addition of Qiuqiu and the other two, everyone knew that the city in the clouds was about to change. As for how to change it, that's up to Su Wei, or rather, Lin Shan. At this moment, no one would question Lin Shan's authority to speak. They knew Su Wei's personality all too well, and they understood that if Cloud City didn't have Lin Shan, it would be doomed in 6 months at most. Everyone here is one of us, so I won't bother with formalities. Lin Shan's beautiful eyes swept around the room, her arrogant aura making it difficult for anyone to look directly at her. We are currently facing a bottleneck in our growth. Lin Shan said seriously. First of all, the land reclamation in the city center is not progressing well. Those ice layers that are tens of meters deep are simply not something that can be cleared by manpower. Although President Su provided a lot of large excavation equipment before, these things are very useful, but the consumption is even more staggering. At present, many energy sources are still in a non-renewable state. For example, natural energy sources such as oil, natural gas, and minerals have been permanently sealed underground as the Ice Age approaches. Leaving aside whether they have the ability to recover, even if they could recover these industries, would they be able to operate normally? Su Wei became much more serious upon hearing this and asked, is our power supply system sufficient to meet the city center's needs? How could that be? Lin Shan shook her head and said, I went to Yongxing Power Plant a few days ago. It's the largest power plant in Yuntai City, but it's located in the west. If we want to occupy it, we'll probably have to put in some effort. Yongxing Power Plant. Su Wei frowned and asked, is it the power plant next to the Yunshan base? That's right, at most 5 kilometers apart. Lin Shan's expression was somewhat cold as she said calmly, we have no dealings with the people of Yunshan. When we fought the southwest base before, they were the smallest and their internal forces were unstable. However, in the past 6 months, the forces of the 6 major bases have been expanding rapidly. If we rashly go to occupy Yongxing Power Plant, it may cause a conflict. Going to war now is not a wise choice. Su Wei shook his head, pondered for a moment, and said, however, we need to develop, and they need to develop as well. If we can share resources, that would be even better. Sharing comes at a price. Lin Shan glanced at everyone. We don't lack resources right now, but they will definitely make exorbitant demands, so we can't take the initiative to go to them unless absolutely necessary. Being proactive means being eager. Li Rue suddenly smiled and said, Manager Lin, although it's not convenient for us to start a war right now, we can still put some pressure on you. You mean? Lin Shan glanced at him and suddenly smiled. It's good to test him out. Anyway, our CEO Su is just sitting around doing nothing, so let's give him something to do. How so? Su Wei laughed and said, you guys are all big shots now. I'm just a laborer, a brick in the socialist system. I'll go wherever I'm needed. Lin Shan smiled at the three of them and said, top-tier weapons never need to be used. Intimidation is enough. Just like the H-bomb, which appeared in the 1990s, but so far, it has only been detonated once in Japan's house. A great man once said, having no sword in hand and having a sword but not using it are two different concepts. In the apocalypse, superhumans are like H-bombs. They don't need to act often, but they absolutely must have them. Qiuqiu looked down on Lin Shan for being a profit-driven person. She pouted and said, we listen to the boss. We'll do whatever the boss says. Lin Shan naturally wouldn't argue with a little girl. All right, we'll discuss this later. She smiled faintly. Next is the issue of personnel adjustments. President Su, do you have anything to say? Su Wei waved her hand and said, no need, you can arrange these things. Good. Lin Shan nodded and said seriously, crazy donkey. Here. Mad Donkey stood up with a smile. From today onwards, the Cloud City Security Team will be officially renamed the Cloud City Security Department, and its size will be expanded from the original 50 people to 200 people. You will be the department head and will be responsible for all the territories under our jurisdiction. No problem. Mad Donkey nodded seriously, then asked, But should we select these people from within the organization or recruit them from the streets? Tell me your thoughts first. Just as Lin Shan was about to speak, Su Wei waved her hand, signaling her not to express her opinion yet. This is a test of Mad Donkey's views on the current situation. After pausing for a moment, Mad Donkey thought for a moment and said, "This is what I think, President Su. Nowadays, we so-called old-timers are no longer enough to support such a large operation. Furthermore, if we want to develop, the first thing we need to do is to abandon sectarianism. The right way is for the capable to take the lead." Okay, go on. Su Wei looked at him with some satisfaction. Mad Donkey was secretly delighted and continued. Therefore, we must not only recruit new people, but also vigorously promote the principles of Cloud City: fairness, impartiality, and transparency. In other words, anyone who has the ability can participate in the selection. Su Weixiao looked at him and suddenly said, "But I remember you have quite a few people under you, and they are all veterans. Aren't you afraid of doing this?" Before he could finish speaking, Mad Donkey said seriously, "Now is not the time to rest on our laurels. We've only just started. If we start with the family business model, no matter how strong our foundation is, we won't go far." "Is this still the same old donkey?" Chu Sheng muttered to Li Rui beside him. "This sounds like something Manager Lin would say." Li Rui's expression remained unchanged as he said softly, "Isn't it obvious? This is an era of innovation. If Mad Donkey is content with just being a security minister, do you think President Su would use him?" Chu Sheng sighed softly. "Old Donkey does have some skills. I used to think he was just a thug who only knew how to kill to establish his authority, but now it seems we were all wrong about him." Li Rui glanced at him with a smile and said, "Hee, none of the people sitting here are useless. Isn't that what I am?" Chu Sheng chuckled self-deprecatingly, somewhat dejectedly. "Compared to you guys, I feel like a complete idiot." Chapter 194. Are they brothers? Chu Sheng is probably the kind of person who seems indifferent to worldly affairs, but is actually very thoughtful. Li Rui looked at him helplessly and laughed. "If you're a piece of trash, then all of us are trash. At least I'm not as good as you." "You?" Chu Sheng felt that Li Rui was trying to comfort him, so he said irritably, "Are you mocking me? Why do you think President Su chose you to be the head of this security team?" Li Rui didn't explain, but asked seriously, "You think you're not as good as me, but my position is below yours and elder you. Is it just because Su didn't value your loyalty? Isn't that so?" Regardless of Chu Sheng's loyalty to Su Wei, his personality also shaped him into someone who was not fickle. Therefore, many people in Cloud City, including Chu Sheng himself, felt that Su Wei valued him so much simply because he was honest. Is Fuguwei loyal to President Su? Li Rui looked at Li Fuguwei beside him and continued. His life was saved by President Su. If we're talking about all of us, no one is more loyal to President Su than him, right? So why doesn't Su Wei use him? Him. Chu Sheng frowned and said, "He's still just a kid, inexperienced and green. Can he be relied on? President Su isn't stupid." Li Rui was speechless. "Damn." Chu Sheng laughed awkwardly. Sorry. I forgot you're only 19. Li Rui rolled his eyes at him and continued. "When President Su hires people, loyalty is definitely the most important thing. But if someone is only loyal but not capable, he would rather spend his own money to support them than let them take charge. You treat your men well, so they respect you, right?" Li Rui smiled at Chu Sheng and continued. "You never show favoritism in your work. Even I and Crazy Donkey can't help but promote some of our own people, but you never do. Among the 6 little golden dragons in the security regiment, the highest-ranking third brother is only a platoon leader. This shows that you are fair and impartial." Chu Sheng blushed slightly at the words, but his confidence had clearly increased. He laughed and said, "Damn, you really have a silver tongue. Are you talking about me?" Li Rui cursed with a dark face. "You idiot. I'm not wasting my breath talking to you." The two whispered to each other until Lin Shan called out Chu Sheng's name. "Chu Sheng, exist." Lin Shan stared at him blankly, then said calmly, "You will remain the deputy commander of the security regiment, mainly responsible for expansion and recruitment. Li Rui's position will also remain unchanged. You two can work together. Is there a problem?" "No problem," the two answered loudly. "Li Fuguwei." Lin Shan looked at Li Fuguwei, who was exchanging glances with her Pang, and said, "You will report to the Ministry of Resources tomorrow. President Su has found you a few professors specializing in military affairs. Starting tomorrow, your task is to study hard." "Oh." Li Fuguwei looked at Lin Shan blankly and said with a bitter face, "Manager Lin, I haven't even graduated from elementary school yet. How can those professors teach me? You should let me go back to being a supervisor." "This is President Su's decision. Whether you go or not is not my concern. Lin Shan ignored him and went straight to announcing the next job appointment. Big brother. Li Fuguei had barely uttered a sentence when Zhuang Chang slapped him on the head. He pulled Li Fuguei aside and muttered, "You're such a brainless bastard. Su Wei is grooming you, you know? Look at the jealous looks on those people's faces. They're practically ready to devour you. And you still don't want to go? Then what do you want to do? Just drift along like this, a petty thug for the rest of your life." I was wrong, brother Zhuang. Although Li Fuguei was a bit mischievous, he was very smart and immediately understood the deeper meaning. "Su Tian, starting today, you will be the supervisor of Cloud City." Lin Shan looked at her Pang with a gentle smile. "In addition to the benefits promised to you by President Su, the command headquarters will give you an extra monthly allowance, the same as Chu Sheng and the others." Her Pang stood up somewhat blankly, "But I don't know how to be a supervisor. I'd rather stay by the boss's side. Let someone else be the supervisor." Isa laughed and joked, "Are you stupid? You don't even want to be an official." Cut. Qiuqiu rolled her eyes at Lin Shan and pouted, saying, "She's clearly trying to win people over. She's after her Pang's abilities and wants to use him as a laborer." Lin Shan ignored Qiuqiu's gaze and, with her smile undiminished, said to Air Pang, "To be honest, I have my own reasons for making you the supervisor. After all, there are some reconstruction issues that require your help." Pang scratched his head unconsciously and smiled modestly. Actually, I don't have much ability. Nobody's a fool." If Lin Shan were to use sweet talk to trick Pang into becoming the supervisor, not only would Qiuqiu and Isa be disgusted, but Pang himself would also be unhappy. But Lin Shan's words were very true. "You have the skills, and I need your skills, so please help me. You can choose the benefits and treatment you want. It's that simple." Now, the honest and simple-minded Pang found it difficult to refuse. Su Wei then smiled and said, "Back in Shishan, I promised you I wouldn't let you go hungry again, and I'm keeping my word. From now on, if you need anything, you can come to me and Lin Shan. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. We've already been through thick and thin together." "Are they brothers?" Pang looked up at Su Wei, and his eyes gradually lit up. Su Wei smiled and said, "A capable person will never be mediocre, no matter where they go. I hope you can make the most of your abilities. I believe Aunt Lianhua in heaven also hopes that you will be successful." "Good." Pang's hesitant gaze instantly hardened, and he said earnestly, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely work hard to make my mother proud of me." Qiuqiu's lips twitched a few times, but she ultimately remained silent. "All right, that concludes the personnel arrangements." Lin Shan waved her hand to quell the chaos, then announced loudly, "Now for the third thing. Ugh, is this going to be an invitation to dinner or not?" Qiuqiu couldn't stand it anymore and pouted, saying, "I'm the boss's person, not your employee. If you don't serve food, I'm leaving." Lin Shan's smile froze for a moment, and a hint of coldness appeared in her beautiful eyes. Is this a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Upon seeing this, Su Wei quickly said to Qiuqiu, "The kitchen is already preparing it. Don't worry, it's all your favorite food." Qiuqiu, however, was unimpressed and said irritably, "Do I need a meal from you?" "The third thing is very simple." Lin Shan looked at Qiuqiu and continued, "That's a personal matter for President Su. I think with President Su's current strength, he doesn't need 2 bodyguards at all." "What did you say?" Qiuqiu immediately exploded, glaring angrily at Lin Shan, her beautiful eyes almost spitting fire. Chapter 195. What are you so excited about? They say 3 women make a drama, but 2 women can turn into a battlefield. Qiuqiu put her hands on her slender waist, her fair face full of anger, and glared coldly at Lin Shan. Lin Shan was not to be outdone, and looked down at Qiuqiu with disdain. The smell of gunpowder instantly filled the entire room. The room was so quiet that only rapid breathing and countless wide-eyed stares could be heard. Chu Sheng's lips twitched, and he subconsciously muttered to himself, "Holy crap, is this some kind of harem war? The original wife is going to tear the favored concubine apart." Upon hearing this, Izay, who was closest to him, blurted out without thinking, "Are you stupid? Which of these 2 is the original wife? It's clearly the mistress who took her place." Brush. Isa's words drew everyone's attention to him. "Holy shit." Isa shuddered instinctively, then suddenly realized and said, "Hey boss, I don't think I'm suited to be a bodyguard, so you should choose someone else." Su Wei's face was as dark as a gloomy cloud on the horizon. "The crouching dragon and the young phoenix," he cursed through gritted teeth. "How did I end up with 2 oddballs like you?" Seeing that Izay wanted to slip away, how could Su Wei let the culprit get away with it? Buzz. With his mental power fully activated, everyone in the room was immobilized in place. Lin Shan was also trapped in place and managed to say with difficulty, Su Wei, are you crazy? Let me go right now. Letting go is fine, but can't you at least speak properly? Su Wei glanced at Xiao Qiu and Lin Shan and said with a bitter face, I just got back. I haven't eaten or gone home yet. Can you stop messing around? There was nothing wrong with what was said in itself, but it was because of Ai's words that it became problematic. Su Wei's current behavior is like that of an old landlord trying to mediate a dispute between his concubines. Even if they really don't have that kind of relationship, others probably won't believe it now. Damn, you're really awesome, bro. Zhuang Chang was stuck in place, but he had a smile on his face. He said, if I knew your trick, I wouldn't be afraid of my 8 wives fighting each other. Zhuang Chang, do you want to die? Lin Shan blushed, but could not move an inch and could only vent her anger in her eyes. Qiu Chu's face also flushed slightly, and she said in a sweet voice, Boss, please let me go first. I promise I won't argue with her anymore, okay? That sweet, coquettish remark completely numbed Su Wei. Grandma, Su Wei glared at Xiao Qiu, on the verge of tears, and cursed. Can you stop adding fuel to the fire? Don't you think things are chaotic enough already? Xiao Qiu's beautiful eyes flickered a few times, and she said aggrievedly, What did I do? She already apologized. Besides, she's not your wife. What business is it of yours how many bodyguards you hire? Huh. Lin Shan suddenly let out a cold laugh. Qiu gave her a defiant look and said, Auntie, what are you laughing at? I laugh at your naivety. Lin Shan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she suddenly said quietly, You like him, but does he like you? You're talking nonsense. I don't like him at all. Xiao Qiu's pretty face flushed red, and she said in a fluster, He looks like a toad. How could I like him? Dealing with a spoiled little girl was no challenge for Lin Shan. She sneered. Then why are you getting so worked up? Qiu choked for a moment, then suddenly laughed. I think it's because you like the boss, right? Otherwise, I'm just a bodyguard. Why are you so agitated? Lin Shan paused for a moment, then said coldly, Am I excited? Under Su Wei's mental power, everyone could only stand there dumbfounded, but their faces were full of the words, watching the show. Especially Chu Sheng and Yi Zhe, those damned bastards. Their eyes were full of excitement. They were happier than if they had found money. I'm not eating today. Su Wei was truly helpless and could only choose to flee, one of the 36 stratagems. After he left, everyone inside was released from their restraints, and the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Everyone tacitly remained silent and went home. Bang! Bang! Su Wei pounded on the door in a panic. What's wrong? Did someone call again? Sun Wanner opened the door and saw Su Wei's panicked expression. She said, Weren't you in a meeting? And the celebration banquet is over. Su Wei stormed in, annoyed, and only after closing the door did she say with lingering fear, What a damn celebration banquet. I'm lucky to be alive. After helping him take off his protective suit, Sun Wanner brought him slippers. Did you have meal? Do I look like I've eaten? Su Wei pointed to himself in a disheveled manner, speechless. I don't know what's wrong with those 2 women. After he recounted what had just happened, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed across Sun Wanner's fair face, but she quickly regained her composure. Doesn't that just show you're charming? She poured him a glass of juice and casually picked up an apron, saying, What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Casual. Snap. Sun Wanner banged on the pot and cursed. So now all I deserve is whatever. Beef noodles. Beef noodles, okay? Su Wei shrank back, feeling that these women all had some serious illness. He said speechlessly, From today onwards, I'm going into seclusion at home. No one can help me. Sun Wanner chuckled and said, What's wrong? Were you scared by that little girl Qiu Qiu? Or by Lin Shan? This isn't like you at all. What kind of style do I have? Su Wei lay on the sofa and stretched comfortably. Only here can he truly relax without restraint. Braised beef from the refrigerator, then a handful of noodles, and said with a smile, They might like you a little, but that's normal. Hey. Su Wei sprang up from the sofa with a thud, glaring at Sun Wanner and saying, Big sister, do you not understand your own position, or do you not understand mine? But what I said is the truth. Sun Wanner stared at the gradually boiling water in the pot and said calmly, You risked your life to save Qiu Qiu, so naturally she will treat you differently. As for Lin Shan, Su Wei asked, What's wrong with Lin Shan? Nothing much. Sun Wanner subconsciously raised her head, casually stirring the noodles in the pot, and said, She may not like you, but she is the most suitable for you. If one day she becomes the mistress of this villa, she will definitely be a great help to you. Listen to this. Is this even human language? Su Wei laughed angrily. So you've already found someone else, huh? Get out. Sun Wanner turned around and glared at her. Then what do you mean by that? Su Wei was getting impatient, genuinely impatient. Are you still half asleep, or what? Is that something you should be saying? Then what should I say? Sun Wanner turned to look at him, her eyes filled with tenderness, and said, You know Lin Shan's abilities very well. If I'm not around one day, she's the most suitable person for you. Chapter 196. I have my own value. What? Are you trying to fly to the heavens? Su Wei retorted irritably. Are you out of your mind, you woman? I was just using an analogy. Sun Wanner brought out a pot of beef noodles, ladled out a full bowl, and handed it to Su Wei, saying, Eat quickly. This broth has been sitting for several days. It'll spoil if we don't eat it soon. Su Wei picked up the bowl and started munching away, downing 2 more bottles of beer before wiping her mouth comfortably and settling comfortably on Sun Wanner's lap. Comfortable. Sun Wanner gently pressed his shoulders, and the fatigue of the past 20 days vanished instantly. Night fell. The moon was bright, but there were no stars. With a long, soft moan, the two fell naked onto the bed. Villas in Zone C. Chiu Chiu angrily held a mango and took a big bite. Sis, that Lin Shan is so infuriating. Chiu Chiu huffed and puffed at Bai Menglu, mumbling, She actually wanted the boss to fire me. Eat slowly. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Bai Menglu scolded, wiping the juice from her sister's mouth with her hand, and said, I know Lin Shan. She's a capable person. TCH, that's all she's got. Let her fight me if she dares. I'll just unleash a fireball. Chiu Chiu waved her hand arrogantly, revealing 2 fierce little tiger teeth. Bai Menglu slapped away Chiu Chiu's little hand in annoyance, rolled her eyes, and said, Do you think she's like you, always wanting to fight? Chiu Chiu tilted her little face up and said defiantly, So what if we fight? The boss once said that these days, whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Otherwise, no matter how much you argue, it won't do you any good. You'll only get beaten up. You? Bai Menglu brushed a stray hair from her ear, hesitated for a moment, and said, Is your boss good to you? Has he bullied you? Of course not. Chiu Chiu shook her head haphazardly and said with a smile, The boss is usually quite cheeky, but he's never confused when it matters. If he hadn't risked his life to save me, you would be seeing me now. After hearing Chiu Chiu's account, Bai Menglu, still shaken, patted her ample bosom and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I thought you guys had a smooth trip this time, but thankfully, it's good that you're back. Sister. Chiu Chiu put down the mango in her hand, looked at Bai Menglu seriously, sat up straight, and said, You like the boss? You mean that kind of liking, you know? Huh. Bai Menglu blushed and said shyly, How old are you? You keep saying I like you all the time. You're shameless. Although the two are sisters, they had rarely been this close together before. Especially when they get together and talk about a man, there's always a strange tension in the atmosphere. What's the big deal? Chiu Chiu pouted in dissatisfaction and said seriously, Back then, wasn't it because Sun Wanner was proactive enough that she managed to get into Building 104? When Sun Wanner was mentioned, Bai Menglu, a former popular young actress, couldn't help but feel a hint of envy in her eyes. She silently looked out the window in a certain direction and said softly, That's different. Some people's appearance is just right, but for others, if they're only a second late, they'll miss everything. But isn't happiness something you have to strive for? Chiu Chiu couldn't understand how her usually proud and cheerful older sister had become so sentimental. Bai Menglu smiled and looked at her sister, gently stroking her hair, and said with a smile, In all my years in the entertainment industry, I've seen too many missed opportunities and forced things, but it's not like your forced things won't work. How is it no use? Chiu Chiu disliked her sister's weak appearance and said in a coquettish voice, I'm going to insist. I'm determined to be this bodyguard, and no one can change my mind. Bai Menglu's hand froze in midair as she stared blankly at her younger sister, her beautiful eyes filled with a complex emotion. What's wrong, sis? Chiu Chiu asked, puzzled. Nothing much. Bai Menglu shook her head suddenly and said, Go wash your hands and eat. We got roast duck today, and I saved it for you. Sis, didn't they give you any extra food? Chiu Chiu was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, I'm a hero, aren't I? This Lin Shan is really going too far, treating you like this. I'm going to find her. In the city above the clouds, distribution is based on work done. Especially after Lin Shan arrived, everyone threw themselves into the construction work, and only those who did the work were entitled to receive food. Conversely, even if you have great connections, it won't help. Apart from the 2 people in Building 104, everyone here must abide by the rules and regulations. Come back. Bai Menglu quickly grabbed Chiu Chiu's arm and said irritably, How do you know they didn't give me anything? Every 3 days, The supply department distributes a batch of supplies and rewards to the team leaders. They said you were on first-class treatment and brought a lot of food and supplies, but I put them all away. Oh, I see. Chiyu Chu's anger subsided considerably, and she said, then why don't you use it? What's the point of putting it away? Bai Menglu held her younger sister's hand, a loving smile on her face. You earned that with your life on the line. How can I just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor? What kind of talk is that? We're sisters, okay? Chiyu Chu said angrily. When I was little, every time I made a mistake, you were the one who took the initiative to apologize to Dad, and Dad punished you a lot for it. Later, you became a star, and even though you knew Dad didn't like your profession, you still did it without hesitation. You have no idea how much I admire you. Bai Menglu stroked her younger sister's hand and said with a smile, what is there to admire about me? In Dad's eyes, I'm just a rebellious daughter who has disgraced the family. That's not how it is. Chiyu Chu hurriedly shook her little hand and said earnestly, my family always said I was smart and that I was the most likable person. But I really hate that kind of deliberately ingratiating look. But you're not like that. You have your own principles and ideals, and you never change because of other people's opinions. That's all in the past. Why bring it up? Come and eat. Bai Menglu smiled sadly and pulled Qiuqiu to the kitchen. Chiyu Chu, holding a bowl of rice, advised, sister, I can't possibly use all those supplies. Besides, what's mine is yours, so why don't you use them? I have my own value too. Bai Menglu, carrying the pot of vegetables, turned around and gave Qiuqiu a bright smile. Although I am not a superhuman and do not have your powerful abilities, I have hands and feet, so why can't I support myself? The fast-cooked roast duck was served. Bai Menglu placed the largest duck leg in her younger sister's bowl and said with a smile, look, this is the result of my week's hard work, and this is a reward only for the best worker, right? Isn't your older sister amazing? For no apparent reason, Qiuqiu's nose tingled, and she choked up as she said, sister. Chapter 197, Thermal Mechanical Power Generation. Perhaps the apocalypse changed many people, or perhaps some people were always like that. At this moment, Bai Menglu had lost all her former glamour, yet she still shone brightly. That innate pride and persistence seemed to radiate light. The sky was still dark in the early morning. Su Wei was woken up by the beeping call and picked up the walkie-talkie in annoyance. Say, on the other end of the intercom, a clear, melodious voice, like that of a nightingale, came through. Boss, get up. The sun's already high in the sky. Damn it, Su Wei said irritably, her eyes still blurry. Do you have the sun above your head? I'm going into seclusion for a month, so don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. But didn't you say yesterday that you were going to Yongxing Power Plant? Chu immediately yelled into the walkie-talkie. I got up at 6:30, and it took me 2.5 hours to do my makeup. Don't go too far. Damn it. Are you going too far, or am I? Su Wei snapped, annoyed. You've only been back for a day? Are you a donkey from the production team? Are you rushing to work? Let me tell you, I'm not a boss who likes to give raises. You're the donkey, you lazy donkey. Chu huffed and puffed. I was just thinking of showing off since I'm new here, so that Lin Shan wouldn't act all high and mighty every day, like she's the only one doing all the work. Thinking back to yesterday's farce, Su Wei instantly sobered up a bit and said speechlessly, Hey sis, is this never going to end? Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me if you're going or not. Qiuqiu yelled into the walkie-talkie. If you're not going, I'll go to the command post for my shift. I heard Lin Shan is on duty today, so I'll talk to her about it. Holy crap. Wow, you're awesome. To be honest, since Cloud City gradually became more organized, there has been an overwhelming amount of work every day. Even though Lin Shan has already finished most of the tasks, it still leaves him feeling a bit overwhelmed. Su Wei has been utterly exhausted these days. He was starting to miss the early days of the apocalypse, when no one bothered him and there weren't many other things to do. He would wake up naturally every day and then fall asleep naturally. Although it's boring, it's really comfortable. Unlike now. Seeing Sun Wanner sleeping naked, Su Wei sighed helplessly, got out of bed, and casually covered her with a thin blanket. Sun Wanner felt the Simmons mattress shake, and looking sleepily at Su Wei, she asked, Are you going out? Yes, we agreed yesterday to go to Yongxing Power Plant. Su Wei smiled and touched her cheek, saying softly, You can go back to sleep, I'll be back this afternoon. But I miss you so much. With a wronged look on her face, Sun Wanner reached out and put her arm around Su Wei's waist, then snuggled her head into his arms, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. I don't know who said yesterday that Lin Shan should move in. Su Wei slapped her pert buttocks in annoyance, feigning anger. What? Did I conquer her last night? Roll. Sun Wanner chuckled and playfully punched Su Wei's leg, then covered her face with his stomach, mumbling, I was just testing you, seeing if you've gotten too cocky lately. Su-wei laughed and cursed. Fly? I wouldn't dare. I can't fly as high as you. After lingering tenderly for a while, Sun Wanner reluctantly let go of him, sat up, ruffled her hair haphazardly, and squinted, saying, All right, you can get lost now. Damn, you're really ruthless. After leaving the villa, Qiuqiu, Iza, and Erpang were already waiting at the command post. Beep, beep. Su-wei honked the horn a few times while sitting in the snowmobile. The next second, Qiuqiu came running out of the room wearing a brand new black dress and big leather boots. Boss. Qiuqiu held the two sides of her skirt with both hands and twirled lightly in front of the car. She smiled sweetly at Su-wei and said, Boss, do I look pretty? Su-wei asked with a smile, Is this a dark Lolita style? What? Qiuqiu pouted in dissatisfaction and said, This is clearly Balabala Little Fairy, okay? And the most powerful dark fairy at that. Although Su-wei had never seen this children's play, she knew the general plot. He said, somewhat speechless, Isn't the dark fairy a villain? TCH. Who says villains are necessarily bad people? Besides, they like being villains. What's it to you? Qiuqiu glared at him with her beautiful eyes and said, Look how miserable the good guys are in those TV dramas. The villains' lives are the real fantasy, okay? Eyes flicked his blonde hair and said smugly, But the villains die a more miserable death in the end, okay? Get lost. Qiuqiu gave him a disdainful look and retorted, What right do you, a young man with a flamboyant personality, have to talk to me like that? Do you think you're an ADC just because you've dyed your hair yellow? In this joyful atmosphere, the four of them embarked on their journey to Yongxing Power Plant. 30 kilometers isn't a very long distance. However, Su-wei wasn't in a hurry this time, so she drove very slowly, which was a rare moment of relaxation. Of course, the atmosphere would have been even better if there weren't two chattering lunatics next to her. Yongxing Power Plant is one of the 4 major power plants in Yuntai City, and also the largest one. It supplies electricity to most of the Yuntai urban area and makes a fortune every year. Although money has become worthless to humans now, currency will eventually reappear as the pace of reconstruction becomes more stable. And this power plant in front of us represents inexhaustible wealth. Su-wei got out of the car, looked at the enormous, ice-covered structure in front of her, and smiled at Erpang, saying, How about it? Is this scale difficult to handle? It's unrealistic to expect a complete recovery all at once, but it's possible to restore some of the smaller medical devices. Erpang wandered around the power plant, occasionally turning back to say, Boss, give me 2 days, and I should be able to get this smaller production line up and running. Su-wei was initially delighted, but then 2 black lines appeared on his face in exasperation as he said, But damn it, this is a solar power generation production line. I asked, somewhat confused, Huh? They're both for generating electricity. Is there a difference? Su-wei rolled her eyes at him and said, Nonsense, it's all about eating. Do you think you eat the same thing for breakfast and dinner? Boss, come quick. In the distance, Chirp hopped and waved at him, shouting, I found a thermal generator. We can use this. How thermal energy is converted into electrical energy after mechanical operation is a common power supply method in various countries. Especially after the apocalypse, thermal machinery can not only replace solar power generation, but also has much lower maintenance costs than solar power. Erpang trotted towards Qiuqiu, glanced at the massive production line, and said with some difficulty, This is a bit too big. It won't be easy to restore it in a short time. Chapter 198, The Woman with the Tang Sword. The thermal generator is enormous. The entire production line combined is about the size of a shopping mall. Erpang stood in the center of the factory, the power of revival falling around him like specks of pale green starlight. Were melting at a visible speed, and the collapsed and damaged machinery around them was slowly restored, along with the control machines that looked brand new. If this guy went to farm, he'd be a reincarnation of Shinno. Su-wei exclaimed, then smiled at Qiuqiu. Thanks to you this time. You've given me a great general. TCH, I haven't seen you say anything. Qiuqiu wore dark-style makeup, looking just like a little witch who had fallen to earth. Go ahead and say it. Given your good performance, the organization will allow you to make one excessive request. Really? Qiuqiu asked happily. Of course, my word is my bond, okay? Then I want you. Chirp paused for a moment. Eyes exclaimed in surprise, Holy crap. Am I going to become the boss's wife? Qiuqiu, we're pretty close, right? You'll have to take good care of me when you become the boss's wife. Roll. Qiuqiu blushed and said to Su-wei, I want you to help my sister find a new job. She sweeps snow every day, and her hands are cracked from the cold. It breaks my heart to see her like that. Su Wei was stunned for a moment. Your sister Bai Minglu? Chiu Chu said sadly. My sister has suffered a lot over the years. Outsiders only see her glamorous and popular appearance, but no one knows that she worked as an extra for 7 years and lived in a dark basement for 7 years. Boss, I know you and my sister had some misunderstandings before, but so much time has passed, you should let it go by now. That's all in the past, okay? Do you think I'm that petty? Su Wei smiled irritably and said, I really don't know anything about your sister's affairs. Lin Shan arranged all of this, but when we get back, I can put in a word and find her a sinecure at the command post. Well, there's also the issue of compensation. Chiu Chu looked at Su Wei seriously and said, have the resources department cut some of my pay and give it to my sister as her salary. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? Isa chuckled and chimed in. What's yours is your sister's. That's not good either. Qiu glared at him and said, my sister is a very strong-willed person. She doesn't want to depend on anyone for a living, and she doesn't want to be a burden to me. In the entertainment industry, a veritable melting pot, it is truly rare to be able to maintain self-respect and self-love and not be blinded by the glamour. Su Wei felt a bit more favorably disposed towards Bai Minglu and nodded, saying, understood, I will take care of it when I get back. At this moment, Pang withdrew his energy and came over with a smile. Boss, is this okay? Not just okay, it's amazing. Su Wei nodded with a smile and said, when we get back, your salary will be increased by another half. Keep up the good work, young man. Hee, thank you, boss. Pang looked at Su Wei gratefully, his eyes shining. He used to be a chubby kid with low self-esteem, always feeling that he was worthless. Even after becoming a superhuman, he still felt that he was inferior to Qiu and Isa, and that he was a useless person with no offensive power. However, after arriving in the City of Clouds, both Lin Shan and Su Wei expressed high recognition of his abilities, and the people around him also showed him great respect. He would never have dared to dream of such treatment before. Even after the apocalypse, the people of Shujia village relied on him to survive, but they only treated him as a blood-supplying machine and showed him no gratitude or respect whatsoever. Perhaps because he never had a father to support him growing up, Pang had a deep-seated sense of inferiority. At that moment, his eyes shone with light, as if he had found his own value. Brush. As the four were talking, several figures suddenly flashed past outside the factory. After the energy upgrade, Su Wei's mental power could now cover a distance of up to 100 meters, allowing him to instantly detect the energy fluctuations around him. Someone's coming. Upon hearing this, Chiu Chu's pretty face immediately turned serious, and with a flick of her little hand, 2 fireballs appeared in her palm, ready to strike at any moment. Eyes also released energy fluctuations. Pang has no offensive skills, but he no longer just hides behind others. The power of revival surrounds his companions. The surrounding elemental energy instantly became active. Chiu could clearly feel that she had become more responsive in controlling the fireball in her hand, and could unleash powerful energy with the slightest movement. Wow, Pang, you're amazing! Qiu exclaimed in surprise. So this is how you use the power of revival. Now we won't have to worry about running out of energy if we ever have to fight again. With the boost from Pang's resurrection power, everyone seemed to have gained an extra energy bar. Call. A Tang sword, gleaming with a cold light, hurtled straight towards Su Wei with the force of a gust of wind. Where did this clown come from, daring to attack my boss? I struck first, gathering the power of ice and snow, and 2 ice spikes as thick as thighs shot straight towards the figure. Swish, swish. The figure couldn't dodge in time, and could only swing its knife in a slash. 2 ice spikes shattered on the ground, and the figure slowed down considerably, allowing everyone to see the person's appearance clearly. The woman was around 30 years old. Although she was slim, her appearance was just average. She wore a black cloak that resembled a cape. Although her appearance was ordinary, her eyes were exceptionally bright and spirited. Brush. The woman paused for only a moment before swinging her knife again, slashing at Su Wei. Call. The fireball, empowered by the power of revival, shimmered with an aura of annihilation. The woman swung her knife and collided with the fireball. She thought her full-force strike would dispel the fireball, but to her surprise, the fireball seemed to come alive and merged with the blade the moment they made contact. The blue flames spread rapidly along the blade, and the woman felt the heat and instinctively let go. But the flames did not stop. Instead, they spread to the woman's arm without any connection. Drink. The woman retreated 7 or 8 steps in a panic, instinctively unleashing her energy to hastily dispel the flames on her arm. Despite her decisive action, she was still burned by the flames, and her cloak was burned with a large hole. Huh, you actually blocked it. Chiyu Chu grinned at the woman, then pouted and said, are intermediate-level ability users so worthless these days? How come just anyone can fight me? The woman looked at Xiao with a hint of fear in her eyes. She never expected that such a delicate and cute little girl could have such powerful energy. Hey, where are you from? Chiyu Chu stepped forward and kicked the Tang sword that gleamed with black light, then casually said, this sword is not bad. Any other ordinary weapon would have melted in half long ago. The woman initially tried to grab the knife, but after moving slightly, she quickly retreated. Chiyu is too powerful, far beyond what she can contend with. If she were to fight again now, she would probably lose her life. Chapter 199, Testing the Waters. Su Wei was not surprised at all by her arrival. He walked forward with a smile and said, you came straight for me to kill me. It seems you were prepared. Tell me, who sent you? And your accomplices, let them come out. The woman glanced at Su Wei, gritted her teeth, and remained silent. Not going to talk? Chiyu Chu stared at the woman with a smile, then flipped her little hand, and a fireball appeared in her palm. She said, our boss has a bit of a temper, you know. I advise you to be sensible. Ize crossed his arms and grinned at the woman. Hey lady, my boss is a real womanizer, especially when it comes to older married women. Judging by your age, you must be married, right? Be careful. Su Wei cursed with a dark expression. You're almost as bad as Chu Shang. I don't know you. Someone paid a lot of money to send me to test you. The woman finally spoke, then glanced back at the doorway and said, those people outside are my companions. They are just martial artists, not superhumans. I hope you can let them go. A martial artist? Su Wei suddenly asked, do you know Yu Wei? Among martial artists throughout the South, there are very few who do not know Yu Wei. Master Yu. Sure enough, the woman nodded immediately upon hearing this and said, he is one of the top martial arts masters in our country. My master is very familiar with him. Oh, Su Wei replied calmly. You and old Master Yu. The woman thought Su Wei was trying to establish a relationship with her, but she didn't expect his attitude to be so cold, and she was a little flustered for a moment. He's my underling now, Su Wei said to the woman with a smile. Since you have nothing to do with Yu Wei, I won't feel any pressure killing you. Etc. The woman never imagined that Su Wei's question was a way to kill her without any guilt. She finally panicked. After all, everyone is afraid of death. You can't kill me. Reason. Su Wei glanced at her indifferently. I know you're very capable, so I never intended to kill you. I only came to test you. Really? The woman said earnestly. I was hired by Xie Ting, who works at the Yunshan base. Su Wei seemed to have expected this, and casually asked, has he arrived? The woman hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He's just outside the factory area. Go now. Bring him to me. What? The woman was somewhat surprised when Su Wei suddenly offered to let her go. I'll only wait 5 minutes. Su Wei ignored the woman and looked outside, saying, if he doesn't come within 5 minutes, I'll personally go to the Yuntai base to fetch him. You'll have to bear the consequences. The woman left in a panic. She dared not question Su Wei's words. Although Su Wei had not made a move just now, the woman clearly felt an astonishing energy fluctuation around Su Wei. Boss, are we just going to let her go like that? Iza asked, puzzled. What if she runs away? Su Wei smiled and said, she won't run away. Why? Iza was puzzled, and Chiyu Chu pointed her little finger to the doorway. Go outside, and you'll see. Outside the factory gate, 4 warriors holding Tang swords stood motionless, still bent over and facing forward. The female warrior initially thought she had escaped, but upon seeing this scene, she shook her head helplessly. It seems this person's power is far more terrifying than she imagined. 2 or 3 minutes later, the woman returned, followed by a well-dressed young man and 2 serious-looking superhumans. Both of them were low-level ability users, and they were under extreme mental stress at the moment. What are you afraid of? We didn't really hurt him. Compared to the others around him, the young man seemed particularly relaxed and said with a smile, don't worry, we're here to talk business, not to fight. The woman glanced at the young man with a hint of reproach and said coldly, then why did you make me go and test him? You wouldn't understand, Sister Kuyun. The young man smiled at the woman and casually said, negotiation also requires methods and approaches. If your sneak attack had succeeded, it would have shown that my abilities weren't all that great. But now you've failed. So what? The woman rolled her eyes at him coldly. The young man smiled and shrugged, saying, so that means we can fight for fewer benefits. The woman, oblivious to these subtleties, coldly replied, at worst, we just won't cooperate. Those who don't cooperate will be eliminated. The young man's smile faded, and he said seriously, We are too weak right now. Compared with the other 4 bases, we have no chance at all. Everyone is focused on development right now, so we may not go to war in the short term. But what about the future? I don't understand these things, but you just need to know what I'm talking about. The woman wasn't too interested in these things. She waved her hand and said, that Su Wei is very powerful, and at least one of the 3 superhumans around him is more capable than me. That little girl is too scary. What if? You have to be prepared. Since we're already here, there's no point in thinking about it. The young man laughed and strolled into the factory. Brother Su, I've heard so much about you. As soon as the young man entered, he smiled and nodded at Su Wei, saying, I'm Xie Ting. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me. Su Wei glanced at the young man, a very amiable young man, about the same height as herself. Who is Xie Ting Yu to you? The person in charge of Yunshan Base was Xie Ting Yu, who used to be the deputy chief of staff of a certain military region. After the apocalypse, he somehow managed to win over a group of scattered soldiers and managed to take down Yunshan Base. It's my father. Xie Ting was quite straightforward. He knew that this information couldn't be kept from Cloud City, and since it couldn't be hidden anyway, deliberately concealing it would seem petty. Su Wei smiled at him and suddenly said, So, young Master Xie, you've come today to assert your dominance? Yongxing Power Plant is located in the western suburbs, which is theoretically beyond the city center, if we go by the tacitly agreed-upon territorial divisions. This area in the western suburbs should be under the jurisdiction of the Yunshan Base. But in those times, there was no such thing as should. If you have enough power, the entire Yuntai city can be yours. Conversely, even if you sign 100 written contracts, you can't hold onto the territory you're meant to lose. What are you saying? I've just heard people say that you, Brother Su, are a high-level superhuman with the courage of 10,000 men. I just wanted to see your demeanor. To beat my men to a pulp. Su Wei smiled faintly at him and said, Not at all. It's just that I have a bit of personal charm, and everyone is willing to work for me. Forehead. Xie Ting's lips twitched slightly. Then he laughed and said, Of course, Brother Su, your personal charm is so dazzling that I can't even open my eyes. Su Wei smiled at the woman with the Tang sword and casually said, Hee, I'm just average. How can I compare to you, Brother Xie, who has so many talented people under your command? Xie Ting's lips twitched again, choked, and unable to speak. Chapter 200, The Deadly Urumqi Beef. Hearing their conversation, Chiu Chu pretended to vomit and said, Disgusting, you two are so hypocritical. Who is this? Upon hearing this, Xie Ting looked at Xiuqiu and said with a smile, My cousin told me that she was defeated by a little girl in one move just now. I suppose this is the beautiful girl. Xiuqiu glanced at Xie Ting and said arrogantly, What? You want to avenge her? Xie Ting was speechless again and awkwardly laughed. How could that be? We became friends after our initial encounter. In the entire Yunshan Base, the strongest superhuman is Xie Ting's cousin, Xie Qiyun. Even she couldn't withstand a single move from Xiuqiu. So how could Xie Ting dare to be dissatisfied? Su Wei smiled and said, We've only just arrived in the western suburbs, and you've already come after hearing the commotion. It seems you've completely taken over this area. Haha. Xie Ting laughed twice, not bothering to hide anything, and said, After all, it's right here in my neighborhood, so it's never wrong to be careful. Besides, after a brief pause, Xie Ting said meaningfully, Brother Su, your Cloud City isn't exactly wide open, is it? After all, there are too many cunning people these days, so we have to be careful. Since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush either. Su Wei nodded and smiled at him, saying calmly, Of the 4 power plants in Yuntai City, Yongxing Power Plant is the largest and the closest to our 2 companies, so I plan to develop this area. Xie Ting glanced at the equipment in the factory and said with some surprise, Brother Su really has some capable people under him. May I ask how you restored this place? Pang. Su Wei waved to Pang and patted him on the shoulder, then said to Xie Ting, This is a brother of mine. His major is a perfect match for ours. How about it? Not bad, right? Hearing Su Wei's slightly proud tone, Pang subconsciously puffed out his chest. Xie Ting shook his head with a wry smile and said, This is not just okay, it's terrible. The power of revival. Xie Qiyun looked at Pang in surprise and said in shock, We just received news that there was a superhuman in Europe who awakened a similar ability. We thought it was just a rumor, but we didn't expect that such an ability really exists in the world. Su Wei immediately grasped the key point and asked, Can you contact other countries? Currently, countries around the world are in a semi-closed state. The reason is that satellite systems in various countries have been affected by cosmic radiation, and most satellites have lost contact. If Xie Qiyun hadn't inadvertently revealed this, Su Wei would have thought that all communications in the world had been cut off. Xie Ting glanced at his cousin with annoyance, then nodded helplessly and said, "Our Yunshan base has 2 satellite towers, one of which, Global Satellite, is still operating normally and has a chance of receiving signals from other countries." That's good. Su Wei smiled and said this out of the blue. Su Wei's tone was casual, but Xie Ting's heart skipped a beat. "Brother Su." Xie Ting looked at him with some apprehension. "The maintenance cost of satellite towers is very high, and the professional requirements are extremely high. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand," Su Wei said with a bit of a laugh. "Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say I was going to take it from you." Xie Ting didn't believe him at all, and shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "But the look in your eyes clearly meant you wanted to fight. I can't help but be afraid. Everyone knows that whoever masters cutting-edge technology will have more say in the future. However, the strength of the Yunshan base is too weak. If someone attacks, they simply will not be able to defend these things." Xie Ting wanted to say something more, but Su Wei interrupted him with a smile and went straight to the point. "All right, since you're willing to talk, then tell me your conditions. Shouldn't you be the ones negotiating the terms first?" Xie Qiyun looked at Su Wei with a wary expression. Negotiation is all about taking the initiative. The western suburbs are currently the territory of the Yunshan base, and Su Wei has come uninvited this time, so he naturally has to show his attitude first and let the host consider it. But he spoke first, as if he were taking the initiative. "All right, we've laid our cards on the table. It doesn't matter who negotiates first." Xie Ting, still quite savvy about the current situation, said helplessly, "Brother Su, our demands are simple. If you agree, we can agree to join forces with Cloud City to jointly develop this power plant." "Go ahead," Su Wei said, her tone even more indifferent. Xie Ting was helpless, knowing that the initiative was no longer in his hands. He could only follow Su Wei's lead and said, "We need resources, weapons, daily supplies, food, and most importantly, we don't have much energy left. If the power plant is built, it should be given priority to supply the Yunshan base. Yunshan base is located in the suburbs, where the infrastructure is not very good. Moreover, it is neither near a river nor a mountain, so there are no energy reserves to be explored. If this place had existed in the past, its development prospects would have been quite good. But now it's the apocalypse, and everyone is worried about resources. Who would give up their surplus reserves for others to develop?" Su Wei considered it for a moment and said, "I can agree to your request for daily supplies and food now, as long as the quantity is not too large. But I need to discuss weapons and energy with my family." Xie Ting looked at him in confusion. "Brother Su can't make the decision? I can be the boss, but I'm afraid you'll screw me over." Su Wei said half-jokingly, "I know nothing about business, so I'll have to consult my strategist." Xie Ting suddenly realized, Brother Su is talking about Lin Shan. Lin Shan's presence in Cloud City is no longer a secret, especially given the Lin family's previous influence in Yuntai City. Many upper-class people know about her. "That's right. That's it." Xie Ting suddenly sighed in frustration, looking as if he had lost his parents. Su Wei chuckled and said, "What do you mean? Why do you wilt it as soon as you heard about Lin Shan? President Su, you don't know this." Xie Ting sighed and said helplessly, "The old man of the Lin family and my father are good friends. We've known each other for a long time." Su Wei smiled and said, "Then we're all friends. Isn't that better? Then I'd rather not have this friend." Xie Ting looked dejected and shook his head, saying, "Do you know what Lin Shan's nickname was in our old circle? Deadly Ushuri. Damn it. What a catchy nickname. Suddenly, I feel like going to a bar." Su Wei subconsciously conjured up images in her mind. A brightly lit dance floor, a fair-skinned, beautiful young woman with long legs, and a high-energy DJ with big breasts. The Lin family has been in business for generations. When it came to Lin Shan's generation, she returned from studying in Europe and single-handedly built the renowned South China Logistics. Xie Ting said with some despair, "In our generation, Lin Shan is simply at the very top, and she's the other people's child that adults always talk about. When I was in kindergarten, she tricked my family's heirloom gold lock out of me with a deflated ball. My dad beat me for 3 days for that.